Chapter 1. Shall I serve as an examiner for the Chunin exams? In the 63rd year of Konoha, a weary young man clad in the uniform of a Konoha Chunin opened the door to his room. Once inside, he collapsed onto the bed like a boneless squid. His name was Araki Nobuhiko, a traveler from another world a month prior. Upon arriving in this ninja realm, he had been filled with exhilaration. He had watched this anime countless times and read numerous fan novels. While he would not claim to know every detail of this world, he was certainly familiar with the majority of its plots. Transitioning into this universe felt akin to a fish returning to water. Armed with his foresight, he believed he could ascend to the pinnacle of success. However, just as he brimmed with enthusiasm, envisioning himself commanding the winds and rains of the Naruto world, misfortune struck. The Chunin Mizuki attempted to abscond with the Book of Seals, betraying Konoha, but was fortunately apprehended by Iraki Yumino and Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing this news, he nearly coughed up blood. The narrative of the Naruto world had already commenced, and it was too late for him to instigate any upheaval. Soon, Orochimaru would set in motion his plan for Konoha's destruction. At that point, Konoha would suffer grave losses, and a mere luck-driven Chunin like him would likely meet a dire fate. He could not remain in Konoha any longer if he did not devise a means of escape. He would surely become one of Konoha's casualties. Just as he pondered how to flee this inferno, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Will you accept it? Overwhelmed with excitement, Araki Nobuhiko eagerly responded, accept. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the ocean of mental power. May your journey through this world be delightful. Farewell. As soon as the message faded, he felt a mysterious space manifest within his mind. Delving into this realm, he discovered endless streams of liquid mental energy flowing within it. Impressive. With this, am I not invincible? He hurriedly returned to the corporeal world and attempted to harness the mental power within his mind. Instantly, his spirit surged forth from his physical form, expanding outward. He felt as if he had transformed into intangible air, spreading throughout the ninja realm. Before long, he enveloped the entire ninja world, as though he were a deity presiding over it. Incredible. Am I not invincible now? With such power, what have I to fear from Orochimaru? He's but a trifling adversary. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to arrive, I could make him tread a considerable distance and retreat. Just then, he sensed an anomaly, and with a thought, his consciousness returned to his body. He immediately felt a profound weakness, as if he were on the verge of collapse. It seemed that possessing such formidable mental power was not without its drawbacks. It had an adverse effect on his physical form. In the ensuing days, he utilized his mental power to scan the entire ninja realm. With the advantage of foresight combined with such potent mental prowess, he dared to proclaim himself invincible in the ninja world. During moments of boredom, he even created a continent within his mental realm, observing primitive beings establish their civilization, feeling as though he were an omnipotent deity. Yet after several days, he realized that invincibility was not all it was cracked up to be. Much like engaging in a challenging game where no matter the effort, victory remains elusive. The moment one employs a cheat, they can effortlessly vanquish foes and conquer realms. The time spent battling pales in comparison to the time spent traversing, thus rendering the game devoid of enjoyment. Moreover, what does invincibility truly offer? Life must continue, groceries must be purchased, and bills must be settled. To act with impunity, relying solely on one's unmatched prowess, would render years of moral education utterly meaningless. Consequently, he returned to a life of complacency. In his previous life, he succumbed to the grueling grind of a 996-work schedule. In this life, he resolved to embrace a life of leisure, but he refrained from interfering with Naruto Uzumaki's existence and chose not to recount the tragic history of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke Uchiha. He harbored no desire to establish an organization nor to seek dominion. Recruiting them as subordinates would serve little purpose, especially given the burden of providing for these two young miscreants. With his own finances nearing destitution, he lacked the inclination to support underlings. Thus, he spent a month blissfully and carefreely. However, one day, he unexpectedly received a summons from the Hokage. Araki Nobuhiko felt perplexed. What could this old man possibly want? Aside from undertaking a few missions with temporary allies over the past month, he had accomplished nothing noteworthy. After much contemplation, he resolved to discover what scheme Sarutobi Hiruzen had in mind. Sitting idly yielded no benefit. What is fated cannot be avoided. Perhaps this was an opportunity for promotion. With a bewildered expression, Araki Nobuhiko entered the Hokage's office. The room was already crowded, with more than 30 individuals present, all clad in the vests of Konoha's Chunin. Among them, 3 figures stood at the forefront, adorned in the garb of elite Chunin. Upon his entrance, the assembled shinobi turned to acknowledge him, nodding in recognition. It appeared he was not summoned alone. There was a collective mission at hand, and he was merely an auxiliary participant to the gathered ninjas. Araki Nabahiko was perceived as a lackadaisical passerby, akin to a background character so inconsequential that the creator could not be bothered to illustrate his visage. After the polite nods, they returned to their discussions. Once all were accounted for, the office fell into a hushed silence, and all eyes turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who occupied the Hokage's chair. Clad in the Hokage's traditional hat and garb, the weathered third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, releasing a plume of smoke before addressing the assembly. In 1 week, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha. I have summoned you here to request your service as examiners during this period. The crowd expressed mild surprise, but refrained from further comment. The Hokage would announce the list of examiners just before the commencement of the Chunin exams, to prevent any potential favoritism toward candidates. Only the 3 chief examiners at the front Marino Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, and Yai Kirine might anticipate their roles in advance. Subsequently, the third Hokage divided the more than 30 Chunin present into 3 groups, each led by a designated examiner. Forming task units, a sense of relief washed over Araki Nabahiko when he discovered he had been assigned to Morinai Ibiki's group. As long as he was not placed in the team of Mitarashi Anko, which was known for its arduous tasks, he felt fortunate. Once the list of personnel was announced, the third Hokage addressed the crowd. If anyone has questions, they may voice them now. Initially, his inquiry was merely a formality. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, a youthful voice from the back of the crowd rang out. Hokage-sama, this task has an extended execution period. Will there be any additional compensation? At this proclamation, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Who was this audacious individual, daring to address the Hokage in such a bold manner? To refer to the esteemed Hokage as old man was brazen indeed. Moreover, to audaciously inquire about financial incentives was akin to a madman's folly. Everyone turned to see that the audacious speaker was none other than Araki Nabahiko, who had remained unnoticed since entering the room, even avoiding the gaze of the cameras. The third Hokage's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Araki Nabahiko from head to toe. He then fell into contemplation, pondering who this individual might be. He quickly perused the documents in his hands and finally located Nabahiko's personal information at the bottom of the stack. Name: Araki Nabahiko. Position: Konoha Chunin. Age: 20. Background: born in the Konoha orphanage, graduated from the Ninja Academy in the 55th year of Konoha, becoming a genin. Promoted to Chunin in the 62nd year of Konoha, lost all teammates during a mission. Currently serving as a freelance ninja, forming temporary teams for tasks. After reviewing Araki Nabahiko's details, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He was an exceedingly ordinary ninja from Konoha. What had instilled him with such audacity to speak so freely? Nevertheless, he knew he must maintain his dignified demeanor as a wise elder, even if faced with rudeness. He could not lose his temper. Thus, he donned a smile and addressed Nabahiko. This task does not come with additional compensation. The reward is consistent with that of a standard rank mission. However, it will be noted in your personal records, which will significantly influence your future promotions. Young man, do not aspire too high. Instead, stay grounded and pragmatic. Only by diligently attending to the present can you seize a brighter future. The third Hokage's words stirred the hearts of those present, igniting a fervor within them. Only Araki Nabahiko, in the corner, muttered disdainfully, after all this talk, there's still no extra compensation? Nabahiko felt disheartened. He had encountered countless empty promises in his previous life, that he had hoped that entering a world of ninjas, rife with conflict, would yield a better situation. Yet, he found the third Hokage merely painting illusions for him. With such disillusionment, he could hardly muster the motivation to work earnestly. It seemed he would have to adopt a strategy of slacking off during this mission. Though his murmurings were soft, the keen senses of the ninjas allowed them to hear him clearly. They cast disdainful glances in his direction, deeming him a man devoid of honor. Unfazed by the disdainful gazes of others, Sun Yan found it utterly absurd that a group of mere laborers dared to look down upon him. Chapter 2. Adding vibrancy to a dull examination. Before long, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. Sun Yan, alongside the other examiners, settled into the monitoring room to observe the candidates. The assortment of individuals was truly bizarre, presenting a myriad of peculiarities. Some appeared to be well past the age of 40, yet they still attempted to participate in the Chunin exams. One couldn't help but wonder what motivated these individuals to risk their lives at such an advanced age. Should one commend their dedication and courage, or lament their stubbornness. As the candidates gradually arrived, several familiar faces caught Sun Yan's attention. The unmistakable figure of Iroha, with dark circles under his eyes and a gourd on his back, was evident. Accompanying him were a boy and a girl, who were none other than Shizune and Kankuro. Notably, Kankuro was not carrying his puppets, suggesting he had concealed them in advance as a strategic reserve. Shortly thereafter, Guy's team and numerous spirited young ninjas from Konoha also made their entrance. The number of participants swelled within the examination hall as the examination time approached. Casting a glance at the clock, the chief examiner, Marino Abiki, rose and addressed the gathering. The time is nearly upon us. It is time to impart a lesson to these genin. Upon hearing this, the other examiners exhibited palpable excitement. Seemingly relishing the opportunity to mentor the newcomers, a line formed as they exited the monitoring room. Sun Yan lingered at the back, casting one last glance at the monitors. Team Kakashi pushed open the door and entered the examination arena. A subtle smile graced Sun Yan's lips upon witnessing the fateful protagonists take the stage. The narrative had commenced. It appeared that it was time to engage with these young aspirants. Cease your actions at once. Should you continue, I will revoke your eligibility for this examination, echoed Ibiki's commanding voice, penetrating the lingering haze. Moments prior, a quarrel had erupted between Tosu of the Sound Village and Kabuto of Konoha, culminating in a physical altercation that left Kabuto sprawled on the ground, retching. Upon noticing the arrival of the examiners, Tosu shot a glare at the Konoha youths before turning to depart. Naruto, refusing to be outdone, made a face at their retreating figures. As the commotion subsided, Ibiki commenced his self-introduction and outlined the details of the examination. Sun Yan surveyed the assembly, swiftly identifying the group of protagonists amidst the crowd, distinguished by their outlandish hairstyles and vibrant hair colors. Even without prior knowledge of Naruto, one could easily discern this was the ensemble of central characters. He then scanned the crowd for other notable figures from the original narrative. When his gaze fell upon Kabuto, the latter, with an air of deliberate nonchalance, briefly met Sun Yan's eyes before promptly averting his gaze, feigning ignorance of Sun Yan's. Scrutiny. A smirk tugged at Sun Yan's lips. It was evident that Kabuto's background as a spy endowed him with a keen sense of vigilance. At that moment, Ibiki declared, all candidates must promptly take their designated seats in preparation for the examination. Those who fail to find their seats before the examination begins will be deemed unsuccessful. The candidates quickly located their seats, and Sun Yan casually chose a spot at the examiner's table, opting for a position in the very last row. This location was the farthest from Ibiki, ensuring that he could engage in his own distractions without detection. At that moment, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astonished. An unfamiliar examiner swaggered through the main entrance of the examination hall, exuding an air of confidence. Approaching Sun Yan, this individual pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Sun Yan's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this not the puppet of Kankuro? Did he truly believe the examiners were oblivious? He glanced towards his colleagues nearby, who were intently observing the candidates before them. It seemed these individuals possessed eyesight even worse than that of the blind. However, Marino Abiki sensed something amiss, though he chose not to address it, instead commencing his explanation of the examination procedures. This assessment employed a point deduction system, where each participant began with a total of 10 points. The examination paper contained 10 questions, and for each incorrect answer, 1 point would be deducted. Notably, the 10th question was not explicitly stated. It would only be revealed 45 minutes after the examination commenced. Furthermore, any instances of cheating detected by the examiners would result in an immediate deduction of 2 points. Once a candidate's score reached 0, they would be promptly escorted from the examination hall, along with their entire team. To be frank, this system seemed rather lenient. Cheating, if discovered, did not result in immediate expulsion, but rather allowed for 4 additional chances. Was this not a clear evaluation of one's ability to deceive? As Ibiki declared, the examination officially begins. The candidates swiftly lowered their heads to scrutinize the questions. Sun Yan, too, turned his attention to the puppet of Kankuro. One could not deny the puppet's astonishing realism. It had features, and even the ability to speak. Kankuro, seated in the hall, began to perspire nervously. Why was this fellow fixated on the crow? Had he somehow uncovered his ruse? After a moment of observation, Sun Yan lost interest. Ultimately, it was merely a tool, and ninjas' true strength relied on their own capabilities. He redirected his gaze to the candidates in the examination hall, who were scratching their heads in contemplation of the questions. Suddenly, a peculiar idea struck him. Since the outcome of this examination would not be influenced by successful or unsuccessful cheating, and given that Naruto could pass by submitting a blank paper, why not have a Bit of fun at the expense of these candidates. With that thought in mind, he first set his sights on the puppet beside him. I could see that moment. Kankuro, who was manipulating the puppet and glancing about, suddenly changed expression. He realized he had lost control over the crow. No matter how he tugged at the chakra strings, the puppet remained motionless. Kankuro's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Could it be that the examiner had detected the crow? Stealing a furtive glance over his shoulder, he nearly dropped his pen in fright. There, the puppet that had slipped from his grasp was laughing and waving at him. He appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, swiftly turning around, adjusting his stance, and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Could it be that the raven has come back to life? How could this be possible? Meanwhile, Shinyen, who was manipulating the raven with his mental prowess, felt a surge of delight upon witnessing Kankuro's expression, akin to one who had just consumed a dead fly. The little rascal, instead of applying himself in the ninja academy, resorted to cheating during examinations. If I do not impose some form of punishment on these young miscreants, how can I reconcile my actions with the 9 years of compulsory education I endured in my past life? How can I justify the full marks I consistently achieved in moral education? After dealing with Kankuro, Shinyan's gaze swept across the examination hall. He was on the lookout for his next educational target, pondering who might be the fortunate individual this time. His gaze gradually settled on Hyuga Niji, a sinister grin creeping upon his lips. In the original narrative, among the 12 young warriors, you met the most tragic fate. If I do not take the opportunity to torment you, can I still consider myself human? Niji suddenly shivered, feeling as if he were being targeted by some kind of devil. Chapter 3. Someone is interfering. Hyuga Niji felt that someone was watching him. He cautiously glanced around, but did not find anyone who seemed to be fixated on him. Niji speculated that it was likely a proctor who had him in their sights. After all, he was one of the top contenders among this batch of Konoha genin. It was understandable to be singled out. He quickly steadied his mind, concentrating his chakra in his eyes. As the veins around his eyes bulged, the world before him underwent a tremendous change. He gained nearly 360-degree vision with no blind spots, and his gaze could penetrate through objects. This is the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. For Niji, who possesses the Byakugan, cheating an exam is as easy as eating and drinking. His gaze continuously penetrates the candidates in the examination room, eventually landing on the test paper of a candidate whose pen moves like the wind. Just as he was about to observe closely and record the content of the test paper, suddenly, on the paper, a young man dressed in overalls and carrying a basketball bowed to him. Following, there was a set of eye-watering actions that shocked him greatly. Niji was so startled that he immediately closed his Byakugan and rubbed his temples. It seemed that he had been overtraining lately, even causing illusions with his Byakugan. He really should take a good rest. He concentrated and opened his Byakugan again, looking at the candidate's test paper once more. Fortunately, this time there were no illusions, and the young man in overalls did not appear. He carefully recorded the content on the test paper and then filled it in on his own paper. Once he had copied all 9 questions, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Next, he just had to wait for the 10th question. Just as Niji closed his Byakugan, wanting to admire his masterpiece, he was shocked to find that his own test paper had 9 blank spaces filled with 9 pictures. It detailed the entire process of the young man in overalls from bowing to dribbling and finally throwing away the basketball and dancing with his back to the audience. Niji clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Who on earth had done this to him? This exam paper has been discarded, and it is very likely that he has already been eliminated. He was still thinking about using this Chunin exam opportunity to make a name for himself and slap the clan's face, but ended up in this situation. To be honest, Niji's mindset is a bit. If it weren't for his excellent mental quality, he would probably have torn his exam paper to shreds by now. Sitting in the back row of the classroom, Shinyan almost burst out laughing. With this, the Black Army gains another capable general, truly a cause for celebration. He scanned the entire room again, this time his gaze fixed on the back of Gaara's head. How should this facial paralysis gored baby deal with himself? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. At this moment, Gaara had already spread his sand throughout the entire examination hall. Upon discovering that a top student had finished writing the answers, he immediately closed his left eye and activated the Eye of Sand to cheat. In fact, this ninjutsu was not that complicated and could even be categorized as a type of shadow clone technique. It was simply using the shadow clone technique to create a clone of an eyeball. He then connected the optic nerve of his real eye with that of the clone's eyeball, thus gaining the vision of the clone's eyeball. At this point, Gaara's Eye of Sand had already formed. Just as he was about to connect his optic nerve with that of the clone's eyeball, Shinhiko opened his mouth wide and chuckled. At the same time, Gaara, who who was connecting his optic nerve to the eye of sand, looked incredulously at the scene before him. A transparent crystal ball appeared in his left eye's field of vision. Inside the crystal ball, a group of beautiful women were playfully splashing in the water, completely naked. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, looked incredulously at the exam paper before him. He closed his left eye and confirmed that he was indeed in his own office with his own crystal ball. Then he closed his right eye and looked at this world with his left eye, only to find that it was actually a CH-9 exam paper filled with answers. Hiruzen Tsurutobi furrowed his brow, and his expression became extremely serious. With a wave of his hand, the scene in the crystal ball changed, revealing the examination hall of the first test of the CH-9 exam. At this moment, Gaara also noticed something unusual and immediately cut off his connection with the Eye of Sand. The third Hokage furrowed his brows tightly, scanning all the candidates in the venue. Finally, his gaze landed on Gaara. Gaara of the Sandstorm, the third Hokage, had heard a bit about him. Although he was just a genin, his ability to make a name for himself proved that this Gaara was not simple. The third Hokage thought to himself, could it be a mistake in the activation of the ninjutsu? It is indeed very possible. Not to mention a genin, even he, a doctorate in ninjutsu, would not dare to claim that his ninjutsu was flawless. However, if the other party's ninjutsu were properly developed, it might come in handy. The third Hokage's professional habit kicked in again. He began to study the ninjutsu that connected his line of sight with the enemy. However, Gaara did not have the luxury of time. He looked grimly at the Eye of Sand in his hand. Where exactly was the problem? Why did his line of sight connect to the Hokage of the Leaf Village? He decided to try again. If he failed again, it would mean someone was sabotaging him. He released the Eye of Sand once more and then closed his left eye to connect with it. Instantly, the world in his left eye underwent a dramatic change. Two giants, about 10 meters tall, appeared before him, one male and one female. The woman had pink hair, a bulky figure, and looked extremely ugly. The man had long black hair, 2 horns on his head, and strange tattoos on his body. Both emitted a powerful aura, causing Gaara to frown deeply. Where's this again? Who are these two giants? By the way, can humans really grow to such a gigantic size? Gaara observed the condition of the owner of the gaze out of the corner of his eye. The owner of the gaze was very slender and carried a straw hat on his back. There were also 4 companions nearby, 3 of whom had swords at their waists. One of them was a man with short red hair and a mechanical arm. At this moment, the owner of the gaze arrived in front of the bullhorn giant with incredible speed and struck down with a punch. With a loud bang, the 10-meter-tall bullhorn giant was surprisingly knocked to the ground by this slender boy's blow. The pink-haired female giant exclaimed, "Hey, Kaido, what are you doing? How could you be knocked down with one punch?" Kaido, with an angry expression, got back up and fixed a fierce gaze on Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, undeterred, lightly placed the straw hat from his back onto his head and then said, "Didn't you ask me what I said earlier? Then I'll say it again. I'm going to be the Pirate King." A great battle erupted. At this moment, Gaara also closed his vision. He stared blankly, murmuring in disbelief, "What was that just now?" Chapter 4. Don't deduct money. Anything else is fine. The scene I just witnessed left Gaara confused. He clasped his hands together and activated his chakra to check if he was under a Jinjutsu. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, filled with bewilderment. He was not under any illusion. Could it be that the sand eye technique had malfunctioned? He decided to try again, and another sand eye began to gather not far away. He slowly closed his left eye, this time concentrating fully, afraid of missing any details. "Piccolo, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and take action. Kakarot, are you crazy? You'll die like this." Goku tightly held onto his brother Raditz, prepared to perish together with him. At this moment, Piccolo had also finished charging. He smirked coldly at Goku and Raditz. "You two annoying guys, go die together." Special beam cannon. A spiraling energy blast pierced through Raditz and Goku's chests. The two fell to the ground in agony, and before dying, Goku felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Gaara was filled with confusion. Again, this situation, what was happening this time? The green-faced monster killed the 2 black-haired youths. What on earth was going on? Gaara then closed the sand eye again and reconnected. "Give me back Rukia. My name is Saitama, and I'm a hero out of interest, because we are fairy tale. Demacia." Gaara was bewildered, deeply engulfed in self-doubt. Where are all these things? At this moment, the instigator of it all was laughing so hard he was shaking. Xinyan thought to himself, "I can't laugh. I'm still working. I absolutely cannot laugh." But Gaara's bewildered expression was just too funny. "Ha ha, quack, 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 quack." In the end, he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Meanwhile, The examinees were seriously cheating, each one tense and anxious. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the back of the exam room, startling them so much that their hands trembled. Coming back to their senses, the examinees turned to glare at Xinyan. Ibiki was also displeased. What on earth was this guy, who always slacked off during missions, doing? Araki Chunin, what are you laughing at? Xinyan took several deep breaths before gradually suppressing his laughter. He explained to Ibiki, "Sorry, Marino Jonin, I thought of something funny." Ibiki didn't scold Xinyan in front of everyone. After all, Xinyan was an examiner, and he had to give him face in front of the genin. However, he had already decided to teach this slacker a lesson after the exam. At that moment, Gaara and Hyuganiji also turned their gaze towards Xinyan. Although there was no evidence, their instincts told them that the strange occurrences happening to them were caused by this person. Both of them were angry, but did not blame Xinyan. In fact, they felt a slight wariness toward him. They must have fallen under a jinjutsu just now. The fact that they could be caught in a jinjutsu silently made this chunin named Araki Xinyan no simple character. However, their plan to cheat was now ruined. With no other choice, they had to pin their hopes on the yet-to-be-announced 10th question. Xinyan also stopped pranking others because in a few minutes, the 10th question would be revealed. At that time, this exam would come to an end. You should also consider where to take refuge when the Konoha collapse plan unfolds. As for fighting for Konoha, forget it. With the meager task rewards Konoha offered, they expected him to risk his life. What a pipe dream. Soon it was time to announce the 10th question, and all the examinees were fully focused, afraid of missing any detail. Meanwhile, Xinyan was leaning on the shoulder of the puppet crow, sleeping. What happened next was none of his business. Taking a break now wouldn't be too much, right? He didn't know how long he had been sleeping, but Xinyan felt incredibly refreshed. Just then, he suddenly felt someone shaking his shoulder. He groggily opened his eyes and found a boy with face paint standing in front of him. Hey, it was you messing around during the exam, wasn't it? Kankuro was very angry to see his beloved puppet being used as a pillow by someone else. This feeling is just like being NTR'd. Nabahiko rubbed his eyes and asked, "Is the exam over?" Kankuro indignantly replied, "Of course it's over. The candidates have mostly left. Is this how irresponsible you Konoha ninjas are? Sleeping during a mission." Nabahiko looked around and noticed that only the 3 from Sunagakure were left in the exam hall. The others had already departed. His own mission could be considered a success. It was time to go home for a meal. Nabahiko waved at Kankuro and said, "Kid, you're still too young. When you reach my age, you'll understand that slacking off is the true essence of life." Kankuro was too lazy to talk nonsense with his slacker uncle and snatched back his puppet crow. Then he examined the crow's body up and down, relieved to find that no parts were missing. At this moment, Gaara, carrying a gourd, walked up to Nabahiko. Gaara's expression was fierce, and an uncontrollable killing intent emanated from him. Nabahiko, confused, asked, "Little brother, is there something you need?" Gaara snarled, "You're strong. I can hardly contain myself." Beside them, Temari and Kankuro were extremely nervous, fearing that Gaara might do something outrageous. After all, they were on the territory of Konoha, and if Gaara's identity as a Jinchuriki was exposed, the situation could become dire. "Gaara, calm down. We're in Konoha now. You mustn't act recklessly." "Yes. Gaara, please calm yourself." After a long while, Gaara's emotions slowly settled down. He said to Nabahiko, "Araki Nabahiko, I will remember you." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief and followed Gaara out of the classroom. Nabahiko also wanted to turn and leave, but suddenly a pair of strong hands grabbed his shoulder. He turned to see Marino Ibiki with his scarred face, showing a smile that was more hideous than crying. "Araki Nabahiko, you were sleeping quite soundly just now. I wonder how many cheating students you caught this time." While speaking, Ibiki picked up Nabahiko's writing board. His smile became even brighter as he pulled out a pristine white sheet of paper from the board. He then held up Naruto Uzumaki's exam paper and placed it in front of Nabahiko, saying, "You and this little brat are a perfect match. An examinee who submits a blank paper and an examiner who teaches blank papers. How do you think I should punish you?" Nabahiko's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "As long as you don't deduct my pay, you can do whatever else you want." Chapter 5. Orochimaru the next day. At the Death Force Training Ground number 44, dozens of examinees and a dozen examiners gathered outside the training ground. If the first exam was still a battle of wits, the second exam was a genuine physical fight. The examinees were cracking their knuckles, eager to try their skills. The examiners watched the examinees with amused expressions, clearly looking forward to this exam as well. Among the spirited examiners stood Nabuhiko lazily. Yesterday, Marino Ibiki had taken him to complain to the third Hokage. That old man pretended to criticize Nabahiko for a few moments before letting him continue as an examiner for the second exam. Nabahiko was quite frustrated. He hadn't even been fully paid for the first exam. Now he was being asked to be an examiner for the second exam too. It really seemed like they were treating him as free labor. Nabahiko had already made up his mind that as soon as the exam started, he would find a place to take a nap. The chief examiner for this exam is Mitarashi Anko. If Mitarashi Anko asks where he went, he will say he encountered Orochimaru on the way, followed him, and then got shaken off by Orochimaru. Anyway, the third Hokage and Mitarashi Anko would not be able to verify with Orochimaru. Nabahiko glanced over at a ninja from the grass village not far away. Orochimaru really isn't putting much effort into his disguise. Aside from changing his face, his outfit hasn't changed much at all. By the way, doesn't any of the Konoha ninjas find this suspicious? These guys are all from StarCraft, right? As Akatsuki Anko finished explaining the rules, the candidates were led by the examiners to different entrances. Coincidentally, the team that Shinkai was assigned to was actually the one led by Kabuto, Akatsuki, and Kiri Misumi. He realized that he was the same age as these three. However, these three had never attended a ninja school, so they weren't familiar with each other. While heading to the entrance of the Forest of Death, they started chatting. Kabuto said with admiration, "Senior Araki is really amazing. To become a Chunin at this age. I want to learn from Senior Araki too." Akatsuki and Kiri Misumi exchanged looks of disdain. Kabuto's expression was extremely irritating to them. Shinkai politely responded, "I was just lucky." He then glanced at the profiles of the three in his hand and asked in confusion, "Kabuto, Akatsuki, Kiri Misumi, are these really not your code names?" As soon as he said that, Akatsuki and Kiri Misumi tensed up, instinctively reaching for their ninja tool pouches at their waists. Noticing their strange behavior, Kabuto immediately turned to glare at them. The two were startled by Kabuto's gaze and quickly withdrew their hands, not daring to move. After warning his teammates, Kabuto smiled and said, "Senior Araki is really joking. Of course, our names are our real names. Why would Senior Araki think our names are code names?" Shinkai handed the profiles to the three and said, "Look, your name is Kabuto. One of them is called Akatsuki, and the other has Kiri in their name. The combination of your three names perfectly forms a suit of armor. Don't tell me this is just a coincidence." The three exchanged glances, realizing that they had never noticed this before. The three of them really felt like they had intentionally chosen fake names. They smiled wryly, although they were spies. These names were indeed genuine. It was such a coincidence that the names could perfectly form a set of armor. As they spoke, the four of them arrived at their destination. Yuki looked down at the watch on his wrist. As soon as the time was up, he opened the entrance door and said, "It's time. You can enter now." Whoosh, the three of them instantly entered the Death Forest, and then their figures blended into the trees, disappearing from sight. Watching the direction in which they disappeared, Yuki shook his head and said, "Such an impatient bunch." He then looked around and, finding no one nearby, closed the door and found a tree to take a nap, to prevent anyone from discovering him. He even cast a special illusion on himself. This illusion can make anyone unable to detect themselves. Even the Sage of Six Paths with his Rinnegan would only see an ordinary tree. While he was playing chess with Duke Zhou, many things were happening outside. Not far from the Death Forest, several Konoha ninjas were surrounding three corpses, remaining silent. At this moment, Yuhi Kurenai, dressed in a fishnet outfit and with a sexy figure, frowned tightly, staring at the three corpses. If I remember correctly, these three people should be candidates from the second Chunin exam. Just now she saw these three, so it seems someone has taken their identities to participate in the exam. Moreover, the technique used is becoming increasingly familiar to Mitarashi Anko. She suddenly shivered. Could it be that person has returned? She immediately ordered the ninja beside her, "Go notify Lord Third about what is happening here. Just say that Orochimaru is very likely back in Konoha, and that Hokage-sama should be extra cautious." Then, disregarding the other ninjas present, she used a body flicker technique and rushed towards the Forest of Death. She wondered, "Orochimaru, what exactly is your purpose in coming back this time?" In a remote corner of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru's head shot out, biting down on Uchiha Sasuke's neck. As a cold, dark chakra flowed in, three Tomo-shaped patterns appeared on Sasuke's neck. All with the curse mark complete, Sasuke let out a painful wail. Orochimaru, satisfied, withdrew his head and said to Uchiha Sasuke, "My name is Orochimaru. If you want to gain power, come find me." After saying this, his body slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. Sasuke also fainted in agony. The scene was left with only the most useless member of Team Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, who activated her bloodline limit and cried. Orochimaru was now very pleased. Uchiha Sasuke perfectly met his needs for a vessel. He could even withstand his heavenly curse mark and possessed the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. This container is just perfect. At that moment, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Yusho Washi Red Bean, menacingly blocking his way. Orochimaru, it's really you. Upon seeing Yusho Washi Red Bean, Orochimaru licked his lips. When he left Konoha, he had only left the Heaven's Curse seal on Yusho Washi Red Bean. It's important to know that each Heaven's Curse seal is a means of resurrection for Orochimaru. It's equivalent to Voldemort's Horcruxes. This time, I happened to encounter Mitarashi Anko and took the opportunity to check if the Heavenly Curse seal on her was intact. Both of them are the type who are tough and don't say much. After meeting, they exchanged only a few words before starting to fight. However, Mitarashi Anko was not on the same level as Orochimaru. After just a few exchanges, she was knocked down to the ground by Orochimaru. After reinforcing Mitarashi Anko's Heavenly Curse seal, Orochimaru left the Forest of Death without looking back. This operation is perfect. It seems I am truly destined for greatness. Chapter 6. Preparing for the slap in the face decades later. Orochimaru quickly left Training Ground 44. He still needed to disguise himself as the leading jonin of the Sound Ninja Village to closely observe the compatibility between the Heavenly Curse Mark and Sasuke. If the compatibility between Sasuke and the Heavenly Curse Mark was too poor, he would have to settle for applying the Earth Curse Mark to Sasuke. But he really didn't want to do that, as the Earth Curse Mark was a level lower than the Heavenly Curse Mark. Orochimaru's entire focus was on Sasuke, completely unaware that he had already fallen into a Jinjutsu. As he jumped to a tree, he suddenly felt as if something had tripped him. Immediately after, his entire body lost balance, and he fell headfirst towards the ground. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and immediately braced himself with his hands to cushion the fall, then performed a backflip and landed steadily on the ground. Orochimaru was very puzzled. Although he had been distracted, such a basic mistake as stepping into empty space was unlikely. Just then, a curse came from the tree behind him. Which bastard stepped on my foot? If you don't need your eyes, hurry up and donate them to avoid wasting corneas. Yoshihiro, rubbing his ankle and cursing, jumped down from the tree. He wanted to see which bastard dared to step on his foot. Clearly, he had woken up in a daze and forgot that he had cast an invisible Jinjutsu before sleeping. The moment he jumped down and made eye contact with Orochimaru, his consciousness suddenly cleared. Damn, ISNT that Orochimaru? How did this guy end up here? Yoshihiro was surprised to see Orochimaru, unaware that Orochimaru was even more shocked. He had just seen an empty tree suddenly manifest a person, who then jumped down cursing. Orochimaru, well-read and experienced, quickly recognized that this was a type of invisible Jinjutsu formation. However, he was astonished that such a low-level Jinjutsu formation could ensnare him. After being defeated by Itachi Uchiha's Jinjutsu, he had set up numerous safeguards against Jinjutsu. He had once performed the reanimation jutsu, taking over another person's body. Thus, his body contained two types of chakra, one from the original owner of this body and the other his own. If he were to suddenly fall into a Jinjutsu, the original owner's chakra would immediately disperse throughout his body, breaking the Jinjutsu. The principle was similar to how a perfect Jinchuriki could be immune to Jinjutsu. But today, this safeguard had surprisingly failed. Orochimaru immediately checked his body and, finding no abnormalities, felt even more puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that both types of chakra in his body fell into Jinjutsu simultaneously? Thinking of this made his expression darken. If that were the case, it had been far too dangerous just now. Fortunately, the other party had no intent to kill. Otherwise, he might have had to use the snake shed just to save his life. Orochimaru looked up and down at Yoshihiro, seemingly developing a strong interest in him. This illusion talent is completely on par with Itachi Uchiha. Returning to Konoha, he unexpectedly encounters so many interesting people. Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. This illusion ninja had already been categorized as a test subject by him. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck elongated, and his head shot forward, heading straight for Shinichi's neck. Shinichi snapped back to reality from his shock upon encountering Orochimaru, then glared angrily at him. No matter who the opponent was, disturbing his sweet dream warranted punishment. Shinichi's mental energy slightly fluctuated, and the entire world changed silently. At the same time, Orochimaru's teeth were getting closer to Shinichi's neck. Ultimately, Orochimaru bit down on Shinichi's neck. The cold chakra unique to Orochimaru flowed through his teeth and into Shinichi's body. The pain caused Shinichi to collapse to the ground, and 3 arrowhead-like patterns appeared on his shoulder. The intense pain made him cry out, and he eventually fainted. Orochimaru walked over to Shinichi and threw him over his shoulder, then instantly left. He had many things to do, and this test subject would be temporarily imprisoned. He would conduct the experiment after everything in Konoha was settled. Just as he was contemplating how to handle Shinichi as a test subject, he suddenly felt something trip him, and he fell headfirst toward the ground. He quickly performed a flip and landed steadily. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a person suddenly jumped down from a tree, cursing, "Which bastard stepped on my foot? If your eyes aren't needed, hurry up and donate them to avoid wasting corneas." Orochimaru looked on in shock at Shinichi, who had jumped down from the tree. Isn't this guy caught by himself? How did another one come out? He looked down at the Shinhiko in his hand, who was now closing his eyes, his face pale, and in a state of unconsciousness. Orochimaru checked Shinhiko's breath and pulse, confirming that he was indeed a living person, not a shadow clone. What is going on? Am I under a Jinjutsu again? He quickly began to circulate his chakra, trying to break free from the illusion. But he found that his chakra was flowing normally, with no abnormalities in his body. His expression grew increasingly serious, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. The feeling of being controlled by someone else's illusion was very unpleasant. He couldn't help but recall Uchiha Itachi. Back then, he had been similarly controlled by Itachi's Jinjutsu, ultimately resulting in losing an arm and having to use the reanimation jutsu to swap bodies. He never expected that scene from years ago would play out again today. However, he wasn't too panicked. His main body had been transformed into a white phosphorus snake, so simply having his head cut off wouldn't mean death. Even if he were to be defeated this time, Orochimaru could be resurrected through the heavenly curse mark. It's just a pity about this body that allowed him to unleash his full power. In the real world, Nobuyuki was continuously searching Orochimaru's body with both hands. After a long while, he spat on the ground and cursed, still calling herself one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Orochimaru? What a miser. Not even a penny on you. You're a ninja and you go out without any money? Do you even know how to play? But Orochimaru's body was indeed quite flexible. During the search, he couldn't help but reach out and squeeze, and the feel was not bad. Nobuyuki sighed. Had he not found any money, was he just wasting his time? No way. He, a formidable and invincible figure in the ninja world, couldn't just let himself be stepped on like this. It was too embarrassing. He turned his gaze to Orochimaru's pale face and suddenly had an idea. He took out a permanent marker from his pocket and drew a turtle on Orochimaru's left cheek. Then he pulled out a flip phone from his pocket, pressed his face against Orochimaru's right cheek, and took a selfie. Nobuyuki looked down at the photo on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. He wants to keep this photo as a memento. In the future, if he dares to boast about how powerful his parents are, he will just take this photo out and slap his face with it. Chapter 7. This gourd baby deserves a beating. 10 minutes after Xinyan left, Orochimaru, with a dazed expression, suddenly regained his vitality. Breathing heavily, Orochimaru felt a sense of joy from surviving a disaster. He immediately checked his entire body and found that there were no control ninjutsu like cursed seals placed on him. That guy, after taking control of him, actually did nothing and just left? Who on earth is that person? Why has there never been any information about that ninja before? It seems that Do's intelligence work is quite inadequate. Such a powerful illusion ninja. Toby has never mentioned it to himself. He is about to execute the Konoha collapse plan and is preparing to personally eliminate his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, a shadow-level powerhouse suddenly emerged from Konoha, which would greatly impact his plans. Orochimaru began to hesitate. Should he continue to disguise himself as the leading jonin from the Sound Ninja village? His identity had already been exposed, and Sarutobi-sensei would likely strengthen his vigilance. Moreover, the sudden appearance of Araki Nabahiko made Orochimaru feel uncertain. In the end, Orochimaru ran in the direction away from Konoha. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he were to act recklessly now, he could very well die in Konoha. Just as Orochimaru was distancing himself from Konoha, Nabahiko arrived at an inconspicuous small room. As soon as he entered, Nabahiko saw several Konohan ninjas with vigilant expressions. There are 2 acquaintances among them, the gate gods of Konoha from the original work, Kamiki Izumi and Gongzi Tai. Nabahiko quickly waved his hands to everyone and said, "Don't be nervous. It's me, Araki Nabahiko." Upon seeing Nabahiko's face, the tension among the group eased slightly. Then, a sensory ninja from the Yamashiro clan stepped forward. He touched Nabahiko's shoulder to confirm his chakra. After the sensory ninja's verification, the atmosphere in the room finally relaxed. Nabahiko asked in confusion, "Why are you all so tense? What happened?" Kamiki Izumi explained to Nabahiko, "Just now, the Proctor Akane was injured in the 44th training ground. It has been confirmed that the attacker is likely the S-rank rogue ninja from the Wood Village, Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas. The Hokage has ordered a complete lockdown of the Wood Village. Everyone must undergo chakra verification to confirm their identity." When Kamiki Izumi mentioned Orochimaru, the other proctors behind him visibly shuddered. It seems that Orochimaru holds significant intimidation over the Konoha ninjas. Just the mention of his name can make these ordinary ninjas tremble. If he were to take out his phone and open his photo album now, would it scare these people into fainting? However, he only thought about it. He still wanted to live a peaceful life, so he didn't want to reveal his unparalleled strength. He then greeted everyone and opened the cellar door to walk inside. This is an underground passage approximately 4 meters wide and 3 meters high. This passage leads to the high tower at the center of the number 44 training ground, specifically designed for the examiners. After walking for an hour, Nabahiko arrived at the central high tower. In the following days, he decided to slack off at the central tower. Nabahiko didn't notice that his figure had completely fallen into the eyes of a gourd baby. Just as he walked from the underground passage to the first floor of the tower, a sudden sense of crisis struck him. Nabahiko immediately activated his mental barrier, firmly protecting himself inside. He cautiously looked towards the direction where the sense of crisis was coming from. He saw a vast sea of sand sweeping towards him. In an instant, the sea of sand completely engulfed Nabahiko, leaving only a sky full of yellow sand at the scene. "Araki Nabahiko, let me taste the flavor of your blood." Gaara stood not far away, grinning maniacally with a hideous expression. When Kankuro saw this scene, his pupils contracted sharply. He immediately stood in front of Gaara and shouted, "Gaara, I told you to stop, didn't you hear? That person is an examiner. If you attack him, we will be in danger. We might have to face the pursuit of Konoha. Do you understand?" Kankuro was truly infuriated. Earlier in the forest, Gaara wanted to kill that Konoha Genin team. It should be noted that there were future heirs of 3 major clans of Konoha in that team. Even he had heard of the names of the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. Moreover, the Hyuga ninja had no caged bird seal on his head, clearly indicating he was from the main family. If Gaara killed the members of that team, it would be difficult for them to leave Konoha. He had just managed to persuade Gaara not to attack those 3, and now, as soon as they entered the central tower, this guy was going to attack the examiner again. "This won't end until I play myself to death in Konoha." Seeing Kanjiro blocking his way, Gaara frowned, and a killing intent enveloped Kanjiro. Kanjiro felt a chill spread throughout his body, and Gaara's fierce gaze made him shudder involuntarily. Gaara coldly said, "Get out of the way, or I'll be the first to kill you." Temari, fearing that Gaara might go berserk, quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Gaara, don't be angry. Kanjiro is only looking out for you. Now that Konoha ninja is dead, Konoha will definitely not let us go. I think we should leave here quickly." Gaara shot a disdainful sideways glance at Temari and said, "Which eye of yours saw that Konoha ninja dead?" Temari and Kanjuro were shocked and immediately turned to look in the direction of the desert. They saw a transparent, circular barrier wrapping around Shinhiko flying out of the sea of sand, heading straight for them. Temari and Kanjiro couldn't believe it. Someone actually managed to break through Gaara's sand head-on. Upon seeing the unharmed Shinhiko, Gaara's expression became even more ferocious, and his killing intent seemed to solidify. Shinhiko, flying in midair, frowned. This gourd baby was really arrogant before being beaten up by Naruto. He looked like he didn't care about the Heavenly Empire, which made Yukihira feel uncomfortable all over. "It seems necessary for me to teach this gourd baby a lesson. Otherwise, he seems to look down on me a bit." Just then, a group of Konoha ninjas ran over from not far away. Upon arriving at the scene, a Jonin asked everyone, "What happened?" Just as Temari was about to step forward to explain, Yukihira held up a finger to her, signaling her to be quiet. The 3 from Sunagakure were puzzled, and the next scene made even Gaara widen his eyes. The Jonin, with a serious expression, nodded a few times at the air. Then he said, "Next time, you're not allowed to use ninjutsu inside the tower. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the competition." After the Jonin finished speaking, he turned away with several ninjas behind him, never once looking at Yukihira and the others. Temari and Kankuro were trembling all over. They had already guessed that these people had fallen under Araki Yukihira's illusion, and those affected by the illusion didn't even notice it at all. What a terrifying illusion. Chapter 8. Gaara's love seeing the Konoha ninja leave Gaara excitedly licked his lips. You are really good at using illusions. Was that the same illusion you used on me last time? Incien smiled and said, that's right. But using illusions on you is a bit more complicated than on others. After all, there's a giant raccoon inside you, and before using illusions on you, I need to isolate its chakra. Gaara said, is that so? Then this time, you don't need to isolate it. Ninjutsu, false sleep technique. Gaara formed hand seals, and a massive amount of chakra erupted from his body. Shikamaru and Kankuro's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately turned to run, not daring to linger for even a moment. As they ran, they cursed in their hearts. Gaara has really gone mad. Daring to release Shikaku here. It's over. This mission is completely finished. Whether they could return to Sunagakure intact was already a question. After completing the hand seals, Gaara immediately tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes again. However, this time his eyes had completely transformed into beast-like pupils. I'm finally out. I'm going to kill all of you. Gaara's gourd turned to sand and enveloped his body. Soon, the sand increased, and his form grew larger. Finally, it burst through the entire tall tower, and a giant raccoon, several dozen meters tall, appeared in the center of the death forest. Incien stared blankly, his eyes vacant as he looked at Shikaku in front of him. He muttered in disbelief, how is this possible? How about it? Are you so intimidated by my presence that you can't speak? I'll send you on your way now. Air bullet. 3 massive wind bullets flew toward Incien with such speed that he couldn't evade them. The first wind ball struck the barrier around Incien. The barrier instantly developed several cracks, but barely managed to block the wind bullet. Then the second wind bullet came flying toward him, and Incien exerted all his strength on the barrier. Even so, the barrier was still shattered by the wind bullet. The third wind bullet came rushing in, and Incien had already lost all his strength, unable to do anything but take the hit head-on. Boom! The wind bullet exploded the moment it hit Incien. A cloud of blood mist burst into the air, and pieces of his body splattered everywhere. Shikaka laughed maniacally. Damn little brat. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Ah! Shikaku's maniacal laughter spread throughout Konoha, and countless Konohan ninja rushed toward the death forest. In this great battle, Konoha suffered a significant loss of ninjas. The damage caused by Shikaku was second only to the Nine-Tails attack 13 years ago. Later generations referred to this battle as the Shikaku Incident. What few people know is that the cause of the Shikaku Incident was actually a mere prank by a CH Nin. Xinyan nodded in satisfaction. The plot of this illusionary world is very interesting. I can imagine the Calabash brothers must be having a great time. I can see Gaara standing there with a dazed expression, his body tense. At this moment, Shinhiko has his right hand resting on Gaara's head, perfecting the setting for Gaara's journey in this illusionary world. Beside them, Kankuro looks panicked, trembling all over as he asks, what have you done to Gaara? Why is he standing still? Shinhiko almost blurts out that standing still is like a turtle, but fortunately he has strong composure and holds back. Isn't it obvious? This Calabash brother is trapped in an illusion. Kankuro exclaims, this is impossible. You didn't make any moves or use any medium. How could you activate an illusion silently? Kankuro's worldview is about to be overturned. Just a moment ago, Gaara had formed hand seals, intending to use the demonic illusion, false sleep technique. Unexpectedly, after completing the hand seals, he just stood there in a daze. No matter how much he shouted or even tried to inject chakra into the opponent, it was futile. Most importantly, Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Shouldn't the consciousness of a Jinchuriki fall into a deep sleep cause the tailed beast to go berserk? But now, Gaara's breathing is steady, showing no signs of going berserk at all. Kankuro has a terrifying suspicion. The Shikaku inside Gaara is also being controlled by the illusion. This gets sent chills down his spine. Because controlling both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast at the same time is something that has only been heard of one person achieving in the history of ninjas. That is the shinobi world as Asura, Uchihamadara. Could it be that this guy, who is only a few years older than him, is a powerhouse of the same level as the Asura of the ninja world? He couldn't bear to imagine it, nor could he dare to look directly at Nobuhiko Araki. At that moment, in his eyes, Araki Nobuhiko was a being even more terrifying than Gaara. At this moment, Shinya suddenly lifted Gaara onto his shoulder. This action startled Shoju, and she immediately shouted, "Put Gaara down. Where are you taking him?" Nobuhiko yawned and replied, "Of course, I'm going to punish him. This guy attacked me for no reason. Does he really think I have no temper?" Temari was very scared. The guy in front of her was a terrifying presence capable of instantly subduing Gaara. But her concern for her brother outweighed her fear. She mustered her courage and ran forward, blocking Shinya's path, and asked, "What do you want? Come at me. Leave my brother alone." Shinya looked Temari up and down, making her feel uncomfortable. But she was willing to risk it for her brother. Gritting her teeth and trying to suppress her discomfort, she stood tall and said, "Use me to exchange for my brother. How about it?" Shinya replied, "Take back that 2 pounds of meat. I'm not interested in little girls." Temari's forehead throbbed with veins. Soon, 5 days passed quietly. When the hour hand in the tower struck noon, Akane Mitsushi announced loudly to the 7 teams that had reached the central tower, "Time's up. I declare the second round of the CHNIN exam is over. The 7 teams that pass the test can proceed to the 3rd round." As soon as she finished speaking, all 21 participants let out a sigh of relief. The troublesome exam has finally come to an end, and I hope the upcoming 3rd exam will be a bit easier. At that moment, Gaara, who was standing at the front of the Sand Shadow team, suddenly turned his head. With a cold expression, he glared at the examiner, Shinhiko. At that moment, he unusually pulled up his forehead protector, while Temari and Kankuro, who were standing behind him, looked on. Every time I see Gaara's forehead protector, I can't help but want to laugh. It seemed that Gaara sensed the amusement of Temari and Kankuro as he turned his head with a face full of anger. The instant he made eye contact with Gaara, Temari and Kankuro quickly covered their mouths, not daring to laugh out loud. However, the two couldn't help but complain in their hearts. It seems those few words haven't been washed away yet. Seeing that the two had fallen silent, Gaara continued to glare fiercely at Shinhiko. Unfortunately, he wasn't from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to activate the Mangeki Sharingan. Shinhiko, however, paid no attention to Gaara's murderous gaze. At that moment, he was looking down at a picture on his phone. The person in the picture was Gaara, and the prominent character for love on his forehead now had a few additional words beside it. When read together, those words spelled out, "I love oil." Chapter 9. The Shining Person Cannot Hide. The declaration of Mitarashi Anko marked the end of the 2nd exam of the CHNIN exams. Shinhiko and the other examiners escorted all the surviving candidates who did not pass the assessment in the Forest of Death to the Konoha Hospital. Afterward, everyone went to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked troubled, likely pondering the matter of Orochimaru. After signing his name on the task reports, he dismissed everyone. After collecting their rewards from the finance department, everyone returned to their respective homes. After that, Shinhiko returned to his life of lying on the bed doing nothing. Sometimes he thought about whether he should do something in the ninja world, but causing trouble is so exhausting. Establishing an organization means everyone would come to him for everything, and he was too lazy to establish a new order after overthrowing the daimyo. After thinking it over, it's better to just be a slacker. Every day, he could just lie on the bed and meditate to cultivate his mental strength. This is much easier than being the leader of any organization or an emperor. Just as he lay there like a salted fish. No, a dead fish. While Yukihiko was lying there like a dead fish, someone knocked on his door. Yukihiko dragged his tired body and with great difficulty placed his right hand on the doorknob. With all his strength, he opened the door and weakly asked, "Who is it?" As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a long-haired boy in white with snow-white pupils. Behind the boy stood a girl with a cute bun hairstyle. Yukihiko recognized them at a glance. Isn't this the most regrettable CP pairing in Naruto? Hyuganiji and Tenten? Outside, Hyuganiji looked at Araki Nabahiko's lazy demeanor with some disdain. Was he a bit out of his mind to ask this guy for help? However, he still took a deep breath and said, "Araki Nabahiko, I have something I need your help with. Can I come in to discuss it?" Nabahiko was somewhat curious about what this guy wanted from him, but he didn't refuse and simply stepped aside, saying, "Come in." Although Niji looked down on Nabahiko's personality, he politely leaned forward slightly and bowed. Tenten, behind him, chuckled and also bowed before entering the Araki house. As soon as they stepped inside, they were shocked by the scene before them. Snack bags and drink bottles were scattered everywhere, and the blankets on the bed were messily piled in the corner, with dim lighting that made it look like a slum. Ten's mouth twitched. Is this really the strong person Niji mentioned hidden in Konoha? This strong person is already in the late stage of laziness. Xinyan felt a bit embarrassed. His seniority was somewhat disgraceful. However, the awkwardness of adults comes quickly and goes quickly. He casually kicked his feet on the ground, pushing aside the plastic food bags and empty drink bottles. Clearing clean path. Everyone, don't be shy. Feel free to sit. Tion really wanted to stab this useless uncle in the head with a wind magic shuriken. Tell me, where can we sit? Ningji said with a stern face. No need. I came to find you this time to ask for your help in training. Xinyan frowned, thinking, as expected, An excellent person, no matter how deeply they hide, cannot completely conceal the brilliance they emit. And Hinata Ningji is clearly someone attracted by his own brilliance. However, he is a carefree hermit, unwilling to deal with these worldly matters. Sorry, young man. I don't have the ability to help you train. You should find someone else. Seeing Xinyan's rejection, Ningji didn't say much more. He is also someone who values face and wouldn't cling to others persistently. At that moment, Tian interjected. What a pity. I had prepared 1 million Rio as your monthly compensation, and it seems it was all for nothing. Upon hearing 1 million Rio, Xinyan's lazy demeanor changed instantly. He became tense and serious. Ningji, I see that you have exceptional talent. You are a rare genius in martial arts. Train with me. I can definitely make you one of the strongest in the ninja world. Ningji frowned and interrupted. Martial arts? Aren't you an illusion ninja? The reason Ningji came to find Xinyan was to hone his Byakugan's visual prowess through Xinyan's illusions. Ever since he was caught in Xinyan's illusion last time, he noticed a slight increase in his Byakugan's ability. This surprised Ningji greatly. It is very difficult to enhance the Byakugan and Sharingan, which are bloodline limits. The Sharingan at least has some traceable methods. The pain of losing a loved one can trigger its awakening and upgrade. However, the Byakugan purely relies on talent and lineage, and so far, there has been no way to enhance its ocular power. Because of this, Ningji had to put aside his pride and seek out Araki Nabahiko. Enhancing the bloodline limit is extremely important for bloodline ninjas. He didn't even dare to spread this matter. If the main family found out, his plan to enhance the Byakugan's ocular power would be ruined. The main family would never allow this opportunity to go to branch family members. Therefore, he and T even told Tenten about the fact that Nabahiko's Jinjutsu could enhance the Byakugan. When he saw Ningji doubting him, Nabahiko stood with his hands behind his back, kicking a plastic bottle on the ground as he walked towards the window. Upon reaching the window, he pulled up the curtain and looked up at the clear sky at a 45-degree angle, speaking in a weary and emotional tone. Ningji, you are really too naive. Jinjutsu is just one of many inconspicuous methods I possess. I have many more abilities, you just don't know about them. Ningji and Tenten both wore expressions of disdain. This guy should clean up the house before boasting. Okay? Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Shinhiko turned around to Ningji and said, How about this? I'll let you see my strength. We'll meet at the village entrance tomorrow, and I'll take you out to see the world. By then, you'll know whether what I said is true or false. Ningji said expressionlessly, Sure, but after that, you have to help me train using your illusion techniques. The two reached an agreement, and then Ningji and Tenten jumped out of the window directly. The room, comparable to a garbage dump, made them not want to stay even for a second longer. Looking at the backs of Ningji and Tenten, Xinyan tugged at the stubble he hadn't had time to shave off. Hinata Ningji, Tenten, don't worry. In this life, I will definitely make you lovers become a couple. The next day, Ningji and Tenten arrived early at the entrance of Konoha. They estimated that this time out of the village for training would be quite tough, so they packed various outdoor survival supplies just in case. As they waited, their impatience grew. Could Araki Nabahiko be sleeping in and oversleeping at home? Just then, Nabahiko came over, yawning and rubbing his eyes. His hair was messy, and his eyes were dull, looking as if he had overindulged. Ningji raised an eyebrow. How did such a guy become a chunin? Did he just coast on his qualifications? Chapter 10. Starting training, the three of them left Konoha and walked south. Eventually, they left the borders of a land of fire and arrived at a remote island. Ningji complained, What are you bringing us here for? Is it just to show us the world? Nabahiko replied, Yes. This place is rarely visited, so we want to be disturbed while training. Tenten grumbled, Can't we find a random mountain in the land of fire to train? Why do we have to come to such a remote place? Tenten felt like she had been tricked. She didn't need to participate in the Chunin exams, so why should she suffer this? Nabahiko looked seriously at Ningji and Tenten. The previous laziness completely gone. What I'm going to teach you next is very important. It's a training method that goes straight to the essence of ninjutsu. The reason I brought you here is to avoid drawing attention with the noise of training. Nabahiko answered earnestly, but it did not earn the trust of Ningji and Tenten. Instead, their gazes at Nabahiko turned even more disdainful. This guy really talks nonsense. Directly reaching the essence of ninjutsu training? Even a third Hokage, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu and holds the title of the strongest Hokage, wouldn't dare to say he has mastered the essence of ninjutsu. This sloppy Chunin Larry actually claims to have mastered the essence of ninjutsu. It's simply shameless boasting. Even Tenten, who usually has a good temper, couldn't help but be a bit exasperated. She put her hands on her hips and pouted, saying, "What evidence do you have to prove that you've mastered the essence of ninjutsu? Why don't you show us?" Sun Yan chuckled and said, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, his body floated up like a light cloud and soared into the air. Seeing Sun Yan take to the skies, Niji and Tintin widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw clearly that Sun Yan wasn't using a flying summoning beast or any ninja tools. He was flying purely on his own, a type of ninjutsu that is very rare in the ninja world. Although the two were surprised, they quickly calmed down. Every ninja has their own unique skills. Flying alone was still far from what Sun Yan claimed to be the essence of ninjutsu. Niji shouted at Sun Yan, "Is this what you call the essence of ninjutsu? It's just flying. Do you think you can fool me with that? Hurry up and come down. Use your jinjutsu to help me train." Niji was no longer interested in arguing with Sun Yan. He just wanted to quickly enhance his ocular power through Sun Yan's jinjutsu and pass the Chunin exam. Seeing Niji so anxious, Sun Yan stopped teasing. He directly extended his right hand, and endless chakra gathered continuously in his palm. Eventually, a pitch-black chakra orb flew out from his hand and floated behind him. The two below had no idea what Sun Yan was doing. However, they felt a deep sense of dread towards the black sphere that flew out of Sun Yan's palm. It was a kind of instinctive fear, similar to how ordinary ninjas feel when facing tailed beasts. There are many summoning beasts in the ninja world that are not much smaller than tailed beasts. But ninjas do not feel fear when facing them, because even though they are large, their chakra is not fundamentally different from that of ordinary ninjas. Tailed beasts, however, are different. The chakra of tailed beasts is fundamentally different from that of ordinary ninjas. Naruto, who possesses the power of the nine-tailed beast with 4 tails, certainly has a chakra quantity that cannot be less than that of Senju Hashirama. But Naruto can coat his chakra around his body like armor, while Senju Hashirama cannot do that. This discusses the difference between the quantity and quality of chakra. However, when it comes to quality, a single Dao gem is enough to crush the 9 tails. Shinhiko did not stop. One Dao gem after another flew out from his palm, stopping only when the 9th one was released. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, and he was shocked to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. The black spheres behind Shinhiko each contained an unimaginable amount of chakra. Such immense chakra was effortlessly tossed around by Shinhiko like a pet. He swallowed hard and asked tremulously, "Is this what you call the essence of chakra? It's truly astonishing." Shinhiko chuckled and said, "You're surprised? The real show is just beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, all the Dao gems behind him flew in front of him. 9 pitch-black Dao gems slowly merged, ultimately forming a black energy sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. The expanding Dao gem. Shinhiko hurled the expanding Dao gem towards a lifeless deserted island in the distance. The expanding Dao gem cut through the sky like a blade that slices through the heavens. Niji and Tintin stared blankly as the black sphere landed on the deserted island. Immediately, the black sphere grew larger in an instant, devouring everything nearby like a black hole. The entire island, along with the surrounding seawater, was obliterated, as if someone had erased it from existence with an eraser. There was no explosion, no thick smoke rising, only endless darkness. After a long while, the Dao gem burst like a balloon, eventually dissipating into the air. Niji and Tintin finally relaxed their tense hearts. They were genuinely worried that this black sphere would endlessly consume everything. In fact, their concerns were not unfounded. The expanding Dao gem was a world-destroying technique that could directly obliterate the ninja world. If Shinhiko had not dispelled the expanding Dao gem just now, it would have continued to expand infinitely, ultimately destroying the ninja world. Shinhiko slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of Niji and Tintin. At this moment, the two no longer had the casual demeanor they had before. After witnessing Shinhiko's powerful strength, they felt fortunate to be able to follow him in training. With his hands behind his back, like a master outdoors, Shinhiko said to the two, "Did you see that? This is the essence of chakra. Chakra is a force of destruction and creation. It can annihilate everything in the world, and it can create anything you wish to create." After saying this, Shinhiko raised a hand, and a 4-story villa suddenly rose from the ground on the deserted island. Niji and Tintin were already somewhat numb. Shinhiko smiled and said, "From today onwards, I will conduct an intensive training for you for a month. For this month, I will wholeheartedly share my understanding of chakra with you. As for how much you can learn, that will be up to you." Niji and Tintin became serious in an instant. They had already understood the importance of this training. The scruffy Chunin in front of them was a master whose strength surpassed that of the Hokage. Training under such a person would surely lead to rapid improvement in their abilities. Niji, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly said, "Araki-senpai, let's start training." Niji didn't even realize that he had unconsciously used honorifics when addressing Shinhiko. Shinhiko smiled and said, "No need to rush. Let's eat first, and then I will explain my training methods to you." Chapter 11. Not wanting to become a monster after lunch, Niji and Tintin sat upright in their chairs. Shinhiko began to explain the training methods he had invented. In his past life, Shinhiko had seen and experienced a lot, having watched countless movies, TV shows, novels, and anime. However, regardless of any training system, they all boiled down to the same principles. Shinhiko summarized 3 training paths: spirit, body, and energy. For example, martial artists focus on the body, honing their physical form into the strongest weapon in the world, integrating offense and defense. Wizards tend to lean towards energy, relying primarily on magical power, even though they do involve aspects of the spirit. Even the most mysterious, Cthulhu-like entities can be categorized under the spirit path, as these indescribable beings merely interfere with others' minds, making it impossible to perceive their true forms. No matter which path one follows to the extreme, there will be unfathomable powers. There is no hierarchy among the training paths. The only distinction is between the strength of the practitioners. For instance, Shinhiko himself is a strong practitioner of the spirit path. For some unknown reason, after crossing into this world, his mental power became extraordinarily high. Whenever he wishes, he can use his mental strength to instantly erase everyone and everything in the ninja world. His apparent laziness stems from a fear of losing control of his emotions and causing unnecessary casualties. While outsiders see him as simply lazy, he believes he is doing it for the peace of the ninja world. Indeed, he has even moved himself. In summary, anyone who wishes to become stronger can choose any of the 3 paths. Of course, pursuing a balanced system is also an option. In fact, to master one path to its fullest, one must also practice aspects of the other 2 paths to some extent. For example, a powerful practitioner of mental strength who neglects body and energy training may eventually become a creature like those in the Cthulhu mythos. Shinhiko even suspects that those monsters in the Cthulhu myths were once humans who became obsessed with training their mental strength. Their mental power became so overwhelming that their bodies could not contain it, transforming them into monstrous beings. Thus, Shinhiko is also working on strengthening his body and chakra to avoid one day becoming a twisted entity, neither human nor ghost. When Shinhiko laid out these 3 training paths before Niji and Tintin, they both fell into deep thought. After a long while, Niji responded, "I've decided. I want to train in the body path." Shinhiko was surprised. Niji was from the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan bloodline limit. Logically, he should be following the spirit path. Noticing Shinhiko's confusion, Niji explained, "My fighting style leans towards taijutsu. I'm not accustomed to spirit-based combat. I prefer to defeat my enemies using physical techniques." Shinhiko nodded and then turned his gaze to Tintin. At this moment, Tian had also made up her mind. She said firmly to Xinyan, "Senior Xinyan, I have decided to follow the path of energy." Xinyan almost twisted his waist in surprise. These two were definitely not taking the conventional route. Originally, he had envisioned Niji taking the path of mental cultivation while Tian focused on physical training. Niji would cultivate his spiritual power to awaken the Byakugan, and Tian would train her body to become a muscular woman. However, neither of them followed his plan. Xinyan sighed and said, "Do as you please. Young people have many ideas. It seems I can't keep up with your pace." After that, Xinyan specifically wrote a set of cultivation techniques for the 2 of them. Niji's cultivation technique was called the Chakra Refinement Method. This is a special cultivation technique for refining the physical strength using chakra. The enhancement of the body will also increase the quantity of chakra, creating a positive feedback loop that continuously strengthens both. However, this only enhances the amount of chakra, not its quality. Therefore, essentially, Niji still belongs to the cultivation of the physical body, and the enhancement of chakra is merely a byproduct. The cultivation method designed for Tian is called the Qi-Si cultivation method. This technique can open up a sea of energy within the body, used to store natural energy for one's own purposes. Once this system is formed, the user will no longer be limited by energy. For example, an ordinary ninja is like a basin of water. Chakra is like the water in the basin. Use some, and there's less. After the battle, they can restore chakra by pouring more water into the basin. This method of cultivating the sea of Qi is equivalent to placing the basin in a river. When chakra is lacking, the sea of chi directly draws nearby natural energy to replenish itself. The ninjutsu performed using natural energy will, after being used, transform back into pure natural energy and disperse into the air. The two can form a perpetual motion machine, as long as the basin is there. Water can be poured infinitely. In this way, every day, he could potentially exhaust all the chakra in his body with a single ninjutsu and then quickly recover. He could transform into the ultimate throwing monster, endlessly casting skills. As long as his main body remained uninjured, he could create a perpetual motion machine, exhausting any enemy. Just as the three were nervously training on a nameless, deserted island, an unexpected guest arrived at the Konoha route base. Wrapped in bandages, holding a cane, and dressed in a kimono, Shimura Danzo said to the man approaching him, "Orochimaru, you really have the guts to return to Konoha?" Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile. "Elder Danzo, how can you say that? My inability to return to Konoha is all thanks to you. My human experiments were all approved by you back then." Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the ground and coldly said, "Orochimaru, don't slander me. All the human experiments were your own idea. They have nothing to do with me." Orochimaru replied, "Hee. Elder Danzo, don't play these little tricks. If we investigate carefully, no one is clean." Danzo didn't want to continue this topic. He stared at Orochimaru expressionlessly and asked, "Now tell me your purpose. Don't tell me you came to Root just to reminisce about past colleagues." Orochimaru smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. "I came here to seek Elder Danzo's help. In the upcoming Chunin exams, I plan to assassinate my teacher, the third Hokage. However, there are some complications and uncontrollable factors, and I would like to ask Elder Danzo to help me resolve them." Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura spread through the air like a thick fog. He glared at Orochimaru, his tone icy. "You dare to speak of wanting to assassinate the Hokage in front of me, an elder of Konoha? Orochimaru, you really have some guts." As soon as he finished speaking, Root ninjas wearing ghost-faced masks suddenly leaped out around them. They were Danzo's personal guard, equivalent to the Hokage's shadow guards, providing 24-hour protection for the supreme Danzo's safety. They sensed the killing intent emanating from Danzo and decisively attacked Orochimaru. They didn't care whether the opponent was one of the legendary three ninjas. Anyone Danzo wanted dead had to die. Chapter 12. We are just evenly matched. The Root ninjas quickly formed hand seals, and an earth dragon was generated from beneath their feet, lunging at Orochimaru. Orochimaru lightly jumped, and the earth dragon technique missed. But just as Orochimaru was feeling pleased, he suddenly found himself unable to move. He glanced at the shadow of the earth dragon, which had connected with his own shadow. The Root ninja using the earth dragon technique was a member of the Nara clan. The Nara clan's shadow, secret technique, hid within the shadow of the earth dragon. When Orochimaru jumped into the air to evade, the shadow of the earth dragon took the opportunity to control him. Seeing Orochimaru trapped, the other three Root ninjas quickly moved in beside him. Thud, three gleaming blades pierced into Orochimaru's body. However, the anticipated scene of Orochimaru collapsing in pain did not occur. Instead, Orochimaru gave a strange smile, and then his skin was torn apart like paper. Three snakes suddenly burst out from the torn skin, biting fiercely into the shoulders of the three Root ninjas. The three Root ninjas who were bitten fell to the ground in an instant, and the Nara clan member looked on in horror. Is this the three shinobi? The gap in strength between the two sides is surprisingly huge. He didn't even notice when the opponent used the substitution technique. Just as he was trying to find the whereabouts of Orochimaru's real body, the world suddenly spun around him. He felt a heaviness in his head and then fell down. Orochimaru stepped out from behind this member of the Nara clan and coldly smiled at Shimura Danzo, saying, "As expected of you, Shimura Danzo, always resorting to such petty tricks. Do you really think these small fries pose a threat to me?" The commotion here attracted the attention of the Root ninjas, and a large number of them rushed over. The atmosphere became tense, with the Root ninjas poised to take down Orochimaru. At that moment, Shimura Danzo waved his hand to the Root ninjas and said, "You all step back. This is not your concern." "But Lord Danzo, Orochimaru is extremely dangerous," they protested. "It's fine, retreat, and take these useless ones with you for treatment." The Root ninjas were very worried that Orochimaru would take action against Shimura Danzo. However, since Lord Danzo had given the order, they had no choice but to comply. The Root ninjas quickly left with their four unconscious companions, leaving only Danzo and Orochimaru at the scene. Danzo snorted coldly, Orochimaru, you are becoming more and more reckless. Orochimaru replied, let us not dwell on these trivial matters. What does Elder Danzo think of my proposal? After a moment of contemplation, Danzo was indeed very interested in Orochimaru's assassination plan. The current Konoha had long since decayed. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer possessed the prowess of his earlier days. When Sarutobi wanted to regain power, he had organized an assassination attempt against himself, but it ultimately failed due to Kakashi's leak. Now, the executor of the assassination plan had become Orochimaru, and the success rate could be said to be nearly 100%. Over the years, the person who has been hoping for Sarutobi Hiruzen's death is not just myself. Perhaps even that traitor Kakashi now regrets not killing Hiruzen back then. However, he still has some doubts in his heart, so he asked, if you want to assassinate Hiruzen, can't you just do it directly? How do you expect me to help you? Do you want me to step in and assist you? Don't dream too big, Orochimaru. Just the fact that I won't interfere is already a favor considering our years of cooperation. Don't push your luck. Orochimaru replied, I'm not asking you to help me kill the teacher Sarutobi, but rather to help me stop someone. A Konoha Chunin named Araki Nabahiko. Upon mentioning Nabahiko, Orochimaru's expression turned grim. That day, after his Jinjutsu automatically released, he hurried to find Kabuto to inquire about Nabahiko's whereabouts. However, upon seeing Kabuto, the latter's expression was very unnatural. After repeatedly pressing for answers, Kabuto took out a mirror. At this moment, Orochimaru realized that there was actually a turtle drawn on his face. From that day on, Orochimaru was determined to take revenge on that guy named Araki Nobuyuki. Danzo's expression was strange as he said, Orochimaru, are you messing with me? A mere Chunin is worth my root's effort? Orochimaru replied sternly, Elder Danzo, your intelligence work is lacking. That Araki Nobuyuki is definitely an illusion ninja with shadow-level strength. Underestimating him will lead to great losses. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo's expression became serious. Shadow-level illusion ninjas are definitely a rare resource in the ninja world. Even he, as an elder of Konoha, had only seen one shadow-level illusion ninja in all these years, and that was Shursui. As for Itachi, when he left the village, his illusion techniques were definitely not as strong as Shursui's. Danzo didn't know what Itachi was like now. He asked Orochimaru seriously, is what you said true? Of course. The guy named Araki Nobuyuki fought me to a standstill. His strength has long surpassed that of a Jounin and has entered the ranks of shadows. Orochimaru didn't dare to mention that he was killed by Nobuyuki. He also cared about his face. Shimura Danzo didn't notice the unnatural expression on Orochimaru's face. He was contemplating whether this guy, named Araki Nobuyuki, was worth using the Kodoama Tsukumi on. If Orochimaru's plan succeeded, then, after Hiruzen's death, a fifth Hokage would have to be chosen. The most likely candidates for the fifth Hokage were Jiraiya, Tsunade, and himself. With the help of Araki Nobuyuki and his own root forces, he would definitely be able to crush the other two Sannin. At that time, the position of Hokage would be his for the taking. Even if he failed to compete for the Hokage position, he could send Araki Nobuyuki to assassinate the new Hokage again. With this in mind, Danzo immediately replied, I agree to your request, but I have one condition. Orochimaru furrowed his brows and asked, what condition? You need to create an arm for me that can perfectly use wood release. Danzo pointed to his right arm as he spoke. Orochimaru thought for a moment and finally replied, deal. A sneeze suddenly interrupted far away, and Nobuyuki sneezed from thousands of miles away. Who is it? Who's cursing me? Nobuyuki grumbled as he jumped out of bed and wobbled to the dining table on the first floor of the villa. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Niji and Tintin looked at Nobuyuki in shock. What's going on? Has this guy really changed his ways? After spending the last few days together, the little respect they had for Xinyan has completely disappeared. Xinyan's laziness has truly upended Ningji and Tiantian's worldview. Once, they had prepared a meal and were just waiting for Xinyan to come downstairs to eat. To their surprise, this guy was too lazy to even come down. He just lay in bed and waved his hand, and the food flew right into his mouth. After eating, he continued to lie in bed and sleep, never even opening his eyes during the whole process. Today, this guy actually came downstairs to eat, which really opened Ningji and Tiantian's eyes. Chapter 13. Fate cannot be changed. But I am lucky. After lunch, the group went to the beach by the shore. Xinyan said to the two of them, how's your training going? Show me the results of your training. Ningji and Tiantian exchanged glances, and then Ningji shot towards Xinyan like lightning. During this period, he has been honing his physique and trying to attach chakra to his body surface for combat, like a jinchuriki. As a result, Niji's taijutsu now combines skill with explosive power. As Niji approaches Shihiko, his hands move gracefully, executing the 8 trigrams 64 palms toward Shihiko like flowing water. With this level of attack, Xinyan could easily defend himself by activating his mental barrier. However, he did not do so. Instead, he relied on his physical strength to evade. This training session was not only a test of Niji's strength, but also a chance for Shihiko to understand his own shortcomings in physical techniques. In terms of physical fitness alone, Shihiko was now not much weaker than the 4th Reikage. However, in terms of technique, he only knew the Wangba fist from Xing Yiquan. Therefore, he wanted to learn some physical techniques through sparring with Niji. The sparring lasted a full 2 hours, leaving Shihiko's arms numb and his vision blurred. Niji's physical skills were indeed formidable. With his enhanced physical fitness, his chakra levels had also increased significantly. Each punch was not only fierce like a steel fist, but could also cause internal damage like a soft fist. He could perform the 8 trigrams 64 palms up close and the 8 trigrams empty palm for long-range attacks. He could be considered an all-around ninja. If it weren't for his strong physical fitness, he would definitely have been completely outclassed by Niji in their sparring. No more. No more. You guys hurry up and cook. I want to eat fish-flavored shredded pork tonight. I'll leave the cooking and ingredients in the kitchen. Just follow the steps and do it one by one. I'm tired. I'm going back upstairs to sleep. After Shihiko finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Tintin called out to him. Hey, wait, you haven't checked my training results yet. Shihiko vanished like smoke, leaving Niji and Tintin staring at each other in surprise. This guy has run away again. So lazy. I really don't know how he became so strong. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the day the Chunin exams has arrived as scheduled. The 3 of them returned to Konoha early in the morning. After sending Niji and the others to the main gate of Konoha, Xinyan reminded them, "You guys go in. The Chunin exams will start in a few hours." Niji asked in confusion, "Aren't you coming to watch my match?" Xinyan shrugged and replied, "What's there to see? You're definitely going to win." Ningxi felt a bit embarrassed by these words. Although he was very confident, he wasn't arrogant enough to ignore his opponent. At the moment of parting, Ningxi's expression became dazed, and finally, he gritted his teeth and asked Xinyan, "Xinyan, how do you view fate?" Ningxi clenched his teeth and fists tightly. He was looking forward to Xinyan's answer. Xinyan furrowed his brows and replied with a strange expression, "What else can I think? Just watch from outside, or lie at home and watch." Ningxi frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Xinyan's dismissive answer. "I'm not joking with you. Please answer me directly. How do you really view your fate?" Seeing Ningxi so serious, Xinyan also stopped his playful demeanor, and his expression became serious. He said to Ningxi in a deep voice, "Fate is unchangeable. Everyone's life is predetermined from the moment they are born. Some people do not believe in fate and struggle desperately, only to die in the process of resisting fate. Some people resist their fate and eventually succeed in turning the tables. They think they have defeated fate, but little do they know that their successful turnaround is part of their fate. Their victory was determined from the very beginning." Ningxi's expression darkened significantly, as Xinyan's answer was not what he deeply desired. However, what Xinyan said made a lot of sense. Those who successfully resisted fate did not succeed because of their rebellion. Instead, their victory was already written into their fate from the start. Was his own fate destined to be that of a caged bird? Just as he fell into self-doubt, Xinyan's fingers gently touched his forehead protector. In an instant, Ningxi felt a surge of energy entering his brow. Following that, it seemed as if he heard something shattering in his mind. The sound was so crisp and melodious. Niji guessed where the sound was coming from. He stared intently at Shihiko, as if he wanted to see the answer he was looking for in the other's eyes. But he didn't dare to ask. Didn't dare to confirm with Shihiko. He was afraid that everything was just an illusion created by Shihiko, a mere prank. It wasn't until Tintin shook his shoulder that Niji snapped back to reality. He widened his eyes and asked Shihiko, "What did you just do?" Shihiko laughed and replied, "Do I really need to explain? Of course, I used a jinjutsu to let you hear a sound. What did you think it was? Freeing you from your cage?" The two locked eyes, and after a few seconds, burst into laughter, leaving Tintin confused. She thought to herself, boy's sense of humor is truly hard to grasp. After laughing for a while, Shihiko said to Niji seriously, "A person's fate is indeed predetermined, and no one can change it. But it is precisely because of the unpredictability of fate that the future is exciting. My favorite saying is do your best and leave the rest to fate. Do your utmost in your efforts, and as for whether you can succeed in the end, who cares?" Niji smiled, a genuine smile. Watching Niji and Tintin walk through the gates of Konoha, Shinhiko turned and walked in the opposite direction of Konoha. After serving his dose of soul food, it was time for him to make his escape. A great battle was about to break out in Konoha. Returning now would only bring him trouble. He planned to hide somewhere far from Konoha and return after the collapse plan was over. At the same time, in the root base, a reconnaissance ninja reported to Danzo, "Reporting to you, Lord Danzo. The person you wanted to investigate, Araki Shinhiko, just returned to the main gate of Konoha. After escorting the Genin Hinata Niji and Ten back to Konoha, he left again." Shimura Danzo frowned and asked, "Which direction did he head?" The reconnaissance ninja pondered for a moment and said, "That direction seems to be towards Mount Jukio." After dismissing the reconnaissance ninja, Danzo fell into deep thought alone. Why would that guy leave after arriving in Konoha? Could it be that he sensed something and deliberately stayed away from the battlefield? With that thought, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane. With such powerful strength, yet so fearful of war, not thinking of contributing to Konoha, only wanting to survive. This kind of temperament is simply not worthy of his powerful strength. Such a person must be properly trained. With this in mind, Shimura Danzo touched his right eye. That was Uchiha Shirsui's Mangeki Sharingan. It possesses the strongest Genjutsu eye that can permanently change a person's will, Kodo Amitsukami. As long as he uses this eye to control Araki Nabahiko, he will be able to make him the sharpest blade of Konoha. With this blade, he will definitely be able to sit in the Hokage position. At that time, he can carry out sweeping reforms in Konoha. Then, he will wage war on other ninja villages, making them witness Konoha's strength and thus not dare to invade Konoha. Tobarama-sensei, just wait and see. I will prove to you that your choice back then was wrong. Chapter 14, Give Me a Chance. Goodbye. Yamaki Castle is located 50 miles southwest of Konoha. Due to its location in the heart of the Land of Fire, Yamaki Castle is particularly prosperous. Nabahiko aimlessly walked along the street, occasionally glancing at the nearby vendors. There are all kinds of small accessories and souvenirs here, but Nabahiko is not interested in any of them. He just wants to wait in Kamikuch until the Leaf Village's destruction plan is over. He walks into a ramen shop, orders a big bowl of chashu ramen, and starts eating. The food in this world tends to be on the bland side, so Nabahiko ordered a bowl of miso soup to supplement the salt. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a middle-aged man with blonde hair walked into the ramen shop. As soon as this person entered, he caught Xinyan's attention. The middle-aged man was dressed in a black robe and wore ninja open-toed shoes. He had no forehead protector, making it impossible to tell which village's ninja he was. After entering, the middle-aged man did not order any food, but directly sat down next to Xinyan. Xinyan sighed, thinking that whether it was good or bad, one couldn't escape from misfortune. The middle-aged man, with a blank expression, said to Xinyan, "Finish eating and come out with me." After saying this, the middle-aged man sat beside Xinyan, overseeing him as he ate. The young man was very uneasy. He gulped down a bowl of char siu ramen without savoring its flavor. He then placed the money on the table and said to the middle-aged man, "Let's go." The ramen shop owner dared not say anything or ask any questions as he watched the two leave. Just as he was about to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, a ninja in a black outfit and a ghostly mask suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the ghost-faced ninja cast an illusion spell that erased all memories related to the young man and the middle-aged man. When the ramen shop owner finally regained his senses, he stared blankly at the money in his hand. Where did this money come from? Xinyan followed the middle-aged man out of the ramen shop, turning left and right until they arrived at a deserted alley. As they reached the depths of the alley, more than a dozen ninjas wearing ghost masks jumped out from the shadows. Xinyan assessed the situation. These people should be Root ninjas. But why would Root want to deal with him? He had always kept a low profile. Why had Shimura Danzo set his sights on him? At that moment, wrapped in bandages, Shimura Danzo emerged from the deepest part of the alley and stood not far from Xinyan. "Araki Xinyan, you disgrace of Konoha." Danzo immediately placed a shameful label on Xinyan upon their first meeting. This made Nabahiko very unhappy, so he retorted, "How did I become the shame of Konoha? Old man, I know who you are. You're the Konoha Elder Shimura Danzo, right? If you don't clarify things today, I'll be in a hurry with you." Seeing that the other party recognized him, Danzo was not surprised at all. After all, which strong person in the ninja world doesn't have their own intelligence network? It was not surprising at all to learn his identity. With a gloomy expression, Danzo said, "Right now is a crucial time for Konoha. Instead of staying loyal and serving in Konoha, you secretly ran away. Your actions could easily be classified as those of a rogue ninja by me. However, considering your youth, I'll give you a chance. As long as you join my route, I can overlook your actions as a rogue ninja." After saying this, Shimura Danzo looked down at Nobuhiko, ready to use the Kodowa Mitsukami to control him. Unexpectedly, Nobuhiko chuckled and said goodbye. What? Nobuhiko's body dissipated into the air like mist, leaving no trace at the scene. At this moment, everyone realized that they had surrounded only a shadow clone created by Xinyan using illusion techniques. The Root members clenched their fists in frustration. They had actually been outsmarted by a Chunin. Shimura Danzo was even more enraged and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and search for that bastard's whereabouts." Yes, the group split up, and the sensory ninjas thoroughly searched Yamaki Castle. Before long, they discovered Xinyan outside of Shoju Castle. Xinyan was lying in a spacious open area, quietly waiting for Shimura Danzo to arrive. The flow of people inside Yamaki Castle was too large, and fighting there would surely harm innocent civilians. Therefore, Xinyan had lured Danzo and the others to this open space, preparing to settle things here. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, more than a dozen Root ninjas arrived at the open area with Danzo. Seeing Xinyan's actions, Danzo felt even more contempt. To actually be afraid of harming civilians. What weak guy, just like Hizashi. This kind of guy must be properly trained, or one day he will die from his own naivety. He immediately ordered the Root ninjas beside him. All of you, go together and buy me some time. After receiving the order, the Root ninjas rushed forward. Shimura Danzo also began to release the seals on his body. The Root ninjas knew that Shinhiko's Jinjutsu was powerful, so they prepared to suppress him with long-range ninjutsu. Wind release, fire release, lightning release. A torrent of ninjutsu came rushing towards Shinhiko as if it were free. Shinhiko calmly opened his mental barrier. Just as the barrier rose, the ninjutsu from the Root ninjas had already arrived. In an instant, thick smoke rolled in, and flames and lightning engulfed Shinhiko's figure. The overwhelming ninjutsu caused the ground to shake. The enormous noise sent countless wandering ninjas in Yamabuki Castle into a panic. Such a huge sound of battle. Could it be the outbreak of war? Which major power is it? They actually managed to strike deep into the Fire Nation. What are the Konoha ninjas doing? Some daring ones wanted to sneak closer to check the situation. However, before they could reach the scene, they were decapitated by a few Root ninjas who were responsible for covering the rear. After several overly curious troublemakers were taken down, the wandering ninjas in Shanjusheng no longer dared to meddle. The ninjutsu bombardment lasted for 5 minutes, after which the Root ninjas stopped their attack, breathing heavily. Seeing the thick smoke rising not far away, the Root ninjas did not let down their guard. According to Orochimaru's intelligence, the opponent is a shadow-level powerhouse. Which of these strong individuals lacks a means of self-preservation? As expected, when the thick smoke cleared, Nobuhiko was floating in the air. He was surrounded by a transparent, circular barrier, and his body was unscathed. The Root ninjas took out a few soldier pills from their ninja tool bags and prepared for the next round of ninjutsu attacks. At that moment, Shimura Danzo stepped forward and coldly said, "You all step back. Leave this to me." Seeing Lord Danzo release the seals on his body, the Root ninjas immediately retreated to a safe distance, ready to assist Shimura Danzo. Nobuhiko looked at Danzo's current state with a frown. The right half of Danzo's body was as pale as a corpse, and his right arm was embedded with numerous Sharingan. At the same time, Danzo's right eye had the shape of a triangular pinwheel. This must be Shursui's Kodowa Mitsukami. Chapter 15. The Kodowa Mitsukami Empire having lifted the seals, Shimura Danzo was brimming with confidence. At this moment, he possessed the ultimate powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, would release and the Mangeki Sharingan. At this time, it would not be an exaggeration for him to claim to be the strongest in the ninja world. He looked disdainfully at Nobuhiko, floating in midair, and coldly said, "Araki Nobuhiko, I will give you one more chance. Submit to me, and once I become Hokage, your strength would be more than enough to serve as an elder advisor of Konoha." Nobuhiko scratched his ear and replied, "I don't want to be an elder advisor. Can you arrange for me to retire instead?" Danzo's expression darkened, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. This guy is really hopeless, just thinking about slacking off and wasting time. Since that's the case, let's find an opportunity to control him with another deity. The will of this mud is not worth having. Thinking of this, Danzo raised his right hand, and a kunai appeared in his grip. Then his body shot out, charging towards Shinya. Shinya raised his eyebrows, to think that such a level of battle would still use kunai. Is this guy using a village network, or is the game not updated? What era is it that they're still using ninja tools? Xinyan raised his right hand, concentrating his spiritual power in his palm. A huge fly swatter then appeared in his hand. The fly swatter was about 1.8 meters long, with a square face measuring 50 centimeters on each side. The face was also embedded with iron nails the thickness of fingers, looking extremely chilling. Sun Yan waved it around and found a fly swatter quite handy. He gave a cold smile to Shimura Danzo and then swung the fly swatter, slamming Danzo into the ground. The whole process was too fast. Danzo didn't even have time to react before he was turned into a pile of meat paste. The root ninjas watching nearby wore expressions of horror. Just as they were about to step forward to check on Lord Danzo's safety, Danzo's corpse slowly disappeared. Immediately behind Sun Yan, the intact Shimura Danzo formed hand seals, and a wind release technique burst forth. Wind release. Vacuous wave. The wind blade struck directly at Sun Yan's back, instantly slicing him in half. Sun Yan let out a miserable howl, and then his corpse lay on the ground, lifeless. Danzo looked disdainfully at Sun Yan's body, wondering how such a level of strength could leave Orochimaru helpless. It seemed that Orochimaru hadn't made any progress over the years. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a root ninja nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Lord Danzo, watch out behind you." Slap! Before Danzo could react, a giant fly swatter came down from above his head, turning him into meat paste. The root ninjas stared dumbfounded at the intact Araki Sun Yan and the pile of meat paste that was once Danzo on the ground. They couldn't understand what had just happened. The two of them were like nested dolls, killed, then resurrected, only to be killed again and resurrected once more. This will go on endlessly. Yukihira picked up the fly swatter and saw it covered in chunks of Danzo's flesh, feeling a wave of nausea. He immediately used water release to clean the fly swatter, and only then did he feel a bit better. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. It was Danzo. "Your illusion techniques are indeed impressive, even capable of deceiving an old man like me who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan." Sun Yan scoffed. "With your transplanted Mangeki, you can't even unleash 30% of Uchiha Shursue's power. This eye has been installed in your eye socket. What a waste." Danzo was not angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as the opportunity he had been waiting for finally arrived. In the moment their eyes met, Danzo activated Kodoame Tsukumi. Shinisoke's gaze became dazed, and his expression turned blank. In his mental world, an elite unit armed with bolt-action rifles landed from the coastline. "Reporting, sir, we have successfully landed. Please give your orders." The commander of the troop pondered for a moment, then pointed to the distant town and said, "From this city, let the will of the Empire spread across this land." Yes. Before long, all the residents of the town were captured by this troop. The gray-haired mayor gritted his teeth and said to the troop, "You barbaric bastards. Let's go." The commander scoffed and replied, "Old man, you need to understand. We are gentlemen of the Empire, representing modern civilization, and you're just a bunch of backward barbaric wild monkeys. We have come here to assist you in your civilizational progress. You should welcome us with gratitude." The commander's words resonated with the soldiers, and the atmosphere became lively. "That's right. We are modern civilization. You are the wild monkeys. Be grateful to us, for we have brought you the spark of civilization." The townspeople gritted their teeth, and just then, sounds came from the distance. The townspeople joyfully exclaimed, "The Slaughtering Immortals sect is here. They will surely drive these bandits away." Hearing the townspeople's words, the soldiers looked down on them. They possessed the most advanced weapons and the most sophisticated civilization in the world. What nonsense was this Slaughtering Immortals sect? How could they possibly be a match for them? The commander ordered, "Everyone, stand by. Chamber the bullets and teach these barbaric monkeys a lesson." The soldiers eagerly chambered their bullets, excited to greet the incoming enemy. They could hardly wait to shoot bullets into the chests of their foes, watching them wail in pools of blood. Each time they saw an enemy armed with knives and spears fall to their gunfire, a sense of pride would swell in their hearts. This is the oppression of advanced civilization over backward civilization. At this moment, a group of young men and women dressed in ancient costumes appeared on the hillside in the distance. Upon seeing the weapons in each other's hands, the Imperial troops let out a sigh of relief, even showing expressions of disdain. These guys, let alone being regular troops, are even inferior to wild soldiers in their eyes. The small thin sword hanging at their waist probably can't even compete with the long spears in the hands of wild men. Just as they were about to launch an attack on the enemy within range, a shocking scene unfolded before them. This group of young men and women soared into the air, flying up. Then, at a speed difficult to see with the naked eye, they arrived in front of the Imperial soldiers and began a bloody massacre. "No, no, don't kill me. I'll help. Who will save me? Devils. You are all devils." In just a few minutes, this imperial troop was nearly wiped out. The townspeople were ready to warmly welcome these celestial masters. However, the celestial masters claimed they still had tasks to attend to and did not stay long. A girl asked the leading young man, Brother Lee, "Will that senior who calls himself the creator really grant us opportunities?" The other brothers also looked at Brother Lee with expectant eyes. Just as Brother Lee was about to say something, a massive energy descended upon everyone. All members of the Slaughtering Immortals sect felt their bodies heat up and eventually broke through their realms one after another. After doing all this, Sun Yan knelt on the ground, worshipping the sky as a member of the Slaughtering Immortals sect. He stroked his chin deep in thought. The Heavenly God Squad is too weak. They were taken down in just a few moves, which is really boring. Then he thought of a brilliant idea. Since Shimura Danzo wants to control him, why not just play along with him? Chapter 16. Naruto goes berserk, plan moves forward. This world is his mental space, which Sun Yan named the Shinyu, Salted Fish Continent. This is a world similar to a cultivation realm, and the time ratio between the two sides is also different. Usually, Sun Yan adjusts the time of this world to 1 year in this world for 1 day in the ninja world. When bored, he will also speed up and slow down the time in this world. This world has spread its own cultivation methods. However, because the time since their creation is still short, the strongest beings in this world have only reached the transformation stage. But whether these beings are strong or not is irrelevant to Shinhan, as none of them are stronger than him anyway. Shinhan created the Salty Fish Continent merely as a precaution against surprise attacks using illusions. Just like this time, the invasion by the god of the other world was discovered and eliminated by the natives of the Salty Fish Continent. After dealing with the matters of the Salty Fish Continent, Shinhan returned his mind to his main body. As soon as he returned, he heard the orders from Shimura Danzo. Araki Shinhan, from today onwards, you are the old man's loyal subordinate. You must faithfully carry out the old man's orders without error. After Danzo finished speaking, he stared intently at Shinhan, uncertain whether the god of the other world had taken effect. Shinhan knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Shimura Danzo, saying, "As you command, Lord Danzo." Seeing Araki Shinhan's reaction, Danzo's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Ever since Ryoma sacrificed himself during a mission, no shadow-level strong individuals had appeared in the route. Now, with Araki Shinhan's addition, the gap left by the top-tier strong in the route has been filled. As long as Orochimaru's plan is successfully implemented today, that old bastard Hiruzen will surely die. Moreover, returning now might allow them to catch Orochimaru red-handed. At that time, with Araki Shinhan and the route working together, they could capture or kill Orochimaru. His position as Hokage would be virtually guaranteed. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo felt invigorated. At that moment, he regained the feeling of being in command and full of energy from years past. All units, he might command, return to Konoha at full speed. As you command, Lord Danzo. Time rewinds 1 hour. The third public match of the Chunin exams officially begins. The exam attracted celebrities and wealthy merchants from various countries, all eager to witness the charm of the new generation of Konoha ninjas. The audience was abuzz with excitement, and the competition arena was lively as well. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki slid into the arena in a horse-riding position. The referee and several other competitors looked at Naruto with shock and disbelief. This entrance is quite peculiar. He directly went for a face break. After a quick tidying up, the referee responsible for this match, Hinata Jinjin, announced the start of the first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Once the referee declared the start, the two didn't waste any time and immediately started fighting. Uzumaki Naruto charged at Hyuga Neji like a mad dog, swinging his right fist straight towards Neji's face. Seeing Naruto's clumsy taijutsu, Neji couldn't help but smile wryly. How did this guy's brain develop? He knows he's good at taijutsu, but still chooses to engage in close combat. We're all Konoha ninjas, and Neji doesn't want to go too far. So Neji suppresses his power to only 1/10, and then throws a punch at Naruto Uzumaki. Boom! Naruto is shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the arena. The audience was left dumbfounded by this scene. Even the third Hokage in the stands had his pupils constrict. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders see the intricacies. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a master of taijutsu. Back in the day, he had once sent the Nine Tails flying with a single blow using his taijutsu, although Neji used only 10% of his strength for this punch. The unique technique of his power release caught the third Hokage's attention. This punch was both fierce and domineering like a steel fist, and also had the internal destruction of a soft fist. The combination of hardness and softness made it understandable that Naruto lost. The onlookers in the stands gasped in surprise. That long-haired guy is amazing. He knocked that blonde guy down with one punch. That damn nine-tailed fox should be beaten like this. Seeing the surrounding crowd's agitated expressions, an outsider businessman curiously asked a nearby Leaf Village villager, "That blonde-haired guy is also from your Leaf Village, right? You all seem to dislike him." The villager glanced around and then quietly said with a hand over his mouth, "I'll tell you secretly, but don't tell anyone else." Actually, he is. The commotion around them had no effect on Hyuga. At this moment, he was looking seriously at the pit created by Naruto's punch. For some reason, the dust-filled pit gave him a very bad feeling. Meanwhile, on the stand, Gaara's gloomy expression was gradually emanating a violent chakra fluctuation. Kanjiro and Temari hurriedly tried to soothe him, but it was futile. Gaara's chakra became increasingly wild, as if something had provoked him. Neji activated his Byakugan and looked into the pit, instantly furrowing his brows. Naruto was currently enveloped by an unusually powerful chakra, with a tail swaying in the wind from his lower back. However, Naruto's condition seemed a bit off. He grinned and shook his head while muttering to himself, "Damn it, get out of my head." Ultimately, his beastly nature overcame his rationality, and he charged towards Hyuga like a ferocious beast. The moment Naruto burst out of the smoke, the third Hokage's expression changed dramatically. This state is definitely not Naruto's consciousness. Naruto has already been controlled by the Nine Tails and has gone berserk. He immediately stood up and shouted at everyone, "The Chunin exam ends here. Hawk, Silver Fox, cooperate to seal the Demon Fox." Yes, just as the third Hokage and the Umbu were about to step in to subdue Naruto, the fourth Kazekage immediately pulled out a kunai and held it to Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. He and the four surrounding wind shadow guards then took Sarutobi Hiruzen and jumped to the top of the building. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, but the ninjas from the Sand-Hidden Village and the Sound Ninja Village quickly reacted. Several ninjas in the crowd jointly cast an illusion technique, putting all the ordinary people at the scene into a deep sleep. A great battle was about to break out. Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously said, "Kazekage-sama, I advise you to act rationally, or would not be good for either village." However, after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the fourth Kazekage sneered coldly. "Sarutobi-sensei, have you gotten so old that you can't even see through such small tricks?" Upon hearing this voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. At that moment, four of the Kazekage's guards removed their disguises and simultaneously used the four purple flames formation. The Kazekage tore off the disguise on his face, revealing Orochimaru's pale face. "Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei. It's you?" "Orochimaru." Neji looked up at the rooftop, where Orochimaru was battling the third Hokage. He then used his Byakugan to observe the situation in Konoha, noticing signs of battle everywhere. The entire Konoha had turned into a chaotic mess. What on earth had happened? Just then, the tailed beast transformation of Naruto Uzumaki appeared before Neji. At that moment, Naruto was like a rampaging monster, reaching out with claws to grab Neji's throat. Chapter 17. Adding some spice for Naruto. Neji quickly dodged Naruto's claws. He didn't understand what had happened to Naruto, so he didn't strike back. While Neji was entangled with Naruto, Gaara could no longer withstand the chakra of Shikaku. He let out a loud roar as countless sands spread towards his body. His size grew larger and larger until he transformed into a gigantic tanuki several dozen meters tall, collapsing the entire arena stands. "I have finally emerged. Humans, are you ready to face my wrath?" As soon as he broke free, Shikaku shouted wildly. The Konoha ninjas were frightened and panicked. This monster gave them a very bad feeling. It feels like the Nine Tails from over a decade ago. Is Konoha about to face another catastrophe? Not far away. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly. Beside him, Rock Lee patted Might Guy's shoulder and said, "Teacher Guy, you go. Don't worry about me. But Lee, your leg." If it weren't for his concern for Rock Lee's mobility, Might Guy would have already joined the battle with the other Konoha ninjas. However, Lee was injured in the previous match and was struggling to even walk. If he got caught up in the battle, it would definitely worsen his condition. Just as he was about to take Lee to the shelter, the boy who had injured Lee suddenly transformed into a monster. Now he faced a dilemma. Should he deal with a monster or protect Lee and get into safety first? Just as Guy hesitated, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "Teacher Guy, you take Lee to safety. Leave this to me and Neji." The speaker was Tenten, who was using a sound transmission technique to send her voice in a Guy's ear. Might Guy immediately shouted, "How can this be? How can I let my beloved student face such a terrifying monster?" Tenten replied helplessly Don't worry, teacher Guy. We absolutely have no problem. You could trust us. Just as Guy was about to say more, he suddenly saw a silver light coming from the distance. He looked closely, and his eyes widened in shock. Thousands of long swords were swirling in the air, their dense light obscuring the sky. Among these swords, Tintin, with her hair flowing, stood seriously on one of the swords. Looking down at Shikaku, the long swords in the sky seemed to be attracted, gathering toward Tintin's back. Finally, the thousands of swords formed a shape like a peacock spreading its tail, standing in the sky. Then Tintin swung the long swords behind her and charged toward Shikaku. Seeing a reckless human attacking, Shikaku opened its mouth wide and shot several wind balls directly at Tintin. Tintin furrowed her brows at the incoming wind balls and instantly condensed dozens of long swords into a giant sword, stabbing it straight at the wind balls. The two collided, creating a massive explosion. Several Konoha ninjas nearby were instantly blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Shikaku and Tintin paid no attention to the blown-away Konoha ninjas. They were already preparing for the next attack, starting a long-range exchange. Guy and Lee watched in astonishment. Is that really Tintin? Whether they were Konoha ninjas, Sand ninjas, or Sound Village ninjas, everyone was stunned by this spectacular scene. Who is this female ninja? Are there such strong warriors in Konoha? Even Shinyen, who is rushing towards Konoha from dozens of kilometers away, is shocked. What the hell is this? Your style has changed. In the past, you had your hair in a bun. That was the traditional style. Now it seems to still be the traditional style. It used to be martial arts style, but now it has turned into a fairy tale style. It seems like there's no problem at all. The cute girl style of the past has now transformed into a Valkyrie. Shinhiko is getting more anxious. At this rate, by the time he arrives in Konoha, the battle will probably be over. He then glanced at Shimura Danzo, thinking that this old guy is moving way too slowly. If it weren't for accommodating this old man, he could have directly teleported to Konoha. No, he needs to delay the pace of the war and create challenges for Niji and the others. Shinhiko suddenly had an idea, and the nine tails within Naruto instantly felt as if the seal was cracking open wide. In Naruto's sealing space, the nine tails looked bewildered. If you remember correctly, the opening of the seal shouldn't be this big. For so many years, he had been working hard to wear down the seal, and finally, a few months ago, he opened a small crack. However, this crack was very small, only allowing a trace of his chakra to seep out. He had originally prepared for a long-term plan, thinking it might take 10 years for him to break free. Unexpectedly, the crack suddenly enlarged on its own, which was a surprising joy. He immediately poured more of his chakra through the seal. Outside, Naruto's body underwent drastic changes. His eyes became increasingly bloodthirsty, and his expression grew more ferocious. The aura around him also rose steadily. Eventually, 4 red tails sprouted from his back. The whole person was completely enveloped in red chakra, transforming into a small 9-tailed fox. Looking at Naruto, who resembled a monster, Niji couldn't help but gasp. If the earlier Naruto had only caused him a slight headache, the current Naruto now posed a real threat. He could no longer hold back against Naruto. The upcoming battle would be a life-and-death struggle. The man and the fox flickered through the venue at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The red and blue figures continuously crossed paths, and where they met, the ground cracked and the walls collapsed. Their battle was apocalyptic. Some young J-nin, unaware of the danger, attempted to join the fight. However, as soon as they entered the venue, they were blasted away by the aftermath of the battle, their fates unknown. The more Niji fought, the more alarmed he became. What kind of monster was Naruto? His own strength had increased so much, yet he could barely hold his ground against Naruto. Naruto's power exceeded his imagination, especially that red chakra clinging to his body. This layer of chakra is very solid, and my gentle fist can't break through the opponent's defense at all. Just then, a huge red toad fell from the sky. The toad landed squarely on Naruto's head, pinning him firmly to the ground. On top of the toad stood a white-haired man wearing a red coat and wooden clogs. He was flipping his hair while flamboyantly shouting, "The Toad Sage Jiraiya has arrived. Boy, you've done well. But from here on out, leave it to me." After saying that, Jiraiya looked down at Naruto, who was still struggling desperately under the toad. "Simonado, it seems your son still has a long way to go." While thinking this, Jiraiya directly jumped down from the toad's head and slowly walked up to Naruto. Chapter 18. What is this precious item? As Jiraiya slowly approached Naruto, Niji was very alert. He had naturally heard of the name of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Therefore, he did not stop Jiraiya from getting close to Naruto, but he also did not rashly move forward. Seeing Niji's expression, Jiraiya smiled slightly. This little guy from a Hyuga clan is quite cautious. Then Jiraiya focused all his attention on Naruto. He placed his right hand on Naruto's head to check the seal inside him. Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grim. The last time he checked Naruto's seal, the cracks were not as large as they are now. It has been less than 3 days. Why did the cracks suddenly widen? Could it be because he didn't observe carefully last time when he drank too much? He racked his brain, but couldn't guess that Xin Yan, that sly one, would secretly sabotage the seal. In the end, he had no choice but to suppress his doubts, take out a talisman, and bite his finger to carve the incantation. Wrapped in the cloak of the tailed beast, Naruto seemed to sense the threat. He twisted his body with great effort and let out a low growl when he saw that the Nine Tails was trying to break free. So he urged, "Jiraiya, are you drawing too slowly? This guy is getting harder and harder to suppress. If you don't hurry, he's going to break free." The urging from Wentai distracted Jiraiya. He miswrote a stroke on the talisman, and the entire talisman was wasted. With a dark expression, he crumpled the discarded talisman into a ball and threw it on the ground. He then took out a blank talisman and started carving again. When it came to sealing techniques, Jiraiya was just second-rate. Before Minato became Hokage, he had learned some from this student. But to be honest, his talent for sealing techniques was quite poor. Minato taught him a lot, but he only learned a bit on the surface. Of course, the so-called surface was in comparison to Minato. Compared to other ninjas, his sealing techniques could be considered top-notch, and Jiraiya was quite confident in that. Even Orochimaru, who had the highest talent for ninjutsu among the 3 Sannin, couldn't possibly be better than him in sealing techniques. However, it was a bit embarrassing to say. Minato didn't learn much ninjutsu from him. Instead, he learned sealing techniques and Rasengan from Minato. His own teaching didn't compare to what he learned from his student. After some time of struggle, Jiraiya finally managed to draw a talisman that could seal Naruto. Seeing that the talisman was successfully carved, Jiraiya didn't hesitate and immediately slapped the talisman onto Naruto's forehead. The moment the talisman touched Naruto's forehead, the tailed beast chakra attached to his body receded like a tide. In the end, all of the Nine Tails chakra returned to Naruto's seal, leaving no trace behind, and Naruto fainted due to exhaustion. Upon seeing Naruto return to normal, Wentai moved aside to give Jiraiya space. Jiraiya picked Naruto up from the ground and checked his injuries. His internal organs suffered minor damage, likely caused by Niji's gentle fist. However, with Naruto's strong physical condition, he should recover in a few days. His skin was severely burned, presumably due to the tailed beast chakra. Overall, Naruto wasn't in serious trouble, but he would need to lie in bed for a few days. Just then, Niji walked forward. He slightly bowed to Jiraiya and respectfully said, "Lord Jiraiya, how is Naruto?" "He's fine. He just needs a few days of rest." Niji hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "May I ask why Naruto turned into that kind of monster? And what exactly is that rampaging raccoon over there?" Niji was filled with confusion. The vast chakra and evil nature of the tailed beast left a deep impression on him. He thought that such a powerful monster should be known by Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin. Jiraiya answered vaguely, "Who knows? Maybe it's a kind of talent." The tailed beasts were a village secret, and although Niji was powerful, he was just a genin, and such confidential matters were beyond his authority to know. Seeing that Jiraiya was unwilling to elaborate, Niji didn't press further. He opened his Byakugan again and looked towards the direction where Ten was fighting Shikaku. At that moment, Ten's condition was not good. She had several cuts on her body, and blood was seeping through her clothes, looking quite disheveled. Fortunately, these wounds were just superficial and did not hit any vital points. It was only when she faced the tailed beast directly that she felt the opponent's immense power. At first, she thought the opponent was just a slightly larger summoning beast and didn't pay much attention. But after the 2 sides engaged, she realized the opponent's strength. Shikaku's skin was very tough, making it difficult for her long sword to break through its defenses. Moreover, Shikaku's large size did not affect its speed at all. While attacking from a distance, Ten also had to be cautious of Shikaku's close-range attacks, putting her at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the other Konoha ninjas covering for her, she would have been severely injured by Shikaku's sneak attacks long ago. The Konoha ninjas also noticed that Ten was the core of their group. Aside from her attacks, the others could hardly deal effective damage to Shikaku. So everyone desperately created opportunities for Ten to attack, hoping she could defeat this monster. But how could it be that simple to defeat a tailed beast? The few effective attacks they managed to unleash had little impact on Shikaku. Just when everyone was at a loss, a green figure streaked across the sky, kicking straight at Shikaku's abdomen. Shikaku's round belly instantly sank in. Then it flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. The scene left everyone present in shock. Whose subordinate is this? How could he be so fierce? Everyone took a closer look, and it turned out that the one who delivered the kick was Might Guy, the Azure Beast of Konoha. At that moment, he was radiating a green light, clearly having used the 8 gates technique. After delivering Lee to the shelter, Might Guy rushed back to the exam venue without a moment's pause. Tintin, standing on a flying sword, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Might Guy. "Phew, Teacher Guy, you finally made it. Has Lee been sent to a safe place?" Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said, "Don't worry, Tintin. Lee is already in a very safe place. Next, let's defeat all the enemies together. Roar Youth, full power unleashed." Tintin helplessly facepalmed, thinking, Teacher Guy is really full of energy. Not far away, Shikaku struggled to get up, glaring at Might Guy and Tintin with eyes full of fury. This group of little bugs is really too annoying. He has lost his patience and decided to use his strongest move to eliminate this group of little bugs in one strike. Shikaku opened its big mouth, and an enormous amount of chakra gathered in it. Spiritual energy and physical energy continued to condense in a ratio of 2:8. Eventually, a pitch-black sphere appeared in Shikaku's mouth. Upon seeing this move, both the Leaf Village ninjas and the Sand Village ninjas broke into a cold sweat. The Sand Village ninja, Maki, shouted at Shikaku, "Stop, Gaara! Our people haven't evacuated yet. Using the tailed beast ball now will hurt many of our own." Shikaku completely ignored Maki. What does he care about Gaara? He is the strongest tailed beast, Shikaku. Chapter 19. An exam? What a load of crap. The tailed beast ball in Shikaku's mouth was ready to launch, and the ninjas below were in a panic. Both the Leaf ninjas and the Sand ninjas felt a fear that stemmed from their very souls. Such a massive amount of chakra, such a terrifying technique. Once the tailed beast ball fell, over 90 of the people here would die on the spot. It's important to note that there are not only ninjas here, but also a large number of ordinary people. Among these people are political leaders and wealthy businessmen from various countries, and even the invading Sunagakure and Otogakure do not dare to commit mass killings. At this moment, Maki feels that bringing Gaara here is a mistake. This uncontrollable weapon is utterly indiscriminate in its destruction. Under the despairing gazes of the crowd, Shikaku's dark, ink-like tailed beast ball shot out. Standing opposite Shikaku, Might Guy and Tintin gritted their teeth, ready for a mutual destruction. At that moment, a figure in white appeared before them. As they focused, they recognized it was Niji Hyuga. Upon seeing him, Guy shouted, "Niji, do you have any good ideas?" Niji smiled slightly. Then his chakra erupted like a torrent. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his chakra into his right hand, then slowly pushed it forward. 8 trigrams air palm. A transparent hand, about 5 to 6 meters tall, flew from Niji's hand, colliding head-on with Shikaku's tailed beast ball. At the moment of impact, Niji's air palm suddenly changed direction, sending the tailed beast ball soaring into the sky. Boom! The tailed beast ball and air palm produced a violent explosion, illuminating the entire Konoha and painting the sky a bloody red. Both Konoha and Sand ninjas looked up at the sky, at a loss for what to do. Even Shikaku was momentarily distracted by this sudden turn of events. The tailed beast ball is the ultimate technique of the tailed beasts. This human actually used ninjutsu to directly receive his tailed beast bomb, which left him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Might Guy and the other two did not give Shikaku a moment to breathe. Might Guy and Niji flashed to either side of Shikaku's body. Daytime Tiger. 8 trigrams air palm. Before Shikaku could react, the two launched a fierce attack on him. Shikaku was pushed back repeatedly, and even the strongest body couldn't withstand such rapid consecutive strikes. At the same time, he noticed that the little girl who had fought him earlier seemed to be brewing something. Countless long swords behind Tion were gathering in the sky. Eventually, thousands of long swords slowly melted away, transforming into a colossal sword that reached the heavens and the earth. The giant sword is at least 100 meters long, much larger than Shikaku's body. Trapped by overwhelming attacks, Shikaku instinctively felt a sense of fear. The giant sword in the sky gave him a very bad feeling. At this moment, he had already developed the intention to retreat. As long as he could escape back to the desert, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiyamadara came, he wouldn't be scared. After all, Shikaku was the only tailed beast in the original story that had never been caught by Senju Hashirama. Other tailed beasts, even the 9 tails with the most chakra, harbored a subtle fear of Hashirama and Madara. Only Shikaku had never been caught by these two. The reason he could escape from the hands of these two killers was that the desert of the Land of Wind was extremely advantageous for him. He could transform his massive body into sand and move stealthily in the desert. The two big fools, Hashirama and Madara, simply couldn't catch his true form, so they naturally couldn't seal him. Therefore, he was very confident that as long as he could escape back to the Land of Wind, he would be invincible. However, the attacks from Niji and Might Guy were too swift. Shikaku was already tightly bound and couldn't break free at all. At this moment, Tion's giant sword was also fully formed. She shouted downwards, "Niji, leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Niji and Might Guy instantly jumped away. The 100-meter-long sword in the air fell swiftly, and the wind pressure generated by the giant sword destabilized the combat strength of the ninjas below. Seeing the giant sword descending, Shikaku felt utterly despairing. No matter how he tried to resist this long sword, he couldn't budge an inch. Crack, the giant sword struck down, and Shikaku's body was split in two. The moment the giant sword hit the ground, the entire Konoha felt the tremor beneath. Shikaku's massive body turned into countless grains of sand scattered across the ground. Among the sand, Gaara lay unconscious with his eyes tightly shut. Seeing Shikaku defeated, the morale of the Konoha ninjas soared. In contrast, the Sunagakure ninjas were like deflated balloons, looking mournful. Shikaku was their village's strongest weapon. If he could be defeated, what hope was there for this battle? Maki was also in a daze, muttering, "How is this possible? How could Shikaku be defeated?" At that moment, Maki suddenly remembered Kabuto Yakushi. The plan to invade Konoha is not just the business of the Sand Village. He immediately turned his head and spoke to a masked Mbu in the crowd. "Kabuto, hasn't Orochimaru's battle ended yet?" Kabuto removed his mask and said helplessly to Maki, "There's nothing we can do about it. Lord Orochimaru is up against the strongest Hokage. It won't be resolved so quickly." Maki asked, "So what do we do now?" Kabuto pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's gather at the location where Lord Orochimaru is fighting. Once his battle is over, we will combine our forces and break out together." Maki nodded, understanding that the situation was dire and that their next task was to preserve as many Sand Ninja lives as possible. Under their organization, the Sand Village ninjas continuously gathered towards the place where Orochimaru was battling the third Hokage. The Konoha ninjas also cautiously followed behind. Both sides were no longer eager to continue fighting. After seeing the raccoon monster defeated, Guy and his team let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely exhausted, especially Might Guy. The burden of the seventh gate of the Eight Gates formation was immense, and at this moment, he had almost lost his fighting ability. The surrounding Konoha ninjas noticed his condition and quickly gathered around him to protect him. Niji and Tintin also came to his side, and when Guy saw them, he laughed heartily. "Ha! Truly worthy of being my students. You've become so strong already. This is youth." As he spoke, he strained a muscle, causing him to wince in pain. Tintin retorted, "Teacher Guy, stop being so youthful for now and focus on recovering from your injuries." Just then, two figures suddenly appeared in the exam venue. Everyone turned to look, and the newcomers were Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. As soon as they landed, Sasuke impatiently asked, "What happened? Where's my Chunin exam opponent, that guy Gaara?" 3 black lines appeared on everyone's faces. Have these two latecomers figured out the situation? Even like this, they still want to take the Chunin exam. What the hell? Chapter 20. That day, the wind was quite noisy in the 4 Purple Flames formation. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Sarutobi Hiruzen used a forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal, at the cost of his life. This is a forbidden technique that seals the souls of enemies. At this moment, he is using this technique to firmly grasp Orochimaru's soul, intending to seal him. Naturally, Orochimaru is unwilling to be sealed like this, so he manipulates the Kusanagi sword to stab Sarutobi Hiruzen through. The two become locked in a tug-of-war. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen is defeated and unable to hold on any longer. However, before dying, he exerts all his strength to seal Orochimaru's hands. As Orochimaru curses in resentment, Hiruzen slowly closes his eyes. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, the Shurjin barrage naturally loses its meaning. The Sound 4 release the Shurjin barrage and approach Orochimaru. One of the Sound 4, Zaku, asks Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, what should we do next?" Orochimaru weakly replies, "The third Hokage has been killed. It's time to retreat." Without further ado, they lift Orochimaru and attempt to leave. Just then, one figure after another surrounds Orochimaru and the others. Upon seeing the attire of these people, Orochimaru's expression darkens. Surrounding them are members of the Root, And what does that old thief Shimura Danzo want to do? After encircling them, the Root members clear a path, and Danzo, along with Shintetsu, slowly step into the scene. Upon seeing Danzo, Orochimaru is not surprised. But when Araki Shintetsu appears, Orochimaru's expression changes drastically. This guy left a deep impression on him. In his mind, this person was a ninja who was even more restrained than Uchiha Itachi. No, more restrained than Uchiha Itachi. After seeing Orochimaru's ugly expression, Danzo sneered. He glanced at the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away, and then the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Everything was going according to his plan. Next, he just needed to capture or kill Orochimaru in front of everyone. He was sure that he would be able to obtain the position of Hokage. Shimura Danzo did not rush to act. He wanted to wait until all the Konoha ninjas had gathered before publicly defeating Orochimaru. And Orochimaru was also waiting. He was waiting for Kabuto to bring people to support him. Thus, both sides were in a strange stalemate, while the nearby Shinyan trembled all over. They are here. Finally, they have arrived. He had endured all the way, holding back his excitement. Next, he just had to wait for everyone to be present, and he could carry out his plan. At that moment, Kabuto led the Sound Village ninjas to arrive. Orochimaru and the 4 Sound ninjas immediately broke through and came to Kabuto's side. Seeing Orochimaru's condition, Kabuto asked with concern, "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right now?" Orochimaru forced himself to calm down and said, "There were some minor issues. If a battle occurs later, you will substitute for me to perform the hand signs and cast the summoning technique." Kabuto instinctively glanced at Orochimaru's hands. Then, as if he thought of something, his face was covered in cold sweat. Not long after, the Sand Village ninjas and Konoha ninjas also arrived. The local people confronted each other, and no one dared to make the first move. Upon seeing the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Konoha ninjas were all filled with rage. Their village's Hokage was killed in public. They had to show their anger, even if just for appearances. At that moment, Danzo felt his opportunity had come. He immediately stepped forward and loudly said to the crowd of Konoha, "I am Shimura Danzo, the elder advisor of Konoha Village. Just now my companion, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was killed by the traitorous ninja, Orochimaru. But everyone do not panic. Even if Hiruzen has sacrificed himself, I will continue to protect Konoha in his stead. Next, I will lead the route to eliminate the traitor Orochimaru and safeguard the peace of Konoha." After this speech, the young ninjas who were unaware of Danzo's character were stirred up with fervor. Meanwhile, those who knew about Root and Shimura Danzo looked on with disdain. Orochimaru and Kabuto scoffed at him. This show-off tactic is far inferior to Sarutobi's Flying Thunder God technique. This group of agitated guys can react every other day. This kind of seductive method is not sustainable at all. Like Sarutobi Sasuke, the best long-term strategy is to subtly influence and brainwash people without them noticing. Orochimaru no longer paid attention to Shimura Danzo's clownish behavior and focused his mind on Yoshihiko. He immediately noticed that Araki Yoshihiko seemed to be getting restless. He gave a glance to Kabuto Yakushi, who understood immediately. As soon as Yoshihiko made a move, Kabuto would instantly form hand seals and summon the snake. At that moment, Yoshihiko finally got the opportunity he was waiting for. He shifted his body and instantly appeared behind Shimura Danzo. Yoshihiko's speed was so fast that both Orochimaru and Kabuto did not react in time. Danzo vaguely sensed something was wrong and instinctively reached for the sealing device in his right hand, wanting to undo the seal. But it was too late. Yoshihiko's eyes glinted with cold light and murderous intent. He grabbed both ends of Danzo's pants with his hands and then pulled down with all his strength. At that moment, the scene fell silent. That day, the wind was particularly noisy. The gentle breeze blew, and little Danzo swayed left and right with it. Orochimaru was stunned. Kabuto was stunned. The Root ninjas were stunned. The Sand ninjas were stunned. The Sound ninjas were stunned. Most importantly, the Leaf ninjas were stunned. Shimura Danzo felt the coolness below, but instinctively couldn't believe it. He didn't even dare to look down to confirm. How could he, a prominent figure in the dark side of the ninja world, expose such a big flaw in front of everyone? Just then, Root Ninja reacted. He immediately took off his black cloak and held it in front of Lord Danzo. Then he asked with concern, "Lord Danzo, are you all right?" At this moment, Danzo finally came to his senses, turning around stiffly to face Shinichi and asked, "Why?" Shinichi scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Actually, I thought about it carefully. I still prefer living a lazy life. The Root might not suit me. So I decided not to join Root and continue being my lazy self." If Shimura Danzo still didn't understand that his Kodoame Tsukumi had no effect, then he was truly foolish. At this point, he was already furious, burning with anger, wanted to kill that bastard. He bent down to pull up his pants, and then ordered the Root Ninjas. Root Ninjas, listen up. Kill Araki Shinichi at all costs. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of the Root Ninjas. He immediately drew a kunai and lunged at Shinichi. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Orochimaru. That bastard Araki Shinichi, today I must kill you. Seeing Danzo charging at him like a mad dog, Shinichi turned and ran. While running, he looked back and said, "Isn't this unnecessary, Elder Danzo? I was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart." "What kind of joke?" Danzo retorted. "I'll give you a joke. Wind release, vacuum blade." Wind attribute chakra instantly attached to the kunai, and a long blade made of chakra appeared in Danzo's hand. "Today, if I don't chop you into meat paste, I swear I won't be human." It was only at this moment that the Root Ninjas reacted. They all took out their weapons and followed Shimura Danzo to chase after Araki Shinichi. Chapter 21. One day without killing Konoha ninjas feels uncomfortable after the Root left. The Konoha ninjas were momentarily stunned. Kakashi exchanged glances with Might Guy, feeling relieved. Thankfully, they had left their students behind. If they had seen what just happened, it would have left a huge psychological shadow. Not to mention the students. Even they were feeling a sense of dread. Kakashi secretly glanced at Might Guy's little acorn and began to compare in his mind. Just then, Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja suddenly broke through and sped away from Konoha. The Sand Ninjas also reacted, led by Maki, leaving Konoha in another direction. Konoha naturally wouldn't let these people leave easily. Kakashi and Might Guy each led 2 teams to pursue in different directions. However, they were very restrained in their pursuit, not driving the enemy to a dead end. Ultimately, they drove the Sound and Sand Ninjas out of Konoha's jurisdiction and stopped the pursuit. In this battle, many buildings in Konoha were damaged, but the loss of ninjas was not significant and was within an acceptable range. At this moment, the 2 major advisors of Konoha, Mito Gate In and TK Koha, appeared before everyone and began to direct the rescue efforts. On the other side, Shimura Danzo, who was pursuing Araki Nabahiko, was not so easy to deal with. Dozens of fierce Root Ninjas chased after Nabahiko like mad dogs, leaving him in a desperate situation. Nabahiko helplessly said, "Elder Danzo, is this enough? We are all Konoha ninjas. There is no need for this. How about we all take a step back and return to Konoha as if nothing happened?" Danzo from behind angrily responded, "You've ruined my plans, and you still have a nerve to say we are all Konoha ninjas? If I don't crush you to dust today, how can I continue to survive in Konoha?" Nabahiko felt helpless. Danzo was really something. There was no choice but to keep running. Eventually, the Root Ninjas cornered Nobuhiko at the edge of a cliff. Danzo, with a grim expression, approached Nobuhiko step by step, holding a wind blade. "Araki Nobuhiko, go die." After saying that, Danzo raised his blade to strike. Seeing Danzo's demeanor, Nobuhiko helplessly shrugged and then transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing into the air. Illusion? When? The Root Ninjas couldn't believe it. They had unknowingly fallen into a group illusion. They were seasoned ninjas, and it was incredibly difficult to cast an illusion on them silently. Not to mention that the opponent used a group illusion. Such talent in illusion was truly astonishing. At this moment, Danzo was trembling all over. He had been played, tricked for the second time. He vowed Araki Nobuhiko would be killed. Meanwhile, at an inconspicuous edge of Konoha, Nobuhiko returned to his simple wooden house. A golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as my own doghouse. This past month, I have been living outdoors, although I stayed in a large villa. It was quite uncomfortable to sleep. I still find it more pleasant to live in my small, shabby house, far away from worldly troubles. It truly is a peaceful place. Just like that, Konoha fell back into tranquility. Soon after, news came that Tsunagakure announced an unconditional surrender, claiming to be victims as well. Even the 4th Kazekage was secretly assassinated by Orochimaru, so their Konoha was on a united front. Regarding the shamelessness of Tsunagakure, Shinyen expressed his disdain. Maki was a trusted aide of the 4th Kazekage, Raza. How could he not realize that the 4th Kazekage had been replaced? If it were Orochimaru disguised as the 4th Kazekage, it would be somewhat understandable that Maki couldn't see through it. But for a period of time, it was Yakushi Kabuto impersonating the 4th Kazekage. If even Maki can't see through this, then it really is rubbing people's intelligence in the dirt. It's very likely that the higher-ups in Sand know that Rasha has been replaced, but they are all feigning ignorance. After all, the person is already dead. And if they clarify the matter now, the cooperation with Orochimaru would be ruined. It's better to just let it be. If they can bite off a piece of the juicy meat from Konoha, then Rasha wouldn't have died in vain. However, none of this has anything to do with Yoshihiko. They can do whatever they want. He has just assaulted fish and can't be bothered with anything. In the following days, Konoha was in full swing with the reconstruction work. Several times, they notified Yoshihiko to join the reconstruction team, but he refused each time. The reason was that he was sick and had a disease that would kill him if he worked too hard. If the higher-ups in Konoha would believe this reason, then they are truly brain-dead. However, they also dare not confront him directly. Through Shimura Danzo's description and Jiraiya's subtle hints from Niji and Tenten, it can be confirmed that Shinyen is a powerful Genjutsu user, comparable to a Hokage. Such a ninja should rightfully enjoy privileges. Moreover, Konoha is currently in a transitional period. If they offend Shinyen over trivial matters, it would be a significant loss. Thus, Shinyen has been living a lazy life at home, which frustrates Shimura Danzo to no end. Who is he? The shadow of the ninja world. Who can make him suffer? Yet he has stumbled twice against the Byakugan, which he cannot tolerate. Consequently, the Root organization launched a prolonged assassination campaign against Shinyen. From time to time, ninjas would rush into Shinyen's wooden house, ready to slash him with their blades. But without exception, these people were all taken down by Shinyen's Genjutsu and thrown into the nearby bushes. Eventually, Shinyen grew tired of this and set up a Genjutsu barrier. Anyone who had the tongue curse seal placed on them and entered this barrier would instantly fall victim to his Genjutsu. But would such a small difficulty make Shimura Danzo back down? Clearly not. Thus, a surreal scene unfolded. Every day, within a 50-meter radius centered around Shinyen's house, many Root ninjas would be found lying around. These people lie down from morning until evening. The day's task is only considered complete when their companions bring them back to the Root at night. To be honest, such rest is also a luxury for the Root ninjas. So, the Root ninjas responsible for assassinating Naruto Araki discussed it. Whoever has been burdened with heavy tasks recently and wants a rest would go to assassinate Naruto Araki. Then, they would openly sleep near the Araki house for a day, and the next day, they would feel refreshed to carry out other tasks. This phenomenon happened not long ago, and several neighbors next to Naruto were so frightened that they moved away. At the same time, a rumor spread throughout Konoha that Naruto was a ruthless demon who killed without blinking. Every night, he would go out and kill some Konoha ninjas, leaving them near his house. If he didn't kill a Konoha ninja in a day, he would feel unwell all over. After hearing these rumors, Shimura Danzo was overjoyed. He spread another rumor through his roots that Araki Naruto was actually an undercover agent planted by Orochimaru in Konoha. This time, the Konoha collapse plan was a collaboration between him and Orochimaru, resulting in the assassination of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After the news broke, there was widespread outrage. Some villagers affected by the Konoha collapse plan gathered at the Hokage office building, demanding the higher-ups of Konoha execute Araki Naruto and give them justice. Midogate In and T-Rin Koharu were both overwhelmed. Is Shimura Danzo out of his mind? Or did he catch a cold from the wind that day and hasn't recovered yet? He actually wants to execute Araki Naruto. How much water has entered his brain? Chapter 22, Deidara volunteered. In the end, a consensus was reached after 3 advisors argued. They decided to temporarily keep Araki Naruto's strength a secret and treat him as a hidden weapon of Konoha. During this time, they arranged for Araki Naruto to undertake some missions outside the village. By the time the missions were completed, the rumors would likely have died down. After reaching a consensus, Shimura Danzo returned to the Root base with a dark expression. Upon returning to the base, he immediately sought out the team leader responsible for intelligence. The intelligence team leader knelt on one knee and asked, "What orders do you have, Lord Danzo?" Shimura Danzo took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to the intelligence team leader, saying, "Deliver this letter to the Rain Country, Amage Cure." After the intelligence team leader left, Shimura Danzo revealed a cruel smile. "Araki Naruto, I am waiting for your death notice here in Konoha. The efficiency of Root is extremely high. It wasn't long before Danzo's letter arrived in the Rain Country. Since Danzo only instructed to deliver the letter to Amage Cure without specifying to whom, the Root intelligence personnel handed the letter to a civilian in the village and then turned to leave. They were aware of the dangers of Amage Cure, as several previous teams of Root intelligence personnel had gone missing after infiltrating the village. Thus, they did not want to provoke trouble in the Rain Country and left immediately after delivering the letter. The civilian returned to Amage Cure with a puzzled expression. And before he could do anything, a large piece of white paper suddenly flew towards him. In the civilian's terrified gaze, the white paper gradually transformed into a purple-haired woman. The civilian instantly recognized the identity of the purple-haired woman. She was their angel master from the rain-hidden village. The civilian immediately bowed down, respectfully greeting the angel master. Conan didn't waste any words and directly extended her hand, saying, "Bring me that letter." The civilian dared not refute and promptly took the letter from his bosom, respectfully placing it in Conan's hand. After receiving the letter, Conan immediately returned to the central tower of the rain-hidden village. There, she encountered the orange-haired, cold-faced Pain. Conan directly handed the letter in her hand to Pain. After Pain finished reading, Conan asked seriously, "What is going on?" Pain replied, "Danzo Shimura from Konoha wants to make a deal with the current leader of the rain-hidden village." Conan caught the key point and said, "Current leader? Has her identity been discovered?" Conan immediately thought of Itachi Uchiha. Could it be that he passed the organization's information to Konoha? At this moment, Pain interrupted her thoughts and said, "Our identities should not have been exposed. Shimura Danzo should have guessed that the Rain Village has changed its leader, but he doesn't seem very certain. That's why the letter is ambiguous and doesn't refer to me as Hanzo the Salamander or any other name, but directly calls me the current leader of the Rain Village." Hearing this, Conan let out a slight sigh of relief. The plan to collect the tailed beasts has not officially started yet. If their identities were exposed prematurely, it would have a huge impact on the plan. Pain continued, "Shimura Danzo wants us to help him eliminate a Leaf Village ninja, and for that, he has offered a reward of 200 million Ryo. Upon hearing the figure of 200 million Ryo, Conan's expression did not change at all. Over the years, she had seen more money than she could count. Even Kakuzu, who had been a ninja the longest in the Akatsuki, had not seen as much money as she had. After all, no matter how much Kakuzu could earn, he was only taking on bounty missions in the underground black market. The Akatsuki, on the other hand, monopolized wars between small countries. It could be said that the money earned from a small-scale war was more than what Kakuzu would see in his entire life. 200 million Ryo was nothing in her eyes. What she was more curious about was which Konoha ninja could make Danzo spend so much money. As if sensing Conan's confusion, Pain directly pulled out a photo from the envelope and handed it to her. The person was named Araki Nabahiko, and Danzo said he was a shadow-level Jinjutsu ninja. After taking the photo, Conan examined it closely. Nobuhiko had relatively well-defined features, but his decadent aura made Conan furrow her brows slightly. As an elder of the Akatsuki, she had seen many powerful ninjas in the ninja world. Among these people, some have ruthless and silent personalities, like Uchiha Itachi. There are unreliable and funny ones, like Deidara and Haiden. Some are calm and experienced, like Sasori and Kakuzu. There are even honest and straightforward ones, like Kisame Hashigaki. But regardless of who they are, they all share a common trait. They are full of spirit and energy. Without a strong will and firm belief, it is impossible to become a powerful individual. However, to be honest, she has never seen a strong person with such a dejected expression. Shin gives him the impression of not being a ninja, but rather a debauched second-generation rich kid. Conan wondered aloud, is this person really that powerful? Why have I never heard of him before? Pain shook his head, indicating he didn't know. However, it didn't matter. The intel stated that Araki Shin would pass through the Land of Rain, and this 200 million is money that can't be missed. He immediately used the body flicker technique to contact the members of the Akatsuki organization. As soon as everyone came online, Haiden exclaimed, "Hey, leader, are you annoying? Didn't you already assign a mission a few days ago? What is this about?" Haiden could be said to be the wildest in the Akatsuki. Others joined the organization after being beaten, eventually reaching a consensus to join. Only Haiden fought to a standstill with Kakuzu before joining the organization. He had never even seen Pain make a move, so he had no respect for Pain at all, considering him just a somewhat powerful show-off. Pain said nothing, only cast a cold glance at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, standing nearby, immediately felt the pressure. He had joined the organization after being defeated by the leader and clearly understood how strong Pain was. He turned to Haiden and scolded, "Shut up, Haiden. If you keep talking, I'll sew your mouth shut." Haiden smirked but didn't continue talking. After all, Kakuzu was also considered a half-healer in the group. If anyone lost an arm or had a limp, they would have to find him to stitch it up. Offending Kakuzu would mean getting a leg stitched onto your forehead. Let us see if you're scared. Just then, Pain clasped his hands together and formed an unmarked seal. Instantly, the members of the Akatsuki had the photo and information of Araki Shin appear in their minds. Once everyone processed the information, Pain said to them, This person is the target of this mission. He will soon arrive in the Land of Rain. Who among you is closest to the Land of Rain? Upon learning about Shin's intel, Deidara was unusually excited and volunteered. Leader, leave this guy to me. Conan was somewhat surprised. It was rare for this madman Deidara to be interested in anything other than explosions. The reason Deidara was so interested in Shin was all due to the introduction in the data. A Jinjutsu ninja with strength comparable to a Kage made Deidara think of Uchiha Itachi. He was once defeated by Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu, which became an unshakable nightmare for him. He vowed that one day he would avenge his humiliation and kill Uchiha Itachi. For this reason, he specifically trained methods to counter Jinjutsu. If he could first fight Araki Shin, another strong Jinjutsu user, before facing Uchiha Itachi, he could accumulate more combat experience. By then, his chances against Uchiha Itachi would be greater, which made Deidara extremely excited. Chapter 23. Irika, you are too naive after discussing Shin's matter. Pain directly closed the body flicker technique. Throughout, Uchiha Itachi had not said a single word. Even when faced with Deidara's provocation, he chose to ignore it. At this moment, he had only one thing on his mind: to return to Konoha, warn the higher-ups of Konoha, and check on his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Outside the Hokage building in Konoha, Irika Yumino walked out of the office building, deeply troubled. During this period, Konoha is short-handed, and even he, a ninja academy teacher who works in a clerical position, has been called in as a temporary worker. However, he has no complaints. Being able to contribute to Konoha is something Irika has always wished for. This time he was entrusted by the Mito Gate Inflammation Consultant to find Nobuhiko Araki. It seems there's a task that he wants to assign to the other party to carry out. He naturally agreed to such a small matter. He also wanted to see how his former classmate from a ninja school was doing now. Back in the ninja school, Nobuhiko Araki's grades were not very good. However, at that time, he was very diligent and a companion with an unwavering will of fire. So many years have passed, and I don't know how things are now. He followed the address on the information, taking twists and turns, and arrived at a remote corner of Konoha. This area belongs to the suburbs of Konoha, and usually very few people come here. It is said that there have been very bad rumors circulating here, claiming that Shinichi harms his fellow villagers of Konoha and is an accomplice of Orochimaru. In his eyes, this was simply nonsense. In his impression, Shinyen was someone. Thud! Irika tripped over something and fell to the ground. Ouch, who was so inconsiderate to throw things on the ground? Irika grumbled as he got up, and when he looked down, he realized he had tripped over a person. This person is dressed in a black robe and wearing a dark mask, looking like a ninja from the Umbu. In fact, Irika is short-sighted. This ninja is not from the Umbu, but rather a member of Root. Irika's expression changed, and he immediately bent down to check on the situation of the Root ninja. It looked like he had fallen under a Jinjutsu. He immediately injected chakra into the other person's body, trying to dispel the illusion. However, to his surprise, no matter how much chakra he injected, the other showed no signs of waking up. In the end, with no other options, he had to carry the Root ninja and run towards the Konoha hospital. As he ran, he shouted in his heart, "You must hold on." But unexpectedly, he had barely run 20 meters when Irika felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned in surprise and found that the Root ninja had already woken up. He quickly set the other person down and asked, "Who used Jinjutsu on you? Is Orochimaru attacking Konoha again?" The Root ninja had a sullen expression. Recently, he had been overloaded with missions and was tense. He had originally planned to relax by assassinating Araki Nobuhiko, but unexpectedly, this guy ruined his vacation. He said to Irika with a displeased face, "Stay out of it and move aside." He then pushed Irika away and walked again towards Nobuhiko's house. Irika was confused. With no choice, he had to follow behind the Root ninja, as his destination was also Nobuhiko's home. Just as he was walking with a heavy heart, he suddenly heard a thud in front of him. Irika nervously looked up and saw that the masked ninja had once again collapsed on the ground in the same spot. Irika was dumbfounded. He was stunned. What is going on? Is this a new sleeping position? Just then, a lady who had gone out to buy groceries walked by. Irika quickly called out to her and asked what was happening with this person. The lady waved her hand dismissively and said, "Don't mind them. These ninjas don't know what they're on. They just come around here to lie down and sleep. This has been going on for a long time, so there's no need to pay attention to it." After saying this, the aunt swayed her hips and walked towards the market, leaving Irika in a state of confusion. He couldn't make sense of it, truly couldn't. In the end, he gave up on thinking and headed towards Shinbiki's house. Perhaps he could gather some information there. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door, Irika stood tense in front of it. It had been so many years since he last saw his old classmate, and he felt a bit shy about the sudden encounter. He wondered how the other person had been doing all these years. He heard that the other had also become a CH Nin, but was a task-oriented ninja. Did that make him, a CH Nin teacher, seem a bit less impressive in front of the other? Before long, a grumbling voice came from inside. Who is it? It's the middle of the afternoon. Can a person get some good sleep? When Shinbiki opened the door, Irika straightened up and bowed, saying, Shinbiki-kun, it's been a long time. Looking at the ponytail guy who was bowing at a 90-degree angle, he rummaged through the original owner's memories. This guy looks somewhat familiar, as if he is a classmate from his ninja school. But after so many years, his memory has become a bit hazy. He can't even remember the other person's name. So he closed the original owner's memories and opened his own memories. In an instant, the other person's appearance overlapped with someone in his mind. Yumino Irika, the first spiritual guide of the destined protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto. What is this guy doing here? Although they were classmates, they hadn't been in touch for over 10 years. Shinyan drooped his dead fish eyes and said, Oh, it's Irika. What made you think of coming to see me? Irika replied, Actually, I'm here to inform you that the village has assigned you a task. You need to arrive at the Hokage building's mission hall within an hour to hear the details. Shinyan frowned and asked, A task assigned to me? Is it a solo mission? Irika shook his head and said, It seems you'll have to team up with others temporarily, but I don't know the specifics. Shinyan nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for coming all this way. After discussing the main matter, Irika turned to Shinyan and asked, By the way, what's up with those Umbu ninjas outside? Why are they lying there sleeping? Shinyan looked over at the root ninjas lying on the ground, not far away. They looked like dead pigs, lying motionless on the ground. Even their breathing was very weak. This is a special sleeping method of ninjas that can reduce the likelihood of being discovered by others. It's no wonder that someone reported that Nabahiko was involved in murder and body disposal. The way these root ninjas sleep is even more professional than a real corpse. He seriously explained to Irika, Irika, you are too naive. Irika asked in confusion, What does that mean? Nabahiko smiled mysteriously and said, Do you think these people are sleeping? So superficial. Irika swallowed hard and asked, Then what are these people really doing? Nabahiko's expression became increasingly mysterious, and cold sweat began to form on Irika's forehead. He felt that he was about to hear a shocking secret today. Nabahiko casually uttered 2 words, slacking off. Chapter 24. A mere Araki Nabahiko. Nabahiko swayed as he entered the Hokage building. During this time, Konoha is very busy, with a large number of ninjas leaving the village to carry out missions. The Hokage building, usually bustling with people, feels somewhat desolate today with hardly anyone around. Making his way to the mission hall, he arrived at the mission issuance area. For some reason, the person responsible for issuing missions today was none other than Konoha's advisor, Mito Gateflame. In his memory, the ninjas who usually issued missions would only be a civilian CH Nin, and someone of Mito Gate stature would not come to handle such trivial matters. Sinyan frowned. Sensing that something was off, Mito Gateflame also noticed Sinyan. With a stern expression, he said to Sinyan, You're too late. Your teammates have been waiting for you here for over an hour. After saying that, he waved towards a nearby resting area, and 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, came over. Mito Gateflame pointed at the 3 and said, These are your temporary teammates. I've already assigned the specific mission to the J. Nin Okawa, so you can ask him about it later. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Mito Gateflame seemed to dislike communicating with Sinyan and appeared somewhat repulsed by him. Fortunately, Sinyan also looked down on this old man. Otherwise, he would have been CPU'd by this old guy. After leaving the Hokage office building, the group found a balcony and briefly introduced themselves. The leader was a 40-year-old male named Okawa Shiyu, a J-Nin. The other 2 teammates were a male named Yamashita Daisuke and a female named Shizuki Sumi, both CH Nin. After learning each other's names, they began discussing the mission details. This mission is rated as Class A. The task is to protect the eldest son of the daimyo of the Land of Teeth, returning from the Land of Stone. Upon hearing this ranking, Hui and Daisuke were somewhat excited. Chunin don't often undertake Class A missions, making this opportunity quite rare for them. Nabahiko seemed a bit uninterested. Class A missions certainly involve fighting other ninjas, which he dislikes the most. Why must they fight when they could just sit down together, have some beer, and enjoy some skewers? Isn't sleeping comfortably in bed better than fighting? After taking in everyone's expressions, Okawa Shiyu deliberately glanced at Nabahiko. The group then agreed to meet at the village entrance in 2 hours. Qianji Hui expressed surprise, saying, Are we in such a hurry? Can't we have a bit more time to prepare? Captain Okawa replied solemnly, Time waits for no one. The employer needs to return to the land of teeth to inherit the position of daimyo. That's why he is in such a hurry. And we must also act quickly. With no other choice, everyone hurried home to pack their belongings. 2 hours later, they set out from Konoha, heading to the land of stone. Once outside Konoha, Nabahiko felt that the atmosphere of the team was a bit strange. Besides himself, the other three seemed somewhat shy and not very talkative. However, Nabahiko found this atmosphere to be quite nice. After all, he wasn't one to enjoy crowds, and it was best if no one troubled anyone else. Just as they were leaving Konoha, a thick fog rose from the forest. Chienji Hui and Yamashita Daisuke didn't feel anything unusual, but Captain Okawa and Nabahiko sensed something was off immediately. This thick fog was created using ninjutsu, and there is a faint chakra within the mist. The chakra was very weak. If one did not sense it carefully, it would go unnoticed. Okawa Shiyu's nerves were tense, but he did not inform the other three, seemingly having some considerations. Nobuyuki also pretended to know nothing and followed the main group into the thick fog. Just after entering the fog and not walking far, two people suddenly approached from the front. The two wore straw hats and long robes with a black background and red clouds, resembling magicians. Nobuyuki recognized them at a glance. They were the water and fire duo from the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi and Kisame also noticed Okawa's team, and both sides stood still, sizing each other up. Okawa Shiyu, being an experienced jonin, immediately sensed that the two were different from ordinary opponents. He thought for a moment and then walked past the two. Nobuyuki quickly followed with the other two teammates, and they brushed past each other. As Nobuyuki passed by, Itachi subtly turned his head to take a glance. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Okawa Shiyu's forehead. He had already recognized this person's identity as they passed by. This must be Itachi Uchiha, who wiped out the Uchiha clan 5 years ago. The other person he couldn't recognize at the moment, but he guessed he wasn't a good person either. Why would he encounter Itachi Uchiha here? Should he go back and report to Danzo? While he was in a dilemma, Itachi withdrew his gaze and slowly left. After Itachi and Kisame departed, Okawa Shiyu was drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. The only woman among the four, Chika no Ku, stepped forward and asked with concern, "Captain Okawa, are you feeling unwell?" After a few deep breaths, Okawa Shiyu gradually calmed down. Even he, a veteran jonin who had served in Root for over 10 years, felt a soul-chilling terror in front of that man. Root claimed to have abandoned emotions, but they were all human. Fear, anxiety, suspicion, and joy were emotions they also experienced. They just hid them. Having survived a close call, Okawa Shiyu immediately led his team away from this place of trouble. Compared to Itachi Uchiha's return, his personal mission was more important. Just yesterday, Shimura Danzo found him, a retired Root ninja, and assigned him a task. He was to assassinate Araki Nabahiko during the mission and silence the other two chunin. After not doing such things for over 10 years, Okawa Shiyu wanted to refuse. However, Danzo threatened him with his son. If he didn't comply, his son would join Root. Having served in Root for decades, he couldn't bear to watch his son jump into the fire. So, he steeled his resolve and decided to become that executioner again for the sake of his son. He didn't feel any regret about Araki Nabahiko. This chunin's reputation for slacking off is somewhat well known in Konoha. This garbage ninja is not worth lamenting. But I do feel a bit sorry for the other two team members. Such is fate. After brushing past Sinyan and the others, Kisame asked Itachi in confusion. That person is the Araki Sinyan mentioned by the leader, right? Why did Mr. Itachi take him down just now? Uchiha Itachi replied expressionlessly. Araki Sinyan is the target of Deidara and Sasori. Our mission is the Nine Tails. Kisame praised. I see. Truly worthy of Mr. Itachi. You always analyze things objectively and calmly at critical moments. Hearing Kisame's flattery, Itachi remained unfazed. He felt that Araki Sinyan was not worth his time. Right now, he only wanted to do one thing. See his younger brother Sasuke. Everything else was unimportant. Chapter 25. This bowl of chicken soup is good. The Okawa team moved quickly. In just 2 days, they traveled from the land of fire to the land of stone and met with their employer, the young master of the land of the Fong. Kawabata Yazunari sat in the sedan chair carried by the four. With a cold gaze and an arrogant expression, he looked at the leaf ninjas in front of him. Your leaf ninjas are too inefficient. I've posted the mission for almost a week, and you just arrived. Does the leaf village look down on my land of the Fong? Upon hearing this, Sinyan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Is the prince of the land of teeth an idiot? In such a tiny country, Even sending out a high-ranking ninja could wipe out their entire family. Yet he still dares to show a bad attitude towards the Leaf Village ninjas. This guy hasn't even officially ascended to the throne and already sees himself as a feudal lord. Even a real feudal lord from the Land of Teeth wouldn't dare to speak to the Leaf Village ninjas like that. At this moment, a white-haired retainer stepped forward to mediate. Young master, you're mistaken. We sent someone to Konoha to issue the task a week ago, but it took 4 to 5 days to travel. The actual task was only issued 2 days ago. Therefore, the people from Konoha are not late. It's our people who acted too slowly. Illusionary raised his chin and said with a cold expression, "What a bunch of useless people. Execute those who went to Konoha to issue the task. A bunch of useless fools wasted my time." After saying this, the young master waved his hand and said to the 4 from Konoha, "I am tired. You may leave." Senju Hikari and Yamashita Daisuke looked furious. This guy looks down on the Konoha ninjas too much. Not giving him a lesson would really be hard to swallow. At this moment, Captain Okawa shook his head at the two, giving them a warning look not to act rashly. Hui and Daifuku clenched their fists tightly, thinking for a moment before slowly relaxing. Captain Okawa also let out a sigh of relief. If they were to beat up their employer during a mission, it would definitely tarnish the reputation of the Konoha ninjas. The village is going through a tough time right now. It's best to avoid causing trouble if possible. Just then, Illusionary suddenly jumped down from the palanquin. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, he got down on the ground, barking like a dog and running around wildly. The old retainer beside him immediately shouted at the house servants, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and hold down the young master." After this incident, this foolish young master became a lot more subdued. However, the way he looked at the Konoha ninjas seemed to carry some hostility. Okawa Shiyu also warned Nabahiko not to use ninjutsu on ordinary people, especially on employers. Nabahiko was digging his ears while admitting his mistake. Seeing this, Okawa Shiyu's face darkened. It was clear that this guy hadn't listened to a word he said. This guy really has no will to fight at all. He doesn't consider the village when doing things. No wonder Lord Danzo wants to get rid of him. This matter is just a minor episode for everyone. Once the ninjas were in place, the convoy set off towards the Land of Teeth. They traveled from morning until evening, and the journey was smooth without any ninja attacks. By evening, after a day's journey, the convoy decided to set up camp in an open area. Once the tents were set up, the accompanying chefs began to prepare dinner. Before long, plate after plate of sumptuous dishes were brought into the tent of the Okawa team. Seeing the delicious food before him, Nobuhiko was overjoyed. It's worth noting that ninjas rarely get to eat such cooked meals during missions. They usually subsist on military rations 3 times a day, making do as best as they can. Occasionally, they might catch a fish from the river or shoot a bird with a kunai for a little extra. Therefore, opportunities to feast like this are quite rare. Just as Nobuhiko was about to enjoy the food, Okawa Shiyu called out to him. "Nobuhiko, wait a moment. I have something to say." Nobuhiko paused and irritably replied, "Can it wait until after we eat?" Okawa Shiyu pretended to be angry and said, "I've tolerated you all this way, Araki Nobuhiko. Look at you. You don't have the composure expected of a leaf ninja at all. At this time, we should first patrol around the camp to ensure there are no dangers nearby before starting to eat, instead of just indulging in delicious food and forgetting our primary task." Shinhiko frowned and said, "If we go out to patrol, won't the food be cold when we come back? Why eat it cold instead of when it's hot?" Daichuan Shiyu replied, "Why are you only thinking about eating? Don't forget our mission is to protect the crown prince of the Kingdom of Teeth." After saying this, he turned to Chikakazu and Yamashita Daisuke and asked, "What do you think?" Under Daichuan's stern gaze, the two dared not argue and quickly agreed yes. Yes, it's safer to patrol outside. In the end, the voting result was 3-1, and Shinhiko had no choice but to follow the 3 out to patrol with a lackluster demeanor. After leaving the tent, the 4 of them patrolled in different directions. However, not long after they separated, Captain Daichuan Shiyu stealthily returned to the tent. Upon reaching the dining table, he took out a small paper bag from his pocket. This is the poison personally delivered to him by Shimura Danzo. It is extremely toxic. Even a ninja wouldn't last 3 minutes. As AJ Nin, using something like this is somewhat despicable, but he had to do it for the sake of his child to escape suffering. He glanced at the dishes on the table and finally focused on the bowl of chicken soup. Adding it to this would definitely go unnoticed. He opened the paper bag and gradually poured it into the chicken soup, stirring as he went to prevent the powder from clumping. After pouring all the poison into the soup, he took out another paper bag from his bosom. This is the antidote to the poison from earlier. As long as he takes the antidote, The poison will no longer affect him within 24 hours. He found an empty cup, poured some water into it, and then swallowed the antidote in one go, washing it down with the water. After doing all this, he sighed to himself. Hui, Yamashita Daisuke. I'm really sorry for you. In the next life, no matter what, don't become a ninja. He then tidied up the scene, put everything back in place, and quietly left the tent. Instantly, the tent returned to calm, although the color of the chicken soup had thickened a bit. Just then, a head suddenly poked through the tent flap. The person looked around and, finding no one, stealthily walked in. This person was none other than the only woman in the team, Chika no Suk. The night before leaving Konoha, the elder advisor Shimura Danzo had made a deal with her. As long as Chika no Suk secretly harmed 3 teammates, she would receive 100 million ryo. To show his sincerity, Shimura Danzo had already given her a deposit of 50 million. With this money, who would still want to be a ninja? She could escape outside the land of fire and find a small country to live incognito, becoming a wealthy merchant, which was much better than being a ninja. As for whether these 3 teammates were good or bad people, what does this have to do with me? Aren't ninjas just in it for the money? She first glanced at the food on the table, and finally her eyes landed on the chicken soup. This bowl of chicken soup looks good, let's use it. Chapter 26. Drinking soup is a trivial matter. Hui took out a small paper bag from her ninja tool pouch. This was the deadly poison prepared for her by Shimura Danzo. A fierce expression appeared on her face as she was about to pour all the poison into the chicken soup. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly flipped the paper bag over to check the writing on it. She saw the words antidote written neatly on it. Upon seeing this, her face changed dramatically, and she quickly rummaged through her ninja tool pouch again. She then pulled out another paper bag, and seeing the words poison written on it, she finally felt relieved. Fortunately, she had labeled the bags in advance. Otherwise, it would have been awkward to mix up the medicines. She immediately poured the entire package of poison into the chicken soup, and then stirred it with a pair of chopsticks. These chopsticks were the same ones that Okawa Shiyu had used to stir the chicken soup earlier. Finally, looking at the thickened chicken soup, she frowned. The chicken soup is now like rice porridge. What if it's discovered? In the end, she gave up thinking. Who would just stare at chicken soup anyway? It seemed she was overthinking. After poisoning it, she poured herself a glass of water, just like Dezawa Shuri, and then quietly slipped out of the room with the antidote. Just as she was about to safely exit the tent, someone ran into her, and they collided hard. Ouch! That hurt! Who is it? The person she bumped into was none other than Yamashita Daifuku, who was rubbing his forehead while grumbling. Hui endured the pain in her forehead and apologized to Daifuku. Sorry, Daifuku-kun. I wasn't looking where I was going. Please forgive me. Seeing Hui's sincere apology, Daifuku felt too embarrassed to complain. He could only change the subject. What are you doing here? Have you finished your patrol? Hui, feeling a bit nervous, stammered. Not yet. I'm just about to go now. Daifuku-kun, you rest first, and I'll be back as soon as I finish my patrol. After saying that, she hurriedly ran out, leaving Daifuku full of doubts. However, he didn't think too much about it, as he had an important task to attend to. He sneaked a look around and saw that Hui had already gone far away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked over to the dining table, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a paper bag similar to the one Dezawa Shuri and Hui had. Seeing the paper bag in his hand, Yamashita Daifuku felt incredibly excited. The late 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had visited him in a dream last night. He said his murder was due to an insider in Konoha, and informed him that these 3 insiders would team up with him for a mission the next day. The 3rd Hokage earnestly requested him to eliminate these 3 insiders to protect the peace of Konoha. If he successfully eliminated them, he would be made the 5th Hokage. When he woke up the next morning, he found a package of poison and a package of antidote on the table. This made Yamashita Daisuke extremely excited. Becoming Hokage was his lifelong dream, and he was willing to give everything for this dream. At this moment, his gaze was resolute. Even if his hands were stained with blood, he would protect the peace of Konoha and become the Hokage of Konoha. He lowered his head to look at the dining table, wondering which dish to put the poison in. Looking left and right, he chose the chicken soup. For some reason, he felt a special connection to this bowl of chicken soup. He immediately tore open the paper bag in his hand and poured the contents into the chicken soup in one go. He frowned as he looked at the thick soup that was almost turning into paste. The appearance isn't very good. It won't be discovered, right? He casually picked up the remarkable chopsticks and stirred them vigorously in the chicken soup. As a result, the soup became stickier and stickier, and in the end, the chopsticks could even stand upright in it. Yamashita Daifuku frowned tightly at the bowl of chicken soup. Would anyone actually drink this? Just then, there was a noise at the entrance. Yamashita Daifuku was startled and hurriedly pulled the chopsticks out of the soup, putting them in his mouth to suck on them. Instantly, all the hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. It's over. What should I do now? How could I habitually put the chopsticks in my mouth? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had the antidote on him. He immediately took out the antidote and tore it open forcefully. With a rip, the paper bag of the antidote was torn in half, spilling the contents all over the ground. Daifuku's mouth twitched. He had used a bit too much force. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, crouching down to start licking the floor. Yoshihiko walked into the tent humming a tune, but the sight before him made him gape. There was Yamashita Daifuku, crouched on the ground like a stray dog, licking the floor. Even when Yoshihiko entered, he didn't stop, as if there were delicious delicacies on the ground. Yoshihiko silently exited the tent and rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he had used the illusion too much and was seeing things? He took a deep breath and re-entered the tent. At this time, Daifuku had already licked all the antidote off the ground and was sitting contentedly on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. Upon seeing Nabahiko, he waved and greeted him. Hey, is the patrol over? Everything okay? Nabahiko replied with a strange expression. There's something unusual. I've noticed something off about your spirit. Do you need me to help you with that? Daifuku awkwardly chuckled a few times and then laughed it off to avoid the topic. Not long after, Captain Okawa and Chika returned from their patrol, and the four of them gathered around the table. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. As the captain, Okawa Shiyu was the first to speak, breaking the awkward silence. We've all been busy all day, so everyone must be tired. The dishes are so abundant. Everyone hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After he finished speaking and was about to reach for the food, he suddenly thought of an awkward question. Which chopsticks did he use to stir the soup in the blender? He gently glanced at the chopsticks in his hand, and then looked at the chopsticks of the other three people. They all looked very similar. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he had already taken the antidote in advance, so even if he picked up the chicken soup to drink, it wouldn't. Thinking of this, he glanced at the chicken soup on the table and was shocked to the point that his jaw dropped onto the table. Is this some kind of motivational talk? It's almost turned into ice cream. This Shimura Danzo is really unreliable. Why did the poison dissolve in the chicken soup solidify so quickly? Who else would drink this? Oh no, who would eat it? Beside them, Chika Kanzuya and Yamashita Daisuke were also frowning. The shape of this chicken soup is too abstract. Anyone who drinks it must be a fool. Just then, a delicate and fair hand picked up the spoon from the table. Following that, amidst the astonished requests of everyone, it scooped towards the chicken soup. Drinking soup is a wonderful thing. I shouldn't be the only one drinking it. You all should too. Huh? Just as Nobuyuki was about to scoop a spoonful of chicken soup, he didn't expect it to be so solid that he couldn't lift it with one hand. He quickly stabilized the soup basin with one hand and dug in with the other. Like scooping ice cream, he managed to scoop a spoonful of chicken soup into his bowl. Chapter 27. It's just food poisoning. The three of them stared in disbelief as Nobuyuki scooped the sticky chicken soup, which was like ice cream, into his bowl. Then he took bite after bite, finally licking his lips and saying, not too salty, not too bland, it's delicious. Seeing the scene, the three of them couldn't help but complain in their hearts. How can he eat all of this? Has this guy never had chicken soup in his life? After finishing the chicken soup in the bowl, Xinyan licked the corner of his mouth and asked the three of them in confusion, this chicken soup is so delicious. Why aren't you eating? At that moment, his expression suddenly became strange, and he teased, aren't you eating because there's poison in this chicken soup? The three of them were startled. Did this guy discover something? But soon they dismissed that thought. If Araki Nabahiko had found out, how could he be the first to drink the poisoned soup? However, if things continued like this, it would raise suspicions among the others, which wouldn't be good. Okawa Shiyu laughed and said, haha, Nabahiko, you really know how to joke. This chicken soup is so good. How could it possibly be poisonous? Then he served himself a bowl of chicken soup and said with a smile, well, I'll also try to see if this chicken soup is really delicious. Chien Zhihui and Yamashita Daisuke saw that the captain took the lead, so they forced a smile and served themselves a bowl as well. At this moment, if they didn't drink, it would definitely raise suspicions. Feeling guilty for their actions, they had no choice but to drink along. The three of them, with distorted expressions, forced themselves to swallow a spoonful of chicken soup. At first, they had mentally prepared themselves for something unpleasant, but they were surprised to find that the chicken soup tasted unexpectedly good. The freshness of the chicken soup had completely condensed into a solid form, as if they were eating ice cream made from chicken soup. Soon, everyone couldn't help but indulge, and the chicken soup was quickly finished, with even the bowl licked clean. They didn't expect this chicken soup to be surprisingly delicious. Yes, Although it looked a bit strange, the taste was indeed very good. As they finished a bowl of chicken soup, the atmosphere at the dining table gradually became lively. Nobuyuki frowned at the other three, wondering why it had suddenly become so cheerful after being so lifeless all along. In fact, the reason why Daichuan, Shiyu, and the others changed their attitude was that they felt there was no need to pretend in front of a few dead people. After all, they were unaware of the poisoning, and in their eyes, everyone in the room except themselves was dead. However, as time passed, the three of them felt their eyelids growing heavier and their vision becoming increasingly blurred. At this moment, the three of them panicked. Could it be that they were poisoned? But at this point, they had no chance to confirm. Thud the three of them fell to the ground with terrified expressions, having lost their lives. At this time, Xinyan showed a look of satisfaction. His bowl was smooth and clean, without a hint of grease, clearly indicating that he hadn't eaten the bowl of chicken soup just now. This is inevitable. Only a fool would eat such strange chicken soup. Xinyan wanted to test these three people to see if they had any ulterior motives. As a result, these three individuals didn't hesitate at all and directly consumed the chicken soup. Xinyan couldn't figure this out at all. Who exactly poisoned them? After that, Xinyan examined the bodies of the three and used his mental power to probe the soup, understanding everything. The three of them, indeed, took the antidote before poisoning. Logically, as long as the antidote hadn't lost its effectiveness, no matter how much poison they took, they wouldn't die. But the problem is that their antidotes could only neutralize the specific poison they had administered, and the poisons used by the three were different. Their own antidotes neutralized their own poison, but they couldn't neutralize the poisons of the other two. Shinichi shook his head. Shimura Danzo was indeed ruthless, treating these three as cannon fodder. Shinichi felt a bit of pity. These three were also unfortunate souls. Afterward, taking advantage of the absence of others, he quietly removed the bodies of the three from the camp. He found a random spot in the mountains and dug a pit to bury all three of them. After doing all this, he returned to the tent prepared specifically for the wood industry ninjas. Sitting at the dining table, he began to think about countermeasures. What should he do next? Should he temporarily halt the mission and return to Konoha to report everything, or leave alone and become a rogue ninja? After thinking for a moment, he dismissed the idea of reporting back to Konoha. If he returned now, he would definitely be slandered by Shimura Danzo for killing his teammates. At that point, his carefree life would come to an end, and what awaited him would be prison life. Even if he didn't end up in prison, life in Konoha would surely be tough, and he could no longer live leisurely as he did in the past. To be honest, defecting was actually a good idea. He could find a small country to serve as a guardian beast. Once the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, he would return to Konoha and clarify everything. By then, Shimura Danzo would be dead, and Konoha wouldn't have any reason to target him for a dead man. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he couldn't help but stand up from the table. What the hell with Konoha? He could just give up being a ninja. The next day, the attendants of the Land of Teeth finished folding the tents. The group was ready to set off, just waiting for the Konoha ninjas to assemble before the convoy could depart. Kawaba Yazunari, with a gloomy face, turned to his old minister beside him and asked, "Aren't the Konoha ninjas coming out yet?" The old minister, sweating profusely, replied, "I will go urge them right away." Kawabata Yazunari added, "Tell those Konoha ninjas that my patience is limited. If they don't come out soon, we will set off on our own." Upon hearing this, the old minister quickly advised, "Young master, you must not act impulsively. On the way back to the Land of Teeth, the second son will definitely send someone to ambush us. Without the protection of ninjas, the situation will be extremely dangerous." Kawabata Yazunari gritted his teeth and said, "Just thinking about this makes me furious. That little bastard actually wants to compete with me for the title of daimyo. It's simply a pipe dream. Once I ascend the throne, I will surely execute that little bastard's entire family." Just then, carrying a bundle, Yukiho yawned and walked towards the convoy. Upon seeing him, Kawabata Yazunari's body involuntarily trembled. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he felt a chill when facing Yukiho, mainly because Yukiho had made him suffer greatly, leaving a deep impression. The old retainer beside him noticed the eldest son's awkwardness and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Mr. Ninja, why have you come alone? What about your companions?" Yukiho shrugged nonchalantly and waved his hand, saying, "They are dead." This statement shocked everyone present. The nearby guards instinctively reached for their swords, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The old retainer's expression changed, and he took a few steps back to stand beside the eldest son, wanting to protect him with his body. At this moment, Yazunari Kawabata was trembling all over, and he stammered, What is going on? Why did the leaf ninja die?" Nabuhiko scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. Those few people ended up poisoning themselves. In the end, he could only give a perfunctory answer. Those guys just had food poisoning, nothing to worry about. Chapter 28. That idiot, I'm protecting. Nabuhiko's dismissive response made the people of the Land of Tooth even more anxious. The guard beside him had already drawn his long sword, ready to confront Nabuhiko. It took a lot of effort for Nabuhiko to calm them down and explain the situation. Upon learning that the other party was determined to become a rogue ninja, the people of the Land of Tooth couldn't help but complain. This guy's way too casual. He says he will be a rogue ninja and just goes ahead with it, showing no regard for the bounty from Konoha at all. In the end, both parties discussed and decided to terminate the employment contract with Konoha. The rogue ninja, Araki Nabuhiko, will protect the prince of the Land of Waves, Kawabata Yazunari, as he returns to his country. After the mission is completed, Kawabata Yazunari will pay Nabuhiko 700,000 Ryo as a reward. After both parties sign and seal the agreement, the treaty is officially established. At the moment of signing, Kawabata Yazunari was in tears, feeling deeply moved. As a rogue ninja, Araki Nabuhiko not only didn't rob me directly, but he also wants to ensure my safety. How kind of him. Meanwhile, the artistic duo of the Akatsuki organization is continuously checking along the border of the Land of Rain. Deidara complained, is the leader reliable or not? Can we really wait here and expect something to happen? Hiding in the scorpion's puppet, Sasori scolded, stop with the nonsense. The leader's intel is never wrong. At that moment, Deidara leaned next to Sasori of the Red Sand and grinned. How about letting me have Araki Nabuhiko once we find him? Big brother Sasori, just wait a bit. I will take care of it quickly. Sasori remained silent for a moment before coldly responding, don't make me wait too long. When I get impatient, I will take care of that guy myself. Deidara smiled in satisfaction and began to think about how to deal with Araki Nabuhiko. The intel said that this guy was a powerful illusionist, similar to Uchiha Itachi. If he took him out in one shot, it wouldn't be interesting. He wanted to go easy on him and give him a few chances. In the end, he would let him transform into art in despair, which would definitely be spectacular. 2 days later, Nabuhiko was sitting in the carriage of the young master, crossing his legs and leaning against the back seat. Kawabata Yazunari, on the other hand, was curled up like a sulking little wife, sitting beside him. In fact, Nabuhiko didn't want to bully this second-generation official. He just thought it was safer to protect him nearby. He definitely had no intention of hitching a ride on the other's carriage. Kawabata Yazunari expressed, Big brother, as long as you don't kill me, everything is negotiable. The caravan soon arrived at the Land of Rain. As the name suggests, the Land of Rain had not seen sunlight since entering its borders. Every day was overcast with continuous light rain, which made Nabuhiko's mood very poor. He had hated rain since childhood. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground was simply irritating to him. Helpless, he had to enjoy the grapes in Kawabata Yazunari's hand while cursing the damn weather. Kawabata Yazunari gritted his teeth, feeling angry but unable to voice it. Nabuhiko completely ignored him and continued to enjoy the grapes. Just as he was leisurely slacking off, 2 powerful auras appeared within his perception range. Nabuhiko frowned, quickly jumped out of the carriage, and carefully checked the situation in the sky. The 2 uninvited guests stood on a large white bird, circling in the sky as if searching for something. Soon, their attention was focused on Shin Yin and his group, and they swooped down from the sky. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. Is this the assassination of the idiot young master beside me? Nabuhiko Araki waved his hand, signaling the convoy to stop. The others were puzzled, but under the pressure of Araki Nabuhiko's authority, they had no choice but to halt. The old retainer trembled as he approached Nabuhiko. He glanced at the eldest young master beside him, and, seeing that he wasn't missing any parts, let out a slight sigh of relief. He then bowed and asked Nabuhiko, My lord Araki, may I ask what has happened? Nabuhiko, looking at the sky, replied, There was a ninja attack. Don't fight among yourselves. Upon hearing that there had been an attack, the members of the convoy grew tense. Just then, a large white bird appeared in the sky. The bird circled a few times before slowly descending, eventually hovering at a height of several dozen meters above the convoy. Kawabata Yazunari and his entourage turned pale with fear. These 2 enemies were clearly not to be trifled with. On the white bird, Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand looked down at the convoy. Upon seeing Araki Nabuhiko, a smile crept across Deidara's lips. The leader's intel was indeed correct. They only needed to wait at the border of the Land of Rain to encounter this guy. Nabuhiko also recognized the identities of the 2. This is the art duo of the Akatsuki, Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara. Is it really the Akatsuki that is going to assassinate that idiot prince? What a hassle. Deidara scrutinizes Araki Nobuhiko. This guy looks very disheveled, with a lazy demeanor that makes him seem far from a master. Deidara feels a bit disappointed in Xinyan. This guy doesn't seem to have an artistic bone in his body. He doesn't even need to use his full strength against someone like this. It seems he should hold back a bit. Otherwise, it would be boring if it ended too quickly. He said to the nearby Sasori, "Brother Scorpion, leave it to me from here." Sasori replied in a low voice, "Hurry up, don't make me wait too long." After saying that, Sasori jumped down from the giant bird, his massive body hitting the ground and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, he dragged his heavy body away to observe from a distance, seemingly unwilling to interfere in the fight between the two. Xinyan rubbed his chin, pondering whether there was a possibility of negotiating with the other party. He then shook his head. How could members of the Akatsuki organization negotiate with anyone? To reason with these people, he had to defeat them first. With that thought, he snapped his fingers. Boom! The white bird beneath Deidara suddenly exploded, transforming into chunks of white clay that fell to the ground. Before Deidara could react, his body crashed heavily to the ground. He was so engrossed in his explosive art that he hadn't paid much attention to physical training. Coupled with the distance, he was just too close to the ground. Thus, he didn't have time to react and ended up embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Seeing Deidara fall to the ground, Xinyan extended his hand. A 3-meter-long pink hand suddenly appeared in front of Xinyan and reached for Deidara. In the blink of an eye, the pink hand was in front of Deidara, pressing him down onto the ground. Deidara pushed hard with his shoulders, trying to escape from under the pink hand. However, the hand was like a mountain, completely immovable. "Damn it, what is this thing? You bastard, let me go, I'm going to kill you." After capturing Deidara, Xinyan said to the distant Sasori, "I'm not going to kill you. You should give up on this mission. That idiot noble from the land of tea behind me is under my protection. You can't possibly complete this task, so you should leave quickly." After saying this, Nobuhiko Araki gently extended his thumb and index finger, grabbed Deidara by the collar, and threw him next to Sasori of the Red Sand. Chapter 29. The gods walking among mortals. Sasori of the Red Sand curled his tail and caught Deidara, who was flying over. After placing Deidara on the ground, Sasori stared seriously at Nobuhiko Araki. This guy doesn't seem as simple as the intelligence suggested. Just now, when the opponent attacked, he was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. However, it seems that the opponent misunderstood, thinking they were looking for those ordinary people. Little did they know that their target was none other than Araki Nobuhiko himself. The Akatsuki's mission must be completed, so there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. With that in mind, Sasori slowly walked towards Nobuhiko. He no longer wanted to waste time with Deidara and was ready to take down the opponent. At that moment, Deidara slowly stood up beside him. His expression was grim, his silver teeth clenched tightly, emanating a chilling, killing intent. He said to Sasori in a deep voice, "Brother Sasori, step back. I'll handle this guy." Sasori ignored Deidara and continued to walk forward at a leisurely pace, calmly saying, "Forget it. This guy's strength is very strong. If we fail the mission and he gets away, I'll be punished by the leader along with you." Just then, a white puppet blocked Sasori's path. Having partnered with Deidara for several years, Sasori naturally recognized what this puppet was. It was Deidara's C3 explosive puppet, which had immense power. Sasori estimated that if it detonated at this distance, even his Hiriko would not withstand the impact. Sasori turned back, his tone steady as he asked, "Deidara, what do you mean by this?" Deidara showed an angry expression and said to Sasori, "This person must be killed by my own hands." The two faced off, and the atmosphere became tense. In the end, Sasori compromised, walking away while saying, "I'll give you just 1 hour." Deidara smiled and said, "1 hour is enough." After saying that, he extended his hands, and suddenly a human mouth appeared in the palms of his hands. He then put his hands into his ninja tool pouch and took a big bite of explosive clay. As he chewed, the explosive clay was shaped. 2 giant white clay dragons flew out from his hands and lunged straight towards Nobuhiko. Upon seeing this, Nobuhiko helplessly scratched his head. Why are these guys so stubborn? He immediately set up a mental barrier, protecting everyone from the kingdom of teeth within it. Stay in the barrier and don't move around. This barrier can protect your safety. After I deal with these two, we will set off. Hearing Xinyan's words, the people of the land of teeth felt a bit more at ease. They understood how terrifying battles between ninjas could be. With the protection of this barrier, they could watch the fight without worry. After finishing all this, Xinyan looked at the 2 white giant dragons charging towards him. If he remembered correctly, Deidara should be a long-range fighter. The best way to deal with such a guy is to get up close and knock him out with a punch. But today he wanted to do something different. He also wanted to be a long-range fighter. Sun Yan concentrated his mental power between his hands. With a flash of light, his gentle mental energy instantly turned violent. The mental energy transformed into two bolts of lightning, constantly flickering in Sun Yan's hands like two rackets. Sun Yan looked at the lightning in his hands and laughed heartily. Experience true magic, Deidara. Then, with his palms facing the oncoming giant dragons, the lightning shot from his hands, heading straight for the dragons. Boom! The lightning pierced through the charging giant dragon like a hot knife through butter, then struck towards Deidara's direction. What? How is this possible? Deidara couldn't believe that his C2 dragon could be defeated in an instant. However, he reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side to avoid the lightning strike. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. A deep pit, 10 meters wide, appeared where Deidara had just stood. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been seriously injured just now. Looking at Deidara, who was gasping for breath after narrowly escaping, Sun Yan was very satisfied. The lightning in his hands grew stronger and more intense. He laughed maniacally. Dance before the magic, Deidara. Then, one bolt of lightning after another shot from his hands, each with a diameter of about 1 meter, continuously striking towards Deidara. Deidara was forced to retreat repeatedly, eventually using a clay giant bird to fly high into the sky to avoid Sun Yan's lightning. In the air, Deidara let out a slight sigh of relief, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn, what is wrong with this guy? Wasn't the information saying he was an illusion ninja? How is his lightning release so strong? Just a moment ago, he had boasted that he could take on the opponent alone. He had thought it would be easy, but he hadn't expected to be in such a miserable state." He glanced at Scorpion, who was quietly watching from a distant hillside. Deidara clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. If this matter gets out, how will I survive in the organization in the future? Everyone in the organization is a lawless character. If my disgrace today spreads, I will be laughed to death by them. No, I must personally take down Araki Nabahiko today. Otherwise, I won't have the face to stay in the Akatsuki. With this thought in mind, he reached into the explosive clay pouch at his waist and took out most of it. After molding it for a while, he finally spat out a small doll that resembled him very much. The doll was palm-sized, making it look quite cute in his hand. Deidara was now serious. This technique was originally developed specifically to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Using it here today was truly a case of plans not keeping up with changes. However, he was very confident in this technique. Once it was unleashed, no one could resist it. Araki Nabahiko, witness my art. C4, Garuda. Deidara threw Garuda from the air and then rode his flying bird, continuously soaring into the sky. This move is considered an indiscriminate attack. If one does not escape the explosion radius, even they themselves will be affected. As soon as Garuda released it, it soared with the wind and ultimately transformed into a giant Deidara several dozen meters tall. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of the Land of Teeth within the barrier turned pale with fear, and some even fainted. The previous scene of the thunder piercing the giant dragon was already very shocking, and now another giant several dozen meters high has appeared. Is this what a ninja is? Is the battle between ninjas really that terrifying? At this moment, Yasunari Kobata in the crowd is trembling like a sieve. He feels incredibly fortunate. Fortunate that when he offended Nabahiko Araki, the other party only made him bark like a dog instead of directly striking him down with lightning. At the same time, he has gained a deeper understanding of ninjas. In this world of ninjas, any identity or status is fake. If one dares to provoke a ninja, there are 1,000 ways for them to end your life. These ninjas are no different from gods walking in the mortal world. Chapter 30, I'm so scared. Deidara, riding on a white bird, hovered nearly 1,000 meters in the sky, looking down at Araki Nabahiko, who appeared as small as an ant. With a smirk, he shouted down, "Araki Nabahiko, weren't you quite arrogant? Let us see how you face my strongest attack next." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive Deidara clone took huge strides towards Nabahiko. Each step shook the ground. The terrifying pressure frightened the ordinary people inside the barrier, making them back against it and stomp their feet in panic. A few even fainted from fear, unpleasant smells emanating from beneath them. Yasunari Kawa was pounding on the barrier with all his might, shouting, "Quick, open the barrier. I'm still young, I don't want to die." He was truly terrified. Having grown up in luxury, he had never encountered such a scene. He didn't believe that this thin barrier could stop such a gigantic monster. If they didn't run soon, they would be trapped by that giant. Nabahiko, annoyed by his noise, cast an illusion that knocked the foolish young man unconscious. Instantly, the world became quiet. Nabahiko turned back to face Daidara's C4, a smile creeping onto his lips. He knew exactly what Daidara's C4 was. Its massive size was purely for intimidation. Nabahiko raised his hand, and a black sphere appeared in his palm, the ultimate creation of chakra, the truth-seeking orb. The moment the truth-seeking orb appeared in Nabahiko's hand, the watching Sasori's pupils constricted. What is that? Why does it give me such a strong sense of crisis? As a puppeteer who had completely transformed himself into a puppet, Sasori was much more sensitive to chakra than an average ninja. He keenly sensed the terrifying power contained within the truth-seeking orb. The terror of this force has even surpassed the secret weapon of the Sand Village, the one-tail Shikaku. It is truly unbelievable that this Araki Nabahiko possesses such terrifying ninjutsu. Scorpion glanced at Deidara, who was hovering in the air. If Deidara's ultimate move couldn't defeat Araki Nabahiko, then he would have to take action. Suddenly, Deidara noticed a strange black sphere emerging from Araki Nabahiko's hand, which then enveloped him like liquid. A black sphere with a diameter of 2.5 meters appeared right before him. Although Deidara didn't know what the Tao Orb was, he understood that this technique must be a defensive ninjutsu. He laughed wildly in the air. Araki Nabahiko, you are such a naive guy. You actually think you can use this bizarre ninjutsu to block my C4? That's really too naive. Next, I'll show you the true power of C4. Huh. As soon as Deidara finished speaking, the massive C4 Garuda instantly disintegrated in the air. Countless tiny particles began to spread through the atmosphere. All living beings within a few kilometers were penetrated by these tiny particles. The people from the land of Tooth in the barrier, seeing the giant suddenly disintegrate, revealed expressions of having survived a disaster. That was really close. I thought I was doomed this time. Yeah, luckily that ninja fired a blank. These ordinary people have no idea that within a few kilometers, it has already turned into a hell on earth. All the creatures in the vicinity instantly turned to ashes and disappeared. The scorpion of the red sand had already hidden several kilometers away, so he was not affected. At this moment, he looked at the distant battle with a serious expression and said, "What is going on? Why didn't Deidara's bomb explode? Or is it that this technique of Deidara's doesn't rely on explosions to cause harm?" The scorpion, being a well-informed, ingenious ninja, quickly realized the uniqueness of C4. Deidara's C4 bombs do not rely on explosions to harm. Instead, they transform into countless small bombs the size of bacteria that invade the human body. Ultimately, they trigger an explosion within the body, turning a person into flying ashes that dissipate in the air. This move can silently kill the enemy, making it an unbeatable ultimate skill. If it weren't for the plot in the original work, and if he hadn't encountered the Uchiha Sasuke, who was his natural nemesis, Deidara would not have died so hastily. Just as Deidara was full of confidence, ready to detonate the bomb inside Araki Yoshihiko, he suddenly realized that something was off. All C4s approaching the chakra fruit were completely eliminated, leaving no trace behind. What's going on? Is this strange black sphere a lightning release ninjutsu? Why does my C4 bomb lose contact when it hits that black sphere? Just as he was filled with doubts, the black sphere on the ground suddenly floated into the air. It finally transformed into a black light and flew towards Deidara. Deidara knew that the C4 was no longer effective, so he piloted his bird to evade the impact of the God Tree's fruit. At that moment, the God Tree's fruit suddenly opened a gap, and a pink light wave shot out from it. The speed of this light wave was extremely fast, and Deidara couldn't dodge in time, getting directly wrapped up in the pink light wave. Subsequently, the pink light wave stuck to Deidara like chewed gum, making it impossible for him to break free. "You bastard, let me go. What the hell is this?" Deidara shouted in panic. He was in a state of utter confusion because he realized that this pink chakra was suppressing all of his own chakra. This ninjutsu actually has the effect of sealing chakra. Doesn't that mean I have already been captured by the opponent? How can he endure this? Just now, he had already stepped out of Haikao and aimed to eliminate Araki Nabahiko within an hour. But in just a few minutes, he was captured alive by the opponent. How is he supposed to survive in the organization in the future? The most infuriating part is that he is now sealed and can't even self-destruct. Nabahiko stood on the platform transformed by the Seeker's Jade, tossing Deidara around like a yo-yo. Deidara was thrown around and spat out a mouthful. Yellow and white splattered down from the sky like raindrops on the ground. After he finished vomiting, Deidara angrily shouted at Nabahiko, "You bastard, stop it. Once I break free, I will tear you to pieces." Nabahiko picked his nose with his left hand, then flicked a black particle onto Deidara's forehead and said, "Oh, I'm so scared. When I get scared, my hands shake. Look how high this is. What if I get too excited and don't catch you? Deidara retorted angrily. You bastard. Stop being so sarcastic. It's really annoying. You're even more detestable than that Uchiha Itachi guy. Nabahiko shrugged and said, whatever. There are so many people who dislike me. You're not special. Then Nabahiko changed his tone and said, Deidara, I'm giving you a chance to live. I wonder if you will cherish it. Deidara held his neck high and said, you don't have to waste your breath. I will never betray the organization. Just kill me. Nabahiko. Chapter 31. You're all useless. Nabahiko was somewhat surprised. Deidara was acting a bit unpredictably. He had read quite a few fanfics of Naruto in his previous life. In this case, Deidara should have surrendered to himself and become his subordinate. This applies in both the original work and the novel. As long as he defeats these guys, he can win their loyalty by showing goodwill. Why is the situation different here? Shinyan swung Deidara in the air, making him dizzy. Shinyan brought Deidara back in front of him and asked, you better think carefully. If you die at my hands, you won't be able to showcase your art to anyone else. Deidara took a breath and sarcastically replied, how could someone like you possibly understand my art? Seeing that this guy was stubborn, Shinyan directly wrapped Deidara in a ball with pink, sticky energy. This is a form of energy created by him based on the body of Majin Buu. Shinyan named it pink energy, which not only can stick to enemies but also suppress other energies within them. The reason Deidara couldn't use chakra was due to the suppression by the pink energy. After trapping Deidara, he directly threw him down from a height, and with the protection of pink energy, he wasn't worried about him dying from the fall. Immediately after, Shinyan turned to look at Sasori of the Red Sand, and next would be this guy. Turning around, Shinyan was stunned. Where is he? He immediately looked around, with no sign of Sasori anywhere. Shinyan scratched his head. Did he run away? Since he ran, forget it, he wasn't very keen on fighting with these guys anyway. He withdrew the seeking ball and floated down from the air, yawning as he landed on the ground. This battle was so exhausting. It seems I need to get a good night's sleep. Yoshihiro walked to the barrier, waved his hand, and the barrier vanished, revealing the dazed people of the Land of Teeth inside. These people looked dazed, as if they hadn't fully recovered from the recent battle. Nobuyuki held a pink energy ball and said to everyone, what are you still dazed for? Pack your bags and get ready to set off. At this moment, the people of the Kingdom of Teeth came to their senses. They quickly lifted their fainted companion into the car, and after checking the vehicle for any issues, they set off again. Meanwhile, Nobuhiko Araki returned to Yasunari Kawabata's car, eating grapes while dozing off with squinted eyes. Beside him, Yasunari Kawabata looked at Nobuhiko Araki with admiration. The earlier battle had opened his eyes, and now he was like a devoted fan. Not just Kawabata, but everyone from the Kingdom of Teeth looked at Nobuhiko as if he were a deity. The sights and sounds of today would be forever etched in their hearts. The name Nobuhiko Araki was firmly imprinted in their minds. The convoy slowly made its way towards the Kingdom of Teeth, and for the next few days, no one came to obstruct them. They passed through the Kingdom of Rain without any danger, as if the previous battle had never happened. Behind their vehicle, a pink energy balloon was suspended, floating in the air and swaying with the wind. When the wind picked up, one could see the energy balloon performing tornadoes that destroyed parking lots. If one got close to the energy balloon, they could hear curses coming from inside. Damn Nobuhiko Araki. When I get out, I will twist your head off your neck. You. The curses continued for several days without stopping, but the convoy gradually got used to it. Occasionally, Nobuhiko would toss some food into the pink energy balloon to prevent that guy Deidara from starving. This guy is quite useful. In the future, whether given to the Land of Earth or the Akatsuki organization, he could probably fetch a large sum of money. Just as Shinya was calculating how much Deidara could be worth, a few Iwagakure ninjas on a nearby hillside set their sights on the convoy. The leading ninja, named Megon, was a powerful J-nin from Iwagakure. Behind him were two ch-nin, who didn't seem very old, the oldest no more than 16. The group lay in wait on the hillside, and when they saw the convoy passing by the foot of the hill, Megon signaled to the two. Upon receiving the command, the two ch-nin immediately formed hand seals, and countless small stones rolled down the hillside, crashing directly towards the convoy. The sudden attack threw everyone in the convoy into a panic, and Yasunari Kawabata hurriedly woke up Nobuhiko. Mr. Araki, wake up quickly. We are under attack again. Nobuhiko, still groggy, sat up and asked, what is the Akatsuki organization here again? He then used his mental power to scan the surroundings and relaxed upon discovering that there were only a few rock village ninjas. So it's just a few rock ninjas. There's nothing to worry about. We can just capture them and exchange them for money. With a thought, Nobuhiko made the boulders rolling down the hillside rise into the air like balloons soaring into the sky. This scene not only stunned the people of the Land of Teeth, but even the rock-hidden ninjas who were lying on the hillside, ready to come down and deliver the finishing blow, were also dumbfounded. Lyotu pinched his own cheek and then said to the floating stone beside him, "Floating stone, I think I might be under a Jinjutsu." The Chunin named Floating Stone also turned his head in a daze and said, "Then it seems we might be under the same Jinjutsu." Shortly after, a pink light shot up from the convoy towards the hillside. As a Jonin, Mingyan was the first to react, shouting to his two subordinates, "Quick retreat." However, by this time, it was already too late to retreat. The pink light gradually enveloped the three of them completely, and then their heads tilted as they fainted. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves trapped in a pink sphere. Moreover, they felt no chakra within their bodies, as if they were ordinary people without chakra. The youngest, Lyotu, panicked and shouted, "Captain, what do we do now? We've been captured." Mingyan said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. The fact that they didn't kill us directly proves that we still have value to live. Next, we just need to wait for them to propose conditions." Hearing this, the two Chunin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was still hope to survive, that was enough. Lyotu asked in confusion, "Captain, which ninja village are they from? What kind of jutsu are they using?" Mingyan shook his head and said, "I don't know, but the intel says they are from the Leaf Village. As for what kind of jutsu this is, I've never seen it before, but I can confirm it should be some kind of sealing technique." At this moment, a mocking voice came from beside the three of them. "You guys are really useless. You were captured without even getting a good look at the enemy?" Mingyan's expression darkened. Who was it that dared to mock him? They were ninjas from a Wagakure, a team of talented elites. Mingyan, was also one of the top jounin in the ninja world, and today, being ridiculed like this was simply intolerable. The three of them turned their heads with stern expressions, but when they saw the speaker, they all gasped in shock. Mingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Deidara? How could it be you?" Chapter 32. Find a place to continue slacking off. Mingyan was naturally very familiar with Deidara. He was truly a genius from a Wagakure, completely different from the talented but unremarkable geniuses around him. Deidara possessed the ability to learn dust release. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken as a disciple by the Tsuchikage. However, this guy was too stubborn. He refused to learn dust release from the Tsuchikage and instead chose to play with explosive clay, which was simply absurd. Ryudo and Fushishi were also cautiously observing Deidara. It should be noted that this guy was quite unruly during his time at the Ninja Academy. Although they were a year younger than him, they had attended the same academy and understood just how insane he was. He would brag about his so-called explosive art all day long. Once, Deidara's explosive clay nearly blew up the entire Ninja Academy. After that incident, he was forced to graduate early from the academy, and it was said that he was taken as a disciple by the Tsuchikage. This made everyone envious. Being noticed by Lord Tsuchikage would be a tremendous opportunity. However, it was unexpected that not long after, news spread that Deidara had left a Wagakure and became a rogue ninja. This made it hard for the other ninjas of the same generation to understand. Why would the rightful Tsuchikage heir become a rogue ninja? It was simply absurd. Seeing the three of them silent, Deidara mocked. "What's the matter? Are you scared of me?" The three were speechless. Encountering an acquaintance here, and a rogue ninja at that, left everyone at a loss. Just then, they felt as if someone was approaching. Turning around, they saw Xinyan had already grabbed the string holding the balloons of the four. Upon seeing Xinyan, Deidara's expression instantly changed. Just as he was about to curse, a palm-sized pink energy was plastered over his mouth, preventing him from speaking. After silencing Deidara, Xinyan said to the others, "Looks like you all know each other. Since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense. If I'm not mistaken, you should belong to two different factions, right? That second son of the Land of Tooth couldn't possibly hire two factions to assassinate us. So who hired you?" The three from Awagakure exchanged glances, and finally, the team leader, Meiyan, spoke up. "If I answer, can you spare our lives?" Xinyan casually replied, "Of course. I have no deep-seated hatred against you. No need to kill you." Meiyan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "It was the second son of the Land of Tooth who issued the mission to assassinate the new heir of the Land of Tooth." Upon hearing this, Xinyan nodded, then turned to Deidara and asked, "And why did you attack us?" Deidara, woo-woo-woo. Xinyan suddenly remembered that this guy's mouth was still blocked. With a thought, the pink energy sealing Deidara's mouth dissipated, restoring his ability to speak. "Damn bastard. Don't think I'm like these cowardly guys. I will never betray the organization. If you have the guts, kill me." Xinyan frowned. This guy was not cooperating, but it didn't matter. If Deidara was unwilling to talk, he could directly search his mind. Seeing Xinyan's right hand resting on Deidara's head, a pure mental force penetrated Daidar's brain. Instantly, his gaze went blank like that of a fool. After a while, his expression returned to normal, and Xinyan had learned what he wanted to know. The now normal Daidara shouted at Xinyan, "You bastard. You actually used ninjutsu to forcefully search my memories. Just wait, I won't let you." Before Daidara could finish his sentence, Xinyan once again sealed his mouth with pink energy. This guy's insults have no technical merit at all. He's just wasting 3 mouths. No. It seems this guy has another mouth on his chest. I should say he has 4 mouths. After understanding all this, Xinyan returned to the car to sleep. With one more day's journey, he estimated they would reach the land of teeth. After sending this idiotic young master back to his country, he should also find a way out for himself. Which country should he go to and live off others? It's really a dilemma. Meanwhile, in a bustling small town, Naruto was sitting in and practicing. He focused his chakra on the tip of his right index finger, and the chakra, like gas, slowly condensed, as if forming some kind of pattern. Just as the chakra was about to take shape, Naruto could no longer hold it, and the chakra dissipated into the air. Naruto was almost about to explode in frustration. He approached Niji and said, "Show me again. This time I will definitely learn it." Niji, interrupted in his thoughts, felt a bit annoyed and extended his right hand, concentrating chakra at his fingertip. Instantly, the blue chakra formed a neat shape of a number 1, making Naruto's eyes light up. Niji then retracted his chakra and said to Naruto, "You don't need to rush. Controlling chakra isn't something that can be mastered overnight. I know I shouldn't rush, but Niji, you're already so strong. I don't want to be left behind." After saying this, Naruto returned to his spot to continue training, while Niji continued to think about the details of their mission. A few days ago, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, came to seek Niji out specifically to ask him to accompany him on a mission. Niji himself didn't want to go, but the old geezers in the clan directly ordered him to cooperate with Jiraiya's actions. Niji, with a short temper, couldn't hold back and directly beat up those old-timers. If it weren't for Hinata Hizashi bringing out his father's will to explain the misunderstanding, he would have already taken action to eliminate all those elders of the Hyuga clan. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Niji agreed to Jiraiya's request and set off with Jiraiya and Naruto on the journey to find Tsunade. Along the way, Naruto kept trying to get close to Niji, wanting to know the secret of Niji's strength. Naruto's behavior is quite taboo in the ninja world. A ninja's training methods are rarely taught to others unless they are close. However, Jiraiya was also curious about why Niji was so strong, so he didn't remind Naruto, wanted to see Niji's reaction. If he could extract information, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't be a loss, and he could just smooth things over later. I have to say, Jiraiya really inherited the true teachings from the 3rd Hokage. Sharing such benefits with others and passing the blame onto someone else is truly a skill. Niji is not as foolish as Naruto. He didn't reveal Xinyan's name, but just perfunctorily said he had some unique training techniques. After that, Naruto kept pestering him to learn these techniques, and Niji, unable to withstand Naruto's persistence, ended up giving him some tips. These skills are quite basic, merely the fundamentals of chakra manipulation. Moreover, Shinhiko has never said that these techniques cannot be taught to others, as long as it doesn't disturb his leisurely life. Chapter 33. Niji versus Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Niji was about to go open it when Naruto quickly darted in front of him and said, "It must be the pervy sage. Let me see if he brought any souvenirs." Niji twitched the corner of his mouth. What souvenirs could Jiraiya possibly bring back? A little umbrella? Naruto's hand was on the doorknob, and he forcefully twisted it, slowly pulling the door open. What came into Naruto's view was not the wrinkled old face of natural eye, but a very handsome young man. The moment he saw this person, Naruto was stunned. The person in front of him looked so much like Sasuke. It could be said that apart from having 2 tear marks on his face, he was almost an adult version of Sasuke from a few years later. What shocked Naruto even more was the crimson Sharingan in the other person's eyes. He was naturally familiar with the Sharingan, as 2 members of his team possessed it. He had fought alongside Sharingan users during missions and was well aware of its shape. But why did this person, who looked so much like Sasuke, also have Sharingan? More importantly, the other person exuded a dangerous aura. Although Naruto usually acted carefree, he was very sensitive to the emotions of others. The indifference and coldness radiating from Itachi deeply shocked Naruto, making him hesitate to act recklessly. At that moment, Itachi softly said, "Can we step outside?" Naruto nervously walked out of the room, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his heart filled with anxiety. At this moment, Kisame said beside him, "Mr. Itachi, it will be troublesome if he runs around. Why not just cut off one of his legs?" Kisame placed his hand on the Samahata on his back, seemingly intending to directly incapacitate Naruto Uzumaki. Just then, Niji slowly walked out of the room. He stood beside Naruto and said, "Who are you? Why are you trying to take Naruto away?" Niji also noticed that the two were different. The aura emitted by Itachi Uchiha made even him feel a bit apprehensive. At this moment, he was prepared. If the other party insisted on attacking, he would immediately take Naruto and escape. Seeing that it was just a kid who came out, Itachi and Kisame didn't pay much attention. However, when they saw Niji's eyes, the two slightly took notice. Kisame said to Itachi, "Mr. Itachi, could this be the Byakugan that is renowned alongside the Sharingan of the Uchiha?" Itachi replied expressionlessly, "That's right, but he should be a branch family member, and he possesses a curse mark that can destroy the Byakugan." Kisame expressed his disappointment. "What a pity." Just then, Itachi suddenly said out of the blue, "Long time no see, Sasuke?" Everyone looked toward the end of the corridor. Uchiha Sasuke was standing there with a gloomy face, his eyes fixed intensely on Itachi's back. "Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke's voice was filled with killing intent. Niji's pupils constricted. He had naturally heard of the infamous massacre of the Uchiha, and this was a madman who had slaughtered his entire clan. Extremely dangerous. Kisame noticed Sasuke's Sharingan and asked Itachi, "Does this kid also have a Sharingan? Is he also from the Uchiha clan?" Itachi replied expressionlessly, "He is my brother." Naruto and Niji were both shocked. Naruto was surprised that Sasuke had an older brother, while Niji was shocked that Sasuke's brother was the infamous Itachi who had committed the massacre. Sasuke took a stance, and violent lightning chakra manifested from his hand. As he said, "I hate you, loathe you. I have lived until now just to kill you." Sasuke, holding the Chidori, shot towards Itachi like a drawn sword. To Naruto, Sasuke's movements seemed incredibly swift, but to the other three, Sasuke's speed was like that of a snail. Niji thought to himself that it was not good. With Naruto, a burden, by his side, now there was Sasuke who seemed to be delivering himself to death. Things are going to get difficult. With Sasuke's flawed taijutsu, it was practically a gift to Itachi. Sure enough, when Sasuke was about 1 meter away from Itachi, Itachi directly reached out and grabbed Sasuke's wrist. The violent lightning was as if it was grasped by fate, unable to advance an inch. Sasuke, whose wrist was caught, instinctively tried to break free. But he soon realized that Itachi's strength far surpassed his own. His hand felt as if it were clamped in a vice, unable to move at all, unable to escape. Sasuke could only glare at Itachi with a venomous look, as if he wanted to devour Itachi alive. Itachi's heart was also unsettled. Sasuke had indeed grown a lot, and he felt gratified. However, there was still Kisame, a member of the Akatsuki, present, and moreover, he couldn't let his image as a brutal butcher collapse. If he showed mercy to Sasuke at this moment, it would surely raise suspicion within the Akatsuki. Reluctantly, he made up his mind. He was prepared to painfully break Sasuke's wrist, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Just as he was about to act, a gust of wind suddenly rushed from behind. Itachi's pupils constricted, and every hair on his body was signaling danger. He kicked Sasuke away and then sidestepped to avoid Niji's sneak attack. Niji's gentle fist struck the wall of the corridor directly. Boom, the wall of the inn crumpled as if made of paper, creating a large hole. Fortunately, this room was empty, otherwise the people inside would have been in grave danger. After dodging Niji's sneak attack, Itachi glanced at Kisame with his peripheral vision. Kisame was equally astonished. He hadn't expected Niji's speed to be this fast. He had completely failed to react to how Niji had broken through his defenses. At this moment, Itachi said to Kisame, "Kisame, you capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Leave this kid to me." Kisame received the order, drew out his large sword Samahata, and swung it down towards Naruto. Naruto was so scared that he kept retreating, nearly getting hit by Samahata several times. It must be said that Naruto's taijutsu was also quite good. While dodging Kisame's attacks, his movements, though not elegant, managed to evade the strikes. Meanwhile, Itachi was engaged in a fight with Niji, the two entangled in the narrow corridor, breaking through wall after wall. The more they fought, the more shocked Niji became. This Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu was surprisingly strong, able to match him evenly. It should be noted that Niji's taijutsu was built on a foundation of formidable physical strength, with every move carrying overwhelming power. Furthermore, his techniques were a blend of hardness and softness. Relying solely on brute strength would not stop his attacks. Yet even so, Uchiha Itachi used his unique force distribution techniques to nullify all of his strength. Isn't it said that the Uchiha clan excels in Jinjutsu? Why is Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu so strong? Niji has no idea. In the original work, Itachi was able to engage in close combat with Naruto in his tailed beast mode. At that time, Naruto's taijutsu was so powerful that he could match the Raikage evenly. Even so, Itachi was still able to fight him in taijutsu, which shows just how strong Itachi's taijutsu is. Chapter 34. Jiraiya makes his appearance. The water and fire duo escape. Just as Niji and Itachi were locked in a fierce battle, Uchiha Sasuke gradually regained his composure. The kick he received earlier was not light. It broke some of his ribs. He struggled to hold himself up, his eyes filled with shock as he watched the battle between Niji and Itachi. These two people are too strong. My abilities are completely on a different level from theirs. This was still in a situation where neither of them used ninjutsu. Just with physical skills, they had completely overwhelmed him. It was one thing for Uchiha Itachi, but why was that Hyuga Niji so strong as well? That guy had only graduated a year earlier than him. Why did he possess the strength to fight against Uchiha Itachi? Moreover, he had seen Hyuga Niji in the Forest of Death. At that time, Niji was definitely not as strong as he was now. At most, he was on par with his current self. But now the other party actually had the strength to battle Uchiha Itachi. What was the reason for this? He clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger and unwillingness. How could such a weak self ever take revenge? He didn't even notice that the Heaven's Curse seal left by Orochimaru was slowly spreading all over his body. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who was fighting Niji, was equally shocked. In his impression, the Hyuga clan's taijutsu was indeed very strong, but it was nowhere near this exaggerated level. The opponent looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, about the same age as Sasuke. At this age, he possesses such strength. The opponent's talent is truly terrifying. He, Uchiha Itachi, has also been called a genius since childhood. In the Uchiha clan, and even throughout the entire ninja world, there are very few who can surpass his talent. At just 18 years old, he has already mastered ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to the limits of a ninja. He is confident that even the legendary ninja gods, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, will not be stronger than him at his age. But today, he unexpectedly encountered Hyuga Niji, a genius younger than himself with even greater talent. To be honest, he greatly admires Niji. Itachi is someone who deeply respects strength, which can be seen from his past actions and logic. He chose the village over his family not because he believed the village was right, but simply because he felt that Konoha was stronger. There must be a reason behind the actions of strong. The weak only need to obey. This can be seen from his behavior after joining the Akatsuki. With his strength, he should have grasped all the intelligence about the Akatsuki members. However, Konoha has no intelligence at all about the Akatsuki. They even have to send Jiraiya, a key figure, to personally venture into the land of rain for reconnaissance. It's not that Itachi is unable to pass on information, but rather that he simply does not want to relay information to Konoha. At this point, Itachi has completely betrayed Konoha and has aligned himself with the Akatsuki organization. The reason is quite simple. Pain is the strongest person he has ever encountered. Pain's strength far surpasses that of Konoha's Hokage, and the peace plan proposed by such a powerful figure is more feasible than that of Konoha. Thus, between Konoha and the Akatsuki, he chooses the Akatsuki over Konoha. Therefore, when he sees Niji Hyuga, he inevitably feels a sense of kinship. It is also for this reason that Itachi does not wish to go all out and continues to spar with Niji using only taijutsu. Niji also notices that his opponent does not want to prolong the fight and glances at Naruto, who is being pursued by Kisame. At this moment, Naruto is in a terrible state, covered in countless wounds caused by Kisame scales. The wounds themselves are minor. The main issue is that a significant amount of Naruto's chakra has been absorbed by Kisame, making him feel somewhat unsteady on his feet. It's truly frustrating. Why is my chakra dwindling? Naruto feels extremely uncomfortable. That shark-faced man is simply his nemesis. The amount of chakra he takes pride in is meaningless in front of him. That strange weapon has been continuously absorbing his chakra, and at this rate, he will surely lose. The more anxious he becomes, the more mistakes he makes. After dodging once, Naruto suddenly slips and loses his balance, falling to the ground. Kisame grins, seizing the opportunity, and strikes down with his blade. The speed of the strike was incredibly fast, and the immense power wrapped around the blade left Naruto in a state of terror. Just at that critical moment, a puff of white smoke rose in front of Naruto. An orange toad appeared before him, blocking the strike. Seeing the toad, Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Although he couldn't understand the situation, at least he had saved his life. Upon seeing the toad in front of him, Kisame cautiously created distance to avoid being ambushed by the opponent. At this moment, Jiraiya, wearing wooden clogs and a red outfit, jumped onto the back of the toad. Thinking a mere beauty trap could lure away me, the toad sage, Jiraiya, is truly wishful thinking. Jiraiya struck an awkward pose on the toad's back, while Naruto and Neji began to mock him from somewhere. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Itachi Uchiha quickly broke free from Neji's entanglement and moved to Kisame's side. Jiraiya has returned. The operation to capture the Nine Tails has failed. We must retreat immediately. After receiving the order, Kisame followed Itachi as they ran towards the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, someone was waiting for them. It was Sasuke Uchiha, who had just recovered from being kicked away by Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, I won't let you escape, Sasuke shouted, forming hand seals. A Chidori appeared in his right hand, and he shouted as he charged towards Itachi. Seeing this, Kisame swung his sword, ready to slash at Sasuke. Itachi quickly said, Retract Samahata, I'll handle Sasuke. After speaking, the red three-tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes underwent a change. The three tomo slowly connected, forming the shape of a large triangular pinwheel, which was Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. In the instant Sasuke made eye contact, Itachi immediately activated his Manjiki Jinjutsu. Tsukuyomi, a powerful mental force entered Sasuke's brain through his eyes. Sasuke felt the world before him change drastically. He was suddenly transported back to that unforgettable night 5 years ago. The crimson moonlight, the bodies scattered everywhere, his father and mother lying on the ground, and behind them stood his older brother Itachi Uchiha, holding a blood-stained long knife. Sasuke let out a tragic scream. Then his eyes rolled back as he fainted on the ground. Itachi and Kisame immediately stepped over Sasuke's body, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. By the time Jiraiya and Neji reached the corner of the corridor, the two had completely vanished. Neji frowned and said, Are these two after the Nine Tails within Naruto? Jiraiya replied solemnly, It seems so, but with the two of us here, they probably won't make a move on Naruto in the short term. Just then, Naruto was shaking Sasuke's body forcefully. While shaking, Naruto shouted, Hey, Sasuke, don't die. Pull yourself together. Sasuke. Jiraiya and Neji looked on with black lines on their foreheads. If he kept shaking like that, Sasuke would really be dead. Chapter 35. Not silly enough to fit in with you after interrupting Naruto, who was still torturing Sasuke. Jiraiya checked Sasuke's injuries. The external wounds weren't too serious, but he was mentally traumatized, likely due to Itachi's Jinjutsu. Although Jiraiya wasn't a professional medical ninja, after being a ninja for decades, he naturally understood some medical knowledge. Upon hearing Jiraiya's diagnosis, Naruto clenched his fists in anger. That damn Itachi Uchiha actually went so hard on Sasuke. Jiraiya didn't say much about Naruto's reaction. To him, Naruto's anger wasn't just about his comrade being injured. More importantly, it was about the embarrassment of not having the strength to protect his comrade. He then turned to look at Neji Hyuga, who was silently scanning the surroundings with his Byakugan, vigilant against the two rogue ninjas who might return. Observing Neji's demeanor, Jiraiya silently commented, Good temperament, strong enough, belongs to the same type of ninja as Minato. Could he be the one I've been waiting for? Just then, Naruto interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts and asked, Hey, perverted sage, what should we do next? Should we take Sasuke back to Konoha? Jiraiya thought for a moment, then shook his head. There's no need for everyone to go back. Just one person can take Sasuke back. Naruto clenched his fists. Then let me go. I will definitely get Sasuke back to the village safely. Jiraiya shook his head. You can't leave me and Neji. The enemy's target is clearly you, so it's very dangerous for you to be alone. Just as Naruto was about to say something, Neji interjected. No need to dwell on it. We have someone to take Sasuke back. Everyone looked in the direction Neji was pointing. They saw Guy Mato, with his bowl-cut hairstyle and wearing a green jumpsuit, giving a thumbs up at the end of the corridor. Oh, the Azure Beast of Konoha, Mato Guy has come to the rescue. Seeing Guy's outfit, Jiraiya was filled with black lines. To be honest, it was the first time Jiraiya had seen someone uglier than himself. He had thought his toad-like face was unbeatable. But this man, who resembled Wang Baoqiang, was even worse. After exchanging some information, they found out that Kakashi had also been taken down by Itachi and was currently lying in a hospital. Upon learning that Neji was able to fight evenly with Itachi, Guy jumped up excitedly, giving him a thumbs up and showing his white teeth. Truly my student. This is youth. Neji looked helplessly at Guy, then at Naruto, who was sparkling with excitement beside him. He also thought of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who was on the same level of silliness as Guy. He felt that he always seemed out of place because he wasn't silly enough. After exchanging information, Guy carried Sasuke on his back and headed towards Konoha. Before leaving, Neji reminded Guy with a black line on his face to walk normally and not to carry Sasuke upside down. After sending off Guy, the three continued on their way. Meanwhile, far away in a forest, Itachi and Kisame were resting. Kisame was wrapping white cloth around his samahata. This was the most annoying part about this sword. After every fight, he had to rewrap it, and one needed patience to wield it. While wrapping the cloth, Kisame glanced at Itachi. He had been recruited into the Akatsuki organization by the masked man Uchiha Bido, with a hidden task to monitor Itachi. Having encountered Konoha ninjas several times today, he was pondering whether Itachi had leaked any information about the organization. Based on his observations, Itachi's performance throughout the day had been quite normal. He hadn't passed notes or used hand signals to convey messages to Konoha ninjas. If he were to convey information, it could only be through Jinjutsu. Today, two people had fallen victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu, Kakashi Hitaki and his younger brother Sasuke Uchiha. Although these two individuals were driven to madness by the illusion, we cannot rule out the possibility that Itachi used the Jinjutsu to convey information to them. It seems this matter needs to be reported to Uchiha Bido, and he will need to assess the specific situation. Itachi also noticed Kisame sneaking glances at him, but he didn't care at all. He truly did not convey any information to the Leaf Ninjas. With a clear conscience, he was not afraid of the Shadow's judgment, and he did not care what the masked man thought. At that moment, a wave of chakra emanated from the rings in their hands. This is a signal from the organization, indicating that there is a mission to be issued. The two didn't dare to delay. Kisame immediately created several water clones to patrol outside. Itachi and Kisame sat down directly on the ground, their consciousness immersed in the ring. The lantern body technique was activated. In an instant, the projections of Itachi and Kisame appeared on the ring fingers of the Outer Path Golem's left and right hands, respectively. Once their spirits stabilized, they immediately checked the surroundings and found that this time, the leader had summoned only the two of them. Seeing Itachi and Kisame arrive, Pain directly said, Deidara has been captured and his life or death is currently unknown. Kisame widened his eyes in surprise. Deidara's strength was well known among the Akatsuki members. Being able to capture him alive indicated that the enemy was formidable. Itachi, however, did not react much. In his view, Deidara was merely a defeated foe. He could also capture Deidara alive if he wanted to. Observing their reactions, Pain spoke again. He was captured by Araki Nabahiko and is currently on his way to the Land of Iron. Your mission is to head to the Land of Iron immediately and, if possible, try to rescue Deidara. If you cannot rescue him, retrieve the ring that Deidara has. The honest Kisame remained silent and directed his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. In this team, Itachi was the captain, and they needed to follow his instructions on what to do next. Itachi asked, "What should we do about Araki Nabahiko? Do we need to continue with the assassination?" Pain shook his head and said, "The assassination of Araki Nabahiko is temporarily halted. His strength exceeds our expectations. The previous employer's offer was too low, making it an unprofitable business." With Pain's instructions, Itachi understood what to do next. There was no need to confront Araki Nabahiko. They just needed to retrieve Deidara or the ring in his possession. After that, Pain informed the two about the intelligence collected by Sasori regarding Araki Nabahiko's jutsu. Once they received the information, Itachi and Kisame returned to their bodies. Kisame stood up and stretched, saying, "I never expected that guy Deidara would actually be captured. His mobility is the strongest among the Akatsuki." Itachi straightened his clothes and, with a blank expression, said to Kisame, "Let's go." Chapter 36. The Guardian King of a Nation. After a grueling half-month journey, the convoy of the Land of Iron entered the capital, marking the successful completion of Nabahiko's mission. Kawabata Izanari promptly delivered the reward for Nabahiko's mission and extended an invitation to him. Nabahiko, with a strange expression, asked, "What do you want to invite me for?" Kawabata stood straight and respectfully replied, "I would like to formally invite you, in the capacity of the daimyo of the Land of Iron, to become the Guardian King of the Land of Iron. From now on, your status in the Land of Iron will be equal to mine as the daimyo." Nabahiko scratched his ear. The term Guardian King sounded quite awkward to him. If he remembered correctly, that title belonged to Kaido. How could a former rogue ninja like him be associated with a pirate like Kaido? However, after a moment of thought, he agreed. He happened to be in need of a place to settle down, and it didn't matter where he spent his days. However, He did discuss with Kawabata Izanari in advance that aside from ensuring the safety of the capital of the Land of Iron, he would not be responsible for anything else. Kawabata Izanari was waiting for this statement. As long as Nobuhiko could guarantee his personal safety, he wouldn't care about anyone else. The two quickly reached an agreement, and they officially announced Araki Nobuhiko's title as the Guardian King within the Land of Iron. Kawabata Izanari was very generous. After Nobuhiko agreed to become the Guardian King, he immediately gifted him a luxurious mansion and dozens of servants as a present. Additionally, there would be an annual allocation of 100 million ryo as Nobuhiko's remuneration. However, Nobuhiko did not accept the mansion and servants. He simply bought an ordinary house to live in the capital of the Land of Iron. He just wanted to lead a peaceful life, rather than a corrupt one. However, he did not refuse the 100 million ryo allocation, as it could be considered his labor fee. Why refuse something that was his due? Thus, the Land of Iron gained a Guardian King who was elusive and rarely seen. After stabilizing the Land of Iron, Nobuhiko did not rush to notify the Akatsuki and Iwagakure to redeem Deidara. He wanted to enjoy some peaceful days before the Akatsuki and Iwagakure came looking for him. But while he was not in a hurry, someone else was anxious. Deidara was tied up with ropes and pink balloons on a pine tree in the yard, suffering terribly. He was now eagerly hoping for someone to come to his rescue, even if it was the old third Tsuchikage. As long as he could be saved from this suffering, he would be willing to do anything, even becoming that old man's grandson. Moreover, the homebody Araki Nobuhiko was truly making things difficult for Deidara. In the past few days, Araki Shinshin has not stepped out of his house even once. He directly calls the store to have them deliver things, truly reaching a level of being a homebody. That day, Nobuhiko Araki was feeling bored and wanted to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out the door, he heard someone shouting from a tree. "Hey, Nobuhiko Araki, how long are you going to keep us hanging? If you're going to kill us, just do it quickly, don't waste our time here." Nobuhiko looked in the direction of the voice and saw Deidara and a few members of the Iwagakure team awkwardly hanging from the tree. And only then did he remember that there were still a few people. He immediately released the pink energy and brought them down. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy with work lately, so I forgot about you all." He sincerely apologized. Deidara and Meigan looked at him with disdain. This guy's just messing around. They hang around the entrance of Sun Yan's house all day. How could this guy not know if they're busy or not? After landing, the three members of the Iwagakure team secretly scanned the surroundings with their eyes, seemingly trying to find a favorable escape route. Deidara, however, was much wiser than them. After breaking free, he showed no intention of escaping. He understood the power gap between the two sides. The fact that the opponent dared to the pink energy indicated that they were not afraid of them escaping at all. Seeing the three members of Meiyin acting sneakily, Sun Yan directly said, "You don't need to think about escaping. The entire land of Tooth is under the surveillance of my ninjutsu. With just a thought, the protective shield of this country will be generated. By then, not to mention you guys, even the allied forces of the 5 great nations won't be able to break in." Although the three from Meiyin felt that Sun Yan was bragging, they did not recklessly act to provoke him. Once they saw that their emotions were stable, Sun Yan spoke again. "First, I can assure you all that as long as you don't cause trouble in the land of Tooth, I will not threaten your lives. After that, I will send someone to contact the ninja villages and forces behind you. As long as they are willing to pay a ransom, you can leave at any time." Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, everyone's expressions turned somewhat grim. They weren't doubting that Sun Yan was lying. After spending some time together, they had gained some understanding of his character. This is a person who is lazy to the bone, a late-stage lazy cancer patient, a god-level lazy person who is even too lazy to tell lies. This guy said he would release them, and he will definitely do so there's no need to worry about him going back on his word. The reason everyone's expression is grim is that this guy doesn't take the forces behind him seriously at all. This act of sending someone to demand a ransom seems like a deliberate provocation. Mingyan said to Sun Yan, "Do you know what your actions mean? You are provoking a Wagakure on behalf of Konoha, and if things go wrong, it could trigger a war." Sun Yan casually replied, "Don't worry. I am now a rogue ninja from Konoha, and demanding a ransom won't lead to a ninja world war." Mingyan was shocked by Sun Yan's carefree attitude. This indifferent attitude completely disregards the 5 major countries. It's surprising that a strong individual with such power has become a rogue ninja. He keenly realizes the importance of this information. No matter what, he needs to bring this information back and report it to Lord Tsuchikage. I saw Mingyan's right hand behind his back, his fingertips emitting blue chakra, creating one bloody mark after another on his lower back. Sun Yan's mental power naturally detected Mingyan's small movements. leaving him both amused and exasperated. He hadn't even said he wanted to erase this guy's memory. Was it really necessary to go this far? At this moment, Deidara said with a face full of mockery, "You are really quite arrogant, aren't you?" This arrogant attitude of not taking the 5 major countries seriously is just like the guys in the organization. Would you like to join our organization? I can introduce you. Yoshihiro yawned and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. I won't chat with you guys anymore. For the next few days, you can move freely within the capital of the Land of Teeth. However, you have been marked with a cursed seal, and if you leave the capital's range, you will die immediately. I hope you take care of yourselves." After saying this, Yoshihiro turned and went back inside, leaving Deidara and his 3 companions staring at each other in the courtyard. Chapter 37. Almost didn't get my kidney cut open. Walking on the streets of the capital, Mingyan and his 2 teammates remained silent. To be honest, they really wanted to turn around and run. They had checked themselves carefully before and found no curse seal at all. They suspected Araki Yoshihiro was just bluffing, but they didn't dare to risk their lives to find out. After all, Araki Yoshihiro is now a rogue ninja, having lost his ties to the ninja village. This kind of madman could do anything. It's better to avoid trouble, and now they could only hope the village would quickly send someone to rescue them. Just then, their stomachs growled uncontrollably. Liotu and Fusher looked at their captain, Mingyan, who instinctively reached into his pocket. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that his wallet had long been stolen by that bastard Araki Nabahiko. This guy is truly obsessed with money, even embezzling the captive's funds. What a shameless person. A Chew in the land of salted fish, Xinyan, who was lifting a barbell made of 2 mountains to work out his muscles, couldn't help but sneeze. Who is this? Just sitting around and cursing at me. While he complained, his hands were still busy. He repeatedly lifted the 2 mountains above his head, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, soaking even his shoes. Recently, Xinyan noticed that his body was becoming weaker, based on his years of reading web novels. It should be because his mental strength was draining his physical body. Moving forward, he couldn't just train his mental strength anymore. He needed to appropriately lift weights and work out, ensuring that his mind and body wouldn't divorce. If he didn't strengthen his physical body, what would happen if one day these 2 couldn't get by and ended up separating? Just as he was exercising, Xinyan suddenly frowned. His clone left in the ninja world had detected 2 powerful chakra fluctuations entering the Land of Tooth. At the border of the Land of Tooth, Itachi and Kisame, dressed in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robes, were striding towards the capital. The 2 walked with their heads held high, showing none of the cowardly demeanor typical of ordinary rogue ninjas. Uchiha Itachi walked forward expressionlessly, seemingly in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Kisame chattered on about the intelligence they had gathered earlier. "Mr. Itachi, according to the intelligence we just received, this Araki Xinyan has no intention of returning to Konoha after completing his mission. There are even rumors that he has taken over the Land of Tooth, becoming its guardian king. To achieve this, he killed several Konoha ninjas during his mission. It seems he has made up his mind to become a rogue ninja, officially breaking away from Konoha. Truly, a rogue ninja from Konoha is no simple character." Kisame's words carried a hint of sarcasm, but Itachi didn't care. Although Kisame usually showed him great respect, anyone with eyes could tell that this guy was here to monitor him. Surely, these sarcastic words weren't something this honest fellow would say. Was it Uchiha Madara who sent Kisame to test him? Recently, he had indeed been in contact with Konoha ninjas more frequently, so it was normal for Uchiha Madara to suspect him. But let them suspect. After all, he hadn't transmitted any information to Konoha, and they couldn't possibly find evidence of his betrayal against the organization. As for that Araki Xinyan, a cold glint appeared in Itachi's eyes. Killing comrades is simply unforgivable. He had betrayed his entire clan and sent them to the guillotine just to ensure that Sasuke could live on as a Konoha ninja. Yet this Araki Xinyan, for the mere title of Guardian King, had betrayed Konoha and killed his comrades. This guy is just like Orochimaru. That poses a huge threat to Konoha. This kind of guy shouldn't exist in the world. Eliminating him as soon as possible is the best for Konoha. After that, Itachi summarized the information about Araki Nabahiko. He is skilled in Jinjutsu, and can use a ninjutsu that allows for arbitrary transformation. According to Scorpion's description, Araki Nabahiko condensed a chakra arm, which is incredibly flexible and fast. The more Uchiha Itachi thought about it, the more he had a strange feeling in his heart. How come Araki Nabahiko's abilities are so similar to his own Sharingan? Both are proficient in Jinjutsu, and can use a chakra form similar to Susanoo. Could it be that the other party saw a description of Susanoo in some ancient text and developed this ninjutsu based on that. The more Itachi thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and, at the same time, his contempt for Araki Nabahiko grew stronger. No wonder he could easily defeat Deidara. It turns out he was just a weakened version of himself. The other party should feel fortunate that the organization's mission was to bring back Deidara and the ring he had, rather than continuing to hunt down Araki Nabahiko. Otherwise, this imitation would definitely be ruthlessly crushed by the real deal. Just a jumping clown in front of his eyes was simply overestimating his abilities, like trying to block a car with a mantis arm. If the other party hesitated, he would ensure they turned back to safety. If the other party remained stubborn, he would make them suffer endlessly. Today, the residents of the land of Ti witnessed a strange sight. A massive folk, dozens of meters high and resembling ocean waves, completely engulfed the capital of the land of Ti. Visibility in the city instantly dropped to less than a meter, making it impossible to see anything. Kisame maintained his hand seals and smiled at Itachi, saying, "Mr. Itachi has completed it. Now we can infiltrate. No one will be able to discover us." Itachi nodded, seemingly in full agreement with Kisame's approach. The drawbacks of sneaking in under the cover of darkness were too many. Using the fog for concealment was indeed better. The two of them swaggered into the capital and then arrived at a corner by the street. Next, they needed to find Araki Nabahiko's residence and confront him. However, neither of them was skilled in tracking ninjutsu, so they had no choice but to find someone to interrogate. Kisame scanned the crowd with his round little eyes and finally set his sights on a roughly 20-year-old guy, directly walking over and knocking him out with a punch, dragging him into a nearby alley. Uchiha Itachi had been waiting there early on, and when he saw Kisame dragging the person in, he quickly said, "Wake him up. The rest is up to me." As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, while Kisame smiled slightly, preparing to use water release to wake the guy up. Just as he was about to spit out the water technique, a sound of flowing water came from deep within the alley. Itachi and Kisame were filled with confusion and turned their heads to look. They saw a man wearing a black robe with red clouds, sporting a golden ponytail, standing with his back to them, relieving himself in the alley. I was about to burst. Luckily, my kidneys are good. Otherwise, I would have damaged them these past few days. Chapter 38. The price of Deidara. At that moment, Deidara, who was relieving himself, suddenly sensed someone behind him. He slowly pulled up his pants and turned around with an unfriendly gaze, cursing, "Who dares to peek at me while I'm urinating? Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes and use them as foot baths?" As he turned around, he saw Itachi with his glaring crimson three-tomo Sharingan and the round-eyed Kisame. It was particularly awkward for them to meet a familiar face in this situation. Itachi and Kisame did not expect to run into Deidara here. Isn't this guy supposed to be captured? How is he still alive and kicking? Could it be that he escaped from that Araki Nabahiko? It seems very likely. Just then, the little thug who was captured by Kisame slowly woke up. Itachi, Kisame, and Deidara left the alley without hesitation. Since Deidara had already been found, there was no need to question this thug any further. The thug, confused, wandered around the alley a few times before rubbing his head and walking out. He never saw Kisame at all, thinking he just got drunk and fell asleep in the alley. The three members of the Akatsuki organization went to a dango shop, ordered a few skewers of three-color dango, and then Deidara shared information about Araki Nabahiko with Itachi and Kisame. Upon hearing that Araki Nabahiko dared to demand a ransom from the Akatsuki organization and the Iwagakure, Kisame's lips curled into a sinister smile. One audacious guy. This is the first time I've seen such a bold rogue ninja. I guess the only one in the rogue ninja circle who could outdo Araki Nabahiko in terms of arrogance would be Uchiha Madara. Itachi lowered his head in thought, showing no interest in paying to redeem Deidara. He was contemplating whether Araki Nabahiko's actions would lead to Iwagakure declaring war on Konohagakure. The situation in the ninja world has been somewhat severe recently, with the other four great nations eyeing Konoha. The Sand Village in the Land of Wind has even begun to take action. Although it ultimately ended in failure, it still showed the other great nations Konoha's weakness. If Araki Nabahiko provokes Iwagakure in such an insulting manner at this time, it would surely incite their anger. It would be fine if Iwagakure's wrath was only directed at Araki Nabahiko. But if the anger turned towards Konoha, it would undoubtedly lead to devastation. Upon realizing this, he silently made up his mind. He asked Deidara, "Did Araki Nabahiko tell you how much ransom he wants for your release?" Deidara shook his head and said no. He didn't say anything, and I couldn't be bothered to ask. Itachi, expressionless, replied, "Take us to find Araki Nabahiko. I need to talk to him." Deidara looked displeased, thinking this guy is too full of himself, speaking as if he were his subordinate. However, he didn't refuse. Getting himself out of trouble was the top priority. Moreover, he secretly felt a bit of schadenfreude, as he disliked both Itachi Uchiha and Araki Nobuhiko immensely. If these two guys fall out and start fighting, that would be the best outcome. Ideally, one would die and the other would be seriously injured, and then they could step in and finish the job. That would make the world perfect. Deidara led the two of them, making twists and turns until they arrived at an ordinary courtyard. The courtyard's wall was 2 meters high, making it impossible to see inside from outside. The three of them arrived at the front door of the courtyard, and just as Kisame was about to chop the door open, Itachi stopped him. Kisame, puzzled, asked, "Itachi-san, aren't we going to break in?" For a vicious rogue ninja like this, they won't negotiate peacefully unless we give them a beating. Deidara beside him twitched his lips. After all, the one who understands rogue ninjas the most is still a rogue ninja. Even Kisame, the honest one, knows how to subdue rogue ninjas. Itachi gently shook his head at Kisame and said, "Once we go in, you two don't say anything. If I can't reach an agreement with Araki Nobuhiko, then you can take action." Kisame and Deidara nodded in understanding. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Just a few seconds later, the door was opened. A neatly dressed Nobuhiko appeared before the three members of the Akatsuki organization. "You're here, please come in." After speaking, Nobuhiko made a gesture inviting them in. Itachi frowned. This guy didn't seem surprised at his arrival at all. It seems that he and Kisame had been discovered long ago. Could he also be a sensory-type ninja? The group wasted no time and directly entered Nobuhiko's courtyard. As soon as they entered, Itachi immediately asked, "How much to redeem Deidara?" Itachi's direct question caught Nobuhiko off guard, but he still stated his price. 100 million ryo, not a single penny less. After saying this, Nobuhiko stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Uchiha Itachi's response. This price was decided after careful consideration. He believes it is very reasonable and objective. The reason for quoting this price is that he used Asuma, Sarutobi, and Deidara as comparisons. In the original work, Asuma's bounty is 35 million ryo, while Deidara's bounty is 30 million ryo. It seems that Asuma should be stronger than Deidara, but in reality, that is not the case. A substantial part of Asuma's bounty is inflated. His bounty was raised to 35 million ryo, mainly because he is the son of the Hokage, and Asuma's strength does not match that figure. In the original work, when Deidara first faced the immortal duo, he was able to suppress them in battle. If he hadn't been caught off guard due to lack of information about his opponent, he would not have died so inexplicably. Defeating Haiden should not be a problem for Deidara, given his strength. In contrast, Asuma couldn't even handle a one-on-one fight with Haiden and ultimately needed the assistance of Shikamaru and 2 gatekeepers to defeat him. This shows how inflated Asuma's 35 million ryo bounty is. Setting Deidara's strength at 100 million ryo, in Shinichi's opinion, is very reasonable. It is very normal for 3 Deidara to overpower Deidara in battle. When you think about it, 100 million ryo for Deidara seems a bit excessive. After confidently stating the amount of 100 million ryo, Shinichi pretended to be calm while tapping his foot beside him. He wondered if Uchiha Itachi would agree to such a high price. After all, 100 million ryo is not a small sum. The Land of Iron only allocates 100 million ryo for its funding each year. 100 million ryo? I can make the decision to agree on behalf of the organization. What he didn't expect was that Uchiha Itachi immediately agreed, making Shinichi exclaim that the Akatsuki organization really has money. Itachi, a mere worker, didn't even blink and directly agreed to the ransom of 100 million ryo, showing how generous the Akatsuki organization is to its members. To be honest, Shinichi was a bit tempted. He almost wanted to resign from his position as the Guardian of the Kingdom and join the Akatsuki organization. However, since he had already promised Kawabata Yazunari to be the Guardian of the Kingdom, he naturally couldn't give up halfway. Moreover, the future of the Akatsuki organization seems bleak, and just thinking about going out to carry out missions and fight tailed beasts is exhausting. Compared to this, the Guardian King, who earns 100 million a year, seems even more appealing. Since that's the case, when will the Akatsuki organization pay back the money? Before Sinyan could finish speaking, Uchiha Itachi directly used Amaterasu on him. Chapter 39, died from showing off. The black flames burned fiercely on Sinyan's body. The intense heat made even Deidara and Kisame, who were not far away, feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. Uchiha Itachi is really ruthless. One moment he's negotiating, and the next he uses Amaterasu to burn someone. However, the two still didn't quite understand why Itachi chose to act. Seeing Amaterasu hit Araki Nabahiko, Itachi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, Araki Nabahiko lacked experience in battling strong opponents, which allowed Itachi to successfully ambush him. If it had been a direct confrontation, Amaterasu would definitely have been blocked by the opponent's strange protective shield, which would have required much more effort. Itachi wasn't afraid of Nabahiko. He just felt that there was no need to go to great lengths to deal with a rogue ninja like him. If he could take him out with an ambush, there was no need to waste so much time. Turning around, he saw the puzzled expressions on Kisame and Deidara's faces and explained, Araki Nabahiko is quite powerful and has already obtained some information about the Akatsuki organization. Before we set out, the leader didn't mention bringing this guy into the organization. So it's better to eliminate such an unstable factor as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Upon hearing Itachi's response, Kisame was skeptical. However, Itachi has always been mysterious in his actions, and he knew that he wouldn't understand what was going on in Itachi's mind. As long as he reports the information here truthfully to Madara, that's all that matters. Whether Uchiha Itachi is trustworthy or not is up to Madara to decide. Right now, Kisame had only one thing to do. Truly worthy of Mr. Itachi, he actually used his superb acting skills to deceive Araki Nabahiko and then defeated him with a single move of Amaterasu. Such an extraordinary ambush technique is hard to find even among the entire ninja world. Mr. Itachi truly deserves to be one of the top geniuses in the ninja world. It's really impressive. Kisame was full of admiration, showering compliments on Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Deidara crossed his arms and looked quite displeased. What is this Araki Nabahiko doing? Why is he so calm when fighting himself? How did he get taken out in one hit by Uchiha Itachi? He was even thinking about waiting for the two to take each other out, so he could pick up the scraps. If I had known this guy was so careless, I should have just sent him flying with a C4 as soon as Nabahiko released his pink energy. Useless Araki Nabahiko. Wasting my time. Just then, applause suddenly rang out amidst the blazing black flames. Clap, clap. I was indeed too kind, thinking it would be better to let you off easy. The three members of the Akatsuki stared wide-eyed at the direction of the burning Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi, the leader, had his pupils constricted and wore a face of disbelief. There stood Nabahiko, engulfed in black Amaterasu flames, looking coldly at Uchiha Itachi. I clearly gave you a chance. Why didn't you cherish it? I don't want to cause trouble. I just want to live a peaceful life. Yet you all buzz around me like a bunch of flies, occasionally grossing me out. Now I understand. If I don't swat away these annoying flies first, it seems I won't have any peaceful days to live. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blazing Amaterasu flames on the mountain suddenly extinguished. Aside from a lingering heat in the air, there was not a trace of the Amaterasu flames left. Seeing the scene, Kisame and Deidara were slightly surprised. Deidara had heard about Itachi's Amaterasu, which was said to never extinguish, but it seems that today is not that impressive after all. Kisame was only slightly shocked, but Uchiha Itachi was now on the defensive. He incredulously asked, how is this possible? Amaterasu is hellfire that never extinguishes. How'd you do it? Nabahiko brushed off the dust on his clothes, spread his hands, and said, what everlasting flames. It's just a stronger fire style. As long as it's a ninjutsu, it will follow the characteristics of chakra, composed of spiritual energy and physical energy. As long as I disrupt the ratio of spiritual energy and physical energy in the chakra with my mental power, it will self-dissolve. This method can not only extinguish your Tsukuyami, but can also affect other chakra ninjutsu. Shinichi's response left Uchiha Itachi not believing a word. The idea of using mental energy to interfere with ninjutsu was simply nonsense. A genius like him naturally had a thorough understanding of chakra theory. He had also studied mental energy and physical energy, but the conclusion was that both types of energy were very weak on their own. A ninja's mental energy was so weak that it was difficult to move even a single hair, and physical energy was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. It could be said that without merging these two into chakra, both types of energy were practically a burden within the human body. The fact that Araki Shinichi claimed to have disrupted the energy ratio of his Tsukuyami with mental power seemed ridiculous to Itachi. The opponent must have some special ninjutsu that counters Tsukuyami, such as a sealing technique like the sealing fire technique. With this thought, Itachi's expression became calm, and his gaze returned to indifference. Even Uchiha Itachi himself did not notice that his emotions had slightly changed. Kisame placed his hand on the Samahata behind him, ready to act at any moment. However, Itachi stopped him and said in a deep voice, Kisame, step back. I'll handle this guy. Kisame showed a surprised expression. Today, Itachi seemed a bit unusual. Usually, he would handle such matters himself. Nevertheless, he followed Itachi's orders and took a few steps back. It seemed that Itachi was a bit fired up, since he was so interested. Then Araki Shinichi would be left to him. Kisame had great confidence in Itachi's strength. Taking down this Araki Shinichi was just a matter of minutes. Seeing Itachi's pretentious expression, Shinichi said with an annoyed face, "Your whole family has such pure, pretentious blood. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. From now on, I'll stand here and take 3 of your moves. I won't move my feet or fight back, but will use my body to receive your attacks. If you haven't defeated me after 3 moves, then I will take you down with 1 strike." Itachi's expression was indifferent as he said, "What arrogance." He then formed seals in front of his chest like a phantom, and his chest heaved. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, directly crushing toward Shinhiko. Wherever the fireball passed, it was as if a fierce wind had swept through, melting the ground into flowing liquid from the intense heat, and the enormous wind pressure made Shinhiko's clothes flutter violently. Beside them, Kisame muttered, as expected of Mr. Itachi, "The power of this ninjutsu is truly formidable." Deidara smirked. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Itachi's ninjutsu was indeed impressive. And in front of the great fireball, Araki Shinhiko stood exactly as he had promised, not moving an inch, ready to face the fireball head-on. Itachi sneered. What a show-off. He would die under his own arrogance. Chapter 40. I blew myself up to help you out. With a loud bang, flames soared into the sky in the courtyard, and dust filled the air. The tremendous noise echoed throughout the entire capital, but strangely, no one was alarmed. Kisame and Deidara widened their eyes. Clearly, the smoke had risen dozens of meters high, yet no one came to check it out. The two exchanged glances, both displaying strange expressions. Itachi, however, was unfazed. He had long discovered the illusion formation of Shinhiko's family. This placement-type illusion formation is not particularly advanced. Many skilled illusionists among the upper ninjas can set it up, but its effect is just not as good as Araki Nabahiko's. He stared intently at the center of the explosion, using the inside of his Sharingan to clearly see the situation amidst the smoke. A gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing the unscathed Araki Nabahiko inside. Seeing Nabahiko unharmed, Itachi's brows furrowed slightly. Did he use some defensive ninjutsu? It seems like Scorpion mentioned it. A kind of defensive ninjutsu similar to absolute defense, which even Deidara's explosive clay couldn't break through. In fact, Itachi only guessed half right. Nabahiko did use mental power for defense, but it was merely to reinforce his clothing to avoid being blown up naked. The remaining impact was directly withstood by Nabahiko's body. He didn't regard this level of fire release at all. The first move is over. You can make your second move now. Nabahiko's contemptuous tone made Uchiha Itachi somewhat irritated. Since becoming a ninja, those around him either praised him as a genius or envied his strength. Even Uchiha Shursui, whom he regarded as both a mentor and a friend, had never questioned his talent. In the clan, he was the pride of his father, the clan leader. In the Umbu, he was the most admired subordinate of the third Hokage. Even after joining the Akatsuki, the leader Pain treated him with great respect, and the masked man Uchiha Obito was filled with apprehension towards him. He never expected to be so scorned today. Even with Itachi's temperament, he felt a surge of anger. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Since Amaterasu's physical attack was ineffective against Araki Nabahiko, he would defeat him with a mental attack. In an instant, a wave of mental power surged from Nabahiko's eyes into Itachi's brain, activating Tsukuyami. On the pitch-black, gloomy sea, thunder and hurricane rampaged across the ocean. The Moon Reader was like an ant on the sea, ruthlessly ravaged by the waves. Captain, there are too many holes. We can't stop it anymore. This is maddening. Is the Empire's colonial plan going to be buried in this storm? I really can't accept this. Captain, quickly abandon ship and escape. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Just then, another howling wave came, and the entire Moon Reader was smashed into countless pieces, scattering across the sea. Nabahiko looked down at all of this from above the salted fish continent, with a black line on his face. This month's reading is really terrible. At least Tenjin managed to land on the Shinyu continent, but this month's reading hasn't even seen land, just disappeared with a wave. It's truly useless. Watching the crew struggling in the sea gradually lose consciousness, Shinichi Araki's mind returned to his body. In the real world, Uchiha Itachi's eyes bled, and his face instantly turned pale. But he had no mood to wipe the blood off his face. Instead, he stared blankly at Shinichi Araki, who seemed unfazed. How is this possible? Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe. The power of his eyes vanished the moment it entered Shinichi's mind, as if it had never existed. Shinichi ignored Uchiha Itachi's shock and smiled slightly, saying, "The second move is over. Only the last move remains." Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to use that ninjutsu. If he let Kisame and Deidara join now, would it be possible for the three of them to defeat Shinichi, Araki? He quickly dismissed that thought. It was he who had told Kisame and Deidara not to interfere. If he went back on his word now, Uchiha Itachi wouldn't be able to save face. Itachi straightened his body, his expression returning to calm, and said in an appreciative tone, "You are strong. You are the first to push me to this point as a civilian ninja without a bloodline limit. But this is where it ends. Next you will see the ultimate power of the Uchiha." As Uchiha Itachi's words fell, red chakra suddenly erupted around his body, and a skeletal frame appeared out of thin air, wrapping around Uchiha Itachi. Then, red flesh grew on the skeleton, and ultimately a half-sized red giant, about 20 or 30 meters tall, appeared before everyone. Kisame and Deidara were shocked by this scene. Is this the ultimate power of the Uchiha? Kisame thought to himself. The strength of this chakra is truly astonishing. My own chakra amount may not be lacking, but in terms of the quality of this chakra, I cannot compare. Deidara was also amazed by Itachi's power, and his belief in defeating Uchiha Itachi wavered slightly. Can my art really defeat this red giant? After activating Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi directly drew the Totsuka blade. This is something he discovered at a burial site of the Uchiha ancestors, possessing the ability to seal enemies. Since Araki Nobuhiko declared to stand still and let himself be hit 3 times, let's let him taste the power of the Ten-Fist Sword. Uchiha Itachi did not waste words and directly swung the sword down vertically, aiming straight for Araki Nobuhiko's head. The immense wind pressure for the Ten-Fist Sword cracked the ground beneath Nobuhiko's feet, sending sand and stones flying outwards. From Nobuhiko's perspective, it felt as if the world was being split in two by the giant sword. The corner of Nobuhiko's mouth lifted slightly. Such an attack was not worth dodging. He abandoned all defense and opened his arms, embracing the giant sword that was about to strike down. With a thunderous boom, the giant sword descended, carving out a trench hundreds of meters long in the ground. The massive crack spread along the surface of Nobuhiko's home, extending to the neighbor's house and eventually reaching the street. The violent force shook the ground, causing several nearby houses to be toppled by the tremendous impact. Kisame and Deidara, watching from a distance, felt a chill at this strike. If it were them, they would have been turned into mush long ago. Kisame stared intently and said, "Looks like Araki Nobuhiko is dead now." Deidara stiffly replied, "Is that even question? If he survives this sword strike, I'll blow myself up to cheer you up." Just then, the two noticed some movement in the dust beneath the Ten-Fist Sword. Nobuhiko, his clothes tattered and covered in dust, was dragging the Ten-Fist Sword as he slowly walked out of the smoke. This scene left Kisame and Deidara dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that Araki Nobuhiko had actually used his body to block such a terrifying blow. Even the third Raikage, once hailed as the strongest shield, probably didn't have such a strong physique. Nobuhiko smiled at Uchiha Itachi and said, "3 strikes have passed. It's my turn to fight back." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi also smiled and contemptuously replied, "No need, sealing." Chapter 41. Do you hate mosquitoes? As soon as Uchiha Itachi's words fell, the Tensigen sword melted like ice cream, turning into a semi-liquid state. Nobuhiko curiously watched the liquid Tensigen sword wrapping around his right hand. It seemed Uchiha Itachi intended to seal him. The Tensigen sword coiled around Nobuhiko's right arm and eventually engulfed his entire body. Uchiha Itachi's lips curled slightly, and then he slowly retracted the Tensigen sword back into his gourd. The massive Tensigen sword gradually shrank back into the gourd, and finally, Uchiha Itachi sealed it tightly. After Nobuhiko was sealed, Susanoo seemed unable to withstand it any longer, letting out a wail before completely dissipating. Once Susanoo vanished, Uchiha Itachi closed his Sharingan, clutching his eyes in pain as he collapsed to the ground. This battle has left him exhausted. Araki Nobuhiko is the strongest opponent he has ever faced. He even feels that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, might not be a match for Araki Nobuhiko. Fortunately, this guy is arrogant enough to stand still and take his attacks. This allowed him to use the Tensigen to seal his opponent. It was only then that Uchiha Itachi sensed something unusual. His emotions today were a bit off. He was provoked by Araki Nabahiko's few words into activating Susanoo desperately. He knew he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and using a powerful jutsu like Susanoo put a heavy burden on his body. Normally, after the failed ambush with Amaterasu, he should have quickly escaped with Kisame or negotiated for a higher price to peacefully resolve the incident. But today, he was acting out of character and fighting desperately against his opponent. What was going on? Realizing something was wrong, Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes and scanned his condition with chakra. Upon careful investigation, he indeed found something unusual in his mind. There was an extremely faint chakra in his brain that was affecting his thoughts. His expression turned serious. He had indeed fallen under a Jinjutsu. Araki Nabahiko was able to use Jinjutsu on him without his knowledge. This illusion talent makes even him, a genius in illusion, feel somewhat ashamed. Such talent is probably only comparable to that of Shursui. With a thought, this faint chakra was completely crushed, and Uchiha Itachi instantly felt his mind become a bit clearer. At the same time, he also realized what this chakra was truly capable of. This is not chakra used to manipulate his thoughts, but merely capable of amplifying the emotions in his heart. At that moment, the disdainful expression of Araki Yoshihiko made him feel a bit uncomfortable. This chakra keenly sensed its own emotions and amplified them infinitely. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Araki Nabahiko was indeed arrogant. To make himself fight at full strength, he actually used such means against him. However, Araki Nabahiko was overconfident in his own abilities and underestimated him. In ninja battles, victory or defeat can happen in an instant. Yet this guy dragged it out to such an extent. His temperament was nothing special. Fortunately, the opponent was arrogant. Otherwise, even if the three of them teamed up, they might not be able to defeat him. At that moment, Kisame and Deidara arrived next to Itachi. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was on one knee, gasping for breath, the two did not mock him. The power of the Uchiha exceeded their imagination. The previous Susanoo and that sword capable of sealing people left a deep impression on them. Such powerful ninjutsu naturally comes with some side effects. Kisame stepped forward to help Uchiha Itachi up and asked with concern, "Itachi, how are you feeling now?" Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, "I can still hold on. Thank you, Kisame." Seeing the affectionate scene between the two, Deidara felt nauseated and almost threw up. He imagined a scene where the scorpion of the red sand, Sasori, smiled and said thank you to him, and it was simply eye-watering. At this moment, Itachi turned his head to Deidara and asked, "That guy has been sealed. Has the ninjutsu he cast on you also been lifted?" Deidara shrugged and replied, "I don't know. I never felt any curse seal inside me. I suspect that guy was just messing with me." After a moment of contemplation, Itachi said, "In any case, let's leave here first. If it comes to that, we can inform the leader with his Rinnegan. You should be able to check the location of the curse seal inside you." Reluctantly, Deidara agreed. As the group stood up and was about to leave, a crack suddenly appeared in the space behind them. The three were startled and immediately took defensive stances. They saw the crack widening, and finally, a pair of slender hands emerged from it, pushing the edges of the crack apart. To the astonishment of the Akatsuki trio, the unharmed Araki Nabahiko slowly walked out from the crack, mumbling as he walked, "This place is quite fun. I should come back and take a look when I have time. Transforming it into a place for criminals to be exiled wouldn't be bad either." Itachi's eyes widened as he sternly questioned Nabahiko. "How could you escape from the seal? Was it only your shadow clone that was sealed just now?" Nabahiko scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just a sealing technique? The sealing technique connects to a space, and inside that space, there are a bunch of corpses that have already died. They must be the people sealed by the Totsuka blade before. I took a stroll inside, then opened that spatial passage and came out. It wasn't difficult at all. Everyone was shocked. The sealing technique could be said to be one of the most unresolvable techniques in the ninja world. They had seen people unseal techniques from the outside, but they had never seen anyone tear open space from the inside to escape. Is this guy born to be like this?" At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of helplessness. The strength of the guy in front of him was truly beyond his imagination. Even his strongest technique, the Totsuka blade, had no effect on the opponent, and he was at a loss. Just then, Nobuyuki said to Uchiha Itachi, "Your 3 moves are over. Now, it's my turn to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, white chakra erupted around Nobuyuki's body. The concentration of chakra was extremely high, and within this chakra, a massive human spine slowly emerged. The spine grew larger and larger, eventually forming a complete human skeleton standing on the ground. The 3 members of the Akatsuki organization were utterly shocked. This skeletal frame looked so much like Susanoo. As the skeleton took shape, white flesh and muscle membranes continuously grew on it, and ultimately, a heavy armor appeared out of thin air, draping over the giant. Amidst the astonished expressions of the three members of the Akatsuki, 100-meter-tall, white Susanoo stood majestically between heaven and earth. The white Susanoo held a gigantic white fly swatter and looked down at Uchiha Itachi, smiling as it asked, "Do you dislike mosquitoes?" Chapter 42. The old-timers in the ninja world are so unreasonable seeing Nobuyuki's Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi completely broke down. He raised his right hand, trembling as he pointed at Nobuyuki and asked, "How can you use Susanoo? Are you a descendant of the Uchiha clan?" Nobuyuki, standing in the center of the massive white Susanoo's forehead, smiled at Uchiha Itachi and said, "I'm not from the Uchiha clan, so don't go around claiming relatives. Susanoo is just an application of chakra. As long as you understand the principle and have enough chakra, anyone can use it." Uchiha Itachi shouted loudly, "Are you kidding? Susanoo is the ultimate power that can only be awakened by Uchiha clan members who have activated the Manjiki Sharingan. You're telling me anyone can use it? That's just nonsense." At this point, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have thought of something, and as if enlightenment struck him, he said, "I understand. You must be a descendant of some Uchiha clan member's illegitimate child. No wonder your abilities are so similar to those of the Uchiha." Looking at Uchiha Itachi, whose aloof image had completely collapsed, Nobuyuki really didn't want to continue the conversation with this guy. The giant Susanoo raised its right hand, and the white fly swatter instantly obscured the sky. The three members of the Akatsuki stared blankly at the enormous fly swatter in the sky, as if a giant boulder had pressed down on their hearts. This Susanoo is several times larger than the half-body Susanoo previously used by Uchiha Itachi. The white fly swatter currently hovering overhead is already bigger than the Susanoo released by Uchiha Itachi. Looking at the fly swatter that obscures the sky above, Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. He still had unfinished business. Sasuke had not yet awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, and he had no means of self-protection in the ninja world. At this moment, he absolutely could not die. With this in mind, Uchiha Itachi dipped his right thumb in the blood on his cheek. Summoning technique. Bang! White smoke rose, and a more than 1 meter tall orange cat appeared in front of everyone, licking its paws. Meow, how strange. Itachi, you actually summoned me? Didn't I say I don't fight? Uchiha Itachi had no time to explain. He directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan and locked eyes with the orange cat. The orange cat, which had just been squinting and looking lazy, instantly had a dazed expression like a marionette. While everyone was momentarily stunned, the orange cat transformed back into white smoke and disappeared. Deidara looked at this scene in confusion and said, "What are you doing? Why did you let him again?" He did not wait for Uchiha Itachi's answer, but instead watched as Uchiha Itachi turned into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. At this moment, Deidara reacted and started cursing at the place where Uchiha Itachi had disappeared. "You bastard! How can you be so ungrateful? I thought that orange cat was some powerful summoning beast that could take down Araki Yoshihiko. Turns out you just wanted to use reverse summoning to escape. How shameless of you, Uchiha Itachi." After venting his anger at Uchiha Itachi, Deidara turned to Kisame and said, "Kisame, what now?" However, when he turned around, Deidara did not see Kisame. Only he and Araki Yoshihiko were left at the scene. Damn, is there no one in the ninja world who values loyalty? Deidara was truly disgusted. Usually seeing the honest Kisame, his escape speed was no slower than Uchiha Itachi's. These seasoned veterans in the ninja world gave Deidara a lesson he would never forget. Deidara clenched his fists, not wanting to experience the humiliation of being captured again. He had made up his mind that today, he would use his life to showcase his most beautiful art here. At this moment, Shinyan also came back to his senses. Just now, his soul had almost been taken away. That orange cat was just too cute. Ever since Uchiha Itachi summoned it, his eyes had not left the orange cat. He wondered what that orange cat's name was and what it liked to eat. Damn, such a cute orange cat was not his summoning beast. It was truly a waste. Shinyan was determined to get it. When he came back to reality and looked down, he was shocked to see that Deidara was actually taking off his shirt. What does this guy want to do? Is he going to run naked before he dies? I see Deidara with his upper body bare, revealing a huge human mouth at the position of his heart. Huh. Watch closely, Araki Yoshihiko. You will witness my ultimate art. He stuffs all the bubbling clay into the mouth on his chest, and then his body gradually becomes ethereal. One chakra vein after another turns pitch black and thick. The flesh and bones of his body everything transforms into pure black chakra, flowing into the core of his chest. Remember, art is explosion. Bang! Yoshihiko directly swatted down with a fly swatter, and the energy Deidara had gathered from consuming his life was dispersed before it could explode. Yoshihiko covered his forehead, muttering helplessly, "Saw 100 million Ryo, just gone, what a shame." Then he lifted the Susanoo and looked at the wreckage of the house. This house has only been lived in for a few days, and it has already been destroyed by those bastards from the Akatsuki organization. This matter cannot be settled just like that. He wants to demand compensation from the Akatsuki. However, before that, he needs to ask Kawabata Yasunari to arrange a new residence for himself. Otherwise, he will have to go hungry tonight. Outside the border of the land of water, a carnivorous plant, about 2 to 3 meters tall, emerged from the trunk of a tree. The plant slowly opened, revealing a half-black, half-white figure inside it. Black Zetsu asked White Zetsu, "Is the clone you placed on Kisame here to assist him?" White Zetsu chuckled, "Yes." His tone sounds quite anxious. Something terrifying must have happened. Just then, a white figure emerged not far away. It was White Zetsu's clone. At that moment, he was holding Kisame's Samahata and greeted the main body of Zetsu. "Hi, you guys are pretty fast." Black Zetsu didn't give these two White Zetsus a chance to chat and directly asked, "What exactly happened? Where are Kisame and Itachi?" At that moment, the bandages wrapped around Samahata suddenly opened, and the pale-skinned Kisame crawled out. As soon as he emerged, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, which made Black Zetsu frown. Once he caught his breath, Kisame said to Black Zetsu, "Where is Lord Madara? Take me to see him." "What do you need from Madara?" "I discovered a powerful individual with Uchiha bloodline in the land of water." Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you have any evidence to prove that he has Uchiha blood? Did you see him activate the Sharingan?" Kisame shook his head and said, "I didn't see him activate the Sharingan, but I saw him activate Susanoo." Chapter 43. This seal is stronger than the 10-fist sword. Kawabata Yasunari looked in shock at the devastated street. He was trembling slightly, supported by his attendants, with beads of sweat covering his forehead. He was not mourning the destroyed buildings, but rather fearing the powerful strength and strange methods of the ninjas. Such massive destruction and intense fighting, yet no one in the entire country noticed. If it weren't for Araki Nabahiko actively coming to clear things up, no one in the country would have known that a battle had taken place here. Moreover, judging by the situation at the scene, the invading ninjas from the Land of Teeth were also very powerful. If the two sides had really gotten into it, they could have casually thrown a jutsu and taken themselves out. After being helped back to the daimyo's residence, he tightly closed the door. Ninjas are too terrifying. You should just stay at home and be a recluse. Meanwhile, Nobuhiko, who had been assigned to a new residence, was lying on the bed feeling gloomy. Now, as soon as he closed his eyes, he could recall the adorable face of that orange cat. Those gentle squinted eyes, soft fur, chubby body, and lazy demeanor. For some reason, Nobuhiko felt that the orange cat was simply a perfect match for him. In the following days, he couldn't eat or sleep, constantly thinking about seeing that orange cat again. Nobuhiko remembered that the Uchiha clan should have a long-standing cooperative relationship with a summoning beast clan called the Land of Cats. That orange cat was probably a summoning beast from the Land of Cats, and if he went to Konoha, he might find some clues. Without hesitation, he wanted to jump out of bed. However, the soft bed seemed to have an endless magnetic pull, firmly binding him to the bed and preventing him from moving. He strained with all his might, his facial features contorting. Just a bed, and it dared to hinder him from finding that cute kitty. It was simply overestimating itself. He felt a surge of power throughout his body, a violent momentum spreading like a wave. However, no matter how much strength he used, it was like a cow sinking into the sea before this bed. Ultimately, he gave up thinking and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Konoha welcomed its fifth Hokage. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, stood atop the Hokage building, wearing the Hokage hat and displaying a confident smile below. Watching the confident smile of the fifth Hokage, the villagers' confidence in Konoha surged, dispelling any gloom. They firmly believed that under the leadership of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Konoha would surely welcome peace. Not far away, on a rooftop, Tenten and Niji were chatting idly. "What did you say? Araki Nobuhiko killed his companions and became a rogue ninja?" Niji said incredulously. When he saw Tenten nodding firmly, he confirmed that he hadn't misheard. His heart was filled with doubt. What had Nobuhiko taken to act like this? However, on second thought, it wasn't too surprising for him to become a rogue ninja. Before meeting Nobuhiko, Niji's thoughts were stubborn and conservative. In his eyes, defection was a grave betrayal. But after meeting Nabahiko, he felt that defection was just that. With Nabahiko's strength, he could do whatever he wanted without having to care about Konoha or the 5 great nations. However, he had doubts about the information stating that he killed his companions. Nabahiko seemed carefree, but his personality was actually quite compassionate. He wouldn't kill someone he could avoid killing. In his own words, every life deserves respect. So, Niji didn't really believe that he killed his companions. Just then, someone suddenly jumped onto the platform where Tintin and Niji were standing. The two turned to look, and it turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. Tintin frowned, clearly displeased with the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, the unwanted third wheel. This guy is really clueless about romance. Can't he see that Niji and I are on a date? If Sasuke has something important to discuss, then that's one thing, but if this guy is just wasting time, I'll show him how to handle it. After jumping onto the platform, Sasuke didn't waste any words. He directly faced Niji and said with a hostile look in his eyes, "Hyuga Niji, I challenge you." Niji frowned tightly, wondering what was wrong with this guy. They had interacted before, so Uchiha Sasuke should know his own strength well. In this situation, wanting to challenge himself meant that either his opponent's strength had surged dramatically or he was simply looking for a fight. He believed that Uchiha Sasuke shouldn't be such a foolish person. It seemed that the other side must have some reliance. Had he undergone special training from someone? Or had he learned new ninjutsu? However, none of this mattered. After the confrontation, everything would be clear. Niji nodded at Sasuke and said, "All right, let's find a secluded training ground." Sasuke led Niji to a remote training area in the Uchiha clan's territory. Niji took his stance, ready to see what gave Uchiha Sasuke such confidence to dare challenge him. After the fight, Niji understood. The source of Sasuke's immense confidence could be summed up in 2 words: headstrong. The battle between the two couldn't even be called a fight. It was simply Niji beating a fish. Sasuke, with his double Tomo Sharingan activated, opened his cursed seal power and used Chidori, yet when facing Niji, he couldn't even withstand a single move before being knocked to the ground. At this moment, Sasuke lay on the ground, feeling extremely unwilling. He didn't understand why there was such a huge gap in strength between them. Hinata Niji was only 1 year older than him, yet he could trade blows with that man. Meanwhile, as a avenger facing his enemy, he couldn't even take a single hit. The difference in their strengths was like heaven and earth. If he remembered correctly, the last time they met in the Forest of Death, the other party's strength was certainly not this strong. Back then, with the cursed seal power, he had the confidence to fight against him. But just 2 or 3 months later, the opponent had become so strong that he couldn't keep up. Why was that? Why had Hinata Niji's strength suddenly become so formidable? Hinata Niji, the last time we met in the Forest of Death, your strength was definitely not this strong. What exactly happened to you? How did you become so powerful? Sasuke couldn't help but ask out loud, feeling unwilling. This way of speaking is a taboo among ninjas. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, it's only natural to end up severely injured. However, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't care less. After the Tsukuyami that Itachi Uchiha cast on him last time, his personality had become incredibly paranoid and twisted. As long as he could achieve revenge, he was willing to do anything, so why would he care about others' feelings? Seeing Sasuke like this, Niji sighed. He had heard about Sasuke's situation. His entire clan had been wiped out, which was truly tragic. In the end, he softened his heart and, before turning to leave, murmured, "I trained with Araki Nabahiko for a month on the eve of the 3rd round of the Chunin exam." After saying this, he left with Tintin without looking back, leaving Sasuke standing there, his eyes shining with excitement. Chapter 44. I'll give you strength, take it and drink. Niji and Tintin turned to leave, leaving behind an elated Uchiha Sasuke. Niji's earlier words were vague, only revealing the name Araki Nabahiko to Sasuke. However, for a ninja, just a name is enough. Sasuke was thrilled. This Araki Nabahiko must be a hidden master. Just 1 month was enough to make Niji Hyuga this strong. Sasuke fantasized about what it would be like if he could train with this person for a year and a half. How powerful he would become. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Itachi Uchiha and revive the Uchiha clan. He immediately began to gather information about Araki Nabahiko, but the information he received left him frowning. Araki Nabahiko was just an inconspicuous Chunin from Konoha. If it weren't for his good luck in the Chunin exam when he encountered a few strong teammates, it would have been very difficult for someone with his qualifications to become a Chunin. However, Sasuke didn't care much about this information. He had seen hidden talents before. What truly concerned him was that Araki Nabahiko had become a rogue ninja and left Konoha. It was said that he had killed a teammate during a mission and was currently serving as some kind of protector in a small country called the Land of Fong. This guy doesn't look like a good person, but it doesn't matter as long as the other party can give him power. He doesn't care even if the other party is a demon. Isn't it just a betrayal of Konoha? Under the temptation of becoming stronger, Konoha is nothing. A few days later, a group of people secretly infiltrated Konoha. They were dressed in uniform outfits, with thick purple ropes tied around their waists, and wore the forehead protectors of the Sound Village. The visitors were none other than Orochimaru's capable subordinates, the Sound Four. The four included the four-handed Kidomaru, the conjoined twins Zoken and Ryaken, who could only separate through special training, the red-haired Duyu, who might or might not be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and the tall and overweight Jirobo. The purpose of the four infiltrating Konoha is singular: to bring back the new body favored by Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke. To be honest, these individuals feel quite displeased. They were all adopted by Orochimaru from a young age and have a blind admiration for him. With just a word from Lord Orochimaru, they would give everything they have. Since Lord Orochimaru lacks a body, they feel it is their duty to offer their all for him. However, they did not expect that this would all be preempted by that guy, Uchiha Sasuke. What right does he have to offer his body to Lord Orochimaru? During this mission, the group is holding their breath. They want to see who this Uchiha Sasuke really is and what qualifications he has to earn Lord Orochimaru's favor. If he truly has strength, they will accept it. If he turns out to be a useless waste, then this group will definitely teach him a lesson. The four quietly arrived at the Uchiha clan compound, using the information provided by Kabuto to locate Uchiha Sasuke's residence. Upon reaching Sasuke's door, they sensed something unusual. The strongest among them, Kyotomaru, signaled for silence. Then, he tossed a few small spiders into the house. The spiders behind them were connected by thin silk threads to the index finger of Kidomaru's right hand. Kidomaru closed his eyes, manipulating the small spiders to search for Uchiha Sasuke's location. A few small spiders entered the Uchiha household and carefully explored the area. Then Kidomaru opened his eyes, his expression serious, and said, "Uchiha Sasuke is not inside. Damn it, where could that guy have gone?" The other three were shocked to hear this. If this mission failed, they would surely face severe punishment from Lord Orochimaru. The four immediately rushed into the Uchiha house to search. But just as Kidomaru had found, the place was already empty, with no sign of Uchiha Sasuke. Manu also asked, "Are there any clues? Where could he have possibly gone?" At this moment, the tall Jirobo picked up a notebook from the table and handed it to Kidomaru. After taking the notebook, Kidomaru began to read it carefully and found that it contained information solely about Araki Nobuhiko. This person from the Sound Ninja 4 is somewhat familiar. During the last Konoha collapse plan, this guy showed his face quite prominently. Later, I heard that he defected from Konoha, but after doing something like that, he probably couldn't stay in Konoha anymore. What is Uchiha Sasuke collecting information on this guy for? I can't figure out where Uchiha Sasuke went. In the end, the four had no choice but to give up the mission and prepare to return to the Sound Village to report. They would never guess that Uchiha Sasuke wanted to follow Araki Yoshihiko to train. Naturally, Orochimaru wouldn't tell his subordinates about being taken down by Yoshihiko in one move, so they had no idea about Yoshihiko's true strength. At this point, Sasuke had already arrived in the Land of the Tooth, preparing to find Araki Yoshihiko's residence. Since deciding to defect, Sasuke had stayed at home under the pretense of recuperating and had sternly warned Haruno Sakura not to visit him. Although Sakura was very reluctant, she was afraid of making Sasuke angry, so she didn't dare to come and see him. Afterward, he quietly left Konoha, heading straight towards the Land of the Tooth. At this time, even if Konoha noticed his defection, they would have no way of finding his whereabouts. By the time Konoha began their search, he had already left the borders of the Land of Fire. In this way, Sasuke accidentally evaded capture by Orochimaru's subordinates and arrived in the Land of Teeth. And what was Nobuhiko doing at this moment? He was playing with his shadow clones. These two clones are really shameless, taking advantage of their numbers to annoy his original self. Whether he grabs the landlord or not, these two always team up to mess with him. Several times, he's been blown up by his teammates, stuck with a 3 in hand, and unable to escape. Xin Yin, furious, threw his cards on the table and cursed. "I'm not playing anymore. You two little trash can't even handle a game with me." Oomph. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xin Yin directly used his mental power to unlock the door and said to the outside, "Come in." Creak, the door was pushed open, and Uchiha Sasuke glared at him with his crimson two-tomo Sharingan, greedily looking at Xin Yin. Ever since Uchiha Sasuke entered the border of the Land of Teeth, Xin Yin had noticed him. He was curious about what this guy was doing in the Land of Teeth, not expecting that he was actually looking for him. Sasuke didn't waste time and directly said after entering the room, "Hurry up and give me power." Xin Yen frowned, reached out, and pulled out a can of Red Bull from a space crack, tossing it to Uchiha Sasuke. "Here's your power. Grab it quickly, drink it up, and get lost." Uchiha Sasuke caught the Red Bull, looking completely bewildered. Chapter 45. What a small-minded person, Ba. At this moment, Sasuke calmed down a little, realizing that he had been too anxious. So he took a deep breath, opened a can of Red Bull, and drank in one go. Then he threw the empty can on the ground and reached into his pocket to pull out a few banknotes. A few days ago, Sasuke sold part of the Uchiha clan's inheritance to gather 500 million ryo. The intelligence he collected indicated that Araki Nabahiko was very greedy. So he prepared this money as tuition for learning from him. Originally, Nabahiko was sitting at the table, completely disregarding Sasuke. However, when he slightly turned his head to look at the banknotes in Sasuke's hand, his eyes immediately widened. Before Sasuke could speak, Nabahiko stood up and walked to Sasuke's side. "Oh, you must be Uchiha Sasuke. I've heard that Uchiha Sasuke is handsome and extraordinary. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable." Sasuke was somewhat surprised. This guy didn't have the demeanor of a strong person at all. "It's just 500 million ryo. Why does he look like he's seen his own father?" Sasuke interrupted Nabahiko's flattery, waving the banknote in his hand, and said, "I heard from Hyuga Neji that he trained with you for a month and his strength improved tremendously. Here are 500 million taels of silver notes. If you can give me enough power for revenge, this money can all be yours." Upon hearing this, Xinyan laughed heartily. "A small matter. As long as you give me all this money, I guarantee I can help you kick even the Six Paths Sage to death. However, you need to pay me first before I can teach you. Otherwise, once you learn and run away, who will I ask for the money?" Sasuke thought for a moment, divided the 500 million taels of silver notes into 2 parts, handed 300 million taels to Xinyan, and tucked the remaining 200 million taels into his pocket. "This 300 million taels is a deposit. I will pay you the remaining 200 million taels once I finish learning." Xinyan carefully put away the silver notes and then smiled at Sasuke, saying, "Little brother Sasuke, what do you want to learn?" Sasuke replied expressionlessly, "Teach me all the ninjutsu you know." Now, Xinyan was in trouble. The ninjutsu he knew was all released through his powerful spiritual energy, forcefully. He had never studied sealing techniques or chakra flow. The training methods he taught to Tian and Niji were also simple and crude ways to enhance basic strength. He really didn't know how to teach someone like Uchiha Sasuke, who wanted to purely learn ninjutsu. Just when he was at a loss, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. In the original work, the Sage of the Six Paths directly infused the power of creation into Naruto and Sasuke. Subsequently, the two of them immediately increased their strength to the level of the Six Paths, becoming powerful beings at that level. He could also do the same, directly infusing the power of creation into Sasuke. This would solve the problem of Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan upgrade difficulties once and for all. It would fully implement the idea of respecting the strong in the ninja world and deeply carry out. I got off track. Thinking of it, he directly said to Sasuke, "Extend your hand, palm facing me." Sasuke didn't understand, but in order to become stronger, he complied. He stood straight, extending his right hand with the palm facing Xinyan. Xinyan also extended his left hand, pressing it tightly against Uchiha Sasuke's hand. At this moment, 2 slender jade hands tightly pressed together, the air filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. This situation made Xinyan feel a bit uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but recall the scenes in martial arts novels where the male and female protagonists transmit energy to each other. Back then, he didn't feel much about it, but now it seemed like the male protagonist was taking advantage of the female protagonist. Among them, Zhang Wuji is a model of the protagonists. Whenever a female character is treated, her clothes must be removed. When treating a male character, they would even want to put several layers of thick cotton clothing on him. What a petty person, Ba. Discarding distracting thoughts, he focused on condensing the power of all things. Uchiha Sasuke, who originally had an expressionless face and was baffled, suddenly felt a powerful chakra being injected into his body. He couldn't help but tremble, and then a stinging sensation arose in his eyes. At first, this feeling was very slight, coming and going intermittently. But before long, it began to intensify. At the same time, his body started to feel hot, and the pain spread from his eyes throughout his entire body. "Ah, damn it. What have you done to me?" Sasuke questioned while rolling on the ground, painfully closing his eyes. Shinosuke said nothing, just watching coldly from the side. As time passed, the pain enveloping Sasuke's body gradually began to fade. Finally, the pain completely disappeared. Sasuke lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his delicate face covered in dirt, looking very disheveled. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world around him had changed dramatically in his view. In his eyes, everything in this world seemed to have no secrets. He was like the master of heaven and earth. After taking a breath, Sasuke stood up from the ground. He first glanced at Shinyan, who was standing beside him with his arms crossed, observing him, and then turned his gaze to the nearby mirror. The reflection in the mirror showed his face covered in dirt, looking quite disheveled. But none of that mattered. He was captivated by the strange eyes staring back at him. They were peculiar eyes that emitted a purple glow, possessing bizarre ring-shaped pupils. As he locked eyes with his reflection, he found himself completely entranced by those eyes. These eyes are so powerful that they give him an unbeatable feeling. In an instant, he felt capable again. He turned to Araki Nabahiko and asked, "Why have my eyes changed like this? What kind of eyes are these?" Nabahiko shrugged and said, "I don't know either. I just activated your bloodline to the limit." Nabahiko lied. He naturally knew that Sasuke's eyes at that moment were the Rinnegan. However, he did not inform Sasuke of this. And the reason was very simple. He was lazy. Hearing Nabahiko's response, Sasuke fell into deep thought. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he had naturally read the family's ancient texts. They mentioned that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan evolves to its limit into the Mangekyou Sharingan. But it had never mentioned that the Uchiha clan's eyes could evolve into such a strange pattern. In his contemplation, he suddenly recalled a legend he had seen in an ancient book. It was said that the ancestor of the Uchiha clan was the Sage of Six Paths, who unified the ninja world 1,000 years ago. The reason the Sage of Six Paths was able to unify the ninja world was precisely because of a special ocular technique he was born with, called the Rinnegan. Upon thinking of this, he looked again at his own strange eyes in the mirror. For some reason, he felt that the name Rinnegan matched his eyes perfectly. Could it be that the legend is true? The ancestor of the Uchiha clan is indeed the Sage of Six Paths from 1,000 years ago? Nabahiko said he had fully activated his bloodline. Could it be that he awakened the Rinnegan because of this? Chapter 46. The love child of gods and angels. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It appeared that he had awakened the ultimate bloodline of the Uchiha by coincidence. At that moment, he felt like the chosen one, and figures like Orochimaru and Araki Nabahiko seemed like ants to him. Having awakened the ultimate power of the Uchiha, he was now the only god in the ninja world. Sasuke turned his head, looking at Araki Nabahiko as if examining an ant. Nabahiko felt uncomfortable under his gaze, so he directly said to Sasuke, "You've been given the power you wanted. Shouldn't you pay the 200 million now?" Sasuke reached into his pocket and pulled out 200 million ryo in banknotes. Just as Nabahiko was about to reach out to take it, Sasuke spread his hands and threw the banknotes on the ground. Then, with a cold expression, he looked at Araki Nabahiko and said, "I heard while gathering information about you in the city that you captured a member of the Akatsuki organization. Where's that person? Hand him over quickly." Sasuke's tone and behavior infuriated Nabahiko. This guy was getting cocky just from a little growth. As expected, the rain had stopped, and the sun was shining. Nabahiko felt that he needed to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this guy might really turn the place upside down. With this in mind, Nabahiko prepared to take action. However, at that moment, a sudden idea struck him. Honestly, just beating up Uchiha Sasuke seemed rather boring. He thought of a way to annoy both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi at the same time. After making up his mind, Nabahiko deliberately pretended to be shocked and stared blankly at Sasuke. His teeth chattered as he stammered, "I just remembered. Your eyes. They can't be wrong. They're the Rinnegan of the legendary Sage of Six Paths." "Why? How do you have the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths?" Sasuke's expression showed clear impatience. He reached out, and Nabahiko was drawn to Sasuke's hand like a magnet. Sasuke grasped Nabahiko by the neck and said in a flat tone, "I'll ask you one more time, where's that Akatsuki member?" Nabahiko trembled as he replied, "That person is already dead. Not long ago, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki from the Akatsuki came to rescue him. During the fight, I accidentally killed the hostage." Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's name, Sasuke went berserk, his aura erupting like a volcano. The violent chakra cracked the beams of Nabahiko's house, and the walls shook. He glared fiercely, killing intent radiating from him as he demanded, "That man, Uchiha Itachi, where is he? Speak quickly. If you keep stalling, I'll snap your throat." At that moment, Nabahiko felt ecstatic. This fool had indeed fallen for it. His intelligence and power were indeed inversely proportional. The stronger he was, the lower his IQ. Naruto put on a weak and helpless expression and said to Sasuke, I don't know where they went, but I collected some information about the Akatsuki. It says their headquarters is in the Land of Rain, and the current leader of Amigakure, Pain, is the leader of the Akatsuki. If you go to the Land of Rain, you can definitely find out about Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts from him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke flicked his hand, and Naruto was thrown into the corner of the room like a rag doll. Then he soared into the sky, breaking through the roof, and flew toward the Land of Rain. Uchiha Itachi, wait for me. I will soon use your blood to honor the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Sasuke flew away, Naruto stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. This two-pillar guy is really asking for it. Let us see how he deals with himself later. Then he looked up at the hole in the ceiling. Damn, can't this bastard just use the front door? But he wasn't in the mood to fix the hole right now. With a wave of his hand, a golden screen coalesced in the air. At the center of the screen was Uchiha Sasuke, flying at high speed in the sky. Xinyan brought over a small stool, prepared some fruits, drinks, and sausages, ready to enjoy Sasuke's show-off moment. The Land of Rain was not too far from the Land of Water, and with Sasuke rushing at full speed, he reached the borders of the Land of Rain in less than 30 minutes. In a dark and enclosed space in the hidden rain village, Nagato, who was in a semi-dormant state, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiaonan, who was beside him, nervously asked, Nagato, what's happening? Someone has invaded the Land of Rain. And they're very powerful, Nagato said directly without further ado. Xiaonan's expression became serious. For Nagato to say that the opponent was very strong meant they were indeed not simple. Have you confirmed which country the opponent is from? Xiaonan asked. Nagato shook his head and said, Not yet. I've never seen this person's chakra before. However, this person gives me a familiar feeling, familiar yet never seen before. Which is strange. Xiaonan cautiously said, In that case, I'll go investigate. Nagato immediately stopped her, seriously saying, You shouldn't go. The opponent's identity is unknown, and it's very dangerous for you to go directly. I'll let the animal path, hungry ghost path, and human path test the opponent's strength. Once we understand the opponent's background, you can go finish it. Xiaonan nodded in response. At this moment, Sasuke was flying above the hidden rain village, and he had been developing the new powers he had acquired along the way. He held the Six Paths scepter in his hand, wore a white Six Paths robe, and his skin was extremely pale. Most importantly, two devil-like horns had grown on the sides of his head. Sasuke's image no longer resembled that of a human in the ninja world, but rather that of a pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan member. His bloodline was purer than even that of Sage of Six Paths. If Kagaya came, she might directly take him as her adopted son. However, he felt that he had only tapped into the tip of the iceberg of his potential. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would become if he fully developed this power. He floated above the Land of Rain, took a deep breath, and then his voice resonated with chakra as he shouted, Leader of the Akatsuki, come out. This roar shook the universe, and its echoes lingered on. Not only the people of Yuin Village, but even the entire nation of Rain was stirred. Everyone hurriedly donned raincoats or opened umbrellas, stepping out of their homes to see who had such a loud voice. When they looked up and saw the white figure floating in the sky, they all shivered. Who is this? Is it the illegitimate child of a deity and an angel? But this appearance is too ethereal, looking almost non-human. Just then, a strange large bird flew over from a distance. This large bird looks extremely strange, with two huge black iron nails embedded in its neck and heart. More importantly, this large bird is flying upside down, with its back facing down and its belly facing up. This is the flying summoning beast of the animal path Pain, named the Eight-Span Bird. Sasuke looked over, and on the back of this strange large bird stood a man dressed in an Akatsuki robe. Upon seeing Sasuke's appearance, the animal path Pain was slightly surprised. However, considering himself a god, he quickly calmed down and said in an extremely indifferent tone, I don't care who you are, leave the Land of Rain immediately, or I will take forceful measures against you. Sasuke smiled slightly, just about to say something when their eyes met. Instantly, both of their expressions changed. Rinnegan. Chapter 47. Rinnegan versus Rinnegan. Sasuke was incredibly shocked. Why did this strange guy have Rinnegan? Could he also be a survivor of the Uchiha clan? Then Sasuke shook his head, denying this thought. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated, and the only ones still alive were himself and that detestable Uchiha Itachi. If this guy is from the Uchiha clan, how could he allow Itachi Uchiha to join the Akatsuki? Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. Right now, Sasuke only cares about one thing. He said to the beast named Pain, Where is Itachi Uchiha? Hand him over, and I can spare your lives." At this moment, Nagato, who was deep in the rain village, finally came to his senses. The other party actually possessed the Rinnegan. What was going on? Moreover, the other party was looking for Itachi Uchiha. What was his relationship with Itachi? Suddenly, he recalled the identity of the other person. This face looked very similar to Itachi Uchiha's, and the age matched as well. Could he be Itachi's brother? The beast standing in front of Sasuke, known as Pain, tentatively asked, "Are you Itachi Uchiha's brother, Sasuke Uchiha?" Sasuke replied expressionlessly, "Since you know who I am, quickly hand over Itachi." Sasuke's tone made Nagato, who considered himself a god, quite displeased. He was used to speaking down to others, and today he was actually looked down upon by a kid. Although the other party also possessed the Rinnegan, it was not a reason to underestimate him. At the same time, he resolved that once he captured this guy, he would definitely interrogate him about where he obtained his Rinnegan. This dangerous thing belongs only to oneself in the entire ninja world. With this in mind, the animal path quickly formed hand seals, then slapped his right hand on the back, the belly, of the eight-span bird, and then on the ground beneath him. White smoke rose, and two more figures appeared beside the animal path Pain. They were also wearing the Akatsuki uniform, with the same black iron nails on their faces. Most importantly, these two individuals also possessed the Rinnegan. They were the Hungry Ghost Path and the Azura Path Pain. After the smoke dissipated, the Azura Path Pain took the initiative to attack. He extended his right arm, which shot out rocket projectiles like a mechanized puppet. 7 or 8 rocket projectiles flew out, trailing long smoke as they sped toward Uchiha Sasuke. Although Sasuke was surprised by the two newly appeared Rinnegan users, he quickly regained his composure to defend himself. He attached Chidori to his staff, then swung the taller staff towards the incoming rocket projectiles. Chidori spread out like blooming flowers in all directions. Thunder instantly covered the entire sky, and the incoming rocket projectiles were engulfed in an instant. Boom, boom. Boom, the rocket projectiles exploded in the air, creating a huge cloud of smoke. The remaining Chidori surged forward, breaking through the smoke towards Pain. The Hungry Ghost Path Pain, standing on the eight-span bird, stepped forward to the front. Facing the incoming thunder, he showed no fear and stretched out his arms to confront the dense lightning. As the lightning touched the Hungry Ghost Path Pain's arms, it was instantly absorbed by his hands. The sky full of thunder dissipated in the blink of an eye. Sasuke watched this scene gravely, wondering if the Rinnegan had such an effect. He had just awakened the Rinnegan and had not yet studied the abilities of these eyes in detail. Observing Pain's combat methods would benefit the development of his abilities. At that moment, 4 arms sprouted from the shoulders of the Azura Path Pain, and 2 faces grew from the back of his head on either side. At this moment, he resembled Neza from mythological legends, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Simultaneously, a serrated tail grew from his back, glinting coldly and extremely sharp. After the transformation of his body was complete, the Azura Path leapt towards Sasuke. The speed of this jump was extremely fast, and Sasuke couldn't react in time, getting caught by the opponent. The hand of the Azura Path gripped Sasuke's shoulder and arm like an iron claw. Sasuke struggled vigorously a few times, but he soon realized that the Azura Path was incredibly strong, and he couldn't break free at all. Just then, the serrated tail behind the Azura Path lunged towards Sasuke's chest. If this hit, Sasuke would undoubtedly die. At this critical moment, a purple light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Instantly, a repulsive force erupted from Sasuke's body. Shinra Tensei. The Azura Path was instantly sent flying by the repulsive force, and then it heavily crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Sasuke let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had awakened this Rinnegan ability, or he would have been in real danger just now. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the other 2 guys with Rinnegan had disappeared. Sasuke widened his Rinnegan and carefully observed the area. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual on the ground. A section of space had irregular distortions in the light. This distortion would definitely go unnoticed by an ordinary person's eyes. However, Sasuke's eyes are the Rinnegan, and such a degree of disguise could not escape his observation. He instantly flew down from the air, heading straight for the place where Pain was hiding. The Animal Path and the Hungry Ghost Path realized they had been discovered and immediately launched an attack on Sasuke. The Animal Path first summoned the strongest defensive spirit beast, the Stone Panda, to interfere with Sasuke's line of sight. Then, a massive hellhound was summoned to pounce on Sasuke. Sasuke, whose vision was obstructed by the Stone Panda, was extremely frustrated. This sneaky guy actually became the leader of the organization and was able to recruit Itachi Uchiha, which is really frustrating. Facing the hellhound that was lunging at him, Sasuke directed the staff in his hand at the Hellhound. With a puff, the Hellhound was instantly turned into a pile of meat by the staff. But this was exactly what Nagato wanted. These Hellhounds will split whenever attacked, just like cockroaches, multiplying with each hit. Uchiha Sasuke is really too young and doesn't understand the importance of conserving energy when fighting a powerful enemy. Let the Hellhounds wear him down first. Once he's exhausted, I will gather all the pain and take him down together. At that moment, Nagato noticed something was off. The scattered pieces of the Hellhounds showed no signs of revival, as if they were truly dead. Nagato attempted to take control, but found that he had completely lost connection with this Hellhound. This feeling is very similar to the feeling when a spirit beast completely dies. But how is this possible? This Hellhound is a life created by the Rinnegan, possessing the characteristic of immortality. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that this Uchiha Sasuke also possessed the Rinnegan. He carefully observed the staff in Sasuke's hand through the perspective of the animal path and hungry ghost path pain. Could it be that this was also a weapon created with the Rinnegan? The creation of the Rinnegan countered the creation of the Rinnegan, which makes sense now. In the subsequent battle, Nagato became even more cautious. He wasn't sure if the Hell Path could revive him after being defeated by that staff. If not, the situation would be dire. Chapter 48. Kuratsuchi targeting Sasuke. After a moment of contemplation, the animal path summoned a massive bull from the shadows of a blind spot. Charging out, looking at the bull rushing towards him not far away, Sasuke felt somewhat annoyed. This guy's like a rat in the sewer, constantly summoning spirit beasts to disgust himself. He came to find Uchiha Itachi, not to play hide and seek with this guy. Since the opponent wants to buy time, he will use his strongest move to force the opponent to show up. With this in mind, Sasuke's body slowly ascended into the air. The rushing bull demon missed its target and looked up blankly. Under the gaze of animal path pain, Sasuke flew to the very center of Amigakure. Then his aura calmed down, and the majestic chakra, which was like the ocean, suddenly became as still as a dead pond. Nagato, observing Sasuke's situation through the perspective of animal path, instantly changed his expression dramatically. The flow of chakra from the opponent was completely visible under his Rinnegan. With his understanding of the Rinnegan, he knew he was not mistaken. The opponent was preparing to use the super great Shinra Tensei to directly destroy Amigakure. If the opponent's intent was just simple destruction, he could tolerate it. But judging from the amount of chakra and the level of combat just now, the opponent definitely had both the capability and the courage to destroy Amigakure. Amigakure was the home of Yahiko, Konin, and it was a place that carried their hopes. He could not allow Uchiha Sasuke to continue like this. He had to stop him. The animal path jumped out from a dark corner and then pressed his hand to the ground to summon Deva Path Pain. After Deva Path Pain appeared, Animal Path Pain collapsed straight to the ground. Nagato abandoned control over the other pains and concentrated all his power on Deva Path Pain. Then Deva Path Pain soared into the air, flying straight towards Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke in the sky had already prepared his stance. If the opponent did not show up now, he would not hold back. Just then, he noticed a man in an Akatsuki uniform, with orange short hair and nails all over his face. Flying towards him, it was Deva Path Pain. When their eyes met, Sasuke faintly sensed that this person seemed to be a dead man. At this moment, he finally realized that the few guys he had seen before with the Rinnegan had no aura at all. These people seemed to be manipulated puppets, and the main body should be hiding somewhere in the rain-hidden village. Just as Pain was about to speak, Sasuke interjected, "Take me to see your main body." Nagato realized that he had been seen through, so he no longer hid and directly manipulated Pain to say, "I acknowledge your strength. You are qualified to converse with my main body." After saying this, Pain turned and flew in a certain direction, with Sasuke closely following. In the distance, on a large tree, Obito Uchiha, wearing a single-eyed vortex mask, looked in shock towards Sasuke's direction. Originally, he had just come to the rain-hidden village out of boredom to take a look. What had he discovered? In addition to Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, another pair of Rinnegan had appeared. Moreover, the person with the Rinnegan, if he wasn't mistaken, should be Uchiha Itachi's brother, Uchiha Sasuke. He could hardly believe that the Uchiha Sasuke, who could easily kill 100 times 5 years ago, had actually awakened the Rinnegan. At this moment, Kurizetsu also emerged from a nearby tree, equally shocked as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. His perspective was several levels above that of Uchiha Obito, and he immediately noticed the uniqueness of Sasuke. The opening of the Rinnegan was merely a surface phenomenon. What truly sent chills down his spine was the power of the all-encompassing force within Uchiha Sasuke. Only those who genuinely possessed the power of the all-encompassing force could freely wield the Rinnegan. Currently, Sasuke was simply inexperienced with the Rinnegan due to his young age and the fact that he had only recently awakened it. Once he became familiar with the Rinnegan's usage, his power would not be inferior to that of the two rebellious sons from back in the day, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The horns that sprouted from his head further proved that his bloodline had been completely awakened by the all-encompassing force. Uchiha Sasuke was undoubtedly a more perfect vessel than Uchiha Madara. With Sasuke's physique, if he became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, even without using infinite Tsukuyami to reclaim all the chakra in the ninja world, he could still become the perfect vessel for his Mother-S resurrection. Thinking of this, he was filled with excitement. Uchiha Sasuke was truly a miracle bestowed upon him by the heavens. Kurizetsu cast a nearly imperceptible glance at Uchiha Obito beside him. How would Obito face the upcoming situation? Just as Sasuke was flying toward the central tower, Konan in the tower asked Nagato, why meet with the opponent in person? Their strength cannot be underestimated if they were to suddenly attack with your current body. Nagato shook his head and said, hiding like this isn't a solution. The ninja world has already seen a second pair of Rinnegan. If we continue with our plan to collect the tailed beasts, we will definitely encounter them. Rather than fighting endlessly later, it's better to draw them into our camp now. At this point, Nagato turned to look at the outer path golem behind him. If the opponent were to truly erupt in violence, it would be better to resolve things here than outside. After hearing Nagato's words, Konan said no more. Before long, Deva Path Pain led Uchiha Sasuke to the central tower. After entering the tower, Deva Path Pain guided Sasuke down the stairs continuously. Finally, in the underground space at the very bottom, Sasuke saw the emaciated Nagato. Upon meeting, they both sized each other up. Sasuke did not expect that this guy with the Rinnegan would be so thin. At the same time, he noticed the massive golem behind Nagato, which gave him a sense of danger. Nagato and Konan also saw Sasuke, and their first reaction was that he looked just like Itachi. The other party's arrival at the Rain Hidden Village is likely also for the sake of Uchiha Itachi. Although Nagato had not paid much attention to the Uchiha clan massacre, he was aware of the general situation. The other party came with fierce momentum, probably wanting to kill Uchiha Itachi for revenge. He was contemplating whether to hand over Uchiha Itachi in exchange for the other party's friendship. Such a powerful individual and so young. After unifying the ninja world, if one day his life came to an end, having the other party take his place would also be a good choice. After sizing each other up for a moment, Sasuke spoke directly. Where is Uchiha Itachi? Nagato did not rush to answer, but instead lowered his head in thought. After a long while, under the watchful eyes of Konan and Sasuke, Nagato slowly spoke. I don't know his current location, but I can summon him back using ninjutsu. Upon hearing Nagato's response, the corners of Sasuke's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 49, where there are people, there are grudges. Just as Sasuke was fantasizing about killing Uchiha Itachi and then using his own powerful strength to revive the Uchiha clan, Nagato slowly spoke. I can help you summon Uchiha Itachi, but you have to agree to one condition. Sasuke frowned and coldly snorted. What condition? Nagato said. I want you to join the Akatsuki organization and become the next successor of the organization. At these words, Konan's expression changed drastically. Nagato, what are you saying? How can we let this unknown person become the leader of the Akatsuki? Sasuke was also very surprised. This guy actually wanted to give up the position of the organization as leader. What was he really planning? However, Sasuke had no intention of joining such a mysterious organization. So he directly refused. I don't want to join your organization. I just want to find Uchiha Itachi and kill him. Upon hearing Sasuke's refusal, Nagato did not give up on the idea of bringing him into the fold. Nagato said, if you don't join the Akatsuki, I want to hand Itachi over to you. The atmosphere in the underground space became tense once again. A faint killing intent lingered in the air, and Konan had secretly begun to shift the explosive tags hidden in the river outside the Rain Hidden Village towards this side. If the negotiation broke down, she would immediately take Nagato away and detonate these explosive tags. Sasuke clenched his fists, looking at Nagato with an unfriendly gaze. Then he directed his attention to the outer path golem behind Nagato, which exuded a chilling aura. The golem gave him a very bad feeling, a sense of subtle threat. After much contemplation, he compromised. The most important thing now was to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, not to clash with this strange guy. Sasuke said, I can join your organization, but you have to hand Itachi over to me first. Nagato agreed and began to explain the situation of the Akatsuki organization to Sasuke. First, he talked about the backgrounds of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, followed by the goals of the Akatsuki. Initially, Sasuke did not care about their organization, only thinking about finding a reason to leave after killing Itachi. However, after hearing about the Akatsuki's past and final goal of achieving peace in the ninja world, Sasuke was slightly moved. In fact, this is a common issue among all ninjas in the ninja world. Everyone takes the world as their responsibility, feeling that if they cannot achieve peace in the ninja world, then their lives would have been lived in vain. In reality, they never considered that they themselves were the source of the turmoil in the ninja world. Just like the battle between Sasuke and Nagato earlier. How many innocent hidden villagers were caught up in it? But neither Sasuke nor Nagato cared about that. In their eyes, these were merely the costs they had to pay to achieve their goals. They had never even thought about the lives of these civilians, because they believed what they were doing was the most important matter. As for these ordinary people, they would just have to endure a bit more suffering. The so-called peace that this group of people speaks of is not for the common folk, nor for the ordinary people of the ninja world. It is purely to indulge themselves in their daydreams. Sun Yan, watching all this from behind the screen, scoffs at these ninjas. How could a group of ninjas trained since childhood to kill and set fires bring peace to the world? Even if the world were to maintain peace under one person's tyranny, what difference would it make? Sooner or later, ninjas will pick up their swords again and strike at the innocent. Not to mention these ninjas who only know how to kill. Even ordinary people will have conflicts over interests. With a history of 5,000 years, what storms has the Celestial Empire not weathered? No one understands human nature and peace better than the people of the Celestial Empire. Wherever there are people, there are grievances, and where there are grievances, there will be conflicts. Conflict is something rooted in the very marrow of humanity. Unless everyone is killed, no one can eradicate it. Therefore, Sun Yan never wanted to bring peace to the ninja world because he knows it is simply unrealistic. Even the tongue and teeth in your mouth will fight over time, let alone living people. So take it easy, eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and don't take everything to heart. As for those who want to bring peace to the ninja world, Sun Yan chooses to keep his distance. However, Sasuke is not as realistic as Sun Yan. After hearing Nagato describe a beautiful future, he suddenly feels overwhelmed with a sense of responsibility, still in the state of a passionate youth. I can join the Akatsuki organization, and after killing Uchiha Itachi, I will also try to bring peace to the ninja world. After saying this, Sasuke casually found a place to sit down. Nagato nodded in response, and then activated the technique of the projection body. Far away in the land of vegetables, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt the chakra fluctuations coming from the ring in his hand. At that moment, he was staying alone in an inn. Ever since he escaped using reverse summoning last time, he had been hiding in the land of vegetables without showing himself. He did not believe that Kisame had the ability to escape from the hands of Araki Sun Yan. Thus, he had been waiting for the organization to find him new teammates. Now that the leader was looking for him, it must be about new teammates. Who would be assigned to him as a new teammate? After thinking for a while, the most likely candidate would be Scorpion. Both he and Scorpion had lost their teammates. It would be reasonable for two lone wolves to form a new team. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he immersed his mind into the ring. In an instant, his consciousness arrived at the finger of the Outer Path's golem. The moment his figure materialized, he felt a terrifying killing intent rushing towards him. What is going on? Could it be that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, wants to take the opportunity to kill me? But right now, this is just a shadow created by my shadow clone technique. Killing the shadow would be pointless. Uchiha Itachi curiously turned his head to look in the direction from which the killing intent was spreading. Just one glance left him stunned. Not far away floated a small figure dressed in a white robe, with pale skin, horns on its head, and holding a strange staff. Most importantly, this little figure actually had a pair of Rinnegan. And this little figure looked exactly like Sasuke. Who on earth is this? Before he could think further, Sasuke directly revealed the answer to him. Itachi Uchiha. You bastard, where are you now? Sasuke shouted angrily. Itachi reacted. The voice and tone of speech should belong to his younger brother, Sasuke. He asked in surprise, You're Sasuke? What's going on? Sasuke sneered, Are you scared now? Uchiha Itachi, this is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan that I awakened in order to defeat you. After hearing Sasuke's words, Konan seemed to ponder. Is the awakening of the Rinnegan related to the bloodline of the Uchiha clan? At this moment, she suddenly remembered the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. This guy is indeed up to no good. The Rinnegan must be related to the Uchiha clan's bloodline. But what is the connection between Nagato awakening the Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara? Chapter 50. Is this the grave you dug for yourself? Seeing Uchiha Itachi not responding, Sasuke mocked. What's wrong? Are you pretending to be mute? Itachi ignored Sasuke. At this moment, he was contemplating the situation. How did Sasuke end up in the Akatsuki base? And why did he have the Rinnegan? Could it be that Sasuke took the leader's eyes? That seems unlikely. The leader is extremely powerful. How could Sasuke accomplish such a feat? Could it be that Orochimaru did something to Sasuke? But why hasn't Orochimaru taken over Sasuke's body after doing something? Logically, since Sasuke now possesses the Rinnegan, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to suppress his greedy heart. Just as he was pondering, Sasuke's body swayed and appeared in front of his shadow clone. The speed caught him off guard. Sasuke reached out and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone by the neck. A powerful chakra seeping into the shadow clone. The chakra flowed from the shadow clone into the ring in Uchiha Itachi's hand. Then, taking advantage of Itachi's unguarded state, it burrowed into his body. After doing all this, Sasuke revealed a sinister smile. With this mark, no matter where Uchiha Itachi ran, he could be pulled out. He then locked eyes with Itachi's shadow clone and taunted, Uchiha Itachi, just wait, I'm coming for you. After saying this, he exerted strength with his right hand, and Itachi's shadow clone dissipated into the air like foam. Far away in the land of vegetables, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Although he didn't know what had happened to Sasuke, he could be sure that it was indeed Sasuke's will and not someone else's taking advantage of the situation. It seemed that Sasuke had gained some opportunity to acquire incredibly powerful strength. Sasuke appeared to have gone to the land of rain, threatening the leader to contact him. The leader was not someone who easily compromised, which showed just how strong Sasuke had become. It seemed he had already obtained enough power to protect himself in the ninja world, making his original plan seem somewhat unnecessary. Moreover, Sasuke had already acquired the Rinnegan, indicating that he no longer needed his eyes to complete that piece of the puzzle. At this moment, he smiled, a genuine smile. After waiting so many years, he had finally reached this day. It was finally time for him to atone for what happened back then. Sasuke, thank you. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, after marking Itachi, Sasuke leaped out of Amigakure. When he saw Sasuke fly away, Nagato did not stop him. He believed that this young man would definitely return to contribute to peace in the ninja world. On the side, Konan also let out a long sigh of relief. She was really worried that Uchiha Sasuke would be reckless and try to fight Nagato to a standstill. It wasn't that she thought Nagato would lose, but rather that it wouldn't be worth it. Nagato's body was very weak now, and every time his main body acted, it came at the cost of his life. In this case, even if Nagato defeats Uchiha Sasuke, he would probably lose half of his life. In her view, this is very unprofitable. Nowadays, it is the best outcome for both sides to resolve their issues peacefully. As for Uchiha Itachi, he is merely a rogue ninja from Konoha. Dying at the hands of that brat would be his own fault. In Konan's eyes, every member of the Akatsuki is a heinous person. If it weren't for the need to collect tailed beasts, she definitely wouldn't spare them a second glance. Watching Uchiha Sasuke fly across the sky, Obito quietly slipped into the Kimui dimension and pursued him. He wanted to try to use the information about Uchiha Itachi to pull Sasuke into his camp. Such a powerful individual poses too much uncertainty. If the other party doesn't want to join his side, then he would have to find a way to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Sasuke's flying speed was incredibly fast. In less than half an hour, he arrived above the land of vegetables. Then he followed the mark he left behind and flew toward a wild forest in the land of vegetables. The forest is very dense, filled with all kinds of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. This is also why ninjas like to jump between tree trunks. Although these poisonous insects and beasts pose no threat to the ninja, they are quite annoying. Sasuke followed the chakra response to find a cylindrical building. The building is at least several dozen meters high, with a diameter of about 20 meters, and has no windows throughout, resembling a stick inserted into the ground. The ceiling of the building is hemispherical, and it's unclear how it was constructed. Sasuke entered the building and followed the chakra response through various twists and turns, eventually arriving in a spacious room. As soon as he opened the door, Sasuke saw Itachi Uchiha sitting in the main seat. At that moment, Itachi's gaze was calm and his tone indifferent as he said, "Sasuke, you have arrived." Sasuke, now restraining his violent aura, walked steadily toward Itachi. "Is this the grave you dug for yourself? It's really a pity to bury a sinner like you here." Itachi ignored Sasuke's provocation and calmly asked, "Sasuke, what's going on with your Rinnegan? Is it implanted?" Sasuke mocked, "What? Are you scared?" Hee. It doesn't matter if I tell you, you're about to be dead anyway. This is the ultimate state of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolution. Is the result of my Uchiha bloodline awakening. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted, and a look of surprise appeared on his otherwise calm face. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Sasuke in shock. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, he had naturally studied the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, it was recorded that the Uchiha clan is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. However, he had only regarded this as a strange legend at the time and did not take it seriously. Which great ninja clan's ancient texts from the Warring States period did not record similar rumors. All families used such methods to glorify their ancestors. So he did not pay much attention when he read this part. But now, it seems that all of this is not unfounded. Perhaps the Uchiha clan really is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. He then shook his head, bitterly smiling in his heart. The Uchiha clan was exterminated 5 years ago. What difference does it make whether they are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths? It seems this truly is the power that Sasuke awakened himself, rather than someone manipulating him. It appears his concerns were indeed somewhat unnecessary, and with that, he could leave with peace of mind. With this thought, he immediately stood up. With a wave of his hands, he directly released the seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs the size of fists were expelled from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, flying towards Uchiha Sasuke from all directions. Although these fireballs are small, their power is not to be underestimated. If hit directly, one would not die, but would lose half their life. Itachi wants to see just how strong Sasuke is now. So he is not holding back and is going all out with this ninjutsu. Seeing the Phoenix fire technique flying towards him, Sasuke smirks disdainfully. Such a small trick, Uchiha Itachi can also pull off. I really underestimated myself. Chapter 51. What Uchiha Sasuke? I don't know him at all. Sasuke calmly raised his right hand, aiming at the incoming Phoenix fire technique. Just as the Phoenix fire tree arrived in front of Sasuke, his right hand absorbed the flames into his palm like a black hole vortex. Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes in surprise. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It's indeed very powerful. Uchiha Itachi sincerely marveled. Hearing Itachi's praise, Sasuke felt no wave of emotion. He formed hand seals with both hands and then used the same ninjutsu against Uchiha Itachi. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A fireball identical to Uchiha Itachi's shot out from Sasuke's mouth. Watching the incoming fireball, Uchiha Itachi quickly formed hand seals. Then, a large fireball, several meters in diameter, was expelled from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. This is the first jutsu learned by Uchiha Itachi. Although its level is not high, its power is extremely strong. He attempted to use this great fireball to directly drown Sasuke's Phoenix fire. However, at the moment of collision, the several-meter-high great fireball was torn into pieces by the Phoenix fire. Subsequently, Sasuke's Phoenix fire technique continued to surge towards Uchiha Itachi. Seeing that his great fireball did not achieve the desired effect, Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to dodge. He moved as lightly as a swallow, evading all the Phoenix fire like a butterfly dancing through flowers. Sasuke, seeing this, flashed forward and came close to Uchiha Itachi. With his staff, he swept horizontally towards Uchiha Itachi's chest. Uchiha Itachi took out a kunai from his pocket, intending to block the staff. Unexpectedly, at the moment of collision, the kunai was instantly reduced to dust and dispersed into the air. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback and quickly dodged backward to avoid this fatal blow. Sasuke, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly attacked Itachi with his six-path staff. Uchiha Itachi was forced to retreat step by step, falling into a passive position. As time passed, Itachi's stamina dwindled, while Sasuke grew stronger with each battle. No, to be precise, Sasuke's control over his own power became increasingly precise. Although he was powerful before, he was like a child wielding a sharp long knife back then. While he could injure others, he could not fully unleash his strength. However, after battling Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke gradually began to adapt to his own power. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was finding it increasingly difficult to keep up. His physical condition had already deteriorated due to illness. Not long ago, he had to use Susanoo against Shin Uchiha, and now he felt even weaker. However, he felt increasingly joyful in his heart. Sasuke's strength far exceeded his expectations. With such power, Sasuke had the means to protect himself in the ninja world. The one he used to worry about the most was his brother. Now that Sasuke's strength was far beyond his own, he felt a sense of relief. However, he still had one last thing to do, which was to show Sasuke the ultimate power that the Uchiha clan was feared for in the ninja world. He concentrated his thoughts, and a red skeletal figure materialized around him. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly retreated. Susanoo continued to solidify, and, eventually, a red half-body giant over 20 to 30 meters tall appeared before Sasuke. Do you see it? Sasuke, this is the power I gained by slaughtering my clan. The Uchiha Madara of that year used it to pacify the ninja world. Its name is Susanoo. The size and quality of chakra of Susanoo surprised Sasuke slightly. However, he quickly calmed down, staring at Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo in a daze. Is this the power you exchanged with the blood of your clan? What an ironic color. What a foolish idea. Since that's the case, let me show you my power. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, a purple Susanoo also materialized around him. The towering purple giant rose up, and a cylindrical building was instantly pierced through. Sasuke and Itachi leaped out of the building, landing in an open area outside. At this moment, Itachi could finally see Sasuke's Susanoo in its entirety. It stood several hundred meters tall. Unlike his own half-body Susanoo, Sasuke's Susanoo was a true full form. In fact, Sasuke's Susanoo had grown a pair of enormous wings on its back, which when spread, could cover the entire sky. Sasuke floated in the forehead of Susanoo, looking down at Uchiha Itachi with indifferent eyes. Do you see it, Uchiha Itachi? This is the power gap between us, as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Uchiha Itachi was indeed shocked, yet an overwhelming joy followed. Sasuke, you grown up. He looked up at the gigantic Susanoo that blocked out the sun, feeling that dying here wouldn't be so bad. He controlled his red half-body Susanoo and prepared to punch Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi did not use the Tenkan, fearing it would harm Sasuke. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi still wanted to resist, even in such a state, Sasuke completely lost his patience. With a thought, the 100-meter-high Susanoo drew its long sword from its waist, preparing to slice Uchiha Itachi into pieces. The two struck at the same time, the long blade and the fist drawing closer. The relief on Uchiha Itachi's face and the joy of impending revenge on Sasuke's face formed a beautiful picture. Watching this world-famous painting, Shin Uchiha felt tears welling up in his eyes. It seems the time has come. Uchiha Sasuke, your 6 pads level experience card has expired. After saying this, Shin snapped his fingers, and Sasuke suddenly felt the power within him dissipate completely, his body falling straight down from the air. The enormous Susanoo instantly turned to nothingness, disappearing between heaven and earth. Unfortunately for Sasuke, he landed right on the fist of the red Susanoo. Boom crack. Blood mist sprayed into the air as Uchiha Sasuke's body was shattered into several pieces, flying far away. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at Sasuke, flying away. At this moment, his mind went blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What happened to Sasuke? Why did he suddenly dispel Susanoo? And why did he crash into his own fist? Looking at the corpse lying on the ground that was no longer human, Itachi lost the ability to think. Watching the battle, Shin Uchiha sprayed his soda all over the screen. What's going on with Sasuke? The location he fell is just too convenient, right? He originally just wanted to surprise him by taking back his power at the moment Sasuke was most proud. Unexpectedly, this show-off actually surprised himself and directly got knocked out. Itachi Uchiha's punch showed no sign of holding back because he thought Sasuke's strength could easily withstand it without injury. After all, this is the Susanoo that could crush Danzo into a meat patty in the original story. A full-strength punch could probably even take down the third Raikage, let alone the delicate and soft-bodied Uchiha Sasuke. Shinhiko quickly closed the screen, pretending nothing had happened. What Uchiha Sasuke? I don't know him at all. Chapter 52. The blind believers of Tenketsu. Time passed, and suddenly Itachi Uchiha came to his senses. Did he really kill Sasuke with his punch? Endless anger and regret surged in his heart. He stumbled towards Sasuke's body. At that moment, his features twisted and his expression went mad. No longer the calm and composed person he once was. He couldn't believe his beloved little brother was dead, just like that. He was the cute little brother he was proud of. How could he, who had awakened a Rinnegan and possessed strength far beyond his own, die so easily? He approached Sasuke's side and carefully examined his condition. His body was shattered into 7 or 8 pieces scattered around, completely unrecognizable. There was no breath in his nostrils, and his heart had stopped beating. Itachi Uchiha was in great pain. Sasuke was dead. His only spiritual support had vanished just like that. He fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He didn't know what to do next. At that moment, nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. Just then, Sasuke's body moved slightly. The movement was extremely subtle, and an ordinary person would not have noticed it at all. However, Uchiha Itachi was an experienced ninja and immediately detected something unusual about Sasuke's corpse. A flicker of hope ignited in Itachi's heart, and he rushed to Sasuke's side. Just as he was about to check on Sasuke's condition, he saw Sasuke's mouth suddenly open to an exaggerated extent. Realizing the situation, Itachi quickly stepped back a few paces. A pale hand emerged from Sasuke's mouth, followed by a human shoulder and head. Finally, a complete person crawled out of Sasuke's mouth, their body covered in a wet, sticky liquid. After this person emerged, Sasuke's corpse lay on the ground like a skin that had lost its flesh and bones. Itachi widened his eyes, staring at the person before him, who looked exactly like Sasuke, but had a completely different aura. The air was filled with a cold and eerie chakra, and a pair of golden serpent eyes with purple eyeshadow revealed the person's identity. Itachi directly asked, "Are you Orochimaru?" "Hee. As expected of you, Itachi-kun. You saw through my identity at a glance." Much sharper than that dull old man Sarutobi, Orochimaru acknowledged his identity and complimented Uchiha Itachi's insight. At this moment, Itachi had calmed down and his expression returned to its previous cold demeanor as he said, "You were the one who caused Sasuke's condition just now, weren't you?" Orochimaru smirked and replied, "That wasn't me causing trouble. After all, Itachi-kun's previous strike was exceptionally fierce. If things went wrong, Sasuke-kun might really die. I wouldn't want such a perfect body to be killed by a punch from Itachi-kun." At this point, Orochimaru paused for a moment, then smiled again and said, "But I can probably guess who caused the trouble. I wonder if Itachi-kun wants to know?" Itachi said expressionlessly, "Speak." "Hee. I wonder if Itachi-kun has heard of Araki Nabahiko?" Orochimaru said, "The reason Sasuke-kun can awaken the Rinnegan is all thanks to this person. Based on my speculation, the sudden disappearance of Sasuke-kun's power this time is also likely the doing of this person." Hearing the name Araki Nabahiko, Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. Is it that guy again? Is this revenge against me? However, that is not important for now. The most crucial thing is how to help Sasuke regain his body. As for Araki Nabahiko, that can wait. He glanced at Orochimaru, who was looking at him with a mocking gaze, and a plan formed in his mind. He took a deep breath and used his wide sleeves to cover his face, not wanting Orochimaru to see him wiping away tears. Orochimaru smiled inwardly, thinking that Itachi-kun is indeed still young, not wanting to show a vulnerable side in front of others. Then Itachi lowered his hand, and a black crow appeared on his shoulder, hidden by his sleeve. Orochimaru immediately noticed the crow in its left eye. The left eye was particularly unusual, entirely blood red with a four-pointed pinwheel shape in the center. Orochimaru instantly realized that this was a Mangekyou Sharingan. Where did Itachi get someone else's Mangekyou Sharingan? It was evident that Orochimaru was unaware that Uchiha Shursui possessed a Mangekyou Sharingan. Very few people know about this matter. Only a few high-ranking individuals in Konoha are aware. The ninja world only knows that Uchiha Shursui is a powerful Uchiha ninja, but they are unaware that he has activated the Mangekyou Sharingan. When Orochimaru came back to his senses, it was already too late to dodge. At the moment his gaze met the crow's Kodoeme Tsukumi, Uchiha Itachi had already cast the Genjutsu. In an instant, a powerful mental force entered Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru felt as if his spirit was being invaded by something, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Itachi let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke was temporarily out of danger now. He cast a Genjutsu on Orochimaru called True Sasuke's Kodoeme Tsukumi. From now on, as long as Sasuke's will awakens, Orochimaru's spirit would immediately return control of the body to Sasuke. By then, with Sasuke's immense strength, he would surely be able to expel Orochimaru's foreign soul from his body. After doing all this, Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, "It's over, Orochimaru." Seeing Itachi's confident demeanor, Orochimaru sarcastically replied, "Itachi-kun, are you getting a bit ahead of yourself? Although I don't know what you've done to me, I can be sure that it was just a Genjutsu from the Mangekyou Sharingan. A mere Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi-kun, you seem overly confident." Hearing this, Itachi's pupils constricted as he saw Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes suddenly change. A pair of eyes, radiating a strange purple light, appeared in Orochimaru's eye sockets. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi realized that the Kodoeme Tsukumi had been dispelled by Orochimaru. So this Genjutsu is called Kodoeme Tsukumi? It can change a person's thoughts silently. What a terrifying Genjutsu. However, unfortunately, no matter how powerful this Genjutsu is, it is still merely cast by the Mangekyou Sharingan. In front of my Rinnegan, it is nothing but a joke. Orochimaru laughed arrogantly. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. At this moment, he had no way to deal with Orochimaru. Orochimaru also noticed that Sasuke's body was very weak at this time. Shinhiko had already retracted the power of the All-Creation. Without the enhancement of the All-Creation, the burden of the Rinnegan on the user is quite severe. Orochimaru thought to himself, it seems I need to study the Hashirama cells when I get back. The Rinnegan is indeed powerful, but it consumes chakra too excessively. No wonder the Akatsuki leader Nagato's body is so weak. If I don't quickly strengthen my physique, Sasuke-kun's body might not hold up. Chapter 53. Oh no, I become a clone. At this moment, Orochimaru had already developed a sense of retreat. He was very satisfied with the perfect body he had obtained. Originally, he only wanted a young body with Uchiha bloodline. Unexpectedly, he also acquired a pair of Rinnegan, which was truly beyond his expectations. At this point, he had no need to continue fighting. He could transplant the Hashirama cells and then return to deal with Uchiha Itachi later. With this in mind, Orochimaru's body slowly sank into the ground. Itachi looked expressionlessly in the direction where Orochimaru had sunk into the earth, not making any attempt to stop him. He knew that his body had reached its limit, and forcing a confrontation would not guarantee his victory. The only option now was to recover from his injuries and then strategize carefully. After watching Orochimaru leave, Uchiha Itachi also turned and vanished from his spot. At this time, he already had a plan in mind, but he was unsure if it would succeed. After the two left, the battlefield, once filled with smoke and chaos, was left in silence. At this moment, a spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere, and Uchiha Obito stepped out of the vortex. Obito looked thoughtfully in the direction where Orochimaru had left. At this moment, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. It was Kagaya's black and white manifestation. The pitch-black Kagaya opened its mouth and said, "Ban, how much do you think Orochimaru's words are true?" Naturally, Kagaya was referring to Araki Yoshihiko's matter. How could it be anything but nonsense that could make Uchiha Sasuke awaken the Rinnegan? From Kagaya's experience of lurking in the ninja world for thousands of years, the only ones capable of such feats were her mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had once been the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Even Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had the same level of power as the sage of six paths, could not achieve it. Could it be that Araki Yoshihiko was a powerhouse on the same level as her mother and Hagoromo? Kagaya shook her head in denial of her own conjecture. How could a mere native of the ninja world compare to her mother, who was an otherworldly being, just as she was lost in thought? Obito beside her said, regardless of whether what he says is true or false, we need to keep an eye on this Araki Yoshihiko. A non-Uchiha being capable of using the void Zasano must have some secrets. If possible, it would be best to eliminate such an unstable factor. Kagaya replied, you don't need to worry about that Araki Yoshihiko. During this time, pay attention to Nagato and make sure he doesn't discover the secret of the Rinnegan. Obito's expression was somewhat displeased. The will of Uchiha Madara actually spoke to him in a commanding tone. It should be known that the true puppet master of the ninja world now is him, not Uchiha Madara, who lies in the Pure Land. Obito ignored Kagaya and directly opened the Kamui space to leave. Looking at Obito's attitude, Kagaya felt a bit resentful. Why did that damn Uchiha Madara choose such a guy? How many years have passed? Obito has no intention of resurrecting Uchiha Madara at all. It seems that Obito has already decided to go his own way without Madara. To be honest, he has little faith in this fool Obito. It appears that the hope of resurrecting Uchiha Madara can no longer rest on him. He then turned and left, seeking ways to counter Araki Nobuhiko. Although his strength is not comparable to that of Yuhi and Yu Village, 1,000 years of experience is not for nothing. At this moment, he has already thought of a way to make Araki Nobuhiko disappear among the shinobi. Now he needs to check the feasibility of this plan. Meanwhile, in the land of rice, Orochimaru suddenly trembled, his face showing an expression of disbelief. He had waited too long for Sasuke's body and, unable to wait any longer, had found a suitable test subject to switch bodies. Just after he had switched bodies, the soul clone of the heavens curse mark left in Sasuke's body actually revived. Originally, in his plan, Sasuke was supposed to be taken over by him using the technique of impure world reincarnation. Unexpectedly, at the moment when Sasuke's life was in danger, this soul clone actually revived on its own. This is not the worst part. The worst part is that this clone has actually obtained the Uchiha Sasuke he has always dreamed of. Moreover, the current Sasuke is even more perfect than he had anticipated, having awakened the Rinnegan. The very thing that Orochimaru's main body craved but could not obtain, his own clone has just revived and possesses it. How unfair is heaven to him? At this moment, he suddenly thought of a serious matter. His clone does not have a strict master-servant relationship with the main body. In other words, the clone was originally intended to serve as the main body after its death. However, now he has a fragmented soul and is using a makeshift body. In contrast, the clone is currently occupying the body of Uchiha Sasuke, who has awakened the Rinnegan. And for some reason, the clone's soul is intact, showing no signs of being sealed. Orochimaru twitched his lips. Strictly speaking, it seems like I have become the clone. Just then, Kabuto approached Orochimaru. As soon as he saw Orochimaru, Kabuto said, "Lord Orochimaru, the four sound ninjas are being surrounded by Konoha ninjas. Should we send someone to assist them?" Hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru coldly replied, "No need to worry about them. A bunch of useless people who can't even bring Sasuke back. What use are they?" At this moment, Orochimaru was filled with anger with no place to vent. How could anyone handle suddenly becoming a clone? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. It seemed that Lord Orochimaru was not in a good mood. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, in a forest somewhere in the Land of Fire, the four sound ninjas were surrounded by a Konoha pursuit team and found themselves in a desperate situation. This time, the pursuit team is completely different from the original work. In addition to Naruto and Shikamaru, several powerful jonin, such as Kakashi and Kurenai, have joined. The strength of both sides is vastly different, and the Sound Four ultimately find themselves in dire straits. Watching the Sound Four surrounded and trapped like fish in a barrel, Naruto stepped forward and shouted, "You bastards! Where have you hidden Sasuke?" Among the four, the hottest-tempered Zuko immediately got angry and yelled back at Naruto, "How many times do we have to tell you? We have never seen Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto wanted to say something else, but Shikamaru reached out to stop him. "No need to waste words on them, Naruto. Once we defeat them, we can let the village's ninja investigate their memories to find out everything," Shikamaru said. After hearing this, Naruto stopped talking and charged in a battle with the Sound Four. Seeing Naruto take the lead, the others also rushed in. The battle raged from evening until the next morning. With the strongest among the four, Kidomu, falling, it signified the victory of the Konoha ninjas in this battle. The strength of the Sound Four exceeded the expectations of the Konoha ninjas. Originally hoping to capture them alive, they ultimately had no choice but to eliminate the four forcefully. After bringing the bodies of the four back to the Konoha Anbu, the interrogation team began to probe their minds. However, the results of the investigation left everyone somewhat disappointed. What the four had said was indeed the truth. They truly did not know the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke. Sitting on Hokage Rock, Naruto stared blankly at the sunset. "Sasuke, where have you gone?" Chapter 54. The Rogue Ninja and the Tyrant. A week later, a group of unexpected guests arrived in the Land of Tea. At the head was a little old man in his 70s. The old man is very short, probably just over a meter tall. It's unclear whether the hair on his head has fallen out or if he has shaved it intentionally. He has a top knot tied on his head, making him look like a samurai from an island nation. This old man is none other than the third Tsuchikage, Inoki of the two sides of the scale from the land of Earth. At this moment, he is floating at the front of the group with an unhappy expression. Behind Inoki are two people. One is named Akatsuchi, who is robust and stands at least 2 meters tall. The other is called Maf, who has a well-proportioned build and looks quite honest. The three are steadily moving towards the direction of the Hidden Tooth village, not uttering a word along the way. At this moment, Inoki is filled with anger. A few days ago, a foot ninja delivered a letter marked as sent from the Land of Tooth. Inoki didn't pay much attention at first, thinking it was just a commission task. Who would have thought that upon opening the envelope, the contents would cause his blood pressure to spike? The Megon team had actually failed their mission and had been captured alive by the enemy. However, this is not what made Inoki furious. A mere mission failure is nothing. He has failed before himself, and wouldn't blame his subordinates for that. What truly infuriated him was that after capturing the Megon team, the enemy actually demanded a ransom from Iwagakure. How could someone extort him that Tsuchikage? It seems they don't take Iwagakure seriously at all. Has he, as the Tsuchikage, not taken action for too long, causing the ninja world to forget his name? The two sides of the scale. This time he personally came to see who was so bold. A few people did not hide at all and swaggered into the City of Teeth. Kawabata Izanari, as the current lord of the Land of Teeth, naturally had to go out to greet them. As soon as they met, Inoki mocked, "It's really the young and fearless who don't fear the tiger." Who would have thought that the mere Land of Teeth would dare to provoke the 5 great nations? Upon hearing this, Yazunari quickly smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Lord Tsuchikage? Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to provoke the Land of Earth." Inoki sneered, then pulled out a letter from his bosom and tossed it to Kawabata Yazunari. After receiving the letter, cold sweat broke out on Yazunari's forehead. He recognized at a glance the messy handwriting. What on earth was Araki Nobuhiko up to? Did he capture ninjas from the 5 great nations? Or was he just going to kill them to leave no evidence? Or perhaps just let them go as a favor? This guy is something else. He directly wrote a letter demanding ransom. This is directly pressing the face of a Wagakure village against the ground. What should I do? Should I sell Araki Nobuhiko myself? After thinking carefully, he shook his head again. Since he took over the title of daimyo, he had launched a purge in the land of Ya. A large number of powerful nobles, including the second son who had once hired someone to assassinate him, had been dealt with by him. These people either killed themselves or fled with their wealth. Among them, many were looking for ninjas to prepare for their assassination. However, due to the protection of Araki Nobuhiko, all these attempts ended in failure. It was precisely because of Araki Nobuhiko's protection that he dared to take bold actions against those nobles who disobeyed him in the Land of Teeth. If Araki Nobuhiko were to fall now, he would definitely not have a good outcome. He would either be jointly eliminated by the nobles in the country or be assassinated by them. In short, Araki Nobuhiko cannot fall. With this in mind, he began to think of a countermeasure, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Those Awagakure ninjas were captured because they attempted to assassinate him. As a lord of a nation, isn't it reasonable to ask for some compensation for the mental distress caused by an assassination attempt? After making up his mind, Kawabata Izanari put on an angry expression and said, Lord Suchikage, even if you don't come to me about this matter, I still want to discuss it with you. The Wagakure's ninjas actually attempted to ambush me on the way. I wonder if you were aware of this? Upon hearing this, Inoki's expression darkened. He is certainly aware of this matter, as this task was assigned by him to the Mingyan team. In fact, this is quite unethical. Large entities like the 5 great ninja villages would not accept assassination missions targeting the leaders of various countries, as such actions would severely disrupt the political balance in the ninja world. The 5 great nations also have daimyos, and they fear that these ninjas might go crazy and take them out as well. Therefore, the 5 great nations have reached a consensus. They will not publicly accept assassination missions against high-level officials of other countries. However, there are still some private dealings, as the 5 great nations need to make a living. But this time, Iwagakure ended up in a mess. Not only did the assassination mission fail, but they also captured someone alive. If this matter gets out, it will undoubtedly affect the reputation of Iwagakure. However, who is Noki? A seasoned ninja who has been in the shinobi world for decades. His skin is thicker than the corners of a city wall. Naturally, he has his own way of dealing with these small countries that are reluctant to be killed by him and still want to make a fuss. A vast amount of chakra spread out from Naka's body. The soldiers of the Land of Iron suddenly felt a heavy force pressing down on them. Subsequently, they were all forced to the ground, unable to get up. Kawabata Izanari was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back before sitting down on the ground with a thud. The magic seal that followed, Noki quietly asked Akatsuchi, "Isn't this a bit excessive? After all, the other party is a daimyo of a nation." Akatsuchi replied softly, "It's fine. What we're doing is for their own good. It's beneficial for the peace and unity of the shinobi world to discipline these small countries." Seeing Kawabata Yazunari's embarrassed appearance, Noki was very satisfied. This is the attitude that a small country should have. After this incident, the newly appointed daimyo of the Land of Iron will surely obey Iwagakure. Noki retracted his imposing aura, floated in the air, and looked down at Kawabata Yazunari, who was sitting on the ground. He said in a commanding tone, "Take me to see that rogue ninja. I want to see what kind of guy dares to provoke Iwagakure." Upon hearing this, Kawabata Yazunari did not dare to refuse. With the support of his attendants, he trembled as he stood up and led Noki and the others towards the direction of the Shinya household. Ordinary citizens, upon seeing Kawabata Yazunari's current embarrassed state, all lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly. After the new daimyo came to power, his methods were extremely cruel. The heads of the entire nobility of the Land of Teeth rolled under his command, and privately, Kawabata Yazunari had long been known as a tyrant. Observing the expressions of the common people along the way, Noki became increasingly certain of his suspicions. The rogue ninja from Konoha, named Araki Nobuhiko, was collaborating with this tyrant. The two had forcefully suppressed this country, colluding in their unscrupulous deeds. Konoha had truly decayed, allowing such audacious rogue ninjas to emerge without sending anyone to eliminate them. It seemed that Konoha was indeed weaker than ever. However, upon reflection, he sighed. Mocking Konoha's decay, how was Iwagakure any different? Today, Iwagakure was lacking in talent, and the new generation of ninjas could not carry the burden. It left him, a 70-year-old veteran, still having to hustle for a Wagakure. Side Chapter 55. The ratio of cement was not adjusted properly. Just as he was lost in thought, Kawabata Zunari stopped in front of a courtyard. He took a deep breath and walked to the door. Knock. Knock, knock, knock. No one inside responded. It seemed that guy Araki Nabahiko was still sleeping in. He really admired this guy's quality of sleep, even better than a pig. Just as he was about to continue knocking, Noki signaled to Akatsuchi beside him. Akatsuchi understood immediately and walked to the door, pulling Kawabata Yazunari aside. Kawabata Yazunari nearly fell from the sudden tug. However, just as he was about to say something, he swallowed his words. When the situation is unfavorable, one must endure. Akatsuchi punched the wooden door, and the entire door shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Nabahiko was experiencing a trial in his dreams. A girl in a black secretary outfit was sitting on Nobuhiko's lap, running her hands over his chest. "Boss, help me out. I'm feeling a bit itchy." The girl's eyes sparkled seductively, her voice sweet. As she spoke, she rubbed her backside against Nabahiko's thigh. At that moment, Nabahiko was enduring. This dream was too real and too explicit. This is a dream he set for himself before going to sleep. He originally just wanted to challenge his weakness experimentally. Unexpectedly, this weakness turned out to be so soft. To be honest, he was really struggling to hold back. With his strong mental power, he could naturally break free from this dream at any time. But who would want to wake up from such a dream? No wonder Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were so eager to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. In Sinyan's mind, he imagined the scene of these two in the infinite Tsukuyomi. One person was holding Rin Noera, nibbling on her, while the other was holding Hashirama Senju. Just then, the girl pretended to fan herself with her hand and said sweetly, "It's really hot today." After saying that, she reached out to start unbuttoning her shirt. Getting closer to the World Cup with each button she unfastened. Sinyan was filled with excitement, and a pig-like expression appeared on his face. And he shook his head, shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind, silently chanting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." He secretly opened one eye and looked at the secretary girl who had completely unbuttoned her shirt. Damn, what emptiness and form. To hell with being a gentleman. I want to be a rogue. He stretched out his devil-like claws and reached straight for the girl's chest. The girl closed her eyes like a weak lamb. Just as Sinyan was about to succeed, a loud shout echoed in his mind. "Araki Sinyan, get out here." A shout shook the house, the voice containing a strong chakra. Shinkichi instinctively wanted to pull up his pants, startled by the roar. When he reached down, he realized he was already wearing them. It had just been a dream. He sat up in bed, his face full of displeasure. Who the hell was that? Yelling like a lunatic in broad daylight? Can't anyone get some sleep? Fuming, he stormed out of his room and shouted outside. Which son of a bitch is yelling for no reason? Do you have any sense of public decency? In the air, Noki observed the Konoha rogue ninja Araki Shinkichi as he emerged, sizing him up. He looked quite ordinary, neither handsome nor ugly. However, there was a unique aura about him, like improperly mixed cement when building a house. He had a vibe of being unable to rise above the mud. Dressed in a green dinosaur onesie, his face showed anger. But there was a hint of despair as well. Noki frowned. This guy didn't look like a strong warrior at all. He glanced at Kawabata Yazunari, wondering if this guy was playing a trick on him. Then Noki turned back and uncertainly asked, "Are you the Konoha rogue ninja, Araki Shinkichi, who defeated Megon?" Hearing someone speak from the sky, Shinkichi looked up. An old man in his 70s or 80s floated above him, speaking in a condescending tone. He immediately recognized this was Noki, the village leader of a Wagakure. At this time, no one else could float in the air without assistance. Shinkichi raised his head and questioned, "Was it you yelling outside, just now? You old geezer must be bored out of your mind. Yelling like that in broad daylight. What are you trying to do? Summon spirits or hold a funeral? Did your dad die or your mom?" Upon hearing this, Naka's expression darkened considerably. This little brat is so uncivilized. How dare he insult himself like this? He shouted angrily, "You better show some respect, kid. I am the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. Do you believe I can throw you into the Umbu interrogation division, making you wish for life or death?" Shinya scoffed, "Oh, I'm so scared. I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Please don't be angry. If you die of anger here and fall from the sky, it would be considered a high-altitude projectile." Noki, furious and embarrassed, retorted, "You little brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly?" With that, Noki cupped his hands in front of his chest, striking a pose as if holding a basketball. Then, a square transparent energy body appeared in his hands. "Araki Shinya, go to hell," he declared. "Dust release. Original world separation technique." The transparent square crystal transformed into a stream of light, rushing straight towards Shinya. Noki had made up his mind to eliminate this detestable brat. This guy's a rogue ninja from Konoha. Even if he kills the opponent, Konoha won't say anything. They could even use this guy to stir up some trouble, using this little brat as a trigger to spark a war. After performing Dust Release, Inoki placed his hands behind his back and looked at Araki Nabahiko with an indifferent expression. Nabahiko first lazily yawned. Then he spread his right hand, and a pink sphere appeared out of nowhere in his palm. The pink sphere then flew in front of Nabahiko, forming a pink pancake. Inoki furrowed his brows. He had never heard of this ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Although he had never seen it before, it was clear that this little brat wanted to use this pink pancake to block his dust release. Inoki couldn't help but laugh. Truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. It had been a long time since he encountered an idiot who wanted to use ninjutsu to resist his dust release. He remembered the last time was that arrogant guy, Shimura Danzo. In the end, he lost an arm and became a rat in the sewer, only able to engage in shady dealings behind the scenes. Ignorant little brat, turning into a what the hell. Under my dust release. Inoki was stunned by the sight before him. He saw his unstoppable dust release hit the pink pancake, not shaking it at all, as if a gentle breeze had brushed over it. Inoki's eyes widened, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The accompanying Akatsuchi and Mufu also stared blankly at the scene. How is this possible? The strongest attack in the ninja world, Bloodstain's dust release, was actually blocked by Araki Yoshihiko. This scene completely subverted everyone's worldview. Chapter Namusao, Bang. Dust release is formed by the fusion of 3 types of chakra nature transformations. Ordinary ninjutsu, let alone being able to withstand it, would be completely shattered even by a slight graze. At that moment, the Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously thought of another possibility. They widened their eyes, looking at the pink energy in Shinyan's hand as if they had seen a ghost. At this point, Shinyan had already retracted it back into his body. This thing is sticky and very hard to handle. It's better to retract it when not in use. Chitu swallowed and said to Mo Phone with a trembling voice, "Do you think that jutsu might also be a bloodline elimination?" Mo Phone shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. After all, the only bloodline elimination recognized in the ninja world is dust release. I haven't heard of any other bloodline eliminations, so it's difficult to speculate." At this moment, Noki felt somewhat trapped. The opponent had the ability to restrain him, making the outcome of the battle uncertain. Moreover, he personally disliked fighting, especially since Iwagakure was currently in a transitional phase. If something were to happen to him, the strength of the entire village would drop significantly. Just then, a few people came running from not far away. Everyone turned to look, and the newcomers were Mei Yin, Lu Tu, and Fu Shi. The 3 immediately spotted Noki floating in the sky. Mei Yin quickly bowed and said, "Jonin Mei Yin greets Lord Suchikage." Noki nodded at Mei Yin, then flew to his side and said, "No need for formalities, just tell me everything you know about Araki Nabahiko." Mei Yin wasted no time and recounted everything he knew. During his narration, he mentioned Deidara, causing Noki to shake his head. Although Deidara was a rogue ninja, he was after all his disciple. Moreover, after defecting, he hadn't done anything to harm a village. Noki had originally hoped that Deidara would one day return to Iwagakure. Unexpectedly, he received news of his death instead, which was truly a pity. At this moment, Xinyan stepped forward and said, "Old man, you are here to redeem the 3 of them, right? The prices for the 3 people have been set. The Jonin is 30 million, and the 2 Chunin are 10 million each. The total is 50 million, and only cash is accepted, no cards." After saying this, Nabuhiko extended his hand, posing as if to take the money. Inoki was both amused and angered. This little brat really had some nerve to think about money at a time like this. He ignored Nabuhiko's outstretched hand and signaled to the deep-sealed mage. The mage understood and immediately began checking the physical condition of the 3 from the underworld. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Nabuhiko awkwardly retracted his hand and crossed his arms, waiting for a response. 20 minutes later, the mage, with a strange expression, said to Inoki, "Lord Suchikage, there's something odd." The 3 from the underworld broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. Liotu forced a smile and said, "Don't joke around, mage. What could possibly be strange about us?" Inoki asked in a serious tone, "What do you mean by strange? Is it that their seals are hard to break?" The mage shook his head and said, "It's not about whether the seals are hard to break. It's that they don't have any seals in their bodies at all." Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward, and Liotu's temper flared up. He pointed at Nabuhiko's nose and yelled, "You bastard! You previously swore that you had placed a curse on us, and that we would explode if we left the capital. It turns out you never even used a curse. You big idiot. Nabahiko scratched his ear and said, I didn't lie to you, if you don't believe me. Try leaving the capital. Lyotu retorted. You bastard, still trying to deceive us. Today, Anoki interrupted Lyotu's insults and then looked at Nabahiko with a serious expression. I'm taking them away, Anoki stated firmly. Nabahiko shrugged and said, Whatever, but I must remind you, if you take them out of the capital without paying, they will definitely die. Anoki turned to the mage, who also seemed a bit guilty. If he had misjudged, it could lead to disaster. He quickly moved in front of the three from the underworld and carefully checked them again. In the end, he concluded that there were indeed no traces of sealing techniques or curse techniques on them. This time, he was very confident in his judgment. Even the Uzumaki clan, who were once the best at sealing techniques, could not leave no trace at all. He didn't believe that the sealing techniques of the other party could surpass those of the Uzumaki clan. Anoki then said, You all go first. I will hold them off. The group did not hesitate and slowly retreated. After everyone had retreated, Anoki prepared to turn and leave. Before leaving, he turned back and glared at Nabahiko. Once everyone had left, Nabahiko approached Illusionary, who was now slumped at the door, wet between his legs. Nabahiko covered his mouth and nose and inquired about the outcome. After learning that Kawabata had been threatened by the Tsuchikage, Nabahiko stroked his chin. If the Tsuchikage had killed Kawabata at that time, his long-term cash cow would have been gone. It seems he should create a few shadow clones to work for him while he sleeps or leaves. Even if he leaves the Land of Teeth, he wouldn't have to worry about that foolish person being taken out. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, so he began to study. Meanwhile, the group from Iwagakure carefully left the borders of the capital. Noki was deep in thought. If Araki Nabahiko really was a rogue ninja from Konoha, that would be fine. But if the other party was a false defector, manipulating a small nation under the guise of a rogue ninja would be troublesome. The geographical position of the Land of Teeth was right between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. If war broke out, was there a possibility for Konoha to attack the Land of Earth through here? Just as he was pondering, a sudden loud bang came from behind him. He turned around cautiously, only to see blood and chunks of flesh scattered everywhere. Since he was flying in the sky, he was not stained with blood. However, the closest to the deceased Captain Megon, Ridu and Fushishi, were now covered in blood and flesh. Ridu stared blankly at the exploded body of Captain Megon, looking completely at a loss. Meanwhile, Fushishi had already reacted and was running in terror towards the capital. He remembered Nabahiko's words and understood that the other party was not just bluffing. The only way to survive now was to return to the capital. Ridu also thought of this, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a warmth in his body. Bang! His body exploded into a mass of blood and flesh, just like Megon. Noki exclaimed, Akatsuchi, quickly throw Fushishi back to the capital. Hearing this, Akatsuchi instantly appeared beside Fushishi, grabbed his clothes, and with all his strength, threw him towards the capital. As Fushishi saw the walls of the capital getting closer, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he got there, he should be safe. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded in the air, and Fushishi scattered like petals. Watching all this from a distance, Noki clenched his fists, his killing intent spreading like a tangible force. That damn little brat, you truly deserve to die. Chapter 57. I wanted to be my summoning beast in the Iwagakure, in the office of the Tsuchikage. The third Tsuchikage, Noki sat in his office chair with a gloomy face. He was very angry, not only at Araki Nabahiko, but also at himself. If it were the young him, he would have turned around and rushed back to the Land of Teeth to confront that brat. But he couldn't do that now. The current generation of Iwagakure ninjas was inexperienced, and there was no one capable of taking the lead. If he fought that brat now, what would happen to Iwagakure? But he couldn't swallow this anger. After racking his brains, he thought of the Akatsuki organization. As a collaborator of the Akatsuki, he was well aware of the organization's power. Moreover, Deidara had previously been a member of the Akatsuki. If he could utilize this organization. Just as he was lost in thought, a mocking voice came from the Tsuchikage's office. Why the long face? That expression doesn't seem fitting for a figure who has traversed the ninja world. Noki was startled and stood up. This voice was definitely not from a member of the Umbu. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy about 13 or 14 years old standing at the door of the Tsuchikage's office. At this moment, the Umbu ninjas assigned to protect him stood frozen in place like puppets. Noki quickly calmed down and looked at the boy not far away, sneering, Heh, You little brats are getting increasingly disrespectful to this old man. Speak, kid. How do you want to die? At this point, Noki had already gathered dust-release ninjutsu in his hands, and in an instant, he could turn the person before him into dust. Huh. I'm very aware of your strength, which is why I waited and prepared before coming to see you. The mysterious person raised his head, revealing the Rinnegan in his eyes. In an instant, Noki lost the will to resist, and the dust release in his hands swiftly dissipated. Orochimaru walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the Tsuchikige's office, a smirk on his lips. This power is truly amazing. Even a powerful ninja, like Anoki, who has survived through bloodshed, cannot withstand a single move under the gaze of my Rinnegan. With such strength, it's no wonder Nagato considers himself a god. However, the flaws of this power are also quite evident. Sasuke's body has been growing weaker lately, which has made him increasingly urgent in his research on the Senju cells. As long as he can transplant Senju cells into his body, he believes that with his own strength, no one in the ninja world can threaten him anymore. Not quite. There is still one person who can threaten him. While reviewing Sasuke's memories, Orochimaru took note of Araki Nabahiko. He is not the arrogant brat that Uchiha Sasuke is. He has keenly sensed the terror of Araki Nabahiko. How exactly should he deal with this danger? Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi sat opposite Nabahiko. Itachi turned to survey Araki Nabahiko's room. The room was dimly lit and filthy. Clothes and blankets were messily thrown on the bed, and there were several open but unfinished snacks on the nightstand. At the entrance stood a trash can taller than a person, filled with all kinds of garbage. He glanced down at the bowl in his hand, filled with soda. Nabahiko smiled slightly and said, I just moved here not long ago, and I didn't expect anyone to come as a guest, so I didn't prepare any cups. You can make do with the bowl for now. Itachi, expressionless, asked, Then how do you drink water usually? Don't you drink water? Nabahiko awkwardly chuckled. I usually just drink straight from the bottle. Itachi looked helpless. Does this guy only drink beverages? Even though Uchiha Itachi had seen many grand scenes, he had never encountered such a peculiar person. He took a deep breath and said, These things don't matter. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Upon hearing this, Nabahiko's expression immediately fell. He had already achieved financial freedom and had long surpassed the stage of fighting for money. Therefore, he directly rejected Uchiha Itachi's request, saying, Find someone else. I've already retired from the world. Uchiha Itachi frowned. He hadn't expected Nabahiko to respond this way. He had originally thought the other party was greedy for money and that as long as he offered enough, Nabahiko would definitely take the job. He didn't expect such a straightforward rejection, which left his plans in vain. Uchiha Itachi, unwilling to give up, said, This task should be easy for you. With your strength, you should be able to complete it effortlessly. Plus, I prepared a large sum of money for you. Don't you want it? Nabahiko waved his hand, saying, I don't make money because I like money. I do it because I want to live a laid-back life. I already have enough money to last me a lifetime, and I can also get 100 million Ryo every year from the land of tea. So why should I continue to fight? Uchiha Itachi frowned again. How should he deal with someone who is so indifferent to desire? After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Itachi asked, That day, Sasuke's power suddenly disappeared. It was your doing, wasn't it? Nabahiko admitted, That's right. That brat was too arrogant. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, he happened to be punched into a pulp by you. Uchiha Itachi said sternly, Since Sasuke has fallen to this point because of you, shouldn't you take responsibility to save him? Nabahiko felt a bit embarrassed. Uchiha Sasuke was indeed in a sorry state now. That brat had been a bit arrogant, but he was just a child. Why should he hold a grudge against a child? Nabahiko sighed and then asked, How much are you willing to pay? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi saw a glimmer of hope and quickly replied, I have prepared 15 million Ryo, along with some forbidden techniques from the Uchiha clan. Saying this, he took out a stack of banknotes and a sealing scroll from his bosom. Nabahiko didn't rush to take the banknotes, but instead examined the scroll in his hand. The scroll contained some forbidden techniques collected by the Uchiha clan, most of which required the Sharingan to activate, such as the rewriting seal. However, this posed no difficulty for Nabahiko. He found it somewhat useful through associative reasoning. Nabahiko placed the scroll back on the table and then looked at Uchiha Itachi seriously, saying, I can agree to help you, but in addition to these things, I have one more condition. Uchiha Itachi frowned and asked, What other condition do you have? Nabahiko's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he stammered, I want it. His voice grew quieter and quieter until it became almost inaudible. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows. He found it hard to comprehend what kind of peculiar ailment Araki Nobuhiko might be suffering from. Finally, Nobuhiko mustered his courage and, with resolute eyes, said, "I want that orange cat from last time to be my summoning beast. If you let me have it, I will agree to help save Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi tilted his head, a question mark appearing above his head. Chapter 58. Are you still lying to me, Kabuto? Nobuhiko explained for a long time before Uchiha Itachi finally remembered who the summoning beast he was referring to was. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Kijimaru is a ninja cat from the Land of Cats. I am merely a contractor of the Land of Cats and have no authority to make choices for him. However, I can take you to the Land of Cats, where the ninja cats will determine if you are qualified to contract with them." Nobuhiko snapped his fingers and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take me there." Nobuhiko was extremely excited. He originally just wanted to get that orange cat, but ended up getting a whole bunch, which thrilled him immensely. He had already begun to fantasize about lying among dozens of cats, casually exploring and tormenting them. As he thought about this, saliva was flowing from his mouth, and his expression became increasingly lecherous, causing Uchiha Itachi to frown. He had seen a lot in the ninja world over the years, but honestly, he had never met anyone as bizarre as Araki Nobuhiko. Nobuhiko left a shadow clone to protect the Land of Tea and then hurriedly followed Uchiha Itachi to the Land of Cats. Meanwhile, in an underground base in Iwagakure, the sound of painful screams echoed through the empty base, making people's ears feel numb. Kabuto stood anxiously by the bedside, and lying on the bed, screaming, was Orochimaru, who had taken over Sasuke's body. Orochimaru's painful expression made Kabuto extremely anxious. He stood by like a husband waiting for his wife to give birth, filled with unease. After a long time, Orochimaru's screams gradually subsided. Kabuto immediately approached to check on Orochimaru's condition. After examining him and finding that all of Orochimaru's physical characteristics were normal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 13 or 14-year-old boy before him, Kabuto felt a twinge of sympathy. "Uchiha Sasuke, what a pity. Even though Orochimaru has occupied your body, he will never claim the Uchiha name for himself. And Uchiha Itachi, who personally annihilated his own clan, is even more of a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Such a person is unlikely to be recognized by the ninja world. So the Uchiha clan has already become a mere shell of its former self." The emotions in his heart came quickly and left just as fast. As Orochimaru slowly sat up, Kabuto stopped his wild thoughts. He saw Orochimaru, drenched in sweat and with disheveled hair, get off the bed. First, he stretched his body, then, with a thought, activated his Rinnegan. In an instant, this world was laid bare before his eyes, and the overwhelming sense of pressure terrified Kabuto. This was the first time he had seen the Rinnegan. Previously, he had only heard Orochimaru mention that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, possessed the Rinnegan, but he had never seen it himself. He guessed that the Rinnegan must be incredibly powerful, but he never expected it to be this strong. At the moment he locked eyes with Orochimaru, he felt a profound sense of his own insignificance. Compared to such an existence, he felt like an ant. He swallowed hard and feigned calmness, saying, as expected of Lord Orochimaru, "This power is truly overwhelming." Orochimaru did not respond to Kabuto's praise. While the power of the Rinnegan was indeed formidable, he clearly understood that he was still too weak in front of that man. "Kabuto, go contact Deidara. Just tell him I have something to discuss with the leader of the Akatsuki," Orochimaru said, looking directly at Kabuto. Hearing this, Kabuto's heart sank, and he forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Lord Orochimaru, this might be a bit difficult, right? The members of the Akatsuki are elusive, and finding them is not that simple. Moreover, going directly to find that genius puppet designer, this task won't be completed in a few months." Orochimaru teased, "Are you still lying to me, Kabuto? I lifted the seal in your mind yesterday. You should remember what your relationship with Deidara is." Kabuto clenched his fists and finally let out a powerless smile, saying, as expected of Lord Orochimaru, "You already know everything." Orochimaru said nothing, merely looking at Kabuto with a teasing expression. Kabuto forced a smile and asked, "So, how does Lord Orochimaru plan to deal with me? Am I to be added to the list of experimental subjects, or simply thrown into the pile of corpses?" Orochimaru did not speak, but took a step closer to Kabuto. At this moment, Kabuto had closed his eyes. As a spy, he had long accepted the possibility of death. He had seen too many spies meet a tragic end. Today it seemed it was his turn. Just then, a delicate hand caressed his cheek. Kabuto opened his eyes in shock, and what he saw was the handsome face of Sasuke Uchiha. along with Orochimaru's charming smile. The combination of the two was incredibly bizarre, yet at this moment, to Yakushi Kabuto, it appeared like an angel descending to redeem him. Kabuto, you don't have to be afraid. I don't care who you serve in the past. As long as you don't betray me now, I still trust you, Orochimaru said with a smile. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to be enveloped in holy light, appearing utterly sacred in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Trust was an incredibly luxurious thing for Yakushi Kabuto, who had grown up surrounded by lies and betrayal. The last person who trusted him so completely was Principal Yamanaka, but in the end, that person forgot about him. After that, he felt like a walking corpse, lost and aimless. However, now he had a new belief. Lord Orochimaru was his faith. Seeing the expression on Yakushi Kabuto's face, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Go contact Sasori of the Red Sand." Yakushi Kabuto wiped away his tears and smiled brightly, saying, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." After Yakushi Kabuto left, Orochimaru looked at himself in the mirror with intense eyes. He could already feel the surging vitality within him. This power perfectly compensates for the losses in his own body, and subtle changes are happening within him. Orochimaru does not know what this change is, but he can sense that it is beneficial to his body. He licked his lips. Indeed, the power of the Uchiha clan is formidable, and this time he has truly gained. Once he deals with Araki Yoshihiko, he will have plenty of time for his scientific research. By then, he will no longer need to hide. He can appear openly in a Wagakure. A few days later, on the Tenchi Bridge in the Land of Grass, the Red Sand Scorpion looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a hostile gaze, the tail of his Hiriko hovering dangerously close to Kabuto's neck. "You dare betray me? Do you know what the consequences of betraying me are?" The Red Sand Scorpion said coldly. Yakushi Kabuto showed no signs of retreat, smiling as he replied, "Lord Scorpion, I have not betrayed you. It was merely your potential mind-controlling sand technique that was discovered and nullified by Lord Orochimaru. However, that is not the most important matter now. What matters is that Lord Orochimaru wishes to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization to jointly combat Araki Yoshihiko." Upon hearing Araki Yoshihiko's name, Scorpion fell silent. Chapter 59. Can I touch you? The Red Sand Scorpion had not forgotten about Araki Yoshihiko. Initially, he felt deeply humiliated by the escape, considering it one of the rare shames of his life. However, upon learning that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki also fled in front of the opponent, he felt somewhat balanced. Through their accounts, he was even more grateful that he had run fast at the time. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Deidara, stuffed into a balloon and hung from a tree, which would be worse than death. However, the fact that his pawn had been recruited by Orochimaru displeased him greatly. Previously, he had teamed up with Orochimaru and despised that filthy snake. Now that his ninjutsu had been undone by the latter, his hatred for Orochimaru only deepened. At that moment, Zetsu, who was standing by, interjected jokingly, "Wow, you're actually a subordinate of Orochimaru, one of the Legendary Three? I didn't expect the Legendary Three to seek cooperation with our organization. It seems our organization has a bright future. When the organization grows, I'll probably become an elder. At that time, I'll just sit in the office all day, drinking tea, surrounded by beautiful secretaries. Just thinking about it makes me excited." The tail of Hiriko struck Zetsu's back of the head hard, causing him to fall to the ground, howling in pain. "Senior Scorpion, you're too harsh. I'm a newcomer. You should take care of the new guys." The Red Sand Scorpion looked expressionlessly at the show-off Zetsu. He really did not understand what the leader was thinking to assign such a character as a new teammate. This guy doesn't look like a ruthless traitor at all. Where did the leader find such a peculiar person? Seeing off-phase performance, Yakushi Kabuto felt a bit at a loss. It's surprising that the mysterious Akatsuki organization has such a comedic character. It really leaves one both amused and confused. However, he didn't pay much attention to this person and turned to leave after conveying Orochimaru's intentions. Scorpion also did not stop Yakushi Kabuto. Although he is ruthless, he still has a certain demeanor. After Yakushi Kabuto left, he turned to leave as well. He decided to convey Orochimaru's words to the leader. As for what to do next, that would be between Pain and Orochimaru. Seeing this, Afe hurriedly shouted, "Scorpion Senpai, wait for me." He then jogged to catch up with the Scorpion of the Red Sand. However, under his vortex mask, his expression gradually became serious. In a deep mountain in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi brought Shin Hiko into an unremarkable dilapidated wooden house. After entering the wooden house, the two continued down a dark underground passage. The underground passage was pitch black, but for someone like Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the Sharingan, it was as bright as day. Shinhiko didn't mind at all. Using his mental power to observe the surroundings, he could see even clearer than Uchiha Itachi. The underground passage was decorated in a very ancient style, and from time to time, some cats would pass by, making Shinhiko's mouth water. However, he restrained himself, as a small act of impatience could ruin a great plan. Once the contract with the Land of Cats was signed, none of these little kitties would escape. When Shinhiko looked up, he noticed a white light illuminating not far ahead. It seemed the destination was just ahead. The white light got closer and closer, and eventually, Uchiha Itachi and Shinhiko walked out of the passage. "You've come, Meow, you've been coming here quite often lately." Meow, as soon as they walked out of the underground passage, a gray-white cat in a kimono greeted Uchiha Itachi. Its name was Hinai, and it was responsible for guarding this place and checking for outsiders. Uchiha Itachi, with a blank expression, asked, "Where is Granny Cat?" Hinai tilted its head and said, "Inside." Meow. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi walked directly inside, with Shinhiko closely following. However, after just a few steps, Hinai stopped Shinhiko. Curiously, Shinhiko looked down at the little cat blocking his way, wondering what it wanted. Hinai squinted its eyes and said, "Who are you?" "Meow, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Meow. While saying this, the cat named Hinai extended its paw. Shinhiko understood its posture at a glance. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space in front of Shinhiko. Hinai instantly became alarmed, jumped back to create distance, and warned, "What do you want to do?" Shinhiko reached his hand into the spatial crack and then pulled out a large jar. The jar is about 20 centimeters high, roughly the same size as a milk powder can. Under Hinata's vigilant gaze, Shinichi opened the jar. Instantly, a familiar fragrance rushed into Hinata's nostrils. Her expression shifted from alertness to ecstasy, and she finally walked over to the jar to enjoy the oversized cat food can. Shinichi made an okay gesture towards Itachi Uchiha, who continued to walk forward without saying a word. The two arrived at the innermost room and met the owner of Cat Country, Grandma Cat. "Little Itachi, you've been coming here quite frequently lately. Is something going on?" Grandma Cat asked as soon as they met. Itachi Uchiha replied flatly, "It's nothing. In fact, he used to visit Grandma Cat often when he was younger. However, as he gradually got caught up in the conflicts within the village and his clan, his visits to Cat Country decreased. After the massacre night, he hardly came to Cat Country at all, mainly because he was afraid of awkward encounters with Sasuke. But now that Sasuke's body was taken over by Orochimaru, he wasn't afraid of running into Sasuke at Cat Country anymore." Seeing that Itachi was unwilling to elaborate, Grandma Cat didn't press further. Although Cat Country had a good relationship with the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha massacre was ultimately an internal matter of the Uchiha clan and had nothing to do with them at Cat Country. Grandma Cat turned her head to look at Shinichi and smiled. "Little Itachi, is he your friend?" Itachi Uchiha replied expressionlessly, "No. He is here to sign a contract with the ninja cats of Cat Country." Upon hearing this, Grandma Cat sized up Shinichi from head to toe. He had no brand names on him and looked rather shabby. A look of disdain appeared on Grandma Cat's face. The ninja cats of Cat Country were not so easy to please. The ninja cats of Cat Country were not combat-type summoning beasts. If you were looking for a powerful summoning beast, you had come to the wrong place. Shinichi ignored Grandma Cat and instead looked at a familiar figure not far away. That chubby figure with a kind face was none other than the big orange cat, Maru, whom he had been thinking about. Shinichi instantly displayed a lovesick smile and approached Maru step by step, saying, "Can I pet you?" "Oh, you're so cute. You're so fat. You're simply the cat of my dreams." Shinichi placed his hand on the orange cat and began to pet it. The soft touch and lazy demeanor. Shinhiko had completely succumbed to the stunning beauty of this orange cat. Just then, the orange cat opened its eyes, its face filled with impatience, and said to Shinhiko, "Who are you? How dare you disturb my sleep? Get lost." Uchiha Itachi's expression became somewhat helpless. This guy, Maru, was still the same as before, spending all day eating and sleeping. He had originally thought that Shinhiko would be more subdued after being scolded. Unexpectedly, this guy became even more excited after being scolded. He jumped directly onto the big orange cat, petting and rubbing it, while constantly muttering, "Ah, scold me. Don't stop. Keep scolding me. Uchiha Itachi. God granny." Chapter 60. Creating a continent to raise pets. "You bastard human, get lost. If you don't stop, I'm going to call for help. Go ahead, call. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you." To be honest, Shiniko's perversión de Epli shocked God granny. Even though she had seen a lot, she had never encountered someone like Shinhiko, who seemed like a cat slave, but was actually a pervert. In the end, Uchiha Itachi couldn't stand it any longer. He stepped forward, grabbed Shinhiko's leg, and pulled him away from Maru's cat nest. As they left, Maru even kicked Shinhiko with a paw. Uchiha Itachi looked at the still entranced Araki Shinhiko and said expressionlessly, "Are you done playing? Are you going to get to the point or not?" Upon hearing this, Shinhiko returned to his normal demeanor and said to the watchful Maru, "Don't be scared. My name is Araki Shinhiko. I'm here to sign a summoning contract with you." Before Shinhiko could finish his sentence, Maru immediately refused. "I refuse. I would rather die than be your perverted summoning beast." Shinhiko stroked his chin and then said, "State your conditions. What do you want in order to become my summoning beast?" Maru mocked. "Even if I tell you my conditions, you won't be able to meet them, so why ask so much?" Shinhiko reached into the void and then pulled out a cat food can that was as tall as a person and said, "Maru, do you want to try this?" Maru looked disdainful and said, "Stupid human, do you really think I've never seen the world before? It's just a cat food can." "I'm not." Before he could finish, he was attracted by the aroma coming from the can. Then, Maru's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he leaped over to the cat food can. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he began to indulge in it. Cat Granny was filled with confusion. Although Maru was greedy, he shouldn't be so easily attracted by cat food can. Uchiha Itachi, however, noticed something was off. This guy, Araki Shinhiko, actually used an illusion to confuse Maru. What a shameless person. It was obvious that Uchiha Itachi had forgotten that not long ago. He had also used an illusion to manipulate Maru to save him with reverse summoning technique. Seeing Maru fall into his own trap, Shinhiko cackled. He immediately pulled out 2 burlap sacks and asked Maru, "Maru, do you prefer this pink sack or this white sack?" While enjoying the cat food can, Maru said without thinking, "The white one." Whoosh, in an instant, Shinhiko transformed into a streak of light, appearing right in front of Maru and stuffed him into a burlap sack. Then, while Cat Granny and Uchiha Itachi were stunned, he vanished with a teleportation. Cat Granny mechanically turned her head to Uchiha Itachi and said, "That person just captured Maru in a sack?" Uchiha Itachi was also shocked by Shinhiko's outrageous actions. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Does he think raising a spirit beast is the same as raising a pet? Being so direct in taking the spirit beast might create a sense of rebellion, making it difficult to interact as companions in the future. Meanwhile, in the home of Shinhiko in the Land of Teeth, Shinhiko, who had just returned here using teleportation, was holding Maru and nibbling on him relentlessly. Under Shinhiko's continuous drool attack, Maru eventually succumbed and gradually gave up resisting. An hour later, Shinhiko sat contentedly at the head of the bed, reveling in the feeling of having just cat-absorbed. Maru, on the other hand, lay at the other end of the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling devoid of life. Seeing Maru like this, Shinhiko comforted him, saying, "There's no need to be so sad. From today on, you are my spirit beast, Araki Shinhiko. If you want anything in the future, just tell me directly. There's nothing in this world that I can't get for you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll help you beat them up. I will never let you suffer." Hearing this, Maru's eyes regained a bit of sparkle. He tentatively said, "If that's the case, I have conditions to propose." Shinhiko smiled and replied, "Feel free to propose. I can meet any conditions you have." Maru stated, "First, I want a territory that belongs to me, where I can be the king of cats. Secondly, I want to be able to return to the cat kingdom anytime. Finally, I want an endless supply of food, and I absolutely won't go out to fight. That's too dangerous. If you can meet these conditions, I'll agree to be your spirit beast." Shinhiko smiled slightly and said, "Is that all? That's too easy." He then slowly closed his eyes. In a corner of his spiritual world, amidst the chaotic mental energy, an empty space suddenly revealed a continent. The continent was completely barren, with nothing on it. Then, with a thought, countless flowers, grasses, and trees sprang up from the ground. Various small animals peeked out, and a beautiful scene gradually unfolded. Back in the ninja world, Shinhiko slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Maru, saying, "Come with me. Let's take a look at the cat nest I've made for you." Shinhiko placed his hand on Maru and then teleported them to the newly created continent. As soon as they arrived, Maru's eyes widened. He stared around in amazement, prompting Shinhiko to give in and pet him again. Half an hour later, Maru, forcing himself to stay calm, said, "I've seen the territory. But what about being able to return to the cat kingdom at any time?" Shinhiko smiled, and a portal appeared in front of Maru. Shinhiko said, "Go in and take a look." Maru cautiously entered the portal, only to find himself face to face with Itachi Uchiha. Jimaru? Weren't you taken away by that guy? How did you come back? Itachi asked, puzzled. At the same time, he noticed the portal behind Jimaru, looking serious. This should be a kind of space-time ninjutsu. Is it also a trick by Araki Hirohiko? Through the portal, he vaguely saw some of the world on the other side. It looked vibrant and full of life, with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Where could this be in the ninja world? In the end, Hirohiko signed a summoning contract with J. Maru, officially making J. Maru his summoning beast and pet. That space was also named Cat God Continent by J. Maru. J. Maru can open a portal back to Cat Village at any time on Cat God Continent. This way, he can come back to see the land of cats whenever he misses it. Thus, the matter of Jiharu came to a close. Nabahiko officially accepted Itachi Uchiha's commission to rescue Sasuke Uchiha. Nabahiko asked Itachi if he wanted to go with him, but Itachi replied that he still needed to return to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. Nabahiko mocked him, saying, "What kind of undercover agent are you? I haven't seen you send any information back to Konoha." Itachi fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, he seriously asked Nabahiko, "Do you think the Akatsuki's plan can succeed?" Nabahiko laughed and said, "Succeed? Nonsense. A plan involving a bunch of pawns can't possibly succeed. It's just a daydream." Itachi's expression changed, and he pressed, "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 61. The first batch of underlings. After hearing Itachi's inquiry, Nobuhiko scratched the back of his head, unsure of where to start his answer. To explain Pain of the Six Paths, he must explain Nagato Uzumaki. To clarify Nagato Uzumaki, he must bring up Obito Uchiha. To understand Obito Uchiha, he needs to explain Madara Uchiha. To clarify Madara Uchiha, he must reveal Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu would then lead to Kagaya Otsutsuki and the two brothers, H-Ki and H-Ri. What a hassle. After thinking for a while, Nobuhiko replied, "You heard wrong. What I just said is that the Akatsuki's plan will definitely succeed. The ninja world will then enter a peaceful era with songs and dances, and the country will prosper and be safe." Itachi, hearing this, looked helpless. Was this guy so perfunctory even in making up lies? However, since the other party didn't want to say more, Itachi had no choice but to keep this matter to himself. After bidding farewell to Itachi Uchiha, Nobuhiko embarked on a journey alone. His pace was quick, and before long, he left the land of fire. Nobuhiko did not use his mental energy to directly scan the ninja world for Orochimaru. He had been out for a long time, so this time he would treat it as a trip to explore the ninja world. If he achieved his goal too quickly, the trip would lose its meaning. It would be much more interesting if he could accidentally encounter Orochimaru during his travels. With excitement in his heart, Nobuhiko hummed a tune and skipped forward. "I am free and easy among the people. Originally, I was a carefree immortal in the sky." While humming, Nobuhiko took in the scenery around him. He had already entered the territory of the grass country, surrounded by lush green grass and vibrant life. In the distance, a shepherd was leisurely dozing off on the meadow, while a flock of sheep grazed peacefully around him, creating a harmonious scene of nature. Xinyan gradually came to a stop, breathing in the fragrance of nature. "This is life," he sighed sincerely. In his past life, he had worked 996 hours until he died, and now thinking about it, it really wasn't worth it at all. A few insignificant capitalists actually dared to exploit his surplus value. If one day he could go back, he would definitely hang these people on streetlights and turn them into windmills, making them generate electricity for the country after their death, utilizing their surplus value. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt something bump against his leg. Looking down, he saw a white goat, about a meter tall, rubbing its hooves and preparing to charge at him. Xinyan was bewildered. Whose subordinate was this that dared to be so fierce? It actually had the audacity to challenge the strongest in the shinobi world, showing a bravery that far exceeded that of the fleeing Itachi Uchiha in front of him. The white goat finished charging its energy and suddenly lunged towards Xinyan. This position is neither biased nor impartial. It just happens to be where Xinyan's golden staff is. Although his Rui gold-banded staff can cut through golden jade and slice iron like mud, being nudged by this guy is still somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, at this moment, the goats on the hillside have stopped grazing and are watching intently, ready to witness this epic battle. If he were to lose face in front of these animals, his reputation as a powerful figure in the shinobi world would collapse. Considering this, Xinyan clenched his hands and grabbed the goat by its horns. The goat, caught by the horns, shook its body left and right, attempting to break free from Xinyan's control. But it was too naive. Xinyan's strength could lift mountains. let alone a mere goat. With his right leg straightened, Sun Yan executed a sweeping kick that knocked the goat down. He then leaped onto the goat, firmly restraining it. The goat desperately shook its body, trying to escape from this annoying guy, but with its weak frame, it was impossible to break free from the control of Sun Yan. The great demon king. Sun Yan extended his right hand, and a white fly swatter appeared in his grasp. Hey, 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 oh goat, let me teach you a lesson. Never provoke someone you can't afford to mess with again. Whack, whack, whack. Sun Yan raised the fly swatter high and kept slapping it on the goat's backside. The goat bleated in distress and ultimately lowered its head in submission. Sun Yan stood up, looking down at the goat that dared to challenge him, as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. The goat, with its head down, walked away dejectedly, marking the end of this battle with Sun Yan's victory. The successful first battle made Sun Yan very happy, and he began to hum a tune, bouncing along on his journey. However, after taking just a few steps, he noticed something unusual. That group of goats from the hillside was closely following him. No matter which direction he walked, they followed closely behind. Sun Yan put on a fierce expression to scare them off, but he found that these creatures showed no signs of leaving. What's going on with these sheep? Could it be that they're out for revenge for that goat just now? In this day and age, are goats really so loyal? Just then, the shepherd who had been lying on the hillside and sleeping rushed over in a hurry. Sun Yan looked at the shepherd in confusion and asked, "Brother, what is the matter?" The shepherd, panting heavily, finally calmed down and shouted at Sun Yan, "You bastard! How dare you steal my sheep? Do you believe I'll report you to the authorities?" Sun Yan was immediately dissatisfied. How could this guy be attempting to extort him? As a wealthy man with an annual income in the hundreds of millions, would he really steal a few of your shabby sheep? He quickly retorted, "I didn't steal your few shabby sheep, and I actually want to settle scores with you. One of those sheep just now tried to charge at me and almost tore my clothes." Saying this, Sun Yan pointed to the bit of dust stuck to his pants leg. The shepherd looked closely at the dust on Sun Yan's leg, and his expression gradually became strange. He asked, "What happened just now? Can you tell me in detail?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yan recounted how the goat had challenged him but ended up being defeated. After hearing Sun Yan's words, the shepherd couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kataha!" Sun Yan frowned and shouted at the shepherd, "What are you laughing at? If you have time to laugh, why don't you manage your sheep properly?" The shepherd forced himself to stop laughing and explain the situation. It turned out that the goat that attacked Sun Yan was the leader of the flock. Although sheep are herbivores, competition for the position of leader is quite fierce. They determine the leader through duels. From now on, they would follow the leader's actions wherever the leader went. They would follow. Just now, the leader had boldly challenged Sun Yan in front of the flock, but he was easily defeated by Sun Yan. Because he was defeated, he lost his position as the leader. Now, the title of leader had fallen onto Sun Yan's head. From then on, Sun Yan became the leader of this tribe, and wherever he went, these little followers would accompany him. Whether it was climbing mountains or crossing seas of fire, they would follow without question. Chapter 62. The strongest being in the ninja world on the grasslands of the land of grass. A man and a goat stood on either side. The white goat hung its head low, even too ashamed to look Sun Yan in the eye. It seemed that the previous defeat had dealt a heavy blow to it. The leader's aura it had possessed earlier was now completely gone. Standing opposite it, Sun Yan was also twitching his mouth. What kind of situation was this? The shepherd had just suggested to him that since the flock followed him because he defeated the leader, he should have another fight with that goat. As long as he intentionally lost this time, the position of leader would be relinquished. The leader would continue to be its leader, and Sun Yan could go back to being his solitary, aloof self. Everyone would be happy. At that moment, Sun Yan thought this suggestion made sense and agreed readily. To be honest, Sun Yan now felt a bit regretful. Why did he accept such a foolish suggestion? He was a mighty, unbeatable figure, capable of creating worlds as easily as reaching into his pocket. Now he had to intentionally lose to a goat. He felt he had lost face as a transmigrator. Other transmigrators faced overwhelmingly powerful enemies upon their first defeat, ultimately fighting with all their might and having no choice but to flee. But here he was about to voluntarily lose to a goat. However, the arrow was on the string and it had to be released. The stage had already been set. The shepherd and hundreds of goats were watching. If he backed out now, he would lose even more face. Reluctantly, he raised his middle finger to the goat and said, "What is wrong? Little trash. After being defeated by me, you don't even have the courage to face me? Where did that arrogant confidence go when you challenged me earlier?" Under Sun Yan's insults and a slight influence of emotional illusion, the goat instantly recalled the humiliation of its defeat and its hatred for Iraqi Sun Yan. It immediately lowered its head and crouched down, concentrating all its strength in its head. Then, with all its might, it charged towards Xin Yan's abdomen. In the eyes of the flock of sheep, this collision was as quick as lightning, but to Xin Yan, it was no different from a turtle's crawl. However, there was no choice. The show had to go on. Xin Yan seized the moment and jumped back the instant the goat bumped into his abdomen. This jump was accompanied by a hurricane, and the grassland was plowed open, leaving a deep crack. The crack spread for hundreds of meters before stopping, while Nobuyuki lay at the end of the fissure, his body twitching uncontrollably. This scene left the flock dumbfounded, including the lead sheep. Even the shepherds stared, wide-eyed in disbelief at the distant Xin Yan. Could this be real? Was it necessary to be so exaggerated for a performance? In the end, the lead sheep regained its position as the leader, gradually losing itself amidst the bleating of the other sheep. It looked down from the hillside at the receding Xin Yan, wearing a smug smile. Just then, Xin Yan glanced back, and the human and sheep locked eyes. The lead sheep displayed a triumphant and arrogant expression, then turned to the flock behind it and bleated. Immediately, a graceful ewe stepped forward from the group. The ewe shyly lifted her head to glance at the lead sheep, then gently lowered it again, unable to meet the lead sheep's handsome face. The lead sheep cast a proud glance at Xin Yan down the slope, then climbed onto the ewe's back and performed a set of National University student calisthenics. The bleating echoed across the entire grassland, leaving Xin Yan with a black line on his forehead. Indeed, walking around the ninja world is beneficial for broadening one's horizons. Just after stepping out, Shinhiko encountered a creature even more foolish than himself. He quickly used teleportation to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself and would roast the goat. In stark contrast to Shinhiko's carefree atmosphere, the entrance of Amage Cure was extremely oppressive. Konan floated in the air with her paper wings, looking down at Kabuto and Orochimaru. Scorpion was an impatient person. After parting ways with Kabuto, he informed Pain that Orochimaru wanted to see him. Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, found this traitor a bit baffling. Logically, he should be hiding in some corner praying not to run into him. Now, he was actively seeking a meeting. He couldn't help but wonder what his true intentions were. However, he didn't care too much. After all, Orochimaru was just a minor annoyance. If the other party was sensible, it wouldn't be impossible to spare him and reintegrate him into the Akatsuki. But if he refused to cooperate, he shouldn't blame Nagato for being ruthless. Thus, Nagato agreed to meet with Orochimaru. Upon sensing two unfamiliar presences enter the land of rain, he immediately sent Konan to greet them. However, upon seeing the two of them, Konan froze in midair. She looked down at Orochimaru and uncertainly asked, "Are you Orochimaru or Uchiha Sasuke?" At that moment, Orochimaru had not disguised himself as his original form. First, Sasuke's appearance was already quite handsome, aligning with Orochimaru's aesthetic. More importantly, Sasuke was too young, and their heights differed significantly. Forcing himself to look like his original self would only be awkward. Hearing Konan's question, Orochimaru coldly smiled and said, "Does it matter who I am? Where's Nagato? I want to see him." Upon hearing this, Konan became alert and asked, "How do you know about Nagato? Who told you?" Orochimaru explained, "I learned about you from Sasuke-kun's memories. I am very interested in your plans, so take me to see Nagato." Konan hesitated while floating in the air. Orochimaru was not Uchiha Sasuke. He was extremely dangerous. It would be very risky to take her to see Nagato without understanding what his true intentions were. Just then, another figure flew over from the central tower of the Land of Rain. The figure landed next to Konan. It was Pain. He first scrutinized the Orochimaru who wore Sasuke's face. Externally, there were some changes, his skin still pale, but the double horns atop Sasuke's head had disappeared. "I can let you see my true form, but only you can enter," Pain said, glancing at Kabuto. Kabuto shivered under Pain's gaze, the Rinnegan sending chills down his spine. He looked at Orochimaru, who nodded slightly at him. Kabuto understood and immediately left, leaving only Pain, Konan, and Orochimaru at the scene. Pain looked down at Orochimaru and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, Pain began to descend slowly to the ground. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru's body soared into the air, floating in front of Pain and saying, "No need to be so troublesome. Just lead the way. Let us fly together." At this moment, Orochimaru had activated his Rinnegan, and the two pairs of eerie purple circular eyes locked onto each other. An invisible pressure clashed in the air, causing the raindrops around them to be blown away. A few seconds later, Pain turned around and said expressionlessly, "Let us go." Chapter 63. The world suffers from Shinhiko for a long time, deep underground in the land of rain. Orochimaru met the gaunt Nagato. Upon seeing each other, Nagato got straight to the point. Orochimaru, state your purpose. Orochimaru smiled slightly and replied, you really are impatient. Then, without holding back, he directly mentioned the existence of Araki Shinhiko and invited Nagato to join forces to eliminate him. Nagato, puzzled, said, I've heard of Araki Shinhiko, not long ago. Deidara was killed by him. Itachi and Kisame also suffered some losses at his hands. He is indeed a troublesome character. But with your strength, you should be able to easily take him down, so why come to me for help? He also cast a glance at the Rinnegan in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru secretly looked down on him. This guy was quite confident about the Rinnegan. Don't overestimate the Rinnegan, nor underestimate Araki Shinhiko. According to the memories I obtained from Sasuke-kun, the reason Sasuke-kun was able to awaken the Rinnegan was due to Araki Shinhiko's influence, Orochimaru said. Nagato, who had just been calm, immediately became serious upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Konan, who was beside him, was also taken aback and quickly asked, Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Please clarify. Seeing that he had captured their interest, Orochimaru recounted Sasuke's quest for power to take revenge and how he found Shinhiko. After finishing, he added, in my memories, Shinhiko-kun didn't exert much effort in helping Sasuke-kun awaken the Rinnegan. In just an instant, Sasuke-kun obtained the power of the Rinnegan. After hearing Orochimaru's words, a look of disbelief akin to seeing a fool appeared on Conan's face. Such nonsensical words could also come out of Orochimaru's mouth. Does this guy really think of himself and Nagato as children? She said with a harsh tone. Orochimaru, do you think we're just kids from the Ninja Academy? What kind of nonsense is this about awakening the Rinnegan in an instant? It sounds ridiculous. Someone with that kind of power wouldn't be lying around like a dead fish in a desolate place like the Land of Rain, pretending to be a guardian king. Orochimaru chuckled and said, aren't you Akatsuki also holed up in this small place called the Land of Rain? Orochimaru's words left Konan speechless. She turned her gaze to Nagato, seeking his opinion. Nagato's expression was also somewhat strange. No matter how you look at it, Orochimaru doesn't seem like the kind of fool that Jiraiya-sensei is. But why do the other's words sound so nonsensical? After thinking for a long time, Nagato finally asked Orochimaru, why do you have to deal with Araki Yoshihiko? Orochimaru gave a cold smile and said, eliminating all threats to oneself is the way of survival for a ninja. Nagato agreed with Orochimaru's words and decided to attempt cooperation with him. Although the other's words seem nonsensical, it's better to believe in them than to dismiss them. If the other party is just talking nonsense, there is no loss for them. Moreover, Araki Yoshihiko already has enmity with the Akatsuki organization, so if they can take this opportunity to eliminate him, that would be even better. If Araki Yoshihiko is really as powerful as Orochimaru described, this unstable factor will definitely have an impact on collecting tailed beasts in the future. Therefore, removing him as soon as possible is beneficial and harmless to my plans. After making up his mind, Nagato said, the Akatsuki organization has decided to participate in the plan to eliminate Araki Nabahiko. So tell me your plan. Orochimaru shrugged and said, I don't have a plan. Nagato's expression darkened, and he said in a harsh tone, are you messing with me? Orochimaru, I'm not messing with you. In fact, I've thought a lot about how to eliminate Araki Nabahiko, but the conclusion I've come to is, Araki Nabahiko is simply too powerful. Even if we use our methods, we may not be his match. The reason I came to you for cooperation is to see if you have a way to defeat this guy. After Orochimaru finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became silent. However, at that moment, in a nearby open space, the space suddenly twisted into a vortex. Out of the vortex stepped a one-eyed masked man dressed in Akatsuki robes. Orochimaru immediately looked at the masked man and locked eyes with the Sharingan. That's a Mangeki Sharingan, isn't it? Is this the eye you transplanted, or is it your original one? Orochimaru asked, licking his lips. The masked man was Uchiha Obito, who had hurried over after receiving information from Zetsu. Obito did not answer Orochimaru's question, but directly spoke to him. If you want to eliminate Araki Yoshihiko, I actually have a plan, and I wonder if you would be willing to participate. Orochimaru asked, you haven't introduced yourself yet, have you? How can I trust you? A stranger who suddenly invites me? Obito pretended to be profound and said, in that case, let me introduce myself. Actually, Nagato is just the public leader of the Akatsuki organization. I am the true leader of the Akatsuki. My name, I believe you have heard of it, is Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's pupils dilated instantly. The name Uchiha Madara was indeed well known. Although he had never seen Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama in person, he had seen the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. At that time, Senju Tobirama had personally inspected the Ninja Academy, and Orochimaru had thus had a brief encounter with the second Hokage. He was too young then, only feeling that the fierce-looking second Hokage was very powerful, but he had no concept of just how strong he was. It was only later, as he gradually grew up and learned more ninjutsu, that his own strength increased as well. At this moment, he gradually understood the terrifying strength of Senju Tobirama back in the day. His teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, seemed like a joke in front of him. He was very certain that without the body of Sasuke, he would have no chance of defeating the second Hokage. It could be said that Senju Tobirama was the strongest person he had encountered before fleeing from Konoha. He even had a faint feeling that even Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, was not a match for him. Yet, despite being such a powerful figure, he always appeared as a subordinate in front of the two who pacified the chaotic world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Although he has never seen the power of these two people with his own eyes, he can still glimpse a bit from the second Hokage. The masked man in front of him actually claims to be Uchiha Madara. To be honest, Orochimaru wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. The feeling this masked man gives him is even weaker than that of Nagato beside him. However, he thought for a moment, does it matter to him whether the other party is Uchiha Madara or not? Even if the real Uchiha Madara came, he would still have confidence to fight against him. So he gave a charming smile and said, whether you are Uchiha Madara or not is not important. You said you have a plan to deal with Araki Shinin. So tell me your plan. Chapter 64. Natural airhead with no brain, just as the undercurrents in the ninja world were surging. The clone left in a land of teeth was lying on the bed like a dead fish. The clone stared at the ceiling, his eyes filled with confusion. Staying at home is indeed so boring. That bastard of a main body actually left him alone to have fun. Now, they can't even gather enough people to play Dodiju. Life is so dull. Just then, two unfamiliar chakra presences suddenly intruded into his perception. The clone widened his dead fish eyes and focused on these two people. These two people didn't even bother to disguise themselves and swaggered right into the Land of Teeth. What a disrespect for the security forces of the Land of Teeth. At the border of the Land of Teeth, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and asked Pervy Sage, do you think there's a chance Sasuke is in the Land of Teeth? Jiraiya, seeing Naruto's worried expression, reassured him, don't worry. That kid Nara Shikamaru analyzed it, didn't he? Uchiha Sasuke gathered a lot of information about Araki Nabahiko before leaving Konoha. After leaving Konoha, he either went to find Orochimaru or went to find Araki Nabahiko. According to the intel from Yambu, the Sound Four did not pick up Uchiha Sasuke in Konoha. It seems that the possibility of Sasuke coming to the Land of Teeth to find Araki Nabahiko is the greatest. After Jiraiya's analysis, Naruto's mood improved a bit. During this time, Naruto has been feeling very down because of Sasuke's disappearance. On top of that, he lost control during the Chunin exams in front of everyone, and now his reputation in Konoha is in ruins. If it weren't for Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, supporting him and Jiraiya protecting him closely, Naruto would have already been imprisoned by the Yambu. This outing for training was the result of a discussion between Tsunade and Jiraiya. They decided to temporarily keep Naruto out of the public eye, and after a few years, when everyone has mostly forgotten about this matter, they would let him return. Naruto forced himself to stay upbeat and flashed a cheerful smile, saying that guy Sasuke is probably off sneaking out to have some fun. How infuriating that he didn't even notify us before going out. Once we find him, I'm definitely going to give him a good beating to see if he dares to sneak out again. The two of them strolled leisurely along the rugged mountain path of the land of Igura. The surroundings were desolate, and they even encountered a tiger and a pack of wolves along the way. This desolate scene made Naruto doubt whether this was even a country. It feels like a primitive jungle here. Does that guy named Araki Nabahiko really live in a place like this? Naruto asked Jiraiya with confusion, perverted sage. Is this really the place called the Land of Teeth? Why does it feel so desolate? Do the people of the Land of Teeth live in the mountains? Looking at Naruto, who grew up in Konoha and was a bit out of touch with reality, Jiraiya helplessly explained, not everywhere is as prosperous as the Land of Fire. Small countries like the Land of Teeth may not have as large an area as the big countries, but their territory isn't small either. However, the population in these small countries is very sparse, with basically only one city, which is the capital of the Land of Teeth. The rest of the area consists of desolate primitive jungles like this, and occasionally there might be a village of about 100 people. This is the norm for small countries. It's impossible to find towns every few miles like in the five great nations. After Jiraiya explained this, Naruto understood. So, this land of teeth only has one city. The other places are all remote, mountainous jungles. He couldn't help but think, this Araki Nabahiko really has a different mindset from normal people. No wonder Neji and Tintin advised him to prepare himself mentally. At the same time, he was also curious why Araki Nabahiko chose to leave the village and become a rogue ninja. The villagers all said he was a ruthless villain who killed his comrades and defected from Konoha. But Tintin and Neji were very sure that Araki Nabahiko did not kill his comrades. What kind of person is this guy? With various doubts, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived outside the city of Ya. Just as Naruto was about to step toward the city gate, Jiraiya grabbed the collar of Naruto's shirt and pulled it back. Held in Jiraiya's grasp, Naruto shouted, "Pervy Sage, what are you doing? Let me go." Jiraiya released Naruto and then said, "Naruto, you're being too reckless. Araki Nabahiko is still a rogue ninja. And recently the village has raised his rogue ninja rank to S-class. How can you just walk into the lair of an S-class rogue ninja like that?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "Then how should we get in? Should we fly in or something?" Jiraiya smiled, then bit his finger and formed a hand seal. Summoning jutsu. Boom, white smoke rose, and a green toad appeared in front of Naruto and Jiraiya. The toad was only the size of a palm, completely green and resembling a frog. However, the bumps all over its body indicated that it was indeed a real toad. Curious, Naruto crouched down and poked the green toad's back with his finger, asking, "Pervy Sage, what are you summoning this toad for?" Jiraiya smiled, then gave a signal to the green toad. Suddenly, the green toad opened its mouth wide, and a pink tongue shot out like a venomous snake. The speed of the tongue was so fast that Naruto didn't have time to react before it wrapped around his waist. "Pervy Sage, what's going on? Why is he?" Before Naruto could finish his sentence, the green toad opened its enormous mouth. What was originally a palm-sized green toad surprisingly opened a mouth that was about a meter wide. Then, the tongue pulled Naruto toward the big mouth. And amidst Naruto's desperate screams, the green toad swallowed him whole. Inside the toad's belly, Naruto shouted loudly, but after carefully observing his surroundings, he calmed down. In this pink space, both the ground and the walls are incredibly soft, resembling flesh. Strangely, despite the absence of a light source, everything around is very bright. It's unclear where the light is coming from. Just as Naruto is pondering this, a sudden bright light appears above him. Jiraiya falls from the light's source onto the ground, bouncing a few times on the soft surface before stabilizing. Seeing Jiraiya, Naruto immediately asks, "Perverted Sage, what's going on? Why did your summoning beast eat us? Can summoning beasts also backfire on their contractors?" Jiraiya, with a black line on his forehead, walks over to Naruto and gives him a light smack on the head, saying, "Your reaction is too dull. This is a technique for infiltrating the enemy camp by hiding inside a summoning beast. It's a very advanced skill." Naruto rubs his forehead and replies, "You didn't say it in advance, how would I know?" Looking at Naruto's silly and cute expression, Jiraiya helplessly rubs his forehead. In Naruto, he sees Minato's natural cluelessness and Kushina's lack of common sense. Minato, "Kushina, your child has inherited your flaws to the fullest." Chapter 65. Oh, the Sea. At the city gate of the Land of Teeth, as the city guards were meticulously checking the personnel, a small green toad slipped into the city amidst the crowd. Hidden inside the toad, Naruto excitedly exclaimed, "Yay, we made it in! This technique of the perverted sage is great. I really hope Gamakichi and Gamabunta can learn this move. Then I can sneak into the enemy camp through their bodies." Jiraiya rolled his eyes. That guy Minato wouldn't let his son learn such functional ninjutsu. Just then, the ground began to shake, and Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged confused glances. The next moment, the whole space spun wildly, rolling like a washing machine. Naruto and Jiraiya flailed around like headless flies. Fortunately, this space was made from the toad's stomach, so although they were crashing around, they weren't hurt. After a while, the chaos subsided, and Naruto and Jiraiya lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Naruto asked while panting, "Perverted Sage, what the heck is going on?" Jiraiya, with a pained expression, replied, "I don't know. Maybe some annoying little brat is grabbing the toad." Just then, the entrance of the space opened again, and a white light instantly sucked Jiraiya and Naruto in. In the courtyard of the Shinboku family, Naruto and Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Shinboku's shadow clone was holding a green toad, tilting its head as it looked at the two in distress. "You and Orochimaru are really good buddies. This habit of spitting things out of your mouth is truly inherited, the clone said. Jiraiya stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then smiled confidently, saying, "Have you ever met Orochimaru?" The clone replied, "I met him once when I was an examiner for the Chunin exams." Jiraiya recalled the information about Araki Shinboku and roughly guessed the timeline. At that moment, Naruto, anxious, shouted, "Who cares about Orochimaru? You're Araki Shinboku, right? Have you seen Sasuke? Has he come here?" Naruto's loud voice made Shinboku's ears ring. He rubbed his ears and then said, "Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are?" The clone knew that this was the destined protagonist of the Naruto world, hailed as the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Uzumaki Naruto. But so what? What does it matter if he is the protagonist? Just because the protagonist asked me a question, do I have to answer? Besides, who knows who the protagonist is after my reincarnation? Just as Naruto was about to speak, Jiraiya stopped him. He had keenly sensed Shinboku's wording during their conversation. When he said, "Why should I tell you?" it indicated that the other party indeed knew something, so they had found the right place this time. The next issue was how to extract this information. Facing such a slippery character, if Naruto spoke carelessly, it would only make things worse. So he stopped Naruto to prevent him from messing things up. Although Naruto was impulsive, he didn't say anything further upon seeing Jiraiya's serious expression. After calming Naruto down, Jiraiya put on what he thought was a friendly smile and said to Shinboku, as Naruto mentioned, "We are looking for a boy named Uchiha Sasuke. That boy investigated information about you before he left. We believe he might come to find you, so we came to the Land of Teeth to take a look." The clone waved its hand and said, "Never seen him. Never seen him. You two great ones should hurry and leave. A small place like the Land of Teeth can't accommodate you." At this moment, Jiraiya's mind was racing, and suddenly he thought of something and said, "You must be quite bored here." The clone looked at Jiraiya in confusion, unsure of what he was up to. Jiraiya then pulled out a book from his pocket and handed it to Shinboku. With a mischievous smile, he said, "This is my unpublished new book, the special edition of Intimate Paradise. Could you please read it and be my reader?" The clone became interested and read some novels from this world. To be honest, these novels are quite boring. The plots are cliché and monotonous. He suspects that these authors are using the same outline when writing their novels. The problem is, when he wanted to write a novel and looked online for this outline, he couldn't find it. He heard that Jiraiya is also someone who writes about the Emperor's uncle, and he wondered if it could give him a fresh perspective. With a critical mindset, Xinyan opened the special edition of Paradise of Affection and read it carefully. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was proudly waiting for this naive little brother to bow down before his writing. "What is this you wrote? It doesn't have the kind of content I want to see at all. This is simply selling dog meat under the pretense of selling lamb." Jiraiya nearly fell over in disbelief upon hearing this, showing an expression of incredulity. Others blushed and were embarrassed after reading his book. Yet this guy actually thought his content wasn't exciting enough. He quickly approached Xinyan and explained, "You've only read the first 3 chapters. We're not even at the exciting part yet. You need to be patient and keep reading. The most thrilling parts of my book are after chapter 10. Xinyan's clone shook his head and said, "Your pacing is too slow." To grab the reader's attention, a book must adhere to the principle of the golden 3 chapters. That is, establish a conflict point within the first 3 chapters, and then gradually unfold your story using that conflict. Your first few chapters are just introducing characters, along with a lengthy description of the scenery. Writing like this will scare all the readers away, who will still want to read chapter 10. Jiraiya, as a best-selling author, was instantly infuriated by such criticism. He retorted, "Kid, have you even read a book? What I'm writing is adult literature, and adult literature needs to unfold gradually. You can't rush it." Yosuke shook his head and said, "Your understanding is flawed. The more royal the uncle, the faster the pace should be. It's best to get into the conflict between the man and woman right from the first scene. Otherwise, you'll end up in an awkward situation where the readers have been stuck in neutral for ages, and your car hasn't even moved. And by the way, my neutral refers to the car's gear, so don't think too much about it." Jiraiya's face turned red as he said, "Kid, do you know that writing like this won't pass the review? Do you think the publishing house is your family's? It will be a hassle to have to revise and resubmit." Yosuke threw the special edition of Heavenly Paradise back to Jiraiya and said, "Can't you write it a bit more artistically? Do you understand the spring and autumn brushwork? Do you know how to use a baseball bat and bushes as cover for inappropriate acts? By the way, your book is way too shallow. You spent 600 words at the beginning just describing the scenery. Who reads this kind of book to see the scenery?" Jiraiya found it difficult to argue against this point, so he lowered his voice and said, "Aren't all writers just padding their word count like this? Sun Yan shook his head and said, padding your word count like this can easily irritate readers. Who starts off a story by padding their word count? If you want to pad your word count, there are better ways to do it. Why do you have to ramble on about scenery? Jiraiya asked. Then how should I pad my word count? Sun Yan revealed a cunning smile and said, you're just pretending not to know. Jiraiya then realized and returned a similar smile to Sun Yan. Naruto, on the side, scratched his head, not understanding what these two lecherous guys were laughing about. Chapter 66. A small knife, Sun Yan's clone, and Jiraiya. The two lecherous heads studied for a long time. Finally, after their relentless efforts, the revised version of Paradise of Affection was completed. The two sat at the writing desk, visibly relieved, and exchanged knowing smiles. For some reason, Sun Yan felt that Jiraiya was very much to his liking, perhaps because they shared common interests. Since they got along well, the clone didn't rush them to leave and even invited them to hot pot dinner that evening. During the hot pot, Naruto was lost in thought, and Sun Yan observed his behavior but pretended not to see. In fact, telling this guy about Sasuke Uchiha's situation wouldn't matter much. As long as he changed some details and cleared his own responsibilities, it would be fine. Just then, Naruto could no longer sit still. He stood up, gritting his teeth, fists clenched. Finally, he steeled himself and bent his legs, wanting to kneel. Sun Yan reacted quickly, using pink energy to lift Naruto by his collar and hold him in the air. Suspended in midair, Naruto ignored his predicament and looked straight at Sun Yan, saying seriously, please tell me where Sasuke is. Such a serious Naruto was something even Jiraiya had never seen before. Looking at Naruto now, he thought of his companion, Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had been missing instead of defecting at that time, would he have been as anxious to search as Naruto was now? Seeing Naruto so earnest, Sun Yan felt it was inappropriate to continue hiding the truth. So, he told Naruto that Sasuke Uchiha's body had already been taken over by Orochimaru. After hearing this, Naruto was extremely agitated and said, is there any chance for Sasuke to reclaim his body? What can I do to save him? Sun Yan's clone comforted him, saying, he's beyond saving now. You should just go back to Konoha and give him a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Naruto's anger flared up. That bastard actually made a joke about Sasuke, which infuriated Naruto. On top of that, Naruto had been dealing with too many frustrating things recently. At this moment, the untimely joke from Shinhiko's clone completely ignited Naruto's anger. You damn bastard, get up. I want to duel with you. Naruto shouted angrily. Shinhiko's clone scratched his ear and said, it was just a joke. Why are you so worked up? In my opinion, that Uchiha Sasuke being possessed might not be a bad thing. That guy usually acts all high and mighty. Maybe if he gets a lesson and suffers a bit, he might become more stable. Naruto clenched his fists and said, what kind of twisted logic is that? How could being possessed by someone be a good thing? You bastard. The more I look at you, the more annoying you are. Stop talking nonsense. I'm definitely going to smash your nose. Shinhiko's clone sighed and said, forget it. Fighting with a kid like you is too beneath me. Then he suddenly thought of something, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. But I didn't know a really fun game. Do you want to play with me? Naruto looked at him with disdain and said, it's not one of those adult games, is it? You're such a pervert. I'm still a kid. Shinhiko said with a deadpan expression, it's not that kind of inappropriate game. This game is very simple. It's called a little knife. Naruto scratched his head. He had never heard of this game before. What kind of game is this? Shinjuki suppressed his smile and began to explain the rules of the game to Naruto. At the start of the game, both sides receive a dummy. The dummy looks exactly like the players, serving as a stand-in for their actions. The players use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will act next. The winner of the game can manipulate their representative dummy to take one action. The dummy's action sequence is a little knife, rush into your house, pull down your pants, snap. The rules of the game are very simple. Whoever snaps the other first wins the game. After hearing Shinjuki explain the rules, Naruto and Jiraiya instinctively clenched their legs together. Naruto stammered, this game is too cruel. Can't we choose a more harmonious game? Jiraiya also advised, yeah, Shinjuki. Everyone, let's calm down. There's no need to risk our lives over a game. Shinjuki pointed at the dummy and said, it's not like we're going to snap you. Isn't there still a dummy? Can't we just take it out with the dummy? The clone revealed a mocking smile and said, what's wrong? Are you scared? Naruto puffed out his chest and said boldly, how could I be scared? I'm going to become Hokage. Yukihira sneered, I hope you don't end up wetting your pants. After confirming the details of the game, Jiraiya volunteered to be the referee. The two stared each other down, and Jiraiya raised his right hand and announced, the match begins. Naruto and Yukihira's clone simultaneously extended their right hands, and in a flash, they threw their punches. Naruto shus sisor, Yukihira shus rock. Suddenly, A small knife appeared out of thin air in the hand of the dummy, representing Yukihira. The knife activated. Naruto gulped as he looked at the small knife, emitting a cold glimmer. This is just the first round. It doesn't count for much at all. While he encouraged himself, the second round of the game began. Naruto's punches were noticeably more tense this time. The small knife in the dummy's hand hovered over Naruto's head like the sword of Damocles. In the second round, Naruto threw rock, and Shinhiko threw scissors, resulting in Shinhiko's victory. The dummy representing Shinhiko dashed into Naruto's dummy's house at lightning speed, charging into your house to attack. The two dummies stood face to face, and the small knife in Shinhiko's dummy's hand was exceptionally eye-catching. At this point, Naruto was terrified to the extreme. Every time he thought of that cracking image, his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Is this the end? Is this all I can do? No, I will never fall here. I still want to save Sasuke. And I still want to fulfill my promise to Sakura. Most importantly, I have a dream of becoming Hokage. If I fall here, how can I become the Hokage of the village and gain everyone's recognition? In an instant, Naruto's gaze became exceptionally determined. An inspiring BGM suddenly played, almost causing Shinhiko's clone to twist his waist. Where did the sound come from? Why did the BGM suddenly start playing? The real Shinyen, who was camping in a land of grass, smiled slightly. If the game were a one-sided crush, it would be too boring. The existence of winning and losing gives the game its meaning. Little clones, you teamed up to cheat me when we played before. Now the tables have turned. Just watch me give Naruto Uzumaki a boost and take you down. With the BGM bonus, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to be energized. He raised his right fist again, ready for the third round of rock, paper, scissors. Now the clone feels a bit uncertain. This guy suddenly became energetic and vigorous, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and he was really afraid of losing in a tricky situation. But what he feared came true. In the third round, Naruto chose scissors, while Shinyen chose cloth. And Naruto won. The shadow clone smirked. Losing one round didn't mean anything. In this round, Naruto had the upper hand, and both sides were just back to the same starting line. At this moment, Naruto's clone acted. He seized the small knife from Shinhiko's clone's hand as it stared in disbelief. You snatched my knife, that's cheating. Chapter 67. Be my friend. Shinhiko's clone shouted in disbelief. What kind of operation is this? You can't just take my knife. At this point, Naruto revealed his cunning side, showing a mischievous smile to the clone. Your rules didn't say you can't take someone else's knife. If you win next time, you could just take it back. Shinhiko's clone gritted his teeth, furious that this brat dared to toy with him, thinking about how to deal with him later. The two were fully motivated, ready for the fourth round of rock, paper, scissors. Jiraiya, seeing that both were in the zone, wasted no time and announced the start of the fourth round. Rock, paper, scissors. Both threw their hands at the same time. Naruto threw rock, and Shinhiko's clone threw scissors. Looking at his scissors, the clone felt a chill run down his spine. Losing this time meant. Naruto sneered. Go for it, clone. Following the order, Naruto's clone immediately rushed forward and yanked down Shinhiko's clone's pants. Pants down, activate. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shinhiko's clone's pants were ruthlessly stripped away. Naruto and Jiraiya widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any detail. However, the result left them very disappointed. The clone's private parts were pixelated. Naruto pointed at the clone and asked what's going on. Why did you pixelate him? The clone, with a deadpan expression, replied, of course. We can't pass the review without pixelation. And we're all men here. Who hasn't seen one before? If you want to see, just look down at yourself. Don't try to seek attention here. Shinhiko's clone ignored Naruto and Jiraiya's disappointed expressions. At this moment, he was filled with tension and anxiety. If Naruto won one more round, this game would end. No way, I absolutely cannot lose. I am a clone determined to defeat the original and control my own destiny. Right now, I can't even think about defeating the original. I'm about to be taken out by a local. How can I endure this? In an instant, his entire demeanor changed. The playful attitude disappeared, replaced by solemnity and heaviness. The clone's transformation made Naruto furrow his brow. It seemed this guy was serious now. As the two stared at each other with killing intent, Jiraiya announced the start of the fifth round. Rock, paper, scissors. Naruto threw rock, while Shinhiko's clone threw paper. The clone breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling he had saved his life. Naruto, however, looked at his fist in frustration, just one step away from ending the game. Now they had to go into overtime. How annoying. He looked at Shinhiko and said, "You can act now. Put your pants back on." Shinhiko's clone smiled slightly, and his representative clone quickly ran back home. Naruto stared in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Shinhiko. You actually ran home without putting your pants on first. Aren't you a little too timid? Can't you pull up your pants before running? The clone shrugged and said, I can't help it. This game can only issue one command at a time. Pulling up pants and then running counts as two commands, which is impossible to execute. Naruto's mouth twitched. Is this the point? The point is that you ran off without mentioning your pants. Under Naruto's disdainful gaze, the 6th round of rock, paper, scissors begins. The winner this time is the clone of Shinya, who issued orders with an expressionless face. Activate the small knife. Naruto asked in confusion. What use is that small knife now? Why don't you put on your pants first? The clone of Shinya replied expressionlessly. Stop talking nonsense. Uzumaki Naruto. Let's settle this once and for all. The 7th round began, and the winner was Uzumaki Naruto. He charged straight into Shinya's house. Shaking the small knife in his hand with a grim smile, prepare to die, you perverted man who isn't wearing pants. If Naruto wins one more round, he could declare victory in the game. Even if he loses, he still has a chance to restart. So Naruto was very confident and eagerly welcomed the next round. The 8th round began, and the winner was the clone of Shinya. With his arms crossed, Naruto said unhappily, hurry up and issue your commands. Put on those disgusting pants already. The clone of Shinya smirked, young man, you are really too young. Then, the dummy representing Shinya ripped off the pants of Naruto's dummy. This move caught Naruto completely off guard. The opponent actually didn't think to put his pants on first, but instead took them off. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Now there was no turning back for either side. Whoever could win the next round would win the match. Jiraiya swallowed hard. He had initially thought this was just a regular game, never expecting it to escalate to such a brutal level. An S-rank rogue ninja from the Leaf and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from a Leaf were actually fighting to the point where both their pants were gone. What a fierce battle this was. Being fortunate enough to serve as the referee for such an extraordinary battle, Jiraiya felt he would die without regrets. At this moment, he stood tall and proud, raising his right arm high to announce, the 9th round begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto and Shinyen, using their clones, swung their fists down with all their might. This strike embodied all their beliefs and will. The momentum of the two was like a typhoon, causing Jiraiya to squint his eyes. When the momentum subsided and Jiraiya opened his eyes again, he saw the final result of the battle. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, finally taking a deep breath. He solemnly announced, I declare the winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, he saw that Shinyan's clone was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The dummy representing him was curled up on the ground, writhing in pain, while the dummy representing Naruto stood tall and proud in front of him. As a gentle breeze blew, the surrounding scene changed. Ultimately, the mess on the ground disappeared, and everyone returned to Shinyan's home. The hot pot was still bubbling, indicating that they hadn't been gone for long. Jiraiya turned to ask Shinyan's clone, did we really fall for an illusion? When did that happen? Shinyan's clone was too lazy to respond to Jiraiya. At that moment, he was lying on the ground in humiliation, and the past flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Having experienced such a failure, he was already disheartened. What face did he have left to live in this world, unable to even protect his dignity as a man? Just then, a light appeared before his eyes. The light was so warm, so intense. Shinkai's clone instinctively reached out to touch the light. Unexpectedly, his hand actually grasped another hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Naruto Uzumaki's hand. Naruto flashed him a cheerful smile and said, Hey, don't be so down, it's just a game. No need to take it so seriously. I'm really happy playing with you. Be my friend, Araki Shinkai. Chapter 68, Flying Standing Up or Lying Down. Naruto's smile shone into Shinkai's clone's heart like a beam of light. At that moment, Shinkai felt as if he had been healed. The whole world suddenly became bright and beautiful, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. Just as he was about to agree to Naruto's request to become good friends, he suddenly shivered, and the hair on his body stood on end. Damn, I almost got CPU'd by this guy. Truly a master of verbal skills. Even a traveler like me almost fell for him. The clone quickly released Naruto's hand, and then, under Naruto's mournful gaze, he said to the two of them, All right, you know about Sasuke Uchiha's situation. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Seeing Shinkai trying to send them away, Naruto asked in confusion, Aren't you coming with us? I've heard from Niji about your situation. You're not the kind of person who would kill your own comrades. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Aren't you going to return to the village to clarify things? Jiraiya, upon hearing this, also cast a curious glance at Nobuhiko. The bodies of the 3 members of the Okawa team had already been found by the Yambu, and upon examination, it was determined that they had died from poisoning. Jiraiya found this matter quite strange. With Araki Nabahiko's strength, it should have been easy for him to kill those three, and there was no need to use poison. Naruto and Jiraiya looked at Nabahiko's shadow clone, waiting for his response. The shadow clone yawned and said, "There's no need to explain to Konoha. Even if I clarify things with you, Konoha will investigate and the result will simply be to downplay the incident. After all, Konoha won't punish its own advisor elder for just one rogue ninja. Besides, I don't want to work for Konoha anymore. Life here is quite good. You don't need to go back to Konoha to explain anything to me. Just consider that I killed Captain Okawa and the others." Jiraiya sighed helplessly, knowing that what Nabahiko said was true. He and Tsunade both knew that Shimura Danzo was not a good person. But their limit in dealing with him was merely to imprison him. It was impossible to kill him. To put it bluntly, they couldn't risk harming their own advisor elder over just a few civilian ninjas. Naruto and Jiraiya left the land of Tea, as they still needed to train in controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, so they didn't linger in the land of Tea. Moreover, throughout this time, they had not realized that the Nabahiko in front of them was just a shadow clone. The shadow clone returned to a life of laziness, lying on the bed. Meanwhile, the real Nabahiko was troubled by a certain issue. He was currently in the sky above the land of grass. But his posture was quite strange, sometimes lying down in the air and sometimes standing up. Eventually, he descended to the ground, crossed his arms, and fell into deep thought. He was pondering a question that had puzzled him for a long time. When a person is flying, should they fly standing up or lying down? The celestial beings from the heavenly dynasty all fly standing up. At first, Nabahiko also flew this way. However, after a short while, he felt that the wind resistance was quite strong. Then he remembered the way Superman flies while lying down, so he decided to give it a try. This method indeed reduces wind resistance, but it looks rather unflattering while flying. Moreover, exposing his harmless belly to the onlookers below makes him feel somewhat ashamed. After all, there's nose written on his chest, only AB. In comparison, flying while standing looks much better. Slipping his hands into his pants pockets during flight gives off an impressive vibe. However, this way of flying is very aerodynamically inefficient. Influenced by 9 years of compulsory education, Xinyan naturally despises such energy-wasting posturing. After thinking for a long time, he came up with an idea. Besides flying on their own, the deities of the Celestial Empire sometimes ride mounts. These mounts are more impressive than each other, each one a tough character that can be considered a challenge on the road to the west. If I also get a mount, wouldn't that solve the problem of whether to fly standing up or lying down? Xinyan patted his thigh and gave himself a thumbs up. Such a clever idea. It seems that only he could think of it in this world. But then he faced the dilemma of what kind of mount to find. The ninja world has many flashy summoning beasts, like frogs, snakes, and slugs. But these summoning beasts are too low level. His mount must be more impressive. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing to crash into someone right after riding out. He then thought of the orange pill, still dozing in the cat god continent. But he shook his head to dismiss this idea. Cats are meant to be kept as pets. How could he use one as a mount? What about tailed beasts? Riding a tailed beast around the human world would surely be quite flashy. But tailed beasts seem a bit weak. They are either sealed by others or on the verge of being sealed. It would be somewhat bullying to catch them as mounts when they are in such a miserable state. Just then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. He focused his mind, and a powerful mental force flew out from his palm. Then the mental power continuously twisted and changed, eventually taking the form of a person. The man is wearing red armor, his long hair draped behind him like a hedgehog. His face is sharply defined, with a proud demeanor and an indifferent expression, not one to smile easily. If there were some older ninjas here, they would surely be astonished, because the person summoned by Xinyan is none other than Uchiha Madara, who, decades ago, together with the ninja god Hashirama Senju, brought an end to the Warring States period. At this moment, his complexion is rosy, with no wrinkles on his face, looking only in his 30s or 40s, the prime age for a ninja. The aura of authority he exudes instills a sense of fear in those with weak minds. Looking at Uchiha Madara before him, Xinyan is very pleased. Such a majestic mount truly fits his character. He snapped his fingers, and Uchiha Madara, upon hearing the command, knelt on the ground like a loyal dog, his hands resting on the ground. Looking at Madara's broad back, Xinyan smiled. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly remembered something. He reached out to touch Madara's thick hair, feeling a bit envious. In his previous life, Xinyan had also tried to grow long hair, but he cut it off before it even reached his shoulders. To be honest, growing long hair was really uncomfortable. He couldn't understand how women managed to grow their hair so long. It must be so hot. Now, seeing Madara's long and thick hair, Sun Yan felt a wave of envy. However, envy aside, he still needed to sit. He gathered Madara's hair and laid it smoothly on his back, thinking that such a good natural cushion shouldn't go to waste. After doing all this, Sun Yan directly sat down on Uchiha Madara's back. The back is really spacious, and it's so comfortable to ride. He tugged at Uchiha Madara's hair and then pointed ahead, shouting, "Warriors, follow me and bravely kill the enemy." With that, he took the lead and charged forward on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's speed was like lightning, and he dashed forward on all fours, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 69. Trying to show off in front of me? On a road in the land of rice, farmers were diligently working in the fields. This year's harvest was quite good, and joy radiated from everyone's faces. At that moment, a young man in his 20s pointed to the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there, what is that?" Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing, and their eyes widened in surprise. They saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance, and within the dust, a flash of red and white light zipped by. Before anyone could react, the red and white light, accompanied by the dust, rushed past them and headed into the distance. Everyone shivered in unison, wondering what that was. Meanwhile, Sun Yan, riding on Uchiha Madara, was already having the time of his life. Uchiha Madara runs incredibly fast. Speed and passion are like a turtle crawling in front of him. Moreover, Uchiha Madara can run not only on roads, but also on mountain paths, rivers, and anywhere without obstruction. If motorcycle enthusiasts from previous lives had gotten such a mount, they would probably go crazy. The scene of him galloping through the land of rice was also captured by two white Zetsus by the roadside. The two white Zetsus poked their heads out, glanced at the distant dust, and exchanged looks. One continued to burrow into the ground to play dead, while the other hurriedly relayed the information to Uchiha Obito. Upon learning that Nobuhiko Araki was in the land of rice, Obito used Kamui to arrive in a dimly lit secret room. As soon as he stepped out of the space, Orochimaru eagerly asked, "So, have you found Araki Nobuhiko's location?" Obito nodded and replied, "He is currently in the land of rice. It seems he is looking for you." Orochimaru smiled wickedly and then shook his head. Nobuhiko Araki was too naive. After the collapse of Konoha, how could he still be in the land of rice? But it didn't matter. He turned to Nagato and asked, "Nagato, how is your preparation going?" "It's already completed. We can start any time," Nagato answered. At this point, Nagato was no longer the frail figure he once was. After both sides formally began their collaboration, Orochimaru had transplanted Hashirama's cells into Nagato. With the transplanted cells, Nagato's body seemed to have undergone a transformation. He could now completely withstand the erosion of the Rinnegan. However, he still needed to control the outer path Geto-Mazo, so there were still some deficiencies in his body. But these deficiencies were not significant, and this operation did not require his main body to take action. Orochimaru was pleased with this. His transplantation technique for Hashirama cells was becoming increasingly mature. The only regret was that the wood release powers they awakened were too weak. Currently, their capabilities were roughly at the level of Yamato, lacking the legendary power to stabilize the ninja world. They no longer have any use for this ninjutsu. It can be said that wood release is quite useless for them. However, they didn't originally implant the cells of Hashirama with the intention of using wood release, so they weren't too disappointed. After confirming that the plan was ready, he turned his gaze to Uchiha Obito. "Uchiha Madara, take me to Shinichi Araki," Orochimaru said. Obito nodded, but hesitated before saying, "How about letting me have a chat with Araki Shinichi first?" Orochimaru smiled and replied, "Sure, but I advise you not to hold out too much hope." Orochimaru naturally understood what Uchiha Madara was planning. It was simply a matter of trying to use some grand goal or lofty ideal to deceive the other party into willingly selling their life for him. This method is something he left behind. Uchiha Madara is indeed somewhat naive. This set is still useful for those young ninjas whose values have not yet formed and are full of passion. According to his observations, Araki Nobuhiko is not someone who can be easily deceived. Since that's the case, let's let the other party give it a try. As long as he fails, I will immediately take action. Orochimaru was brought to a remote forest by Obito using Kamui. "Huh, what a convenient ninjutsu," Orochimaru said as he licked his lips. Obito ignored Orochimaru and walked straight towards the river nearby. There, Nobuhiko was looking at Uchiha Madara, who was bathing in the river, with a face full of black lines. Today has really been unlucky. They were originally rushing down the road at a breakneck speed that left him dizzy. Just then, he suddenly sensed something was off. It seemed Uchiha Madara had stepped on something. He immediately stopped to check the situation, and to his surprise, he found a mess. Just moments earlier, while traveling at high speed, Uchihamadara had accidentally stepped on a pile of cow dung. The dung was like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, adorning Uchihamadara from head to toe. This made Shinya feel disgusted, so he quickly took Uchihamadara to the river to bathe. This motorcycle is still not as good as a car. When a car runs over cow dung, after a while, the inertia of the tires can probably fling the dung off. But a motorcycle can't do that. It won't stop until it flings the rider all over. Just then, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Isin turned around and saw a man in a mask with a single-eyed vortex approaching calmly. Isin recognized him at a glance. This was Obito, the brat who wanted to destroy the ninja world just because his girlfriend died. Oh wait, Noera Rin is not his girlfriend. This guy wants to destroy the ninja world just because his crush died, really sharing a brain with the Stone Man. While Shinhiko was observing Obito was also sizing up Shinhiko from head to toe. This person looks unremarkable on the outside, and his lazy demeanor doesn't seem like the mark of a strong individual. More importantly, he doesn't sense any strong chakra fluctuations from the other party. It's known that for a ninja to hide their chakra in a face-to-face situation is quite difficult. No matter how you look at it, Shinyan's chakra doesn't seem to be at a level that can activate the Susanoo. However, both Orochimaru and Kisame have described Araki Shinyan's strength. With their abilities, they shouldn't be mistaken. Obito took a deep breath, then spoke to Shinyan in a condescending tone. Hello, Araki Shinyan. Shinyan frowned. What does this guy want with him? Is he here just to show off? Spit it out if you have something to say. I'm busy and don't have time for your nonsense, Shinyan said impatiently. Seeing Shinyan's expression, Obito understood that the other party wasn't taking him seriously. To deal with such a rebellious rogue ninja, it seemed necessary to follow the organizational process. First, intimidate him with his identity, then use Kamui to evade the other S skills. Finally, unveil his grand plan to shock the opponent. After this whole process, basically no one could withstand it. Obito's tone became even more arrogant, his chin slightly raised, and he said coldly, Junior, you are truly disrespectful. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, I am your senior. You should show enough respect to your predecessors. After all, I'm the first S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. At this point, Obito's tone suddenly became playful as he mentioned a name he believed could intimidate anyone. Uchiha Madara. Shinyan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Uchiha Obito, who was trying to show off in front of him. This silly person pretends in front of others, but it's ridiculous that they have even convinced themselves. If I don't slap his face, it would be a disservice to the pile of cow dung I stepped on today. Chapter 70. I, Qin Shi Huang, am collecting money. Shinyan had a strange expression, which to Uchiha Obito appeared to be overwhelmed by Madara's name. However, this is understandable, as Uchiha Madara is a legendary figure in the ninja world. Even if the new generation of ninjas have not witnessed his terrifying power, they have heard his resounding name. Just as he was about to continue showing off, Shinyan suddenly raised a hand to signal him to stop and said, Wait a moment. Obito felt a bit displeased at being interrupted, but he didn't show it. His current persona was Uchiha Madara, and he absolutely could not lose his cool. Shinyan then clapped his hands towards the river and said, It should be clean enough. Come up. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha rose from the water like a lotus emerging from the water's surface. The moonlight shone on his stern face, making him appear exceptionally charming and domineering. He stepped on the shore, his gaze fixed directly on Uchiha Obito. The moment Madara stepped ashore, Obito's brain momentarily crashed. He should be thankful for his mask, otherwise his jaw would have surely dropped to the ground. He had seen this face before, but at that time the other person was already quite old, with a face full of wrinkles and gray hair. However, now the person looked energetic and showed no signs of aging at all. His face, this gaze, and this feeling of chakra, he would never mistake it. This is Uchiha Madara. What is going on here, and why is the other party still alive? Is this the Edo Tensei technique? Obito observed carefully and noticed that there were no cracks in the dirt on Uchiha Madara's face, so it shouldn't be Edo Tensei. He clenched his fists tightly, took a few deep breaths, and then exhaled slowly. Once his emotions settled, Obito pretended to be calm and asked Uchiha Madara, Why didn't you come looking for me after you were revived? According to your character, you should have checked on the progress of the plan right away. Obito's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Madara. His resurrection was truly unexpected. Uchiha Madara had once left a cursed seal within Nagato. The method to activate that cursed seal was in his own hands. His task was to wait for Nagato to collect all the tailed beasts, then activate the seal to control Nagato to revive Madara. But how could Uchiha Obito allow Madara to have his way? In his plan, The one who should become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was himself. After that, he would personally cast the infinite Tsukuyami. How could peace in the ninja world be left to others? However, he didn't expect that Uchiha Madara had other means of resurrection. It seems that this Araki Nabahiko was another backup left by Uchiha Madara. Damn Uchiha Madara. The dead should stay peacefully in the Pure Land. Why come back to stir things up? Just as Obito was cursing in his heart, Uchiha Madara suddenly moved. This movement startled Obito greatly, and he immediately activated his Kamui, preparing to counterattack. Just as Obito was on high alert, Uchiha Madara slowly walked up to Shinhiko. In Obito's astonished expression, Uchiha Madara bent his legs and knelt down on the ground. Obito could hardly believe his eyes, and he formed hand signs in an attempt to break the illusion in front of him. However, after several attempts to open his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Uchiha Madara still knelt on the ground like a lowly slave, while Shinhiko calmly spread Madara's hair over his back. Then he sat down with a thud, crossing his legs and smiling at Obito, saying, "Sorry. The wind was a bit strong just now, and I couldn't hear your name clearly. Could you say it again? What is your name?" At that moment, Obito was completely speechless, unsure of how to start. Should he reveal who he was? "Am I Uchiha Madara, sitting beneath you?" He gritted his teeth and said, "So you controlled Uchiha Madara, huh? So you already know about the Moon Eye plan, right?" Shiranai scratched his head. Although he knew about the Moon Eye plan, it wasn't through Uchiha Obito that he learned about it. However, explaining this to the other party was pointless. So he directly admitted, "That's right, I already know about the Moon Eye plan." Obito said seriously, "Then what do you think of this plan? A world without suffering, without conflict. Everyone can get everything they desire in their hearts and live the life of their dreams. What do you think of such a perfect world? Such a peaceful plan?" Shinyen looked at Obito's serious expression, as if he were a devout believer when introducing the Eye of the Moon plan. This reminded him of a video he had seen in his previous life. A person was scammed out of over 300,000. The police came to his door and asked him to return all the money. Yet he insisted to the police that the other party couldn't possibly be a scammer. He even said he would call the police the next day after confirming that the money couldn't be returned. When Xinyan saw this video, he felt like his worldview was about to collapse. Is there really someone in the world who can be this foolish? But reality answered him with a resounding yes. Humans are more foolish than you can imagine. Such an obviously flawed plan, and the other party could passionately promote it to themselves. It was bad enough that Uchiha Obito was this foolish, but even Uchiha Madara, the leader of a clan that had experienced the Warring States period, could be this stupid. Xinyan even felt that when it comes to lies, those who are deceived are often more steadfast than those who deceive. Even if the lie is full of holes, they will find all sorts of reasons to justify it, to the point where even the liar cannot refute it. Xinyan took a shuriken from his backpack and swiftly threw it at Obito's feet, embedding it in the ground. Looking at the shuriken at his feet, Obito was somewhat confused. At this moment, Nobuyuki said, "Do you want to know the truth of this world?" Obito glanced at the shuriken beneath his feet, then looked back at Nobuyuki. He seems somewhat familiar with this trick, but he's a bit uncertain, so he decides to observe a little longer. In fact, everyone in this world has been deceived. We are actually living in a world constructed of illusions. This illusion is called infinite suffering, and it is an illusion that envelopes the entire world. The effect of this illusion is quite simple. It makes you experience endless suffering infinitely and endlessly. This is the work of an extremely evil person who attempts to enslave all of humanity. Now, everyone in the world is under his control through this illusion, but so far, no one has noticed. The reason my power is so great is that I realize this is just an illusionary world. In order to break this illusion, I chose to end my own life. After saying this, Nabahiko looked at Uchiha Obito with a very serious expression and said, "I believe in you. You are a once-in-a-million genius. Come on, all you have to do is use this kunai to cut your throat, and you can break free from this illusion just like I did. Once we join forces to defeat that despicable bastard, we can save everyone in the ninja world. And the girl you love has died. She has just fallen into a state of false death due to the illusion's hypnosis. Now, if we can work together to break this illusion, you'll be able to see her again. Come on, pick up that kunai, and let us create a beautiful new future." Chapter 71. The Target Appears. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing as he looked at Nabahiko. This is treating oneself like a 3-year-old child. Actually coming up with such a clumsy lie to deceive oneself. He lowered his voice and shouted angrily, "You actually want to use this lowly method to trick me into suicide? Araki Nabahiko, do you take me for a fool?" Nabahiko looked at him oddly and said, I didn't deceive you. Everything I told you is true. Don't you think this world is very strange? The ninjas are constantly in conflict, and everything that everyone cherishes will eventually leave them. The friends, companions, family, and loved ones you cherish, no matter your status or how strong you are. In the end, you will helplessly watch them leave you. If you don't believe it, think back on everyone you've encountered in the past. Aren't they all like this? Obito fell silent. In that moment, he suddenly felt that Nabahiko's words seemed to make some sense. Most of the people he had met in the past fit the situation described by Araki Nabahiko. First was his former best friend, Hatake Kakashi. From a young age, Kakashi was hailed as a genius, excelling in his studies at the Ninja Academy and being very popular with girls. Moreover, he was the son of the famous Konoha White Fang, someone who could be said to have started off winning at the starting line. Yet, just as he was basking in glory and on the verge of reaching the peak of his life, his father, Konoha White Fang, became a disgrace to Konoha for abandoning a mission halfway. Ultimately, he committed suicide at home, plunging Kakashi into darkness. He and Noara Rin lost everything in the Third Great Ninja War. Rin was killed by Kakashi, and he lost his lifelong love. Although teacher Minato died because of the Nine Tails incident he initiated, his situation also matched the conditions described by Araki Nabahiko. His beloved wife, Uzumaki Kushina, died shortly after he extracted the tailed beast from her. Originally, teacher Minato would not have died, but he actively chose to use the Shiki Fuin to embrace death. At this moment, Obito's heart was unexpectedly shaken slightly by Araki Nabahiko's twisted reasoning. However, he was a cautious person, so he asked Nabahiko, "How will you prove what you said? There are so many people in the ninja world who committed suicide. Why can you break this illusion?" Obito's question struck Nabahiko like a bolt from the blue, stirring up a storm in his heart. No way. No way. What nonsense. This idiot actually believed it. He actually believed it to some extent. Sinyan quickly calmed himself down and said, "Their suicide is, of course, different from mine. They choose to part ways with this world in pain and despair. In this case, the illusion of infinite suffering will encapsulate the consciousness of these suicides. Unlike these suicides, I am ending my life with hope and love. In this case, infinite suffering does not seal my consciousness but chooses to exile it. Therefore, my consciousness can enter this illusionary world at any time and can also return to the reality of my true self at any moment. The reason I am still acting in this illusionary world is that in the real world, I am simply not a match for that demon. That's why I want to return to this world, to find like-minded individuals to defeat that demon and save this world." With an incredibly sincere gaze, Nabahiko slowly walked in front of Obito. He picked up the kunai from the ground, gently cradled it in his hands, and presented it to Obito, saying, "Your name is Uchiha Obito, right? I've waited so many years, and finally, I found someone who shares my ideals. Come on, pick it up. Then, with love and hope, cut your own throat with it. Remember to be sincere. You absolutely cannot hold onto too strong a utilitarian mindset. I believe in you, Uchiha Obito." Looking at the dagger in front of him, Obito's heart surged with passion. So it was like this? The suffering he had endured in the first half of his life was all because of that illusion called infinite suffering? He gently picked up the kunai from Nabahiko's hand, lowering his head and staring blankly at his reflection on the blade. It turned out this was itself an ugly world. It turned out this world was never real. No wonder this world is filled with pain and despair. Its roots lie here. Obito gently pressed the kunai against his throat, thinking, as long as I cut, everything will come to an end, right? Just as he was about to end his life, a stone suddenly flew from a distance and knocked the kunai out of his hand. With the kunai knocked away, Obito became slightly more alert, holding his head in disbelief. What was he just doing? Did he actually believe Nabahiko's words and want to take his own life? Nabahiko, whose scheme was interrupted, looked extremely displeased. Just when he was about to succeed in his manipulation, who the hell interrupted his plan? At that moment, a light chuckle came from behind a nearby tree. Oomph. As expected of Nabahiko-kun, he can actually manipulate the wielder of the Sharingan without a sound. This Genjutsu ability is simply unprecedented. Among all the ninjas that have appeared in the ninja world so far, yours should be the strongest. Orochimaru clapped his hands while stepping out from the shadows. Uchiha Obito, reminded of the situation, broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill run down his spine. It was close, so close that he almost slit his own throat. Just now, he had no idea how he fell into the Genjutsu. Such a silent and undetectable Genjutsu is truly terrifying. He immediately focused his chakra to search within himself. but found no trace of having been affected by the Jinjutsu. What is going on here? Even if the other party's illusion is strong, there should be some clues left on oneself. Watching Obito's actions, Shinhiko reminded him, I didn't use any illusion on you, so you don't need to look for it. Obito did not believe Araki Shinhiko's words. At this moment, Shinhiko was just a cunning and vicious little man in his heart. The words of such a person are not even worthy of a punctuation mark. On the contrary, Orochimaru, who possesses the Rinnegan, was slightly surprised. Under his observation with the Rinnegan, there were indeed no signs of Jinjutsu on Uchiha Obito. He directly asked Sinyan, since there are no signs of Jinjutsu, how did you manage to make him commit suicide? Sinyan displayed a disdainful expression and said, do you really need to use Jinjutsu on such an idiot? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. At that moment, he was using Uchiha Sasuke's body, and this laugh perfectly replicated the style of the Uchiha Crazy Laugh Quartet. After laughing, he said, hello, Sinyan-kun. We have met before, but I didn't introduce myself. My name is Orochimaru. Please take care of me. Seeing Orochimaru being so polite, Sinyan smiled slightly and said, hello, Orochimaru. My name is Araki Sinyan. There is no need for formalities. My purpose for coming out this time is you. Hand over Uchiha Sasuke's body, and you can avoid some physical pain. Chapter 72, Uchiha Madara vs. Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled and said, that's not going to happen. Sasuke-kun is someone I worked very hard to obtain. If I hand him over, all my efforts would be in vain. Sinyan sighed deeply and said, so it seems we still have to fight. How troublesome. Orochimaru laughed and said, if you find it troublesome, you can have Uchiha Madara over there take the stage. I think that should be a technique similar to Edo Tensei, right? If you want to fight him, that is also fine. However, I must remind you that although he was created by my ninjutsu, his strength is not inferior to the real Uchiha Madara. After saying this, Sinyan reached out into the void and pulled out a chair, then sat down quietly, waiting for Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara to battle. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. He was just joking, but he didn't expect the other party to actually let him fight that fake. What strength could mere fake have? Uchiha Madara probably only has shadow-level strength, and now in his eyes, shadow-level strength has become too weak. He extended his hand towards Uchiha Madara and softly called out, Universal Pull. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara, who had his arms crossed, felt a powerful attraction enveloping his body. Immediately after, his body flew straight into Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru chuckled coldly in his heart. This ninjutsu can be destroyed as long as the user absorbs all of its chakra using the Hungry Ghost Path ability to actually have a mindless puppet fight against himself. Araki Nabahiko is truly arrogant. Just as he was about to use the Hungry Ghost Path ability to drain Uchiha Madara's chakra, he suddenly saw Uchiha Madara extend his right hand and grab Orochimaru's wrist from behind. In Orochimaru's shocked gaze, Uchiha slowly spoke, you are truly too arrogant, young one. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Uchiha Madara, who was gripping his wrist. Although Uchiha Madara's expression remained cold, there was a hint of vitality in his eyes, no longer as lifeless as before. While Orochimaru was in shock, Uchiha Madara kicked him directly in the chest. With the Rinnegan, Orochimaru could naturally see Uchiha Madara's movements. However, his body could not keep up with his eyes, as the body he was currently using was only 14 years old. Orochimaru's entire body was sent flying by the kick, but Uchiha Madara firmly held on his wrist, leaving him suspended in midair. Eventually, the force of Madara's kick dissipated, and Orochimaru fell to the ground, his wrist still tightly held by Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Obito's eyes widened. He had a premonition that Uchiha Madara was definitely not just a puppet right now. Sitting in a chair, Nabuhiko crossed his legs and chuckled. Just moments ago, he had bestowed true thought and will upon Uchiha Madara. This is the personality he bestowed upon Uchiha Madara based on his understanding of him from his past life watching Naruto. He even simulated a copy of the memories and implanted it into Uchiha Madara's body. At this moment, Madara possesses the memories and strength from the Valley of the End period. This period can be said to be the peak of Uchiha Obito's first half of life, and it will be good shows to watch next. At this moment, Orochimaru lay limp on the ground, face down, making it impossible to see his expression. Uchiha Obito frowned and said, Junior, why don't you get up? Do you think such poor acting can fool me? The Orochimaru lying on the ground revealed a cold sneer. Soon after, Uchiha Obito noticed that the arm of Orochimaru he was holding suddenly sprouted several venomous snakes that lunged at him. Obito scoffed, a mere trick. He then extended his left hand, and chakra transformed into a surgical knife in his palm. Swish, 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 several poisonous snakes were severed as easily as chopping vegetables. Then, Orochimaru slowly raised his head from the ground, endless poisonous snakes spewing from his mouth. Ninjutsu, the serpent's array. Upon seeing these snakes, Uchiha Obito frowned, then jumped back to create distance from Orochimaru. The number of snakes increased, becoming denser. Soon, the wave of snakes spread to Shinhiko and Obito's feet. Obito directly used Kimui to distance himself from the center of the battlefield. Shinhiko controlled his chair to fly into the air to avoid the wave of snakes. Faced with the densely packed, towering wave of snakes, Uchiha Obito formed a hand seal and unleashed a sea of flames towards the snakes. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The sea of flames collided with the wave of snakes in an instant. The area where they intertwined was filled with the explosive sounds of bursting snakes, and foul black smoke rose into the air. The center of the battlefield turned into a sea of fire, visible even from dozens of miles away, shining like a small sun. Ultimately, Orochimaru's wave of snakes could not withstand Uchiha Obito's attack, and the sea of flames gradually pressed towards him. Orochimaru frowned and jumped to evade the sea of flames. Looking at Orochimaru, who had avoided the flames, Uchiha Obito crossed his arms and said, "Junior, use all your strength." Orochimaru smiled and replied, "You said it." Endless natural energy continuously gathered towards Orochimaru's body. His body absorbed this natural energy like a black hole vortex. In fact, Orochimaru had always been able to absorb natural energy. He just couldn't perfectly control it to enter Sage mode. Since switching to Uchiha Sasuke's body, he found that his control over natural energy had greatly improved. Now he had truly activated Sage mode, enhancing his combat power significantly. After doing all this, Orochimaru smirked and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. The second round of battle begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, and the ground beneath him rolled, trembling. Sage art, earth release, dance of 100 dragons. Instantly, hundreds of brown earth dragons flew out from beneath Orochimaru's feet towards Uchiha Obito. Looking at the flying earth dragons, Uchiha Obito commented, "This ninjutsu lacks novelty. It's just a few hundred earth dragon bullets. You activated Sage mode, and this is all you can do?" As soon as Uchiha Obito finished speaking, a blue Susanoo giant rose from around him. In an instant, the 100-meter-high Susanoo was fully formed. Hundreds of earth dragons struck the Susanoo's body as if they were just tickling it, making no progress at all. "Junior, is this how it ends?" Uchiha Obito stood atop the Susanoo's forehead, asking domineeringly. Orochimaru smiled slightly and then changed his hand seals, softly calling out, "Sage art, earth release, dance of 10,000 dragons." Instantly, the ground surged like a tide, and tens of thousands of earth dragon bullets burst from the ground, tearing towards the Susanoo. The overwhelming number of earth dragons completely engulfed the Susanoo. No matter how Uchiha Obito manipulated the Susanoo to wield its weapons, he could not escape the endless dragons. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to deactivate the Susanoo and leap out of the infinite circle of earth dragons. Just then, a dragon behind Uchiha Obito opened its mouth. Orochimaru leaped out from the dragon's mouth, his right hand gripping Uchiha Obito's shoulder tightly. "I've got you, Uchiha Obito." Chapter 73. Exile Orochimaru smirked wickedly, and the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path activated instantly. The chakra from Uchiha Obito was continuously absorbed through Orochimaru's hand. Just as Orochimaru revealed a confident smile, Uchiha Obito's body suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. This was actually a shadow clone. When did this happen? Just then, a figure suddenly flashed behind an earth dragon. Uchiha Obito's body transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward Orochimaru. He was surrounded by a massive skeletal structure, and the arm of half-formed Susanoo reached out toward Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru twisted his serpent-like body, bending into a strange curve to dodge the Susanoo's arm. Both sides unleashed ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu in a back-and-forth battle. One was a master of Susanoo, while the other was a pinnacle user of earth release techniques. Their battle grew larger in scale, affecting an ever-wider area. The aftermath of the fight continuously spread outward, drawing the attention of multiple forces. In areas unaffected by the battlefield, Konoha's intelligence ninjas stared in shock at the distant scene. With a massive blue giant and the 100-meter-high large ninjutsu, clashed repeatedly. The terrifying power and strong aura made even these experienced elite ninjas feel a chill. One team member trembled all over and fearfully asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" The captain replied solemnly, "We'll continue to observe here. You must return to the village immediately and report this situation to the Hokage." The team member, feeling relieved at the order, immediately turned and disappeared into the jungle. The same situation occurred in multiple locations, as the various major forces in the ninja world were drawn to this battle. In the center of the battlefield, Orochimaru grew increasingly impatient. He believed that if the battle continued, he would surely win. After all, he had activated Sage Mode and had Hashirama's cells to bolster him. In terms of chakra, he felt confident enough to rival the Nine Tails at its peak. However, that was not what he wanted. His goal was not to fight to the death with Uchiha Bito. Orochimaru glanced at Shin Hiko from the corner of his eye. At this moment, the other party was calmly sitting in a chair, sipping on soda, as if watching two students practice in a ninja school. In his view, this protracted war is like a child's play. This way won't work at all. He needs to find a way to get close to Araki Yoshihiko and then use that ninjutsu. With this in mind, Orochimaru kept moving, searching for a suitable position. Once he found the right spot, he immediately infused his chakra into the empty ring in his hand. This is a signal he agreed upon with Nagato. As long as this signal is received, Nagato will be ready to perform that ninjutsu at any time. He then deliberately exposed a flaw, turning his back to Uchiha Bito. Seeing such an opportunity, Uchiha Bito naturally would not let it go. He manipulated the enormous Susanoo to strike down with his sword. Orochimaru feigned a look of terror, seemingly caught off guard by the opponent finding his flaw. As the long sword struck down, Orochimaru's body was instantly cleaved into countless pieces, blood splattering everywhere in an extremely graphic scene. Not far above him, Shinichi floated with a furrowed brow, filled with confusion. What is Orochimaru up to? In his view, the victor of this battle should be Orochimaru, with the cells of Hashirama and Sage Mode constantly sustaining him and possessing the Rinnegan along with various bizarre techniques. Orochimaru's current strength is definitely not inferior to that of the peak Senju Hashirama. However, the power level set for Uchiha Madara by Shinya is only equivalent to that during the Valley of the End battle. At that time, Uchiha Madara, riding the Nine Tails, couldn't defeat Senju Hashirama. So how could he possibly defeat the current Orochimaru? Is he planning to use the Orochimaru body replacement technique to recover from his injuries? But how can he recover when he has been reduced to a pile of flesh? Last time, although Sasuke was also turned into a pile of fragments, at least his head and torso were intact. This time Orochimaru was beaten into a blood mist. Nobuhiko thought that the Snake Flow's substitution technique shouldn't be at the level of blood reincarnation yet. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the void beside him. He turned to look, and it was Orochimaru who had taken over Sasuke's body. At this moment, he was staring with his eerie purple Rinnegan, his face full of excitement. Finally got it. Take this, Araki Nobuhiko. Rinnegan Eye Technique, Heavenly Hand Power activated. Nobuhiko, who was sitting steadily in the void, suddenly felt a force of spatial power enveloping him. Then, with a whoosh, his figure disappeared from the spot, and in the place he vanished. A stone about the height of a human appeared out of thin air. The stone floated in the air for half a second, then could not withstand the pull of gravity and fell to the ground. Without Nobuhiko's command, Uchiha Madara stood motionless in place like a stone statue or a wooden puppet. Orochimaru and Uchiha Bito, who was watching from a distance, breathed a long sigh of relief. The successful activation of Heavenly Hand Power meant that they were halfway towards their planned success. Next, it all depended on Nagato. Hopefully, he wouldn't make any mistakes. Meanwhile, in a ruined relic within the distant land of wind, 6 orange-haired men were sitting cross-legged within a strange formation. Suddenly, the formation flashed with light, and a stone placed at its center disappeared. In its place was a young man sitting in a chair, looking bewildered as he held a bottle of soda, unsure of what to do. Through the perspective of the pain, Nagato saw this individual, whom Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara feared immensely. He looked quite ordinary, not at all like a strong person, but that no longer mattered. Even if he was just a civilian, he had to be eliminated if he could potentially disrupt the peace of the ninja world. With a thought, the formation lit up with white light. Nobuhiko stood up in confusion in the chair, looking at the formation beneath him, utterly at a loss. He was very bewildered. He hadn't activated any teleportation. So why had he suddenly ended up here? At this moment, a huge chakra rose up from beneath everyone's feet. The quantity and quality of this chakra are even above that of the Nine Tails. Before Shin Yin could react to what was happening, The light beneath his feet grew more intense, and the entire space began to spin chaotically. Xinyan's body gradually twisted and ultimately vanished at the center of the formation. Seeing his figure disappear, Nagato, who was hiding a few kilometers away in the Lulan ruins, slowly lowered the hand seal he was holding. He turned to black and white Zetsu beside him and said, "It's done. But are you really sure that those who are exiled by the dragon vein can never return?" Hearing this, Black Zetsu also let out a slight sigh of relief. He confidently replied to Nagato, "Of course, no one knows exactly where the dragon vein leads. According to ancient texts, those who were exiled have never reappeared in the ninja world. That Araki Xinyan will not come back, and our plan can officially begin." Chapter 74. The nonchalance of a slacker at midnight. In a remote, desolate mountain, Xinyan was sitting in a chair with a bewildered expression, looking at the surrounding scene. Where's this? Why was I transported to this desolate mountain? Everything just happened too quickly, as if he had seen a few slide from his perspective. One moment, he was in a magic circle, and the next he was in the forest. He tried to contact Uchiha Bido, but there was no response from him. Yukihiko scratched his head. This shouldn't be the case. This Uchiha Madara was created by himself using mental power, similar to Orochimaru's cursed seal clones. There should always be a mental connection between the clone and the main body. Could it be that Uchiha Madara was defeated by Orochimaru in such a short time? He also tried to contact the clone he left in the Land of Tooth, but the result was exactly the same as with Uchiha Madara. Now he can no longer remain calm. The clone he left in the Kingdom of Teeth is also unreachable. Could it be that his clone has also been taken down? How is this possible? Even a weak clone of mine would easily handle the people in the Naruto world. Xinyan predicts that the strongest known being in the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, is nothing more than a low-tier version of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, she reached the nascent soul realm through the use of drugs, making her status extremely superficial. My clone, on the other hand, is a solidly established god transformation stage cultivator, and I estimate that the legendary Otsutsuki god is no more formidable than that. Why has my clone mysteriously disappeared? Could it be that there are even more terrifying beings in the ninja world? He stood up in a daze and took a few steps forward, only to nearly fall due to the unstable mountain path. Steadying himself against a chair, he then extended his spiritual sense to search for information. He wanted to find a household to ask where exactly he was. Once he figured out his location, he could then consider whether to return to the Land of Tea to investigate the situation. Xinyan was in a hilly area, surrounded by rugged mountain paths and desolate landscapes. He continuously used his spiritual sense to explore outward and eventually discover a village several dozen miles away. Xinyan immediately teleported to this village. He randomly approached a house and was about to knock on the door when he suddenly realized that this might not be appropriate. It was already late at night, and the residents were likely deep in sleep. At this time, knocking on the door would be a bit inappropriate, as it would disturb their rest. So, Yoshihiro decided to wait until tomorrow morning to inquire about the situation. The next morning, Haijiro, full of energy, picked up his hoe and prepared to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he was shocked by the scene before him. A house had inexplicably appeared right across from his own home. This house is a single-story wooden structure, looking very simple and unadorned. But that's not the point. The point is why such a house suddenly appeared in front of my home. Suddenly, Heiji thought of those terrifying ninjas. Recently, their ninja world war had left the people in distress. The ninjas waged war recklessly, and several of his distant relatives had already been affected and died. Is this house also a ninja's trick? Realizing this, he panicked and dropped the hoe, ready to turn and flee with his family. Unexpectedly, the door across from him suddenly opened, and a pale hand reached out from the door, grabbing his shoulder and pulling him inside. "Help! Someone save me!" Bang! Yukihira hit Haijiro on the head, then threatened, "If you dare to make another noise, just wait and see how I deal with you." Haijiro, who had been shouting just a moment ago, instantly became obedient, kneeling on the ground like a primary school student. He stammered, "Teach this ninja, sir. I have elderly and children to support. My whole family relies on me. I beg you to spare me. I will repay you by working like an ox." Yukihira impatiently replied, "Enough with the nonsense. I ask you, where's this place? Which country does it belong to?" Haijiro dared not hide the truth and hurriedly answered, "Reporting to you, sir, this is Akamura village in the Land of Rice." Upon hearing that this was the Land of Rice, Yukihira's brow furrowed. Last night, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru was enormous. Not to mention the Land of Rice, even several nearby small countries were likely startled by this war. In this situation, Chishan village was surprisingly calm. Moreover, He had sensed the situation nearby and found no traces of a major battle, which was quite abnormal. So, Sun Yan asked again, "You said this is the land of rice. Do you know about the battle last night?" Ping Zero shook his head, and this left Sun Yan even more confused. The destruction caused by last night's battle was comparable to a nuclear bomb. Anyone who wasn't blind would have been awakened by the flames. Yet this guy claimed he didn't know. Suddenly, Sun Yan thought of a possibility and, trembling with uncertainty, asked, "What year is it now?" Ping Zero looked bewildered. "What does what year mean?" Sun Yan rephrased the question. "How many years has it been since the establishment of Konoha?" Ping Zero replied with a strange expression, "Exactly 20 years. I was born in the year Konoha was established, so I remember it very clearly." Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's mind went blank. Konoha being established 20 years ago meant it was more than 40 years ago, right? So it seems that the last time I was transported was at the Lulan ruins. In the early days of the ninja world, the only place that could allow time travel was that location. As for the later time-space artifact, the plow, it hadn't been discovered by Konoha in this era yet. I see. Orochimaru and his companions actually exiled themselves to this era. Next, Haijiru babbled on about something that Nobuhiko wasn't paying attention to at all. With a wave of his hand, the temporarily constructed wooden house turned into specks of starlight and vanished. He himself also disappeared before Haijiru in an instant, startling Haijiru to the point of almost fainting. Nobuhiko stood alone on the path in the fields, staring blankly at the slowly rising morning sun. It's gone, all gone. The meal ticket from the land of teeth that he had worked so hard to obtain was just like that, lost. The most frustrating part was that in Konoha 20 years, although this era is only 44 years behind Konoha's 64 years, the technological level is several magnitudes lower. At least this era doesn't have the happy water for couch potatoes. Without the happy water, there are no televisions, no computers. What meaning is there in his aimless days without these? He had finally begun to enjoy life, only to find himself back to square one. He reached into the void, pulling over the chair that had traveled with him. He then placed it at his feet and sat down heavily, looking at the morning sun on the horizon. Nobuhiko's heart was filled with confusion. After a long while, his mindset gradually became calm. It's just a matter of surviving in a different era. As a lazy person, it doesn't really matter where he lies down. Next, he just needs to find a small country to become a protector king. Moreover, in the time space of Konoha 64 years, there is still a clone of him. Even if his main body leaves, that clone will not disappear. If he becomes the protector king in this time space as well, then he can enjoy double the pay from 2 eras while being lazy. Double the joy sounds pretty good. Thinking of this, his expression gradually became determined. It's just a matter of surviving in a different time space. It's really nothing at all. Chapter 75. Teacher Wong, just as Nobuhiko solidified his resolve. A pair of farmer and son walked along the path in the fields. They looked up and were somewhat taken aback by seeing Nobuhiko sitting in the fields. As they passed by him, the young farmer quietly asked his father, "Dad, what's up with that person? Why is he sitting at the edge of the field?" "I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with his head." "I think so too. His clothes don't look like those of an ordinary family. Could he be the dumb son of a landlord?" The father and son chatted as they walked further away, leaving Nobuhiko behind with a face full of black lines. Damn it, 2 ignorant country bumpkins. They can't even see his class. After figuring out the environment he was in, Nobuhiko set out on his journey once again. This time he had no destination and could only wander aimlessly in the ninja world. Unknowingly, he arrived at the hometown of Haiden, the land of water. He didn't go looking for any evil god cult, as this organization might not even have been established in Konoha for 20 years. Suddenly, he thought of an important question. Were Orochimaru, Nagato, and Uchiha Obito born in this era? He recalled carefully. The current Orochimaru should still be a student at the Ninja Academy, and Nagato's parents should only be around 10 years old. As for Uchiha Obito, it was even worse. The question was whether his father had even been born yet. An evil thought suddenly sprang up in his mind. These guys actually dared to scheme against him. It's simply unforgivable. Not capturing these little brats to serve him tea, do laundry, and cook for him would be a disgrace to his identity as an invincible powerhouse in the ninja world. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and an evil smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Passers-by nearby hurriedly distanced themselves from him, fearing that such a sickness might be contagious. Thus, he continued moving in the direction of Konoha from his memories. He wanted to target Orochimaru first. He wanted Orochimaru to know that he would always be the little brother, no matter the time. After walking for a while, Sun Yan suddenly felt a bit tired. This is not fatigue in a physiological sense, but rather in a psychological sense. His laziness has flared up again. He somewhat misses Uchiha Madara's broad back. Riding on Uchiha Madara felt really comfortable. As for the many people who think Uchiha Madara's hair touches the ground, that's all rumors. Xinyan, who has personally experienced it as a driver, can responsibly tell you that riding on Uchiha Madara's hair is very comfortable. Whatever, let's create another Uchiha Madara. With a thought, his mental power twisted in the void and ultimately formed a human shape. Another Uchiha Madara was shaped and appeared in front of Xinyan. Xinyan skillfully mounted Uchiha Madara, and as soon as he sat down, he let out a moan. Madara, you are so comfortable. After saying that, Xinyan felt that it sounded a bit strange. So he corrected himself. Oh no, riding you is what feels so comfortable. The more he explained, the worse it got, and in the end, Xinyan shook his head, deciding not to think about such messy things. He directly controlled Uchiha Madara to gallop through the land of fire. The feeling of wind and speed was truly exhilarating. Riding on Uchiha Madara, he didn't have to worry about crashing into walls or mountains. Uchiha Madara would gracefully maneuver around all obstacles like a butterfly. That movement made Xinyan feel a bit regretful. Unfortunately, this Uchiha Madara isn't a girl. Otherwise, with those skills, he could capture the loyalty of a bunch of old perverts. He reached out to pat Uchiha Madara's backside, but as soon as his hand extended, he shivered. Damn it, I'm a straight guy. That instinctive move almost caused a disaster. The shinobi world is simply toxic. Even a steel straight man like me almost got bent. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden noise came from the road ahead. Xinyan turned to see two groups of people fighting. One group was dressed in uniform, looking like they belonged to some kind of faction. They were guarding a luxurious-looking palanquin, apparently the guards of a noble. The other group was ragged, fierce-looking, and clearly up to no good. Xinyan raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had encountered bandits coming down the mountain to rob. He shook his head. The bandits were numerous, and it seemed the guards wouldn't hold out for long. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He just needed to go around it. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him, a balding middle-aged man. Xinyan instantly recognized him as his former moral education teacher, Mr. Wang. Surprised, Xinyan exclaimed, Mr. Wang, what are you doing here? Mr. Wang held a large iron white teacup and spoke in a tone full of disappointment. You still remember I'm your teacher. Do you remember how I taught you? In poverty, one should strive for self-improvement. In prosperity, one should help the world. With your current abilities, it would be easy for you to save these people. Since that's the case, why not lend a hand? Have all those years of moral education I've given you been in vain? After saying this, Mr. Wang's figure transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished. Xinyan stood there in a daze, contemplating his actions. That's right. He was no longer that mediocre person at the bottom of society. He was now an invincible powerhouse in the shinobi world. If he turned a blind eye to injustice after witnessing it, how was that any different from those dressed-up beasts in his past life? Suddenly, he felt a surge of hot blood boiling within him. This salted fish seems to have regained itself, as if it had leaped over the dragon gate and instantly transcended. With a loud roar, he rolled up his sleeves and charged towards 100 or so bandits. The bandits were startled and turned to look, only to find a foolish young man rushing at them alone. The bandits were too stunned to even laugh at Xinyan. They thought it would be easy to just take him down with a single blow. What era is this, still acting heroically? He must be out of his mind. A few bandits gathered their senses and prepared to rush forward to kill this fool. However, just as they raised their weapons, Xinyan swung his fists like a turtle-esque punch, knocking each of them down into a pile of meat. The bandits could no longer sit still. A middle-aged man with a face full of flesh exclaimed, "It's a ninja! Everyone run!" Upon hearing that they were facing a ninja, the bandits scattered like startled horses. But how could these ordinary people escape from Nobuyuki's grasp? In less than a minute, over 100 bandits were reduced to a pile of minced meat. On average, 2 were killed every second, and some unfortunate ones even died for being accidentally injured by Nobuyuki's fist wind. The scene nearly made the guards wet their pants. The terror of the ninja was deeply engraved in their hearts. At that moment, the curtain of the sedan chair was gently lifted, revealing a beautiful face gazing at Nobuyuki with admiration. Nobuyuki's unremarkable face left a deep impression in her heart, and she even stuck out her tongue to lick her heart. Chapter 76. A perfect match of madness. The bandits' bodies lay scattered on the ground, and the blood everywhere made the guards hesitant to approach. Typically, those who act heroically would first shout loudly and announce their name before taking action. For example, "Thief, do not flee. Your man Zhang Ida is here." But Nobuyuki acted like a madman, charging into the crowd with his fists swinging. Without saying a word, he wiped out this group of bandits completely. The crowd still hasn't figured out whether this person is an enemy or a friend, so no one dares to step forward recklessly. However, one thing they do know is that this person is definitely not to be trifled with. At that moment, a gap in the curtain of the sedan chair, protected by the guards, was pulled open, and the person inside actually intended to step out. The head guard reacted quickly and pulled the curtain, whispering, "Your Highness the Princess cannot come out yet. We are still uncertain whether the defeated bandits are friends or foes. Please return to the sedan and wait patiently." The one referred to as the princess replied softly, "It's all right. With their strength, if they truly wanted to harm us, hiding in the sedan would be of no use." The head guard hurriedly said, "In that case, I will go communicate with them right away. Once we confirm their identity, it won't be too late for you to come down." At this moment, the carriage suddenly fell silent, and all the guards let out a sigh of relief. This young lady is very difficult to serve. It's best if she doesn't cause any trouble. Just then, a delicate white hand emerged from the gap in the sedan curtain. The hand was very fair and delicate, and some young guards swallowed hard while looking at this jade-like hand. The jade hand beckoned to the captain of the guards, signaling him to come closer. Understanding the hint, the captain quickly leaned in, wanting to hear what Her Highness had to say. Once the captain was close enough, the jade hand brought its 5 fingers together and swung around to slap the captain's face. The crisp sound startled all the guards, and the captain covered his face, looking in disbelief at the curtain of the palanquin. Xinyan, who was about to turn and leave, was also drawn by the sound of the slap and turned to look in the direction of the palanquin. The curtain of the palanquin was slowly pulled open, and a girl about 16 or 17 years old stepped down. The girl had fair skin, and her pair of lively big eyes sparkled like gems. She wore a pink corseted kimono that made her figure look very petite. Her long, sleek black hair fell over her shoulders, giving off an air of elegance. As soon as the girl stepped out of the palanquin, she immediately fixed her gaze on Xinyan, and the two locked eyes for about 2 seconds before the girl shyly turned her head away, unable to look into Xinyan's eyes any longer. At that moment, the head guard, who had just been slapped, walked over to the princess and whispered, "Your Highness, you should return to the sedan chair. Leave this to me." The latter part of the head guard's sentence was cut off by the princess's gaze. The princess squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly at the head guard. Cold sweat broke out all over the head guard's forehead, and he quickly took a step back, not daring to speak further. After dealing with the head guard, the princess approached Xinyan, her face flushed with shyness, and said, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Sui Mina. May I ask how you're called?" Xinyan watched as the girl in front of him changed her expression faster than flipping a book, and his mouth twitched. This guy just slapped his subordinate, and I saw clearly. Based on his years of experience, this guy definitely belongs to the type that is sickly obsessed to the core. One should never have too much contact with someone like this, or else it would be difficult if they get entangled. So, he lied, saying, "My name is Ganjin Koakoma, and I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself." After saying that, he disregarded the attempts of Kasumi Mina to keep him there. He quickly approached Uchihamadara, and at that moment, everyone noticed a long-haired man in red armor standing not far away. He directly sat down on Uchihamadara's back. Then, the two figures transformed into a flash of lightning, leaving behind an afterimage before disappearing. Watching the two strange individuals leave, the captain of the guards was filled with questions. It was the first time he had seen someone ride on another person to leave, and that person actually ran so fast. It was truly unbelievable. However, it was also good that the two strange individuals had left, as this would allow him to escort the princess. The captain turned to look at the princess, only to find her staring dreamily at the back of Shinya. At this moment, the captain of the guards suddenly felt that the strange person was a good match for the princess. Looking at Shinhiko's departing figure, Mizuna Kasumi couldn't help but smile slightly. She could sense that the name Shinhiko had previously mentioned was a false one. This is not a ninjutsu, but her keen sixth sense. Don't want to reveal your identity? What a pity. Nobuhiko dashed away for several dozen miles, and only when he saw that no one was chasing him did he let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, he was overthinking it. With Uchihamadara's speed, how many people in the ninja world could catch up to him? However, he had run so hastily that he had randomly chosen a path and ended up several dozen miles away. Now in front of him were several forks in the road. Which one led to Konoha? Seeing that the sun was already setting, Nobuhiko decided to build a house to rest for a while. After all, there was plenty of time, and he could look for it again tomorrow. He was just that lazy. With just a little excuse, he could lie in bed for several days. Nabahiko found a small hillside, and with a few symbolic hand seals, he created a 2-story wooden house. With the shelter ready, the next problem to solve was food. Now Xinyan was in trouble. Where could he find food in this wilderness? Just then, he suddenly heard the roar of a beast behind him. Turning around, he saw Uchiha Madara pressing down on a bear with his right hand. This bear has long brown fur and looks very robust, being pinned down by a human. The brown bear feels quite embarrassed. Just now, he noticed that 2 humans had intruded into his territory. Coincidentally, he hadn't eaten all day, so he planned to have a hearty meal. He immediately set his sights on the closest one, Uchiha Bido, thinking that this guy with such long hair should be easy to catch. Just as he exerted all his strength to pounce on Uchiha Bido, this human actually managed to dodge his pounce with a sideways movement, and then single-handedly subdued him. He had tried several times to break free from this human's grip, but the human was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape from the grasp of this long-haired human. It seemed that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. If he didn't come up with a way to break free, he would meet his end here today. The brown bear gritted his teeth and prepared to use his ultimate skill. He opened his mouth wide, squinted his eyes, and displayed a brilliant smile at the slowly approaching Xinyan. He had used this move several times before, whenever he encountered a terrifyingly powerful human. As long as he used this move, the opponent would let him go. The brown bear didn't know that this move was commonly known as acting cute in the human world. For those Animal Protection Association members, it had tremendous lethality. Unfortunately, this brown bear chose the wrong opponent. Nabuhiko was a cat-type ninja, and if the one acting cute had been a tiger, he might have let the opponent go. But unfortunately, the one acting cute was a canine brown bear. As a result, that night, Nabuhiko enjoyed a delicious meal of bear paw. Chapter 77, We Brothers Won't Back Down. The next morning, Nabuhiko set off again, riding Uchiha Madara. This time he deliberately slowed down his pace, enjoying the scenery along the way while hurrying. Before long, Xinyan arrived at a town called Songping. The land of hot water truly lives up to its reputation as a small country known in the ninja world. The size of this town is not much smaller than that of the capital of the Land of Teeth. Nabuhiko found a secluded large tree outside the town and tied Uchiha Obito to it. The main reason for doing this is to prevent Uchiha Obito from running away and being taken by someone else. After all, this is the only asset he has right now. If he loses it, he will be left with nothing. Yoshihiko once thought about having Uchiha Obito dress up and go into the city with him. However, as soon as he thought of Obito's striking red armor and long hair, he gave up on the idea. Such a flashy look can't be hidden at all. It would be better to find a place to hide it. After securing Uchiha Madara, Shin Yuki swaggered into the town. This town is not an important area, and the military strength of the Land of Soup is also quite weak. Therefore, there are no soldiers checking at the town gate. Anyone with legs can simply come in. There are hot spring shops lined up next to each other along the street. How many businesses has this one hot spring supported? The level of technology in this era is vastly inferior compared to 44 years later. Electronic products are almost non-existent, and entertainment facilities are mainly focused on hot springs, casinos, and brothels. However, Nabuhiko is not interested in these places, even in a fallen world. He strives to maintain his integrity and not be tainted by the secular world. At that moment, a hostess from a brothel spotted Nobuyuki. The sense of lethargy and despair was clearly that of someone in the industry. "Hey, come sit with us," said the young lady, puffing out her chest and throwing a flirtatious glance at Xinyan. Xinyan, feeling disinterested, glanced at her and thought, "Do I really look like a client?" He quickly quickened his pace, distancing himself from the brothel. After he walked away, the young lady spat on the ground. What a fake show of propriety. A man who isn't interested in women is either a broke loser or impotent, just as Xinyan was aimlessly wandering around. A group of people burst into the territory of the Kingdom of Soup. Leading them was a white-haired man dressed in blue armor and wearing metal protective gear. This person is not to be underestimated. He is Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of Konohagakure. However, at this moment, he is in a very sorry state, covered in dirt with dried blood on his face. The 6 young ninjas accompanying him are also in a terrible condition. These future figures who command power in the ninja world are now as frantic as a lost dog, anxious like a fish that has slipped through the net. This is because behind them, there are over 100 ninjas pursuing them. The leader of the pursuers is the infamous Golden Horn and Silverhorn brothers, who made a name for themselves during the Warring States period. The two of them initially gained fame in the ninja world for surviving the battle against the Nine Tails and even acquiring its chakra afterward. Due to their reputation, The first Reikage of Kumogakure invited them to join shortly after the village was established. However, with their proud personalities, the brothers had no intention of being subordinate to others. Moreover, they considered the first Reikage to be quite weak in their eyes. At that time, they even contemplated turning against him and seizing his position. However, firstly, A's zodiac sign was very compatible with theirs, and secondly, the Reikage's power was immense. Even if the brothers were strong, they could not withstand the Reikage's tactics of overwhelming numbers. Thus, they had no choice but to compromise and temporarily settle in Kumogakure. The brothers initially thought they would leave the village when a suitable opportunity arose, but plans changed. After entering the era of ninja villages, they realized that the ninja villages were far stronger than the clans of the past. In terms of resources and power, staying in Kumogakure was far more advantageous than being a bandit outside. As a result, the brothers' ambitions grew, and after finally outliving the first Reikage, they believed their strength should allow them to take over the Reikage position. The brothers had privately agreed that the older brother, Kinji, would become the second Reikage first, and after 5 or 6 years, the younger brother would take over as the third Reikage. However, they did not expect that the first Reikage would pass the Reikage position to another strong member of the Yatsuki clan. This strong individual inherited the title of AI and became the second-generation Reikage, while his two brothers gained nothing and had to continue being subservient to another person. This time, the two brothers really couldn't hold back. The Cloud Hidden Village had them acting like dogs and didn't even give them meat to eat. It was simply outrageous. So they organized their own loyal forces and ambushed the second Reikage and second Hokage during the meeting to sign the peace treaty. The second Reikage was caught off guard and was killed by the Jineo and Ineo brothers. In fact, after killing the second Reikage, the Jineo and Ineo brothers could have simply sat down to negotiate with Hashirama Senju, and the problem would have been solved. After all, Hashirama Senju was not a ninja from the Cloud Hidden Village. He was there just to sign the peace agreement. Whether it was the second Reikage or the third Reikage who signed it didn't matter to him at all. However, the Jineo and Ineo brothers, having just killed the second Reikage, were feeling a bit high on themselves. They knew that the Cloud Hidden Village had suffered a defeat in the First Shinobi World War. This peace agreement is fundamentally unfavorable to the Land of Clouds and the Land of Thunder. If the Gold and Silver Horn brothers sign this agreement, they will truly be scolded to death by the Cloud Hidden Ninjas. Moreover, they signed this agreement after killing the second-generation Reikage during the coup. The two can imagine the consequences of returning to the Cloud Hidden with this agreement and the head of the second-generation Reikage. They would be treated as traitorous ninjas of the Cloud Hidden, and in the future, not only would they be unable to hold power, but even becoming a petty king would be unsafe. Since that's the case, there is no turning back. Having already killed one second-generation Reikage, it is understandable to eliminate another second-generation Hokage. By then, the two brothers could return to the Cloud Hidden, riding on the prestige of having killed the strongest ninja village, Konoha, and its Hokage. Who would dare oppose the brothers' rise to power then? Thus, without further ado, the Gold and Silverhorn brothers led their men to pursue Senju Tobarama and his escort ninjas. After engaging in battle, the brothers realized how powerful Senju Tobarama truly was. Senju Tobarama was not someone who could be compared to the first and second Reikages, who were mere iron waste. If it weren't for their numerical advantage, the brothers would have suffered a great loss. However, since they had already committed to this, they could not leave any survivors. Therefore, the Gold and Silverhorn brothers, along with their hundreds of loyal subordinates, continued to chase after Senju Tobarama and his group. Senju Tobarama, along with his 6 students, fought while retreating, fleeing towards the Land of Fire. They ran from the negotiation site in the Land of Frost all the way to the borders of the Land of Hot Water. As long as they could return to the Land of Fire, they would be able to receive support from the Konoha ninjas. By then, their disadvantage in numbers would be compensated, and they would have a chance to survive. However, the group sadly realized that if they continued to flee like this, they would be caught by the pursuers before reaching the borders of the Land of Fire. At that time, none of them would be able to escape, and they would face the outcome of total annihilation. Among the crowd, Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, filled with fear. Chapter 78. How is this possible? Seemingly noticing Danzo's anxiety, Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted him. Don't worry, Danzo, we will definitely return safely to the village. Hiruzen's reassurance did not alleviate Danzo's inner fear, but instead made him feel even more uneasy. He did not want to die here. He still had his dreams to fulfill. How could he fall here? Not only Danzo, But even Mito Gate Flame and Tsunade Haruno beside him had expressions of terror. Akimichi Torif and Uchiha Kagami were slightly better off. Coming from prominent families, they had been prepared for the possibility of dying as ninjas since the day they became ninjas. After taking in the expressions of his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to offer some words of comfort. But before he could speak, his teacher, Senju Tobarama, doused everyone with cold water. At this rate, we will be completely caught up in no time. I propose sacrificing one person to hold them off. I wonder who is willing. As soon as Tobarama's words fell, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone lowered their heads and continued on their way. No one spoke up. They all knew that the person who stayed behind would definitely not survive. Tobarama's suggestion was essentially asking for someone to volunteer for sacrifice. Moreover, this person could not be a weakling. Someone below the level of the Kage would not be able to fulfill the task of holding off the pursuing cloud-hidden ninjas. Mito Gate Flame and Tsunade Haruno felt a slight sense of relief. This task of holding back absolutely cannot fall on the two of them. The reason is simple. Their strength is simply insufficient to stop the pursuing cloud shinobi from behind. Thus, the two were excluded from the sacrifice list, and, at this moment, they were incredibly grateful for their weak strength. Akimichi Shikaku and Uchiha Kagami also secretly gritted their teeth. Although their strength was considerable, they were still only at the level of ordinary J-nin. Even if they volunteered, it would be useless, as the purpose of this mission was to stop the enemy, not simply to sacrifice themselves. Everyone's gaze turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Apart from the Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the only ones present with Kage-level strength were them. At this point, everyone was convinced that one of the two would be chosen to stay behind. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He wanted to reach out, to volunteer to stay behind for the team. But his body felt as if it were filled with lead, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't move an inch. Move. Move quickly. Damn it. Just say it. I want to stay behind. Say it. Say it. If that's the case, then let me stay behind. A casual voice entered everyone's ears. Shimura Danzo exhaled the pent-up frustration in his chest, relaxed his fists, and eased his shoulders. The words just spoken were not his. It was his companion, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had spoken. But instead of feeling angry at having his line stolen, he felt a sense of relief. Coming back to his senses, Danzo felt an overwhelming humiliation. Teacher Tobarama and his companions were watching, and they were witnessing his performance in full view. How embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. He immediately clenched his fists and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? The one who should stay behind is clearly me." Seeing Danzo's expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "But I said it first. So the decision for who stays behind is mine." Are you kidding? Just saying it first means you have the qualification? No matter how you look at it. The one who should stay behind is. That's enough. Senju Tobarama shouted, interrupting their argument. Danzo and Hiruzen immediately closed their mouths, clearly very afraid of their teacher, Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama said, "You don't need to argue anymore. I will stay behind." Everyone was shocked and began to persuade him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Teacher, as Hokage, how can you do something so dangerous?" Mito Kazan chimed in, "Yes. Konoha still needs you, Teacher Tobarama. How can you do something so dangerous?" Senju Tobarama interrupted everyone and said, "I've made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. The future of Konoha needs young people like you, not an outdated relic like me. The future of Konoha will need you to protect it. I, this old man who can't keep up with the times, will block the rain for you one last time." After saying this, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Monkey, from today on, you are..." Everyone was incredibly tense. They had already guessed what Senju Tobarama's next words would be before he finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very excited. Was his dream about to come true today? Shimura Danzo was very unwilling. If he had spoken first, then it would have definitely been him becoming Hokage. Everyone nervously looked at Senju Tobarama, waiting for his next words. However, after waiting for a long time, they still did not hear Senju Tobarama speak. Confused, everyone looked up at Senju Tobarama. They saw him with his mouth agape, wearing an expression of disbelief as he looked off into the distance. Everyone was puzzled. That direction did not seem to be where the Cloud Shinobi were pursuing. What was Teacher Tobarama looking at in that direction? At this moment, Senju Tobarama's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, he had unconsciously used sensory ninjutsu to probe the position of the Cloud Shinobi. However, he had discovered an extremely familiar chakra within the borders of the Land of Soup. This chakra, even if turned to ash, he would remember. He had seen this chakra countless times on the battlefield, and it was impossible to forget. Uchiha Madara? Why is this guy's chakra appearing in the land of hot water? Could it be that this guy is still alive? But how is that possible? He personally dealt with Uchiha Madara's corpse. If it weren't for his brother's intervention, he would have gouged out Madara's eyes to study them. To be safe, he cremated Uchiha Madara's body and threw the ashes into the sea. He took great pains to prevent Uchiha Madara from coming back to life. But why is he sensing Uchiha Madara's chakra again today in a land of hot water? Is it really possible for someone to have a chakra aura identical to Uchiha Madara's? Or could this be an illegitimate child that Madara left behind during the years he was away from Konoha? It's not impossible. A rogue like Uchiha Madara, sowing seeds everywhere, isn't surprising. To be safe, he decided to check it out personally. If this is indeed a descendant of Uchiha Madara, he must bring them back to Konoha. If this guy inherits Madara's will, he will have to personally strangle this bastard. He will not let any existence that could threaten Konoha go unpunished. With this in mind, Senju Tobirama immediately changed direction and ordered his students, "We'll talk about the rear guard later. You all come with me to confirm something. After this matter is confirmed, I will personally handle the rear guard for you." The group dared not dissent and followed Senju Tobirama as they moved towards the direction where their teacher had discovered the problem. Chapter 79. Aren't you dead? The forest swayed as a large group of people hurriedly passed over the tree trunks. These individuals are robust and tall, wearing forehead protectors that symbolize their identity as cloud-hidden ninjas. They are charging fiercely towards the Leaf Village ninjas. This is the direct army of the leaders of the martial faction of Yunin Village, the brothers Jin and Injiao. They are currently carrying out a great mission to eliminate the Hokage of Konohagakure and avenge the defeat of Yunin Village in the previous war. At this moment, a ninja responsible for reconnaissance quickly walked a few steps to the side of the Golden and Silverhorn brothers and reported, "Lord Goldenhorn, Lord Silverhorn, the actions of the Konoha ninjas have changed. They have altered their direction and are now heading southwest at the 7 o'clock position." The Golden and Silverhorn brothers exchanged glances, clearly surprised by Senju Tobirama's unexpected move. Silverhorn said, "These guys actually changed direction. What on earth is Senju Tobirama planning?" Goldenhorn scoffed, "He's just a guy who knows how to play tricks. There's no need to be afraid. Everyone continue to pursue me. No matter what scheme the Konoha ninjas are up to, it will be of no use in the face of absolute power." The Yunin ninjas laughed heartily, clearly in agreement with Goldenhorn's words. A real man should face challenges head-on. Those who use tricks and schemes are nothing but cowards. This is their cloud-hidden ninja. This is a real man. Just like that, one group fled while the other chased, and before long, they arrived near Matsunokawa town. As they got closer, the feeling of Senju Tobirama became clearer. Finally, after passing through a forest, Senju Tobirama and 6 disciples encountered an incredibly familiar yet chilling figure. Senju Tobirama widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Uchiha Madara, who was bound with a rope around his neck. At this moment, Uchiha Madara stood next to a tree with his arms crossed, his neck tied with a hemp rope about the thickness of a finger. The other end of the rope was tied to the tree, as if he were a beast. Mito Minyin and Taijutsu Koharu sat down on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. How could it be him? Wasn't Uchiha Madara already killed by the first Hokage? The others did not mock their 2 companions for their disheveled appearance, because their hearts were also filled with fear. The Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. This is the powerful figure who quelled the chaos of the ninja world 20 years ago and established Konoha alongside the first Hokage. They witnessed firsthand the terrifying power when Uchiha Madara manipulated the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. That fearsome strength is deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Now, Uchiha Madara is still alive, but the first Hokage, who could defeat him, has passed away. Who in the ninja world can stop this terrifying ninja demon? Uchiha Kagami clenched his fists, never expecting to see this esteemed person again. When Konoha was established, he fantasized about becoming this person's disciple. However, when he was just 6 years old and had just joined the Ninja Academy, this person left Konoha. A few years later, this person even attacked Konoha with the Nine Tails, completely cutting off his chances of becoming Uchiha Madara's disciple. Now that he sees his childhood idol again, Uchiha Kagami's feelings are quite complicated. During this meeting, it was unclear whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. The first to calm down was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He had a long-standing acquaintance with Uchiha Madara, so he stepped forward and stared directly at Madara, asking, "I personally handled your corpse back then. I checked it multiple times and confirmed your death. How did you deceive everyone? Or have you used some means to resurrect?" Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobarama with cold eyes and replied indifferently, I don't know what you're talking about. I did plan to have a final battle with Hashirama, but I haven't taken any actual action yet. From your tone, did I lose the fight against Hashirama? Senju Tobarama's pupils constricted. Madara actually didn't know about the battle at the Valley of the End with his brother. What is going on? Has Uchiha Madara lost his memory? Suppressing his doubts, Senju Tobarama asked again, so what are you planning now? As he spoke, Tobarama glanced at the rope around Madara's neck and teased. Don't tell me you're planning to hang yourself here. You don't seem like the type to seek a quick end. Uchiha Madara replied expressionlessly. This was left by my master. He tied me here because he was afraid I would run away. Upon hearing this, Tobarama and his 6 disciples were all left dumbfounded. What is this guy talking about? Uchiha Madara said he was tied here by his master, but who could possibly be the master of Uchiha Madara? Moreover, this master treats Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world, like livestock. He must be out of his mind. Senju Tobarama's eyes flickered as he began to ponder. And since he wasn't speaking, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others didn't dare to make a sound, leaving everyone in a stalemate. Not long after, a rustling sound came from the woods. Whoosh, 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 over 100 people jumped out of the forest one after another, standing in front of Senju, Tobarama, and the others. The leading brothers, Kin and Jin, approached the crowd with a sinister grin, saying, So, you're not running away? Have you given up resisting, Hokage of Konoha? But this is a wise decision. Continuing to resist would be futile for you. Due to their positioning, the people from Kumogakure did not see Uchiha Madara tied to the tree. At this moment, they believed victory was within their grasp and were all extremely excited. It was the first time in the era of ninja villages that 2 Kage from major nations had been eliminated in a single day. After killing the Hokage, their names would surely echo throughout the ninja world. Seeing the smug expressions of the Kin and Jin brothers, Senju Tobarama's lips curled slightly. He didn't rush to reveal his trump card but smiled and said, Kin and Jin, have you really thought about directly signing a peace agreement with me? The ninja world war has just ended. As the Hokage of Konoha, if I die at your hands, Konoha will not let this go easily. At that time, a new war will be ignited, and you will be despised by Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning. You, who personally caused the outbreak of war, will become the public enemy of both Konoha and Kumogakure, and you will have no place to die. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Kin and Jin laughed uncontrollably. Kin stepped forward and mocked. I thought the Hokage of Konoha had some grand rhetoric, but it turns out to be just the desperate howling of someone about to die. It's truly a tragedy for Konoha that someone like you can become the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama followed up with a question. What? Do I not have the qualifications to be Hokage? Kin mocked. With your abilities, it's natural to qualify as a Kage, but it depends on who you compare with. As far as I know, the best candidate to become the second Hokage is not you, Senju Tobarama. Back then, apart from the first Hokage, the strongest should have been Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world. He was the one who stabilized the chaotic times and co-founded Konoha with Senju Hashirama, making him the best candidate for the second Hokage. As for you, you are merely a schemer who rose to power through political means. Kin's words were heavily laced with sarcasm. Chapter 80. What else can we do? Of course, we fight. To be honest, the Kin and Jin brothers resonate quite well with Uchiha Madara. With their strength, one of them should have long been in line for the position of the second Raikage. However, the first Raikage passed the Raikage position to a member of his own Yatsuki clan. Since then, the entire Kumogakure has turned into the private property of the Yatsuki clan, which they cannot forgive. Thus, they chose a coup, wanting to regain control of Kumogakure through violent means. Naturally, they had some sympathy for Uchiha Madara, who shared a similar fate. Senju Tobarama guessed the thoughts of the two, his lips curling up in mockery. I see. You're speaking for Uchiha Madara because of your similar experiences. What a bunch of foolish guys, with your little skills. You dare to compare yourselves to Uchiha Madara. It's truly ridiculous. The brothers Jin and Yin Jiao were not convinced. Although they sympathized with Uchiha Madara, they didn't think they were inferior to that so-called Shura of the ninja world. During the Warring States period, they were still quite young, so they had never had a confrontation with a well-known ninja like Uchiha Madara. By the time the ninja village era was established, Uchiha Madara had already been killed by the first Hokage. Thus, they never had the chance to see Uchiha Madara's true form. Therefore, the two brothers didn't feel inferior to Uchiha Madara. They even thought the first Hokage was just mediocre. During the 5 Kage summit, he had even knelt before that useless Raikage, so they assumed such a weakling couldn't be very strong. Yin Jiao stepped forward and arrogantly laughed. Don't think you're amazing just because you've seen Uchiha Madara. To me, that so-called Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are just a bunch of incompetent people with big names but little ability. They're probably no different from that useless first Raikage, relying on the identities of the Uchiha and Senju clan heads to gain fame in the ninja world. Jin Jiao interrupted. Why waste words on a dead man? Let's use all our strength to take down these guys. After saying this, Jin Jiao opened his mouth wide and then spat out 2 pieces of ninja tools from his stomach. Seeing this, Yin Jiao also spat out 2 pieces of ninja tools, which are the 4 legendary ninja tools from Kyomogakure: the Congo rope, the 7-star sword, the purple gold-red gourd, and the banana fan. Upon seeing the 2 leaders reveal the 6 paths ninja tools, the over 100-strong Kyomogakure ninja behind them drew their ninja swords and stood ready. Senju Tobarama smiled lightly. His objective had been achieved, and it was time to retreat. He signaled to a few of his students beside him. After receiving the signal, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others stepped aside, exposing Uchiha Madara to the Kyomogakure ninja. At this moment, the cloud-hidden ninjas suddenly realized that there was actually another person behind the Konoha ninja. This person looks quite fierce, but the cloud-hidden ninjas are not softies who would be intimidated by the enemy's appearance. Yin Jiao laughed and said, "So there's another person. Is this the reinforcement from Konoha? Oof. But doesn't matter, it's just one more corpse." He wrapped the golden rope around his left arm and was about to attack when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. An old elite Jainin, around 50 years old, plopped down on the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible! How can this be? How can it be you? You should be dead. How can it be you?" The veteran Jonin trembled like a leaf, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief, seeing his subordinate in such an embarrassing state. Silverhorn was furious and immediately wanted to scold him. Unexpectedly, along with the old Jonin's exclamation, several other older ninjas collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. One of the older ninjas widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, and stammered while pointing at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara." As soon as these words were spoken, the cloud ninjas all shivered in unison. Silverhorn scolded the older ninja lying on the ground. "Kairo, what nonsense are you talking about? Uchiha Madara died over 10 years ago. Are you senile and talking in your sleep?" At this moment, Senju Tobarama pretended to be profound and said, "He didn't make a mistake. This guy is Uchiha Madara." The news of his death was intentionally spread by Konoha to confuse the ninja world. Since Kyomogakure has no intention of stopping the war with Konoha, then don't blame Konoha for using its trump card. After saying this, he turned sideways to Uchiha Madara behind him and said, "These guys are up to you to handle. Monkey, Danzo, Kahu, NQ take the win, let's go." After that, Senju Tobarama took steps toward the position where Uchiha Madara was standing. The two were getting closer, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were becoming increasingly nervous. They clearly knew that what their teacher just said was nonsense. He was just trying to make Uchiha Madara and the Kyomogakure ninjas fight each other. Under everyone's tense gaze, Senju Tobarama brushed past Uchiha Madara. He slightly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Uchiha Madara was indeed faithfully executing his master's orders and wouldn't randomly attack them. Having escaped a disaster, Senju Tobarama vanished in an instant, and at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others also calmed down and followed in Senju Tobarama's footsteps. Throughout the process, the Kyomogakure ninjas did not act rashly. Even the most unruly kin and Jin were cautiously observing the situation. Although they had been shouting just now, they still felt a bit intimidated in front of Uchiha Madara. Jin swallowed hard and asked Kin, "Do you think this Uchiha Madara is real?" Kin shook his head and said, "I don't know. We might as well find someone to test it out." After saying this, he fixed his gaze on a subordinate behind him and grabbed him by the throat. The Cloud Ninja was grabbed like a chick and cried out in fear. "Lord Golden Horn, what are you going to do?" Golden Horn did not respond and directly threw the Cloud Ninja towards Uchiha Madara. The Cloud Ninja was terrified, but his qualities as a ninja were not lacking at all. Mid-flight, he pointed his long knife at Uchiha Madara, hoping to block this Uchiha Madara, who he assumed was a fake. In response to the incoming Cloud Ninja, Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully. He simply sidestepped to avoid the long knife thrust by the Cloud Ninja. Then, like lightning, his right hand snatched the knife from the Cloud Ninja's grasp and decapitated him with a single stroke. However, that was not the end. He reached with his left hand to the back of the Cloud Ninja's corpse, tearing off a detonating tag from the back of the headless body. He stuck the already igniting detonating tag onto the long knife he had just seized, and then with a forceful throw, sent the knife back in the direction of the Cloud Ninja. Seeing this, The brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao jumped aside, while some slower cloud ninjas were directly blown to serious injuries by the detonating tag. As the smoke cleared, Yin Jiao brushed off the dust from his body while cursing. Damn Konoha ninja, they are so cunning. They actually let Uchiha Madara fake his death to deceive the ninja world. It's truly shameless. Jin Jiao, what should we do next? Jin Jiao licked his lips and smiled. What else can we do? Of course we fight. Chapter 81. Despair of Jin Jiao. Uchiha Madara looked expressionlessly at the Jin and Yin Jiao brothers. He had clearly heard the conversation between Senju Tobarama and the other party just now. He didn't want to explain anything to them. In fact, Uchiha Madara felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. During this time, he felt very frustrated. Despite his strong abilities, his master treated him merely as a mount. Now, he finally had a chance to vent his anger on someone, and if he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara's disdainful gaze, the proud brothers, Jinyu and Yin Jiao, could no longer sit still. Yin Jiao wasted no words and attacked directly. With the golden rope in his left hand and the seven-star sword in his right, he transformed into a silver streak of light, charging towards Uchiha Madara. Jinyu, on the other hand, stayed in place, carefully observing Uchiha Madara's fighting style, not rushing to act like Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao's figure arrived in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Uchiha Madara. His right hand swung the seven-star sword in an arc, aiming for Uchiha Madara's neck, seemingly trying to finish him off with one strike. Uchiha Madara, however, simply tilted his head slightly, evading the meteor-like slash. He then lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick towards Yin Jiao's abdomen. This kick was simply too fast. Even a master of physical techniques like Silverhorn couldn't dodge it. Bang! Silverhorn flew out like a rag doll, and seeing this, Goldhorn immediately rushed forward to catch Silverhorn's flying body. After landing, Silverhorn shook his head, feeling as if the whole world was spinning. After gasping for a few breaths, he finally regained some composure. Silverhorn grinned and said, "No wonder it's Uchiha Madara. Even pure physical techniques are this powerful. We really underestimated you before. A strong figure capable of pacifying the ninja world is indeed not just for show." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said dismissively, "What? Do you want to beg for mercy now? Beg for mercy? You should be the one begging for mercy now." While speaking, he shook the golden rope on his left hand. "When you kicked me just now, I already touched you with the golden rope. This is a ninja tool passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. Even you cannot withstand its power." After saying this, Yin Jiao activated the ability of the Shikin rope. The Shikin rope is a ninja tool that could draw out the enemy's words from within their body. As long as it attacks the enemy, they will spit out their own words. Next, as long as the seven-star sword cuts down the enemy's words, the opponent will be in a state of being sealed at any time. Words are kind of mantra. The words you have said the most in your life are your words. Once the seven-star sword records your words, if you say your mantra again, you will be sealed. Suddenly, Uchiha opened his mouth wide, and a white, dough-like substance was spat out from his mouth. This is the word spirit of Uchiha Madara. Next, as long as they cut down the word spirit of the Golden and Silver Horns brothers, they will have won half the battle. Yin Jiao couldn't wait to charge at Uchiha Madara, feeling extremely excited. After all, his opponent was Uchiha Madara, the invincible powerhouse who teamed up with the first Hokage to stabilize the ninja world. Such a strong opponent is about to die at the hands of the two brothers today, which excites Yin Jiao immensely. Jin Jiao is also eager to try. He has already uncorked the purple gold red gourd, waiting for Yin Jiao to cut down the opponent's spirit and then seal him. In an instant, Yin Jiao arrives beside Uchiha Madara, swinging the seven-star sword straight towards Madara's spirit. "Haha die, Uchiha Madara. Your legend will end today under the golden and silver light of the hidden cloud village." Just as Yin Jiao declares victory, Uchiha Madara, still expelling his spirit from his mouth, reveals a contemptuous smile. He swiftly dodges Yin Jiao's seven-star sword with a quick movement, then tightly clenches his right hand into a fist and strikes down on Yin Jiao's right arm, which is holding the seven-star sword, with a powerful punch. Silverhorn's right arm was directly dislocated at the wrist. Silverhorn let out a terrible scream, and the seven-star sword slipped from his hand. Uchiha Madara caught the seven-star sword in one motion, then transformed into a streak of light, slicing down Silverhorn's left arm with one strike. The entire process happened in an instant, and it wasn't until Uchiha Madara severed Silverhorn's left arm that Golden Horn realized what had happened. "Damn, Uchiha Madara. Stop right there," Golden Horn shouted, wielding the banana fan in his hand. This banana fan can unleash the 5 elemental ninjutsu, without the need for hand seals, simply by waving it. And the speed of ninjutsu condensation is even faster than normal release. A tornado over 3 meters high rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara scoffed, wielding the 7-star sword and cutting down his own word spirit with a single stroke. He then sealed his word spirit within the 7-star sword, planted the sword into the ground, and formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release, great fire destruction. A sea of flames instantly engulfed the 3-meter-high tornado. The tornado seemed so small in front of Uchiha Madara's fire technique. Jin Jiao was startled and quickly rushed forward to grab Yin Jiao's calf, then crazily fled backward. But how could his speed compare to Uchiha Madara's fire technique? Moreover, he was still carrying the severely injured Yin Jiao. In desperation, he swung the banana fan to directly counter Uchiha Madara's fire technique. He desperately waved the fan, and his chakra gathered into it as if it were free. Waves of water continuously shot out from the fan, standing in front of the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers. The collision of water and fire produced a large amount of steam, and a thick fog instantly rose over the entire forest. About 10 minutes later, the sea of fire gradually receded. In the center of the fire, Jin Jiao sat on the ground in a sorry state, his clothes tattered and his face and body covered in burn marks. Yin Jiao had fainted directly. If it weren't for his strong physique, the injuries from the severed arm and the pain for the fire technique would have taken his life long ago. Now, his life was nearly exhausted, and without timely treatment, he probably wouldn't make it until dawn. At this moment, Jin Jiao was filled with despair. He had realized the gap in strength between himself and Uchiha Madara. The opponent had stood in place the entire time, and without even untying the rope around his neck. He had beaten both brothers into such a miserable state. Jin Jiao gasped for breath and helplessly sighed. Is this the Azura of the ninja world? I never knew the gap in strength between us was this big. It's really frustrating. Uchiha Madara ignored the defeated Jin Jiao and bent down to pull the 7-star sword from the ground. Looking at the words that appeared on the 7-star sword, Uchiha Madara smiled. His catchphrase was actually this. He hadn't noticed it before. However, this thing was quite fun. He would leave it for the master when he returned. After saying this, he manipulated the 7-star sword to send the spirit back into his body, then said to the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers, I had a great time today. It's time to send you 2 brothers on your way. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao's eyes first showed pain and despair, and finally a fierce look. He took out a kunai and, under Uchiha Madara's surprised gaze, slit Yin Jiao's throat. Chapter 82. Broken Play. Uchiha Madara frowned, not understanding what Jin Jiao was doing. He actually killed his own brother. Had he gone mad from the shock? Yin Jiao, whose throat had been cut, widened his eyes and struggled in pain a few times before ultimately losing his life. Jin Jiao gritted his teeth. If it weren't for being at the end of his rope, he would never do such a thing. Uchiha Madara's threat was simply too great. If he didn't do this, neither brother would survive. Yin Jiao, please don't blame me. After mourning for his brother, Jin Jiao directly used the kunai to throw Yin Jiao's chest aside. Under Uchiha Madara's gaze, he extracted a piece of bloody flesh from Yin Jiao's abdomen. As soon as he saw this piece of flesh, Uchiha Madara understood. This piece of flesh belongs to the Nine Tails. It seems the rumors that the brothers of Gold and Silver Horn possess the power of the Nine Tails are true. The moment the flesh was excavated, red chakra began to surge from Gold Horn, resonating with the flesh. The two seemed to have an attraction, urging Gold Horn to swallow it quickly. Without hesitation, Gold Horn opened his mouth wide and consumed the piece of flesh. In an instant, the Nine Tails chakra within him surged wildly, causing the entire forest to sway under the power of his chakra. The terrifying power scared the cloud-hidden ninjas watching from the forest, causing them to turn and flee. What a joke! Uchiha Madara's strength was terrifying to the extreme. They had seen the battle clearly just now. Uchiha Madara had severed Lord Silverhorn's hand with just one glance, and had incapacitated the Gold and Silverhorn brothers with a single jutsu. How could they possibly block such terrifying power? Now, Lord Jin Jiao still wants to fight to the death with the opponent. If they don't run away now, are they just going to stay and wait for death? They are indeed warlike, but they are not fools. They won't rush to their deaths against an obviously unbeatable enemy. They frantically fled in different directions, without any intention of helping Jin Jiao. They no longer cared about the punishment from Lord Jin Jiao. At this moment, whoever can survive is the boss. At this time, Jin Jiao's transformation was also gradually completing, with red chakra enveloping his entire body and the 6 blood-red tails dancing in the air behind him. His hollow eyes and huge blood-filled mouth no longer resembled a human. Jin Jiao had completely transformed into a humanoid monster. Uchiha Madara smirked, finding it ridiculous that he was dealing with himself using that beast's power. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, who was moving away, sensed the Nine-Tails chakra and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would the Nine-Tails chakra appear here? Suddenly, he recalled an intelligence report received by the Umbu before. The brothers Jinin and Jinjiao from the Cloud Village had once devoured the flesh and blood of the Nine-Tails, obtaining its chakra. However, he was now in no mood to think about the Nine-Tails chakra. He just wanted to quickly send his disciples back to Konoha and consider the next steps later. Without looking back, Senju Tobarama led his 6 disciples away from the land of hot water. The previous battle had made a huge noise, and anyone in Matsumoto town with keen ears had heard the commotion. The onlookers all turned to the direction of the sound, while some passing ninjas quietly distanced themselves from Matsumoto town. With their rich experience, they knew that something unimaginable must have happened near Matsumoto town. This was during the First Shinobi World War, and both the ninjas from the villages and the wandering ninjas had high qualities. It had become a principle deeply ingrained in the bones of ninjas during this period to not pry into unrelated matters. Logically, such a huge commotion should have prompted Nabahiko to come check it out right away, but unfortunately, he hadn't heard it. The reason was simple. He was not in Matsumoto town at the moment. On Cat God Continent, Nabahiko was busy rubbing a person-high orange. Here, touching this and rubbing that. The expression was as lewd as it could be. The one being touched, Orange Maru, showed a look of despair. Lying on his back on the ground, he exposed his belly, as if he had been played with to the point of exhaustion. Nabahiko praised while touching. Huh, big orange cat. Your flesh is getting softer and softer. Very nice. The feel is really getting better and better. Orange Maru, I like you so much. Orange Maru didn't want to reply. He had already been worn out. The several cat ministers sitting nearby could no longer bear to watch. Lord Orange Maru was the deity of their cat god continent, holding a unique status there. As long as Lord Orange Maru gave the order, these ministers would be willing to give everything for him. Yet, such a ruler was actually being pounced on and fondled by that despicable human. Moreover, that human showed no respect, rubbing and touching while uttering filthy words. This behavior is simply an insult to the cat god continent, leaving them with no face to confront the hundreds of meows in the world. In the end, a young minister could no longer tolerate it. He stood up abruptly, looking at Shinhiko with cold eyes. How dare this despicable thief be rude to the cat god? It's simply unforgivable. Today I, Li Xiaowu, will avenge the cat god and eliminate this wicked human. After saying this, the cat minister named Li Xiaowu revealed his sharp claws and lunged at Shinhiko's neck. Shinhiko completely ignored the cat with his physical strength. He didn't need to dodge such an attack. Li Xiaowu clung to Shinhiko's neck and began to bite fiercely, his expression as if he wished to devour Shinhiko alive. The other ministers could no longer sit still and also revealed their claws, shouting at Li Xiaowu. Lord Li, we'll help you. Instantly, more than a dozen cats pounced on Shinhiko, biting and scratching. Initially, Shinhiko didn't mind, but later, feeling a bit annoyed, he thought about swatting all these cats away. However, the moment he turned to meet Li Xiaowu's gaze, flowers bloomed in his heart. He reached out his sinful hand and grabbed the nape of Li Xiaowu's neck, sealing his fate. Damn it! What do you want, you bastard human? Li Xiaowu yelled while struggling and kicking. Shinhiko revealed a wicked smile and said, You all came at just the right time. Jamara got broken, and I was just wondering what to do. At this moment, you all really helped me a lot. Hey, kittens, let me hug you. No, don't. Help. Meow. Let go of me, you vile person. Meow. Help. Meow. Just moments ago, the dozen or so minister cats that were exuding a murderous aura and wanted to kill Shinjin were instantly embraced by him and rubbed all over. Some of the guard cats, seeing this scene, swallowed their saliva and ultimately chose to retreat silently, watching the dozen or so little kittens still struggling in his arms. Shinjin couldn't stop grinning. The cat god continent is truly a wonderful place. No wonder there have been so many foolish rulers in history. Being a foolish ruler is just so enjoyable. The spring night is short and the sun is high. From now on, the ruler will not hold morning court. How beautiful! How beautiful indeed! Chapter 83. The timeline has changed at this moment. Goldhorn was staring at Uchiha Madara with bared teeth, like a bloodthirsty beast. Faced with such a terrifying monster, Uchiha Madara showed no signs of fear. The complete Nine-Tails had merely been his pet, let alone this inferior version that had only obtained part of the Nine-Tails chakra. As Goldhorn completed his transformation, He crouched down on all fours, his body arched like a beast. His strong, powerful thighs were coiled and ready to strike. Boom! A sonic boom erupted as Goldhorn shot towards Uchiha Madara like an arrow released from a bow. The ground that Goldhorn passed over-cracked like a spider web, and the powerful shockwave sent sand and dirt flying everywhere. In an instant, Goldhorn was in front of Uchiha Madara, his fist raised and aimed straight at Madara's face. Faced with this fierce punch, even Uchiha Madara did not dare to be careless. A blue Susanoo skeleton appeared out of thin air, and Goldhorn's fist struck against the skeleton without making any progress. Then, the blue skeleton raised its right fist and swung it towards Goldhorn. At this moment, Goldhorn had nearly lost consciousness, but his instincts remained. As the fist came crashing down, he slapped his tail on the ground and propelled himself away, narrowly avoiding the Susanoo's punch. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly wrapped his arms around the large tree that bound him, and with a powerful force, he uprooted the entire tree. After the tree was pulled out, the blue Susanoo became more and more solid, with flesh and armor gradually forming. Eventually, the complete Susanoo appeared in front of the Golden Horn. Its enormous size and immense power made even the Golden Horn, whose will was eroded by the Nine-Tails chakra, tremble slightly. Uchiha Madara stood inside the Susanoo, carrying the large tree, and coldly looked down at the Golden Horn. I've had enough of playing, little beast. It's time to send you on your way. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the gigantic Susanoo swung a fist at the Golden Horn. The speed of this punch was extremely fast, and even a powerful martial artist like the Golden Horn, empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, couldn't react in time. Boom! The massive sound spread throughout the land of water. Countless ninjas were startled, and numerous factions turned their attention to this place. Various intelligence ninjas began to take action, bringing back information about this incident to their respective factions. Meanwhile, not far away in the forest, a white figure emerged from the trees. When White Zetsu saw the enormous Susanoo, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh my, how could Susanoo appear here? Could it be that a powerful member of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan again? And this color seems to resemble Lord Madara's. Could it be that Lord Madara couldn't hold back at some point and left some bloodline while we were away? At this moment, another White Zetsu emerged in front of him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. The one using Susanoo is Lord Madara." Then the two White Zetsus chattered for a while and finally figure out the situation here. Are you saying another Lord Madara has appeared, and his power is not much weaker than the real Lord Madara? Yes. We should quickly inform Lord Madara about the situation here. This event seems very serious. I wonder how Madara Uchiha will handle it. Soon, the two White Zetsus merged into the trunk and disappeared. The smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipated, and at this moment, Madara Uchiha had returned to his original position. Not far away lay the lifeless body of Kinkaku, who had already lost all signs of life. Madara Uchiha replanted the large tree behind him, then sat down on the ground, waiting for Shinya to return. In this battle, he didn't feel very satisfied. The enemy was too weak, and there was no sense of combat at all. He really hoped that stronger enemies would appear soon, as that would add some color to his boring life. 3 hours later, Nobuyuki walked out of Tachibana Maru's palace with a satisfied expression. At that moment, inside the palace, Tachibana Maru and the cats had already collapsed in a heap. Their expressions were dazed, like good women being bullied by ruffians. Nobuyuki happily opened a teleportation portal and returned to Matsumoto Castle, feeling quite pleased with this outing. However, upon returning to Matsumoto Castle, he felt that something was off about the atmosphere. The land of hot springs was quite prosperous among small nations due to its hot springs. Some of its bustling towns were no less prosperous than those of the 5 great nations. For example, Matsumoto Town, which had been very lively and crowded with people when he left. When he returned this time, there was no one on the street. Xinyan scratched his head, wondering if it was too late and everyone had gone home to sleep. Never mind, he was hungry after playing at Juin's, so he decided to find a place to eat some noodles first. He then went to a ramen shop and ordered a bowl of ramen. After filling his stomach, he packed another bowl to take to Uchiha Madara so he could try it too. Uchiha Madara was created by him using mental power, so it didn't matter if he didn't eat. However, not being hungry didn't mean he wouldn't crave food. So he had specifically added a taste system when creating Uchiha Madara. Madara had also been busy all day, and it felt a bit unfair not to bring him something to eat. Carrying the plastic bag, Xinyan hummed a tune as he walked towards the forest where Uchiha Madara was tied up. He wondered what expression that guy would have when he saw the food he brought back. Would he be surprised? He was really looking forward to it. However, When he arrived, Uchihamadara was not surprised at all. Instead, his jaw almost dropped to the ground, looking at the ruins and several incomplete corpses nearby. Xinyan trembled and asked, "What happened? Who are these people?" Uchihamadara recounted everything that had just happened, causing Xinyan's mouth to twitch. In the time it took for him to pet a cat, Uchihamadara had even changed the timeline. Now, the fact that the second Hokage was still alive was a minor issue. The key problem was that Uchihamadara had been exposed in front of the ninja world. He had been planning to lay low and live a quiet life, but now what was the point of that? Thinking of this, Xinyan's anger surged from his heart, and malice began to grow. This trash Uchihamadara actually took advantage of his absence to cause trouble, really a case of not being disciplined for 3 days. If I don't teach him a lesson today, he wants to know how many eyes the Horse King has. Seeing this, Isin stretched out his right hand and handed the ramen to Uchihamadara, saying, "Hey, forget it. We'll talk about those annoying matters later. You can eat this ramen first. It tastes good. If it's not enough, I'll go in and buy you another one." Uchihamadara expressionlessly took the ramen and then broke open the disposable chopsticks to start eating. "How is it? This ramen is pretty good, right? I walked down a whole street before choosing this place. My judgment is never wrong," Yoshihiko said proudly. He loved eating noodles in his previous life, and this life was no different. He could tell which noodles were good just by passing by. To be honest, Ichiraka ramen in Konoha isn't really the best ramen he's ever had. Naruto probably loves it just because it's handmade and doesn't reject it. Uchihamadara swiftly finished the noodles in his hand like a whirlwind, then wiped his mouth with the provided tissue and said, "Not bad." Chapter 84. My disguise is not easy to wear after having their fill. The two continued on their way. This time, Yoshihiko wandered aimlessly in the ninja world. He originally planned to go to Konoha and beat up Orochimaru, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Now going to Konoha would definitely bring him trouble, and it wouldn't be worth the risk. Sai, with such a vast world, is there really no place for me, Araki Yoshihiko, to belong? At this moment, he reminisced about his life in the land of rain, when he didn't have to do anything and could just lie in bed like a salted fish. He really shouldn't have agreed to rescue that Uchiha Sasuke. Now he had been thrown into this desolate time and space, with no place to settle down. How was he supposed to live in the days to come? After thinking it over, he felt it would be better to find a small country to continue being a protector king. Firstly, Xinyan was more accustomed to that kind of survival mode. Secondly, small countries had fewer issues, so he wouldn't have to go out fighting and killing every day like in a big country. Yes, that's it. With the plan set, Xinyan directly opened the Ninja World map to look for suitable countries. The first place he considered was the Land of Rain, as it was the place he was most familiar with. However, after carefully observing the terrain, Xinyan frowned. The Land of Rain was located at the intersection of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. In his previous time and space, the big countries were at peace, so the Land of Rain was not disturbed by the two great powers. But now, it was the time of the first Great Ninja War, and this intersection between the two great countries would definitely not be peaceful. Xinyan shook his head. This place was not suitable, so he passed. After considering several other locations, he finally focused his attention on a small island south of the Land of Lightning. Although it was called a small island, it occupied a significant area on the map. This is a small island roughly the same size as the small countries like the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. On the island, there's only one country called the Land of Rainbow, which appears very quiet, isolated overseas. After a firm decision, Yoshihiko slapped his thigh, realizing this was the place. He would become the guardian king of this land in the future. With determination, he turned Uchiha Obito's head and headed southeast along the coastline towards the Land of Hot Water. In a dark underground cave, a one-eyed middle-aged man listened expressionlessly to White Zetsu's report. This middle-aged man is thin as a rake, with waist-length hair that is mostly gray. At this moment, one of his eyes is tightly shut, seemingly in a state of blindness. However, the other intact, eye emits a strange purple glow. Circular patterns appear on the eyeball, revealing that it is a Rinnegan. This person is Uchiha Madara, who fought the first Hokage in the Valley of the End over a decade ago. During the battle, he bit off a piece of flesh from the first Hokage and then used the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, to feign death and escape. This time, the faked death was perfect. Even that cunning and suspicious Senju Tobarama did not notice any clues. However, the cost was extremely heavy, as his right eye lost its light due to the activation of the forbidden technique. Normally, his right eye would no longer have the possibility of regaining its light. But there are exceptions to everything. After merging with Senju Hashirama's flesh cells, Uchiha Madara finally awakened the power of the Six Paths after more than 10 years of effort. This power is extraordinarily strong. It has just awakened and upgraded his left eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan to a Rinnegan. At the same time, this power is continuously repairing the damage to his right eye. He believes that in just 10 more years, he will be able to fully restore his blind right eye and upgrade it to a Rinnegan. By that time, he will be able to collect all the tailed beasts and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, fulfilling his Moon Eye plan. Everything was going smoothly, and Uchiha Madara was just waiting for his right eye to recover to complete the plan. But today he received news that made him furious. There was actually a counterfeit of him appearing in the shinobi world, and it was making a high-profile entrance. This is one thing, but what he couldn't tolerate the most was that the imposter was actually being ridden under him. When had Uchiha Madara ever suffered such a humiliation, let alone being humiliated like this? Even those who spoke disrespectfully to him had long been turned to ashes. Listening to the report from White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara's aura became increasingly terrifying. The pressure he inadvertently exuded made the several White Zetsu reporting in front of him tremble all over. After a long while, Uchiha Madara let out a long breath. A small moment of impatience could disrupt a great plan. He absolutely could not let that imposter interfere with his plans. His strength was not at its peak right now, and he could not crush the ninja world with absolute power. If the despicable 5 great nations are to hide the tailed beasts or destroy them directly, then his plan to collect the tailed beasts would come to naught. After much contemplation, he decided to endure this time. Once he calmed down, Uchiha Madara retracted his aura, leaned back in the stone chair, and looked up at the ceiling. Then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. Daring to impersonate my name? What an interesting fellow. However, my name is not so easily impersonated. If one is not careful, it could lead to self-immolation. With that, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and fell into a light slumber. At the front gate of Konoha village, 2 middle-rank ninjas stood straight, meticulously gazing ahead. These are 2 young men, around 20 years old, at an age full of vigor and passion. Both of them are ninjas from the Senju clan, and they feel immense pride in being in this village established by their clan. Even when assigned to guard duty, they have no complaints in their hearts. As long as they can contribute to the village and protect their family and Konoha, they are willing to give everything. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. Before the 2 could react, a silver figure appeared before them. The 2 young men instinctively drew their kunai, ready to attack. Calm down. It's me. The deep voice of Senju Tobarama reached the ears of the 2 Senju clan members. At this moment, the 2 young men finally realized that the suddenly appearing figure was none other than their current clan leader, who was also Lord 2nd Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama. The 2 members of the Senju clan immediately straightened their bodies, and one of them bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Greetings, clan leader." Senju Tobarama furrowed his brows and immediately reprimanded them, saying, "There is no clan leader here. My identity is the 2nd Hokage of Konohagakure." The 2 clan members were startled and quickly corrected themselves, saying, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Although he had corrected the 2 clan members, Senju Tobarama still felt a sense of worry in his heart. The members of the Senju clan have a sense of identity that is stronger than their affiliation with Konoha itself. This is a very bad sign. If this continues, one day the Senju clan will stand in opposition to the interests of Konoha. Now that my elder brother has passed away, my own strength is gradually declining. One day, I will no longer be able to protect the Senju clan, and at that time, the rebellious Senju clan will surely head towards extinction. Senju Tobarama made up his mind. It seems that the plan to disband the clan and integrate into Konoha cannot be delayed. However, there's still a more important task to accomplish before that. This matter even concerns the life and death of Konoha. Chapter 85. Preparing for the 5 Kage Summit. After returning to Konoha, Tobarama disbanded the guard team. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was indeed too dangerous, and several times they thought they were done for. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, "This mission was really perilous. I almost thought I wouldn't make it back." Tsunade Koharu echoed, "Yes. It was really thanks to." Before Tsunade Koharu could finish her sentence, Mito Minj interrupted, saying, "Watch your words. Have you forgotten Master Tobarama's orders before he left?" At this moment, Kaharu suddenly remembered that Teacher Tobarama had given them orders. Regarding the matter of Uchiha Madara, they were to remain silent. No one was allowed to mention it without his command. Kaharu quickly shut her mouth, wishing she had a zipper on her lips to pull up while sleeping to avoid talking in her sleep. At that moment, Akimichi Choji noticed that Danzo's expression was off. So he asked, "What's wrong, Danzo? Are you feeling unwell?" Danzo was in a bad mood. His performance in the land of soup had been terrible. He had been too afraid to step up and take on the responsibility of being the rear guard, which allowed that guy Hizashi to speak up first. Although Master Tobarama hadn't finished his sentence, everyone could understand what he was trying to say. At that moment, Tobarama was definitely intending to pass the position of Hokage to Hizashi, and it's likely that this decision would be hard to change in the future. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, filled with unwillingness and regret. He was so close, just a little bit away from realizing his dream of becoming Hokage. In response to Choji's question, Danzo didn't answer but turned and walked away. The others watched Danzo's back, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? What medication did he take by mistake? At this moment, Uchiha Kagami also said to everyone, I have some things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After speaking, he turned around and was stopped by Sarutobi Hizashi. Kagami, puzzled, asked what's wrong, Hizashi? Is there something else? Sarutobi Hizashi hesitated for a moment, then quietly reminded him, don't forget Lord Tobarama's orders. Kagami instantly understood, and then smiled at Sarutobi Hizashi, saying, don't worry. I know what to say and what not to say. The others were filled with confusion, not knowing what kind of silent riddle the two were playing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami felt a bit troubled. Did Hizashi really not trust him that much? The fact that Uchiha Madara was still alive was indeed very important to the Uchiha clan. But without Lord Tobarama's orders, how could he possibly leak this information to his clan? During the years he trained under the second Hokage and became a Hokage guard, he had never disclosed any mission information to his family. Because of this, he had been marginalized by his clan members. Some even privately referred to him as a traitor to the clan, but he didn't care at all. He just believed that the interests of Konoha outweighed everything else, and he had always taken pride in that. But it was one thing for his clan members not to trust him, and quite another for Hizashi, a companion he interacted with daily, to express some suspicion toward him. The Hizashi he remembered wouldn't say such things to him. He could roughly guess the reason for Hizashi's change in attitude. Previously, even powerful ninjas were just Hokage guards. With so many strong individuals in Konoha, it was uncertain whether the position of Hokage would even fall to him. But after Lord Tobarama's hints, now even a fool could see that Hizashi was the next Hokage heir. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't even become Hokage yet and was already being treated with suspicion. If I become Hokage, won't that mean someone has to monitor me 24/7? With a feeling of disappointment, Uchiha Kagami returned home. At this moment, Senju Tobarama was completely uninterested in the little thoughts of a student. He was sitting in his office, writing something while pondering. Finally, he set down his pen and picked up a scroll from the table to review it. After confirming that there were no leaks, he called for the captain of the Umbu. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Senju Tobarama handed the scroll to the Umbu captain and said, deliver this to the general of the Land of Iron and make sure there are no mistakes. After receiving the order, the Umbu captain vanished in an instant. While Senju Tobarama felt increasingly anxious, Uchiha Madara had been resurrected. Although the one who revived him had yet to take any action, caution was necessary. Moreover, it seemed that Uchiha Madara retained memories from before the attack on Konoha. This dangerous instability must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will inevitably become a serious problem in the future. However, with only the strength of the Konoha clan, it is simply impossible to remove this threat. Therefore, he thought of involving the other 4 great nations as well. In this way, not only can they eliminate the great enemy Uchiha Abido, but they can also take the opportunity to weaken the strength of other major nations. Even after Uchiha Madara is eliminated, there won't be another large-scale war for decades. What worries him the most now is whether the 5 great nations can really defeat that man. The thought of Uchiha Madara's terrifying power made Senju Tobarama frown deeply. With this in mind, he suddenly thought of his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. If it really comes to it, he would have to rely on that jutsu. I'm sorry, brother. For the sake of Konoha and the ninja world, I can only trouble you. Senju Tobarama's letter was soon delivered to the hands of the general of the Land of Iron. The current general of the Land of Iron is named Miyamoto Masatake, an old warrior from the same era as Senju Tobarama. At this moment, he looked at Senju Tobarama's letter, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. Bang! Miyamoto Masatake slammed the scroll down on the table and shouted angrily, Damn Hokage! Damn Konoha! What do these guys take the Land of Iron for? They want us to help contact the other nations to convene the second 5 Kage Summit, and they do it in a commanding tone. Is this treating my Iron Country as a vassal of his Konoha? Standing beside him, the disciple and bodyguard, known as the swordsmanship genius of Iron Country. Mitsuba picked up the scroll on the table and began to read it. He then neatly placed the scroll back on the table and advised Miyamoto Masanori, "Teacher, please calm down. In my humble opinion, this is not a bad thing." Miyamoto Masanori, who was already angry, retorted, "Is this not a bad thing? The Hokage of Konoha dares to point fingers at me, a general of Iron Country. This is not necessarily a bad thing. So what counts as a bad thing?" Seeing his teacher so angry, he didn't know what else to say. Nowadays, the Iron Country is not as powerful as others. What can a teacher do when he is angry? Can he pick up a sword and fight the Hokage? Let the teacher vent his frustrations, and once he calms down, it will be fine. 2 hours later, Miyamoto Masanori's emotions gradually settled. He sat in his office chair, resting his forehead on his left hand, and weakly said, "Mitsuba, send a messenger to the wind, lightning, water, and earth countries. Just say that the Hokage invites them to hold the second Five Kage Summit, and that they must come." Mitsuba received the order and prepared to leave. Before departing, he glanced at his teacher, who valued the honor of the samurai more than his own life. At that moment, Miyamoto Masanori resembled a dying old man, completely unrecognizable as a renowned swordsmanship master in the ninja world. Mitsuba couldn't help but sigh. Where exactly lies the future of the samurai? In the end, he closed the office door with a sense of loneliness and began to arrange messengers to the various countries. Chapter 86. Uchihamadara. With Mitsuba's arrangements, 16 samurai were divided into 4 groups, each heading to the wind, lightning, water, and earth countries. The first group of samurai to arrive was the one closest to the Iron Country, the Lightning Country. At this time, Kumogakure in the Lightning Country was bustling with activity because they had just elected a new Raikage today. The new Raikage is named Yatsuki Raijun, but that is no longer important. When he took over the Raikage position, he acquired a new name. Outside the Raikage office building, there were crowds of people, and the villagers welcomed their third Raikage as if they were greeting a superstar. I stood on the top floor of the Raikage office, proudly accepting the villagers' admiration. A's physique was very robust, standing over 2 meters tall with broad shoulders and muscular arms, and his dark skin appeared particularly fierce. However, such a fierce-looking face only drew even more enthusiastic gazes from the villagers of Kumogakure. This is a country that admires the strong. As long as you're a powerful person, you will have absolute say in this nation. As the most powerful violent organization in the Land of Lightning, Cloud Hidden Village's admiration for strength reaches its peak. Therefore, the fearsome appearance of the third Raikage does not intimidate the villagers. Instead, it reassures them. Having such a powerful leader fills the villagers of Cloud Hidden Village with immense pride. The succession ceremony of the Raikage is very complicated, and appearing before the villagers is just the most basic part of the ceremony. After that, the third Raikage engaged in friendly exchanges with various departments and clans. To put it simply, it was just to get acquainted, ensuring that the Raikage wouldn't end up locked outside his own home. By the time the entire ceremony was over, it was already dark, but the Raikage's work had not ended. There was still a mountain of tasks waiting for him to handle. The first issue he needed to address was the problem of the Gold and Silver brothers, the culprits behind the ambush on the second Raikage, which resulted in the former Raikage's death, had naturally become S-rank rogue ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. Originally, the third Raikage planned to personally lead a team to capture these lawless rogue ninjas after the succession ceremony. However, this morning, the Umbu suddenly reported that they had found the bodies of the Gold and Silver brothers in the Land of Hot Water. Furthermore, the Umbu had also captured several members of the Gold and Silver brothers team and brought them back for intense interrogation. The information obtained shocked A. Those captives claimed that they had encountered Uchihamadara, and that the Gold and Silver brothers were killed by Uchihamadara. Upon hearing this news, they almost smashed the table with a punch. Was he being treated like a 3-year-old child? As it turned out, the testimonies of the other captives were exactly the same as the first-person S, all claiming that the Gold and Silver brothers were killed by Uchihamadara. This left Raikage AI full of doubts. If it weren't for the cumbersome Raikage succession ceremony, he would have rushed into the Umbu to personally interrogate these guys. Just as he was about to take action, an Umbu ninja appeared in an instant. The third Raikage looked at the Umbu who had suddenly appeared before him and complained, "Don't stand in front of me like that in the future. If I had used body flicker technique just now, I would have run you over." The Umbu ninja ignored Raikage-sama's complaint and directly took out a scroll from his robe, holding it with both hands to reporting to Raikage-sama. "This is an urgent document sent by the Land of Iron, and we hope you can review it promptly." The third Raikage casually took the scroll, then waved the Umbu away. As he walked towards the interrogation department, he lowered his head to read the scroll. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. The Hokage of Konoha was actually alive. To have escaped the pursuit of the brothers Kin and Jin, it seemed that something unexpected must have happened at that time. It should be noted that the Kin and Jin's forces were composed of hundreds of elite ninjas, at least special Jonin level. Such an elite team can serve as a decisive force, even in formal warfare. Moreover, there are individuals in that unit who master barrier techniques that can interfere with space-time ninjutsu. Once the barrier is activated, those inside cannot use space-time ninjutsu. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, despite his incredible abilities, would not be able to escape from such a net of encirclement. As a result, the second Hokage not only survived, but even wanted to invite the major nations to a Kage summit. What exactly is this guy up to? It's important to note that this Ninja World War is recorded as the most brutal war in history. The major nations have already beaten each other's brains into mush. In this situation, wanting the leaders of various countries to come together for talks is simply wishful thinking. He casually tossed the scroll into a trash can by the roadside. That old fool Miyamoto Masatake is truly losing his mind, feeling a sense of superiority while serving Konoha like a dog. He actually sent out invitations to the major countries on behalf of Konoha, completely throwing the dignity of a samurai out the window. Just then, another member of the Umbu appeared in an instant, and the third Raikage said impatiently, "What is it now?" The Umbu said nothing unnecessary and directly took out a letter from his bosom, handing it to the third Raikage, saying, "This is a letter from Konoha. It says it needs your personal attention, Lord Raikage." The third Raikage, furious, exclaimed, "What does that old man Senju Tobirama want? Sending harassment letters here endlessly. Does he think I have no temper?" Saying this, the third Raikage snatched the letter from his subordinate's hand and tore it into pieces in just a few moves. At the moment the letter was torn apart, the space in front of the third Raikage distorted and transformed into another scene. Under the starry sky of a deep night, Senju Tobirama was weaving through the forest with several disciples. The third Raikage furrowed his brows, secretly thinking, "Is this an illusion technique used by the second Hokage? This illusion has no effect on him. He can break it in an instant." Just as he was about to dispel the illusion, he suddenly became curious about the upcoming scene. Is this scene really the night when the two countries of Thunder and Fire held talks? The second Hokage, accompanied by his guards, hurriedly moved, looking like he was trying to evade the pursuit of the gold and silver horn troops. His curiosity was piqued. What exactly happened that night? Soon, he saw Senju Tobirama moving swiftly through the forest, while the sounds of pursuit behind him grew closer and closer. If this continues, the Hokage and the Hokage guards will be completely annihilated. Just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. As everyone passed through a dense forest and arrived at a clearing, a person was standing by a tree not far away. The more he looked at this person's appearance, the more familiar it became, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he involuntarily shivered all over. How is this possible? The person in front of him looks exactly like the Uchiha Madara from his memories. He had seen Uchiha Madara when he was very young, back when the Land of Lightning had not yet been established. He had a distant aunt who married into the Uchiha clan in the Land of Fire, and he had followed his father to visit relatives. At that time, the Senju and Uchiha were in the midst of a fierce battle. He had seen that incredibly powerful man at the edge of the battlefield, and now, this long-haired man in red armor looks exactly like Uchiha Madara. The illusion abruptly ended here, leaving only the dazed third Raikage and the confused Umbu ninjas. Chapter 87. Let me explain, the ninja world is round. After a long while, the third Raikage finally regained his senses. The illusion that Senju Tobirama cast on the paper had already dissipated on its own. The reason it took the third Raikage so long to come back to himself was that he was shocked by the information that Uchiha Madara was still alive. However, he could not fully trust the second Hokage's words, as they were still in the midst of war and Konoha was still the enemy. Information from the enemy must be treated with caution and verified carefully. With a heavy expression, he dismissed the Umbu ninjas and then entered the interrogation room. After carefully reviewing the testimonies and personally interrogating the subordinates of the Kin and Jin brothers, he sorted out the situation and let out a long sigh of relief as he exited the interrogation room. Although there are some discrepancies in the details provided by the captured rebels, they are generally quite similar. The third Raikage did not expect such a major incident to occur in the ninja world right after he assumed his position. It was truly surprising that Uchiha Madara was still alive. If he was still alive, then why had he not appeared before everyone and instead hid for so many years? In his memory, that figure known as the Shura of the ninja world was not someone who would quietly retire. It seems that Senju Tobarama wanted to convene the Five Kage Summit precisely for this matter. The third Reikage felt a bit schadenfreude right now. Konoha should be more anxious than any other faction. After all, Uchimadara once sought to destroy Konoha, and it would not be surprising if he launched an attack on them at any moment. However, a person like Uchihamadara was indeed very dangerous. It was said that many ninja clans in the Land of Fire initially refused to join Konoha. The first Hokage had visited them countless times, but could not bring them under his command. Later, these clans completely disappeared under Uchiha Madara's purge, becoming a part of ninja world history. A violent criminal who can easily wipe out entire families and possesses great strength is indeed very dangerous. Although the Yun Hidden Village also frequently exterminates entire families, their motives are completely different. They have principles behind their actions, while Uchiha Madara acts without any principles. With this in mind, the Reikage felt a heightened sense of crisis and immediately returned to his office to start preparing for the Five Kage Summit. Shortly after the Reikage received the letter, the leaders of the other three great nations received the news at the same time. In the southeastern waters of the Land of Water, the second Mizukage, Kirigakure's Genjutsu Zuki, who had a small mustache and a rather lewd appearance. Through the white paper he held onto the surface of the sea, he quietly watched the paper sink into the water, lost in thought. What on earth is Senju Tobarama up to? That illusion must have occurred after the negotiations between the Fire and Lightning countries broke down. He even claimed to have encountered Uchiha Madara. What is this guy really up to? He doesn't believe that the information provided by Senju Tobarama is genuine. However, this is indeed an opportunity. If he can use this Five Kage Summit to end the war, it would be a decent resolution. The brutal extent of this war far exceeds everyone's imagination, not to mention other factors. There are more than 10 ninja clans in the Hidden Mist that have been reduced to civilians due to the war. These families almost all lost their clan leaders and some elite nin on the battlefield, leaving only a few adult but weak genin and some kids who haven't graduated from the ninja academy. Even some major clans, like the Kirigakure clan, suffered over half of their forces in this war. If this continues, it's likely that the legacy of the strong will soon be cut off. It is precisely because this war has been so brutal that he, as the leader of the village, decided to challenge the second Tsuchikage to a duel to determine the outcome. Both sides have agreed that regardless of who wins or loses this battle, the war must come to an end. The fact that the leader of a village has been pushed to this point shows how intense the war has been. Kirigakure's Hanyue couldn't help but smile wryly. When they initiated this war, they were full of confidence, thinking that if they couldn't win, they could simply call for a ceasefire, as had been done in the Warring States period. But no one anticipated that once the war began, stopping it would be impossible. All the villages are like gamblers. Once they sit at the gambling table, they cannot get up and can only stake their lives. At the same time, they also understood how heavy the casualties in the era of ninja villages were. This is simply a meat grinder, constantly crushing the lives of both enemies and our own ninjas. To be honest, when Kageyuki Mitsuki saw this letter, he felt a bit pleased. Being able to end this unprecedented war through the Five Kage Summit would be beneficial for the five great nations. With this thought in mind, he turned to his two bodyguards and said, "Kagayayu, Karasuba, come back to the village with me." One of the bodyguards exchanged glances with the other, and then Karasuba scratched his head and said, "Lord Mizukage, aren't we supposed to go for a duel?" Backing down now would be laughed at by the ninja world, and it would shame the entire Kirigakure. Kagayayu chimed in, "Yeah, boss, we can't be cowardly. If you're scared, just let me handle that Tsuchikage, and I'll show him what I can do." Kageyuki Mitsuki swiftly approached the two and punched each of them, causing two large lumps to form on their heads. The two covered their heads and complained, "Boss, what are you doing?" Looking at the two simple-minded fools in front of him, Kageyuki Mitsuki facepalmed, wondering why the village was filled with such brawny but simple-minded individuals. He couldn't be bothered to explain to them and directly ordered, "Stop the nonsense. Just do what I told you. If you keep talking back, I'll throw you both into the sea to feed the sharks." Karasuba quickly formed hand seals and then performed a summoning technique, calling forth dozens of sharks swimming in the water beneath their feet. Karasuba smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. The sharks in this sea are all my brothers. They won't eat us." Ghostlander Hanyue was too lazy to communicate with this guy and directly stepped forward, heading back towards Wuin Village. Dry Persimmon Shark and Kagaya Y were dejectedly following behind Ghostlander Hanyue. This is a shadow duel between two villages. They originally wanted to watch the fights of the shadows from the side, but it ended up falling through, leaving them a bit disappointed. Fortunately, both of them are easygoing, and before long, they completely forgot about it and started chatting. Dry Persimmon Shark asked Kagayu, "Why does our leader insist on challenging the Earth Shadow to a duel?" As he spoke, Dry Persimmon Shark took out a map and said, "Look, on this map, we are in the southeastern corner. The land of Earth is in the northwestern corner, separated by the entire ninja world continent. Isn't it a bit foolish for us to go all this way to fight a Wagakure?" Kagayu shook his head and said, "I don't know. Our leader has never been reliable, and the intelligence of the higher-ups doesn't seem very high either. Maybe they just set this strategy randomly when they were drunk." Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon couldn't take it anymore. While he could let others talk about him, these two idiots even dared to talk about themselves, truly oblivious. He grabbed one of their ears and shouted angrily, "How did your families raise two idiots like you? The ninja world is round. We are in the southeastern corner, and the land of Earth is in the northwestern corner. As long as we keep going southeast, we can reach the land of Earth. The land of Earth is very close to us. If we don't fight them, who do you say we should fight? Fight you?" Chapter 88, Close Combat Brute. Range Brute. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon was truly fed up. These two guys always head southeast every time they go to the battlefield in the land of Earth. Haven't they noticed this pattern? It seems that the cultural education in ninja school needs to be more rigorous. Otherwise, sending someone like Kisame Hashigaki and Kagaya Otsutsuki, who are not clear-headed, to the battlefield is just giving away lives. At this moment, he stroked his little mustache, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I wonder what the second Tsuchikage would feel when he realizes he has been stood up. It's a pity I can't see the expression on that guy's face when he faces a setback. What a shame. What he didn't know was that the second Tsuchikage wasn't waiting for him at all. After receiving the message from Senju Tobarama, he immediately summoned the higher-ups of a Wagakure to discuss matters. The situation in a Wagakure is somewhat different from that of the other great nations. The other four ninja villages are mostly composed of family ninjas, while a Wagakure operates more like a ninja alliance. In the land of Earth, the influence of ninja families is not strong, and there aren't many secret technique families in the entire country. The only notable bloodline technique, Dust Release, is not even inherited through a bloodline family. Therefore, during the Warring States period, the power was held not by ninja families, but by various ninja alliances. Because there were no family interests involved, the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, easily persuaded these factions to join a Wagakure. In their view, the ninja village model was merely a larger-scale ninja alliance. For this reason, the upper echelons of a Wagakure are mostly without families or have families with little influence. In front of the powerful figure of the second-generation Tsuchikage, these people naturally had little say. So when Wu asked these high-ranking officials about their opinions on the Five Kage Summit, they could only timidly let Wu decide for himself. Wu was quite troubled. This was the consequence of a long-standing dictatorship. When he needed someone to step up and give advice, this group of people retreated behind the crowd, sticking their heads in the ground like turtles. Left with no choice, Wu had to say, "Don't worry, even if you say something wrong, I won't punish you. Now I need you to speak up and discuss. Feel free to say whatever you want." The high-ranking officials still remained silent. And, just as Wu was about to end the meeting, a voice came from chair in the last row of the conference room. Lord Wu doesn't really need to attend the Five Kage Summit at all. The voice startled everyone present. Curious glances were cast around as everyone wanted to see who was brave enough to stand up and speak at that moment. However, the last row of chairs was completely empty, with no one in sight. The crowd was astonished. Could this be some kind of hidden body technique? To be able to conceal oneself completely like Lord Mu. Who was this person? Just then, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, slapped his forehead and said, "Anoki, next time you stand on a chair to speak during a meeting." Anoki slowly rose from the edge of the desk, his face turning bright red, and said, "I've always been standing on the chair. This chair is just too short." Seeing this scene, the other high-ranking officials nearly burst out laughing. The speaker was none other than the young Anoki. At this time, Anoki was already 30 years old, at the peak of his ninja abilities. Thanks to his exceptional talent and the careful teachings of his Tsuchikage mentor, Anoki was now proficient in Dust Release. This is also one of the reasons why he can attend today's high-level meeting. If nothing unexpected happens, Noki will be the next Tsuchikage. Moreover, the Wagakure is essentially a one-man rule, so it makes sense for the Tsuchikage successor to participate in the high-level meeting. However, this image is indeed quite poor. Isn't it a bit damaging to the image of a Wagakure for someone under 1 meter tall to succeed as the Tsuchikage? The others then shook their heads. The image of a Wagakure was none of their concern. They were all old geezers with half their bodies buried in the yellow earth, so they didn't have the mind to care about such things. They just went with the flow and let the master and disciple do as they pleased. These two guys, even if they disband the Wagakure village, It has nothing to do with them. Therefore, the higher-ups of Iwagakure remained silent about Naka's statement. Mu naturally understood the thoughts of these people. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered with these old folks who had given up. Instead, he asked Noki, "Noki, what do you think? Why do you believe I don't need to attend the 5 Kage Summit?" At this moment, Anoki floated down onto the conference table, and then said with his hands behind his back, "In my opinion, the reason the second Hokage of the Leaf Village wants to hold the 5 Kage Summit is simply because he cannot bear the losses brought by the war. I believe this brutal war has already had a significant impact on Konoha. That is why they are eager to hold the 5 Kage Summit to end the war. At this time, launching an attack on the Land of Fire would definitely yield excellent results. This way, it can compensate for all the losses of Iwagakure during the 3 years of war. Iwagakure can also take this opportunity to leap to become the strongest ninja village in the ninja world." Noki spoke passionately, while the others exchanged glances. Mu sighed and said, "You only see the losses of Konoha. Have you forgotten that Iwagakure was also brought to the brink of collapse by this war?" Upon hearing this, Noki became somewhat anxious. He was about to say something, but Mu interrupted him with a wave of his hand, saying, "Go ahead, and remember to clean the table you dirted." Noki, with a face full of indignation, wiped the table and then returned to his seat. At this moment, he felt somewhat anxious, and there was a reason for his urgency. Just yesterday, he heard the news that the third Raikage had already ascended to power. The third Raikage was of the same generation as him, of similar age and strength. They had encountered each other on the battlefield a few times, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Originally, he had secretly hoped to outpace the other and become the first to attain the title of Kage. Unexpectedly, the one who became Kage first was that big fool, which left him extremely frustrated. At the same time, he felt a sense of urgency. If he couldn't achieve greater merit and gain more prestige on the battlefield, it would likely take him a long time to become Tsuchikage. It seemed that the second Tsuchikage noticed Naka's anxious mindset and gently shook his head. This kid is still too young, acting a bit recklessly and lacking patience. Noki knows very well why he is so anxious. He has met the newly appointed third Raikage a few times. To be honest, that guy is just as bad as Noki. Despite the fact that one is a close-range fighter and the other a long-range fighter, one is tall and the other short, their personalities are quite similar. Both are fearless and very reckless. If it weren't for the sudden death of the second Raikage, Kyumo wouldn't have allowed such a young person to become Raikage. He then slightly stood up and looked at the visibly displeased Noki. This kid's personality still needs some tempering. Among the younger generation of ninjas he has encountered, the one he feels most compatible with is Sarutobi Hisashi from Konoha. He is steady and quick-witted, and among the new generation of young ninjas, his personality is the most mature. But the novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Starstring downloader developed by Shingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook. Com Authors QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https, Me FQ Tool, Chapter 89, Arrival in the Land of Rain. The second Tsuchikage has always felt that Sarutobi Hisashi is not as simple as he appears. However, he can't quite pinpoint what feels off. In short, Sarutobi gives him a sense of incongruity. Thinking of this, he can't help but smile wryly. What does Konoha's business have to do with him? Whatever is wrong with that Sarutobi, let that old schemer Senju Tobarama deal with it. After thinking it over, he still decides to attend the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron. Firstly, he is confident in his own strength. Even if others have ambushes, he can escape alone. Secondly, he really wants to put an end to this meaningless war. The 5 major countries have lost much more than they have gained in this war. Ending it sooner rather than later may not be a bad thing. He then recalled the scene from the first 5 Kage Summit, where he had participated as a guard for the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Kage have changed multiple times, and even he and Senju Tobarama have both surpassed 50 years of age, with their strength beginning to decline. It is time to make way for these young people. The one who has been most decisive in this regard should be the Wind Country's Sunagakure. It is said that that guy, Shaman, recently took the initiative to step down and pass his position to a young person. Based on his understanding of Shaman, the newly appointed young leader is definitely not simple. At this moment, the young person he referred to as not simple has already awakened from the illusion. He then wore a heavy expression and said nothing. Unexpectedly, just after taking over as the third Kazekage, news came from Konoha's Hokage. Uchiha Madara is actually still alive. The credibility of this information is uncertain. After searching for a long time, he decided not to disclose this information to the other high-ranking officials for now. First of all, this information was transmitted by the Kage of other countries, and its authenticity needs to be further verified. Additionally, regarding the 5 Kage Summit, this matter can be discussed with Teacher Shaman and the other 2 advisors. Thus, the 5 great ninja villages began to prepare for the 5 Kage Summit. In a short time, all military actions in the ninja world came to a halt, and the ninjas seem to have come to an agreement to temporarily stop fighting. This has relieved the small countries caught between major powers a little. These damn guys have finally stopped, and although I don't know what the ninjas are up to, it's a good thing that the fighting has ceased. However, this celebration has nothing to do with the isolated Rainbow Country. It seems like a paradise here, completely unaffected by the war. As soon as he landed, he found a secluded spot to build a house. He then settled Uchiha Madara inside and set off alone to gather information in the town. The capital of the Land of Rain is called Beiyuan City. Although the streets lack the bustle of the great ninja villages, there is a unique sense of tranquility and harmony. This place is far from the land. In stark contrast to the constantly tumultuous ninja world, the island has a considerable amount of arable land, where locals cultivate a special fruit called delicious fruit for sale. They exchange these fruits for money, which they then use to buy food from outside to get by. The island follows a feudal lord system similar to the ninja world, and the current lord is a middle-aged man in his 40s. It is said that he is a wise and diligent lord. I wonder if he will accept my application for the Guardian of the Nation? Xin Yan was wandering aimlessly in the streets, hoping to gather more information. Just then, someone stealthily approached him from behind. Although the person's footsteps were slow, they were still noticed by Xin Yan. However, he did not turn around immediately. He wanted to see what this person was up to. The footsteps stopped about a meter behind him. A gentle little hand patted Xin Yan's shoulder, and then a playful voice of a girl reached his ears. "We meet again." Xin Yan turned around and was surprised to find that the person patting his shoulder was actually someone he recognized. It was somewhat inaccurate to call her an acquaintance, as they had only met once. The person in front of him was Minai Kasumi, whom Xin Yan had saved from bandits. Xin Yan furrowed his brows and asked, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Minai smiled mischievously and replied, "You come to my home and still ask me why I'm here? I was going to ask you. You left after giving a fake name, and now you're back at my home. What do you want?" Xin Yan was puzzled. "You say this is your home?" "Yes." "What's wrong with that?" Minai said, hands on her hips, in a questioning tone. Xin Yan took a good look at Minai's attire, which was clearly that of a noble. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked uncertainly, "You say this is your home. Do you know the Lord of the Rainbow Country?" Upon hearing this, Minai covered her mouth and chuckled, then replied softly, "Of course I know him. He is my father. How could I not know him? Do you have something to discuss with him?" Xin Yan was overjoyed. This connection would make things easier. However, he couldn't be too hasty and needed to communicate well with this young girl first. So, Xin Yan said, "Is there a quieter place?" A glimmer of mischief flashed in Minai's eyes, and she led Xin Yan to a tea house. The guards wanted to follow for protection, but upon seeing the princess's cold gaze, they lowered their heads and retreated. Once at the tea house, Xin Yan did not rush to discuss his matters. He prepared to chat first to build rapport. Through their conversation, Xin Yan learned a lot about the Rainbow Country. The Lord of the Rainbow Country is named Kitayuan Akihiro, and he has a son and a daughter. The eldest son is named Kitayuan Shizawa, and the younger daughter is Minai Kasumi. Xin Yan asked curiously, "Why do you and your father have different surnames?" "Your father's surname is Kitayuan, but yours is Kasumi?" Minai laughed. "The surname Kitayuan doesn't sound nice, so I changed it to Kasumi." Xin Yan twitched his mouth. Changing surnames so casually seemed a bit much. Moreover, it was quite peculiar that the Lord of the Rainbow Country would agree to his daughter changing her surname. If it were his own daughter, he would not know how to react. At this moment, Xin Yan had a preliminary impression of Minai Kasumi. She was a spoiled and willful child, pampered by her father. However, she was a grown-up child, better than those who played in the mud and set fires all day, and was now in the phase of troubling her father. Perhaps because he had saved her life, Xin Yan always felt that Minai had a certain warmth towards him, which was even a bit flirtatious. Xin Yan shook his head to rid himself of the chaotic thoughts. After chatting for a while, feeling that the atmosphere was right, Xin Yan stated his purpose. He cleared his throat and deliberately put on a serious face. "Minai, actually I came to the Rainbow Country for an important matter I want to discuss with your father." Minai's expression did not change, but inwardly she thought, "Finally can't hold back anymore? Come on, brother Xin Yan. Let me see what color your underwear is. Whatever it is, just say it. I will do my best to help you, Minai said, patting her chest in assurance. So, Xin Yan explained his thoughts to her, stating that he had no bad intentions and that he was only responsible for the security of the Rainbow Country as a high-level bodyguard. He would not interfere with any other matters of the Rainbow Country. Chapter 90. Discussion at the Lord's Mansion. The more Minai listened, the brighter her eyes became, and finally, she clapped her hands together and said, "Great. I was wondering how to keep Brother Xin Yan here in the Rainbow Country for a longer period. I didn't expect you to want to stay here. That's wonderful. I'll go tell my father right away. He will definitely agree." Hearing Minai's words, Xin Yan nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you with this." After chatting for a while longer, Xin Yan noticed the sun was setting and took his leave. Before leaving, they exchanged addresses to keep in touch. When Xin Yan returned to the wooden house he built with wood release, he saw Uchiha Madara sitting upright on the sofa, watching television. This television is certainly not a product of this world. In the era of the ninja world, this thing didn't even exist. Xin Yan sat down on the sofa, and the television was playing Naruto. He sighed. He had watched this series countless times and was already a bit tired of it. Moreover, many plot lines that seemed interesting back then now appeared somewhat silly. However, if Uchiha Madara wanted to watch it, let him. After all, he had implanted Madara's memories into him. It's understandable to be curious about the world he is in. When Xin Yan returned, Uchiha Madara directly asked, "So, how is it? Have you gathered the intel?" Not only had he gathered intel, but things were already half done. Xin Yan then told Uchiha Madara about today's findings. Madara said nothing in response and continued watching Naruto. Meanwhile, in the daimyo's mansion, Kasumi Mina was sitting properly in the lower seat, maintaining a dignified posture. Beside her, closer to the upper seat, was the eldest son of a land of rain, Mina's brother, Kitamoto Shizawa. The middle-aged man sitting at the top was the daimyo of the land of rain, Kitamoto Akihira. Kitamoto Akihira smiled and said, "Mina, why did you hurriedly call for your father? Is there something you need?" Mina's brother also looked at his sister with a curious gaze. What is this willful and cunning guy in such a hurry to see his father for? Mina didn't rush to answer, but thought about her wording before saying, "Father, do you remember the land of clouds?" The daimyo replied with confusion, "Of course I remember. More than 10 years ago, that land of clouds was destroyed by the village of Cloud Hidden on the charge of harboring a traitorous ninja. At that time, I had just ascended to the throne, so this matter certainly left a deep impression on me." "Mina, why are you asking about the land of clouds?" Mina smiled slightly and said, "Since father has a deep impression, you must also understand that the charge of harboring a traitorous ninja is a fabricated accusation." The daimyo's expression became serious. His spoiled daughter never talks about serious matters, so what does she want to say about the land of clouds today? He cleared his throat and said, "Mina, we cannot interfere in the affairs of the land of thunder. Just say what you have to say quickly. I have very important matters to deal with these days." Mina said, "The reason the land of clouds was destroyed is that they did not recognize the situation. Since the establishment of the ninja villages by the 5 great nations, it has become impossible for countries to close their borders and live their own lives as before. In the era of ninja villages led by the 5 great nations, if there is no ninja force within a country, then in the eyes of the 5 great nations, it has no value for utilization. The land of clouds and a land of grass are 2 good examples. In terms of comprehensive national strength, the land of clouds is definitely stronger than the land of grass. However, after entering the era of ninja villages, the land of grass quickly established the village of Grass Hidden. Although it seems weak like an ant in the eyes of the 5 great nations, it has already gained value for utilization. A piece on the chessboard that has value for utilization will not be easily wiped out. In contrast, the more powerful land of clouds, with its strong national power and wealth, continued to survive by hiring ninjas and did not change its way of life after entering the era of ninja villages. As a result, they were targeted by the land of thunder, and with nothing but money, they were completely devoured and ultimately disappeared into the dust of history. If I am not mistaken, what father just referred to as important matters is indeed the messenger sent by the village of Mist Hidden from the land of water not long ago." The daimyo smiled wryly and said, "Truly, nothing can be hidden from my precious daughter. That's right. I have indeed been troubled by the messenger from the village of Mist Hidden recently." At this moment, the eldest son, who had been listening for a while, curiously asked, "What did the Mist messenger say?" The daimyo replied, "The Mist village wants to establish a foothold in the land of Rainbow and send ninjas to stay here long-term." Mina smiled and said, "See, father, this is the downside of not supporting ninjas. Now the land of Rainbow is probably seen by the Mist village as a treasure trove to easily take money from. What foothold? They clearly regard us as a vassal state. If war breaks out in the future, the land of Rainbow might even be considered a frontline battlefield by the Mist Village. The daimyo sighed. What can we do? We are not as strong as them. We have to do whatever they say. If we go against the Mist, the land of Rainbow might end up like the land of Clouds. Seeking refuge with other major countries would be even more suicidal. Then the Mist wouldn't even need a reason to wipe us out. They could send ninjas as enemies and directly destroy us. After saying this, Bei Yuamingyi felt a bit melancholic, having spent over a decade as daimyo in fear and trepidation. He had to be cautious and dared not make any noise in the ninja world, fearing that the 5 great nations would remember him. Yet, what he feared came true, as the ninjas erupted into an unprecedented war. At this time, the 5 major countries with declining national power recalled their own fate. If they were lucky, they might still be able to preserve their nations by sacrificing some of their resources. If they were unlucky, they would be completely stripped bare by the opponent, leaving only a skeleton to be thrown into the sea. At this moment, Mena felt it was about time, so she said, "Father need not panic. Mena has already found a way to break the deadlock." The Lord and the eldest son looked at her in unison, curious about what this cunning and scheming daughter, princess, had in mind. Mena, with a smile on her face, said, "Not long ago, while visiting relatives in the ninja world, I encountered a group of bandits who were looting. At that time, my guards were no match for the bandits, and the situation was extremely critical. Just when the hired ninja hidden in my carriage was about to take action, a powerful individual appeared and killed all the bandits. I asked him how I could repay him, and he proposed a condition. This powerful individual wants to reside in the Land of Rain, similar to the 5 great countries and the 5 great ninja villages. Every year, we only need to provide him with a tribute of 100 million Ryo, and he will protect the safety of our Land of Rain. This matter is something I dare not decide on my own, so I came to find my father." After listening to his daughter's words, the daimyo of the Rainbow Country fell into deep thought. If an annual payment of 100 million Ryo could eliminate the prying eyes of the 5 great nations, that would be the best outcome. But can that so-called strong person truly protect the safety of the Rainbow Country? The envoy from the Hidden Mist Village is still in the Rainbow Country. If this matter is not handled well, it could easily provoke hostility from the Hidden Mist Village. At that time, the so-called strong person might just take off without a second thought, and things could turn disastrous for us. However, the 100 million Ryo each year can satisfy that strong person but cannot feed the Water Country. It seems quite difficult to settle with the Water Country by hastily agreeing to an annual protection fee of 100 million Ryo. Chapter 91. Araki in the end. The daimyo of the Rainbow Country did not agree directly, but asked Manai to return and wait for his news. Seeing her father's hesitant expression, Manai felt very disappointed. Based on her understanding of her father, if he hesitated on a matter, it would certainly end up unresolved. It seems that there is little hope for her brother Nabahiko to become the Guardian King. What should she do next? Will her brother Nabahiko, who has not become the Guardian King, still remain in the Rainbow Country? Filled with various concerns, Manai left her father's residence and returned to her own palace. After Manai left, the eldest son also hurriedly took his leave. However, he did not return to his own residence, but instead turned left and right to arrive at a secluded inn. The eldest son did not waste words. After entering, he went straight to a room on the 2nd floor. Arriving at the door of the room, he knocked loudly. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged ninja wearing a Hidden Mist Village forehead protector. The middle-aged ninja glanced behind the eldest son, confirming that no one was following, and let him into the room. Once the door was closed, the middle-aged ninja asked, "What brings you to find me?" At that moment, a cloud of white smoke suddenly erupted around the eldest son. When the smoke cleared, the eldest son had transformed into a long-haired youth wearing a Hidden Mist forehead protector. It turned out that the eldest son had already been replaced by a Hidden Mist Village ninja. The youth wasted no time and directly spoke. "Just now, the princess of the Rainbow Country approached the daimyo of the Rainbow Country, claiming that a strong person wishes to become the protector of the Rainbow Country, in a model similar to that of the ninja villages and nations. This is very unfavorable for the village's upcoming plans. Captain, what do you think we should do next?" Captain Wuin quickly asked, "Have you identified the other party?" The young man replied, "No. That princess is very cunning and has never revealed the name of that powerful person. My identity is also very sensitive, so I can't appear in public. Therefore, I want a captain to investigate who that so-called powerful person is." Upon hearing this, Captain Wuin fell into deep thought. Who would be interested in this remote country during such a sensitive time? "Leave this matter to me. You go back to the daimyo of the Land of Rainbow and continue to lurk. I will notify you as soon as there is a mission," Captain Wuin said. The young man disguised himself as the eldest son and returned to the daimyo's mansion. Captain Moline then went back to his room to continue idling. Days passed quickly, and during this time, Akasumi Meina kept running to Shinhiko's house. At this moment, the two were sitting on the sofa, one holding a controller and playing Super Mario. Shinhiko could never have imagined that this little girl was a gaming genius. At first, when she started playing this FC game, she was clumsy. After playing for a day or two, it was as if her bloodline awakened. The game character came to life in her hands. No game could stump her. "Oh, Shinhiko brother, why are you so clumsy? You can't even jump to the top of the flagpole. You're going to lose a lot of points." Shinhiko scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Mistake. I haven't played in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. If it were in the past, I could easily jump to the other side of the flagpole." Meinai pouted and said, just bragging. Then, as if casually, Meinai asked, "By the way, brother Nobuyuki, where did that grumpy, hedgehog-headed uncle go?" Nobuyuki, his eyes glued to the screen, replied dismissively. He said the fish on the island are too small and not satisfying to eat, so he went to catch some sea fish. Hearing this, Meinai pretended to be surprised and said, "Going to catch sea fish by himself? That's really dangerous." Nobuyuki shrugged it off. "Don't worry. He's very strong. No need to worry about him. I'm more afraid that he might not know how deep to catch fish and tip over passing boats." Meinai laughed and said, "Brother Nobuyuki, you must have a really amazing teacher to be so strong." Nobuyuki, focused on his game, casually replied, "I don't know who his teacher is. I'm not too familiar with him. As for my teacher, he's just an ordinary person, so there's not much to say." Upon hearing this, Meinai laughed. Wow, an ordinary person can teach such a powerful ninja like brother Nobuyuki. Your teacher must be an incredible person. Not really, Nobuyuki replied dismissively, which didn't satisfy Meinai. These days, she has posted a mission on the black market to investigate Nobuhiko Araki. However, several days have passed with no results. The only information available is that he appeared in the land of soup and indulged in food and drink. There is no other information, but someone did provide some details about the surname Araki. This was once a glorious surname, said to be an affiliated force of the Senju clan during the Warring States period. However, in a war, they were ambushed by the Uchiha clan, leading to the complete disappearance of the Araki clan. Nowadays, there is almost no news of Araki clan members in the ninja world. The elderly ninja who provided the information had almost forgotten about the Araki clan until he saw this mission. It seems that brother Nobuhiko is a descendant of the Araki clan, but who is that other person? Thinking of this, she remembered that uncle with the spiky hair, Uchiha Madara. The first time she met him, he was just brother Nobuhiko's mount, so she didn't pay much attention. Although this way of using humans as mounts is strange, is not without precedent. For example, she herself raised some slaves as servants when she was a child. These servants would be executed immediately if he found them displeasing. Thinking of those servants, she couldn't help but lick her lips. At that time, her strength wasn't very great, so it took several strikes of their necks before they died. The scenes of their pain and despair are still vivid in her memory to this day. She was puzzled back then. Why didn't those servants resist? Although she was holding a knife, those servants were all adults. Even if they stood still for her to strike, it still took several blows. And she twisted her hand just to kill them. Yet, they preferred to tremble on their knees rather than stand up and fight back. This has puzzled her until now. She shook her head, dismissing those chaotic thoughts from her mind. She had already instructed an artist to draw the face of the uncle with the hedgehog head based on her description. After that, she hung the completed portrait in the black market to gather information about him. She estimated that the information about the hedgehog head uncle would reach her hands tonight. Once she figured out this guy's background, she could consider whether to keep him around her brother, Xinyan. As for why she didn't use this method to investigate Xinyan's information, that's because she was afraid that Xinyan would attract the attention of bad people. With such an outstanding appearance, what if those bad people took notice of him? There are so many bad people in the ninja world, and some of them are even women. These female ninjas are ruthless, their methods are cruel, and their personalities are fierce. They probably won't find a man in their lifetime. If these despicable guys set their sights on them, it would be trouble for brother Nobuyuki. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Uchiha Madara had returned from fishing. Chapter 92. Hello, Your Excellency. Nobuyuki was about to go open the door when Mina quickly stood up and said, I'll go open the door. Seeing that Mina was eager to open the door, Nobuyuki didn't stop her. Mina bounced over to the door and opened it. Uchiha Madara stood at the door with a blank expression, carrying a large fish on his shoulder that looked to weigh at least 100 pounds. Mina exclaimed, Wow, what a big fish. Uncle Hedgehog, you're amazing. Brother Nobuyuki, come look. Uncle Hedgehog brought back a huge fish. Nobuyuki also walked to the door, and upon seeing the big fish caught by Uchiha Madara, he clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "That's really a huge fish, but a fish this big won't fit in our pot." Then he stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Why don't we just go to the beach and grill the fish? This big fish is probably too much for the three of us to finish. After we're full, let us throw it back into the sea, in case it still has a breath left and can come back to life. This way, we can satisfy our cravings and also release the fish, which is truly killing two birds with one stone." Mei Nai's eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, "Wow, Brother Nobuyuki, you're so smart." Uchiha Madara was a bit fed up with this pair of dog lovers. In the past, when only Nobuyuki acted foolishly, he could ignore him, thinking he was just being silly. Now, not only was there one person acting foolishly, but there was also someone behind him fawning over him. The combined destructive power of these two individuals has already exceeded two. However, it is unfortunate that he is just a puppet created by Xinyan using spiritual energy. Essentially, it is a clone infused with Uchiha Madara's thoughts, and it is an extremely low-level clone. He has no voice in front of the other person and can only watch as they pretend to be tough. The stars are shining brightly tonight, and the moon is particularly round. Xinyan, Meina, and Uchiha Madara are sitting by the campfire, roasting fish and chatting. Meina has repeatedly tried to extract some information from Uchiha Madara, but how could such little tricks possibly work on him? Even Senju Tobarama, who is 100 times more cunning than this little girl, couldn't do anything to him, let alone this inexperienced kid. After several failed attempts, Meina gave up on probing further. After eating and drinking to her fill, Meina declared that she had something to do and planned to go home. Xinyan sent a shadow clone to escort her back, and as he watched Meina's figure, Uchiha Madara asked, "I never expected someone like you would actively pursue a relationship." Xinyan, looking displeased, replied, "I'm a normal person. Why can't I? Besides, you don't seem to have a good impression of Meina." Madara scoffed, "What are you pretending for? Don't tell me you haven't noticed what kind of character that little girl has. This guy is simply a replica of a celestial dragon, and in a hot-blooded anime, he would definitely end up getting punched to death by the protagonist." Nabahiko retorted, "What's wrong with Minami? In my opinion, her personality is quite good, devious and cunning. She is ruthless in her actions. Women like this are much better than those silly sweethearts. I can't stand those silly sweethearts. They have a romantic mindset and can't do anything but talk about love all day. Look at them. Aside from romance, they can commit murder and arson. Isn't that much better than being a flower pot?" Uchiha Madara turned around and grabbed the half-eaten grilled fish. Then, with all his strength, he threw it into the sea. After releasing the half-eaten fish, he said, "You said before that getting involved with such women would be troublesome. But now you say that ruthless women are better than silly sweethearts. I really don't understand you. Your thought process is indeed different from normal people. Only you could create a continent just to raise cats. However, you seem to get along quite well with that little girl, a pair of oddballs." Nobuhiko shrugged and said, "Maybe." The two cleaned up the trash they had thrown on the ground by the sea and then went home to take a long nap. Speaking of which, Nobuhiko used a shadow clone to escort Minai back to the daimyo's residence, during which Minai hesitated several times to speak. In fact, there was one thing she hadn't told Nobuhiko. Tomorrow her father was planning to host a banquet for him. He knew his father too well. Such politeness surely meant trouble. This banquet is nothing more than exchanging a few polite words, and then giving some money to send Brother Xinyan away. This is something she doesn't want to see. Regarding Brother Nobuyuki, she has prepared a complete plan. She secretly recruited some wandering warriors, and tomorrow she will send out 2 wandering warriors to pretend to assassinate the daimyo. Then he will notify Brother Nobuyuki, and the other party will take care of these wandering warriors. In this way, Brother Nobuyuki became the benefactor of my father, and my father felt embarrassed to drive Brother Nobuyuki away. Before I knew it, I had walked to the door of my home, and after bidding farewell to Nobuyuki, I returned to my place of residence. At this moment, a masked black-clad warrior approached Mina and presented her with a scroll. With a blank expression, Mina picked up the scroll, a result of the images she had posted in the black market. Upon seeing the name and identity information on the scroll, her pupils involuntarily constricted. Her expression shifted from shock to confusion to anxiety, and finally from anxiety to joy. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara. She never expected that her brother Shinkai's little follower was actually the legendary Uchiha Madara of the ninja world. However, she had heard that Uchiha Madara was already dead. So how could he be by Shinkai's side? She then shook her head. None of that mattered anymore. Her plan for the next day was to proceed as usual. And keeping her brother Shinkai in the land of rain was the most important thing. Everything else was secondary. The next day, Shinkai was sleeping in bed when suddenly there was a knock at the door. He cursed as he walked to the door, sleepily opening it and asking, "Who is it?" Just as he was about to continue his tirade, he realized it was Mina and immediately stopped. Mina was already used to it. Her brother had a serious case of morning grouchiness, and calling him in the morning often resulted in scolding. But that didn't seem matter now. Her eyes were red, as if she was about to cry. She anxiously said, "Brother Shinkai, please help me. Someone is trying to assassinate my father." Shinkai raised an eyebrow at this. Was this little girl playing such a big game? To help herself, she actually sent someone to assassinate her own father. How bold! She could be considered a heroine among women. Shinkai didn't waste any time and directly placed a hand on Mina's shoulder, instantly teleporting to the daimyo's residence. Mina was completely shocked. What was happening? Just a moment ago, they were at Shinkai's house, and now they were suddenly at her home? While she was still in a daze, the daimyo of the land of rain, Kitamoto Akihiro, lazily yawned. He then reached down to undo his pants to relieve himself in the garden. Mina immediately covered her face and let out a cry as she ran out of the garden. The loud shout startled Baiyuan Minji, making him almost zip his pants up to the stick. He quickly put away his tools and looked at Xinyan in panic. The latter awkwardly greeted Baiyuan Minji, saying, "Father-in-law." "No, that's not right. Dad isn't it either. Your Excellency, hello." Chapter 93. The big mischief of the little brat at this moment. Baiyuan Minji reacted and asked with a trembling voice, "May I ask who you are?" Just as Xinyan was about to speak, a large group of guards suddenly surrounded the outside of the garden. The guards, dressed in armor and wielding steel blades, looked fierce and menacing. Upon entering the garden, they immediately surrounded Yoshihiko without saying a word. These people are the guards responsible for the safety of the daimyo, and their duty is to protect the daimyo 24 hours a day. When they heard a commotion in the garden, they immediately rushed in. As a result, they saw Nobuhiko and naturally surrounded him without asking any questions. A person who appeared to be the leader of the guards asked Kitamoto Akihiro, daimyo, "How should we handle this person?" Seeing this scene, Nobuhiko's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This isn't right. Why does this scene feel somewhat familiar to him? The legendary immortal jump seems to be just like this, first luring you in and then framing you. He knew that Mina was cunning, but he didn't expect her to be this devious, even setting him up like this. Nobuhiko sighed, and although he wasn't sure if it would help, he decided to explain symbolically. This is all a misunderstanding. I am a friend of Kasumi Mina, and she said there was an assassin here, which is why I came." Nobuhiko said seriously. Kitamoto Akihiro rubbed his chin, although it was a bit strange. This style of doing things was indeed characteristic of his precious daughter. Mina often acted first and reported later, taking matters in her own hands and then surprising herself. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Are you the strong person that Minai mentioned who wants to cooperate with the Land of Rainbow?" Yoshihiko quickly nodded and then explained his identity and thoughts to Kitayuan Akihiro. Minai, who was secretly observing not far away, couldn't help but slap her forehead. How did it end up like this? She never expected that her brother Yoshihiko had the ability to teleport people instantly. She had carefully calculated the timing to inform Yoshihiko. From his residence to the daimyo's mansion, she would just make it in time to catch the assassin's attack. But unexpectedly, Yoshihiko's teleportation had disrupted her plan, and now the assassin was probably still on the way. She gritted her teeth. Since that was the case, she could only go all out. She would directly confront her father and analyze the situation with him. If that didn't work, she would secretly reveal the matter of Uchiha Madara to scare this cowardly old man. After making up her mind, she tidied her outfit and was just about to go out to explain things clearly to her father and brother Yoshihiko. Just then, an unexpected change occurred, as two masked men in black leaped over the garden wall. The sudden turn of events startled the guards, and before they could assess the situation, two men in black rushed towards the daimyo. The speed of the men in black was astonishing, their steel blades glinting with a chilling light. With the speed of the two assassins, Baiyuan Minji estimated that there was no escape. It turned out that these two death warriors disguised as assassins were worried that Her Highness the Princess would miscalculate the timing, so they had infiltrated the daimyo's residence early. Upon discovering that Araki Nobuhiko had arrived, the two men acted decisively. Just as they were about to succeed, Nobuhiko concentrated two orbs of pink energy in his hands. He then directed one orb towards each of the black-clad men, binding them tightly and rendering them immobile. The entire incident unfolded very quickly. It wasn't until the two men in black were captured that some of the guards realized what had happened. Baiyuan Minji, drenched in cold sweat from the fear, was truly intimidated by the momentum of the assassins as they charged. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Nabahiko, saying, "Thank you, Lord Araki, for saving my life." Nabahiko smiled wryly and replied, "No problem, it was just a small effort." He was truly amazed by Akasumi Minato. What kind of assassins had she found? With such speed and skill, these two assassins have already reached the level of Special Jonin. Sending such strong assassins to kill my father is truly a thoughtful little shroud. The strange expression on Yukihira's face made Kitamoto Akihira feel uneasy all over. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard the voice of his precious daughter. Father, are you okay?" He saw Minami Kakuzumi anxiously running over, her oversized kimono looking quite inconvenient. Just as Kitamoto Akihira was about to advise his daughter to slow down, Minami suddenly tripped. She accidentally fell right next to a guard wielding a sword. In her stumble, she inadvertently drew the guard's sword from his waist, and then accidentally slashed the neck of one of the two black-clad assassins. The assassin's eyes widened, and blood gushed out from his neck. The scene startled Meina, who let out a cry and quickly threw away the long knife in her hand, then stabbed another assassin in the heart. After doing all this, she sighed in relief, finally managing to get through this incident. She then rushed into her father's arms, crying, "Whoa, I was so scared. It's so terrifying here. Let's hurry and leave." At this moment, the scene was quiet, with only Meina's sobbing left in the garden. "Can you act a little more convincingly? Do you really think everyone is a fool? What's the difference between this and confessing?" Xinyan couldn't help but complain in his heart. This method of silencing was too low level. Couldn't they wait until they were sent to prison before taking action? Baiyuan Minji also felt a headache, but after all, this was his precious daughter. He couldn't hit or scold her, so what else could he do? Of course, he chose to forgive her. All right, Meina, don't cry. Daddy will take you home." "Okay, MHM." After calming down his unruly child, Baiyuan Minji awkwardly smiled at Xinyan and said, "Mr. Araki, I apologize. I originally planned to host a banquet for you today, but I didn't expect this to happen. If you don't mind, please come back in 3 days. I will definitely host a banquet to properly apologize to you." Xinyan nodded. Today's events were quite clear. It was just Meina causing trouble. He then looked at the two black-clothed men who had already lost their lives. It really was unfortunate for them. To lose their lives over something so meaningless was truly not worth it. He reached out his hands to grab the tops of the two black-clothed men's heads. The two souls, just leaving their bodies and not yet drawn to the Pure Land, were firmly grasped in Xinyan's hands. He then stuffed the souls back into their bodies, and immediately, green light emerged from his palms to heal the two black-clothed men. A few minutes later, the two men lying on the ground gradually awakened. This scene stunned everyone present, and both Baiyuan Minji and Meina showed expressions of disbelief. The two of them were well-informed and had seen many ninjas, but they had never encountered a ninja capable of resurrecting the dead. Is this really a human? Meina widened her eyes, and soon her eyes were filled with little stars. At this moment, she was already convinced that the hedgehog-headed uncle was Uchiha Madara. This method that can bring the dead back to life is no wonder that Uchiha Madara is willing to be Shinkai's little brother. She has already made up her mind to keep Shinkai by her side. No matter what, not even the King of Heaven could stop her. Chapter 94. No need for your concern. 3 days later, Kitayu and Minji held a lavish banquet at the Lord's mansion. There are only 4 people at this banquet. Besides myself and a pair of children, the main guest is Nabahiko Araki. Although Nabahiko is usually unreliable, he still cares about his appearance in public. Today, he is wearing an expensive suit, a checkered tie, and his leather shoes are polished to a shine. Nabahiko feels that he is dressed appropriately. But why does he always have the feeling that the other 3 are looking at him with strange eyes? Minai quietly leaned over and whispered, "Nabahiko Naikin, didn't I ask you to dress more formally? What are you wearing?" Nabahiko scratched his head and said, "Isn't wearing a suit formal enough? Do I have to wear a dragon robe?" In this era, the ninja world did not have suits as attire, so the others found Xinyan's clothing quite awkward. Meina sighed and returned to her seat. The atmosphere at the banquet was very harmonious, with everyone chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Xinyan discreetly glanced at the eldest son, Baiyuan's eyes. He had already figured out that this person was a ninja disguised using transformation techniques, which puzzled him. How could someone impersonate the eldest son of the Land of Rain? Could it be that this was a fellow ninja? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Perhaps the other party had the same idea as he did. By disguising as the eldest son of the Land of Rain, they could take the position of power once the Lord of the Land of Rain passed away. Sun Yan couldn't help but stroke his chin. Such a person could not be left unchecked. As the saying goes, fellow practitioners are the most blatant enemies. The land of rain cannot allow such a powerful individual to exist. Just as he was about to expose this guy, a commotion came from outside the door. You can't go in, messenger. The Lord is entertaining important guests. What important guests? Can they be more important than the Mist Ninja? Get lost. Then, a scream came from outside, followed by a middle-aged ninja wearing a Mist Village forehead protector kicking the door in. Sun Yan turned to look. The intruder was a white-haired man around 40 years old. He had short white hair, was of medium build, and while not particularly muscular, he looked very spirited. When he spoke, his sharp teeth were visible, indicating he was from the land of water. Baiyuan Minji looked displeased and said sternly, Gaoyin Wuyue, today I have important matters and cannot entertain you. Please leave. Gaoyin Wuyue paid no attention to Baiyuan Minji and instead carefully scrutinized everyone present. Upon seeing Sun Yan, he strode over and sat down next to him. Sun Yan curiously watched this mist ninja, wondering what he wanted to do. Gaoyin Wuyue threw his arm around Sun Yan's neck, attempting to draw him into an embrace. However, after placing his arm on Sun Yan's shoulder, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge him at all. Ultimately, with a flushed face, Gaoyin Wuyue awkwardly dropped his arm. Baiyuan Minji was quite annoyed. This mist ninja was treating him too casually. His tone grew colder as he questioned, Gaoyin, this is my important guest. Please show some respect. Gaoyin Wuyue scoffed, I know him. He's the one who volunteered to become the guardian Ming King. Upon hearing this, Baiyuan Minji furrowed his brows tightly. Where did you hear about this? He then turned to look at his eldest son. Only his children knew about this matter. His daughter was the initiator, so there was no way she would spill the beans. Could it be that Zhuai's revealed this to the Mist Ninja? Gaoyin Wuyue mocked. Do you think there's anything that can be hidden from us ninjas? I advise you not to entertain any crooked thoughts. Signing the alliance agreement with the Land of Water is your best option. Small countries should have the awareness of small countries and not always think about breaking free from the control of great powers. After saying this, he turned to Sun Yan and said, And you, what a guy. I don't know where you crawled out from, thinking you could take a bite out of us Mist Ninjas. You're truly overestimating yourself. Here's my advice. Take your leave from the land of rain early. Otherwise, someone like you won't even know when you'll meet your end. Sun Yan yawned and replied, I probably have about 5 million years left to live, so you don't need to worry about me. Gaoyin Wuyue burst into laughter upon hearing this and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, you're quite interesting. Since you're so amusing, I won't kill you. Leave the land of rain quickly, or your fate will be very grim. Regarding Gaoyin Wuyue's advice, Sun Yan paid no mind and pointed to the unmoved Baiyuan Zhuai sitting not far away. He is also one of your Mist Village people, right? You Mists certainly have no shame playing such tricks on ordinary people. Baiyuan Minji and Meina were shocked and stood up alertly, looking at Baiyuan Zhuai. Seeing his identity exposed, the Mist Ninja, disguised as Baiyuan Zhuai, no longer concealed his form. A puff of white smoke rose, and the Mist Ninja returned to his original appearance. He had long black hair, fair skin, and a pleasant face. Dressed in the standard attire of a Mist Chunin, he looked quite approachable. Sun Yan examined this person closely and then asked with a puzzled expression, You must be from the Mizuki clan of the Mist Village, right? Mizuki Yin smiled and replied, My name is Mizuki Yin. Nice to meet you. Sun Yan inquired, I want to ask, do all the males of the Mizuki clan look so much like women? Mizuki Yin awkwardly replied, Not really. Gaoyin Wuyue impatiently interrupted, All right, enough small talk. In short, that guy named Araki Sun Yan should quickly leave the land of rain. Is this something a wandering ninja like you can handle? If you remain stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless. Shinkazu stroked his chin and thought about how to deal with these two guys. Should he just kill them and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks, or crush them with pink energy? At that moment, Mina cried out, Where's my brother? What have you done to him? Omoikane chuckled coldly and said, He's already been invited back to the hidden Mist Village. If you don't want him to lose some parts, hurry up and sign the alliance agreement with the Land of Water. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that what comes back will be a complete person or just a pile of parts. Ha ha ha. Mina clenched her fists, wishing she could tear these two apart. However, she suddenly had an idea. She burst into tears and threw herself into Shinkazu's arms, sobbing, Shinkazu, please say my brother, okay? He's the only male in my family. What will my dad do if he is gone? Kitayuan Akihiro's mouth twitched at her words, thinking, What do you mean he's the only male? Am I not a man? Chapter 95. The sea is wide for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to fly. Shinkazu was feeling a headache. dating was really troublesome. And to be honest, he was regretting it a bit now. But since things had come to this point, it would be a bit awkward to refuse. With no other choice, he sighed and stroked Mina's smooth hair, saying, all right, I will definitely save your brother. Watching these two act all lovey-dovey, Omoikane couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed his right index finger at Shinkazu's head and said, enough with the act. That kid has already been sent back to the Mists Umbu and can never return. He continued, and you, I already gave you a chance before. Since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me. As he spoke, Omoikane's chakra continuously gathered at the tip of his index finger. Eventually, the chakra reached a critical point, and a droplet of water shot out. Water style, water iron cannon technique. The water droplet flew towards Shinkazu's forehead like a bullet and hit him in an instant. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the banquet hall, startling the ordinary people, Katayuan and Mina. Before they could react, the opponent's ninjutsu had already been launched. Both of them looked up at Shinkazu's head, their faces turning pale in fear. They saw a large hole opened in Shinkazu's forehead, penetrating through his entire head, allowing them to see from one side to the other. Mina's face was filled with disbelief and in a fit of anger. She drew a short knife from her waist and lunged straight at Omoikane. Although Mina's expression was fierce and her actions decisive, she was just an ordinary person after all. The knife didn't even touch a corner of Ghost Lantern Moon, but was shot through the head by Ghost Lantern Moon's water iron cannon technique. Looking at his daughter, whose mind had been blown and lay on the ground without a sound, Beiyuan Mingye's eyes filled with despair. Mizuki Union asked, Captain, what should we do next? Ghost Lantern Moon replied, first, we need to control this daimyo of the Rainbow Country. You keep an eye on him and don't let him escape. I will go back to the village to report the mission to Lord Mizukichi. Once the next batch of ninjas arrives to take over the Rainbow Country, your mission will be complete. Mizuki Union smiled and said, then Captain, please be quick. After all, I haven't been back to the village for a long time. Don't worry. I will return to the village as quickly as possible to report the mission, said Ghost Lantern Moon as he prepared to turn back to Kiri Village. However, as soon as he turned around, he locked eyes with a pair of eyes that emitted an eerie glow. This is a pair of eyes emitting a strange purple hue, adorned with concentric cyclical patterns. The owner of these eyes is an old man with a face full of wrinkles, dressed in white, and with horns on his head. The old man's forehead has an eye resembling a hooked jade, emanating a red glow. These eyes look very much like Sharingan, but they have 9 Tomo patterns. Just as Akatsuki Munitsuki wanted to observe the other party more closely, his consciousness suddenly fell into eternal slumber. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, Mina stared wide-eyed at Akatsuki Munitsuki, who had turned into a puddle of water and lost all motion. She glanced over at Mizuki Kyumo, who was not far away, staring blankly and had already lost his breath, clearly still not understanding what had happened. Nabahiko explained to Mina, there's no need to be afraid. They are already dead. Just now, I used a genjutsu to directly destroy their minds, and now their souls have probably gone to the Pure Land. Nabuhiko had read the memories of the two and thrown their souls into the Pure Land. It is likely that these two guys don't even know how they died. After a moment, Mina regained her composure and wrapped her arms around Nabuhiko's neck, acting cute. Nabuhiko Naiken, you're so amazing. At this moment, Bei Uemingi walked up with a serious expression and said to Xinyan, Lord Araki, you have really landed yourself in big trouble this time. The deaths of these two people will eventually be discovered, and at that time, you will face endless pursuit from the hidden mist Umbu. Nabuhiko casually responded, don't worry. They can't do anything to me. By the way, what do you think of my proposal to become the Protector King? Beiyuan Minji hesitated for a moment and then said, it's acceptable, but I have one condition. Nabuhiko asked, what condition? Beiyuan Minji replied, you must get engaged to my daughter and become her fiancé. Upon hearing this, Nabuhiko's eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, as if he had made up his mind, he took a deep breath and said, I refuse. Beiyuan Minji. Kasumi Mina. A few days later, the Kingdom of Rainbow publicly announced that they had appointed a new Protector King named Araki Nabuhiko. Yes, Nabuhiko accepted the position of Protector King, but he did not accept Beiyuan Minji's proposal for engagement. After spending some time together, he felt that being alone suited him better. The notion of dating or marriage could go to hell. Being single is the ultimate answer in the universe. Nabuhiko had decided to no longer engage in romantic entanglements and instead focus wholeheartedly on his lazy life. However, the reality is that even if you don't want to deal with romantic matters, they always seem to come knocking at your door. These days, he has been entangled with Kasumi Mina. The other party runs to him every day, almost treating his place like her home. Nabahiko is at a loss. He has clearly told this girl that there is no possibility between them. However, she still stubbornly comes to him. If he refuses her, she might cry, which makes Nabahiko extremely annoyed. In the end, he had no choice but to decide to go hide for a while. He originally wanted to summon a clone to stay in the Land of Rainbow for work, but these clones all shook their heads like a rattledrum. When he forcefully ordered them, they chose to self-dissolve. Finally, with no other options, Nabahiko created an illusion array in the Land of Rainbow. Any ninja entering the range of the illusion array would have all their powers suppressed and become an ordinary person. After doing all this, Nabahiko directly rode away on Uchiha Madara. Looking back at Kasumi Mina, who had chased him for several miles, Nabahiko wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn, this girl has way too much stamina. If it weren't for the ocean blocking her, she probably could have chased him around the ninja world. But all of this is worth it. He has regained his freedom. At this moment, Xinyan truly felt how precious freedom was. The saying that marriage is the grave of love was indeed not wrong. He had just had a brief romance and was already overwhelmed. If he really gets married, won't he be tormented to death by that little girl Mena? Forget it. It's better to be a proud Lone Ranger. Enjoying life. Watching the wind and clouds change is so delightful and carefree. Why cling to the mundane world and exhaust one's heart? In the end, looking back, everything becomes empty. So why not live freely in this world? Xinyan looked at the slowly setting sun in the distance, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Uchiha Madara, who was running on all fours on the water surface, suddenly spotted a large ship ahead. Quick-witted, he flipped and dove into the sea. As Xinyan, who was about to recite a poem admiring the sunset, unexpectedly choked on a mouthful of water. When he resurfaced, his head was covered in seaweed and barnacles. So can't I just show off in peace? Chapter 96. I ask you, is this ninja reliable? After a day of traveling, Xinyan and Uchiha Madara finally found the land of water. Although he had deliberately avoided Akatsuki Mena before, he had received help from her. If it weren't for Mena's assistance, he might not have been able to secure the identity of the Guardian King. Therefore, to repay her kindness, he decided to rescue Katayu and Shiai's. However, finding the hidden mist village was no easy task. They had previously landed on several islands, but had all gone to the wrong places. Upon arriving in the Land of Water, Xinyan realized that the small islands surrounding the main island were all part of the Land of Water's territory. These small islands completely surround the main island of the Land of Water, and the hidden mist village is located at the very center of this main island. Previously, Shinhiko and Uchiha Madara had several instances of going to the wrong place, taking a large detour before finally finding the main island of the Land of Water. Shinhiko originally wanted to find a tree to tie Uchiha Madara to, but after searching for a long time, he found that there were no trees by the seaside, only rocks. In the end, with no other choice, Shinhiko threw Uchiha Madara onto the Cat God continent and sternly warned him not to go after Orange Pill. After settling Uchiha Madara, Shinhiko swaggered towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. The air here is humid and stuffy. No wonder the Hidden Mist ninjas are all dressed so lightly. There are quite a few pedestrians along the way. It seems the Ninja World War has not affected the citizens of the Land of Water. Passers-by also look at Shinhiko with curious eyes. At a glance, Shinhiko's attire shows he is not a local, but no one pays too much attention. The Land of Water is one of the 5 great nations in the ninja world, and it normally has a huge flow of people, so it's not surprising to see an outsider. Moreover, they don't believe that a mere individual would dare to cause trouble in the Land of Water. After all, they have one of the strongest violent organizations in the ninja world, the Hidden Mist Village, backing them up. Who would be foolish enough to come to the territory of the Hidden Mist Village and stir trouble alone? After inquiring along the way, Shinhiko arrived at the Hidden Mist Village. The architectural style here is very peculiar. At first glance, Xinyan thought that square high-rise buildings were being constructed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that all these buildings are cylindrical. Some are thick cylinders, while others are thin cylinders. The buildings are uneven in height, with some built on flat ground and others on small hills. The overall color tone of the buildings is rather dark, possibly due to the heavy humidity in the area that can corrode the paint, which is why they are not painted in bright colors. When Xiangyan arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village, 2 mist ninjas blocked his way. Who are you? Please show your identification. One of the mist ninjas asked in a deep voice. Xiangyan smiled and said, "Hello, I am a merchant from the Land of Grass, and my name is Binbo Urba. I came to the Hidden Mist Village to hire some ninjas to protect my merchant convoy. I wonder where I can post a task." Upon hearing this, the mist ninja relaxed slightly and said, Follow me, I will take you there. Xiangyan quickly thanked him and followed the Mist Ninja towards the Mizukage building. The hidden Mist village was indeed bustling. Its liveliness could almost rival that of Konoha more than 40 years later. The land of water, isolated overseas, rarely encounters enemy invasions. Therefore, the wars that broke out here were usually civil wars, but the civil wars had completely ended 20 years ago with the arrival of the Ninja Village era. Thus, the land of water has enjoyed unprecedented peace for the past 20 years. Even if there are some power struggles among the higher-ups, they are matters for the upper echelons and have nothing to do with the ordinary people at the bottom. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Xiangyan couldn't help but sigh. That Bradabito really is a troublemaker. The common folks in a land of water have done nothing to provoke you. Yet you come in with your blood mist policy and make their lives miserable. No one of the Uchiha clan is known for having some serious issues. Just as Xiangyan was complaining in his heart, the Mist Ninja led him into the Mizukage building and arrived at the mission hall. The Mist Ninja pointed to the mission submission area not far away and said, "That's the place to submit tasks. You can go there yourself." After saying this, the Mist Ninja turned and left, while Xiangyan curiously observed the people sitting at the mission submission area. There was a long office desk with several people seated in front of it, and a pile of documents on the desk. Sitting in the middle, leading the group, was a middle-aged ninja who appeared to be in his 30s. This ninja has smooth, long black hair and very small eyes that are squinted into a slit. People like this are generally known as smiling tigers in anime. They usually squint their eyes and appear very friendly, but when the critical moment comes, their eyes open wide and their enemies are bound to fall. Nabahiko noticed this person not because he was a mesmerizing figure, but because he resembled the third Mizukage from his memories. Moreover, the amount and quality of his chakra were exceptionally strong. If nothing unexpected happened, he should indeed be the third Mizukage from the original work. While Nabahiko was sizing up the future third Mizukage, the latter was also observing him. Nabahiko possessed a very weak chakra, which Mizuki Kiyoshi recognized at a glance, confirming that he had been a ninja. However, the amount of chakra was indeed too weak. At over 20 years of age, it was estimated to be at the level of a newly graduated genin. It seemed he was a lucky one who had accidentally acquired a chakra refining method somewhere. Thinking of this, Mizuki Kiyoshi smiled kindly and asked Nabahiko, "Do you have any tasks you would like to publish?" Seeing Mizuki Kiyoshi's friendly demeanor, Nabahiko deliberately put on a stern face and walked up to the task publishing desk. He then pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Mizuki Kiyoshi, speaking arrogantly. "I heard that the ninjas of Kirigakure are very strong. Is that true?" Mizuki Kiyoshi frowned slightly and replied with a hint of displeasure, "Of course. We in Kirigakure are one of the 5 great ninja villages, with thousands of permanent ninjas and countless strong individuals. To put it bluntly, all the minor countries in the ninja world combined are no match for us." Although Mizuki Kiyoshi's appearance was gentle, he carried a pride that belonged to the ninjas of Kirigakure. He had seen the world, having followed the first Mizukage to the 5 Kage summit, where he had also met the god of shinobi. If it weren't for his family's lack of ambition, losing to the Hozuki clan in the election for the second Mizukage, he would have been the one to take on that role rather than that sleazy, little mustached man. After Hozuki Mangetsu took office, he didn't dare to neglect someone as powerful as Mizuki Kiyoshi, who had the support of the Mizuki clan behind him. Thus, he appointed him as an elder advisor of Kirigakure to appease him and his faction. Because he had seen the world, Mizuki Kiyoshi had even more recognition for Kirigakure. Therefore, when he said that Kirigakure could single-handedly eliminate all the minor countries in the ninja world, it was not an exaggeration. He truly believed so. Hearing this, Nabahiko laughed heartily, drawing the attention of everyone in the task hall. Seeing the reaction of the usually gentle Mizuki Kiyoshi, he was somewhat angered. In a low voice, he asked, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Nabahiko rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes and spoke with disdain. "Since you praised the Kirigakure ninjas so highly, why not bring a few out for me to see?" Chapter 97. Show me a fireball. Mizuki Kiyoshi was furious. Who was this ruffian that dared to act recklessly in Kirigakure? He truly did not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Burning with rage, just as he was about to call someone to drive this ignorant guy out, he saw Nabahiko reach into his chest and pull out a stack of cash, placing on the table. Looking at the money on the table, Mizuki Kiyoshi's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "What do you mean by this?" Nabahiko said nothing but reached into his chest again, stacking more and more cash on the table. The scene made the surrounding ninjas gulp. Even high-ranking ninjas from wealthy hidden villages rarely see so much money. A Chunin from the Mist Village whispered to another Chunin, "What's going on with this person? Why are they pulling out so much money?" The other Chunin replied softly, "I don't know. But being able to take out this much money indicates that their identity is not simple. This is how the ninja world operates. Wealth distribution is extremely unequal. Even the feudal lords of remote small countries can easily take out a lifetime's savings of a jonin. Since leaving Konoha, Xinyan had never been short of money. Because of this, Xinyan had solidified a belief. To live a life of financial freedom, one must never be an employee. Working for others all one's life leads to no future. Engaging in crime is the true path. In the end, Xinyan placed dozens of stacks of cash on the table. And, roughly counting, there was already 10 million Rio. The people around couldn't help but wonder how this guy managed to stuff so much money into his pockets. After placing all the money on the table, Xinyan sat back down and said to Mizuki, "My name is Ben Borba, and I am a businessman. This time, the merchant from the Land of Water wants to hire some ninjas as guards. I don't understand your mission rank system. I only have money. As long as you can meet my requirements, I can pay you the full amount of 10 million Rio right now. However, if you can't fulfill my requests, even if it takes longer, I will invite ninjas from other great nations to protect me. It's that simple. So, will you, the Hidden Mist Village, accept my commission or not?" Now everyone understood that this was a wealthy merchant trying to show off in the Hidden Mist Village. A Chunin immediately jumped out of the crowd and shouted angrily, "You bastard, you look down on the Hidden Mist too much. Do you think mere money can command us? The Mist Ninjas? You're simply dreaming." Xinyan looked at this Chunin with a playful expression. At this time, the Hidden Mist Village had not yet experienced the Blood Mist policy, so there were still some reckless young ninjas like Naruto. Once the Blood Mist policy officially began, these reckless youths would all die in internal conflicts. To be honest, such reckless youths should not have become ninjas in the first place. If they aren't smart, they should just work honestly. Wandering the world as a ninja is just asking to get killed. Even Shinhiko was too lazy to talk to such people. So he turned back and leaned lazily against the back of his chair. In a tone that resembled a boss looking down on an employee, he said to Mizuki, "So, have you thought it through?" After a long period of contemplation, Mizuki gritted his teeth and replied to Shinhiko, "What kind of ninja do you want?" As soon as these words came out, countless ninjas in the mission hall clenched their fists. The lower-ranked ninja who had just stepped forward to reprimand Shinhiko shouted, "Elder Mizuki, how can you agree to this guy's request? This guy looks down on us so much. We should teach him a lesson and throw him out." Mizuki Chi deeply agreed with this lower ninja's words, but reason told him not to do so. The recent Ninja World War had already had a significant impact on the village. The village's finances were tight, and if they could get this money, it would slightly alleviate the village's plight. Therefore, he prepared to accept this task, thinking of it as arranging a few upper ninjas to clean out the pigsty. Ignoring the angry glares of the surrounding ninjas, he asked Xinyan, "Do you have any requirements for the escorting ninja?" Upon hearing this, many ninjas clenched their fists. How could they accept this guy's task? It would be a disgrace for their mist village. Xinyan crossed his legs and said, "I heard you ninjas can breathe fire. Let me see one who can." Mizuki Chi suppressed his anger and said, "Due to the geographical environment, most ninjas in the Land of Water are water-style ninjas. There are very few ninjas with fire-style talent. So, can we change the request?" Upon hearing this, Xinyan stood up, prepared to take all the money back. And while packing up, he said, "What a load of nonsense from a mist. You don't even have a ninja who can breathe fire. Yet you call yourselves one of the 5 great ninja villages. TCH, garbage." At that moment, a jonin in the crowd could no longer stand it. He prepared to take down Xinyan with a swift movement, willing to accept any punishment the village would impose on him afterward. Just then, a slender figure blocked his path. The jonin focused his gaze and saw that blocking his path was a female ninja from the Kogami clan. The female ninja smiled and said, "Calm down. You can't attack your employer." She then turned to Nobuyuki with a cold expression and said, "I can perform a fire jutsu for you, but it has to be in the training ground." Nobuyuki yawned and replied, "I don't have time to play at the amusement park with you all. Do it right here, right now." The female ninja from the Kogami clan turned her head to look at Elder Mizuki, who gave a slight nod, and then she said, "All right." Ninjas and ordinary people quickly moved away, leaving a sizable open space in the mission hall. Afterward, some ninjas used water jutsu to cover the ground with water, preventing the fire jutsu from damaging the floor. Once everyone was ready, the Kogami female ninja formed hand seals, and a fireball about 1 meter in size erupted from her mouth. This fireball is released by her trying to suppress her chakra as much as possible. This was executed under the condition that the ninjutsu would not easily dissipate, while also reducing its destructive power. The surrounding ninjas nodded silently in their hearts. Such control over chakra was truly impressive, something most of the ninjas present could not achieve. Seeing this, Nobuyuki applauded and laughed, saying, "Not bad, not bad. That fireball looks really good." Then he changed his tone and said, "But just being able to spit fire isn't very interesting. Can you spit out those earth lumps?" Mizuki Ki said solemnly, B. Mr. Benbo Urba, we have found a ninja that meets your satisfaction. If you're sincere about cooperating, then the two sides can continue discussing. But if you are here just to cause trouble." After saying this, Mizuki Ki's chakra erupted instantly, and a powerful sense of oppression enveloped Nobuyuki's entire body. The surrounding ninjas widened their eyes. They had long heard that Elder Mizuki was powerful, and seeing it today truly lived up to the reputation. Nobuyuki pretended to be intimidated, slumping in his chair and repeatedly waving his hands, saying, "No, don't, Elder, please retract your powers." While speaking, he trembled all over and foamed at the mouth, making anyone who didn't know think he was having a seizure. Chapter 98. Nobuyuki's life treasure. Watching Nobuyuki's performance, Mizuki Ki retracted his imposing aura and said coldly, "It's good that you understand the seriousness. Now let's talk about the specifics of the mission. Where do you want to be sent from, and where is the destination?" Nobuyuki put away his exaggerated performance, once again restoring a face full of mockery as he pointed at the beautiful female ninja and said, "There's no rush for all that. I want to ask if there's that female ninja among the people escorting me?" Mizuki Ki replied, "Of course, my Koizumi is an experienced Jonin. With her joining, this mission will definitely." Nobuyuki interrupted Mizuki Ki's introduction impatiently, saying, "I get it. None of that matters. I want to ask if you ninjas offer special services?" Mizuki Ki frowned tightly. He guessed what kind of special service Nobuyuki was referring to, but instinctively could not believe it. What kind of person would make such a request to a ninja? He tentatively asked, "Are you referring to?" Nobuyuki grinned, revealing a lewd smile as he said, "Of course, I mean having someone sleep with me during those few days of the mission. I see that female ninja has a nice figure and looks good. How about this? I'll add 10 million taels as additional sponsorship for this mission. I only have one request. The female ninja must wear that upper ninja uniform when accompanying me. I've slept with so many women, but have never been with a ninja in uniform, so I definitely want to try it this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone in the mission hall stared at Xin Yan with wide eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Xin Yan was very pleased. Just as he was about to say something else, a sudden gust of wind came from behind him. The person who attacked was a female ninja named Terumi, and she was now filled with fury. This damn guy has popped up out of nowhere like a nouveau riche and is causing a ruckus in the Hidden Mist village. If we don't teach him a lesson, where will we put the face of the Hidden Mist and ourselves? Mizuki Ki naturally saw Terumi Mei's attack, but he had no intention of stopping it. He had already lost patience with this ignorant kid in front of him. He had decided that even if the other party took out 1 billion Ryo to apologize later, he would not forgive him. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. How dare he provoke the Hidden Mist? He truly has the gall of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Just as Terumi Mei's fist was about to hit Shinhiko's face, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Shinhiko's mouth. He then sidestepped to avoid Terumi Mei's swift attack, causing her punch to miss. Then, under the astonished gazes of Terumi Mei and the other ninjas, Shinhiko raised his left hand into a fist and lightly struck Terumi Mei's abdomen. Whoosh! Bang! Terumi Mei flew back faster than she came, crashing through a wall of the mission hall and losing consciousness. The room fell silent. Shinhiko's move had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Mist ninjas suddenly realized that the opponent was not an ordinary person, but a powerful ninja. Seeing this, Mizuki Ki wasted no words and immediately formed hand seals, summoning countless ice spikes that condensed from the floor and walls, shooting towards Shinhiko. Upon seeing the incoming ice spikes, Shinhiko raised a hand, and a pink energy burst forth from his palm. The pink energy transformed into a shield that shattered and absorbed all the flying ice spikes. The battle between the two brought the Hidden Mist ninjas back to their senses. The lower ninjas instinctively moved to escort ordinary people to safety. The middle and upper ninjas rushed in, surrounding Shinhiko. Mizuki Ki shouted angrily, "Which ninja village did you come from? Iwagakure or Kimobikure? Or perhaps Kanehagakure?" Shinhiko smiled and replied, "Neither. I just wanted to issue a mission in the Hidden Mist. Since you don't want to accept it, then that's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 million ryo on the table twisted and eventually dissipated into thin air. Mizuki Kiyu's eyes widened slightly, looking at Shinhiko with a serious expression. Those bills were actually an illusion. What a terrifying mastery of illusion. It's known that his strength is not considered weak even among the shadows in the ninja world. Many ninjas could cast illusions on him, but very few could do so without him noticing. Among the people he had encountered, only Uchiha Madara, who was killed by the first Hokage over a decade ago, could achieve that. Could this boy in front of him be a god-level ninja? Shaking his head, Mizuki Kiyu dismissed the absurd thought. The opponent should possess a bloodline limit similar to the Jinjutsu of the Kurama clan from Konoha, and his overall strength should be at the level of a shadow, but definitely not too strong. After all, the amount of chakra the opponent had was evident. Even if a lower ninja had strong chakra, it couldn't be that impressive. Considering this, Mizuki Kiyu exuded a murderous aura and said, "This is no longer about whether you can issue a mission. I advise you to surrender obediently. Once we search your memories and confirm your identity, we will naturally let you go. But if you resist, don't blame us for being ruthless." Shinhiko smiled and pressed the knuckle of his thumb against his index finger, producing a crisp cracking sound. "You're going to be ruthless? A bunch of ninjas trying to act tough with me?" After saying that, the pink energy in Shinhiko's hand kept changing. A jet black Dao orb flew out from between his eyebrows, then attached itself to the pink energy, and the two began to merge continuously. Eventually, the pink energy solidified into a giant lollipop. The candy body had a diameter of about 1/2 meter, entirely pink, resembling a large hammer. The stick was about 180 centimeters long, and Shinhiko stood it up on the ground, making it about his height. The Dao orb transformed into a strange black stripe that wrapped around the entire lollipop, looking somewhat like Luffy's gear forth. However, Shinhiko always felt a sense of incongruity when he looked at the stick. This rod, paired with the pattern of the fairway jade, looks somewhat like black silk. This weapon looks somewhat strange, but it is the innate magical treasure that Shin Yen has spent a long time researching and creating. This is a lollipop called Mage Warrior Mixed Damage Multifunctional Lollipop, abbreviated as Sweet Stick. This rod can be long or short, deep or shallow, able to advance or attack, defend or guard. Its melee power is like 1,000 pounds, while its ranged abilities are unpredictable and mysterious. The properties of this lollipop perfectly match Shin Yen's low blood sugar attribute. Imagine if you were facing a powerful enemy, battling for days and nights without a clear victor. It would be such a painful experience if you suddenly lose the battle due to dizziness from low blood sugar. However, these sweet sticks can perfectly solve your troubles. Just stick out your tongue and lick one during the fight, and it will perfectly treat your low blood sugar. Such a perfect weapon is truly rare in the heavens and non-existent on the earth. Naruto gazed ecstatically at the lollipop he held in his palm, as if he were caressing an intimate lover. Mizuki, on the other hand, had a face full of black lines, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Suddenly pulling out a lollipop and then stroking it like that. This guy must have some serious issues. At this moment, a Jainin appeared beside him and whispered a few words. Mizuki Ki nodded and said, "Since the civilians have retreated, let's begin." Chapter 99. The Three Tails joins the battlefield. With a command from Mizuki Ki, the dozens of Jainin surrounding Nobuyuki surged forward. Some of these people use shuriken, some use long swords, and others use some strange weapons, as if the Hidden Mist village particularly likes these odd and obscure weapons. The 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen are all uniquely shaped, which seems to be related to the Hidden Mist village's aesthetic for weapons. As the Hidden Mist ninjas charged forward, Naruto calmly licked his sweet stick and then swung it with both arms. The first Hidden Mist Jainin to charge was struck on the head by Naruto's stick, sending him flying backward into the crowd behind. The Hidden Mist people did not look back. They instinctively believed that being hit in the head by an enemy's weapon meant certain death. In fact, the Hidden Mist Jainin was not dead. He had simply lost consciousness. This brings us to the special ability of the Sweet Stick, which is to limit attack power. The Sweet Stick adjusts its damage based on the strength of the enemy. It increases damage against the strong and decreases damage against the weak. In short, if Naruto doesn't want someone to die, then they definitely won't die. However, this ability cannot exceed the user's power limit. An ordinary person, even with the Sweet Stick, cannot break through Raikage's defense. This ability basically only limits oneself. However, Naruto doesn't care, as no one in the ninja world can surpass him anyway. Seeing the mist ninjas closing in again, Naruto swung the Sweet Stick transforming into a dragon that spiraled through the crowd. Wherever the sweet stick went, the mist ninjas were sent flying, with very few able to withstand a strike from Nabahiko. Witnessing Nabahiko's ferocity, the mist ninjas dared not continue close combat. They continuously adjusted their positions and used ninjutsu to drive Nabahiko out of the Mizukage building. However, this suited Nabahiko just fine. It was too cramped here to unleash the true power of the sweet stick. He leaped forward and jumped onto the plaza outside the Mizukage building, which was already crowded with people. The mist ninjas surrounded Nabahiko in layers, creating an impenetrable barrier. Seeing this, Nabahiko's lips curled slightly. He wasn't afraid of their numbers. He was afraid they'd hide. Now that they had thrown themselves into the net, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Something seemed off. At this moment, Mizuki Naki arrived at the innermost layer of the encirclement and formed hand signs facing Nabahiko. Ice release. Ice prison technique. As Mizuki Naki activated the ice prison technique, the temperature within a 10-meter radius around Nabahiko suddenly dropped. Countless ice crystals then condensed from the air, and finally, ice walls rose from the ground, firmly trapping Nabahiko inside. It's not over yet. Shuei Waiweki commanded the nearby mist ninja, quickly assist me in using water release. Upon receiving the order, the surrounding ninjas immediately performed water release ninjutsu to fill the ice prison. Eventually, a cylindrical ice prison over 10 meters high appeared before the mist ninjas. Through the ice prison, they could vaguely see Xinyan, bound and unable to move. He was holding a popsicle, standing still in the ice prison like a sculpture. Upon seeing this madman trapped, the mist ninjas cheered. This despicable guy was finally caught. It's truly detestable that he injured so many people. Indeed, to be fair, this guy's strength is quite impressive. What's the use of being strong? In front of us mist ninjas, he's like a mantis trying to stop a car. True, but such a strong ninja shouldn't just appear out of nowhere. It seems once this guy freezes to death, we need to carefully search his memories to find out the real culprit behind this. Is there a need to search his memories? I say he must have been sent by the rock ninjas. Those guys are very insidious. Last time when Lord Mizukage arranged a meeting with them, they didn't dare to show up. They're nothing but cowards. But I heard that it seems Lord Mizukage didn't show up. That must be a rumor. How could Lord Mizukage ever let the Tsuchikage down? Someone must be spreading falsehoods. By the way, we haven't seen Lord Mizukage for several days. Do you know where he went? No idea. Just as the mist ninjas were discussing around the ice prison, the huge ice prison wrapping around Xinyan suddenly trembled. The ninjas were drawn to the movement of the ice prison, and they all turned their gazes toward it. Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. The massive ice prison began to move. Countless solid ice pieces seemed to come to life, eventually transforming into an ice dragon several dozen meters high. Shuei Waiweki was taken aback, realizing he had lost control over the ice prison. He quickly commanded the ninjas beside him, spread out. Keep your distance, don't get close. The ninjas complied, continuously distancing themselves from the ice dragon. Only after moving further away did they notice that Xinyan was standing proudly atop the ice dragon's head, holding his popsicle. This is another ability of the sweet stick, which is the absolute control over energy. Throughout the myriad realms, supernatural energy is a timeless system. Whether it's magic, cultivation, fighting spirit, or superpowers, these systems are all tied to an eternal topic, energy. The ability of the sweet stick is precisely the absolute manipulation of energy. The moment an enemy releases energy outside their body, this energy theoretically no longer belongs to its original owner. It behaves like a programmed entity, following the path designed by the original owner. However, these powers are utterly crushed in front of the sweet stick. These unowned energies can be absolutely controlled after being touched by the sweet stick. This means that the sweet stick can counter all remote skills in the world. This is unrelated to the strength of the enemy, unless the enemy's moves belong to a type that is intricately connected. For example, the Kamehameha, although it also emits waves, still has an energy channel linked to the body after being released. As long as this energy channel exists, the sweet stick cannot control the Kamehameha. However, if the enemy dares to use a skill like Chi Yuan Slash, as long as it is touched by the sweet stick, absolute control over the Chi Yuan Slash can be achieved. Just now, Yukihiro used this ability to manipulate the ice prison that trapped him, transforming it into an energy ice dragon. Yukihiro stood on top of the ice dragon's head, waving the sweet stick and shouting loudly in the direction of Mizuki Naki. Ice. Wrap him up. After receiving the command, the ice dragon moved at incredible speed, its massive body, dozens of meters long, did not affect its agility. Mizuki Naki felt a blue light approaching in an instant, and thought to himself that it was not good. The speed of the ice dragon exceeded his imagination, and it was too late to form hand seals for a defensive ninjutsu. Helpless, he could only circulate all his chakra to protect his vital organs, brain, and other key areas. Although he knew this method had limited effectiveness for protecting vital points, it was the best he could do. Just as the ice dragon was about to engulf him, a massive turtle suddenly fell from the sky. The turtle landed squarely on the ice dragon, and the gigantic ice dragon was instantly smashed into countless ice shards. Mizuki sighed in relief. The arrival of the three-tailed Jinchuriki was truly timely. Chapter 100. Here I am. If you were to ask which of the nine-tailed beasts has the most worry-free Jinchuriki, the answer would undoubtedly be the three-tailed Isabu. This old turtle has a rather gentle temperament. In the early days of this era of ninja villages, when sealing techniques were not yet advanced, there was no mature Jinchuriki system. Various countries made numerous attempts to seal and utilize the power of tailed beasts. However, among these tailed beasts, only the three tails Jinchuriki of the Mist Village could be perfectly deployed on the battlefield. Even the nine tails Jinchuriki of the Leaf Village did not dare to easily enter the battlefield, despite the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques having a suppressive effect on the nine tails. When it came to the battlefield where both sides were in a chaotic state, Uzumaki Mito could not guarantee that she could perfectly suppress the nine tails. Therefore, even the Leaf Village, which is the most skilled in sealing techniques among the 5 great ninja villages, did not deploy its Jinchuriki on the battlefield. However, there are exceptions, such as the three tails Jinchuriki of the Mist Village. This Jinchuriki can be said to be the first perfect Jinchuriki since the era of the ninja villages began. Thanks to the laid-back personality of the three tails, the two reached an understanding and connected with each other. From then on, the three tails Jinchuriki became one of the strongest forces in Kirigakure. A few days ago, the Mizukage left to attend some 5 Kage summit. Before leaving, he entrusted himself and Mizuno Toki to protect the village. At that time, he didn't think anyone would dare to cause trouble during this period, so he didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, today he actually encountered someone bold enough to stir up trouble in Kirigakure. Truly, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. The fully transformed three tails Jinchuriki looked down at the ant in front of him holding a lollipop. He opened his mouth wide, and his booming voice resonated throughout Kirigakure. You dare to cause trouble in Kirigakure? You really have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. After saying this, he raised his enormous claw and struck down towards Yukihira. The claw of the three tails carried immense wind pressure as it crushed down upon Yukihira. Facing the gigantic claw coming straight at him, Yukihira smiled and lifted the lollipop high above his head. Boom! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground suddenly echoed, followed by the ground cracking and houses collapsing. Countless dust and debris flew out from the center of the battlefield. The surrounding Kirigakure ninjas dodged the falling debris while marveling at the power of the tailed beasts. Indeed, such strength is beyond human capability. Yes, that bastard who dared to underestimate Kirigakure truly brought this upon himself. With such tremendous power, that bastard must have been turned into a meat patty. What a pity, now they can't extract any useful information from his brain. Just as the Kirigakure ninjas were discussing, someone pointed at the center of the battlefield and exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone turned their heads in confusion, then widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw Yukihira holding the lollipop with one hand, firmly blocking the three tails claw above his head. No matter how the three tails Jinchuriki tried, he couldn't budge Yukihira an inch. The three tails Jinchuriki found it hard to believe that the opponent was able to withstand his massive body solely with physical strength. This kind of thing has never been seen before, and even the three tails within him was shocked. The three tails had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless humans. Apart from the Sage of Six Paths, no one had ever possessed such a powerful body. Even that Gyajura had to rely on ninjutsu to fight against the tailed beasts. It was absolutely impossible to engage them in hand-to-hand combat with just physical strength. While he was still in shock, Xinyan had already grown somewhat bored. Indeed, being too strong is not necessarily a good thing. With just a little effort, he could astonish these country bumpkins who had never seen the world. There was no point in showing off in front of these rookies. It was better to finish it quickly. With this thought in mind, Xinyan's body instantly vanished. The next moment, he appeared right in front of the three tails, floating in midair and locking eyes with its crimson left eye. Xinyan's speed was so fast that the three tails couldn't even see his movements. Just as it was about to say something, Xinyan swung his sweet stick and struck it right on the forehead. The massive Three Tails was actually sent crashing to the ground by that hit, then rolled its eyes and fainted, as the Jinchuriki fell unconscious. The enormous body of the Three Tails gradually transformed into pure chakra and was absorbed back into the Jinchuriki's body. Only a young man under 20, naked from the waist up, remained lying on the ground. Throughout the entire process, Sun Yan never saw the Jinchuriki's face, but that didn't matter. He pointed the sweet stick at the nearby Kirigakure ninjas and said, "You all come to me together. I'm in a hurry." Initially, the Kirigakure ninjas were still shocked by the defeat of the Three Tails, but upon hearing his words, they were all filled with rage. An elite Jonin asked Mizuki Naki, "Elder Mizuki, what should we do next?" Mizuki Naki's expression was serious as he replied, "The opponent seems to have some kind of countermeasure against ninjutsu. In that case, we will engage in close combat. All Jonin skilled in taijutsu, come with me. The rest of the ninjas stay on standby. No attacking without my orders." Yes. After receiving the order, dozens of Jonin who considered their taijutsu to be decent followed Mizuki Naki and charged at Sun Yan. Seeing this, Sun Yan swung his sweet stick to meet the incoming taijutsu experts. The two sides clashed in a flurry of blades and strikes. The Kirigakure ninjas wielded various bizarre weapons, attacking Sun Yan from all directions. At that moment, Sun Yan was like a master of weapons, his sweet stick seemingly transforming into a streetlight, effortlessly deflecting all enemy attacks. Then the stick swung like a giant hammer, causing the Kirigakure Jonin to cry out. He adjusted the power of the sweet stick, compressing it enough to injure these people without killing them. Even so, the power of the sweet stick far exceeded everyone's expectations. The strange weapons in their hands shattered like tofu at the slightest touch. The ninjas who lost their weapons were like live targets in front of Sun Yan. One after another, powerful ninjas who were somewhat famous in the ninja world were sent flying. Sun Yan swept through the Kirigakure ninjas like a raging hurricane. Even Mizuki Naki could only hold out until the third strike before he was accidentally hit on the head by the sweet stick and sent flying, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Just as Sun Yan was rampaging through the Kirigakure ninjas, suddenly, a Kirigakure ninja with a shark-like face and jagged teeth pulled out a pitch-black object to block his sweet stick. Sun Yan was startled. There was actually a weapon that could block his sweet stick. Upon closer inspection, he found that the opponent's face looked increasingly familiar. The opponent was a tall, chubby man with long, messy orange hair draped over his shoulders. Why does this person look more and more like the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost from the original work? But wait, at this time, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost should just be a little kid, only a few years old. The chubby guy grinned and said, "Your strength is truly impressive. I am the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost, please." Bang! Sun Yan knocked out the chubby guy who was still introducing himself with a single blow. Chapter 101. What was it called again? As soon as he heard the name, Sun Yan knew what was going on. This big is definitely the father of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost, and the knife in his hand should be the future 7 ninja swords, Samahata. However, Sun Yan has no interest in this ninja sword at all. After knocking out the big, Sun Yan turned and lunged at the next target. Before long, the ninjas skilled in taijutsu in the arena were all knocked out, making the surrounding ninjas feel a chill run down their spines. What kind of monster is this? Elite Jonin and even shadow-level powerhouses are like vegetables before him, easily defeated. Some sharp-eyed ninjas exclaimed. He is using Uchiha's fluid technique. Could he be from the Hidden Leaf Village? Indeed, Sun Yan is from the Leaf Village. But this physical technique was not learned there. In his free time, Sun Yan practices with Uchiha Bido, so he learned some physical techniques from him. The Mist Ninjas no longer had time to be surprised by Sun Yan's style of martial arts. At that moment, Sun Yan had already transformed into a streak of light and charged at them. "Oh no, he's coming. Quickly form a formation. Don't turn your back." Before this ninja could finish speaking, Sun Yan's sweet stick had already struck his forehead. The ninja rolled his white eyes and fainted backward. These supporting ninjas are overthinking things. Shin-Ei doesn't even need to sneak attack. He can just confront them head-on. His movements are clean and efficient, and before long, he's the only one standing in the Mist-Hidden Square. The Mist Ninjas are knocked out all over the ground, but not a single one is dead. Seeing the sprawled bodies, Shin-Ei slaps his forehead. How could he have forgotten that he was here to rescue someone? Now that he has knocked them all out, where is he supposed to find a Mist Umbu base? Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes slowly steps out of the main entrance of the Water Shadow building. The man is around 40 years old, with a receding hairline and a very ordinary appearance. However, Shin-Ei senses a massive amount of chakra within him, indicating that he should also be at the quasi-shadow level. Just as Shin'ai plans to subdue him and ask where the mist Umbu is, the middle-aged man speaks first. I'm not here to fight you. Can we sit down and talk? Shin'ai is not someone who likes to stir up trouble. This time doesn't count. So he replies, of course. What do you want to talk? Hearing Shin'ai's response, the middle-aged man feels a bit relieved. His guess was indeed correct. Since earlier, he has noticed that Shin'ai did not kill the mist ninjas. Although his words are infuriating, he does not seem like a reckless villain who kills indiscriminately. The middle-aged man turns to a few trembling Chunin behind him and says, "You go notify the medical team to come and clean up the scene." Then the middle-aged man leads Shin'ai into a soundproof room in the Water Shadow building. He closes the soundproof door tightly, leaving only Shin'ai and the receding-haired middle-aged man in the room. The middle-aged man introduces himself. "Hello, my name is Genji, and I am the advisor elder of the Mist Village." Shin'ai responds, "Hello, I am Binburba, a bandit from the Green Forest." Genji sighs and says, "Well, there's no need to fabricate such an absurd identity if you don't want to reveal your true self." After complaining, Genji continues, "Now you can state your terms. As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree to it on behalf of the Mist." Shin'ai smiles and says, "I only have one request. I have a friend who was captured by your Umbu, and I hope you will release him." Genji's brow furrows. Being captured by the Umbu indicates that the person's identity is not simple. However, that doesn't matter now. With the Water Shadow not in the village, the two strongest forces left behind have already been defeated by Shin'ai. In this case, Misty had already lost the qualification to negotiate with the other party. So, the Yuan Master agreed. "No problem. Do you have any other conditions?" Yihan shrugged and said nope. The Yuan Master was taken aback. He had thought the other party would take advantage of the situation and had prepared a lot of arguments that now seemed unnecessary. But this was better. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, please tell me your friend's name, and I will arrange for someone to bring him here right away." Yihan replied, "You can send someone. His name is..." Suddenly, Yihan stumbled over his words. He realized a serious problem. He had forgotten what Mayna's brother's name was. He immediately closed his mouth and then rubbed his temples with his index finger, carefully thinking about the other person's name. First of all, the other party definitely had the surname Beiyuan, which he somewhat remembered as the capital of the Rainbow Nation was called Beiyuan City. So, the question arose, what was the other party's first name? Yihan furrowed his brows, his entire face scrunched up in thought. The Yuan Master's eyelids twitched wildly, noticing that the other party was deep in thought, frowning. What's wrong with this guy? Could it be that he forgot the name of his friend? Then he observed Shigeno's behavior closely and confirmed his suspicion. This guy really forgot the name of his friend. What an unreliable person. At this moment, Yuanshur was somewhat puzzled about how such a mind could become a strong person. He then thought of his own Water Shadow, who also didn't seem very bright. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember the name of Mayna's brother. So Xinyan directly said, "He's the son of the daimyo of the Land of Rainbow. You can release him." Yuanshur's pupils shrank sharply, and then he nodded calmly, instructing his subordinates to go to the dark department to release the person. He had a deep impression of the Land of Rainbow, because the plan to secretly manipulate it was proposed by him. He wasn't planning to manipulate this country out of enmity with the Land of Rainbow, but rather to use it as a springboard to attack another country. Specifically, the Land of Whirlpool, which was an ally of Konoha. The Mist had been eyeing the Land of Whirlpool for several years, or rather, all the other 4 countries besides Konoha were targeting it. The reason the Land of Whirlpool was being watched by so many countries was simple. They possessed sealing techniques that could seal tailed beasts. Since the era of ninja villages began, besides the new type of ninja village model, this new era also brought another gift to the ninjas, tailed beasts. In the previous era of ninja clans, there were families that had thoughts about tailed beasts. However, most of these families returned empty-handed, and only a few successful ones, like Kinkaku and Ginkaku, obtained a small amount of chakra from tailed beasts. Over time, the ninja clans no longer focused on tailed beasts and treated them as powerful wild beasts, keeping their distance. However, the arrival of the ninja village era broke the delicate balance between tailed beasts and ninjas. Ninja villages had more ninjas and stronger power. And Senju Hashirama even opened the precedent of sealing tailed beasts for their own use. This finally gave the ninjas who had long coveted the power of the tailed beasts an opportunity. Many ninjas eager to gain power began sealing tailed beasts within themselves. However, this also created a problem. The sealing techniques of the other 4 great nations, aside from Konoha, were very poor. These sealing techniques either lacked the power to control the tailed beasts or possessed too much power, making it impossible for the tailed beasts to use their chakra. The harder-tailed beasts cannot be utilized, which has caused a headache for the major countries. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to the land of whirlpools. Chapter 102. Disguise must be flawless. The reason the hidden mist had its sights set on the land of rainbows was due to its geographical location. They secretly stockpiled ninjas in the land of rainbows and then launched a surprise attack on the land of whirlpools. This way, even if Konoha discovers the movements of the mist-hidden village and wants to provide assistance, it will already be too late. Therefore, the original plan was to secretly station troops in the land of rainbow and then look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the land of whirlpool. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Who would have thought that the land of rainbow could find a powerful figure like Ben Borba? Yuan sure couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that the plan to attack the land of whirlpool would have to change direction. He needed to find another military outpost closer to the land of whirlpool. And this outpost should be farther from the land of rainbow to avoid provoking that madman again. Soon, an Umbu ninja brought in a young man dressed in prison clothes. The young man's hair was disheveled, and his face was pale, looking quite battered. However, Xinyan didn't say anything. As long as the person was still alive, that was enough. Bei Yuanjize wearily raised his head to meet Xinyan's gaze and then asked in confusion, "May I ask who you are? I haven't seen you before." Before Bei Yuanjize could finish his sentence, Xinyan directly grabbed his shoulder and threw him into the cat god continent. Explaining his identity was too troublesome. He could let the young man's father explain it to him when he returned. Upon seeing the teleportation portal opened by Xinyan, Yuan Shi's pupils constricted. Space ninjutsu is very rare in the ninja world, and currently, the only existing user of space-time ninjutsu is Konoha's Hokage, Senju Tobarama. What is the origin of this young man who calls himself Ben Borba? After achieving his goal, Nobuhiko did not linger and turned to leave the hidden mist village. Watching Nobuhiko depart, the mist ninjas let out a long sigh of relief. The original master immediately began the post-war rescue of the village and estimated the losses, as well as started investigating the identity of Ben Borba. Nobuhiko, who successfully rescued people, was very happy and rode on Uchiha Madara's back after summoning him from the cat god continent. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara galloped away, speeding across the surface of the sea, going farther and farther. Shortly after Nobuhiko left, a white Zetsu emerged from a tree on the coast. Zetsu shaded his eyes and looked into the distance at Nobuhiko's figure, then spat out a large mobile phone, an early communication tool, something that Post-00S might not have seen. Meanwhile, the Uchiha Madara of this time and space was standing in front of a mirror, adjusting his appearance. At this moment, he was wearing that iconic red armor, and his half-black, half-white hair had been dyed pure black. Standing in front of the mirror, he seemed to return to the time of his past battles. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes constantly reminded him that he was no longer the young man he once was. Just then, the mobile phone he had placed on the table suddenly rang. Looking at this object that resembled a black brick, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but admire the merits of ordinary people. For example, this thing called a mobile phone was countless times faster than carrier pigeons for delivering messages. He was not a rigid ninja. His ability to accept new things was actually stronger than that of Senju Hashirama, who had a wooden head. Upon hearing that this object called a mobile phone transmitted information very quickly, he immediately asked Zetsu to buy one for him. Although this device is convenient for transmitting information, it also has some drawbacks that need improvement, such as poor signal issues. Every time he uses the mobile phone, he has to leave his underground base and go outside. Otherwise, the phone has no signal. He casually picked up the mobile phone and, with a few quick movements, arrived above the underground base. Then he jumped onto a tall tree and connected the call. "Hello, hello, is it you, Madara?" As soon as the call was connected, the annoying voice of White Zetsu came through. Uchiha Madara said expressionlessly, "Do you have any information on that imposter?" White Zetsu replied, "I was just about to report to you. The imposter you're interested in and the owner of the imposter just visited the hidden mist village. They caused quite a commotion there." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's cold face. He then hung up the phone and returned to the base, where he found Toby. As soon as Toby saw Uchiha Madara come to find him, he immediately became excited and said, "Madara, you finally remembered me. When was the last time you came to see me? Was it 3 years or 5 years ago? I thought you had forgotten about me." Uchiha Madara coldly stared at Toby, who was chattering in front of him. This is the first white Zetsu created after he awakened the Rinnegan and summoned the Outer Path Golem, and it is also the strongest white Zetsu clone. Afe can almost use all of Hashirama's wood release techniques, making him a low-tier version of Hashirama. This is why white Zetsu created so many Yet only this Ah Fei was given a name. Initially, he had high hopes for Ah Fei, hoping he could grow to the level of Hashirama. But the result disappointed him. Ah Fei was indeed very strong, but at most, he was on par with Tobarama Senju. The gap between him and Hashirama in his prime was vast. Madara did not waste words with Ah Fei and directly used Genjutsu to convey information about Nobuhiko Araki to him. Upon receiving the information, Ah Fei jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Yay! Finally, I can go out and play. As long as I take on this person's appearance and follow Lord Madara, I can go see the human cities, right? Are there a lot of humans there? Do the things they eat turn into poop in the end?" Looking at Ah Fei, who seemed almost foolish, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction. According to the intelligence he collected, that kid named Nobuhiko Araki was also a fool. Having a fool impersonate another fool could be said to be a perfect cast. After about a chatter, Ah Fei finally entered mission mode. His pale body began to shift, with his muscles, bones, and skin color changing continuously. In less than 10 seconds, Ah Fei transformed from a faceless monster into a disheveled young man of about 20. Ah Fei looked in the mirror and then said, "Lord Madara, don't you think my transformation is perfect?" Seeing that Ah Fei had finished changing, Uchiha Madara turned and walked toward the exit of the underground base. Ah Fei quickly hopped after him, excitedly asking, Hey, Lord Madara, where are we going to play this time? Are we going to the land of hot water? I heard the hot spring streets, they're famous. Or are we going to the short book street? I heard it's full of gamblers. Lord Madara, do you know what a gambler is?" Faced with Ah Fei's nonsense, Uchiha Madara remained silent. Eventually, the two exited the underground base. Looking at the setting sun in the west, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. "Those fools from Konoha, Uchiha Madara, have returned." Ah Fei awkwardly walked in front of Madara and said, "Since we're going to impersonate that guy Nobuhiko Araki, we can't have any flaws." Madara, with a stern face, asked, "What flaws?" Ah Fei pointed at his chin and said that Nobuhiko Araki has always been riding on Uchiha Madara. "If I don't ride on you, I'll definitely be exposed, so I have to make do." Before Ah Fei could finish speaking, Uchiha Madara punched his head into his chest. Chapter 103. The Battle of the Cicada Pupa and the Woodpecker. The distance between the land of rain and the land of water is not too far. Moreover, the route is all along the sea, with no hills or valleys to detour around. Therefore, it only took Nobuhiko a few hours to return to the land of rain. Landing on an inconspicuous coastline of the land of rain, he then opened a portal and sent Uchiha Madara back to the Cat God continent. Now, Uchiha Madara's identity was very sensitive, and there was no need to let him out to cause trouble unless necessary. Shortly after, Nobuhiko arrived at the daimyo's residence. He looked around and, seeing that no one was present, flipped over and jumped into the wall. Then he used the camouflage concealment technique to quietly infiltrate the sleeping quarters of Kitayu and Akira. As soon as he entered the sleeping quarters, he looked up and saw Kitayu and Akira, who had just finished a day of official duties and was preparing to rest. Nobuhiko returned to his form and greeted Kitayu and Akira. "Hey, brother Akira, you're not asleep yet." This sound startled Bei Yuan Minji quite a bit. He thought someone was coming to assassinate him. Upon closer inspection, he realized the speaker was actually Araki Nobuhiko. Bei Yuan Minji let out a long sigh of relief, and then complained, "Lord Araki, since you're here, why didn't you come through the front door? That sound just now scared me. I thought the Miss Shinobi had sent someone to kill me." Nobuhiko smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? The Kingdom of Rainbow is now covered by my barrier. Any foreign ninja or samurai that enters the territory of the Kingdom of Rainbow will be weakened to the level of an ordinary person." Bai Yuan Mingye helplessly replied, "Of course I know that, but the strength of ninjas doesn't solely come from chakra and physical ability. Their methods are diverse and insidious, even without chakra." Bei Yuan Minji suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. "Lord Nobuhiko, please don't misunderstand. I just misspoke. Please don't take it to heart." Nobuhiko was momentarily stunned before he understood. The insidiousness the other party referred to included himself, as he was, strictly speaking, also a ninja. However, Nobuhiko didn't mind. To him, being a ninja was just a profession, and he had stopped being a ninja a year ago. "Don't worry, I don't care about my identity as a ninja. Besides, you're not wrong. Ninjas are indeed very insidious. Simply weakening their power cannot completely eliminate their threat. All right, I'll go back and modify the barrier so that outside ninjas cannot harm people in any way." Kitamoto Akihiro sighed and said, "I don't understand the matters of ninjas. Is there something you need from me, Lord Araki?" At this moment, Yin here remembered his purpose and reached out to open the teleportation portal to the Cat God continent. He then extended his hand into the portal and pulled out the bewildered Baiyuan's eyes. You can explain the specifics to your son. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. After saying this, Yinhere's body gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared from Baiyuan's father and son's sight. The reason Yinhere was so cautious about entering the daimyo's mansion was mainly due to his fear of encountering Kasumi Mina. Ever since he had made things clear with her last time, he had felt very awkward. If it weren't for the long-term benefits of the Rainbow Nation, he would have left long ago. After leaving the daimyo's mansion, Yinhere planned to return to the small house he had built. After becoming the Protector King, Baiyuan Akira had arranged for him a luxurious mansion. However, Yinhere did not accept the mansion and instead returned to the small house he had originally built. He found that he was more accustomed to living in that small house. Living in a larger place always felt a bit awkward. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the small house, Yinhere slightly curled his lips. It was indeed comfortable to live here. He reached into his pocket to take out the keys, but at that moment, the door creaked open by itself. Yinhere looked up in confusion and was met by a pink figure that leaped from inside the house on him. The maiden's subtle fragrance entered Yinhere's nostrils, momentarily causing his brain to short-circuit. Mina, seeing Yinhere in a daze, was thrilled. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, she leaned in to kiss Yinhere, exuding a determined aura as if she were burning her boats and advancing forward without retreat. At this moment, Nobuyuki also came to his senses and was instantly taken aback when he saw Minami approaching for a kiss. At this moment, he wanted to dodge, but found his body firmly held by Minai. He was afraid that forcibly breaking free would hurt her. With no other choice, he tilted his head to avoid Minai's lethal kiss. Naturally, Minai was unwilling to accept this empty kiss, so she leaned back slightly to create some distance, then aimed for Shinhiko's lips again. Seeing Minai coming at him once more, Shinhiko used the same trick to tilt his head and evade. Thus, the two began a tug-of-war. Minai relentlessly launched her first kiss attacks, while Shinhiko awkwardly tilted his head to avoid her. Minai was like a diligent woodpecker, tirelessly pecking at Shinhiko again and again. Meanwhile, Shinhiko was like a cicada pupa, continuously tilting his head to dodge Minai's kisses. Eventually, Minai, with her ordinary physical condition, was defeated. Her eyes were filled with stars, and swirling lines spun endlessly in her pupils. At this moment, Nobuyoshi finally had the chance to speak. With a dark expression, he said, "Meina, do you really have to go this far? Haven't I already told you that it's impossible for us? Why do you have to insist on this?" At this moment, Meina also regained her composure and, gritting her teeth, said defiantly, "Just because you say it's impossible, does that make it so? You talk and then run away. Are you even a man?" Yahiko sighed and replied, "I'm sorry. I was young and ignorant back then, and I misjudged my own capacity. Here, I apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive me and not disturb me anymore. If you find me bothersome, I can disappear at any time, and you need not worry about the Land of Rainbow. The barrier I set up will always be here to protect the nation." Meina bit her lip and spat out 2 words, "Scumbag." Yahiko was helpless. How did he become a scumbag? He had done anything to her, and it was truly unfair to be labeled like that. Sigh indeed. Arguing with women is the most foolish behavior for a man. In an instant, Yahiko teleported behind Meina, grabbed her collar, and threw her out the door. When Meina stood up and tried to enter again, the door slammed shut with a bang. Yahiko thought she would be furious and come to bang on the door, but to his surprise, Meina was unusually calm. She glanced at the wooden door and then turned to leave. "Finally, I managed to send this troublesome ancestor away. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have wasted his time in the Land of Rainbow. Such is fate." After lamenting, Yahiko turned to go back to his room for some relaxation. But when he turned around, he was stunned in place. The messy, dimly lit room he had left was now completely transformed. The floor was spotless, and the bed was neatly made. Even the cobweb in the corner that he had been too lazy to clean was gone. Looking at the clean room, Yahiko felt a sense of loss. Chapter 104. Uchimadura attacks Konoha in the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. The night in Konoha was exceptionally quiet, with the noise of daily life having come to a halt. The bright moonlight illuminated the night, as if it were day, bringing a sense of peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Hokage office, smoking a cigarette while admiring Konoha under the moonlight. A few days ago, Senju Tobarama had gone to the Land of Iron to attend the 5 Kage Summit. Before leaving, he appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the acting Hokage and handed over all matters of Konoha to him. Although he had anticipated this, when he was truly appointed as the acting Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a sense of unreality. The dream he had cherished for many years was actually coming true, which filled him with overwhelming emotions. After the excitement, he again felt the heavy pressure that came with being Hokage. All matters, big and small, in Konoha had to go through him. From family disputes to civilian conflicts, the weight of these responsibilities was almost suffocating. Fortunately, he had some companions like Danzo to help him handle certain affairs. Otherwise, he would probably be overwhelmed, and he truly wondered how his teacher Tobirama had managed all these years. Truly, the Senju clan has a strong constitution. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud noise suddenly came from a barrier in the northeast of Konoha. He was startled and was about to jump out of the window to check the situation. But suddenly he stopped in his tracks. He was no longer the frontline soldier he used to be. There was no need to rush to the front. Instead, he needed to command from the rear and control the battlefield. Therefore, he could not be anxious and had to let his subordinates probe the situation first. Only after understanding what had happened could he make his deployment. The place where the noise came from was continuously receiving support from ninjas, while Sarutobi Hiruzen stood anxiously by the window waiting. Before long, an Umbu ninja came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and knelt on one knee to report. Reporting to the acting Hokage, the village's barrier has been breached, and there is an invasion in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, but he pretended to be calm and asked, "Have you identified the enemy?" The Umbu ninja hesitated for a moment and replied, "Based on the chakra, the enemy seems to be." Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling urgent, interjected, "What are you stammering about at a time like this? Who is the enemy? Just say it." The Umbu ninja gritted his teeth and said, "According to the sensory team's comparison, the enemy resembles Uchiha Madara, who died more than 10 years ago. The combat ninjas sent to investigate the situation had yet to return with intelligence, so the specific situation at the barrier was still unknown." After speaking, he lowered his head, not daring to look Sarutobi Hiruzen in the eye. When he first heard this conclusion, he was also shocked. However, upon further reflection, he found it absurd. How could someone who was killed by the first Hokage over 10 years ago possibly attack Konoha? Thud! The sound of a dropped pipe reached the ears of the Umbu ninja. He raised his head in confusion and met Sarutobi Hiruzen's terrified gaze. In an open area northeast of Konoha, the corpses of several Konoha ninjas lay sprawled on the ground. Not far from them stood Uchiha Madara, arms crossed and expressionless. When he first heard that someone was impersonating him, he had the idea of being remembered. After receiving news that the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages were heading to the Land of Iron, he decisively initiated his plan. He intended to gather all the tailed beasts before the leaders of the 5 great nations could react. When the time came, he would just hide away and merge the 10 tails to launch infinite Tsukuyami and complete the Eye of the Moon plan. During this time, he could push all the blame onto that kid named Araki Nabahiko, letting that kid draw fire while he took the opportunity to merge the 10 tails. This plan isn't perfect and has quite a few flaws. However, as long as I act quickly enough and don't give the 5 great villages time to react, they won't notice the flaws for a while. By the time they confirm the information with that kid named Araki Nabahiko, I will have already fused the 10 tails. Thinking of this, he was filled with excitement. The piece of the ninja world is about to be born from his hands, and from now on, the ninja world will enter a dreamlike world without war and fear. Watching Uchiha daydreaming in broad daylight. No, wait. Daydreaming under a black sun. No, that's not right either. In any case, Uchiha Madara, lost in his dreams, had transformed into a figure resembling Nabahiko while he rubbed his thigh with a face full of resentment. On the way, Uchiha Madara was riding along, and his legs were almost numb from the pressure. He didn't know what Lord Madara was thinking. The main force of Konoha finally arrived at the damaged barrier. Over 1,000 ninjas surrounded Uchiha Madara, but they dared not make any moves. Before departing, they had already heard about the enemy's identity. Although they didn't know whether the Uchiha Madara in front of them was real or fake, caution was always wise. Everything had to wait for the acting Hokage to arrive before making a decision. The Konoha ninjas remained silent, and Uchiha Madara also didn't ask any questions, with both sides in a deadlock. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with hundreds of Umbu for support. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill. To avoid revealing himself, Uchiha Madara had specially replaced his eyes with a pair of ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan before departing. His facial wrinkles were also concealed through transformation techniques, making him look just like he did in his youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and then asked Uchiha Madara, "What is your true purpose?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Konoha ninjas present felt a sinking feeling. Although they had been wary of Uchiha Madara's appearance, they still held on to a glimmer of hope that he might be an imposter. However, from the tone of the acting Hokage, it seemed he was quite certain of the other party's identity. The other party was the direct disciple of the second Hokage and was undoubtedly the next Hokage. Such people will not speak carelessly without conclusive evidence. Therefore, their glimmer of hope has completely vanished. The person in front of them is undoubtedly the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Hand over the nine tails, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, Konoha will be erased from the ninja world starting today." Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas were filled with rage. Whether they were older or younger ninjas, in their hearts, Konoha was a sacred and inviolable place. In a ninja world filled with corpses and lives treated like grass, Konoha was their warm harbor. The fact that Uchiha Madara threatened to destroy Konoha was something they could not forgive. Moreover, handing over the nine tails seemed even more impossible to them. Most of the ninjas present had experienced the attack on Konoha by Uchiha Madara. They were well aware of the immense destructive power the nine tails would have in his hands. To them, handing over such a dangerous weapon to Uchiha Madara was tantamount to suicide. They were very certain that once Uchiha Madara obtained the nine tails, he would never leave easily but would continue to destroy Konoha. Ninjas during this period were much more awake than those decades later. They deeply understood a truth. Compromise does not bring peace, but death. Chapter 105. The Discriminated Uchiha. The Konoha ninjas all turned their eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as the acting Hokage gave the order, they would rush forward. Even if they were not a match for Uchiha Madara, they would fight until the last moment. Even the Hokage's direct Umbu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with expectation. The gazes of these people increased the pressure on Sarutobi Sasuke. How could he, only in his early 20s this year, have ever encountered such a situation? If this incident goes wrong, it could cause devastating damage to Konoha. As a proxy Hokage, how could he possibly bear such a heavy responsibility? In the end, he made up his mind and angrily said to Uchiha Madara, "You are truly dreaming. Konoha will never hand the nine tails over to a dangerous guy like you." Uchiha Madara was not surprised by Sarutobi Hiruzen's response at all. He understood Konoha's ninjas too well. They were the kind of stubborn people who would never give in unless they were beaten to the ground. He slowly lowered his arms that were crossed in front of his chest, then leaned slightly forward, ready to attack. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned the Monkey King, Inma, and then shouted to the Konoha ninjas, "Everyone be careful. Uchiha Madara is about to attack." But his warning came a bit too late. Uchiha Madara instantly appeared in front of a J-nin. Before the J-nin could react, Madara struck him in the neck with a punch, causing the J-nin to roll his eyes and fall dead on the spot. After landing a hit, Uchiha Madara did not stop and instantly appeared next to another J-nin. The J-nin was terrified. Uchiha Madara's speed was simply too fast. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent's figure. Just as he was filled with despair and prepared to face death, Uchiha Madara suddenly leaped back. Then, a thick black iron rod smashed down in front of the J-nin. The impact of the iron rod against the ground sent the J-nin flying backward, while Uchiha Madara, having dodged, examined the black iron rod in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he commented, "This summoning beast is quite interesting. Has it turned into a conscious weapon? Its hardness is impressive, but the drawbacks of such a large weapon are quite obvious. It occupies your hands and prevents you from using ninjutsu, and it also appears incredibly cumbersome when facing elemental ninjutsu." Uchiha Madara formed hand seals with both hands, and then a sea of flames erupted from his mouth. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The flames transformed into a meteor-like fireball that plunged straight toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. The enormous fireball made Sarutobi Hiruzen's scalp tingle, and he immediately formed hand seals, ordering the nearby ninjas, those skilled in water-style ninjutsu, "Come with me." Following the order, over a dozen ninjas proficient in water shield techniques gathered around Sarutobi Hiruzen and formed hand seals together. Then, more than 10 of them cast their jutsu, and a massive wave of water surged toward Uchiha Madara's fireball. At the moment of collision between the wave and the fireball, a tremendous amount of steam spread out in all directions. The Konoha ninjas hurriedly distanced themselves from the scalding steam, but a few unfortunate ones nearby were still engulfed by it. Fortunately, the ninjas were physically robust, and those few were only scalded and did not lose their combat capability. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the injured ninjas with concern, asking, "How are you? Can you still fight?" The injured ninjas were somewhat touched and quickly replied, "It's fine. We can still fight." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the steam fog. He had a bad feeling. It seemed that something was lurking within the mist. A few ninjas skilled in wind style formed hand seals together to cast the Great Breakthrough technique, instantly dispersing the steam fog that enveloped the battlefield. At the same time, what appeared before the Konoha ninjas was a massive Susanoo towering over 100 meters high. Upon seeing this blue giant, many Konoha ninjas swallowed hard, trembling with anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the Konoha ninjas present, "Everyone, try to spread out and use long-range ninjutsu to wear down Uchiha Madara." The ninjas obeyed the command and began to distance themselves from Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the Hyuga clan leader noticed something was off. Among the crowd were ninja from the Hyuga, Senju, and Sarutobi clans. Many families were involved, but why was there no sign of the Uchiha clan? At such a critical moment, why were the Uchiha clan still not joining the battle? Could it be that the Uchiha clan had some connection to this attack, led by Uchiha Madara? Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's territory in Nankagawa, a group of ANBU ninjas blocked the main entrance of the Uchiha clan. The leader of the ANBU was Shimura Danzo, the elder brother of the acting Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, and a direct disciple of the Hokage. He firmly blocked the main entrance of the Uchiha clan with the ANBU ninjas, causing the Uchiha ninjas to grit their teeth in anger. The Uchiha clan leader stepped out from the crowd and shouted angrily at Shimura Danzo, "You brat. Get out of the way. There are enemies attacking the village, and we Uchiha need to assist." Danzo, with a blank expression and indifferent tone, replied, "The acting Hokage has ordered you not to leave the Uchiha territory. Those who defy the order will be treated as rogue ninjas." The Uchiha clan leader furiously retorted, "That brat Sarutobi Hizashi, who hasn't even grown any hair, dares to give orders to us Uchiha? This village was established by us, and Senju, what does he count for?" Uchiha clan leader's furious reprimand towards Shimura Danzo was completely disregarded. He fixed his gaze on Danzo, ready to strike the moment Danzo dared to cross the line. Seeing Danzo ignore him, the proud Uchiha clan leader could no longer tolerate it. He had held an elder position in the Uchiha clan since the establishment of Konohagakure. At that time, only the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara dared to disrespect him in Konoha. Even Senju Tobirama would not dare to ignore him. Yet this young Shimura Danzo actually dared to embarrass him. Anger surged within him, and his hands instinctively came together, preparing to form hand seals. Noticing this, Danzo's body tensed up instantly, his hands slightly raised, ready to retaliate at any moment. Just then, someone appeared in front of the Uchiha clan leader and reached out to stop his hand seal motion. The Uchiha clan leader, feeling displeased, looked up to find it was Uchiha Kagami and angrily shouted, "Kagami, step back." Uchiha Kagami helplessly replied, "Lord clan leader, please calm down. The situation is extremely critical. You absolutely must not act on impulse." The Uchiha clan leader mocked, "Someone told me before that you betrayed the clan and allied with Senju. I didn't believe it. Now it seems you may really have sided with Senju Tobirama. What benefits did he offer you? Is it a promise to make you the next Hokage?" Kagami sighed inwardly at the stubborn old clan leader in front of him. Nowadays, he felt like an outcast in Konoha, distrusted by his clan. And even Nara Shikaku was not at ease with him. Everyone was wary of him, which made him feel very disheartened. However, even so, he had to stop the clan leader. Konoha was under attack from an enemy, although the identity of the enemy was unknown. There must be a reason for Shikaku not allowing the Uchiha to mobilize. This time, he chose to trust his companions and stop the Uchiha clan. Chapter 106. Vortex Mito vs. Uchiha Madara. After a lot of effort, he finally managed to calm down the clan leader. Watching the other person leave with a flick of his sleeve, Uchiha Kagami let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the clan didn't do anything out of line, it was fine. He then turned and walked towards Shimura Danzo's direction. He wanted to ask who the enemy was and why Hizashi prohibited the Uchiha clan from participating in the battle. Just as he was about to step over the red line drawn by Danzo, Danzo expressionlessly said, "Kagami, just stand there and talk." The cold tone made Uchiha Kagami feel a bit heartbroken. They had grown up together as comrades, and the other's indifference deeply pierced Kagami's heart. However, he still forced a smile at Danzo and said, "Then I won't go." He wanted to ask if he could be told who the enemy invading Konoha was. Why did Hiruzen not allow the Uchiha clan to go to the battlefield? Danzo pondered for a moment and then replied, "After this battle is over, you can ask him yourself." Kagami forced a bitter smile. There was truly no regard for feelings. He then turned to leave, leaving Danzo with a lonely back. Just then, an explosion was heard in the distance. Uchiha Kagami stopped in his tracks, looking anxiously at the distant battlefield. Without the participation of the Uchiha clan, he wondered how the situation would unfold. Hopefully, Hiruzen could defeat the enemy. At this time, the forest in the northeast direction of Konoha had turned into a white wasteland. The forest had been ravaged by ninjutsu, and the battle between both sides had intensified. The ground was littered with the bodies of Konoha ninjas, roughly estimated. There were at least 700 or 800. Additionally, there were over 1,000 severely injured ninjas who could not receive treatment. They were placed a bit farther from the battlefield, wailing in pain, but no one had the time to care for the injured. Even the healthy Konoha ninjas could not be sure if they would be alive in the next second, let alone the injured. Everyone looked up at the blue giant, despair etched on their faces. They had exhausted all their strength, but could not inflict even the slightest damage on Susanoo. Many ninjas had drained their chakra attacking Susanoo, yet it did not show even a hint of crack. The immense disparity in strength left the Konoha ninjas in despair. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked pale at this moment. The casualties from this battle are already approaching those of the First Shinobi World War that just took place. It's important to note that the ninjas at this time are not like the mass-produced ninjas of later generations. Most of these are elites who have experienced the chaos of the Warring States period, having survived from a young age by fighting on the battlefield. At this time, the combat strength of 1,000 Chunin was higher than that of 3,000 Chunin decades later. The hundreds of ninjas lying on the ground were enough to fight a small-scale battle. Faced with such heavy casualties, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt powerless. His current strength was not top tier among the Kage. It was only after he became Hokage and learned the sealing techniques from the Book of Seals that he reached the peak of Kage strength. Right now, he was just an enhanced version of Asuma Sarutobi, and against someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara, who was at the pinnacle of the Super Kage level. He could barely manage to preserve his life. Just as he was in despair, a golden light appeared from the direction of Konoha behind him. Everyone looked curiously, and they saw a golden beam shooting in from the distance. Suddenly, countless golden chains extended from the center of the light, directly wrapping around Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, caught off guard, found that the chains had completely bound Susanoo's arms and legs. He tugged at them forcefully, but found the golden chains unmoving. Standing within the forehead of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara was not panicked. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. The opponent had finally arrived. They were just as naive as Hashirama. The newcomer was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, who was shining with golden light, her golden cloak billowing in the wind. The cloak was adorned with mysterious black patterns, adding a sense of mystery to Uzumaki Mido. The Konoha ninjas collectively gasped. The power of this golden chakra was simply overwhelming. Everyone regained their confidence, believing that such a powerful Mido would surely be able to defeat Uchiha Madara and save Konoha. Seeing that he could not break free from the golden chains, Uchiha Madara decisively dispelled Susanoo and then leaped away from the attack range of the golden chains. Looking at Uzumaki Mido's golden cloak, Uchiha Madara sneered and mocked. "You forcibly extracted that beast chakra, didn't you? This method is the most primitive means of manipulation. That beast is still struggling within you. As you continuously consume chakra in battle, that beast could potentially turn around and control you at any moment." Uzumaki Mido paid no attention to Uchiha Madara's taunts. At this moment, she had already made her decision. Today might be the greatest crisis Konoha has faced since its founding. Now that Hashirama has passed away, only she can protect Konoha. However, she also understands the vast gap in strength between herself and Uchiha Madara. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, her strength may have reached a level where she could contend with Tobirama, but she is by no means a match for Uchiha Madara. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands together and began to form seals. Seeing the target appear, Uchiha Madara reached into his chest and took out a small vial. To everyone's astonishment, he reached up and gouged out his left eye, placing it into the vial. After putting the vial away, he took out another one, which contained his left Rinnegan. Once he installed the Rinnegan into his eye socket, the optic nerve quickly connected. Now, his body not only contained Hashirama cells, but also the power of all things. One could say that his body's recovery ability is even stronger than Senju Hashirama's. As long as his brain is not destroyed, even if his heart is blown up, he can instantly recover. Connecting the optic nerve is nothing but a mere injury to him. By the time he finished changing his eyes, Uzumaki Mido had just completed her seals. This is the forbidden technique used by their clan, the Vortex clan, called corpse demon sealing. A gigantic shadow of the death god can be seen floating behind the vortex water gate. Only the caster and the person whose soul has been pulled out can see this phantom. Therefore, from the perspective of the Konoha ninja and Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mido simply formed a few hand signs, and then nothing happened. Uchiha Madara smiled and was about to mock her, but then he saw the Grim Reaper's phantom behind Uzumaki Mido. However, this phantom was very strange. He closed his right eye and used the left eye's Rinnegan to carefully observe the Grim Reaper's phantom. The phantom indeed existed and was in a spiritual form. He then closed the Rinnegan and looked again with his right eye's three-tomo Sharingan. There was nothing behind Uzumaki Mido, as if the hand signs she had just performed were just a dud. So that's how it is. Ordinary people can't see this phantom at all. If it weren't for his awakening of the Rinnegan, he wouldn't be able to see the Grim Reaper's phantom at all. What a sinister ninjutsu. It can only be detected after one has fallen victim to it. Chapter 107. The death of Uzumaki Mido, Uchiha Madara, and Uzumaki Mido were both prepared, and their chakra clashed as their gazes met. The surrounding observing ninjas stared intently at the center of the battlefield, fearing they might miss any detail. Both sides had made some strange movements. Mido-sama formed a few hand signs, but nothing happened. Uchiha Madara had dug out one of his eyes and replaced it with another. It was hard to tell what the two were doing, but they were certain that a powerhouse of this level would never engage in useless actions. Using the Shiki F gene, Uzumaki Mido was the first to launch an attack, with the Grim Reaper's phantom extending its arm through her abdomen. She endured the intense pain in her soul and instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Madara stood expressionless, seemingly ignoring Mido. Uzumaki Mido's eyes lit up. Although she didn't know what the other party was planning, as long as she could grab his shoulder, Uchiha Madara would be doomed. At the moment her hands firmly grasped Uchiha Madara's shoulders, Uzumaki Mido let out a long sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. All she had to do next was pull out his soul, and everything would be fine. The Grim Reaper's hand continued to extend from Uzumaki Mido's abdomen. Reaching for Uchiha Madara's soul, Mido's lips curled into a smile as she softly murmured, "It's over, Uchiha Madara." Just as she was feeling triumphant, she suddenly saw a bright purple light in Madara's left eye. In Uzumaki Mido's incredulous expression, Uchiha Madara grabbed the arm of the Grim Reaper's phantom. The phantom's hand, now clenched into a fist, shook vigorously as if trying to break free from Madara's control. But Uchiha Madara's large hand clamped down like an iron vice, firmly imprisoning the Grim Reaper's phantom, preventing it from withdrawing its hand. This scene frightened the soul of the Uzumaki clan, as this was a secret technique they had used for hundreds of years. She had seen enemies be killed by the caster before their souls were extracted, but she had never seen anyone able to grasp the arm of the Grim Reaper. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can you grasp the arm of the Grim Reaper?" Then she noticed Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan glowing with purple light, and it seemed she realized something as she exclaimed, "Could it be that your left eye has evolved to a level beyond the eternal Mangeki Sharingan?" Regarding Uzumaki's question, Uchiha Madara ignored it. What he cared about more was the Grim Reaper whose arm he had grasped. He had already attempted to absorb the Grim Reaper's chakra using his Deva Path ability. However, he found that the other party had no chakra at all, like a clay statue. Then he activated the Human Path ability, intending to extract the Grim Reaper's soul. To his surprise, just as he activated the Human Path ability, he almost had his own soul seized in return. He quickly stopped using the Human Path ability and looked at the Grim Reaper's phantom with caution. Since awakening the Rinnegan, it was the first time he encountered a soul that could not be extracted using the Rinnegan's abilities. This death god looks quite formidable. He then stopped exploring the shadow of the death god and placed his other hand on the head of Uzumaki Minato. Under the weary gaze of Uzumaki Minato, Uchiha said indifferently, "Farewell, old hag." Whoosh, the soul of Uzumaki Minato was extracted by Uchiha Madara, and the body that lost its soul gradually slumped to the ground. Uchiha Madara released the arm of the death god, who, seeing that Uzumaki Minato's soul was taken away, did not linger and simply vanished from the spot. The Konoha ninjas were still waiting for Lord Minato to defeat Uchiha Madara, but unexpectedly witnessed the scene of Lord Minato dying at Uchiha Madara's hands. The battle between the two was very strange. Throughout, they did not see any special effects of ninjutsu. However, the slumped Uzumaki Minato, who had already lost his breath, indicated the outcome of the battle. The entire area fell into silence, as the Konoha ninjas seemed to lose their faith, with many collapsing to the ground, gazing blankly at the battlefield. Meanwhile, the children in the shelter continued to chatter noisily. Jiraiya, who had been mingling in the ninja school for a year, had long forgotten his identity as a civilian and had integrated with his classmates here. This is literally a chaotic scene, and now he is fighting with his classmates. Don't be fooled by his commoner background. His strong physical abilities surpass even some children from the Akimichi and Senju clans. 7-year-old Orochimaru is sitting alone in a corner, reading a book about chakra. He values this opportunity to become a ninja immensely, so he doesn't want to miss any chance to learn. Meanwhile, in a much livelier area, a group of kids is surrounding a 7-year-old girl with blonde hair and a ponytail, all fawning over her. The person being surrounded is Tsunade, and he has long since grown tired of this scene. As the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, those who flatter her can line up from the Hokage building all the way to the border of the Land of Fire. He had long since become accustomed to such small scenes. However, she had an inexplicable bad premonition in her heart. Just then, Tsunade suddenly shivered. This feeling is very unpleasant. I remember having this feeling a few years ago when I was still young. At that time, it seemed that my grandfather had passed away, and I remember she cried a lot. She pushed through the crowd surrounding him with great force, and then walked towards the entrance of the shelter. This move frightened the ninja guarding the entrance of the shelter. He immediately walked in front of Tsunade and stopped her, saying kindly, "Princess Tsunade, it's very dangerous outside right now. You can't just go wandering around." Tsunade glared at the Chunin in front of her and said, "Let me out. I want to see where my grandmother is." The Chunin dared not let this living ancestor run around. The situation outside was uncertain, and if anything happened to her, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, an elderly man, who was on the verge of death, walked over with a cane. Tsunade recognized him. He was a highly respected elder of the clan. Due to his age, he had long since withdrawn from the front lines, but he held a high status within the Senju clan. In front of this old man, even Tsunade did not dare to throw a princess tantrum. The elder approached Tsunade, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "Don't worry, little Tsunade. The adults will take care of the matters outside. You are still so young. What help could you possibly provide? It's better to quietly wait here. Just by not causing trouble for us old, weak, and sickly people, you are already helping them." Although Tsunade really wanted to confirm her grandmother's situation, the elder was indeed correct. She would not be able to help by going out. In the end, she clenched her fists and reluctantly turned back to the depths of the shelter. The elderly elder looked at Tsunade's departing figure, feeling equally anxious. Although the Senju clan was not particularly skilled in stealth, the sixth sense of its members was quite accurate. Just now, he had a slight feeling of unease, but he absolutely could not show it in front of someone who was already anxious. He gazed towards the entrance of a shelter and silently prayed, "I hope it's just a false alarm." Chapter 108. Should watch Madashwai a few more times. 3. Uchiha Madara in the center of the battlefield with the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas who were watching looked on in grief at the sight of Uzumaki Mido lying on the ground, lifeless. This is the wife of the first Hokage, a core figure in Konoha. Her existence can directly represent the Senju and Uzumaki clans. But today, right here, one of Konoha's core leaders, Uzumaki Mido, was killed by Uchiha Madara in front of everyone in the village. Some ninjas from the Senju clan in the crowd could no longer contain their anger and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to extract the nine tails from Uzumaki Mido's body, he suddenly furrowed his brows. These pesky little flies are so annoying. He snatched a ninja knife from a jounin. Then, like chopping melons and vegetables, he killed all the rushing ninjas. The Konoha ninjas calmed down a bit and no longer dared to rush forward. Seeing that these ants were no longer bothering him, Uchiha Madara immediately formed hand signs, then bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Sumonin technique. Outer path, ghetto statue. The Konoha ninjas felt the ground rolling like a dragon. And then a massive statue, hundreds of meters tall, rose from the earth, standing between heaven and earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the enormous statue. What is this thing, and why is it so huge? What does Uchiha Madara want to achieve by summoning this thing? After summoning the outer path golem, Uchiha Madara grabbed the hair of Uzumaki Mido's corpse and threw her into the air. The outer path golem seemed to sense something and immediately opened its mouth wide towards Uzumaki Mido's direction. Subsequently, 9 dragon-shaped chakra streams flew out from the mouth of the outer path golem, enveloping Uzumaki Mido. A massive amount of chakra flowed from the 7 orifices of Uzumaki Mido into the mouth of the outer path golem. In just 10 seconds, the 9 tails within Uzumaki Mido was completely absorbed. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. Even with the Akatsuki organization gathering 10 shadow-level strongholds, It still takes them 3 days to seal a tailed beast. However, the outer path golem under Uchiha Madara's control only takes 10 seconds to completely seal the Nine Tails. As the body of the Nine Tails fell to the ground, lost by Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Madara's operation came to a perfect end. Looking at the Konoha ninjas around him, who were terrified, he sneered disdainfully and then released the outer path golem. Before leaving, he did not forget an important matter. He waved to Obito, who was sitting on a tree not far away, signaling him to come over. Obito, with a face resembling Shinichi, walked awkwardly in front of Uchiha Madara, pointed his finger at his chin, and said in a coy voice, "Madara-senpai, do you really have to do this?" Uchiha Madara shot a cold glance at Obito, making him shiver. I got it. I'll submit, okay?" Obito immediately skillfully laid down on the ground, waiting for Uchiha Madara to ride on him. Uchiha Madara glanced around at the Konoha ninjas. These people were either unwilling, angry, or terrified, but he didn't care at all. He shouted to everyone, "I am now residing in the Land of Rain. If you want revenge, you can come at any time. I am always ready." After finishing, he sat down on Obito's back, and Obito jumped up and disappeared from the Konoha ninjas' line of sight. Watching Uchiha Madara leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly. He felt so weak. In the face of Uchiha Madara, he felt as powerless as a baby. Seeing the proxy Hokage in such a predicament, the surrounding ninjas did not mock him. After witnessing Uchiha Madara's unmatched power, how many could maintain their composure? Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to pull together and then commanded the Konoha ninjas to clean up the battlefield. He also dispatched a team of elite Umbu ninjas to the Land of Iron to report what had happened in Konoha to his teacher, Senju Tobarama. As the battlefield was continuously cleaned up, one by one, the bodies of Konoha ninjas were carried back to the village. Many people cried out upon seeing these bodies. After learning that the war had ended, Tsunade was the first to run out of the shelter, looking around in the crowd for that familiar figure. However, no matter how hard she searched, she could not find that bright shade of red among the returning ninjas. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a group of people carrying a body. Although the stretcher was covered with a white cloth, a strand of bright red hair was still visible. She stumbled towards the stretcher, repeatedly murmuring in her heart, "This is impossible. Grandma is so strong. This can't happen." Seeing Tsunade stop them, the two ninjas carrying the stretcher halted, turning their heads away, not daring to look directly into Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade trembled as she grabbed the white cloth on the stretcher and used all her strength to pull it down. Upon seeing the familiar and pale face on the stretcher, she could no longer withstand the blow and fainted. On this night, some lost a lot, while others almost lost a lot, like Xinyan, who was sleeping in his small room, tossed and turned. In a scorching world filled with lava, a giant pink python was tightly coiling around Xinyan. This python is extremely huge, its body stretching to the horizon with no end in sight. Its eye diameter alone is about 100 meters, and the outer demon image looks like a crawling insect in front of it. At this moment, it is staring coldly at Yoshihiko, who is wrapped up by it. Looking at this fierce, pink python in front of him, Yoshihiko wonders why he would dream of a pink python. What does this even mean? Is he missing Orochimaru? He then carefully recalled that Orochimaru is a purple snake, while the one in front of him is pink. So he can be sure this is not Orochimaru. But what is it? At this moment, he regretted not watching Madashwai 3 a few more times. There were many segments about dream interpretation, and perhaps there was a meaning behind dreaming of a pink python. Just then, the huge pink python suddenly opened its big mouth, seemingly revealing a smile. Immediately, the python's face twisted, eventually transforming into a delicate and cute face. When Xinyan saw this face, he couldn't help but shiver. It was actually Minai's face. Minai pouted and complained, "Why did you reject me, Xinyan brother? I miss you so much, Xinyan brother." "No," Xinyan shouted, opening his eyes. At this moment, he was lying on his soft big bed, with the light outside the window faintly shining. It should not be 6 a.m. yet. Xinyan rubbed his head. That dream was really scary. If he hadn't woken up quickly, that little girl would have kissed him on the face. He lazily yawned. Then the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. It's been a long time since he got up this early. He was just ready to go for a morning run to clear his mind. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something bulging under the blanket that he hadn't uncovered yet. He gently pulled back the blanket covering his lower body. He saw Minai, with her hair disheveled, lifting her head and rubbing her eyes, greeting Xinyan. "Good morning, Xinyan brother." Chapter 109. The second 5 Kage Summit begins. Sun Yan was so scared that he let out a scream. He pushed Minai away and quickly pulled the blanket over himself, warily asking, "How did you end up in my room? What happened last night?" At this moment, Mina gradually woke up, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she said, "Brother Nabuhiko, you really know how to ask." Of course, something good happened. Nabuhiko involuntarily shivered, goosebumps rising on his arms. He immediately lifted the blanket to check his clothes. His pajamas were relatively neat, with no signs of being disturbed. Then he scanned his entire body carefully with his mental power and let out a long sigh of relief. That little girl Mina actually dared to deceive him. Nothing had happened between them yesterday. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If something had gone wrong, it would have been serious. After confirming his current situation, Nabuhiko put on a stern face and questioned, "Why are you in my room?" "I checked the doors and windows carefully before going to sleep. Everything was secured." Mina smiled wickedly and said, "Do you want to know, Brother Nabuhiko?" She tapped her lips and then closed her eyes, her meaning clear. Nabuhiko, too lazy to engage with this infatuated girl, directly scanned the entire wooden house with his mental power. "You won't know until you take a look, and it will shock you when you do." Under the table, behind the wall, even under the bed where Sun Yan is located, there are dense secret passages. These secret passages are interconnected, and the entire wooden house is almost turned into a sieve. The little girl wanted to come in and could find 10,000 ways to do so. Yesterday, because he came back too late, Sun Yan was anxious to sleep and didn't use his mental power to scan. He didn't expect this little girl to prepare such a big surprise for herself. He rubbed his temples with his right hand and said helplessly, "Mina, you aren't an adult yet, are you? At your young age, how can you do such a thing? How are you going to get married if this matter gets out?" Upon hearing this, Mina became unhappy, pouting and saying, "Brother Sun Yan, how can you judge by appearances? I'm already 22 this year. How could I possibly not be an adult?" Sun Yan was taken aback. This little girl looked like a 16 or 17-year-old kid. How could she be 22? He questioned with a doubtful expression. "You're 22 this year? You don't look like it." Mina puffed out her chest and said, "My age is known by everyone in the Rainbow Country. To celebrate my birth, my father held a grand celebration in the Rainbow Country. If you don't believe me, you can ask any older person around." Sun Yan rubbed his forehead. This girl was actually a year older than him, yet still called him brother every day. It was ridiculous. He rolled off the bed and grabbed Mina by the back of her collar, lifting her up. Mina, being lifted, struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? Put me down." Sun Yan couldn't be bothered with her shouting, opened the door, and threw her out. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw Mina dash to the door like a swift cheetah and try to rush back in. Sun Yan pressed his foot on Mina's forehead and forcefully kicked the annoying little girl out. Taking advantage of her not having turned over yet, he quickly shut the door to avoid her bothering him again. He then activated his mental power to seal all the hidden paths in the small room. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh. He had no mood for a morning run now. He just wanted to go back to sleep. As soon as he turned around, he saw Uchiha Madara leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the show. His anger flared up immediately, and he shouted at Uchiha Madara, "You didn't sleep last night, did you? With so much noise from Mina, I don't believe you didn't notice. Why didn't you throw that little girl out and just watch her sneak attack me?" Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly and said, "I did notice that little girl, but she had no ill intentions, and it's actually a good thing for you, so why should I stop her? Good thing my ass. Do you know I almost lost my virginity last night?" Uchiha Madara ignored Sun Yan's anger and waited for him to calm down before asking, "Why don't you accept that little girl? I think she's actually pretty good. And for a guy like you who messes around, finding a girl like her is quite something." Sun Yan replied irritably, "Don't you have Uchiha Madara's memories? Tell me, why did Uchiha Madara never marry or have children in his lifetime?" Uchiha Madara stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems, because shy." Then there was a moment of silence in the room. The Land of Iron is located at the junction of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, ruled by samurai. The Land of Iron is a permanently neutral country that does not ally with or oppose any country in the ninja world. Also, due to the uniqueness of the samurai, the 5 great nations will tacitly ignore this country during times of war. But today, this country welcomed 5 big figures. In a dimly lit conference room, a large group of people sat in silence around a huge hexagonal conference table, with a murderous aura spreading throughout the room. These individuals are the 5 Kage, who hold the same status as the daimyo in the 5 great nations. The daimyo is responsible for a nation's political affairs, while these Kage are in charge of the nation's military power. In the recent years of war, it can be said that the 5 great nations have fought fiercely. Now, with old enemies meeting, tensions are high. Not only the guards of the 5 Kage, but even the five Kage themselves are struggling to suppress their killing intent. The chakra of the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage continuously clashes. The two had originally agreed to duel, but ended up standing each other up. Now, encountering each other here, it wouldn't be surprising if a fight broke out at any moment. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama and the third Reikage and third Kazekage were watching the spectacle with great interest. Each of the three had their own ulterior motives, and this five Kage summit seemed to be more complicated than it appeared. Seeing the tense atmosphere among the five great ninja nations, Miyamoto Masanori's expression turned grim. He sternly addressed the Kage of the five great nations, saying, "You all should find a place to sit down quickly. This is a neutral country. Don't make things too difficult for me." The second Tsuchikage intended to give Miyamoto Masanori some face, but the second Mizukage, who was matched against him, showed no sign of backing down. The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, stroked his little mustache and looked at the second Tsuchikage with an arrogant expression. The gaze of the Tsuchikage, Inoki, became more fierce. In this situation, if he backed down, he would lose face in front of the other great nations. Therefore, he also did not hold back, and the chakras of the two were wildly unleashed in the dimly lit conference room. As the host, Miyamoto Masanori's face completely fell. The five great nations indeed did not regard him, the general of the Iron Country, as significant. The Tsuchikage and Mizukage showed no respect for him, so he wouldn't hold back from these younger generations either. With a loud rumble, a chakra burst forth from Miyamoto Masanori that was comparable to, or even stronger than that of Inoki and Terumi Mei. The expressions of everyone present changed instantly, and even Senju Tobarama frowned slightly. As far as he knew, this old man Miyamoto Masanori was not from a special bloodline clan, but this immense chakra could rival that of a top-tier Senju clan member. This old guy is not simple. Chapter 110, The Five Shadows Conference, Part 1. Although Uchiha Bido and Akatsuki's Haiden did not take the Iron Country seriously, they still felt some apprehension towards Miyamoto Masanobu's strength. Therefore, the two tacitly withdrew their imposing aura. Miyamoto Masobu gradually calmed his chakra and then spoke to everyone present. "I am Miyamoto Masanobu, and I'll be the host of this Five Shadows Conference on behalf of this neutral country. Do any of you have objections?" After saying this, he looked around and, seeing no one opposing, continued. "First, I would like to thank everyone for attending this Five Shadows Conference. However, since this is the Five Shadows Conference, I would like to ask the guards to temporarily leave. There are some matters that are not convenient for you to know." The Five Shadows agreed to Miyamoto Masanobu's request. Having subordinates by their side would inevitably influence their decisions. Moreover, some highly confidential matters were indeed not suitable for these guards to be aware of. As the actual initiator of this Five Shadows Conference, Senju Tobarama first spoke to Mito Kamen and Tino Kamaru beside him. "You two go and rest for now. If anything changes later, I will make a sound to notify you." Upon hearing their teacher's command, the two exchanged glances and turned to leave. Looking at the backs of his two disciples, Senju Tobarama's face showed a semblance of indifference. These two students can be said to be the worst among their peers. They are timid and weak, not to mention comparing them to Zabuza and Danzo. Even Kakashi and Shikamaru are far superior to these two. The reason for bringing these two people this time is the concern that something like last time might happen again. If a conflict breaks out at the Five Kage Summit, he can immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a miraculous escape skill, it has a very obvious flaw. It consumes an immense amount of chakra. The farther the distance of the teleportation, the greater the consumption. For each additional person teleported, it requires double the chakra. This is also why he didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with a few students last time, because that would consume too much chakra. Even for someone from the Senju clan like himself, it would be hard to bear. However, this time he could be considered to be fighting with a light load. If the situation on site changed, he could retreat immediately. As for these two useless students, they would have to fend for themselves. The reason he was willing to sacrifice himself to buy time for a few students to escape last time was that among them were Hizashi and Danzo, two potential candidates for Hokage. At over 50 years old, his strength was declining day by day. Compared to him, these two young men had greater potential and were the future pillars of Konoha. Therefore, exchanging his life for theirs was very worthwhile. But for Inazuma and Koharu, it was different. Their combat abilities could only be described as average, and they were better suited for administrative work. This type of ninja is abundant in Konoha. You can randomly find a teacher in the ninja school whose administrative skills are not worse than those of these two. Thus, Senju Tobarama decided to take these two to the 5 Kage summit. With subordinates like these, even if they sacrificed themselves, it wouldn't be a loss, as there are plenty more in the village. Upon seeing the Hokage lead the withdrawal of his guards, the other 4 Kage also issued retreat orders to their subordinates. Several groups of people successively left the conference room, and the last to leave, the duo of Kisame Hashigaki and Kagaya Otsutsuki shouted to Sujetsu Hozuki, "Boss, we'll wait for you at the door. If a fight breaks out inside, just shout for us." Under the exasperated gazes of the 5 Kage and Yoshinobu Kamamoto, the door was slowly closed by these two fools. The scene fell into dead silence, and as the host, Yoshinobu Kamamoto glanced at Senju Tobarama, who was calmly standing with his arms crossed. It was this guy who wrote to him wanting to hold the 5 Kage summit, yet during the meeting, he suddenly stopped talking. Since he wasn't going to speak, neither would Kamamoto. They could just sit there in silence. The other Kage also observed silently, with no intention of speaking at all. At this moment, the third Raikage, with dark skin and a fierce appearance, was the first to lose patience. He turned to Senju Tobarama and said, "Hokage, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. Stop keeping us in suspense." Seeing the Raikage's impatient demeanor, the grinning Kisame Hashigaki teased, "Young people really can't keep their cool. As an elder, I must advise you a few things. As a village leader, you should have the composure of facing a mountain collapsing before you without changing your expression. Young man, there is still much for you to learn." The third Raikage was extremely displeased. This lewd-looking old man actually dared to mock him. Normally, he would have flipped the table in the other person's face. However, the situation was different now. His main purpose for attending this 5 Kage summit was to clarify the situation regarding Uchiha Madara, with Madara's status still unclear. He didn't want to mess up the talks because of the Mizukage's taunts. Thus, he crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, pretending he didn't hear Kisame's ridicule. However, his silence did not calm the situation. It only fueled Kisame's arrogance further. He began to continuously mock the Raikage and the Earth Country during the meeting, pointing out that despite being two land countries, they insisted on vying for dominance over the ocean with the Water Country. When they couldn't compete with the Water Country on water, they prohibited Mist Village ninjas from entering their country to carry out missions. This is simply an act of bullying, cowardly behavior. After angrily denouncing the two countries of Lightning and Earth, he also demanded that they completely lift all restrictions on the entry of Mist Shinobi and remove all maritime deployments. This request completely infuriated Tsuchikage. The reason he was supposed to duel with Mizukage Mangetsu was to compete for interests in this regard. Now, for the other party to think that just by touching their upper lip to their lower lip, they could make a Wagakure give up its interest was simply wishful thinking. Mu sarcastically said, "Mizukage really has a lot of bravado. However, if I remember correctly, not long ago, there was a coward who wanted to duel me, but ended up fleeing at the last minute. Who was that person again? I seem to have forgotten." "Mizukage. Can you help me recall?" Mangetsu almost pulled out his own beard. This bandaged man was too shameless. He really thought he didn't know that this guy didn't show up on the day of the duel. The two had both stood each other up, and this guy actually had the face to mock him. It was truly shameless. Thus, the two who were supposed to perish together in a duel began to bicker at the 5 Kage summit. The argument intensified, and there was a clear trend that they would start fighting if they disagreed further. Senju Tobarama, who was calmly observing their antics from the side, did not rush to express his intentions. Based on his years of political experience, he knew that this was not a good time to interject. He decided to wait a bit longer until the big Oaf Raikage took the initiative to bring up Uchiha Madara, and then he would smoothly mention Madara's matters. The argument escalated, and Tsuchikage occasionally cast his gaze towards the third Raikage not far away. He was puzzled as to why this big guy was so quiet during this conference. From his understanding of the people from the land of lightning, at this time, the other party would definitely smash the table with a punch and join forces with him against the Mizukage. But this guy was sitting still like a good child. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this big oaf was not very bright and hadn't he grasped the situation on the scene? Chapter 111, 5 Kage Summit, Part 2. Originally, Mu thought Raikage was just a brute, but now, seeing the other party, he realized that he wasn't very bright either. It took a long time for everyone to realize that Yun-In and Yin-In are natural allies. As long as the two sides join forces, they could take a bite out of the maritime hegemony of Wu-In. Such a simple truth can be understood by anyone who has attended ninja school for a few years. This big fool really has a big head for nothing. In fact, he has misunderstood the third Raikage. The third Raikage is not a simple-minded person. The reason he hasn't spoken is that he is thinking about something else, and doesn't he have time to deal with Itsutsukic? After watching for a while, and seeing that the Raikage has no intention of siding with him, just as he was about to drag the Wind Country down with him, he suddenly heard the third Raikage cough lightly. The attention of the crowd was drawn, and the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage stopped their argument, turning their gazes toward him. They were curious about what the Raikage would say. Was he planning to cooperate with a Wagakure against Kirigakure, or was he going to sit back and watch the fight? However, the third Raikage did not participate in the conflict between Kirigakure and a Wagakure, as they had expected. Instead, he focused his gaze on Senju Tobarama and asked seriously, "Second Hokage, I have something I want to ask you. Please answer me seriously." Seeing this muscular brute being so serious, the other three were also curious about what the Raikage wanted to ask. Senju Tobarama also maintained a serious expression and replied, "Go ahead and ask." The Raikage took a deep breath and then asked, "Was the scene you showed me earlier real?" The other three Kage exchanged glances, momentarily confused about what the Raikage meant. What scene was he referring to? Then they suddenly remembered the moment when Senju Tobarama and a few disciples encountered Uchiha Madara in the forest. The group instantly froze in place, then burst into laughter. Although the usually serious Tsuchikage couldn't hold back this time, Senju Tobarama's little illusion had been seen by all the Kage present, but no one had taken the scenes in that illusion seriously. Everyone tacitly believed it was just a gimmick Senju Tobarama used to gather them together. In fact, if the Raikage hadn't mentioned it, they would have already forgotten about the incident. The third Kazekage, Shikuro, experienced such a scene for the first time and felt that laughing out loud in public was somewhat impolite. However, this iron-headed Raikage was just too funny, seriously asking such a silly question. With no choice, he crossed his fingers and covered his face, chuckling quietly. These two people are still decent, leaving some face for the third Raikage. However, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon laughed openly and showed no respect for the Raikage. While laughing, he mocked. "I always thought that the people of the Land of Lightning were just reckless in character, but I didn't expect your intelligence to be this low as well. It's unbelievable that someone actually believes in something so obviously meant to deceive children. How did the muscles in your brain even develop?" The third Raikage was completely enraged. He had been suppressing his emotions to avoid ruining the 5 Kage Summit. But this little mustache man kept provoking him. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? Suddenly, lightning crackled around him, and then he vanished from his spot, appearing right in front of Ao, the Mizukage. Ao was caught off guard, not expecting the direct attack. Bang! Crash! Ao was punched to pieces by the third Raikage. However, instead of a scene of blood splattering, there was only a puddle left on the ground. The third Raikage frowned, realizing this was just a water clone. Not far away, a figure slowly emerged from beside the wall. It was Ao. Whoa, young man. You're quite spirited," Ao said, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, a teasing expression on his face. Hearing the commotion inside, the guard ninjas outside rushed in, then stood beside their respective Kage, warily watching the others. Kisame grinned, showing his serrated teeth, and said, "As expected, boss couldn't negotiate. I told you he's not cut out for it." Kagaya echoed, "Yeah. With that foul mouth of his, it would be a miracle if he could negotiate a good outcome." Ao's forehead twitched. These two guys were really embarrassing him, the Mizukage, in front of outsiders. If it weren't for the occasion, he would definitely teach these two punks a lesson. Meanwhile, the two guards standing beside the Raikage had extremely serious expressions and asked the third Raikage, "Lord Raikage, what should we do next?" The third Raikage was furious and replied, "What else can we do? Of course, we teach that little mustache man a lesson." After saying that, he instantly disappeared from his spot, heading straight for the second Mizukage. Seeing the rapidly approaching Raikage, Kagaya immediately drew a bone sword from his shoulder and positioned it in front of Ao. Ao also formed hand seals, ready to teach this muscle-bound brute a lesson. At this moment, a wall made of black sand and iron quickly blocked the path in front of Raikage, obstructing his way. Seeing this, Raikage immediately stopped and turned around, looking at Shachuan with an unfriendly gaze, and said, "You actually helped that little mustache. Is Sand Hidden planning to ally with Mist Hidden against Cloud Hidden?" Shachuan shook his head and said no. Sand Hidden does not intend to favor either side. I just want to advise everyone to stay calm. This meeting is very important for the 5 great nations, so I advise everyone not to let personal emotions delay the important matters of the Hidden Village of Rain. The third Raikage and the 16 or 17-year-old boy from the Sand Village looked at each other, while the Wind Shadows guard began to sweat coldly on his forehead. After a long while, the Raikage released the lightning release chakra mode, and everyone let out a slight sigh of relief, as the worst outcome did not occur. Miyamoto Masanobu also slowly placed his hand down from the hilt of his sword, looking unfavorably at the Raikage and Water Shadow who had returned to their seats. If it hadn't been for the Wind Shadow acting a moment earlier, he would definitely have drawn his sword to join the fight. These ninjas are truly lawless, acting so recklessly in their own territory, completely disregarding themselves. If this were during the Warring States period, the leader of the Yue clan would have directly drawn his sword and killed the other party for being so audacious in front of him. But now the situation is different. The power of the ninja villages far exceeds that of a single ninja clan. Faced with the might of the 5 great ninja villages, he could only swallow his anger. He took a deep breath and said to Senju Tobarama, "Hokage, now you can tell us why you have summoned everyone here, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Since this guy entered the venue, he has been as silent as a wooden man. If it weren't for Miyamoto Masatake reminding everyone that they had almost forgotten about him, the bandaged figure of Mu also echoed, "Senju Tobarama, what exactly are you planning by calling this 5 Kage summit?" After looking around and seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, Senju Tobarama felt that the time was ripe. He stood up and said seriously to everyone in the room, "Just now, the Raikage asked me if the content of that illusion was true. Now I can clearly answer you all. The scenes you saw in the illusion are my personal experiences." As soon as he said this, the faces of the other 4 Kages changed simultaneously. Chapter 112, 5 Kage Summit, Part 2. The 4 Kages stood frozen in place, and even the Raikage, who had prepared himself in advance, gasped in shock. Although he had collected a lot of intelligence before, the testimonies of the rogue ninjas lacked the credibility of the Hokage's words. Now that it was confirmed that Uchiha Madara was still alive, his restless emotions had calmed down a bit. An uncertain enemy is always more terrifying than a certain one. As long as the opponent surfaces, there will definitely be a way to deal with them. Just as everyone was quietly digesting the shocking news brought by Senju Tobarama, a loud shout suddenly erupted in the conference room. "That person has long been dead. How could he still be alive?" Everyone was startled and turned to see that the one who exclaimed was the second Tsuchikage Mu. At that moment, his face beneath the bandages was twisted, revealing an expression of disbelief. His bodyguard quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Tsuchikage-sama, what's wrong?" At this moment, Wu calmed down a bit and shook his head at his 2 trusted guards, saying, "I'm fine, no need to worry. You can go out first. I will call you if something comes up." Upon hearing this, the guards hurriedly advised, "Let's stay by your side. The situation here is unclear, and it's very dangerous for you to be alone." "There's no need to stay by my side. We need to discuss something very important," Wu replied, then turned his gaze to the other 4 shadows. The other 4 tacitly issued orders to their guards to leave and stand by. After receiving the orders, a large group of people cautiously exited the room, leaving only the 5 shadows and Miyamoto Masanobu in the conference room. Once all the subordinates had retreated, Wu eagerly asked, "Senju Tobarama, what do you mean by saying Uchiha Madara is still alive? Wasn't it you who personally handled his corpse when he died? Moreover, you even cremated his body and dumped it into the sea. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly fake his death and escape?" Everyone stared intently at Senju Tobarama, waiting for his response. Senju Tobarama smiled at Wu, saying, "Your intelligence network is quite extensive. You even know how I handled Uchiha Madara's corpse. It seems Konoha needs some restructuring." Wu cursed himself for losing his composure and inadvertently revealing his village's undercover agent. However, these matters could be discussed later. The important thing now was to clarify the issue regarding Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Kirigikure's Getsu Mangetsu and Sand Village's Shikurin were both filled with suspicion. Senju Tobarama was a cunning old fox. His words could not be fully trusted, but they also couldn't be dismissed entirely. The usually boisterous Getsu Mangetsu, who often stirred up trouble, now sat silently, his expression serious as he stroked his little mustache. Instead, it was the ever-silent 3rd Kazekage, Shikurin, who calmly inquired, "Since you say Uchiha Madara is still alive, what evidence do you have? It's impossible for us to believe you based solely on your word and that little illusion." Senju Tobarama nodded, saying, "You're right. Without evidence, there is no credibility. I have indeed collected some evidence." After saying this, he turned to the 3rd Raikage, saying, "You should have gathered some intelligence as well. Since we're all here, let's share it." The Raikage nodded, and then took out a prepared intelligence scroll. Senju Tobarama also took out a scroll and passed it around for the other 3 shadows and Miyamoto Masanobu to review. After everyone had finished looking at all the intelligence, the conference room fell silent. Even the most lively and troublemaking Getsu sat quietly in his chair. After a long while, Shakurin asked, "Is it possible that this Uchiha Madara is someone impersonating him? After all, there are so many bloodline limits in the ninja world. It's not impossible for a new one to appear that can perfectly replicate someone else's chakra." Getsu's eyes lit up as he said, "Right? Perhaps that person only possesses a bloodline limit that can perfectly mimic someone else's chakra. Then, they could use transformation techniques to take on Uchiha Madara's appearance, intending to create chaos in the ninja world." Whether it was the Hokage or members of the Kinjin brothers team, they all left in a hurry that day and did not witness the final battle between Uchiha Madara and the Kinjin brothers. Thus, concluding that the person was Uchiha Madara was indeed somewhat rash. Senju Tobarama shook his head in rebuttal, saying, "I am very familiar with Uchiha Madara. Not only is his chakra and appearance similar, but even his manner of speaking and movements are extremely alike. Even if his living habits could be perfectly mimicked, how could his power be replicated?" According to the information my subordinates reported back, the battle traces left at the scene were very exaggerated. The scale of the fire style and Susanoo matched Uchiha Madara's fighting style completely. Moreover, the total duration of the battle did not exceed 10 minutes. In such a short time, defeating and killing the Kinjin brothers. May I ask, does anyone present of confidence that they could do that? The room fell silent again. Faced with the ironclad facts, they could no longer deceive themselves. It no longer matters whether the person who killed the Gold and Silverhorn brothers is really Uchiha Madara or not. Regardless of whether this person is the real Madara or a fake, their power is genuine. Such people pose a threat to the 5 great nations as long as they exist, so they quietly reached a consensus in their hearts. Such powerful individuals are not allowed to appear in the ninja world. At this moment, Zuki Mangetsu asked, "So what do you think we should do about this guy?" Senju Tobarama replied, "Such a powerful being cannot be defeated by the strength of just one nation. Therefore, I suggest forming a ninja allied forces to jointly combat Uchiha Madara. By mixing ninjas from the 5 great nations into one army, we can complement each other's weaknesses. Even if this coalition cannot defeat Uchiha Madara head-on, it can still hold him off to buy us some time. When the time comes, with our top experts as the core force, we will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Madara through a siege." Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder the pros and cons, and after a long while, Shikawa was the first to speak in agreement. "I believe this proposal is feasible. It's better for someone as powerful and unpredictable as Uchiha Madara to disappear completely from the ninja world. However, for Sunagakure to join the ninja coalition, the Hokage must agree to one condition." Senju Tobarama frowned and asked, "What condition?" Shikawa smirked slightly and said, "Since we are forming a coalition, we must strengthen internal unity. Therefore, all the unpleasant events that occurred between the nations should be wiped clean. What does the Hokage think of this?" Senju Tobarama furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is that the war we experienced before was actually caused by various coincidences and accidents. None of the 5 great nations can demand any reparations as the victors. Moreover, economically well-off nations should provide financial assistance to those with poorer economic conditions, so that the unity of the ninja coalition can be emphasized. Hokage, what do you think?" Senju Tobarama understood. This TMD is trying to avoid war reparations and wants Konoha to subsidize these guys. This young man really lacks martial ethics, coming to extort this old comrade in his 50s. Chapter 113. We only deal with the monsters in the sea. Senju Tobarama frowned and said, "Sunagakure is truly too greedy. Exempting your war reparations can be considered, but if you think about Konoha subsidizing you, don't even think about it. If it were during Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, he might have really agreed to the other party's request. As long as it could end the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been willing to bow to these people. As long as you don't attack me, you are like my father. But now the Hokage is Senju Tobarama, and he won't agree to all of the other party's requests like Sarutobi Hiruzen did. It's fine to give up on wealth like war reparations that haven't been received yet, but don't even think about asking Konoha to cough up more money." Shakakura nodded and said, "Then let's not have the subsidies. Just exempt the defeated country from war reparations." Senju Tobarama almost fell out of his chair in shock, and then he gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he had been played by the other party. The Wind Shadow's goal from the very beginning was to eliminate the war reparations. The subsidies were just a pretense to make it easier for him to agree to the request from Sunagakure. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. This small loss is nothing. As long as it can help facilitate the ninja allied forces, it's all worth it. Senju Tobarama then turned his gaze to the other three Kage, waiting for their response. At this moment, Zuki Mangetsu seemed to have a plan. He smiled at the other four and said, Kirigakure refuses to join the Ninja Alliance. Upon hearing Zuki Mangetsu's response, the other four Kage exchanged glances. Senju Tobarama asked in confusion, why refuse to join? Do you have confidence in standing against Uchiha Obito alone? Zuki Mangetsu chuckled lightly and replied, of course. We don't have confidence in standing against Uchiha Obito alone, but we also have no need to. To put it simply, dealing with Uchiha Obito is a matter for you four land countries. We, the land of water, are a maritime nation, and we have no grudge against Uchiha Obito. That guy is a monster raised on land, and it should be the land countries that deal with him. We are a maritime nation that only deals with monsters in the sea. Senju Tobarama's nose nearly crinkled in anger. This little mustached man was so shameless. How could he talk about land countries and maritime countries? In front of ninjas, what ocean is there? Can't they just cross it with a split? The wind, lightning, and Earth Kage were also extremely furious. Was this bastard treating them like fools? The other side just wanted to sit back and watch the tiger fight, observing Uchiha Obito deplete the national strength of the four great nations. By the time the war was over, this lecherous little mustached man would definitely lead Kirigakure onto the battlefield to reap the rewards of victory. At that time, the land of water would stand alone, while the four great nations, having their national power exhausted by Uchiha Obito, would never recover. However, this also served as a warning to the others. The casualties in the war against Uchiha Obito would definitely not be small. If someone in the alliance was intentionally hiding their strength, it would be a huge problem. Senju Tobarama's teeth itched with anger. Zuki Mangetsu's thoughts aligned with his own. The reason he hastily proposed forming the Ninja Alliance was to let Uchiha Obito deplete the national strength of the other four great nations. He never expected that this little mustached man would mess things up. It was truly infuriating. At this moment, that Tsuchikage also spoke up. The Iwagakure has refused to join the Ninja Alliance. At this moment, Shikawa couldn't sit still. He asked Wu Wenda, why did Yin also refuse to join? Don't tell me that the land of Earth is also a maritime nation? The Earth Shadow replied expressionlessly, of course not. It's actually because most of our country's territory is mountainous. Such terrain is very unfavorable for large-scale marching. If the Iwagakure were to join the Ninja Coalition, it might hinder the coalition due to geographical reasons. Therefore, considering the coalition, Iwagakure decided to painfully withdraw from the Ninja Coalition to avoid dragging down their allies. Hearing this, the third Raikage smashed the table in front of him into pieces and angrily said, what time is it? You old fools are still thinking about internal strife. Uchiha Madara is still alive, and this guy could invade any country at any time. At this time, each of you is thinking about protecting yourselves. How can we deal with Uchiha Madara? At that moment, the guards at the door heard the commotion and rushed into the conference hall. Thunder's Shadow angrily shouted, did I tell you to come in? Get out of here, quickly. The roar silenced all the guardians, and the other Shadow users exchanged glances, prompting the group of guardians to cautiously step back from the doorway. At this point, Senju Tobarama had lost hope in the allied forces and realized he would have to independently research a way to counter Uchiha Madara. Although he had perfected the Edo Tensei technique, he had yet to find a suitable, powerful body for his elder brother's resurrection. Using an ordinary person's body would not be able to unleash his brother's formidable power. It seemed that he needed to find a shadow-level strong ninja to resurrect his brother at full strength. Just as everyone harbored their own schemes and the allied forces were on the verge of failure, there was another knock at the conference room door. The furious third Raikage marched to the door, his fingers wedged into the crack and pulled the door open, shouting at the person outside. Knock, knock. What are you knocking for? Can a ninja even open a door by themselves? The ninja who knocked trembled under the Raikage's imposing presence, standing dazed at the doorway and forgetting to speak. A large group of guardian ninjas outside were also frightened by the Raikage's actions, and no one dared to step forward to speak. At this moment, Senju Tobarama recognized the person standing at the door and asked in surprise, Inuzuka Gray? What are you doing here? Inuzuka Gray ran up to Senju Tobarama as if he had found a savior, and then he couldn't hold back and cried out loud. Senju Tobarama felt extremely embarrassed. This nearly 30-year-old man was actually crying in front of so many people, really bringing shame to Konoha. He angrily shouted, shut up. Inuzuka Gray was startled and quickly stopped crying. Senju Tobarama, with a stern face, asked, what exactly happened that you came to find me? Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me clearly. Inuzuka Gray cautiously looked around, then carefully took out a scroll from his chest and handed it to Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama took the scroll and began to read it carefully, while the others were also drawn to the contents of the scroll. However, the angle at which Senju Tobarama held the scroll was very awkward, making it impossible for others to see. Seeing that everyone around was focused on Senju Tobarama, Kahaku Hazy Moon secretly cast an illusion to conceal his presence. He then stealthily approached behind Senju Tobarama, wanting to see the contents of the scroll. Unexpectedly, halfway there, a chain made of iron sand suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Kahaku Hazy Moon turned around and made eye contact with Sabaku, who said with annoyance, "Water Shadow, please return to your position." Kahaku Hazy Moon dispelled the illusion and shrugged at everyone, saying, "A bunch of clueless guys. If you don't want to look, then don't look." At this moment, Senju Tobarama had finished reading the letter. He saw a flash of fire in his hand, and the letter turned to ashes, dissipating into the air. The crowd was unaware of what was written in the letter. They only saw Senju Tobarama's twisted and angry face. Chapter 114, Corruption. Senju Tobarama was filled with anger and resentment. He had already learned of the death of Uzumaki Mido. He felt deeply guilty for not protecting his sister-in-law, and at the same time, his hatred for Uchiha Madara grew even stronger. This bastard really chose to take revenge on Konoha. It seems that my decision to unite the 5 great nations against him was correct. No, wait. He suddenly thought a question. Uchiha Madara's action this time only took the 9 tails, and he did not seize the opportunity to destroy Konoha. He did not believe that the other party had a kind heart and couldn't bear to strike. That bastard must be plotting something. The 9 tails, the tailed beasts. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Could Uchiha Madara's target be the tailed beasts? He stroked his chin and fell in a deep thought. If Uchiha Madara's goal was indeed the tailed beasts, then it would make sense for him to quickly leave after obtaining the 9 tails. Looking at Senju Tobarama, who was sometimes angry and sometimes deep in thought, everyone was confused but did not disturb him. At that moment, a ninja rushed down the hallway. The guard ninjas turned to look, and the newcomer, wearing a Kumogakure forehead protector, was indeed a cloud ninja. "Quick, step aside. I have urgent information to report to Lord Reikage." Everyone cleared a path to let the ninja enter the 5 Kage conference room. Once inside, the ninja wasted no time and directly handed a scroll to the Reikage. The 3rd Reikage had just received the scroll and hadn't opened it yet when several more ninjas rushed in from the end of the hallway. The 4 Kage Wind, Earth, Water, and Lightning looked at the scroll in their hands, feeling a bit strange. What's going on with these guys? Did they discuss this in advance? Senju Tobarama looked at the other 4 and thought to himself, "As I guessed, it's just as I suspected." The 4 shadows each found a secluded corner and gently opened the scroll to view its contents. As they looked, their expressions grew increasingly grim, and finally, the 3rd Reikage, in a fit of anger, punched through the wall. "Damn it, the hidden cloud will never let you go." After saying that, he directly used lightning release chakra to burn the scroll to ashes. The group of guards was curious. What could have caused the Reikage to be so furious? Although they were curious about what had happened, they felt it was inappropriate to ask the Reikage, mainly because he was in a fit of rage. It would be disrespectful to disturb him at this moment. Just then, Senju Tobarama spoke up. "It seems your situation is similar to mine. So, do you still have any interest in discussing this further?" After saying that, he turned his gaze to Mizuki Kagura, who had previously led the refusal to join the Allied forces, and this time he wanted to see how the other would respond. Mizuki Kagura, with a sullen expression, walked to the door and pushed the large door that the Reikage had pulled down back into place. Then he formed hand seals, and a thick white water curtain attached itself to the door. Water release, water curtain technique. The water curtain perfectly filled the gap in the wall, and the guards and ninjas blocked outside could neither hear nor see what was happening in the conference room. After doing all this, Kagaya H. Getsu shouted, "Damn Uchiha Madara, I will seal your head in a latrine." After shouting, he turned to Senju Tobarama and said, "I've figured it out. Uchiha Madara is not just a problem for the land of Earth, but for the entire ninja world. As a part of the ninja world, it is our duty to eliminate a ruthless traitor like Uchiha Madara." Senju Tobarama then shifted his gaze to Tsuchikage Inoki, who also nodded and said, "Iwagakure will join the ninja coalition. To deal with a villain like Uchiha Madara, even if the road is difficult, Iwagakure will pave the way." Wu Ying returned to the negotiation table, and this time everyone's attitude was much more sincere. They shared the intelligence they had received, and it was shocking to learn that Uchiha Madara had attacked the 5 major ninja villages killing many ninjas and stealing several tailed beasts. The 9 tails from Konohagakure, the 2 tails from Kyomogakure, the 4 tails and 5 tails from Awagakure, and the 3 tails and 6 tails from Kirigakure had all been plundered by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara also attacked Sunagakure, causing significant casualties. Among them, the worst was Kirigakure of the Land of Water, which was attacked twice in a row. The first time was by a strange guy named Benborba, who injured many ninjas but caused no casualties. The second time was much worse. Uchiha Madara directly rode on Benborba to attack Kirigakure again. This time, Uchiha Madara showed no mercy. Hundreds of ninjas died at his hands, and over 1,000 were seriously injured. Their perfect Jinchuriki was publicly extracted of its tailed beast, and the 6 tails sealed in the underground base also did not escape Uchiha Madara's clutches. Before leaving, Uchiha Madara introduced the identity of his mount, which turned out to be named Araki Nobuhiko, a protector of a small country in the Land of Rain. Mizukage Mangetsu sternly told everyone, "Do not underestimate that guy, just because he is called Araki Nobuhiko and is merely a mount. His strength should not be underestimated. According to Elder Mizuki, he possesses power far exceeding that of an ordinary Kage level. Even among us, his strength would rank among the top." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim. Just a single Uchiha Madara is so terrifying, and with the Kage level mount added to the mix, this battle looks extremely difficult. More importantly, the 5 great nations have already been attacked by Uchiha Madara before, and each village has suffered heavy losses, leaving them with very limited strength to mobilize at this time. Just then, Senju Tobarama suddenly interjected, "There is no need to be so pessimistic. Based on the intelligence we received earlier, we can basically confirm that Uchiha Madara's goal is to collect tailed beasts. As for what he intends to do with them, that remains unknown. However, regardless of his purpose, we will be right to disrupt it." At this point, he turned to the third Reikage and asked, "Earlier, you mentioned that the 2 tails from a cloud village was taken by Uchiha Madara. I remember that the cloud village should still have the 8 tails left. Wasn't that tailed beast taken by Uchiha Madara?" Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's question, the third Reikage's face flushed. He stammered, "The 8 tails is currently very safe. Uchiha Madara should not be able to find it, right?" The third Reikage's demeanor disgusted Mizukage Mangetsu. He directly shouted at the third Reikage, "You're being so coy, it's disgusting. Just say it clearly. What is the situation with the 8 tails?" Under everyone's scrutiny, the third Reikage sighed and finally revealed the truth. It turned out that the 8 tails had been imprisoned by their Yazuki clan in a place that was supposedly a sacred ground for summoning beasts. Although this place was nominally called a sacred ground, it was nothing compared to the 3 great sacred grounds of the ninja world. It was merely an independent small space with no natural energy at all. The reason they hid the 8 tails there was that the Yazuki clan had been attempting to monopolize this powerful tailed beast. This is a powerful creature with chakra levels second only to the 9 tails among the 9-tailed beasts. Such immense power is safest when kept in one's own hands. Therefore, with the consideration for the village, the Yue clan unceremoniously accepted the 8 tails. This situation is commonly referred to as embezzlement. Chapter 115, Desert Guerrilla Warfare. After clarifying the situation with the 8 tails, the third Reikage felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The look in their eyes, as if they were viewing a parasite in the village, made him blush involuntarily, and with his dark skin, his entire face turned eggplant-colored. He felt very embarrassed inside. These were the decisions of the previous 2 Reikages, and he had just taken office. What did it have to do with him? Senju Tobarama cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and then analyzed to everyone. Since everyone agrees to join the ninja allied forces, why not take this opportunity to discuss the battle plan? Everyone had no objections, and the 5 Kages, including Miyamoto Masanori, who had always been like a transparent person, sat down together to discuss how to deal with Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the question arose, where is Uchiha Madara? Since we want to eliminate him, we must know his whereabouts. Otherwise, how can we find him to take him down? The Tsuchikage stroked his chin and pondered. Didn't the intel say that Uchiha Madara's mount was in a place called the Land of Rainbow? Uchiha Madara has also publicly stated that he is currently in the Land of Rainbow, so we should be safe to look for him there. The others had no objections, and just as they were preparing to discuss the next steps, the third Kazekage, Shakurin, interjected. There's no need to complicate things. I know Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Senju Tobarama immediately asked, how do you know Uchiha Madara's whereabouts? Where's that guy now? Shakurin replied helplessly. Actually, I didn't clarify this earlier. The Shikaku of our Sunagakure was not taken by Uchiha Madara, it escaped on its own. Everyone was puzzled, and it was only after Shikurin's explanation that they understood the whole story. It turned out that after capturing six-tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara intended to collect the Shikaku from Sunagakure as well. Unexpectedly, the Shikaku happened to go berserk and escape at that moment, directly plunging into the desert and disappearing. Uchiha Madara, unwilling to give up, insisted on capturing the Shikaku in the desert, leading to a prolonged game of hide-and-seek between the two. Even before the messenger ninja left the land of wind, Uchiha Madara and the Shikaku were still engaging in guerrilla warfare in the desert. The four Kages and Miyamoto Masanori exchanged glances. Then all five suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Shikurin shrugged and said, "You didn't ask." At this moment, everyone felt that the newly appointed Kazekage was somewhat cunning compared to the previous two. However, despite the complaints, the information Shikurin provided was still very valuable. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin and analyzed. Uchiha Madara has been around the 5 great nations these past few days. Although he hasn't encountered any enemies that threaten him, he has also expended a tremendous amount of physical strength and chakra. These days, I have also been playing hide and seek with Shoha in the desert. I speculate that Uchiha Madara must be at the end of his strength now. Then he revealed a sinister and evil smile and said, "Uchiha Madara must have been struggling to capture the tailed beast these past few days. I think it would be better to take the opportunity to meet this old friend while the 5 Kage gather. We might even be able to give him a ride." Shikurin stroked his chin and pondered. This is indeed quite feasible. Uchiha Madara is already over 50 years old, and his strength has begun to decline. Continuous travel and battles may not be much for the young, but Uchiha Madara's body is another story. Kirigakure's H. Getsu reminded, "You guys are too optimistic. With Uchiha Madara's strength, capturing a tailed beast is as easy as eating and drinking. Why do you think Shoha hasn't been captured yet? By the time we arrive, Shoha might already be in Uchiha Madara's grasp by the scruff of his neck." Senju Tobarama and Shikurin exchanged glances, and then Shikurin smiled helplessly. "It seems you know nothing about Shoha from back in the day." H. Getsu questioned, "What about Shoha?" Shikurin laughed. "Back then, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was capturing tailed beasts all over the ninja world. Whether it was the strongest 9 tails or the 7 tails, which could fly, none escaped his grasp. But he was unable to capture the 1 tail. Do you know why?" H. Getsu shook his head, and Shikurin explained, "It was precisely because of Shoha's high mobility in the desert. As long as he burrows into the desert, he can merge with it and condense his body anywhere. Without special means, capturing Shoha in the desert is extremely difficult. The first Hokage spent a whole month in the desert trying to exhaust Shoha. No matter how strong Uchiha Madara is, he cannot capture Shoha in a short time." Now that H. Tsukimaki was no longer confused, everyone made up their minds and ordered the guards to stand by. The 5 Kage chose not to bring any subordinates, forming an elite team of just 5 people to ambush Uchiha Madara. Miyamoto Masanobu expressed that he was too old to participate in such intense battles. The 5 Kage did not insist. After all, he was a samurai and not part of their system. At the same time, in the desert of the Land of Wind, the once proud Uchiha Madara encountered the greatest setback of his life. He originally thought capturing the tailed beast would be an easy and enjoyable task. To him and Hashirama, those little creatures were like dolls, easily taken or discarded at will. As soon as Hashirama raised his hand, even the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails, would be easily captured and ruthlessly toyed with. Madara found capturing the tailed beasts even easier than Hashirama. With just a glance, any tailed beast would kneel. However, he never imagined that among the tailed beasts there would be Shikaku, a slippery creature that could burrow into the desert and become a laughingstock for life. Despite using his Susanoo to scour the entire desert, he could not find a location of this creature. Or rather, Shikaku no longer had a physical body. This desert was the beast's true form. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara felt a headache coming on. He had laughed at Hashirama back in the underground base when he heard that Hashirama couldn't capture this 1 tail. Now, would he also stumble in front of this creature? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He, Uchiha Madara, had only ever been defeated by Hashirama in his life. He had no other defeats. How could he fall before such a creature? He clasped his hands together and pressed them onto the desert. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. A gigantic golem, hundreds of meters tall, rose from the desert. Its immense form blocked the entire sky, bringing a slight coolness to the scorching desert. Shikaku, hiding in the sand, felt a chill run down its spine upon seeing the Outer Path Golem. Although he had never seen this thing before, He instinctively felt that he was being restrained by it. Uchiha leaped onto the head of the outer path golem and shouted at the desert below, "One Tail, come out quickly." The desert was silent, and Shikaku seemed determined to act like a turtle hiding in its shell. Seeing this, Madara waved his hand, and the outer path golem opened its massive mouth, dozens of meters wide. Then, countless white light dots were spat out from its mouth, swirling and diving into the desert. The outer path golem spat out tens of thousands of white zetsu, which began to search for Shikaku's location in the desert like locusts swarming through. Uchiha Madara stood proudly on the head of the outer path golem, arms crossed, watching coldly. Chapter 116. Where is your master? Tens of thousands of white zetsu infiltrated the desert like termites. They wandered through the sand, forming a vast net that enveloped the entire desert. Shikaku, already merged with the desert, naturally noticed these strange beings. No, they weren't human at all. They were a peculiar kind of creature. These white creatures carry the aura of Wood Release. Could they be Wood Release clones? That damn Uchiha Madara. This guy is really pushing himself to the brink. He was quite happy today. After more than a decade, he finally broke the seal of Sunagakure. Moreover, that magnetic release ninja from Sunagakure wasn't home, making it the perfect opportunity to escape from this den of evil. He imagined that from now on, he could swim freely in the vast sea and soar high in the sky, enjoying some leisure time in the desert. He never expected to sense Uchiha Madara's chakra on the border of the Land of Wind. Shikaku was devastated. Why'd he have to encounter such a bastard right after escaping? Wasn't he this guy supposed to have been dead for over a decade? How could he suddenly appear again? However, he no longer had the mood to think about these things. As he looked at the approaching army of white zetsu, Shikaku gritted his teeth. Uchiha Madara was strong, but he, Shikaku, was no pushover. Back then, Senju Hashirama spent a month here without capturing him. How could a mere defeated opponent of Senju Hashirama think he could catch him? It was simply wishful thinking. With a thought, the entire desert began to move like surging waves. The advancing army of white zetsu suddenly felt the sand become heavy, and one of the white zetsu at the front was suddenly immobilized by the surrounding sand. What is going on? Why can't I move? It's like the sand has suddenly become heavy. Just then, the first white zetsu to speak suddenly cracked open, and with a bang, was flattened into a meat patty. Before the surrounding white zetsu could express their astonishment, the sound of thumping echoed continuously in the desert. The entire desert echoed with the painful screams of white zetsu. Uchiha Madara, standing on the outer path statue, immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly ordered the white zetsu to leave the desert and return to him. But it was too late. The entire desert had solidified like concrete, making it impossible for the white zetsu to move. Thus, Uchiha Madara watched helplessly as his tens of thousands of white zetsu were crushed into a mush by Shikaku. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, with his eyes nearly spitting fire. Uchiha Madara didn't actually care about these white zetsu. He was just furious that Shikaku, this beast, had managed to trap him. Moreover, he gradually felt his body becoming heavier. These days, he was either on the road or fighting with others. Coupled with the days spent battling Shikaku, his body was already on the verge of collapse. He had already captured 6-tailed beasts, leaving only the 7 tails of Takigakure, the 8 tails of Kumogakure that he had not found, and this detestable Shikaku in front of him. He was contemplating whether to go back and rest for a while, waiting for his fatigue to recover before returning to deal with the remaining 3-tailed beasts. Then he shook his head. This operation had already alerted the enemy. Next time, the 5 great nations would definitely dispatch heavy troops to guard the remaining tailed beasts. Right now, capturing one more would be better to avoid more trouble later. With this thought, Uchiha Madara's mind shifted, and the outer path golem, hundreds of meters tall beneath his feet, slowly began to sink into the ground. After half of its body had submerged into the desert, the legs of the outer path golem gradually transformed into 2 massive tree roots. Thick roots sprouted numerous tiny rootlets that spread out in all directions like blood vessels. Uchiha Madara sat atop the outer path golem, his hands clasped together. Outer path, earth-grasping technique. The rootlets of the outer path golem gradually extended across the entire desert. In the areas where the roots spread, tiny vines intertwined like capillaries, absorbing all the chakra dispersed by Shikaku throughout the desert. Shikaku was taken aback. What on earth was this monster? It could actually absorb its chakra, almost identical to the first Hokage's Wood Release. No, this monster's biological quality seemed even stronger than the first Hokage's Wood Release. Where did Uchiha Madara find such a monster? He dared not spread his chakra across the desert any longer and immediately retracted it, hiding in a remote corner of the desert. This corner is exceptionally remote, but Shoha knows that simply avoiding is not a solution. Acting rashly would alert Uchiha Madara, and then there would truly be no way out. Shoha's range of movement is becoming smaller, and the densely packed tree roots around him make his scalp tingle. Am I going to be sealed again? I really don't want that. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, sitting cross-legged on top of the outer path golem, curls the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Beast, let's see where you can run now. Just as Uchiha Madara plans to manipulate the outer path golem to seal the one-tail, his body suddenly sounds an alarm. This is not a sensory ninjutsu, but rather his intuition developed over years as a ninja. He trusts this intuition greatly, as it has saved his life countless times. Following the guidance of his intuition, he exerted all his strength to tilt his body to the left. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his shoulder. Uchiha Madara turned to look. His right shoulder was smeared with blood, and pieces of his clothing were torn everywhere. The attacker was a tall, muscular man with dark skin. The strong man clenched his right fist, raising his index finger as if performing some kind of penetrating ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara had never seen this person before, but it didn't matter. As long as he knew the opponent was an enemy, that was enough. He pointed his still intact left hand at the strong man's throat, and immediately a force of attraction surged forth. The third Raikage tried his hardest to maintain his stance, but he didn't expect this force to be extraordinarily powerful. Despite his years of physical training, he couldn't break free. His throat gradually moved towards the opponent's hand, but the third Raikage showed no signs of panic. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared beside him, and then the third Raikage vanished along with the silver light. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted. The speed of that flash was extremely fast, but it could not escape his Rinnegan. He slowly stood up and shouted the figure not far away, Senju Tobarama. You really are like a rat, only capable of using sneaky tactics. Senju Tobarama, standing not far away, retorted defiantly. You are more like a rat for ambushing Konoha while I'm not around. Where is your master? Has he abandoned you? It was fine not to mention this, but as soon as it was brought up, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly darkened. The profound power of creation continuously healed the wound on his right shoulder, and after a few seconds, the penetrating injury that reached the bone had fully healed. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama's eyes widened. Such a recovery speed might even surpass that of his elder brother. What exactly is going on with Uchiha Madara? Where does this bizarre regenerative ability come from? Chapter 117, Uchiha Madara escapes. Uchiha Madara shrugged his shoulders and then revealed a fierce smile to Senju Tobarama, saying, I originally had important matters to attend to and no time to kill you. But since you came to your death, don't blame me. After saying this, Uchiha Madara intended to use Susanoo to eliminate this detestable Senju Tobarama. He had long wanted to personally kill the murderer who caused Izuna's death, but he had not had the opportunity since the establishment of Konoha. At last, he found the opportunity. He must personally twist off this bastard's head. Just then, a vast expanse of black iron sand suddenly blocked the sunlight above Uchiha Madara's head. Uchiha looked up and saw that a black sea of sand, towering over 100 meters high, had completely surrounded him. He immediately recognized that this was the magnetic release ninjutsu of Sunagakure. At this moment, using Susanoo could likely get him entangled by the opponent's iron sand. He decisively abandoned the idea of activating Susanoo to forcefully confront the enemy and instead relied on his agile taijutsu to continuously evade the onslaught of the iron sand. He moved through the black iron sand as if strolling leisurely, and suddenly a white figure emerged from the sea of black sand. The white figure resembled a puppet, with abstract facial features that vaguely imitated a human form. On the right arm of the puppet was a crescent-shaped curved blade, and its body shot toward Uchiha Madara like jelly. Upon seeing this puppet, Uchiha Madara immediately recognized what it was. It was the signature ninjutsu of the leader of the Hozuki clan from the Land of Water, the Steam Danger Explosion. He had heard that this guy was now the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, with the Mizukage and the Hokage combined. He had also heard that the newly appointed third Kazekage of the Sunagakure was a magnet release ninja, and there was also that muscular man, obviously from the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Madara quickly understood that he was being jointly attacked by the Kage of the 5 great nations. It was likely that the bandaged man, that Suchikage, was nearby as well, so he needed to be cautious of that guy's dust-release sneak attacks during the battle. With this in mind, Uchiha Madara took out a scroll from his robe, and a flame fan appeared in his hand, continuously deflecting the attacks of the steam danger explosion. At this moment, the muscular Raikage also joined the battle. The two meat shields in front held back Uchiha Madara's movements, while Senju Tobarama and the Tsuchikage constantly looked for opportunities to use ninjutsu for sneak attacks. Whenever Uchiha Madara's attacks were about to hit Raikage, Iron Sand would come up to help block the attacks. As the battle grew more intense, the size of the steam explosion also increased. Watching the five Kage's tacit cooperation and his own dwindling stamina, Uchiha Madara decided to temporarily retreat and find another opportunity for revenge. As he activated the blue light around him, a massive Susanoo rose from the ground, protecting Uchiha Madara. The third Kazekage, Shikaku, was quick to act and directly used Iron Sand to bind Susanoo's feet. The immense power of the Iron Sand rendered Susanoo immobile, and the five Kages revealed victorious smiles. At this moment, Uchiha Madara calmly took off his left eye. Under the astonished gaze of the five Kage, he placed his original Rinnegan into the eye socket. Senju Tobarama's pupils constricted. He had sensed something was off since earlier, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, he finally understood. Uchiha Madara had been using his three-tomo Sharingan during their battle, not his Mangekyou Sharingan. Now, he had removed his Sharingan and replaced it with a strange eye. His expression heavy, he warned, "Be careful." Uchiha Madara seems to have undergone some changes. That kind of eye I've never seen before. It's definitely not Uchiha Madara's Mangekyou Sharingan. The others grew vigilant, and Ao, who had dispelled his camouflage technique, questioned, "Why do I have the illusion that Uchiha Madara is stronger now than he was in his youth?" Senju Tobarama replied seriously, "That's not an illusion. Something has happened to this guy. His strength is indeed much greater than when he left Konoha. Moreover, the ability to heal injuries so quickly was something Uchiha Madara definitely did not possess before." The third Kazekage, standing on the sand, slowly descended to join Senju Tobarama and the others, saying, "Uchiha Madara has been hidden for over a decade. It's only natural that his strength would increase." Just then, Uchiha Madara, having changed his eye, revealed a strange glow in his Rinnegan. With the strongest sensing ability, Senju Tobarama was the first to notice something was amiss. He looked up at the sky and saw a black dot growing larger in the clouds. His pupils dilated sharply, and he shouted to the others, "Everyone be careful. Something is about to fall." As the others looked up, a massive meteorite tore through the clouds and descended. The five Kage widened their eyes in shock, realizing that the meteorite was heading directly for them. This was bad. Standing at the center of Susanoo, Uchiha laughed maniacally at the five Kage below. "Long time no see. Consider this a welcome gift for our reunion. Next time we meet, I'll prepare an even bigger gift, so be ready." After saying this, Uchiha Madara dispelled Susanoo, and then the outer path golem opened its mouth wide and swallowed Uchiha Madara's body. The outer path golem, having swallowed Madara, suddenly erupted in a massive cloud of white smoke and vanished into the desert. As they watched Uchiha Madara escape, the five Kage felt unwilling. But what troubled them even more was the enormous meteorite above their heads. The meteorite had a diameter of 400 to 500 meters, and the immense wind pressure from its fall made it impossible for the five shadows to open their eyes. Senju Tobarama regained his composure and immediately formed hand seals. Water style, water break wave. A high-pressure water line, as thick as a thumb, was expelled from Senju Tobarama's mouth, shooting straight toward the meteorite in the sky. The high-pressure water line instantly pierced through the meteorite, and as Senju Tobarama turned his head, the water break wave sliced through the meteorite like a hot knife through butter, splitting it in half. However, this did not stop the meteorite from falling. The two halves continued to plummet toward the five shadows. At that moment, two white figures appeared in midair. One of these two is Tsuchikage Mu, and the other is also Tsuchikage Mu. This is the technique of splitting the void. The other one produced is not a clone, but a genuine entity. This is a ninjutsu that splits the entity into two, a secret technique developed solely by Wu. And so far, only he can use it. The two Wus face the falling meteorite, and then one side dodges the impact of the meteorite, placing a hand on its side. Earth-style, cracking technique. As Wu's chakra flows in, the massive meteorite gradually begins to disintegrate into thumb-sized particles from the edges. However, the high temperature generated by the descending meteorite does not disappear with the meteorite scattering. The falling meteorite fragments burn in the air, turning into streams of fiery meteors. However, these meteorite fragments can no longer cause any harm to the five Kage. Shikawa easily blocks all the meteorite fragments with sand iron. Although the meteorite crisis has been resolved, It felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on everyone's hearts. How could one possibly pull down meteorites from the sky? What kind of ability is this? And what about Uchiha Madara's strange eye? Chapter 118. The Ninja King Uchiha Madara. Although they had repelled Uchiha Madara, the expressions on everyone's faces were not good. Originally, their plan was to take advantage of Uchiha Madara's excessive physical exhaustion to severely injure or even kill him. However, after this encounter, they suddenly realized that Uchiha Madara was much stronger than they had imagined. Even after expending a massive amount of physical strength in advance, he could calmly leave under the siege of the 5 Kage. How could they deal with the fact that he could recover so easily? Moreover, the eye he switched to before leaving gave everyone a very bad feeling. The third Reikage asked Senju Tobarama, "Do you have any clues about the eye that Uchiha Madara switched to before leaving?" Senju Tobarama closed his eyes in contemplation, and suddenly he opened them, speaking uncertainly. "I thought a legend, but I'm not sure if it's the same one." The Reikage's eyes brightened at his words. "What is it? Hurry up and say it. Even if it's just a legend, it's still a clue." Senju Tobarama nodded and said, "I think the eye that Uchiha Madara switched to resembles the legendary Rinnegan." Upon hearing this, some of the 5 Kage were surprised, some were puzzled, and some were confused. The third Reikage asked, "Rinnegan? What is that?" The Rinnegan is said to be one of the 3 great ocular techniques in the ninja world. It is said that the Sage of 6 Paths used the Rinnegan to pacify the ninja world and establish the ninja religion. However, this type of eye has always been a legend, because aside from ancient texts and some images of the Sage of 6 Paths that have been passed down, no one has awakened this eye again. Because of this, I am uncertain. Senju Tobarama hesitated and said. Kisame Hashigaki stroked his chin and said, "In that case, let's go back and collect some information about the Rinnegan. Your Senju clan has also been a ninja clan for over 1,000 years. It shouldn't be difficult to find some information about the Rinnegan. I'll also go back and consult the clan elders, and then we can compile the information on the Rinnegan together." Everyone had no objections, and the matter of the Rinnegan was temporarily set aside. Now, everyone was facing another severe problem: how to capture the one-tail Shikaku. At this moment, the third Kazekage, Shachuan, said to everyone, "Leave the matter of capturing Shikaku to me. Everyone should step back a little. I'm going to capture Shikaku." Upon hearing this, the others frowned slightly. Gazuki Hangetsu directly mocked. "You say you want to capture a tailed beast all by yourself? Are you out of your mind or just overly confident? Even Uchiha Madara couldn't capture a tailed beast. Why do you think you can do it?" The young man shouldn't be so reckless. "If you need help, just ask us directly. There's no need to be embarrassed. Right now, we're all in the same boat, and we won't kick you when you're down." Shachuan, seeing the misunderstanding, quickly explained, "My intention to capture Shikaku alone is not out of arrogance. This matter concerns the core secret of the Sand Hidden Village. So please do not casually inquire about my information regarding the Sand Hidden." Seeing Shikawa's resolute attitude, the others did not say much and walked towards the edge of the desert. Once they were out of sight, Shikawa immediately formed hand seals, and an overwhelming amount of black iron sand spread deep into the desert. Shikawa is a magnetic release bloodline limit ninja, and Shikaku is also a tailed beast with magnetic release characteristics. Magnetic release attracts magnetic release, which is how the Sand Hidden Village was able to capture Shikaku, a beast that even the god of ninjas could not catch. At this moment, Shikaku, hiding in the deepest part of the desert, was still in a state of shock. Just a moment ago, he had been so close to being caught by Uchiha Madara. Although he had never encountered Madara before, he could clearly sense that the other party was the reincarnation of Indra. He had no good impression of that arrogant brat, and he suspected that Uchiha Madara was just like that bastard. Falling into his hands would surely mean disaster. Fortunately, the other party suddenly stopped, although he didn't know why. He had finally escaped a calamity. Just then, he had a strange feeling that he was being targeted. While he was puzzled, the overwhelming black iron sand had already completely surrounded him. Shikaku's heart sank. If Uchiha Madara had crushed him with pure strength, then magnetic release was simply his nemesis. Facing a magnetic release ninja, he could neither escape nor fight back. He was completely overmatched. How frustrating. Why does the ninja world have to awaken such a disgusting bloodline limit? He immediately used sand to resist the invasion of the iron sand. But the sand was as fragile as paper and was instantly pierced through. The sand mixed with iron sand completely broke free from Shikaku's control, becoming part of the enemy's power. Shikaku was very unwilling. Just after escaping the clutches of the Sand Hidden Village, he was about to be captured again? "No, I must gain my freedom." Suddenly, Shikaku's massive body transformed into a huge mass of sand, and then the sand surged in 3 different directions to break through. Floating in the air, Shikawa frowned, then relaxed. He was actually trying to play this trick with him. The tailed beast's intelligence was indeed only at the level of a wild animal. He immediately split the iron sand into 3 parts and quickly caught up with the 3 masses of sand. The iron sand swiftly penetrated the sand, and the 3 masses were bound in place, unable to move. The sand-formed Shikaku exclaimed in dismay, realizing that his body was now completely out of control. No matter how he tried to manipulate the 3 masses of sand, he could not reassemble into the form of the tailed beast. Shikawa smirked. Capturing Shikaku was complete. He then created a sand clone and immediately returned to the sand-hidden village, bringing back a dozen experienced sealing technique masters to the desert. After a flurry of activity, Shikaku was once again sealed into that huge jar, and the 5 Kage summit continued to be held in the sand-hidden village. Upon learning of the enemy's strength, the 5 Kage no longer considered preserving their strength. What a joke. If they preserved their strength, they would all be doomed. This time, a few people came together to brainstorm and start researching the upcoming strategic guidelines. First of all, Uchiha Madara's high-profile actions in the ninja world have completely exposed his whereabouts. Trying to conceal the information that Uchiha Madara is still alive is nothing but a futile effort. Since the information on the other party can no longer be hidden, it would be better to issue a wanted notice for Uchiha Madara throughout the entire ninja world. At this moment, Zuki Mitsuki questioned, since we're going to hunt down Uchiha Obito, shouldn't we set a bounty on him? If there's no bounty, what kind of manhunt is that? Everyone looked at him with disdain, wondering what this little mustache guy was thinking. What significance does Uchiha Obito's bounty hold? Are we really expecting wandering ninjas in the ninja world to catch Uchiha Obito and bring him in for the bounty? Such an impressive wandering ninja could establish a powerful force capable of crushing the 5 great nations. Would he really need your meager bounty? Ultimately, under the strong demand of Zuki Mangetsu, Uchiha Madara's bounty was set at 7 billion ryo. This price is astronomical for an ordinary ninja. But for the 5 great nations, it's just a drop in the bucket. After all, even a small country like the Land of Rain can allocate 100 million each year to support Xinyan, so the 5 great nations wouldn't care about such a small amount. Chapter 119. Sweatshop. In the end, the 5 Kage finalized the military cooperation arrangements and prepared to return to their respective villages to mobilize their troops. Before leaving, Senju Tobarama handed over his flying thunder god Kanai to the other Kage and told them to inject chakra into the Kanai if they encountered any emergencies. He would arrive immediately. Even if he couldn't defeat Uchiha Madara, he could at least hold him off until reinforcements arrived. As the 5 parted ways, the ninja world began to stir with undercurrents. Meanwhile, Xinyan in the Land of Rain was completely unaware of this. At that moment, he was standing on a spacious beach in the Land of Rain, wearing a sun hat and holding a golf club, leisurely playing beach golf. He extended his left thumb to gauge the position of the distant golf hole, then looked down at the angle of the golf ball at his feet, finding a suitable direction to stand in. He held the golf club tightly in both hands, like a seasoned swordsman holding his lifelong companion sword. The club slowly lifted, and the entire beach suddenly fell silent. The sound of the wind and waves disappeared. The space seemed to freeze, leaving only Xinyan with his golf club raised high. Just as he was about to bring it down, a figure appeared beside him in an instant. Xinyan was startled and almost threw the club away. After retracting the club, he looked at Madara with a resentful expression and said, "You scared me. Next time, can you not use the body flicker technique to approach me?" Uchiha Madara replied expressionlessly, "You're too relaxed as the guardian king of the land. All you do every day is eat, drink, and have fun. Didn't you say back then that you would train your body and energy to the same level as your mental strength? Now all I see you do is play. You don't mention training at all." Xinyan sighed, "I can't help it. Training my body and energy is not as simple as training my mental strength. With my current physical condition, even if I had all the resources in the ninja world for training, it wouldn't be enough. I estimate that even the resources stored by the Tsutsuki clan deep in the universe wouldn't allow me to progress. In this situation, how am I supposed to train?" Uchiha Madara had no good solutions either, so he changed the subject, saying, "You can think about this on your own. I came to find you for another matter." Xinyan asked, "What is it?" Uchiha Madara said, "Recently, there have been frequent ninja entries into the Land of Rain. At first, they were cautious, probably afraid that losing their ninja abilities would lead to being targeted. However, as more and more ninjas entered the Land of Rain, their behavior became bolder. Eventually, they didn't even take off their headbands and swaggered in. They're asking around for information about you, and it seems someone has their eyes on you. Sun Yan slapped his forehead, realizing that his identity had indeed been exposed. He asked helplessly, "Have you figured out which organization is investigating my information?" Uchiha Madara replied, "The organizations are very complex. Let us not even mention the 5 great nations. They're basically all on the list. Even villages like Amigakure and Kusagakure, as well as the Land of Iron, have sent out scouts. Some underground forces in the ninja world and some minor country feudal lords have also sent people." Sun Yan's mouth fell open in shock. "Are you kidding me? Have I broken a major taboo? Are these people out of their minds? Why do they act like everyone is coming to pay homage?" In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Don't pay attention to them. On my territory, even if the Six-Path Sage comes, they must obey the law. If they don't cause trouble, just leave them alone. Those who do cause trouble, beat them up and throw them into the sea. By the way, is there enough manpower? How is the factory running?" Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "The production speed at the factory has stabilized, and we have more than enough manpower now." Sun Yan nodded. "As long as there is enough manpower. That's good. This is a factory established on a whim, producing a very simple product, Uchiha Madara. The factory is divided into the head workshop, torso workshop, limbs workshop, and Sharingan workshop. Oh right, there's also a hair workshop, as producing that long hair can be quite a hassle. Ultimately, all the semi-finished products processed in each workshop are sent to the assembly workshop, where the already assembled Uchiha Madara puts the raw materials together to create a new Uchiha Madara. Thus, a self-producing sweatshop of mine was born. These Uchiha Band were produced and played a significant role. Some joined the kingdom of Hubwa Mingwang, becoming direct warriors of the Hubwa Mingwang, responsible for maintaining public order within the borders of the Rainbow Country, protecting the safety of its citizens and the daimyo. Others became workers, helping fishermen with their catch and farmers with their crops. In short, these Uchiha Band worked diligently and selflessly, and even the demanding tasks of 007 could not change their expressions in the slightest. To prevent their identities from being exposed and causing panic, Sun Yan specifically used an illusionary barrier that enveloped the Rainbow Country to alter the appearances of the Uchiha Band. From the perspective of outsiders, Uchiha Obito appears to be just an ordinary person. Those ninjas collecting intelligence would never guess that the passerby next to them was actually Uchiha Obito, let alone several of them. After reporting the situation from the past few days, Uchiha Obito turned to leave. He had to complete his task of taking care of the children soon and didn't have time to mess around with this mischievous kid, Shinkai. Once Obito left, Shinkai prepared to continue the unfinished game he had started earlier. He stood tall like a mountain, firmly gripping the golf club with both hands. As he lifted the club high and was about to swing down, a soft female voice came from behind him. "As expected of you, brother Shinkai. Playing golf at the beach." Hearing this voice, Shinkai instinctively shivered. Subsequently, he swung the club with a bit too much force, creating a massive gust of wind. Starting from where Shinkai stood, the ocean was cleaved in half by the power of his swing. The golf ball transformed into a streak of light, flying far away and disappearing at the horizon. Upon witnessing this, Mina's pupils constricted, followed by a hint of relief. Shinkai, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that he had aimed at the sea. Otherwise, the land of rain could have been flattened by that swing. After taking a long breath, Shinkai said irritably, "Could you not greet me before you speak? Thankfully, I was aiming at the sea. If it were towards the land of rain, many people would have died." Mina didn't respond, but looked at Shinkai with a resentful gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. The last person he wanted to see right now was this girl, who had been following him around like a creepy stalker for days. The problem was that her stalking skills were terrible. She probably couldn't even match Konohamaru's skills decades from now. Hiding behind a utility pole, her body was concealed, but was sticking out, and even after staring for a long time, he hadn't noticed her. However, this time it seemed better. She didn't pounce on him like she did a few days ago. Sigh, how should he get rid of this girl's entanglement? Chapter 120. Drunken without alcohol, while Shinkai was lost in thought, a faint smile appeared on Mina's resentful face. "Brother Shinkai has been deliberately avoiding me. Am I that annoying?" Shinkai replied helplessly, "If you were a bit more normal, I wouldn't run away when I see you." Mina's expression grew more despondent. Then she bitterly smiled and said, "Do you have time tomorrow? Can I invite you to dinner?" Shinkai quickly refused. "I'm really busy lately. Let's talk about it later when I have time. There might not be another chance." Shinkai felt a bit puzzled. Mina seemed very strange today. Usually, she was full of energy as if she had just downed an energy drink, but today she looked troubled. Shinkai asked, "What's wrong? You look like something happened." Maina forced a smile and said, "Nothing happened. Actually, I've come to a realization. Since you dislike me so much, why should I force myself? I'm planning to leave the land of Red and go to a faraway place. I wanted to have one last meal with you before I leave, which is why I asked you." Upon hearing this, Shinkai felt a bit downcast. People are not made of wood. Who could be heartless? After spending such a long time together, the thought of suddenly parting felt quite bittersweet. After hesitating for a moment, Shinkai decided to keep the appointment and bid her farewell properly. This way, it can both conclude the cause and effect and give each other an explanation. Determined, Xinyan smiled and said, "Tomorrow, right? In the morning or in the afternoon?" Maina also smiled and replied, "At 7 in the evening. At my residence. You should know where it is." Xinyan nodded, indicating he understood. Watching Maina turn and walk away, Xinyan stared at the distant horizon for a long time, unable to regain his thoughts. Is what he is doing right or wrong? Then he laughed out loud and shook his head. Is there a standard answer to the matters of this world? The wandering cat goes hungry all day, yet lives freely. The dog kept indoors has no worries about food, but must walk with its head down. In the multiple-choice question of life, no matter how one chooses, there will always be regrets. No one's life is perfect. Anyway, nothing happened between me and Maina, so ending it peacefully isn't too bad. Looking at the azure sea, with its ebb and flow, life continues endlessly. Suddenly, Xinyan felt poetic and opened his arms, reciting a poem to the sea. The sea. Bang! Just as Xinyan was reciting his poem to the sea, a golf ball suddenly flew from a distance and hit him on the temple. The impact made Xinyan dizzy, and since he was just reciting poetry, he almost bit his own tongue. He struggled to get up from the ground, then cursed, "Hey, who throws things like that?" While rubbing his temple, Xinyan groped around on the ground. Eventually, he found the golf ball and examined it closely in his hand. Damn, isn't this the golf ball I accidentally hit earlier? Didn't it fly away? How did it come back? He looked up towards the direction of the ravines on the beach, then turned to see the direction from which the golf ball had come. He swallowed hard, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Is this damn golf ball going to circle the ninja world and come back? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. After all, the ninja world is round just like Earth in my past life. I should keep this golf ball in my pocket. After all, it's the first golf ball to travel around the ninja world, which is of great significance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 7 p.m. the next day. Nobuyuki was sitting opposite Minako, wearing a black kimono. He originally didn't plan to wear a kimono, as he felt it was very awkward with wide sleeves and not convenient for walking. However, since he was about to part ways with Minako, wearing this outfit might make it seem more formal in her eyes. Today, Minako had specifically put on makeup and was wearing a plain white kimono, with her hair styled up and adorned with a pink flower hairpin. Once all the dishes were served, Minako dismissed the servants, and then the two of them locked eyes in silence for a long time. In this situation, Nobuhiko didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent with the other person. After a moment of eye contact, Minami suddenly smiled. She gently stood up, then slowly walked over to Nobuhiko and picked up the bottle of wine. Nobuhiko understood and handed over his glass, and Minami personally poured him a drink. Then she took her own glass and poured herself a drink as well, sitting down beside Nobuhiko. This time, Nobuyuki did not avoid it, but instead clinked glasses with the other person openly. They did not say much, and together they drank the wine in their cups. The taste of the wine was somewhat bitter. It was hard to tell if it was due to the characteristics of the wine or the environment. Nobuyuki set down his glass and sighed deeply, saying, "Yesterday I thought all day, and actually it should be me who is leaving. This is your home, and I have troubled your family for so long already. It has been enough of a hassle for you all. It was my mistake from the beginning. I misjudged my thoughts, which led to many misunderstandings between us. I will leave the land of rainbows tonight and will no longer disturb your family in the future. As for this illusionary barrier, I will keep it, believing that with its existence, the 5 great nations will not easily act against the land of rainbows." After speaking, Nobuhiko picked up the bottle and poured himself another glass of wine, then drank it all in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. He thought all night yesterday. Even though he felt like a salted fish, he was still a man, since he had already decided to part ways. How could he make the other person leave their home? He was originally a carefree person, so he would leave carefree. Manai did not respond, but also picked up the bottle, poured herself a glass, and drank it all in one go. After finishing the wine in her glass, she swayed slightly, seemingly unable to handle the alcohol. Nobuhiko gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and she smiled sweetly at him, saying, "Thank you." After that, the two fell silent once again. At this moment, Maina suddenly asked, "Nobuhiko, can you answer me a question?" Nabahiko nodded and said, "Go ahead. I don't understand why you won't accept me. You should know that although I am a princess of a small country, the resources I have in the Kingdom of Rainbow are not less than those of my brother, the legitimate heir. Moreover, I don't think I look bad, and I have never asked you for anything. Instead, I have been the one giving. I just don't understand why you won't accept me. Is it because you have someone else you like?" Looking at Mina's serious expression, Nabahiko seemed to recall something very unpleasant. He picked up the wine jar, opened the lid, and then drank the entire bottle. Mina watched him drink all the wine without interrupting, but listened attentively. She felt that Nobuhiko must have a past that was unknown to others. After finishing the wine, Nobuhiko showed signs of intoxication. But this intoxication was not brought on by the alcohol. It was brought on by his heart. Under Mina's expectant gaze, Nobuhiko slowly began to recount his past. Chapter 121. Every goofball has a tough childhood in his previous life. Nobuhiko was named Zhang Xin. He lived in a poor family where both parents were laid-off workers, making a living by doing odd jobs. Life was meager but manageable. However, when he was 8 years old, a sudden accident changed his life forever. His mother was hit by a passing car on her way home from work, and the driver fled the scene. His mother died from excessive blood loss. His parents were very loving, and upon learning of his wife's tragic fate, his father began to drown his sorrows in alcohol, becoming more and more despondent each day. 2 years later, his father fell ill and was bedridden. From then on, he had to balance school and taking care of his father. At that time, he was very rebellious and thought his father was weak, feeling contempt for him because such a small setback could break him. Therefore, he spoke to his father very rudely, which only made his father's spirit sink further. Reflecting on this, Nobuhiko sighed. Some things are only valued after they are lost. Thus, the father and son relied on each other for 5 or 6 years. On a sunny morning, Nobuhiko went to wake his father for breakfast, only to find that his father had closed his eyes forever. It is somewhat shameful to say, but although Nobuhiko felt sadness at that moment, he also felt a sense of relief. He thought he was finally free, finally able to spread his wings and soar. After taking care of his father's funeral arrangements, he began to live alone in the world. It was at this point that he noticed the world around him had suddenly changed. What once appeared hopeful, brilliant, and beautiful now felt different. He realized he had been shackled by the name of father, which prevented him from embracing the vast world. But when he stepped into the world he had longed for, he suddenly discovered that this world held more of humanity's ugliness. Colleagues, superiors, passers-by, none of the people around him were sincere. For their own interests, they could betray you at any moment. While they might not actively kick you when you're down, they would certainly stand by and laugh at your misfortune. It was at this moment that Nobuhiko suddenly understood. In this world, apart from one's own parents, no one is truly sincere towards you. Anyone who approaches you does so for their own benefit. Making friends is merely because you are useful. In the past, the ailing father was a burden to Yukihiro, but now he wishes more than anything that his father were still alive. Even if he were seriously ill, he would be willing to care for him, because he was the only person in the world who was truly sincere towards him. Sometimes, parents don't necessarily have to be by your side. As long as they exist, they provide a kind of support for the soul. But Yukihiro has lost that support, and from then on, the world has become a dull gray in his eyes. Everything has lost its meaning to him. The vibrant world feels like a fleeting illusion. Thus, he has lived in a daze until now, and even with immense power, he has not acted recklessly. It's not that he possesses noble character. Rather, he has become indifferent to everything. He simply wants to live a simple life in this world, not wanting to create any more ties with anyone. Having lost everything once, he does not wish to lose what he cherishes again. Therefore, he chooses to reject Minai, not because he is uninterested in the opposite sex, but because he does not want to see the people around him leave him. He is just purely afraid of losing again. After recounting his experiences, tears streamed down Yukihiro's cheeks as he lowered his head, lost in thought while looking at his reflection in the wine glass. Minai, sitting beside him, finished her drink in one gulp, then put down her glass and said, "Coward." Yukihiro wiped his tears and replied, "Maybe so. I am indeed a coward who doesn't dare to take responsibility. My great power hasn't changed my essence as an ordinary person." Minai's body swayed slightly as she braced her right arm on the table, sarcastically saying, "You really disappoint me. When I first met you, I thought you were someone decisive. But it turns out you are just a coward who retreats when faced with challenges. Some things will happen even if you try to avoid them, just like your father. Even if he hadn't fallen ill, wouldn't he still die? Everyone has to experience saying goodbye to their parents. It's just a matter of time. Are you going to avoid your parents because you fear saying goodbye to them? Everyone lives in this world for their own selfish reasons. Even your parents are no exception. Their desire for you to have a better life is also for their own selfish reasons. This is a world made up of desires, and mere escapism is of no use. You are just an ostrich burying your head in the sand. Things will still happen, and the world will still change. It will not change because of your avoidance and complacency. So, why not try to make a change? Even if you can't change the world, you can at least try to change yourself. Looking at it from a different perspective, you might see a world that is different from the dull one you see when your head is buried in the sand. Yoshihiro looked in shock at Minai, who was feeding him motivational words beside him. What's wrong with this guy? A spoiled, rich kid who often abuses and bullies his subordinates is actually giving himself a dose of motivational self-help. At this moment, Nobuhiko noticed that Mina's face was becoming increasingly pale, her lips turning purple, and her complexion darkening. Her body was swaying as if it would collapse at any moment. 2 streams of clear tears were also left on her face, but these tears seemed more like a serene farewell. Before Nobuhiko could open his mouth to ask, Mina lay down on the floor and lost all vitality. Nobuhiko was shocked and immediately rushed to check on Mina's condition. He penetrated his spiritual power into Mina's body to examine her closely and discovered that she had actually died from poisoning. He shifted his gaze to the wine glass on the table, which still contained a substance identical to the toxins within Mina. The wine Mina had just drunk was poisoned. No, both the wine he and Mina had consumed were poisoned. However, his physical constitution had far exceeded human limits, and this poison was nothing to him. But Mina was just an ordinary person. Drinking this poison would certainly lead to her death. Damn it, who was the one who poisoned her? If I catch him, I will definitely kill him. Suddenly, he recalled that Mina had mentioned wanting to go to a very distant place. Nobuhiko's mouth twitched. That distant place couldn't be the Pure Land, could it? This crazy girl actually wants to drink poison to commit suicide. And what's worse is that she even shares the poison with herself. What is this crazy girl thinking? Is she planning to take us both down with her? Damn it. What should we do next? This crazy girl may not be normal, but at least she can be considered a friend of mine. How could I bear to just watch her die? He quickly used his mental power to dispel the toxins in Mina's body, but it was futile. Mina's heartbeat had already stopped, so what good would detoxification do now? Just then, a translucent figure suddenly floated out from Mina's body. Chapter 122. Feeling? Not much feeling at all. The translucent figure looked almost identical to Mina, but her body was ethereal, like a phantom. The well-informed Shinhiko immediately recognized that this must be Mina's substitute. No, her soul. He saw that Mina's soul was tightly closing her eyes and then floated away like a balloon. Shinhiko thought to himself that this was not good. If Mina's soul flew back to the Pure Land, who knows how long it would take to find her? He quickly leaped into the air and grabbed her wrist just as her soul was about to fly out through the ceiling. With a strong pull, he brought Mina back down to the ground, just like pulling a balloon back. Standing on the ground, Shinhiko carefully felt Mina's soul. Her small hand was soft and fluffy, like cotton candy. However, that wasn't the main point. All souls were like this, and it wasn't unique to Mina. What shocked Shinhiko recently was why a certain part of Mina's soul was so large. He wasn't very familiar with girls' measurements, but this size was clearly not in the same league. The reasoning is too profound. It doesn't match the body at all. Xinyan shook his head, shaking off all the distractions in his mind. He is a man destined to be the king of singles. How could he be swayed by beauty? He gently grabbed Mina's wrist and took careful steps toward her body. He walked cautiously, afraid that too much force would damage Mina's soul. Finally, he reached Mina's body and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he gently pushed Mina's soul back in her body, starting with her legs, then her waist, abdomen. And soon enough, Mina's soul was perfectly reinserted into her flesh. Xinyan clapped his hands. Next, he just needed to revive Mina's bodily functions for her to wake up. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A transparent right arm suddenly burst out from the body with a bang. Seeing this, Xinyan hurriedly stepped forward to press it back into the body. However, just as he pushed the sole of the right arm back, the sole of the left leg flew out again, and Xinyan quickly lunged to hold it down. As soon as the sole of the left leg was stabilized, the sole from the chest emerged. Xinyan was just about to go up to hold it down when suddenly his face turned red. Mina really is something. How can the reasoning be so profound? Now Xinyan is in a dilemma. Should he press or not? She's a young lady, and what he's doing feels a bit unethical. But if he doesn't press, her life is definitely at risk. Suddenly, he understood the protagonist in Old Master Jin's writing. It wasn't that they deliberately wanted to take advantage of the female characters. Sometimes the situation was really urgent, and they were forced into it. In the end, he made up his mind. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. To save someone, he decided to sacrifice himself for the greater good. He pressed down on the soul's chest like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, using all his strength to push down. Just when the soul was about to be fully pressed back in, Xinyan suddenly noticed something was wrong. Minai's soul had a problem. That part of the soul was actually larger than the physical body. Was this still human? No wonder the soul and body didn't fit perfectly before. The issue was here. He pressed down hard on the chest again, trying to correct Minai's soul. Unexpectedly, with that effort, his right leg burst out from his body again, leaving Xinyan in a mess. At that moment, he felt like he was holding a balloon filled with air deep in the ocean. If he let go, the balloon would shoot back to the surface like a cannonball. What should I do? I can't hold onto the other person's soul here for a lifetime. Just then, he saw a storage cabinet not far away, filled with miscellaneous items, mostly daily necessities. While holding onto Mina's soul, he dragged her to the cabinet, opened it, and began to rummage through it. Cosmetics, lipsticks, ear scoops, nail clippers. The things inside were extremely diverse and plentiful, but there was nothing that could help Yasuaki. Just when he was feeling desperate, he suddenly spotted a roll of wide, transparent tape in the corner. Yasuaki's eyes lit up. This thing was incredibly useful for him. He immediately took out the tape, attached his mental power to it, and then tightly bound Mina's legs and soul together. He then gently released his hand and found that Mina's legs and soul were firmly tied to her body, unable to break free. Yasuaki was overjoyed. This tape was indeed effective. As long as he attached his mental power to it, he could securely lock Mina's soul. At this moment, he turned around and found that Minato's upper body had flown out again after losing his restraint. He hurriedly stepped forward and wrapped Minato's entire body with transparent tape, section by section, to prevent the soul from escaping again. Finally, when he tied it around the chest, he exerted a lot of effort and finally managed to suppress the soul. He wondered if this would leave any lasting effects in the future, like inconsistencies in size and such. But there was no time to think about that now. Minato's life was more important than anything else. Minato was tightly bound by the tape, and to prevent any accidents, Yukihiko even wrapped tape around her mouth. When he stood up and looked at her, he felt that the way the tape was wrapped seemed quite sinister. Minato's kimono was already a bit disheveled from the earlier struggle, and her tightly shut eyes and pitiful expression led Yukihiko to think of some wicked things. Oh no, how could he think such things when he was saving someone? He quickly placed his hand on Minato's right hand and slowly extended his spiritual energy into her body to help her regain her strength. As the spiritual energy continuously stimulated her physical body, Minato gradually began to show signs of vitality. Soon after, the spiritual energy gently pulled Minato's soul and body together, and the room was filled with her moans. The guards of the daimyo, who had come to check on the situation upon hearing the noise, exchanged glances and then smiled knowingly before quietly leaving. After a few minutes, Minato suddenly began to move. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and the pupils under her eyelids moved a bit, clearly indicating that she had regained some life. After a little while, Minato slowly awakened. As soon as she opened her eyes, she realized that her body couldn't move. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced around and found herself tightly bound, even with her mouth sealed. She looked around and saw Yukihiko, who was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and she felt relieved. It seemed she was still with her brother Yukihiko. So was this place a pure land or the ninja world? Never mind, it didn't matter. As long as she was with her brother Yukihiko, it didn't matter whether it was the pure land or the ninja world. At this moment, Nobuyuki lowered his head and saw the two of them locking eyes. Mina shot Nobuyuki a glance, wondering why this guy, even after tying himself up like this, wasn't making any further moves. If the roles were reversed, she would show brother Nobuhiko what cruelty truly is. Nobuhiko gently tore the tape off Mina's mouth and then asked, "You're awake. How do you feel now?" Mina rolled her eyes and replied, "I want to ask you how you feel. With such a beautiful woman tied up in front of you, how do you feel?" Chapter 123, Riding on Me? Upon hearing Mina's question, Nobuhiko stroked his chin and thought carefully before responding. At first, I was a bit excited, but after seeing it too many times, it just feels normal. Mina, hearing this, got angry and said, "Then hurry up and let me down." Only then did Nobuhiko come to his senses and quickly approached to tear off all the tape on Mina. Looking at the red marks left by the tape, Mina said unhappily, "I used to think you were a decisive but principled gentleman. Today I realize you're just a silver-plated wax gunhead with a thief's heart, but no courage." You tied me up like this and didn't even make a move. You can't be lacking in that area, can you? Nobuhiko instantly got angry. This girl had been pushing her luck lately, questioning his capabilities. He angrily retorted, "Who said I can't do it? The reason I didn't act is that I have a very high moral standard. Do you think all men are creatures that think with their lower bodies? Plus, I haven't settled the score with you yet." "What do you mean by that? You actually made me drink poison, and you drank it yourself too. I have no grievances with you. So why do you want to kill me?" Mina looked entranced, her eyes dreamy as she said, "Since I can't have you, no one else can have you either. Rather than watching you leave me, why don't we leave together?" Nobuhiko was dumbfounded. This girl must be seriously ill. "Are you crazy? Did you ever think about what would happen if this poison doesn't work on me and I don't save you?" Mina nonchalantly replied, "Then I'll just die. That way, I can live forever in your heart and make you feel guilty for a lifetime." Nobuhiko, with a black line on his face, said, "Can you use your one-track mind to think carefully? Do you really think a heartless person like me could feel guilty for a lifetime?" Mina showed a disdainful expression and said, "I wasn't sure before, but after learning about your past, I'm very sure you will feel guilty for a lifetime." Nobuhiko replied, "That's different. That's my old man, of course I would feel guilty. You're not my old man, so how could I feel guilty for a lifetime?" Mina looked down on him and said, "You men are just like that, saying one thing and meaning another. My dad secretly hugged my mom's photo and cried when no one was around. When I asked him about it later, he refused to admit it, being as stubborn as a dead duck. I see you're just like my dad. While my mom was alive, he treated her indifferently, but after she died, he cried alone in a corner." Nobuhiko exclaimed, "What the hell?" He felt helpless and frustrated. He realized he couldn't communicate normally with this woman at all. He then stood up and turned to leave. He couldn't stay in this country any longer and needed to find a place to hide. Just then, Mina's voice suddenly came. "I advise you not to leave the land of rain right now." Nobuhiko turned back, confused. "Why can't I leave?" Mina seemed to recall something funny, chuckled, and then put on a serious face. "Don't you have any idea what you've done?" Nobuhiko thought carefully. There had indeed been a lot of spies coming to the land of rain recently, but did that have anything to do with him? Then he recalled the incident a while ago when he caused a commotion in the Hidden Mist village. But during that incident, he hadn't killed any of the Hidden Mist ninjas, so the situation shouldn't have escalated to a breaking point. Besides, the Hidden Mist should know about his strength and wouldn't go all out against him for such a small country like the Land of Rain. Seeing Nobuhiko's expression, Mina sighed. "You really are Navi. After stealing that thing called the Tailed Beast, you're living your life as if nothing happened. Now the 5 great nations have formed an alliance to prepare to attack you, and you still don't know. I really can't tell if you're slow to react or just overly confident in your own strength." Nobuhiko was baffled. "I stole a tailed beast? When did that happen?" Mina then explained the situation to Nobuhiko. "About 10 days ago, the 5 great nations suddenly announced the formation of a ninja alliance to prepare for an attack on Uchihamadara. The reason was that Uchihamadara had infiltrated the 5 great ninja villages to steal tailed beasts and had killed quite a few ninjas from the 5 great nations in the process, showing an extremely arrogant attitude. Upon hearing this, Nobuhiko's pupils constricted. He was very sure that Uchihamadara under his command had not left the Land of Rain on his own. Although these Uchihamadara clones are weak, they essentially count as extensions of himself. Every move they make is under his control, and as long as they are in this timeline, he can sense them even if they fly out of the ninja world. Although many Uchihamadara have been created in the factory recently, none of them have left on their own. That leaves only one possibility. The Uchihamadara from this timeline is the one attacking the 5 great nations and stealing the tailed beasts. Xinyan slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten that Uchihamadara was still alive during this time. But upon further thought, it felt wrong. Uchihamadara should still be recovering and awakening the Rinnegan at this time. So how could he be causing trouble? After pondering for a while, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had once ridden on Uchihamadara while wandering the ninja world for a while. Although it didn't attract much attention, it was very likely that White Zetsu had discovered it. By this time, he had really become someone else's scapegoat. Although he was very confident in his illusion barrier, believing that the Ninja Alliance couldn't break in, his peaceful life would definitely be disrupted. The thought of those ninjas coming like locusts in wave after wave to disturb him sent chills down his spine. Maina saw Xinyan's awkward expression and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I didn't expect you to show such an expression. I thought you had thrown your sense of shame behind you." "What do you mean by that? What does this have to do with my sense of shame?" Xinyan asked in confusion. Maina replied, "I heard that the uncle with the hedgehog head, Uchihamadara, attacked the 5 great nations while riding on you. Your reputation in the 5 great nations is now quite loud. The entire ninja world knows that you are Uchiha Madara's mount. After saying this, Meina looked somewhat puzzled and asked, I'm really curious about what your relationship with that hedgehog head uncle is. Why is it that sometimes you ride him, and sometimes he rides you? Are you two each other's mounts? At this moment, Minhai noticed that Nobuhiko's gaze was vacant, as if he were lost in thought. He waved his hand in front of Nobuhiko and thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Has he been possessed? At this moment, he heard Xinyan murmuring, riding me? Uchiha Madara is riding me? He stared blankly at Meina, continuing to mumble, riding me? You say Uchiha Madara is riding me? Meina frowned and said, what's wrong with you? Could it be that the poison I just administered has taken effect? At this moment, Xinyan let out a howl that startled Meina. Damn Uchiha Madara. A man in his 60s comes to deceive and ambush me, a 20-year-old young person. Is this good? This is a good singer. Chapter 124. Just a minor character. On a nameless, deserted island in the northern part of the Ninja World continent. The trees here are lush and green, covering the entire island in greenery. Logically, such dense trees should be home to countless wild animals. However, strangely enough, this vast island is devoid of even a single bird. The entire island is silent, creating a bizarre yet beautiful scene in contrast to the flourishing trees. This uninhabited, deserted island appears to be small in area, but in fact, its depths are exceptionally vast. What is exposed above sea level is just the tip of the iceberg. Deep underground, hundreds of meters below the surface, there is a massive artificial underground cavern. The cavern is extraordinarily spacious, with tens of thousands of white figures standing neatly on the ground, resembling a swarm of tiny white ants from above. Opposite the tens of thousands of white figures is a gigantic monster. This monster is entirely gray, with thin limbs and 2 rows of ribs that stand out prominently on its chest. Even more bizarre is the fact that its face is split in half. The left side has a blood-red, hook-shaped eye, while the right side features a large, menacing mouth. Floating behind it are 10 tails, each ending in a hand, giving it an exceptionally eerie appearance. This monster is the Outer Path Golem that has absorbed the tailed beast chakra. However, after absorbing the chakra of 7 tailed beasts, its form can now be referred to as the 10 tails. Uchiha Madara sits cross-legged on top of the Outer Path Golem, controlling it to continuously supply chakra to himself. A few days ago, after a brief confrontation with the 5 Kage, he found an opportunity to escape, and then he went to Takigakure, effortlessly acquiring the 7 tails, and arrived at this underground base. Previously, the tailed beasts were simply sealed within the Outer Path Golem in a rough manner, without being completely refined. Therefore, he has been refining them day and night for the past few days, and today he has finally fused all the tailed beast chakra into the Outer Path Golem. At this point, the appearance of the Outer Path Golem is just 1 step away from becoming a complete 10 tails. It can even be said that the current 10 tails is only missing the chakra attributes of the 8 tails and the 1 tail to achieve its complete form. One cannot deny that the power of the 9 tails is indeed formidable, even with the absence of 2 tailed beasts. It can restore the strength of the 10 tails to such a level. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. His left eye remains the Rinnegan, while his right eye is a crimson Mangeki Sharingan. At this moment, his right eye has fully regained its light, thanks to the chakra of the 10 tails. Relying on the nourishment of the 10 tails chakra, his Mangeki Sharingan, which was expected to take years to restore its light, has completely recovered in just a few days. It is a pity that it has not evolved into a Rinnegan. Otherwise, having 2 Rinnegan would give him more confidence in the upcoming plans. Uchiha Madara let out a long breath. He is now just 1 step away from becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki and enacting his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Hashirama, I will prove to you that my ideas are the correct ones. At this moment, he slowly stood up and shouted to the side, Kurizetsu. With Uchiha Madara's call, a strange creature as black as ink emerged from a shadow on top of the Outer Path Golem. After Kurizetsu appeared, he respectfully asked Uchiha Madara, Lord Madara, what are your orders? Kurizetsu was a creature he had created not long ago, using his Yin-Yang release ability. This is the most satisfactory clone he has ever created. Without exception, the white Zetsu he created before was undoubtedly a failure in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and the only one he found somewhat acceptable, Akatsuki, was mentally challenged, which made him very frustrated. He couldn't understand why a serious and profound man like himself would create clones that were more ridiculous than the last. Could it be that, deep down, he actually had an exaggerated and silly personality? No, he would never admit that. It wasn't until the appearance of Black Zetsu that he regained confidence in himself. Although this Black Zetsu's strength is not very strong, its personality is very much to my liking, especially this attitude of respect towards me, which Uchiha Madara, who has been accompanied by clowns for more than a decade, thoroughly enjoys. This is what it feels like to be a leader. What were those white Zetsu before? They are simply unworthy to be my clones. Uchiha Madara asked expressionlessly, how is the intelligence gathering on the One Tail and Eight Tails going? Black Zetsu nodded and said, it has been investigated clearly since Lord Madara's last appearance. The One Tail has been transferred to the independent space of the Yatsuki clan. I speculate that the Eight Tails, which has not shown itself before, should also be in this independent space. And only the current leader of the Yatsuki clan, the third Raikage A, has the authority to open this space. Uchiha Madara rubbed his chin and murmured, so, as long as we capture this Raikage, we can obtain two-tailed beasts at once. Black Zetsu nodded, and Uchiha Madara asked again, then where is the Raikage now? Have you investigated? The Raikage is currently in the Akakawa Desert of the Land of Rivers. The other four Kage and some powerful figures from the five great nations are also there. It seems they want to use the Raikage as bait to lure you in. Black Zetsu replied, ahaha. Uchiha Madara laughed out loud upon hearing this, thinking that gathering some ants could withstand him. It seems that his previous retreat had given these trash the illusion that they could defeat him. This time, he intended to capture the Raikage in front of these insignificant fish, so they could witness the power of Uchiha Madara. After laughing, Uchiha Madara asked again, how is the investigation into the situation in the Land of Rain going? Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu's expression instantly fell, but due to his dark complexion, Uchiha Madara didn't notice. The situation in the Land of Rain is very grim. My subordinates have tried various methods, but cannot enter the Land of Rain. Any white Zetsu that gets close to the coastline of the Land of Rain will immediately lose consciousness and sink to the seabed. They will only awaken after sinking to a certain depth, outside the range of the Land of Rain's barrier. I have also tried using Jinjutsu to control ordinary people, but those who were subjected to Jinjutsu would immediately break free once they entered the barrier of the Land of Rain. That barrier is very strange. Anyone with chakra who enters its range will lose their combat ability. Therefore, I have only gathered some irrelevant information and still know nothing about that Araki Yoshihiko. Uchiha Madara asked, not even you can get in? Kurizetsu shook his head. No, once I enter the barrier, I am no different from an ordinary white Zetsu. It feels like the entire world has plunged into darkness, and when I wake up again, I have already sunk to the seabed. Uchiha Madara stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a long while, he shook his head and said, in that case, let's not worry about that guy for now. Just a mere clown. I don't have the mood to deal with such an inconsequential character right now. Uchiha Madara decided to first address the issues concerning the One Tail and Eight Tails. Once he collects all the tailed beasts to form the 10 tails, that guy named Araki Yoshihiko would merely be a minor character dreaming in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 125. The death of Akatsuki. Hearing that Uchiha Madara had temporarily given up on dealing with Araki Yoshihiko, Kurizetsu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara did not foolishly engage in a direct confrontation with Araki Yoshihiko. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Subsequently, he felt a deep disdain for Uchiha Madara, a frog in a well, so arrogant and overconfident, truly worthy of being Indra's reincarnation. In fact, Kurizetsu was not a clone created by Uchiha Madara using yin-yang release. His existence is very ancient, having been created long before the tailed beasts were born at the moment when Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed away. Theoretically, he could be considered Kagaya Otsutsuki's third son, making him the brother of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. His sole mission was to release the infinite Tsukuyomi and free his mother from her seal. To accomplish this, he split the shinobi sect by exploiting Indra's dissatisfaction with it 1,000 years ago, lying in wait in the shinobi world for the opportunity to rescue his mother. He could be considered a living fossil of the shinobi world, with experiences far surpassing those of Uchiha Madara. Thus, he understood more clearly the terror of Araki Yoshihiko. After all, his body was created by his mother at her peak. His life level far exceeded that of Indra, Ashura, and even Yui from the Yui clan, who would be unable to escape his control if ambushed. However, even someone with such a high life level like him almost couldn't return when approaching the barrier of the Land of Rain. This shows just how powerful that guy named Araki Yoshihiko is. In the shinobi world, the only ones who could rival Araki Yoshihiko would be his own mother and Yui, who became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. As for Uchiha Madara, he was simply fodder in front of him. However, despite his disdain, the show must go on. Otherwise, who would help him collect the tailed beasts? With this in mind, he immediately asked respectfully, "So, Lord Madara, how should I proceed next?" Uchiha Madara replied expressionlessly, "Next. You will take some white Zetsu disguised as Uchiha clan members to attack the ninja of the 5 great nations, causing suspicion and instability within the Ninja Alliance. I will personally go to the Land of Rivers to capture the 3rd Raikage. If the 3rd Raikage dies, or any other unforeseen circumstances arise, wait for my return to execute Plan B." In fact, he also had a little thought he couldn't share. Back then, the Uchiha clan actually betrayed him, their leader, for Konoha, choosing to stay in Konoha instead of leaving with him. He was extremely angry at that time and vowed to make these traitors pay the price. Now, with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, who else would he scam if not these bastards? Kurizetsu received his orders, then slowly sank into the shadows and disappeared. Watching the direction in which Kurizetsu vanished, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction. This hidden technique is so subtle that even my own body cannot detect it. This willpower clone is truly perfect, truly worthy of being my clone. However, his expression soon fell as he shouted to Afe, who was squatting on the ground playing with marbles with his friends in the distance. "Afe, come here." Afe slapped his thigh, thinking he was about to win, and it was really frustrating that Lord Madara was calling for him at this moment. But there was no choice. After all, the other party was the boss. Since he called for him, he had to go. Afe put away his marbles and shyly approached Uchiha Madara, asking, "Lord Madara, what do you need?" Seeing Afe's demeanor, Uchiha Madara was too lazy to waste words with this guy. Look at how Black Zetsu carries himself as a clone, and then look at you. The gap in quality as a clone is just too vast. Uchiha Madara's face turned serious, and he expressionlessly said 4 words, "Transform. Get down." Afe shivered. His miserable journey was about to begin again. The two set off from the nameless deserted island towards the south, heading straight for the trap set for Uchiha Madara by the ninja allied forces in the Land of Rivers. Knowing it was a trap, Uchiha Madara was undeterred. In his eyes, only Hashirama was worthy of his attention in the entire ninja world. The rest of the people, even top-tier strong ones like Senju Tobarama, were no different from minions in his eyes. Once he captured the Raikage, he would use the Rinnegan to control him to open that independent space to obtain the One Tail and 8 Tails. Especially the One Tail, Shikaku, who dared to toy with him. That was unforgivable. Once he captured the opponent, he would definitely torture him before sealing him. Afe was incredibly fast, and in just 3 hours, he traveled from the northernmost part of the ninja world to the heart of the ninja world, the Land of Rain. This is a country where it drizzles all year round. The air is humid, and the waterlogged environment can be described as very harsh. Uchiha Madara dislikes the environment here. The feeling of wet clothes is terrible. He patted Akatsuki's head and ordered, "Speed up. Let's get out of the Land of Rain quickly." Akatsuki replied with frustration, "I'm already going as fast as I can. If I go any faster, I won't be able to handle it." Uchiha Madara frowned. He felt that Akatsuki's words were somewhat strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd about them. Just then, Akatsuki suddenly came to a screeching halt. The sudden break caught Uchiha Madara off guard, and he quickly tightened his legs around Obito's waist, causing him to stick out his tongue. Once stabilized, Uchiha Madara coldly asked, "What's going on? Why do we suddenly stop?" Obito pointed ahead with his right hand and said, "Lord Madara, look." Uchiha Madara looked forward and saw a young man in a gray kimono standing in front of him and Obito, blocking their path. Uchiha Madara frowned. He felt like he had seen this young man somewhere before. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he patted Obito's head, saying, "Let me see your face." Reluctantly, Obito twisted his head 180 degrees to face Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at the young man in front of them, and then down at Obito's transformed face. Before laughing heartily, "You've got some guts, coming to find me on your own." Truly a young calf, not afraid of tigers. The newcomer was none other than Yukihira. After learning that Uchiha Madara was riding around the world on Obito, he had teleported here from the Minato family. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, he felt nothing, as he saw that face every day. However, upon seeing Obito under him, he was instantly filled with rage. An invisible mental force surged into Obito's body, causing him to swell like an inflated balloon. Realizing something was wrong, Uchiha Madara quickly distanced himself. His battle instincts honed over years on the battlefield told him that Obito's condition was abnormal. Just then, a loud explosion echoed throughout the Rain Country, and Obito's body exploded violently. The force of the explosion vaporized the rainwater, and Uchiha Madara was blown backward by the shockwave. Uchiha Madara was momentarily dazed, wondering what had just happened and how that guy had killed Obito. Chapter 126. Yukihira vs. Uchiha Madara. Obito's death exceeded Uchiha Madara's expectations, and Yukihira's methods made him wary. Initially, he thought the opponent was an insignificant character, but now he realized this guy was not simple. He estimated that Araki Yukihira must have a bloodline limit that allows him to conceal his ninjutsu. Obito had just been ambushed and killed by this bloodline limit. What a cunning guy, taking advantage of his carelessness to kill Obito first. However, the opponent's little tricks would end here, under his Rinnegan and eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Any petty tactics will be like a clown's performance. Left eye Rinnegan, right eye eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and raised his chin at Yukihira, saying, "You're quite good. You actually managed to find the opportunity to ambush and kill Obito while I was underestimating you. This level of control over opportunities is not something an ordinary ninja can achieve. Now, I give you a chance to become my subordinate, and I can spare your life." After saying this, he quietly waited for Shinya's response, confident that the other party would be intimidated by his terrifying ocular power during their gaze, thus yielding to him. However, upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Shinya could no longer contain his anger. This guy is really as annoying as that little brat Uchiha Sasuke. No wonder he is a reincarnation of the same ancestor's chakra. Being an adult, it's inconvenient to bully that little brat Uchiha Sasuke, but Uchiha Madara is an adult, so hitting him doesn't weigh on Sinyan's conscience at all. With that thought in mind, he instantly vanished from his original spot, before Uchiha Madara could react. Still with his arms crossed, Sinyan had already appeared in front of him. Then, under Uchiha Madara's incredulous expression, Sinyan swung his right fist towards Madara's left eye. This punch carried with it the sound of breaking wind, and the force behind it contorted Uchiha Madara's face. In a panic, Uchiha Madara tried his utmost to dodge. But the speed of this punch was simply too fast. He could see it coming but could not evade it. Bang! Sinyan's fist solidly struck Uchiha Madara's left eye. The impact sent Uchiha Madara's body flying backwards, carving a trench hundreds of meters long in the soft earth of the land of rain as he tumbled across the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Uchiha Madara endured the aching sensation from his eye socket and struggled to crawl out of the pit. He gently touched his left eye socket with his left hand, realizing that his left eye had instinctively closed due to the intense pain. Feeling the throbbing pain from his eyelid and eye socket, Uchiha Madara erupted in fury. Araki Nabahiko's death is certain. Even the Sage of Six Paths can't save him. Uchiha Madara took out a scroll from his bosom, and then white smoke erupted from the scroll, revealing a gourd-shaped fan in his hand. This round fan has a white background with a black edge, and the surface is adorned with 6 hook-shaped runes. It looks ordinary, but it is actually the identity token passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan leader. This fan can reflect any attribute of ninjutsu, and Uchiha Madara took it with him when he left Konoha. He hadn't used this fan for many years. The last time he used it was during the life and death duel with Hashirama, when Uchiha Madara took out the fan to show that he was serious. "Kid, your strength is indeed quite impressive. I never expected that besides me and Hashirama, someone like you would appear in the ninja world." Before Uchiha Madara could finish his sentence, Shinhiko appeared in front of him in an instant. Without saying a word, he swept Madara to the ground with a low kick. As Uchiha Madara lay on the ground, just as he was about to get up, Shinhiko stepped on his chest, crouched down, grabbed Madara's hair with his left hand, and began to rain punches on Madara's face with his right fist. Uchiha Madara was stunned by the blows. Shinhiko's speed was simply too fast. This time, even his Rinnegan couldn't catch the opponent's movements. The fists fell on Uchiha Madara's face like raindrops, with a constant alternation of heat and cold. The heat came from Shinhiko's fists, while the cold was from the drizzling rain of the land of rain. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had 2 dark circles under his eyes, one from the Rinnegan and the other from the Sharingan, making him look incredibly comical. Being stepped on and having his face beaten made Uchiha Madara feel a mix of shame and anger. He swung the fan at Shinhiko's head with his right hand. The sharp edge of the fan quickly reached Shinhiko's neck, just as it was about to strike down. Shinhiko let go of Madara's hair with his left hand and slapped towards the fan. The force of this slap made Uchiha Madara's right hand tingle, and he accidentally lost grip of the flame fan, which flew outward and landed on a distant open area. Although he had dropped the fan, it provided Uchiha Madara with a brief moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, with a thought, a skeletal arm radiating blue chakra light emerged from beside Uchiha Madara. This is the initial form of Susanoo. Although it has only one skeletal arm, its power is enough to crush an ordinary person into meat paste. Uchiha Madara does not believe that this low-level form of Susanoo could defeat a strong opponent like Shinhiko, but temporarily forcing him back should not be difficult. As long as he has a chance to catch his breath, he has countless ways to overcome the opponent. The skeletal fist of Susanoo, wrapped in wind pressure, is crushing towards Shinhiko's body. Seeing that Shinhiko is still standing in place without dodging, Uchiha Madara is slightly taken aback, then forces a proud smile while enduring the pain at the corner of his mouth. This kid is too arrogant. Thinking he can withstand the full force of his Susanoo with just his physical body, it's simply overestimating himself. He admits that Shinya is the strongest in physical combat he has ever seen, both in speed and strength, unmatched in his life. In terms of physical skills, he is willing to call the other party the strongest. However, even so, he does not believe that Shinya can withstand the full force of his Susanoo with his body. Dare to use your body to block my attack. Be prepared to pay the price for your arrogance. The fist of Susanoo drew closer and closer, and Shinya stopped attacking Uchiha Madara. He glanced at the approaching fist with the corner of his eye, then extended his left hand, palm facing the nearby skeletal iron fist, and slapped it back. Boom crack. The skeletal arm of Susanoo cracked like the parched earth, ultimately shattering and dissipating into the air. This scene stunned Uchiha Madara. With just a casual strike, his Susanoo was shattered, a power far beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, on a small hillside 100 meters away, several children hiding behind a large rock were also shocked, their mouths agape at the sight. One child trembled and asked, "Did I just see things? I saw a blue skeletal arm appear out of nowhere. Did you all see it?" Another child swallowed hard and replied, "I saw it too. I also saw the short-haired big brother wave his hand and smash that terrifying skeletal arm into pieces. That big brother is so cool. I want to be his disciple and become as strong as him. Hey, Tsunade Orochimaru, do you want to join me in becoming his disciple?" Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade, only to find her staring with red eyes at Uchiha Madara, who was being stepped on by Shinyan. Chapter 127. The angry Uchiha Orochimaru seemed to sense Tsunade's thoughts and quickly spoke to calm her down. "Tsunade, you need to stay calm. The two below are as strong as monsters. They are not something we can contend with. Even watching from here is very dangerous. I think we should get away quickly." Tsunade's eyes were red, her teeth clenching tightly. Ever since her grandmother's death, she had been feeling down. She wanted to find someone to talk to. But her great-grandfather and several familiar uncles from the Senju clan seemed to have disappeared. With her heart full of frustration and nowhere to vent, she had planned this escape, taking her two strongest classmates from her class to leave Konoha for a break. Although they had not yet graduated from the ninja school, their strength was not much less than that of just graduated genin. Thankfully, the number of patrolling ninjas in the village had drastically decreased in recent days, allowing their escape to go smoothly. After leaving Konoha, they traveled around the Land of Fire, and at this time, Jiraiya expressed his desire to visit the Land of Rain. He had heard a classmate say that it rained all year round in the Land of Rain, and he thought the other person was just boasting. How could there be a place that rains continuously? This time, he finally had a chance to leave the village. So he suggested going to the Land of Rain to see if that classmate was talking nonsense. Tsunade and Orochimaru, like headless flies, didn't know where to go, and upon hearing Jiraiya's suggestion, they found it interesting and came to the Land of Rain. Unexpectedly, just as they entered the Land of Rain, before they could find a place to rest, they witnessed a fierce battle between Shinichi and Uchiha Madara. The moment she saw Madara's face, she instantly recognized him. It looked exactly like the person in the photo with her grandfather. It was because of this person that her grandfather and grandmother died, and she had a deep-seated grudge against Uchiha Madara. However, she also understood the vast difference in strength between them. Not to mention anything else, just that skeletal arm could kill her 10,000 times over. Taking a long breath, Tsunade temporarily suppressed her excitement and said to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, "This place is indeed not safe. Let's keep our distance." While the three hurriedly moved away from the center of the battlefield, at that moment, Uchiha Madara at the center was being thoroughly toyed with. After shattering Susanoo, Shinichi once again mounted him and unleashed a barrage of punches to his face. Although this punch was heavy, it was not fatal. It was obvious that Xinyan had been holding back, keeping the force just enough to make Uchiha Madara feel pain without causing him to lose consciousness. At first, Uchiha Madara tried to counterattack with his superb taijutsu skills. However, in the face of Xinyan's absolute power, all his techniques were as soft and powerless as a warm-up exercise. Eventually, he gave up struggling, using the power of Senjutsu to continuously heal his body. That was the only thing he could do as a punching bag at that moment. In this way, Sun Yan beat him for a full half hour. Uchihamadara's stern face was bruised and swollen, with his eyelids so puffed up they covered his eyes. Sun Yan stood up, no longer suppressing Uchihamadara, and took 2 steps back, letting out a long breath. He had been through quite a lot today. That crazy girl Meina had poisoned him and wanted to go down together, and Uchihamadara was still proclaiming himself as his mount in the ninja world. All these negative emotions had built up inside him, and after beating Uchihamadara, he finally released that pent-up frustration. At this moment, the feeling of raindrops hitting his face was not so unpleasant. Although the sky was still gray, his mood had brightened. Looking at the battered and bruised Uchihamadara lying on the ground, he felt a slight twinge of sympathy. If we trace this matter back to its roots, the problem lies with myself. The reason Uchihamadara is tarnishing his own reputation in the ninja world is probably because he discovered that I was running around on his back. To be honest, no one would feel good about this, especially considering that the other party was once a prominent figure. It's normal to want revenge. He sighed softly, then lowered his head to Uchihamadara, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, and said, "Let's just call it even. From now on, I will no longer run around in the ninja world using your image, and you shouldn't do anything to disgust me either. Let's just leave each other alone, okay?" Sun Yan spoke sincerely. He genuinely wanted to settle things peacefully, but at that moment, Uchihamadara was already furious, suddenly being beaten up and then told to let it go. How could he, Uchihamadara, still have a place in the ninja world? If this matter spread to the Pure Land, wouldn't that bastard Hashirama laugh him to death? He struggled to turn over, propping himself up on his elbow, breathing heavily on the ground. The power of all things was continuously circulating within him, healing his physical injuries, but the wounds in his heart could not be soothed. He could accept being defeated by someone like Hashirama with honorable strength, but he absolutely could not accept Sun Yan's rogue fighting style of beating him down. After the fight, he was expected to shake hands and make peace. What did they take him for? Some beast or tail beast, getting beaten up and then reconciling like a dog. Did they really think Uchihamadara had no temper? The power of all things truly is the ultimate form of chakra. In just a few seconds, the bruises on Uchihamadara's face and body had fully healed. He stood up, gazing at Sun Yan with a murderous intent. Seeing the look in Uchihamadara's eyes, Sun Yan sighed and said, "I sincerely apologize once again. I was inconsiderate back then, running around in the ninja world using your image. I hope you can forgive me." Uchihamadara's gaze grew even colder, as if he wanted to swallow Sun Yan whole. Sun Yan, feeling helpless, continued, "When will this cycle of vengeance end? Today you hit me. Tomorrow I hit you. When will it all stop? Didn't you dislike this endless fighting so much that you established Konoha with Senja Hashirama? What happened before was entirely a misunderstanding. You are a prominent figure in the ninja world. You can't be that unable to take a loss, can you?" Uchihamadara could no longer contain the fury in his heart. He shouted angrily at Sun Yan, "You're full of crap. You bastard, I want to kill you." At this moment, Shinji noticed an unusual fluctuation beside him. When he turned to look, he saw another Uchihamadara suddenly appear next to him. This Uchihamadara not only shares the same appearance and chakra, but even the soul is identical to the original. The only difference is that the other party exists in another dimension. And without ocular techniques at the level of the Rinnegan or sensory abilities at the Sage of Six Paths level, it would be impossible to detect. When Sun Yan looked at himself, it showed no surprise. It was normal to notice his own abilities, as the opponent was far stronger than himself. Chapter 128. The incredibly powerful Uchihamadara. They knew that he had been discovered by the opponent, but instead of sitting idly by, he took decisive action. He concentrated all the power of the universe obtained from the original into his right fist and struck towards Sun Yan's right cheek. This punch was extremely powerful. The majestic force of the myriad phenomena nearly twisted the space. Bang, the fist struck heavily on Sun Yan's face, and the right fist of the wheel grave clone exploded into a pile of flesh the moment it hit Sun Yan. Huge energy poured outwards, and the wheel grave clone was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Even Sun Yan was surprised by the power of this punch, involuntarily taking a small step back. Uchihamadara truly had remarkable skills. The power of this punch was almost comparable to Might Guy's full force strike. He hadn't used his mental energy to resist, but had taken it head-on with his body. He wanted to test just how strong Uchihamadara's full force attack really was. Sun Yan touched his cheek, and indeed, the force of the myriad phenomena was formidable. Even though his physical body was comparable to that of a divine transformation stage cultivator. He could still feel a slight sting on his cheek. An ordinary ninja hit by this punch would probably have their head exploded, although Sun Yan was unharmed. The explosion's power did not cease. The force of the myriad phenomena exploded in front of Sun Yan, cracking the ground, and a small mushroom cloud appeared before everyone. Uchiha Madara immediately distanced himself from the center of the battlefield and then summoned the 10 tails with the fastest seal speed of his life. Although this punch was powerful, he did not believe that Naruto would die so easily. Therefore, he prepared to use his final killing move, directly sealing the 10 tails into his own body to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Originally, Uchiha Madara planned to collect the 1 tail and 8 tails before sealing the 10 tails into his body. But now he was forced into a desperate situation and had to seal it ahead of time. It is important to note that becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki in advance carries great risks. After capturing the 1 tail and 8 tails, he would still need to release the 10 tails from his body to seal the 2-tailed beasts. However, at this moment, he could no longer care about that. The dangers of the future were matters for later. At this moment, he could no longer tolerate Naruto Araki living in this world. He saw a flash of purple light from the Rinnegan in his left eye, and the 10 tails instantly received the signal, transforming its 10 tails into 10 sharp spikes that pierced into Uchiha Madara's back. Madara felt a chill spread across his back, quickly followed by an overwhelming heat. The massive 10 tails melted like liquid, continuously delivering chakra and its own essence into Uchiha Madara's body through its 10 tails. When the last trace of chakra perfectly merged into Uchiha Madara's body, the enormous 10 tails had completely vanished. The 10 blood holes on Madara's back closed up instantly, and the battlefield fell silent once more. Tsunade and the others, who had run several kilometers away, felt the terrifying aura coming from afar, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, although they did not see it with their own eyes. The aura of the 10 tails being sealed by Uchiha Madara nearly scared these ninja school students to the point of collapsing to the ground. Jiraiya stuttered, "Tsunade, Orochimaru, what was that just now?" That aura was too terrifying. Fortunately, I had already gone to the bathroom before entering the Land of Rain, otherwise, I would have definitely peed myself just now. Tsunade wanted to punch this white-haired man, but the situation was urgent, and she did not have the time to teach Jiraiya a lesson. Over there, the chakra had calmed down, but she knew very well that this was just the calm before the storm, and a battle could erupt at any moment. They had to take advantage of this gap to run as far away as possible. The 3 of them sprinted toward the distance, wishing they could run straight back to Konoha. At this moment, Naruto also walked with great interest within 5 meters of Uchiha Madara and carefully examined his current state. Although Uchiha Madara had previously implanted Hashirama's cells, he was still unable to utilize would release to the level of Senju Hashirama. The reason was simple. He could absorb natural energy, but could not convert it into sage chakra. Many people in the ninja world can absorb natural energy, such as the clan of Jaegon, where almost everyone can absorb natural energy, but no one has ever succeeded in converting natural energy into sage chakra. The fusion of sage chakra sounds simple. It only requires mental energy, physical energy, and natural energy to be fused in a 1-1-1 ratio. However, the sage chakra produced by the 3 great holy lands is completely different. Some can turn people to stone, while others can drive them insane. Without special means, this is absolutely impossible, which is why Uchiha Madara has never successfully used sage art. However, this time the situation has changed. The 10 tails has perfectly compensated for this flaw for him. The 10 tails inherently possesses the ability to absorb natural energy, and it could be said that it was born to absorb natural energy. As long as he acts as a converter of natural energy, continuously producing sage chakra for Uchiha Madara, he can transform all of his ninjutsu into sage art, significantly increasing his power. Coupled with the extreme mental power transformed by the Rinnegan and the perfect sage body brought by the Hashirama cells, his strength has now become unprecedentedly powerful. At the same time, the power of the 10 tails continues to converge towards his right eye. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes to carefully sense the changes in his right eye. When he opened his eyes again, Shinyen saw a pair of symmetrical Rinnegan. It seems that the benefits of becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails are quite substantial, even stimulating the evolution of that eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Shinyen stroked his chin, pondering that this version of Uchiha Madara had suddenly become so strong for some unknown reason. If he didn't do something next, it was likely that everyone in this timeline would be killed by Uchiha Madara. Why does Uchiha Madara have to do this? He had already explained for a long time that the previous events were a misunderstanding, and a handshake would have sufficed. Now, with the situation turned into this, if he didn't eliminate the threat, he would feel guilty. Seeing Shinyan's worried expression, Uchiha Madara was greatly satisfied. In his view, Shinyan's expression indicated fear, which was normal. No one could remain calm upon seeing the current version of himself. The chakra of the Ten Tails was boiling within him, as if something was about to be etched into his flesh and blood. Suddenly, a large amount of white substance began to emerge from his body. This white substance resembled white Zetsu, but was far stronger. The white material gradually transformed into a large white robe that draped over Uchiha Madara, and at the same time, a black staff of yin-yang release appeared in his right hand, with 9 pitch-black, truth-seeking balls emerging behind him, making him look incredibly divine. At this moment, Uchiha Madara possessed almost every type of power in the ninja world. The power of all things, the power of the Rinnegan, Sage Chakra, the perfect Sage Body, and the endless chakra source from the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara felt that he was omnipotent at this moment, and the previously threatening Shinyan now posed no threat in his eyes. However, he did not intend to kill him directly. He planned to give him one last chance. Chapter 129. Uchiha Madara's demise. Dressed in a white robe and holding a staff, Uchiha Madara slowly floated into the sky. He stopped at a height of 30 meters above the ground, then looked down at Shinyan and proudly said, "Kid, you're strong. I've encountered countless ninjas over the decades I've roamed the ninja world, but I've never seen anyone who could reach your level without relying on external power. I can say that among those I've seen, your talent is the highest. Even that Hashirama guy can't compare to you." Saying this, he extended his hand, and 3 of the 9 truth-seeking balls behind him flew into his hand. The 3 truth-seeking balls fused into one in his hand, transforming into a black sphere the size of a basketball. Uchiha Madara slightly lifted his chin and said with a sinister gaze, "It seems you like staying in a land of rainbow. That should be your home." With that, he waved his hand, and the truth-seeking ball shot towards the land of rainbow, disappearing as a black light in the distance. After throwing out the truth-seeking ball, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, Shinyan Araki, do you know what I just threw? That is the ultimate power I comprehended after awakening the power of all things. Its destructive capability can completely annihilate a country in an instant. It is currently flying towards the land of rainbow, and I estimate it will reach there in less than an hour, destroying all people and buildings there. Want to save them? Ha ha ha, it's too late. By the time you return to the land of rainbow, all you'll see is ruins. The truth-seeking ball will completely erase that country without leaving a single fragment." Shinyan did not respond, but instead seriously asked Uchiha Madara, "Do you have any favorite food?" Uchiha Madara was taken aback for a moment, then disdainfully said, "Do you think you could delay time by chatting? You underestimate me too much, Shinyan Araki." Shinyan sighed. It was indeed difficult to communicate with this version of Uchiha Madara. He waved his hand, and a surge of mental power twisted in the void, eventually transforming into Uchiha Madara dressed in red armor. The six-path Madara flying in the air saw this, and felt a vein bulge on his forehead. What is this guy planning to do? Is he trying to insult himself before dying? Shinhiko ignored the six-paths Madara in the sky, instead asking the armored Madara, "What food do you like?" The armored Madara answered without hesitation, "Bean curd sushi." Upon hearing this, Shinhiko dismissed the armored Madara, then snapped his fingers, and a dining table appeared out of nowhere, with a plate of bean curd sushi on it. Once everything was ready, he waved at the six-paths Madara in the sky, and said, "Come down and have a meal first. We can fight after eating." Uchiha Madara frowned and said, "What kind of nonsense are you up to?" He was a bit confused by Shinhiko's bizarre actions. Who takes a break to eat in the middle of a fight? What card does this guy have up his sleeve? Or does he think he's doomed and has given up? Then he slightly curled his lips. No matter what tricks this kid tries, he's dead today. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is futile. Uchiha Madara slowly descended from the sky and then strode to the opposite side of the dining table to face Shinai Kir. He glanced at the smiling Shinai Kir and said with a hint of mockery, "I didn't expect you to be such a dignified person. Want to have a full meal before you die?" Shinai Kir smiled and replied, "Yeah, go ahead and eat. Don't worry, I didn't poison it. Even if it were poisoned, I could withstand it." After saying that, he reached for a sushi roll and began to chew it. The taste was quite decent. It wasn't bad, but it didn't have the texture of something made by a master chef, just average. Shinai Kir also grabbed a sushi roll and started eating. The center of the battlefield fell into silence, with only the sounds of the two chewing. Uchiha Madara ate quickly. This was a speed he had developed on the battlefield, where slow eaters were likely to die at the dining table. After Madara finished eating, Shinai Kir created a paper towel, wiped his mouth, and then said, "Finished? It's time to hit the road." Uchiha Madara wiped his mouth and said, "You really are confident." After saying that, his body turned into a white light and directly crashed through the dining table to stand before Shinai Kir. The pitch-black six-path staff in his hand came crashing down on Shinai Kir's head like a mountain. With a bang, the staff struck just above Shinai Kir's head, cracking the ground beneath him and causing fissures to spread out over 10 meters. Uchiha Madara widened his eyes, looking at Shinai Kir, who had taken his blow with his head. In his expectation, this strike should have obliterated the opponent's head. Why was the opponent unscathed? He refused to believe it and launched over a dozen more attacks, each carrying an overwhelming force. Each strike was faster and stronger than the last. Finally, Uchiha Madara summoned Sisa, donning armor that matched his size, and unleashed all of his power against Shinai Kir. But the result left him dumbfounded. Shinai Kir stood there expressionless, staring at him with a cold gaze. That world-destroying attack, the terrifying power that could disperse the clouds that had lingered over the land of rain for a millennium, felt like a gentle breeze brushing past Shinai Kir. Uchiha Madara felt a chill run down his back to his mind. At that moment, he truly realized how strong Araki Shinai Kir was. He stood in front of Shinai Kir with a dazed look as Susanoo and the six-path staff in his hands gradually shattered and disappeared, along with his determination and courage. His hands fell weakly, as if he had lost all his spirit. "Is this your strength? Heh, I thought my dream would soon be realized. I didn't expect someone like you to appear." After saying that, Uchiha Madara seemed to let go, accepting his defeat. He was someone who could afford to lose. However, there were still some unresolved issues in his heart. So he hurriedly said to Shinai Kir, "Before you kill me, can you let me say a few words?" Seeing that Shinai Kir didn't object, Uchiha Madara continued, "I collected the tailed beast to realize a plan called the Eye of the Moon." Shinai Kir interrupted, "I know about the Eye of the Moon plan. Get to the point." Uchiha Madara was stunned and then overjoyed. "It's a plan that can bring permanent peace to the ninja world. As long as infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, there will be no more conflicts and wars in the ninja world. From then on, people can live carefree in a world of illusion. I hope that after you kill me, you can continue to implement this plan." After saying that, he looked at Shinai Kir with anticipation, only to see Shinai Kir looking at him as if he were an idiot. Uchiha said seriously, "I'm not lying to you. This is all recorded on the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan for generations, personally written by the Sage of Six Paths." Bang! Uchiha Madara instantly exploded into a pile of flesh, and Shinai Kir tapped his ear and said blah blah blah. Such nonsense, really annoying. Chapter 130. The user you dialed has already passed away. Shinai Kir naturally knew about the Eye of the Moon plan, and he also knew that it was a scam, a very poor one. This scam is so poorly executed that anyone with Naruto Uzumaki's intelligence wouldn't fall for it. Uchiha Madara should consider the conditions for using infinite Tsukuyomi, which were all possessed by the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 years ago. Things like the Ten Tails, Jinjuriki, Rinnegan, and Perfect Sage Body were just standard for the Sage of Six Paths. Why didn't the Sage of Six Paths use infinite Tsukuyomi himself and instead left behind a puzzling stone tablet for future generations? Don't say that this plan was just born from Kagaya's alteration of the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Even if it really was left by the Sage of Six Paths, no one would foolishly implement it. Not to mention that everyone dreaming would lead humanity to a fundamental logical flaw of extinction. This plan looks like a trap, no matter how you see it. Maybe after using the infinite Tsukuyomi, you'll end up as the wedding dress of the Sage of Six Paths. By then, others will come out to reap the benefits. And all your hard work collecting tailed beasts will just be to fulfill someone else's casual scheme from 1,000 years ago. But explaining these things to Uchiha Obito is too troublesome. Even if I were my mouth out, it would probably be hard to correct this person's worldview. Rather than reasoning with such a stubborn person, it would be easier to just slap him dead. Looking at the shattered Uchiha Obito, Xinyan felt very emotional. The behind-the-scenes big boss of the ninja world just died like this, truly without any grandeur. When Zabuza and Haku died, it even snowed. But this guy died without even a whimper. After reflecting on this, Xinyan prepared to turn and leave. This time, he doesn't plan to return to the land of rain. How could he provoke that crazy girl and not hide from her? It's just the right opportunity to wander around the ninja world. So let's go check out Lulon first. After all, Lulon is the location of the Dragon Vein. I wonder what the Dragon Vein looks like during this period. If given the chance, he still wants to return to his original time and space. There are too few entertainment facilities in this world, and the technology is not advanced, making it very uncomfortable to live in. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, something black on the ground caught his attention. Sun Yan turned back in confusion and saw a black square object lying among the white chunks of flesh that were once Uchiha Madara. Just as Sun Yan was about to pick it up, the space twisted, and then a figure in white appeared out of thin air in front of him. The person who appeared out of nowhere had 2 horns on their head, a face full of wrinkles, and their white robe was adorned with 6 black Magatama patterns, with a long beard reaching down to their abdomen. Sun Yan immediately recognized that this was the Sage of 6 Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Before he could step forward to greet them, the Sage of 6 Paths, startled like a frightened deer, grabbed a lump of white substance from the ground, and then disappeared in front of Sun Yan, using space-time ninjutsu. Sun Yan was left in a state of confusion in the wind. Why was the Sage of 6 Paths so timid? Am I that scary? I'm just a harmless, dead salted fish. Meanwhile, the Sage of 6 Paths, having escaped back to the Pure Land, was gasping for breath. The moment he made eye contact with Sun Yan, he almost lost his soul. He had seen the battle between Sun Yan and Uchiha Madara clearly from the Pure Land. To be honest, even he would have lost half his life if he had taken those last few attacks from Uchiha Madara, who had become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. He had even planned to descend into the ninja world to clean up the aftermath when Madara made his move. However, he never expected that the human named Araki Sun Yan would actually withstand the opponent's attacks with his physical body, without even breaking the skin. This terrifying power is something even the strongest person he has ever seen, his mother Kagaya, Tsutsuki, cannot match. In the face of such a powerful being, he does not dare to reveal himself easily unless absolutely necessary. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't risk appearing before the other party, fearing he might be eliminated. Thinking of this, he opened his palm, and a ball of exceptionally pure white energy floated in his hand. At the center of this energy, a small 10 Tails was sleeping peacefully with its eyes closed. Seeing that the 10 Tails had not been taken by the other party, Sage of the 6 Paths let out a long sigh of relief. The other party is already so strong. If they were to obtain this 10 Tails, the ninja world would truly fall into their hands. This ninja world belongs to him, and he will not allow any ambitious person to interfere. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Sun Yan, he would have directly acted to eliminate him just now. Such a strong opponent would definitely bring uncertainties to his plan, so it's better to eliminate such a person as soon as possible. However, thinking of the opponent's terrifying strength, the Sage of 6 Paths felt a bit hesitant. How should this powerful guy be dealt with? Should I wake up my brother and team up again for the ceiling? The Sage of 6 Paths shook his head, denying this idea. Even if the 2 brothers teamed up, they probably wouldn't be a match for Sun Yan. Damn, what should I do? How should I handle such a strong opponent? Just when the Sage of 6 Paths was in a dilemma, Sun Yan was equally troubled. He was debating whether or not to enter the Pure Land and asked the Sage of 6 Paths why he ran away. He hadn't done anything heinous. He had just helped the ninja world deal with a menace. From any perspective, the other party should be thanking him like they did Naruto, Uzumaki. So why did they hide upon seeing him? And what did the other party take away just now? So I forget it. If the other party doesn't want to see him, then there's no need to meet. An old man with a face full of wrinkles who looks like a monster isn't worth seeing anyway. He bent down to pick up the large mobile phone on the ground, which was what had caught his attention earlier. This thing had fallen out of Uchiha Madara after his death. Sun Yan was a bit puzzled. How could this thing remain intact after such a big commotion? It's truly strange. After a careful inspection, he figured out the reason. It turned out that Uchiha Madara had sealed it into a scroll just now. Thanks to the protection of the scroll, this mobile phone was able to be preserved intact. Sun Yan stroked his chin. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so trendy. In this era of the ninja world, the mobile phone had only been invented not long ago, and Uchiha Madara had already started using it early on. He was indeed someone who kept up with the times. Just then, the mobile phone suddenly rang, and Sun Yan curiously checked it, finding that it displayed an unfamiliar number. This old-fashioned phone can only display phone numbers without any note function, so Sun Yan has no idea who is calling. Curiously, he pressed the connect button, and a calm voice came from the other end. Master Ban, the task you assigned has been completed. The voice was very steady, completely lacking the playful tone of Kurojitsu. Sun Yan touched his chin. Could this be the great filial son of a ninja world, Kurojitsu? Meanwhile, Kurojitsu, who had dialed number, felt puzzled as the other party remained silent for a long time. What is going on with Uchiha Madara? Even if there is nothing to report, he would usually say something. Why isn't he speaking? At this moment, a strange man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sorry, the user you dialed has already kicked the bucket. Please call back in your next life. Sorry, your father is game over. Beep beep simi to chapter 131. Captain Timo, standing by. After finishing the lines, Xin Yan hung up the phone, listening to the dead air on the other end. Heiju was completely stunned, his small eyes filled with great confusion. When he dialed again, the phone indicated that the other party had turned off. After hanging up, Xin Yan decisively turned off his big brother phone. He was not interested in this great filial son of a ninja world. The other party could do whatever they wanted. After all, he was just a talking black mudlump. He was pondering another question, which was where to go play next. He didn't plan to return to the land of Rainbow for the time being, and he intended to handle that crazy girl, Kasumi Mina, with a cold approach. By the time this crazy girl forgot about him, she would probably calm down. As he thought of this, he was about to summon Uchiha Madara when he suddenly came to his senses. He had promised Uchiha Madara not to ride him anymore, and using a human as a mount was indeed quite uncouth. So, with a thought, the space in front of him twisted, and a simple, unadorned broom appeared. Xin Yan looked at this flying broom, which was specifically for wizards, and nodded in satisfaction. The new mount looked quite high-end. Then he sat on it, instantly feeling something was off. The broom was too uncomfortable. It even pushed his underwear into the seams. He then adjusted his position, shifting from sitting upright to sitting sideways. However, this was still quite uncomfortable, completely incomparable to Uchiha Madara's soft hair and broad back. How infuriating. The person writing the novel was truly making things up. Even if a wizard has extraordinary powers, their body is still that of a normal human. Sitting on this broom, it would be strange not to get hemorrhoids. He then jumped off the broom, waving his hand as it vanished into thin air. Nobuyuki rubbed his chin, contemplating what kind of mount to choose. A vehicle felt too klitsch, and in the terrain of the ninja world, wouldn't run fast at all. Something human-like was too demeaning. How could someone as upright and kind as him ride such a mount? Animal mounts were also uninteresting. Those immortals had ridden every animal he had seen, so it would feel redundant for him to ride one too. He then tried many magical mounts, like flying swords, black bricks, and gourds, but they all felt lacking, not befitting his status as the strongest in the ninja world. Just as he was struggling with this, he thought of an interesting mount. He gently tapped his temple with the index finger of his right hand, trying hard to recall the appearance of the other party. His mental energy slowly gathered in the air, and finally, it took shape, transforming into a tall being over 3 meters high. This figure's face is covered in hair, and at first glance, it is clearly not human. The creature has a very large head, occupying half of its entire body. It wears a green sun hat with a pair of windproof glasses hanging from it. In its left hand, it holds a small stick resembling bamboo, while in its right hand, it carries a monocular telescope, and a stack of maps is strapped to its back. The massive figure opens its eyes and reveals a harmless smile, saying, "Captain Timo, reporting for duty." Xin Yan stroked his chin, impressed by the high level of detail. Timo, known as Timo Million, the top lane ATM, and a little pest, he often resides in the Summoner's Rift, surviving by hiding in the bushes to ambush and throwing mushrooms all over the ground. Anyone who steps on his mushrooms will feel a physiological discomfort. However, this little guy is not without his merits. In the eyes of female players, he is simply the epitome of cuteness. Just look at that adorable smile and his innocent-looking big face. The more you look, the more girls seem to like him. Thus, this hero has become the top choice for countless players who want to bring a companion. Though there are also some masochistic girls who play this hero themselves and end up crying from the beatings. But that doesn't matter. To Xin Yan, Timo is simply the perfect mount. Firstly, he is very intelligent and does not have the flaws of needing constant control to navigate like a horse or cow. Timo can automatically find his way. Give him a map, and he can lead you anywhere. Secondly, this guy runs very fast, as he has granted himself infinite mana and a no cooldown buff. With this buff, Timo can use his move quick ability infinitely. Looking at the Timo in front of him, who is over 3 meters tall, Xin Yan smiled with satisfaction. Seeing his master smile, Timo also laughed, and for a moment, the atmosphere became incredibly harmonious. Then, Xin Yan suddenly kicked Timo in the face. The kick came so swiftly that Timo didn't even have time to react before rolling backward several times. As Timo got up, rubbing his face, he tilted his head in confusion, seemingly wanting an explanation for what just happened. Xin Yan awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Sorry, I just couldn't help myself." Timo nodded in understanding, then turned around and squatted down, signaling Xin Yan to jump into the bamboo basket on his back. Xin Yan glanced at the basket, which was neatly arranged, but he wondered where the few maps had gone. However, he wasn't in a hurry to jump into the basket, as he felt it wasn't very comfortable. Then, with a thought, the bamboo basket on Timo's back transformed into a seat resembling Frisia's spacecraft. The seat was cylindrical, woven from bamboo and rattan, and contained a computer inside. Sun Yan planned to play some online games during the journey to pass the time. Just imagine playing online games while enjoying the beauty of nature. How delightful that would be. Why does it feel a bit like an all-in-one computer chair from an internet CAF? Never mind, as long as it's useful. Sun Yan flipped over and prepared to jump into the bamboo basket. But just as his foot was about to land on the edge, Timo's entire body vanished from the spot. What the? Sun Yan fell hard to the ground, but fortunately his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he might have fractured his tailbone. After getting up, he gritted his teeth, thinking that Timo was really asking for a beating. He had used his passive invisibility just as Sun Yan was about to jump onto the basket. His premonition was indeed correct. This little guy was just asking for trouble. An hour later, a bruised and battered Timo was running quickly along a mountain path. Those two disproportionately small legs moved incredibly fast, bouncing with each step, looking very cute. Of course, if it weren't for the bruises around his eyes and the freshly wiped blood on his nose, he would have looked even cuter. Meanwhile, Sun Yan was leisurely lying in the bamboo basket playing League of Legends. Since he couldn't connect to the internet from his past life, he had to rely on his imagination to create a few intelligent AIs to play with him. These intelligent AIs are extremely smart. They've been mocking him for half an hour. Insults like, "What a dog, you idiot, can't play properly, just get lost, keep coming," making Sun Yan's forehead vein bulge. Damn it, these AIs really think too highly of themselves. They were created to play games with me, not to insult me. And why is it that while they're playing on their side, they seem like a pile of dung, but on the opposite side, they're all energetic and pumped up as if they've been injected with adrenaline? If it weren't for Sun Yan checking with his mental power, he would suspect that the opponents were using scripts. Chapter 132. Wait for 20 years? In the desert of the Wind Country, a yordle over 3 meters tall is bouncing towards a distant city. Sun Yan is lying on his esports chair, sleeping, when suddenly Timo's annoying voice rings out. "Ha, master. We've reached the destination." Sun Yan rubs his eyes and stands up in the bamboo basket, then asks while rubbing his eyes, "Are we in Lulon?" "Where's Lulon?" Timo points ahead and says, "It's right there." Sun Yan tilts his head. "There's a swirling yellow sand ahead. Where's the city?" Frowning, he says, "Did you run too long and see wrong? Or is there a mirage in the desert?" Hearing this, Timo bursts out laughing again, thinking his master is really stupid. When Sun Yan hears Timo's laughter, he gets angry. He kept losing in the game yesterday, and those guys on the opposite side kept mocking him with Timo's kind of laughter. Now this guy is here to laugh at him again, really asking for a beating. He jumps up and punches Timo on the head. Poor Timo covers his head, which has a big bump, and with teary eyes says, "Master, why are you hitting me?" Just as Sun Yan is about to speak, he is suddenly attracted by the scene in front of him. Not far away stands a large city, with a massive wall around it that is at least 30 meters high. Sun Yan has seen in books that this is the sand barrier built by Lulon to block the invasion of wind and sand. It seems this is indeed Lulon. That bastard Timo actually had him facing away from it. No wonder he didn't see the city. Timo, rubbing his bump, looks aggrieved, wondering how he will manage with such a foolish master in the future. Since they have arrived in Lulon, Timo has no reason to stay here. Sun Yan directly opens a time-space portal, reaches out, and tosses Timo into the cat god continent. After that, he straightens his clothes and swaggeringly walks towards the city gate of Lulon. The closer he gets, the more Sun Yan feels that the city wall is ridiculously high. Normally, ancient city walls are about 10 meters high, but this wall is a full 30 meters high. Is it to prevent wind and sand, or to keep out giants? At the city gate, he uses an illusion to directly hypnotize a few guards, then confidently walks into Lulon City. Once inside, Sun Yan carefully observes the streets of Lulon. Although this is a small country with only one city, its technology is quite advanced. The streets are filled with various shops, and the population is relatively dense. Moreover, the clothing in Lulon has a distinctive style, resembling a fusion of ancient and modern attire. With the upper body dressed in something like ancient Han clothing from Huagua and the lower body in modern-style shorts. This combination not only does not give a sense of incongruity, but on the contrary, it is exceptionally harmonious. While passing by a street, Sun Yan even saw a vintage car. This is the kind of vintage black convertible from the old days, the type that foreigners drove when they first entered Beijing. This convertible is actually quite inconvenient. When it rains on a cloudy day, you have to stop by the roadside and cover it with a raincoat, otherwise the car will be damaged by the rain. However, since Lulon is located in the desert, it probably doesn't rain much throughout the year, so there's no need to worry about getting wet. After entering Lulon, Sun Yan didn't immediately look for the dragon vein. He was scanning the street, looking for a restaurant he liked. After a round, he set his sights on a simply decorated restaurant, which was now crowded with people. The restaurant is located on a street and is not very conspicuous compared to the shops outside. However, Sun Yan immediately noticed that this place was special. A restaurant located in an alley with many customers certainly wouldn't have bad food. Upon entering the restaurant, Sun Yan directly shouted to the owner, "I'll have your best meat dish and a vegetable dish, and also a bowl of soup and a bowl of rice." The owner seemed to be a man of few words, answered briefly, and then turned to start cooking. Before long, the dishes were served, and Sun Yan began to feast. He first tasted a bite of the meat dish, which had a flavor somewhat similar to pork, but a texture more like chicken. He directly asked, "Boss, what kind of meat is this?" The owner replied, "It's sandworm meat," and then turned back to continue his work. Seeing the taciturn restaurant owner, Sun Yan didn't ask further. He had heard of sandworms, a unique creature in the ninja world, living in the desert and a specialty of the Land of Wind. But it didn't matter whether it was sandworm or not, as long as it wasn't human flesh. After eating a few pieces of sandworm meat, he found that the taste was indeed quite good, rich but not greasy, with a great texture. After finishing one plate, Sun Yan felt it wasn't enough, so he ordered another plate. It was only after finishing the second plate that he felt somewhat satisfied. After eating and drinking his fill, he began to stroll through the streets of Lulan. This place is indeed quite nice, with convenient transportation and various facilities available in the city. However, it is too remote, far from other cities, and the desertification is very serious. Even such high walls cannot completely block the wind and sand. It's no wonder that such a prosperous city completely vanished after 40 years. After spending 2 whole days in Lulan, Sun Yan finally remembered his main task. He scanned the entire Lulan with his mental power and then locked onto the area directly beneath the palace of the royal palace. He cast an illusion to conceal his presence and followed the guard on duty into the royal palace. After winding through the palace, he still couldn't find the hidden door to the underground palace. In desperation, Sun Yan directly used a teleportation spell to arrive at the underground palace. As for why he didn't use teleportation from the start, life should have a sense of ritual. How could he appreciate the scenery along the way if he just teleported? The underground palace was very spacious, and at its center was an unfathomable abyss. Above the abyss was an altar, inscribed with complex runes. The scene here was somewhat familiar to Shinshin. It was where he was transferred to the Dragon Vein by Orochimaru. He never expected that, after 40 years. The layout here had not changed at all. As he walked to the center of the altar, he bent down and placed his right hand on the altar, using his mental strength to carefully sense the condition of the dragon vein. He noticed his expression gradually shifting from anticipation to disappointment, for some unknown reason. The energy of this dragon vein was much weaker compared to later generations. This unactivated dragon vein that is not in a saturated state cannot be mobilized at all. Am I supposed to wait for it to naturally recharge its energy? He then carefully calculated how long it would take for the dragon vein to fully recharge. And 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. It would take 20 years for the dragon vein to be fully charged. And 20 years later would coincide with the time when Minato and the others come to Lulan to carry out their mission. Do I really have to wait here for 20 years? Forget it. I might as well go home and continue to be a laid-back slacker. It seems that this timeline will never intersect with the one I just crossed over from. Instead of dwelling on the past, it's better to focus on living today well. After all, no matter where I lie down, it's still lying down. Today is no different from 40 years later. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he felt a strange sensation from the dragon vein beneath his feet. Chapter 133, 20 Years of Research for Nothing. Feeling the anomaly, Sun Yan turned to look, and the boiling dragon vein chakra in the abyss surprisingly gave him a familiar feeling. With a wave of his hand, a small ball of the boiling dragon vein chakra separated and fell into Sun Yan's hand. As he carefully sensed the dragon vein chakra in his hand, Sun Yan's eyes lit up brightly. He was very familiar with this power, having created 2 worlds and served as a creator of one. He recognized at a glance that this power was the power of time and space. This is a power at the conceptual level, both existing and non-existing. It's like when a person can pause time. Is it the world that is paused, or is it his own speed that is infinitely accelerated? This power is very magical. It only exists when there is a contrast. For example, in the salty fish continent that I created, the flow of time operates at a completely different speed compared to the Naruto world. 1 day in the Naruto world equals 1 year there. And I can also actively accelerate that world, adjusting it to 1 second, equaling 10,000 years if I wish. When I initially created that cultivation civilization, I only wanted to let it grow freely, never paying much attention to it. Occasionally, when I found myself trapped in an illusion, I would materialize the illusion and throw it into the salty fish continent for them to deal with. At the time of creating the salty fish continent, I didn't think there was anything special about the ability to alter time. But now it seems that this temporal power is truly profound. If I weren't leveraging the creator's authority to forcibly manipulate this power, I wouldn't even understand what temporal power means. It seems that this power is what caused my time travel, but it also has its limitations. The temporal power within the dragon vein is only applicable to the Naruto world. In the salty fish continent and the cat god continent that I created, it is of no use at all and simply turns into pure energy. Similarly, my ability to manipulate time in the cat god continent and the salty fish continent can only be partially controlled in the Naruto world. For instance, I can speed up or pause the time for a specific person or area, but I cannot change the overall structure of the Naruto world. However, this does not mean that the temporal power of the Naruto world is completely useless to me. I can reference the temporal laws of the Naruto world to recommend my own temporal abilities. At that time, I will not only be able to travel freely along the timeline of the Naruto world, but even break through dimensional barriers to visit other worlds. Just thinking about the vast and boundless multiverse fills my heart with excitement. So many worlds, so much delicious food, so many fun things. If I don't go see them, it would be a waste of a lifetime. I still have over 100,000 years of lifespan. Staying in one place for my entire life would be too much of a waste of talent. With this in mind, I extended my mental power into the dragon vein, gathered a large mass of temporal power, and held it in my palm. Then, with a flicker of my figure, I vanished from the Naruto world. Taichu Continent, South State. Wilderness Mountain Range. The salty fish continent is merely the name given to it by me, the creator. The people of this continent refer to it as the Taichu Continent. When I originally created this continent, I didn't interfere much. However, possibly influenced by my subconscious as the creator, the people of this world naturally formed a civilization similar to ancient China. The people here are dressed in ancient Chinese costumes. But Sun Yan doesn't know which dynasty it is from, as he has watched very few historical dramas. In the Taichu continent, there are numerous sects of cultivation, divided into 5 major regions: the 4 states of East, South, West, North, and the most prosperous and powerful central state. Sun Yan finds himself in a desolate mountain range in the South state. He takes a deep breath and then slowly exhales. The air quality here is much better than in the ninja world. After all, this is the cultivation world. Apart from the lack of advanced technology, other aspects far surpass those of the ninja world. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of land area, the primordial continent is hundreds of times larger than the ninja world. This forest covers a vast area, comparable to the combined land area of 2 fire nations. The mountains are rarely visited by people, and Sun Yan used his creator privileges to scan several times, finding not even half a living soul here. However, this is exactly the effect he wanted. If he lived in a bustling area, he would probably revert to a lazy lifestyle within a few days. Sun Yan is very aware that his laziness has reached an advanced stage, and if he doesn't force himself to change, he will never be able to focus on studying for a lifetime. That's why he chose such a desolate place. So even if he wanted to indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun, he wouldn't have the conditions to do so. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion, realizing that he had sacrificed too much for his cultivation. He adjusted the time in the Taichu continent to ensure that one day in the Naruto world equaled 1 year in the Taichu continent. Then, with a thought, a luxurious mansion covering dozens of kilometers sprang up from the ground. Sun Yan nodded in satisfaction. His own world was indeed better. He didn't need to expend mental energy to do anything. Just a single thought would suffice. In the past, when he wanted to create something in the Naruto world, he had to invest his mental energy into that world first, and then he could create. However, in his own world, whatever he wished to create would naturally manifest with just a thought. Not only does this save energy, but also saves time. Sun Yan settled down in the wilderness mountains, tirelessly conducting research and studying the power of time and space day and night. The more he studied, the more he realized that the power of time and space was unfathomable, and his behavior of recklessly abusing the creator's authority was nothing short of an insult to that power. Pausing time and accelerating time were merely the most basic applications of the power of time and space. The advanced application is to break free from the power of time and space, unaffected by the laws of the world. in the terminology of the cultivation world. This is called ascension and transcendence. The more he researched, the more he found himself far from that realm. He hadn't even fully grasped the world he created. The salty fish continent and the cat god continent, and many details were just him randomly using his powers. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Sun Yan couldn't believe he had spent so long in this world. It was truly a surprise that he still had such a love for learning. The research over the past 20 years has been very fruitful. It clearly made Sun Yan realize that he is just an incompetent waste, not understanding anything at all. For a full 20 years, he only learned the basics, able to perform operations like instantaneous movement and pausing his own time. Even Dio, who can pause the world's time, can't do this, which frustrates him immensely. Here he is, a formidable ninja in the ninja world. Yet he is not even as good as a vampire who fights by throwing steamrollers. It's truly embarrassing. However, he can't say he gained nothing. He discovered that the power of time and space has certain similarities with mental power. This is why he is able to create a world with his mental power and use the power of time and space within that world. He can now use his mental power to create the power of time and space in bulk. Although this power is sometimes effective and sometimes not, it can still be considered a bit of an achievement. If he continues to force it like this, there probably won't be any good results. Forget it. He will research it when he feels like it in the future. Chapter 134. Cultivating Immortality? What a load of nonsense. Sun Yan planned to take a good bath to relax his mind. The 20 years of research had not been completely fruitless. For instance, his mindset had been adjusted very well. His previous frivolity and instability had been completely corrected, and now he was someone who remained calm in the face of change. A true master who wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. At that moment, Sun Yan sensed that someone had entered the wild mountain range where he was located. He clicked his tongue in surprise. It had been years since anyone dared to enter this mountain range. Ever since he casually killed an evil cultivator there last time, this mountain range had become a forbidden area in this world. Not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators dared not enter, all taking detours. However, fate brought them together. Since the other party dared to enter the wild mountain range alone, he would meet them. If it was just a lost passerby, he would help them out. If it was a fugitive or thief hiding in the wild mountains, he would just kill them casually. Yi Luocheng pushed aside the weeds blocking his path, gritting his teeth against the wounds inflicted by the branches as he moved forward. He never expected to suffer such hardships. Half a month ago, he was still the wealthy young master of the Yi family. But now a former enemy of his family had returned as a cultivator to take revenge on the Yi family. Although the Yi family was rich and powerful among mortals, all their power became as fragile as a dream when faced with cultivators. On the night his family was annihilated, he managed to escape and swore to avenge his family. But in such a vast world, where could he find the power to avenge them? At that moment, he heard about the Wild Mountain Range, rumored to be a forbidden area where even cultivators did not dare to tread, an absolutely dangerous place. Being pursued by enemies and left with no way out, Yi Luocheng decided to take a gamble on a dead horse as if it were a live one and came to the Wild Mountain Range to try his luck, hoping to encounter some fortune that might grant him the power to avenge his family. Thus, he entered the Wild Mountain Range, risking his life to seek the legendary opportunity for immortality. Just as he crossed a dense forest and arrived at a clearing, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared before him. Yi Luocheng was startled. He couldn't believe there were other people in the Wild Mountain Range. He then took a careful look at the other party, noting that they were about the same height as him, and their clothing was completely different from the loose robes common in the outside world, resembling a short jacket. Though not exactly handsome, their facial features were well defined. However, what surprised Yi Luocheng the most was how impeccably clean the other person was. After all, this was the Wild Mountain Range, filled with venomous insects and fierce beasts. Even without those wild beasts, just walking around in this forest would make it impossible to keep one's clothes clean. For instance, Yi Luocheng was covered in scratches from passing branches, while the other person appeared completely unharmed, which clearly indicated their uniqueness. While he was observing Sun Yan was also thoughtfully observing him in turn. This guy's clothes are tattered, and his face is dirty, clearly having suffered a lot. He couldn't be bothered to waste time talking and directly asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here in the wilderness mountains? Don't you know it's very dangerous here?" The person being questioned, Yi Luocheng, instantly came to his senses. This individual was certainly not ordinary, and perhaps he was the opportunity for his venture into the wilderness mountains. He quickly knelt down with a thud and sincerely said to Sun Yan, "I am Yi Luocheng, a junior seeking the path of immortality in the wilderness mountains. I humbly request you to teach me the methods of cultivation and in the future, I will do my utmost to repay you. He spoke with great sincerity and respect. But while kneeling, he didn't notice that after he said these words, Sun Yan's face was covered with frost. Sun Yan pulled Yi Luoqing up from the ground, and then, with a furious expression on Yi Luoqing's bewildered face, scolded, "Cultivation? What the hell are you talking about? I've spent nearly 200,000 words on cultivation and haven't gotten anywhere. So what are you talking about?" Yi Luoqing was stunned. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this senior, who suddenly exploded in anger. In the evening, in the backyard of a huge villa in the Wilderness Mountains, Sun Yan and Yi Luoqing were barbecuing under the moonlight. The wild boar meat was roasted to a crisp outside and tender inside. Sun Yan used a small knife to cut several slits in the wild boar meat, and then sprinkled some salt and pepper before enjoying it. He had just listened to Yi Luoqing recount his experiences, and, combined with the other S-name, he had roughly guessed the identity of the protagonist. This background and this name are simply the standard template for a protagonist. It's a pity that the fantasy market is not doing well now. Otherwise, this guy could have gained some popularity. Looking at the other person's expression filled with deep grievances, Sun Yan sighed and reached into the void, pulling out a book of cultivation techniques. He handed the technique to Yi Luoqing and explained, "This is a cultivation method I created. You could say it's the strongest and most powerful technique in this world, with no threshold for breaking through realms. After a while, I plan to leave, and at that time, this villa can be handed over to you. If you like living here, then stay. If you don't, just make sure to lock the door for me." Yi Luoqing took the technique with a face full of skepticism. Sun Yan indeed gave him a mysterious and powerful feeling. But to say that the other person's technique was the strongest and most powerful in this world seemed a bit like a vendor boasting about their goods. However, this was after all the other person's good intentions, so after expressing his gratitude, he accepted it. Afterwards, Sun Yan showed him around the villa, introducing various facilities and some smart assistant robots inside. These robots possess intelligence that rivals that of humans, capable of understanding their owner's commands and executing them perfectly through reasoning and deduction. These robots, which have a human-like appearance but metallic skin, truly shocked Yi Luoqing, who considered himself worldly. Is this the method of the immortals? It's terrifying. After that, Sun Yan took him to visit the monitoring room, where the sight left him dumbfounded. The entire Wilderness Mountain range was under full surveillance here, with every corner and detail being monitored without any blind spots. Seeing this, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that he had been under surveillance since he just entered the Wilderness Mountain range. No wonder Master Sun Yan could accurately locate him. After explaining a few things, Sun Yan began to pack his luggage. It had been 20 years since he last returned to the ninja world. Although he had only been missing for a little over 20 days in the ninja world, he still felt a sense of nostalgia. He wondered how Meina was doing. Was she still trying to enter life? In fact, upon careful thought, accepting the other party was not such a big deal. After 20 years, he had somewhat come to terms with it, considering it as finding a temporary companion in his long life. Chapter 135, Strange Noises. Just as Sun Yan was preparing to return to the ninja world, the ninja world couldn't sit still any longer. Senju Tobarama was sitting in the Coalition Command Center, frowning at the ninja world map. Based on his years of understanding of Uchiha Madara, he felt that the opponent would attack within 3 days at most. Unexpectedly, a month passed, and Uchiha Madara not only did not attack, but also went silent in the ninja world. The last piece of intelligence he received was from his brother's precious granddaughter, Tsunade. According to Tsunade, Uchiha Madara had a falling out with Araki Sun Yan and fought fiercely in the Land of Rain. After that, he sent intelligence ninjas to investigate, and they indeed found traces of a fierce ninja battle. He even managed to take a look himself, and the terrifying destructive power left him somewhat shaken. After a thorough investigation, he found no useful clues, so he returned to the Coalition headquarters to wait for Uchiha Madara to reappear. As a result, he waited a whole month, and even he was starting to get impatient. Just as he was lost in thought, the figure sitting on the sofa, Akatsuki H. Getsu, slammed the table and shouted, "I understand." The four shadows were startled, and the Reikage also slammed the table and asked, "What did you understand?" Akatsuki H. Getsu slammed the table again and said, "After Uchiha Madara and Araki Sun Yan had their internal conflict, they must have fought to a standstill. The reason why neither of them has made any moves for a month is certainly because they are both recovering from injuries." The Reikage, upon hearing this, slammed the table and said, "What you said makes sense. So what should we do next?" Akatsuki H. Getsu slammed the table again and said, "We should launch a large-scale attack on the Land of Rain. The barrier in the Land of Rain has not been lifted since that battle, which proves that at least one person is left in the Land of Rain to recover. No matter who is recovering in the Land of Rain, we should take advantage of their weakness to eliminate them. We should swiftly eliminate the one staying in the Land of Rain, then concentrate our forces to defeat the other. This way, we can achieve ultimate victory. The Raikage wanted to add something but found he had nothing to say, so he slammed the table again and asked Senju Tobarama, "Hokage, what do you think?" Swish, swish. Swish. The other four shadows looked at Senju Tobarama, waiting for him to make a decision. Senju Tobarama closed his eyes tightly, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The others did not disturb him, but quietly waited. Time passed second by second, and 3 minutes later, Senju Tobarama suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Notify the coalition to get ready. We will officially set off for the Land of Rain tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the other four shadows in the command center were filled with excitement. They had waited a whole month, and finally, today had come. No matter who the opponent was, whether it was Uchiha Madara or Araki Shinyan, this time, they must eliminate each other and then search the other's mind for the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. At the same time, inside the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, Kitayu and Minji and Uchiha Madara sit facing each other, and the atmosphere is extremely oppressive. This Uchiha Madara is the most original model, and the illusion cast by Shinya when he left did not obscure Uchiha Madara's appearance. At this point, Kitayu Nikihira had already learned Uchiha Madara's identity, so he did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Mr. Uchiha Madara, do you have any news about the Guardian King?" Uchiha Madara took a sip of tea and said, "Who knows where that guy went to play? Don't worry about him. He will naturally come back when he wants to." Kitayu Akihira, with a bitter expression, said, "The 5 great nations have formed a coalition specifically to deal with you. How can you still drink tea at a time like this?" Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold, and he asked, "Are you questioning my strength?" Kitayu Akihira quickly explained, No. How could I question your strength? You're a powerful ninja, known as the Azura of the ninja world, and even I, as an ordinary person, have heard your name resoundingly." After flattering him a bit, Kitayu Akihira changed the subject and said, "But 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. No matter how strong you are, you're still just one person. Without the Guardian King joining you, relying solely on yourself, I'm afraid." Kitayu Akihira did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. However, Uchiha Madara burst out laughing. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands? Who is the 2 fists and who are the 4 hands is still uncertain. Looking at the laughing Uchiha Madara, Kitayu Akihira felt even more worried. At this moment, he thought of his precious daughter and wondered if she had any news about the Guardian King. He clapped his hands and called over a palace maid, sternly asking, "Why hasn't Meina arrived yet? Did you really call for her?" The palace maid shivered at his words and hurriedly replied, "This servant will go urge her right away." Kitayu Akihira impatiently waved his hand, dismissing the palace maid. The palace maid, as if granted a reprieve, quickly ran towards Meina's residence. When she reached the door, just as she was about to knock, a discordant sound came from inside the room. The sounds of a woman's soft panting came through the wooden door, startling her into shock. The palace maid often accompanied the lord and naturally understood a lot about the lord's family matters. The princess has always had an unclear relationship with the protector of the nation, and there are even rumors that the two might marry. But now the protector of the nation is not in the Kingdom of Rainbow. So who is in the princess's room? It's chilling to think about. The amount of information is overwhelming, and she feels that if she knocks on the door now, the princess will definitely silence her. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a slightly tired voice from inside the room called out, "Is it Xiao Hui?" "Come in." Xiao Hui was so frightened that her face turned pale. Does the princess want to play this big? Chapter 136, Forbidden Chakra Barrier. The maid named Xiao Hui was very reluctant. She was only 16 this year and never expected to lose her innocence so soon. If it were with the lord or the eldest son, she could barely accept it. After all, that would allow her to enjoy the status of a concubine. But the other party was just a favored man raised by the princess. How could she accept that? However, she dared not refuse the princess's order. Just as she hesitated, the door was pulled open from the inside. Xiao Hui looked up and happened to make eye contact with Mei Nai, who at that moment had messy hair and was wearing a loose, long robe, the alluring fragrance mesmerizing Xiao Hui. Mei Nai smiled, then brought her hand together and slapped Xiao Hui's face, scolding, "Why didn't you say anything after knocking, you lowly creature?" Xiao Hui was startled awake by the slap and hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing her head and saying, "I'm sorry, princess. I was a bit distracted just now." Mei Nai pressed down on her robe and asked, "What is it? Hurry up and say." Xiao Hui did not dare to waste words and quickly recounted how the Lord had called for Mei Nai. Go back and tell my father I'm busy and have no time. He can handle this matter himself. After saying that, she closed the door tightly, leaving Xiao Hui kneeling at the door, drenched in cold sweat. After returning to her room, Mei Nai looked frustrated. She knew without going that her father must be worried about Nabahiko. In fact, after Nabahiko went missing, she was more anxious than anyone else and had offered a high bounty in the ninja world to find him. However, Nabahiko seemed to have vanished without a trace, and there was no news in the ninja world. This left her with a burning heart, almost lovesick. Then she returned to her bedside, lifted the covers, and stared blankly at the life-size silicone doll made by Xinyan. Fortunately, this lonely time has it to accompany me. How nice it would be if this were a real person. Then she revealed a charming smile, burrowing back into bed and covering her head with the blanket. The next day, a ninja army of about 50 to 60,000 quietly stationed on an island near the country of Rainbow. These people are dressed in various styles, and you can find the clothing styles of the 5 great nations: fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind in this group. Moreover, they're not wearing traditional ninja headbands, but rather headbands with the symbol of ninja written on them. This ninja force is a coalition formed by the ninja of the 5 great nations, with several tens of thousands fewer than the ninjas in the 4th Great Ninja War. But the quality of ninjas during this period is incomparable to that of later generations. During this period, the habits of the Warring States ninjas had not yet completely faded, and many ninja clans had not been cut off from their heritage due to decades of warfare in the ninja world. Therefore, the overall strength of this ninja army was actually higher than that during the 4th Great Ninja War. At this time, their faces were filled with excitement. They had gathered a month ago and set up a trap in the land of rivers, waiting for Uchiha Madara to arrive. At first, when they heard they would be facing Uchiha Madara directly, many were extremely anxious. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's reputation was forged from countless bloodshed, and not long ago, he and a live broadcast team had attacked their village. His overwhelming power filled everyone with fear. However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not show up. This kept the morale of the allied forces tense and suppressed. In their anxious waiting, many began to think that Uchiha Madara was not as formidable as rumored. The Shura of the ninja world was not that impressive either. After hearing that they had formed a ninja alliance, didn't he still hide away and not dare to show himself? Now that they had received orders to actively attack Uchiha Madara, everyone was thrilled. They were eager to defeat Uchiha Madara and bring peace to the ninja world. The army set up camp, while intelligence ninjas secretly arrived in the Land of Rain to prepare for reconnaissance. In fact, they had conducted an investigation in the Land of Rain more than a month ago, but the results were unsatisfactory. Any creature with chakra would be suppressed upon entering the Land of Rain. The results of this investigation were not surprising. They had tried every means they could think of, but still could not break this barrier. Ultimately, they arrived at the coalition headquarters and reported the situation regarding the barrier to the high-ranking officials of the coalition. In the coalition's conference room, a large round table was placed in the center of the spacious room. High-ranking officials from the 5 great nations gathered here, and some well-known clan leaders from the ninja world were also present. As the overall commander of the coalition, Senju Tobarama waited for everyone to finish reading the intelligence before saying seriously, in summary, this barrier is very tricky. Both the sealing team and the illusion team have made attempts, but without exception, they all ultimately failed. The reason I gathered everyone here is to discuss countermeasures. What are your thoughts on this impenetrable barrier? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Such strange occurrences have never been recorded in the history of the ninja world spanning thousands of years. Even the dust release, which is hailed as the most destructive force, can only decompose matter. They have never encountered a barrier that can suppress chakra without harming the ninja's body. Seeing the silence among the crowd, Senju Tobarama had no choice but to call on someone. He turned to the leader of the Uzumaki clan and asked, Uzumaki clan leader, can't your sealing techniques do anything about that barrier? Uzumaki Hashirama shook his head and said helplessly, I have tried using sealing techniques to destroy that barrier. But unfortunately, that barrier is like a black hole. As soon as my sealing incantation lands on it, it completely dissipates. Since I can't even carve basic incantations, how can I talk about using sealing techniques to destroy it? The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan have no effect on that barrier at all. The commander should think of other methods. Senju Tobarama inwardly scolded this old fox, as he had just passed the problem back to himself. He would have to handle this headache. He then turned to the leader of the Hyuga clan and asked, Hyuga clan leader, have you observed that barrier with your Byakugan? Any findings? The Hyuga clan leader smiled wryly and replied, I have observed it with my Byakugan. What I saw was no different from what ordinary eyes see. It was all a milky white, and I couldn't see anything inside. Senju Tobirama was not discouraged and asked, what about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Did the Sharingan discover any weaknesses? The crowd turned to the Uchiha clan leader, thinking he would also just pass the ball like the previous two. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan leader crossed his arms and raised his head, saying, reporting to the commander, our Uchiha clan has been staying in the camp since joining the coalition. So we are unaware of the situation with that barrier. Everyone became alert at this moment. The Uchiha clan leader spoke with a sharp tone, looking quite dissatisfied. The crowd had some guesses about the reason for his dissatisfaction. A month ago, someone had impersonated Uchiha clan members and attacked ninjas from the 5 great nations. After investigation, it was found that those Uchiha ninjas who attacked the 5 great nations had alibis. This phenomenon faded away after a few instances with the establishment of the Ninja Coalition. The crowd didn't take it to heart, merely considering it the antics of some petty criminals in the ninja world. Today, seeing that there was a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, everyone perked up. Chapter 137, Low-Spec Meteor. Senju Tobirama frowned and reprimanded, Uchiha clan leader, please do not participate in the war with emotions. The Uchiha clan leader immediately became displeased and retorted, I am not participating in the war with emotions. The reason I restricted my clan members from leaving the camp is that I fear some people might take the opportunity to suspect us of having connections with Uchiha Madara. After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, who were sitting not far away. Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively averted his gaze, while Shimura Danzo met the Uchiha clan leader's gaze without backing down. Senju Tobirama said, wasn't the attack a month ago already investigated? Those were done by someone disguised as Uchiha clan members and have nothing to do with you. The Uchiha clan leader smiled without sincerity and said, then we can't act recklessly. If we are inexplicably accused of colluding with the enemy, it would be a loss. If we had known this would be the case, the Uchiha clan should not have participated in this war, and now it's a hassle for the coalition to assign troops to monitor us, truly dragging down the coalition. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, sitting not far away, spoke up. The Uchiha clan is indeed untrustworthy. Now the fox's tail is showing. At a critical moment in battle against Uchiha Madara, you want to back down. It seems that before. Senju Tobirama shot a glare at Shimura Danzo, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Danzo's forehead, and he quickly shut his mouth. With Danzo silent, the Uchiha clan leader also lost the desire to continue speaking, and the atmosphere fell into a stalemate. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow. He had indeed ordered a period of surveillance on the Uchiha, but such matters are hard to explain. Now, he was not only the Hokage of Konoha, but also the overall commander of the Allied forces. If the surveillance of their own kind caused resentment among the Allied forces, it would be troublesome. Other major nations would not be as accommodating as the Uchiha clan. These people could turn against Konoha at any moment. Thus, he spoke vaguely. The Uchiha clan leader is overthinking. Those were just normal patrolling ninjas passing by. During that time, Uchiha Madara could have launched a surprise attack at any moment, so it was necessary to strengthen vigilance. The Uchiha clan should understand the Allied forces. The Uchiha clan leader snorted coldly, and then closed his eyes to feign sleep, no longer caring about the matter here. While the Uchiha issue was temporarily suppressed, the matter of the barrier still needed a solution. Just then, a rough voice rang out. Did it really take this long to think about it? Just throw a ranged attack into the barrier to force the other side out. Everyone turned to look, and the speaker was none other than the third Raikage. Although they thought the third Raikage was somewhat lacking in intelligence, he was the leader of a village, and they did not dare to interrupt. However, while ordinary people held their tongues, some did not. The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, chuckled and said, I hope your head isn't just full of muscles. Wasn't the previous intelligence already laid out on the table? Any chakra that enters that barrier disappears, including water and fire techniques. Even that bandaged man's dust technique has been tried. Tell me how you can conduct a range attack to force them out? The Raikage rolled his eyes, disdainfully saying, I think your head is filled with water. Who told you that a ranged attack must use ninjutsu? He then turned to Senju Tobirama and asked, Hokage. No, Commander. Can your flying thunder god technique teleport a boulder? Senju Tobirama was puzzled but still answered truthfully, of course, it's easier to teleport inanimate objects than humans. The Raikage then asked, what is the largest boulder you can teleport? Senju Tobirama stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then replied, You should know the Hokage Rock of Konoha, right? A boulder that big should be no problem. The Raikage slapped the table excitedly. That's it. If you coordinate properly with its Suchikage, you can definitely force the people of the Land of Rainbow to reveal themselves. Everyone looked bewildered, not knowing what brilliant idea this muscle-bound Raikage had. 3 days later, Senju Tobarama stood among the mountains of the Land of Earth, looking at a giant boulder hundreds of meters high, nodding. He then spoke to the slug on his shoulder. I am ready here. Notify the allied forces to act. The little slug on his shoulder replied, Understood, Lord Tobarama. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, the third Raikage, acting as the temporary commander of the allied forces, received Tobarama's message and ordered, Mu, you can act now. The third Suchikage, Anoki, angrily said, You little brat. Don't talk to me in that commanding tone. The third Raikage smirked slightly. What can I do? Who told your clever brain not to think of such a good idea? This idea was proposed by me. The temporary commander is me. As a ninja, your duty is to carry out missions. With veins bulging on his forehead, was about to make a move when he heard the slug on his shoulder softly say, Gentlemen, please consider the bigger picture. This is a crucial moment in the war. Upon hearing this, Without did not argue, snorted coldly, and flew away. Watching Without's back, the third Raikage felt an unusual sense of relief. These self-proclaimed clever individuals who couldn't solve the problems after racking their brains found themselves easily solving them. Let's see who dares to say they are brainless again. Wu flew towards the Land of Rain from the small island where the allied forces were stationed. At this moment, the coastline within a 5-kilometer radius of the Land of Rain was completely surrounded by the allied forces, with ninjas patrolling the coastline 24 hours a day, ensuring not even a fly could escape. Wu stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters directly above the Land of Rain, then took out a kunai engraved with the symbol of the Senju clan from his bosom and said, Everything is ready. Inform Senju Tobarama to take action. The little slug accepted the order and then fell silent. Half a minute later, the little slug said seriously, Lord Wu, please prepare yourself. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release. Wu gently let go of the kunai in mid-air, allowing it to fall downwards under the influence of gravity. Just as it flew 3 or 4 meters away, Senju Tobarama instantly appeared next to the flying kunai. Not only that, but he was also standing on top of a giant stone several hundred meters tall. The moment the giant stone was teleported, a powerful gravitational force instantly pulled him towards the ground, and the giant stone, carrying the momentum to break through the sky, suddenly smashed down towards the Land of Rain. Looking at the giant stone before him, Wu gasped and cursed inwardly. No wonder Senju Tobarama took 3 days to find it in the Land of Earth. He actually found such a big rock. However, he did not forget his own mission. Seeing Senju Tobarama about to descend with the giant stone, he quickly flew to his side, grabbed his arm, and flew towards his own position. The speed of the giant stone's descent increased, and its momentum grew stronger. At the same time, the hardworking Uchiha Madara in the Land of Rain raised their heads and revealed sinister smiles. Chapter 138. The supporting role becomes the protagonist. The giant stone, with a diameter of several hundred meters, crashed into the barrier of the Land of Rain with overwhelming force, and the barrier set up by Nabahiko could not stop it. This was also a mistake made by Yishin at the beginning, thinking that by prohibiting the chakra within the barrier, it could nullify the combat power of the ninjas. He did not expect that the ninjas would use such methods, utilizing physical attacks to break through the defenses he had set up. The giant rock fell into the milky white barrier, and the barrier rippled like water, not alleviating the impact of the rock's descent in the slightest. Looking at the giant rock that disappeared into the barrier, Wu Mian said with a serious expression, Do you think this kind of trick works? The flying Senju Tobarama shook his head and replied, I don't know, but as long as we can force the opponent out, that's enough. The falling giant stone will definitely cause great casualties among the civilians of the Land of Rain, but they don't care at all. The ninjas who survive the warring states period regard life and death as trivial matters, their own lives as well as the lives of others. In the invisible barrier, a small red square barrier, much smaller than the milky white barrier, envelopes the Land of Rain. Ninja technique. 4 Crimson Sun Formation. The 4 Uchiha Madara stand at the 4 corners of the red formation. These are not clones of Uchiha Madara, but rather genuine Uchiha Madara produced in the Uchiha Madara factory. A dozen Uchihas stand at the top of the 4 red yang formation, looking up at the falling boulders. One Uchiha Madara sneers, It's a bit smaller than in Shippuden, and the force of the descent isn't that strong. Another Uchiha Madara says, "It's just falling due to gravity. How can it compare to the ones pulled down by Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan?" Then, the dozen of them form hand seals together, and a fireball nearly the same size as the boulder is unleashed by the Uchiha Madaras. Fire style, great fireball technique. At the moment of impact, the boulder is shattered like tofu by the fireball, and then the flames burn the boulder remnants in a magma that falls onto the four purple flames formation. The residents of the land of Rainbow watch in astonishment from below, followed by a wave of cheers. The subordinates of the Guardian Ming Wang are truly formidable. With their protection, they can live peacefully in their homeland without worrying about the persecution from the 5 great ninja nations. After skillfully dodging the falling lava, one Uchiha Madara said, "The master's command is to guard the land of rain, and there is no restriction on leaving. However, the land of rain has already been attacked by the enemy, so it should be necessary to leave now, right? You all stay here to continue defending the land of rain, and I will go out and talk to the people outside." The other Uchiha Madara expressed their discontent upon hearing this. One of them said unhappily, "Why do you get to go out? Your performance this month is far worse than mine, and you still have a nerve to give me orders?" Another Uchiha Madara added, "It should be me who goes. Since I've been working overtime in the sweatshop for a whole month, I should definitely be allowed to go." The group of Uchiha Madara argued incessantly, and if it weren't for their concern about the master's orders, they would have started fighting among themselves. At this moment, an Uchiha Madara lightly coughed and said, "Everyone, please don't argue. Let me say a few words." The crowd stopped arguing and looked at this Uchiha Madara, who then said, at this important moment, "We should decide in the fairest way who goes out to talk." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and then clenched their fists behind their backs, preparing to play rock, paper, scissors. The speaking Uchiha Madara looked at everyone's actions with confusion and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you say we should decide in a fair way? Is there a fairer way than rock, paper, scissors?" Uchiha Madara shook his head and said, "No. The fair way I'm talking about is that whoever has the most experience should go. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the first Uchiha Madara created by the master after arriving in this timeline. Among everyone present, I am the only one who has been ridden by the master. So my qualifications are the deepest. It is only natural for me to go and talk to the ninja allied forces, don't you think?" The other Uchiha Madaras responded, "You're talking nonsense." In the end, they chose a background Uchiha Madara threw rock, paper, scissors. He crossed his arms and walked towards the barrier with his head held high, like a proud eagle. Watching this Uchiha Madara's back, the other Uchihas spat on the ground in unison. "Look at that arrogant demeanor. We're all Uchiha Madara. Don't act like you're special." One Uchiha Madara suggested, "No matter how badly this guy gets beaten outside, we shouldn't go save him." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. On the other side, Uchiha Obito and Senju Tobarama slowly descended onto a large ship. This is a transport ship prepared by the Allied forces for naval combat. Although ninjas can walk on water, it consumes a lot of chakra, so they usually stay on the ship. After landing, the J-nin on the ship quickly used their body flicker technique to appear in front of the two and listen to the report. Senju Tobarama asked, "Is there any movement in the barrier?" One J-nin replied, "There is no movement at all. It's very quiet inside." Senju Tobarama pondered while stroking his chin. "How about we drop another one?" In the past few days, he found many large stones in the land of Earth. Although they were slightly smaller than the previous one, they should still be sufficient. Just then, a ninja with a telescope exclaimed, "The barrier has opened, and someone has come out." That person seemed to be. Before he could finish his sentence, Senju Tobarama snatched the telescope from him and looked toward the opening of the barrier. The milky white barrier had opened a square gap, and a person stepped out with their arms crossed, striding confidently. Senju Tobarama immediately recognized this person as Uchiha Madara. He shouted to the ninjas on the ship, "Notify all the allied forces. Uchiha Madara has appeared and is ready for battle." The ninjas on the ship did not dare to delay and immediately sent out alerts to other departments. After Uchiha Madara stepped out of the barrier, the small door closed on its own. He stood on the surface of the sea, looking at the allied ninjas gradually surrounding him, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. More and more ships were closing in, and ninjas jumped off their ships, standing on the surface of the sea, fully alert. As soon as these people stood firm, they heard Uchiha Madara shouting from afar, "Where's the leader of your coalition? Come out quickly." The sound contained a chakra shock that made everyone's ears tingle. At that moment, Senju Tobarama's figure flickered and appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Senju Tobarama sensed something was off. This Uchiha Madara's aura was very different from the one he encountered in the Land of Wind, although the appearance was quite similar. This Uchihamadara gave him the impression of being older, with a slight hint of aging in his chakra. In contrast, this one appeared vibrant and energetic, as if he were at the peak of his ninja prowess. He had sensed this aura before. It was the same aura he felt when he encountered Uchihamadara in the forest of the Land of Soup. This left him very puzzled, so he tentatively asked, "Why has your aura changed? This feeling is the same as when we first met. Could it be that you're not Uchihamadara?" Looking at Senju Tobarama, who was doubting his identity, Uchihamadara proudly said, "Find a quiet place. I need to talk to you." Chapter 139. Eliminate without grudges. The five Kages cautiously followed Uchihamadara to a deserted island, where apart from them, some powerful ninjas were secretly following as well. Although their stealth techniques were quite sophisticated, in front of Uchihamadara, they seemed like child's play. However, he paid no attention to these sneaky followers, considering them merely as large fish. And it didn't matter if they overheard some information. Upon reaching the center of the small island, Uchihamadara crossed his arms and faced the five Kages. Senju Tobarama was the first to speak. "Uchihamadara, just say what you want to say quickly." In response to Senju Tobarama's questioning, Uchihamadara did not beat around the bush and said directly, "You have indeed mistaken me for someone else. I am Uchihamadara, but I am not the Uchihamadara you are looking for. The Uchihamadara you seek is not in the Land of Rain. Hurry and go elsewhere to find him." Kisame Hashigaki sneered and said, "Uchihamadara, I never expected you to be so bad at lying. How can you say you are not the one we are looking for? Do you really think we are as foolish as you?" Uchihamadara did not explain further, but looked at Senju Tobarama. Although he had a strong dislike for this person in his past memories, he understood that this clear-thinking and unconventional person would surely be able to think through the situation based on what he just said. After pondering for a moment, Senju Tobarama said, "Are you saying that there are two Uchihamadaras in this world? One is you now, and the other is the one we saw in the desert before?" Uchihamadara did not confirm or deny, while the other four Kages looked incredulous. They could not believe that there were indeed two Uchihamadaras in the world. They found it hard to believe that Uchihamadara had a brother who looked exactly like him. They had seen Uchiha Izuna, and although they were brothers, there were still slight differences in their appearances. They could not accept that Uchihamadara had a twin brother who had been hidden for decades in the ninja world. As a result, everyone turned their puzzled gazes towards Senju Tobarama, hoping he could provide an answer. Senju Tobarama cautiously began to share his hypothesis, and upon hearing his speculation, the other four gasped in shock. The third Reikage exclaimed, "I never expected there to be two Uchihamadaras in the world. What is going on? Why is there another Uchihamadara?" Senju Tobarama shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but based on my observations, this Uchihamadara is the one I first saw in the forest of hot water. As for the one you all saw in the desert, that is another one, and I suspect that he is the Uchihamadara I am familiar with." Seeing that the other party had basically figured out the situation, Uchihamadara said indifferently, "Now that the truth is out, you can leave. Your tail beasts are all with that Uchihamadara. I have nothing here, so there's no need for you to waste your energy." After saying this, he turned to leave. Although these Uchihamadaras, created by Shinkai, had the memories of the original owner, their personalities had already diverged significantly from the original Madara. In other words, they had transformed from a battle-crazy warrior into someone who preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. Their creed was to resolve matters peacefully whenever they could and to never resort to violence. At that moment, a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique flew towards Uchiha Madara's long hair. The speed of this kunai was extremely fast. An ordinary person would definitely be hit and fall dead. However, the target of the attack was the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Even without activating the Sharingan, he could easily dodge such speed. He tilted his head slightly, and the kunai grazed his cheek without inflicting any injury. Just then, the Flying Thunder God activated, and Senju Tobarama caught the kunai with his left hand, while his right hand pulled the third Reikage to appear in front of Uchiha Madara. Hell stab, one book through the hand. The fierce thrust was as swift as lightning, and a thunderous light instantly reflected in Uchiha Madara's eyes. This raid was exceptionally swift. If it had been any other strong ninja from the ninja world, they would have either died or been severely injured. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Uchiha Madara, who was always on high alert and never let his guard down. With a twist of his body, Madara dodged the third Reikage's lethal strike as if his waist were made of springs, and then delivered a kick to the opponent's abdomen, sending the third Reikage flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama quickly created distance, as he was well aware of how powerful Uchiha Madara's taijutsu was. Despite the third Reikage's appearance, crackling with lightning and exuding a strong taijutsu presence. In reality, Uchiha Madara could engage him in close combat without relying on any ninja techniques. This is the strong man at the pinnacle of the ninja world, with no shortcomings in ninjutsu or other aspects. It is very difficult to rely on schemes and cooperation to defeat such a strong opponent. After Uchiha Madara steadied himself, he frowned and questioned Senju Tobirama. Why did you suddenly attack me? I have already explained clearly that I am not the person you are looking for, and the tailed beasts are not with me. Fighting me is simply a waste of time. At this moment, the overwhelming iron sand had unknowingly surrounded everyone. The third generation of Wind Shadow, Shachuan, stood on a massive cloud of iron sand and spoke solemnly. You are indeed not the Uchiha Madara who has enmity with us, but that is no longer important. You possess the same appearance as Uchiha Madara, and your strength is not much different. Even if you are not our enemy now, you will be a huge threat in the future, rather than waiting for you to threaten the safety of the 5 great nations. It is better to take this opportunity to eliminate you now. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara curled the corner of his mouth slightly, realizing that they were no different from those shameless ninjas in his memory. Whether there was enmity between him and them did not matter. They only cared if he could threaten them. He twisted his neck and relaxed his shoulders, thinking that if that was the case, then it would be much simpler. Although he had inherited the non-confrontational personality of Shinhiko, he was not afraid of trouble when it came. It seems you are very confident in your combination. The cowards who would turn and flee upon hearing my name during the era of the ninja clan are now braver than ever. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's mockery, the second generation of Earth Shadow descended slightly from the sky and spoke in a grim tone, because the responsibilities we bear now are completely different from before. In the past, we only carried the rise and fall of our clan, but now we bear the weight of the entire village. And you, Uchiha Madara, you are still that relic of the old era, living in the glory of the Warring States period. It is time for you to be swept into the trash. After speaking, he cupped his hands in front of his chest, and a transparent square chakra appeared in his hands. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Chapter 140. The Arrival of the Clown. Seeing that these guys were obstinate, Uchiha Madara also gave up on communicating further with them, and with a flicker of his body, he skillfully dodged the Earth Shadow's Dust Release. At this moment, the 5 Kage launched their attacks together, throwing various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques at Uchiha Madara as if they were free. Uchiha Madara did not hold back against them and directly activated Susanoo to engage in battle. After the official confrontation began, the 5 Kage truly felt the strength of Uchiha Madara. The last time they faced the elderly Madara, he had just captured 6-tailed beasts and had been entangled with Shikaku in the desert for a long time, resulting in significant chakra depletion. Even though the elderly Madara had awakened the power of Shinra Tensei at that time, it could not compensate for his aging body and the chakra drained by the outer path. However, this time Uchiha Madara was completely different from the last. This was his youth, representing the peak state of Uchiha Madara before awakening the power of Shinra Tensei. During this period, Uchiha Madara could maintain a certain level of combat power even after fighting for days and nights against a powerhouse like Senju Hashirama. In contrast, 3 of the current 5 Kage are over 50 years old, and dragging on a battle would actually be advantageous for Uchiha Madara. The 5 Kage are aware that prolonging the fight is harmful to them, but unfortunately, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo has an incredibly strong defense. If it were the initial forms, the 5 Kage would have ways to deal with it. For example, the second Suchikage's Dust Release could break through Susanoo's defense. However, when Uchiha Madara activates the complete form of Susanoo, the situation changes completely. In this state, Susanoo's energy density is astonishingly high. It's not that Dust Release cannot affect it, but rather that the energy is so thick that by the time Dust Release could extinguish Susanoo's energy, it would have already consumed all its own energy. Looking at the massive Susanoo, Shikokuwa frowned and said, since we can't break through the opponent's defense, we need to find a way to control him. After saying that, he plunged his hands into the ground, causing the relatively spacious island to tremble instantly. Then, countless black sand iron seeped from the ground, and a sea of sand iron surged towards Susanoo's feet, ready to bind it. Seeing Shikokuwa's little maneuver, Uchiha Madara smirked slightly. Thinking to defeat him with such small tricks was simply a daydream. Suddenly, a pair of enormous wings sprouted from the back of the blue Susanoo, and with a flap, the entire Susanoo soared into the sky. The second Suchikage, witnessing Uchiha Madara flying towards him, dared not engage directly and retreated slightly to increase the distance. Observing the five Kage, who had just been arrogant but were now becoming increasingly conservative in their approach, Uchihamadara sneered and said, "What's wrong? Have you run out of tricks? You were so boastful earlier that I thought you had some means I didn't know about. Now that I see, your strengths compared to the Warring States period have not only not increased, but have actually weakened considerably. I'll give you one last chance. Leave the land of rain now, and I will treat this as if nothing happened. Otherwise, I won't hold back any longer." The five Kage, feeling underestimated, showed a hint of anger on their faces. Although the opponent was a powerful figure who ended the Warring States era, they were also village leaders, and being so belittled made them feel somewhat embarrassed. However, they really had done their best. Previously, repelling Uchihamadara in the desert had given them a false sense of security, making them think that even Uchihamadara would have to avoid their combined might. After all, the opponent was aging, and with both sides' strengths declining, they still had the advantage. To their surprise, they were now facing a young Uchihamadara at his peak, which made them feel increasingly powerless. With no hope of victory in sight, the third Raikage clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Is this where it ends? Our full-strength attacks can't even break through his defense. How can we continue fighting?" Ao shrugged and said, "There's no way. My steam danger explosion is about to blow up, and I still can't break through this guy's iron shell. Senju Tobarama, do you have any ideas?" Senju Tobarama gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Uchihamadara to be so difficult to deal with, and now his plan to exhaust the opponent's stamina with the ninja alliance was dead in the water. Judging by Madara's youthful state, even if all 50,000 of their ninja alliance were exhausted, he would still retain most of his stamina. He had originally thought to use these cannon fodder ninjas to wear down the elderly Madara's stamina, but instead, he was facing a well-rested Uchihamadara in his prime. Had he known, he wouldn't have assembled these cannon fodder ninjas. At this point, he could only use that technique, hoping his brother would forgive him. With that thought, he formed hand seals and then bit his finger, slamming his right hand on the ground. Summoning technique. As his hand touched the ground, a plume of white smoke suddenly rose, and a gray coffin appeared from the smoke. The moment the gray coffin appeared, both Uchihamadara and the second Tsuchikage, who excelled in sensing ninjutsu, widened their eyes in shock. How is this possible? Could it be the guy is still alive? The other three expressed confusion, but soon their confusion was replaced by shock. The coffin suddenly opened, and a man in red armor with long hair slowly walked out of the coffin. This man is wearing a Konoha forehead protector and is dressed in red armor from the Warring States period, embodying the standard attire of a Warring States ninja. His long black hair paired with his chiseled face gives off an air of solemnity and authority. The man was covered in cracks like the parched earth, clearly not an ordinary person. When the crowd saw his face, they fell into collective silence. Guizhong Huanya let out a roar. "How can it be you, this guy? Second Hokage, what have you done? How come this guy is out too?" The one who had been summoned was none other than Senju Tobarama's older brother, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. At that moment, his state seemed off. He appeared dazed as if his consciousness had not fully returned. Senju Tobarama pulled out a kunai tied with a red talisman from his pocket and, to the astonishment of everyone, inserted the kunai into Hashirama's hair at the back of his head. Guizhong Huanya commented, "You really are a good little brother." Hashirama's brain wasn't functioning well to begin with, and now you're going to make him a fool? Senju Tobarama, with a deadpan expression, replied, "Becoming a fool should be an enhancement for my brother's intellect." As he said this, Hashirama shook his body and began to look around aimlessly. "I remember I was supposed to be dead, right? This doesn't seem like the Pure Land," he said, while shielding his eyes and scanning the surroundings. Just as Senju Tobarama was about to explain to his brother, Hashirama pointed to the sky excitedly and exclaimed, "Madara, it's you. Why are you using Susanoo in the Pure Land?" The crowd was almost taken aback by this guy's natural cluelessness. Senju Tobarama said irritably, "Brother, you're too slow-witted." Chapter 141. Senju Hashirama versus Uchihamadara. Senju Hashirama, with a dazed look, turned around and then saw his brother Senju Tobarama and several powerful shinobi he had met before. He sighed and said, "Even you are dead? I didn't expect everyone to reunite in the Pure Land. Life is truly unpredictable." Then he realized something was off and quickly corrected himself. "No, we are all dead. It should be said that the afterlife is truly unpredictable." Senju Tobarama could not hold back and shouted at Hashirama, "Brother, can you listen to me first? This is not the Pure Land. This is the ninja world." After being shouted at, Hashirama's expression instantly darkened, and he looked dejected as if the background had turned into a gloomy black. Finally, after much effort from the five Kage to explain, Hashirama began to understand the current situation. He then reprimanded Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, didn't I tell you not to use that evil jutsu anymore? I had ordered you to destroy all jutsu that manipulate the souls of the dead. Why are you still using it? Senju Tobarama frowned and replied, this time the situation is special. I would have used this jutsu if it weren't for those two Uchiha Madaras. Looking at the wrinkles at the corners of his brother's eyes, Hashirama swallowed the words he wanted to continue scolding back. Finally, he sighed and turned to Uchiha Madara, said, I wonder if we can sit down and talk. Uchiha Madara stood on top of Susanoo and coldly replied, it's too late to seek peace now. I am not someone you can summon and dismiss at will. You came to my land of rainbow, threw some meteors, and now want to kill me. If I let you go so easily, what will happen to my reputation? As he said this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister expression as he added, besides, I am not the Uchiha Madara you defeated back then. To demand that I back down in the posture of a victor is really too arrogant. Seeing Uchiha Madara's firm attitude, Hashirama sighed inwardly. He also knew that the Madara in front of him was not the one he was familiar with, so he had no special feelings towards him. However, before the fight began, he still asked, from what you said, it seems you were created by someone. Who could possibly know about such a powerful clone of yours? At this moment, the 5 Kages also perked up their ears. They were eager to learn more about the information regarding Araki Yoshihiko. In their intelligence, Araki Yoshihiko had always been a mystery. His origins were unclear. His actions were enigmatic, as if he had descended from the heavens or was wandering aimlessly through the ninja world. If such a guy is not understood clearly, the several shadows might not even be able to sleep well. Uchiha Madara, under the gaze of everyone, sneered and said, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Even if you know the master's information, what difference does it make? In the face of absolute power, you're all just ants. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow and asked, are you saying that this person named Araki Yoshihiko is stronger than you? To be honest, he found it somewhat hard to believe. Although he wasn't as arrogant as Uchiha Madara in his dealings, he still had a certain pride as a strong person. Even though he had once kneeled and begged other Kage, it was actually a high-status kneel, a kneel that a strong person gives to show respect to a weaker one. In this kneeling position, he did not feel humiliation in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of humility towards the worthy. Although it was quite twisted, this was the true thought of Senju Hashirama, and thus he did not think that Araki Nabahiko was much stronger than him. At most, he was just someone who had mastered a special technique to create a clone of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara did not respond, but instead released his Susanoo and stood before Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's attitude was resolute, and Hashirama did not say any more unnecessary words. With small talk over, the two prepared to officially engage in battle. The 5 Kage took a slight step back. They dared not participate in the fight between these two. Uchiha Madara took the initiative to strike first. He did not immediately use Susanoo, but instead engaged in taijutsu with Senju Hashirama. The clash of their taijutsu was pleasing to the onlookers. Previously, the encounters between the 5 Kage and Madara were mostly on the ninjutsu level, and even the 3rd Reikage, who was skilled in taijutsu, did not dare to approach Uchiha Madara easily. One reason was the fear of being ambushed by Madara's Sharingan Jinjutsu during battle. The other reason was that Madara's taijutsu was indeed exceptionally powerful. Even the 3rd Reikage could only use skills to attempt assassination and had to retreat immediately if a hit was missed, as prolonged engagement was not an option. However, Senju Hashirama's approach was completely different. If you prefer to fight with taijutsu, then I will accompany you in taijutsu. The two exchanged blows, each taking turns to shine, making it a spectacular display. Their momentum continued to rise, and their blood boiled. Although Uchiha Madara was merely a physical clone created by Nabahiko, he nonetheless inherited Madara's memories and retained some of his character. As the battle continued, their blood boiled even more, and their fighting techniques gradually evolved from taijutsu to ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara continuously unleashed fire techniques to seal Senju Hashirama's movements. Senju Hashirama used wood techniques to defend, and for a time, the fiery sea of flames covered the entire small island, leaving the allied ninja forces watching from the sea in awe of the scale of the battle. Amidst Nin swallowed hard and then asked the Konoha Nin beside him, is this the battle between the founders of your Konoha? Are these two really human? The Konoha Nin was equally astonished and could not speak, finally stammering out, don't ask me. I was born after Konoha was established. Not to mention these ordinary ninjas of low strength. Even some shadow-level ninjas watching the battle were left dumbfounded and speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists as he watched the chaotic dance of demons on the small island. The slight pride he had felt from acting as the proxy Hokage had long been shattered by Uchiha Madara's overwhelming strength. In the face of such immense power, any strategy and teamwork seemed to be a laughable display, as a ninja's power, when strong enough, could indeed ignore the tactics of overwhelming numbers. At this moment, he turned his head to look at the equally dumbfounded Yaki beside him. This guy had also been appointed as the acting Tsuchikage. If the second Tsuchikage encountered any accidents in this battle, he would immediately take over the position of Tsuchikage. Looking at it this way, the positioning of the two seems quite similar. He decided to step forward and greet the other person to communicate a bit. Do you think we can win this war? After holding back for a long time without knowing what to say, Sarutobi Hizashi could only open the conversation from this angle. Noki slightly calmed his mind, then expressionlessly said to Sarutobi Hizashi, I don't know if we can win, but I do know that after this war ends, probably no one will dare to wage war against Konoha again. Chapter 142. Senju Hashirama wins. The momentum of the battle between the two grew stronger, with wood-release techniques and Susanoo engaging in intense melee combat. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's main bodies continued to attack each other with ninjutsu. The battle's momentum spread outward from the small island, the sea surface churned by the swirling chakra. And even the clouds in the sky were torn apart and vanished by the skills of the two. Such a large-scale battle is naturally beyond the capacity of a small island to withstand. Soon, this uninhabited deserted island was gradually destroyed, the ground cracked, and seawater flooded the center of the island, ultimately causing the small island to sink into the ocean. Everyone stared in shock at the submerged island, speechless. And even the 5 Kage joined the ranks of the ninja coalition to watch the battle, not wanting to be affected by the momentum of the two fighters. The destruction of the island did not affect the fierce battle between the two. They moved to the surface of the sea to continue fighting, and this time the scale was even more grand. Previously, the chakra from the island had only caused the seawater to boil, but now the surface of the sea rolled like a tsunami unleashed by Whitebeard, with massive waves dozens of meters high crashing towards the ninja coalition. Not good. Get out of the way. The frontline ninjas immediately dodged to the distance upon seeing the incoming waves, while some who reacted more slowly or were trapped in the center of the ninja coalition had no chance to escape and could only endure the impact of the waves. Just a single wave caused chaos among 50,000 ninjas, highlighting how intense the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was. After regrouping, the ninja coalition dared not observe from nearby and began searching for uninhabited islands to take shelter, preparing to wait out the storm before discussing whether to engage in battle. Uchiha Madara's expression grew increasingly excited and enthusiastic. He had never felt such a passionate energy coursing through his body since he was created. Previously, there had been no opponents who could truly allow him to unleash his full power. They were all like weaklings, failing to pique his interest at all. To his surprise, today he encountered someone like Hashirama Senju, a strong opponent of equal strength, and both sides were matched perfectly, showcasing their talents. His entire body was boiling with excitement. On the other hand, Hashirama Senju felt a bit frustrated. He had already activated Sage Mode and was fighting without holding back, aiming to take his opponent's life with every move. Yet even so, he could only barely hold his ground against Uchiha Madara, knowing that he had always suppressed Madara in their previous encounters throughout his life. The reason for his underwhelming performance this time was simple. His body was a reanimated corpse, unable to exert the full power he had in his prime. The Edo Tensei technique was never developed for the dead to fight, and due to the rushed circumstances. Even though Tobarama Senju had exhausted all his efforts to preserve his brother's full strength, and even the body was cultivated from Hashirama's cells, it could be said that aside from lacking a soul, it was a complete corpse of Hashirama Senju. However, despite all his efforts, he still could not restore Hashirama to his full strength from when he was alive. After all, Hashirama had already died once, and his body and soul had once been separated. Even now, forcibly reattaching them together did not bring even a hint of the vitality of a living person. In this situation, it is inevitable that his strength would be greatly diminished. The evidence is that at this moment, in the state of impure world reincarnation, Senju Hashirama cannot even use his most skilled and strongest technique, the true Thousand Hands. It should be noted that this is his strongest move, and it can be said that he has been able to keep Uchiha Madara at bay, primarily because of this ultimate technique dominating him effortlessly. However, with his strongest move unavailable, the advantage of Senju Hashirama isn't as significant when both sides are on the same level, making the battle seem so intense. Thus, the two created a deserted island from the sea, and then broke another island to continue their battle on the surface of the water. The war lasted a full day and night, during which Uchiha Madara gradually showed signs of decline. He was seen gasping for breath, and his complete body Susanoo was missing pieces. Even though he tried hard to maintain it, he couldn't fully restore the damaged Susanoo. Although this Uchiha Madara was also a clone created by Shinichi, he hadn't arranged for a spiritual body for the other party, but instead created a physical body. The reason for creating a physical body instead of using a spiritual one is simple. A physical entity consumes less energy than a spiritual one. Initially, the intention was to make Uchiha Madara a mass-produced type, so who would arrange for him a spiritual body? There are some benefits to having a real body, such as the current Uchiha Madara being able to continue growing through training. Unlike a spiritual clone that can only access as much spiritual energy as it is given and cannot train on its own. However, the drawbacks are also evident. Uchiha Madara is, after all, a flesh and blood being with limitations in stamina. If he were fighting against weaker opponents like the 5 Kage, he could easily conserve his energy for a war of attrition. But his opponent is Senju Hashirama, who is equally strong. Facing such a powerful foe, he cannot afford to be careless and can only fight him directly, exchanging blows. This has led to a rapid depletion of his stamina, and after just a day and night, he has gradually fallen behind in the fighting rhythm set by Senju Hashirama. In contrast, Senju Hashirama remains vigorous and has not changed at all in terms of combat power compared to a day ago. This is also the benefit of the Edo Tensei technique. Although some super-spec ninjutsu cannot be used, the seemingly endless chakra and the body that can instantly recover from damage make this technique very overpowered. In battles at this level, even a slight difference can be magnified infinitely, not to mention that one side is a mere mortal while the other possesses unlimited stamina. Thus, during one instance when they passed each other, Uchiha Madara was accidentally kicked in the abdomen by Senju Hashirama, followed by a torrential storm of attacks that forced Madara to defend himself in a rather awkward manner. While being attacked, he attempted to counter with the Genjutsu of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. But how could his old rival Hashirama not be on guard against that? He kept his eyes closed, using his Sage Mode perception to observe Madara, and this method of insight was even more agile than when his eyes were open, making it impossible for any hidden moves from the opponent to escape detection. Ultimately, Madara exhausted his stamina and became tightly bound by Hashirama's finishing move, the Wood Release with Dragon Technique. After the battle, Hashirama let out a slight sigh of relief. This was his most overwhelming victory over Madara. In the past, he had always crushed him with sheer strength, but this time he had exhausted the opponent with a stamina advantage, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Winning without using hard power made him feel like something was missing, but upon remembering that the opponent was not the real Madara, but a fake, he dismissed that thought. After all, it was just a fake. There was no need to take it to heart. Chapter 143. Senju Hashirama, Who Wants to Negotiate? As the sounds of battle gradually ceased, the ninja coalition emerged from their refuge on the small island. The first to reach the battlefield were the 5 Kage, as they were the most concerned about the outcome of the fight, especially since the opponent was none other than Uchiha Madara, who could not be underestimated. Upon arriving at the scene, Senju Tobarama first glanced at his brother, who was controlling the wood dragon to bind Madara tightly, and then looked at Madara, who was close to chakra depletion and covered in injuries, and he felt a slight relief. Those close to him knew the situation best. Tobarama was well aware that his brother's body could not exert all of its power from before his death. In this situation, it's hard to say whether he can actually defeat Uchiha Madara, but he finally feels a weight lifted off his chest and breathes a sigh of relief. After confirming the outcome, he pulls out a flying Thunder God Kunai from his pocket and quickly walks towards Uchiha Madara, ready to finish him off. As the approaching blade gets closer, Uchiha Madara smirks with a mocking smile. The smile made Senju Tobarama extremely disgusted. He raised his hand, ready to take the other's life. Unexpectedly, a large hand covered in cracks tightly grabbed his arm with an astonishing strength, making it impossible for him to break free. Looking at his brother who was blocking him, Senju Tobarama furrowed his brows and said, "Brother, are you still this naive? This kind of guy is extremely dangerous. Leaving him alive is just inviting disaster for another day. It's best to eliminate him as soon as possible for Konoha." Senju Hashirama's face turned pale as he said, "I have heard a rough outline of what happened. The one who attacked Konoha is not this Madara, but someone else entirely. If we want to take revenge, we should be looking for that Madara not killing this one who has no grievances against us? It simply doesn't make sense. Senju Tobarama retorted angrily. What sense does it need? This kind of guy has no reason to exist in this world. Who knows what he was created for? At this moment, Senju Hashirama suddenly remembered something and asked Tobarama, I just heard that he was created by someone. So where is that creator now? As soon as he said this, the scene fell silent. The five Kage were all quiet. They had been focused on the battle with Uchiha Madara and had not considered where that guy, named Araki Nabehiko, might be. If he was still in the Land of Rainbow, that would be one thing, but if he had fled to another place, it would be a disaster. After all, this was someone capable of creating Uchiha Madara's clone. Who knew if he would create another one, if left unchecked? Kagura Getsu swaggered up to Uchiha Madara, then pointed his index finger at Madara's temple and arrogantly asked, is that guy named Araki Nabehiko inside that barrier in the Land of Rainbow? How can we break that barrier? Uchiha Madara did not answer, but instead looked at Kagura with a playful expression. That expression was filled with disdain and mockery, making Kagura grit his teeth, yet he did not dare to actually kill him. After all, this was a captive of Senju Hashirama, and he did not dare to take matters into his own hands and act recklessly against him. At this moment, Senju Tobarama said, give it up. He is Uchiha Madara. And although he is just a clone, he should have inherited some of that guy's personality traits. Interrogating him is completely meaningless. He must have placed some kind of seal in his mind, and even the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan probably won't work. Tobarama's words dispelled everyone's thoughts of coercing a confession. Although everyone wanted to kill Uchiha Madara, they couldn't ignore Senju Hashirama's opinion. At this time, the ninja values were actually quite simple. Whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. This principle could be regarded as the universal value in the world of Hokage. As long as you were strong and had a big fist, even someone like Hashirama Senju, who clearly didn't seem very bright, would have a crowd of people following him. In the end, everyone discussed and decided that the third Kazekage, Shakakura, would seal him. Black iron sand gradually covered Uchiha Madara's body, transforming into a four-cornered diamond-shaped black iron block that tightly bound Madara's body. Then, the sealing team arrived, wrapping layer upon layer around the diamond iron block. Most importantly, they did not overlook the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Countless sealing marks were etched around Uchiha Madara's eye sockets, even suppressing his optic nerves so that he could not see anything at all. According to Tobarama Senju's idea, he actually wanted to directly gouge out the opponent's eyes, which would be the most secure plan, but it was rejected by Hashirama. He believed that binding the opponent was already sufficient, and there was no need to be so ruthless as to seal the opponent's eyes. Moreover, it was still uncertain what kind of person Araki Nabehiko really was. What was the purpose of creating Uchiha Madara? If the opponent accidentally created Uchiha Madara, but was also a lover of peace, there would be no need to fight. Even after the negotiations, they could return Uchiha Madara to him. After all, he was the one who created him, essentially a puppet ninja tool of the opponent. The five Kage were all taken aback by Tobarama Senju's idea. Was this really the ninja god who was born in the Warring States period and defeated countless strong opponents? Not to mention surviving ninjas from the Warring States. Even ordinary people wouldn't have such naive thoughts, right? But the fact was that Tobarama Senju, this ninja god, held such naive ideas, thinking of resolving the issue with Araki Nabehiko through negotiation. After capturing Uchiha Madara, the group returned to the barrier near the Land of Rain. Hashirama Senju curiously observed this milky white barrier. He had heard his brother describe its extraordinary nature. All ninjas or chakra creations entering it would have their chakra suppressed, making it a world without chakra. At this moment, Senju Tobarama came to Senju Hashirama's side with a serious expression and said, I suspect that this barrier has the ability to distinguish between enemies and allies. Previously, we dropped a large rock directly above the Land of Rain. Given the height and size of that rock, an ordinary person without chakra would definitely be unable to withstand it. However, when Uchiha Madara walked out of the barrier, he had no injuries at all, not even a speck of dust on him, which is enough to show that he could use chakra inside the barrier. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama became interested. He had traversed the ninja world for many years, but had never seen such a powerful barrier. It is well known that chakra is the foundation for ninjas to use any ninjutsu. Without chakra, even the bloodline limits like the Sharingan and Byakugan, which are physical mutations, cannot be activated, demonstrating the importance of chakra to ninjas. This barrier directly blocked chakra, effectively suppressing the power that ninjas rely on for survival, which is devastating for them. Senju Hashirama became increasingly interested in this Araki Nabehiko, who could create clones with the same strength as Madara and also create a barrier that shields ninja's chakra. This was simply an enhanced version of Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, seeing his brother's strange expression, immediately imagined many bad things. At that moment, the milky white crystal in front of them began to stir. Chapter 144. The beginning with 100,000 Uchiha Madara. The barrier began to stir in the direction of the ninja coalition. The crowd, unsure of what was happening, stood on high alert, ready to defend against any unknown attacks from the enemy. The ninjas skilled in defense moved to the front line of the coalition, while Hashirama, the 5 Kages, and others stood even further ahead. They believed themselves to be powerful enough to react quickly to any surprise attacks from the opponent. After stirring for a while, the milky white barrier created ripples, and at its center, the milky white color gradually faded, revealing the scene inside the barrier to everyone. The crowd held their breath. Was the enemy finally going to show themselves? Kisame Hashigaki, seeing the barrier open, disdainfully laughed and said, "This guy named Araki Nabahiko really can't hold his nerve. If he kept hiding in the barrier, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to him." The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, said seriously, "This guy's methods are extremely strange. If we are careless, we might fall into his trap. We must not be negligent." Everyone understood the implication. No one knew what tricks a person with such bizarre methods might have up their sleeve, so they could not afford to be careless. As the barrier continued to unfold, the scene of the land of rain gradually appeared before everyone. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the coalition was facing a beach in the land of rain, with a dense forest behind it, so thick that not a single ray of light could be seen. Just as everyone was observing carefully, a ninja in the front row extended a trembling hand and pointed forward. What are those people?" The crowd followed his gaze, their eyes widening in shock, as they saw a middle-aged man with spiky hair and a proud, stern expression standing at the center of the beach, wearing red armor. Upon seeing this person's appearance, not only the ninja coalition, but even Hashirama and Tobirama were astonished. Standing on the beach to greet everyone was none other than Uchiha Madara, whom Hashirama had spent an entire day and night to defeat. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said in a proud tone, "You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The kingdom of the protecting king has given you so many chances. Yet you still insist on seeking death. Since that is the case, don't blame us." The first to regain their senses among the coalition was Senju Tobirama, realizing he had fallen into a fixed mindset. Since this guy named Araki Nabahiko could create Uchiha Madara, how could he possibly only know of one? Not only the one in front of them, but perhaps the elderly Uchiha Madara they had seen before was also created by the enemy. The claim that Uchiha Madara was not dead was merely a cover to collect tailed beasts under the guise of the enemy's identity. With this thought, he cautiously looked around. Since the enemy had created more than one Uchiha Madara, they needed to prepare for a retreat. His brother could withstand one Uchiha Madara, but if there were two, it would be a different story. The best choice now was to temporarily retreat and think of a better plan later. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the forest behind Uchiha Madara. Following that, a terrifying scene unfolded, one that the ninjas present would remember for a lifetime. Another Uchiha Madara emerged from the dense woods, followed by a second, then a third. More and more Uchiha Madaras appeared, standing closer together. They emerged from the woods like a swarm of locusts, shoulder to shoulder. Upon seeing this scene, the coalition's first reaction was not surprise, but doubt that they had fallen into an illusion or that their eyes were double vision from not eating for days. However, as the figures drew closer, the terrifying pressure they emitted was unmistakably bearing down on the coalition. At this moment, everyone realized that they were not seeing things. These were Uchiha Madara. Anoki sat down on the surface of the sea, completely unaware that the seawater had soaked his pants, only feeling dizzy and his head buzzing with pain. What's going on? Why are there so many Uchiha Madaras? The man with the cold gaze had once been his nightmare. Every time he thought of Konoha, he would involuntarily shiver, and then the scene of this person coldly staring at him would emerge in his mind. The man beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wasn't in a much better state either. During the battle at the Valley of the End, he had been nearby to watch, but that was merely spectating, and he did not develop a physiological fear of Uchiha Madara. However, during Madara's last attack on Konoha, he truly experienced the opponent's overwhelming power, a strength as formidable as a mountain that he still found hard to forget. But what did he see today? A multitude of Uchiha Madara? Could he be seeing things? Is it really true that there are so many Uchiha Madaras? Could it be that I'm caught in their jinjutsu? With this thought in mind, he quickly formed hand seals. Even though he knew the vast difference in strength between himself and the opponent's Jinjutsu, he still wanted to try to break it using his own power. Just as he was struggling to dispel the Jinjutsu, the voice of Senju Tobarama reached his ears. "Give up, monkey. This is not Jinjutsu. It's the real deal." Upon hearing his teacher's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly looked up, only to see Tobarama, who was usually cold, indifferent, and always appeared incredibly wise, now standing there like a dejected middle-aged man. As a master of Jinjutsu, and someone who had fought against the Uchiha for most of his life, he could naturally distinguish between what was Jinjutsu and what was reality. The Uchiha Miras in front of him were definitely not shadow clones or illusions. They were all genuine entities. At this moment, even the strongest Senju Hashirama was frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. This scene utterly shattered his worldview. How many of them would it take to completely cover the beach? The Uchiha Mira emerging from the forest had already filled the entire beach, yet even so, he did not stop advancing, steadily approaching the sea. Upon witnessing such a scene, the allied forces instinctively began to retreat. With each step Uchiha Madara took forward, the allied forces stepped back. Finally, the Uchiha Madara covering the beach reached the sea, resembling a locust swarm passing through, sending shivers down the spines of the allied forces. The second Suchikage floated sluggishly into the sky, and at this point, flying had already drained all his strength, not physically, but psychologically. It was like a human seeing a tiger behind a wire fence. You know the tiger won't bite you, but when you see the wire being rattled, you instinctively step back. After reaching the highest point, he looked down and, forcing himself to suppress his fear, began to count their numbers. Before long, he flew back down from the sky. When he landed beside the 5 Kages, he couldn't utter a word, only muttering one phrase repeatedly. 10,000. Chapter 145. The strongest prison in history. 100,000? Even though he had mentally prepared himself in advance, he was still stunned into silence upon hearing that number. 100,000. What does that even mean? The Ninja Alliance present consisted of elite ninjas selected from various villages, all of whom were top tier, and more than half had experienced the Warring States period, making their quality far superior to that of wandering ninjas. Yet despite this, the combined strength of the 5 great nations had only managed to gather just over 50,000, barely reaching 60,000 elite ninjas. But now, who was the enemy they had to face? Uchiha Madara, and he had 100,000. The despairing number struck the crowd so hard that they no longer had the strength to move. Some stubborn individuals attempted to dispel the Jinjutsu in front of them, but the vast majority had already given up thinking, resignedly standing on the water's surface, waiting for Uchiha Madara to approach. They could not fathom what was happening. Could they really be dreaming? At this moment, the first to wake up was Senju Hashirama. He let out a bitter laugh and said to everyone, "It's over. How are we supposed to fight now? Let's just admit defeat. If we keep going, our coalition of 50,000 ninjas will have to face 2 Uchiha Madaras each. I might manage to struggle against 2 with some grit, but you guys are in serious trouble." Upon hearing his words, the people around him felt even more despair. Not only did they have to face the immense pressure brought by 100,000 Uchiha Madaras, but they also had to endure their strongest ally, who was acting like a fool. This caused their mental state to collapse instantly. At this moment, they were like innocent girls surrounded by thugs in an alley, with nowhere to escape. They desperately wished for a strong man to wield nunchaku and save them, but unfortunately, there was none. Even if the man who could kick out a big ending came in this situation, he would probably be helpless. In the end, someone could not withstand the immense psychological pressure and turn to flee, even if they would be resented by the village in the future and become traitors. They could no longer bear the tremendous pressure of facing Uchiha Madara and the others. At this moment, Senju Tobarama also reacted and directly ordered the allied forces. "Everyone scatter and escape as much as you can. We cannot allow the entire army to be wiped out here." After saying this, he grabbed Senju Hashirama and disappeared in an instant. When the rest saw that the 2 strongest forces on their side had fled, they also scattered like birds and beasts, running in different directions. However, how could these regular ninjas match the speed of Uchiha Madara? Soon, tens of thousands of Uchiha Madara split off from the main group to encircle from both flanks, and those fleeing soldiers who had run ahead were all knocked back by Uchiha Madara with a single punch. This scene was like a pack of wolves driving a herd of sheep. The Uchiha clan captured all 50,000 ninja coalition members effortlessly, And even the four Kage and some of the strong figures among the coalition didn't cause much of a stir. After capturing the entire ninja coalition, Uchiha Madara, who had been defeated and sealed earlier, was released. As soon as he was unsealed, he saw the mocking gazes of the Uchiha around him, and his face instantly turned red. He quickly dove into the crowd of Uchiha, turning a few times before disappearing among them. The other Uchiha had a black line on their faces. This guy really came from the crowd and went back into the crowd. Now, trying to pull him out to mock him was impossible since they were all Uchiha, and even their chakra signatures were identical. Even if he did find that person, he would stubbornly deny it. And what could you do about it? Ultimately, the Uchiha stopped dwelling on that loser and shifted their focus to the ninja coalition. One Uchiha furrowed his brow and asked the others, "What should we do with these people? Should we kill them all?" Another Uchiha quickly interrupted. "The master doesn't like killing. If we rashly kill them all, we might face punishment from the master." An Uchiha scoffed. What punishment could that guy possibly have? At most, he would just remake us. What else could he do? A delicate voice emerged from the crowd. For example, everyone turned to look, and a wild-looking woman with unkempt hair, wearing red armor, stood in the middle of Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing this woman, everyone shivered. She was a special model created by Shinyen during the establishment of Uchiha Madara's factory. This model possesses the same memory abilities as other Uchiha Madaras, with the only difference being that this Uchiha Madara is a complete female. Looking at this female version of himself, everyone fell silent. They knew better than anyone how abnormal this guy, Shinyen, could be. If he got unhappy, who knows what kind of trouble he might cause. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to temporarily detain these individuals. However, the Land of Rain has limited land area. Even though it is a vast island that could be the size of a fingernail on a map, it does not have enough space to build a huge prison for 50,000 people. Ultimately, they decided to establish a prison on the coastline of the ninja continent, closest to the Land of Rain, to temporarily hold these prisoners of war. As for how to deal with these people, they would leave that headache for Shinyen when he returned. Thus, the Uchihamas split into two groups. 50,000 remained to continue living in the Land of Rain, while the other 50,000 escorted the captives to build a prison on the ninja continent. This can be considered the strongest prison in the ninja world, with 50,000 Uchiha Madara as guards. What kind of powerful beings could escape from here? The captured prisoners of war initially felt very desperate, but later realized that these Uchiha Madara did not kill them, but locked them up instead, which somewhat eased their hearts. Although they did not know what these Uchiha Madara were truly thinking, no one wanted to die, especially not in such a meaningless way. Meanwhile, the news of the war's failure spread throughout the ninja world, causing an uproar. Elite ninjas from the 5 great nations were all captured. The Hokage was nowhere to be found, and the ninja world suddenly had an additional 100,000 Uchiha Madara. These messages hit the ninja world like a bombshell, leaving everyone disoriented. Even Bei Yuanmingyi was shaken to the core by the news from the ninja world. Previously, the barrier of the Kingdom of Rainbow had concealed the appearances of the Uchiha clan, and apart from the oldest Uchiha, the rest all had faces like ordinary people. So even he did not know that so many talents were hidden in his own country. Now that he thinks about it, he feels a chill down his spine. There are actually 100,000 Uchiha in this tiny country of his. Who would believe such a thing if he said it out loud? On the other hand, after hearing the news, Kasumi Minai was unimpressed. In her impression, Brother Naruyuki could do anything. Creating 100,000 Uchiha was a piece of cake for him. She didn't care about any of this. She only cared about one thing. Why hasn't Brother Naruyuki come back yet? At the same time, at the center of the Longmai altar in Lulan, a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 146. Remember to turn off the faucet before traveling. The air at the center of the Longmai altar shattered like a mirror, and Naruyuki, dressed in casual clothes, stood in the spatial rift looking out. As he gazed at the familiar surroundings, he felt a mix of emotions. 20 years had passed, and everything in this world remained unchanged. Looking at the familiar altar beneath his feet, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Then he stepped onto the altar. Taking this step, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. After 20 years, he had finally returned. Ninja of the shinobi world. Have you ever thought about it? Just as he wanted to shout, an unbelievable scene suddenly appeared in his perception. He silently shut his mouth, then widened his eyes, sensing 2 powerful auras in the distance. These 2 auras are extremely powerful. Although they do not come from the same person, they are both the essence of the same individual. One aura belongs to Uchiha Madara, and the other also belongs to Uchiha Madara. What the hell is going on? If he remembers correctly, he indeed killed Uchiha Madara 20 years ago. How could he have killed one Uchiha Madara, and yet countless others are now standing up? This scene shocked Nobuyuki, and the calm heart he had cultivated for 20 years shattered into pieces at this moment. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that 20 years ago, before leaving the ninja world, he had set up an Uchiha Obito factory. That factory operated 24 hours a day. A sweatshop where even the production employees were products of the factory, essentially self-produced, self-sold, and self-managed. These are all easy to say, but the most frustrating part is that he forgot to turn off the factory switch before leaving. Although his 20 years away only equate to 20 days in the ninja world, this sweatshop, producing chickens that lay eggs and hatch more chickens, has been endlessly producing Uchiha Madaras. You can't even imagine how many Uchiha Madaras have been produced. Just thinking about the countless long-haired Uchiha Madaras, arms crossed, arrogantly asking him if he wants to dance with the Uchiha Madara dance crew welcomes you, makes him shudder. No, he must quickly turn off the factory switch. With this thought, he vanished from his spot in an instant. This time he didn't do any fancy tricks like getting him out. Doing these things, every day wasted doesn't know how many more Uchiha Madaras could be produced. These Uchiha Madara could be said to serve as mounts for him. They would be enough to arm a cavalry regiment for a country in ancient times. Just imagining soldiers in full armor, riding Uchiha Madara with long hair, charging towards the enemy, almost made him lose his breath. It felt like coming back home after a trip and finding that the faucet had been left running, a flood rushing towards me as soon as I opened the door. The feeling was absolutely terrible. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the Uchiha Obito factory, where the production line was busily churning out Uchiha Obito one after another. He hurried to the control center and swiftly shut down the production line. The halted production line stopped instantly, leaving the proud Uchiha Obitos still in the midst of being produced frozen in place. After a moment, they realized that someone had shut down the line. Some of the nearby Uchiha Obitos used a body flicker technique to reach the control room, and just as they were about to apprehend the saboteur, they discovered that it was their master, Araki Nobuhiko, who had shut down the production line. Upon realizing it was their master, the Uchiha Obitos relaxed and respectfully said, "Master, you're back." Nobuhiko felt a headache coming on. These guys were usually quite clever, but why did they turn into such simpletons as soon as they entered the factory? He didn't waste any more time and quickly asked what had happened during his absence. The Uchiha Obitos were straightforward and recounted everything that had transpired in detail. After hearing their account, Nobuhiko slapped his forehead. His peaceful days were completely over now. He had only been gone for 20 days, and upon returning, he found himself transformed into the secret mastermind behind the production of Uchiha Obitos, attempting to dominate the ninja world. Who could tolerate that? Typically, in anime, someone like him would be a stepping stone for the protagonist, ultimately revealing their plans and ending their life in a self-destruct. The protagonist would narrowly escape from the explosion, leading to a harmonious conclusion. How had he, a main character, ended up as a minor villain? This was utterly ridiculous. Moreover, he could no longer remain low-key, as he had become the terrifying demon who had produced 100,000 Uchiha Obitos. Living a peaceful life was now impossible. In desperation, he decided to return and greet Kitayuan Akihiro, considering all that had happened during his absence. He needed to assure Akihiro that he would never involve the Land of Rainbow in this matter, putting his mind at ease. He then went to the feudal lordess residence to greet Kitayuan Akihiro and reassured him, saying that he would never bring trouble to the Land of Rainbow. Akihiro smiled, but inwardly thought, who would believe you now that you say this has nothing to do with the Land of Rainbow? The entire ninja world saw the Uchiha Obitos emerge from the barrier of the Land of Rainbow. At this point, saying that Uchiha Obito and Araki Nobuhiko had nothing to do with me would be unbelievable. However, he still sighed helplessly. He was now in a situation where falling into the mud was as bad as stepping into it. Aside from being tied to the Guardian King and walking the path of no return, he had no other choices. At this moment, he suddenly asked Nobuhiko, "You haven't told Minami that you've returned, have you? She's been asking about you for a while and seems quite worried." Nobuhiko shook his head and said, "I have some matters to attend to. Once I've dealt with them, I'll go find her." This time, Sinyan did not plan to evade any longer. He was ready to confront Mina's issues head-on. Kitamoto, Akira nodded. He actually didn't care about the relationship between Sinyan and Mina. It would be best if they could be together, but even if they couldn't, he didn't mind, as it was ultimately the young people's own choice and he couldn't interfere. After parting ways with Kitamoto Akira, Sinyan went to the prison where the war prisoners were held. As soon as he saw Uchiha Madara and the others, he got straight to the point. Take me to see the 5 Kages. Soon, Uchiha Madara led him to a special cell, which was constructed from some rudimentary wooden branches. The sturdiness and design of the cell were extremely poor. In a cell like this, not to mention holding ninjas, even ordinary thieves could break through the wall with a bit of effort to escape. Yet, this wooden house is where the 5 individuals with the highest authority in the ninja world are imprisoned. The 5 elders are living neatly in the wooden house, showing no signs of escape at all. This is the oppressive power of the Uchiha Madara. Don't mention such a simple prison cell. Even if Uchiha Madara drew a circle on the ground, these people wouldn't dare to jump out. Upon seeing Nobuhiko, the 5 were very serious, looking him up and down, and no one dared to speak first. Chapter 147. Men, there's no shame. Nobuhiko also took a good look at the 5 shadows. They had peculiar appearances and distinct personalities. He recognized their identities at a glance, especially the young man who looked like a monkey. That's right, I'm talking about you. Sarutobi Hisashi. He had interacted with this guy quite a bit back in Konoha. Despite this old fellow's kind and gentle demeanor, the expression of wanting you to work overtime, but being reluctant to pay for it really disgusted Nobuhiko. Although now the other party was still in his 20s and had not yet evolved into that heartless capitalist who devoured people without spitting out bones. This guy was dark at heart and would eventually walk the path of exploiting Konoha ninjas. However, he thought about it and felt relieved. He was no longer a Konoha ninja and would never return to Konoha in the future. Whether the other party was black or white, hypocritical or weak, had nothing to do with him. He solemnly said to the 5, I say I'm a salted fish, that creating Uchiha Madara was just for fun. Do you believe me? Sarutobi Hisashi, the 3rd Wind Shadow, Shikawa, and the 2nd Earth Shadow nodded simultaneously, indicating that he was now the boss and whatever he said went. Meanwhile, the 3rd Lightning Shadow and Aoi Jetsu shook their heads at the same time, expressing that if they believed him, they would be fools. Then, seeing the 3 nodding next to them, the 2 quickly stopped shaking their heads and began nodding as well. Nobuhiko watched with a twitching mouth and quickly interrupted everyone. I'm not joking with you. It was really just an accident before. And it was you who took the initiative to attack me. Being captured by me is your own fault. The crowd was momentarily speechless, and, finally, the 3rd Wind Shadow Shikawa calmly asked, What exactly do you want to say? If it's about war reparations or something, we can sit down and discuss it. If you want to raise excessive demands, even if you kill us, we won't agree. Nobuhiko sighed and said, Why don't you believe me? I really just want to live a lazy life in the land of Rainbow. This time I came to you not for war reparations, but just to have you sign a guarantee. Shikawa furrowed his brow and asked, What guarantee? Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually quite anxious inside. He was genuinely afraid that Nobuhiko would make excessive demands. The Wind Country had just suffered a defeat and was in no position to offer many benefits. Nobuhiko helplessly said, Of course, it's a guarantee not to invade the land of Rainbow anymore. You all have strong abilities and speak nicely. If you keep coming to the land of Rainbow every day, how can I continue to be a salted fish lying flat? So I need you to sign a guarantee to no longer send troops to attack the land of Rainbow. The 5 fell silent. Their worldview had been shattered time and again by the strong in these past few days. First, there was the powerful yet somewhat dim-witted Senju Hashirama. Then there were countless Uchiha Madaras. They thought that was the limit, but unexpectedly today, they encountered someone even more foolish than Hashirama, Araki Nobuhiko. He actually wanted his defeated subordinates to sign a non-invasion agreement with them. And if it were a normal country, that would be one thing. But this was a country with 100,000 Uchiha Madaras. How foolish do you have to be to come up with the idea of having the other party sign such an agreement? But now, with the situation being that they hold the knife and we're the fish on the chopping block, what else can my defeated subordinates do other than accompany the other party in signing this ridiculous guarantee? Soon, under the witness of Uchiha Madara, both sides completed the signing of the agreement. After signing and sealing, Yahiko released the prisoners of war, and everyone walked out of the POW camp in a daze, each returning to their own homes to find their own mothers. This experience was truly incredible. First, I witnessed the peak battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. After finally defeating Madara, 100,000 Madaras emerged, and I captured them all alive. I thought I was going to die, but instead, I was released unconditionally. Everything was so dreamlike that they were about to return to their own country without having recovered from the shock. After sending off the prisoners of war, Nobuhiko's head began to ache again. How should he handle so many Uchiha-Madaras on his side? At first, he only wanted to produce a few thousand Uchiha-Madaras to do some odd jobs and errands for him, making his leisure time more enjoyable. As a result, these Uchiha-Madaras came in swarms, producing one batch after another, working overtime 24 hours a day, day and night, to create more of themselves. In just 20 days, he ended up with 100,000 of them. What was he supposed to do with so many? Should he just directly carry out a humanitarian extermination of the excess Uchiha-Madaras? No, that would be quite cruel. Although these Uchiha-Madaras are just clones, they're still lives created by himself, with flesh and blood. Directly exterminating them is truly inhumane. What is the difference between this and those mad scientists who sell human organs, then create clones to harvest their organs and kill them? However, these individuals are indeed affecting the balance of the ninja world too much. One Uchiha Madara has already caused the ninja world to almost fall apart. How could the world handle another 100,000? But upon reflection, he himself, as an anomaly, is the one most affecting the balance of the ninja world. He saved Senju Tobarama, a person destined to die, and killed the mastermind of this world, Uchiha Madara. Moreover, he hasn't just influenced the balance of one world. The timeline he was in before was also drastically changed by him. Since the butterfly effect is inevitable, and the balance of the world will be affected no matter what, it might as well be better to boldly appear in the ninja world with these Uchiha Madaras. Yes, as an invincible powerhouse, why should he hide? He can stand out openly and leisurely. What can they do about it? When the time comes, if anyone dares to disturb his peaceful life, he can simply send Uchiha Madara to deal with them, and the problem would be resolved. With his thought clear, he suddenly stood up and, looking at the bent-over Uchiha Madara beside him, instinctively wanted to jump onto the other's back. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the promise he had made earlier. He had promised Uchiha Madara that he would no longer appear in public using the other person's image. A man must keep his word. With this thought in mind, he immediately flew back to the land of rain in his true form. This time he didn't go anywhere, heading straight to Mina's palace. The palace maids and guard along the way saw it was Yukihiko and quickly stepped aside, not daring to stop him. He made his way to Mina's door with ease. Looking at the familiar door, he felt a bit nostalgic. After all, from his main perspective, the last time he saw this door was 20 years ago. As he knocked, an impatient voice came from inside. "Didn't I say not to bother me?" Yukihiko's lips curled up. The princess's temper hadn't changed at all. "Can't I?" Yukihiko's voice wasn't loud, but to Mina, it sounded like a clear stream flowing. Suddenly, there was a clatter inside, and then Mina, dressed in a nightgown, forcefully pulled open the door. Upon seeing Yukihiko, she pounced on him like a hungry tiger. "Brother Yukihiko, where have you been during this time? I missed you so much." Feeling the soft body in his arms, Yukihiko suddenly blushed, feeling a bit flustered. Then he silently thought, as a man, being captivated by beauty is nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 148, Sage Six Paths Tricks Hashirama and Tobarama, Part 1. He tightly embraced Mina, holding her firmly in his arms, and felt Mina's surprise at his arm. Shouldn't brother Yukihiko usually push her away at times like this? Why was it different this time? Just as she was puzzled, Yukihiko bent down and gave her a princess carry, then stepped into the room, using his foot to close the door. Mina was momentarily stunned, and then her little heart started to race. At that moment, it seemed as if angels and demons were speaking simultaneously in her mind. The demon told her that this was a great opportunity to take down Yukihiro, to seize the moment and thoroughly exploit him, turning him into her devoted servant. The angel opposed the demon's suggestion, as she preferred to be passive. Yukihiro, holding Minami, smoothly walked to the edge of the bed. Everyone, don't get the wrong idea. The reason he was so familiar with the surroundings was that he had accidentally scanned Minami's room with his psychic power while exploring the Kingdom of Rainbow. He flicked his hands and tossed her onto the bed, and just as he was about to let loose, he suddenly sensed that something seemed to be under the blanket. He saw a large bulge under the blanket on Minami's bed, and it looked like a human shape. Yukihiro's face instantly turned green, not just his face, but even his forehead felt a bit green. His mood was like that of a husband returning home from work, hoping to surprise his wife, only to be greeted with an even bigger surprise. After finally feeling a spark of excitement, he found himself losing so completely. Seeing the misunderstanding, Minami was startled. She hurriedly pulled back the blanket to explain to Yukihiro. "Yukihiro and I don't misunderstand, it's just a doll." Upon seeing the doll that looked quite similar to her, Yukihiro let out a slight sigh of relief. It scared him to death. It was just a doll. He thought it was the neighbor Wong. What the hell? A life-size doll that looked exactly like him? When did Minami become so twisted? Had she been playing so grotesquely after just a few days? He discreetly checked a certain part of the doll, and the size made him break out in a cold sweat. What should I do? Will being open and honest with each other lead to rejection? He then discreetly controlled his body to undergo certain changes. How could a living person be outdone by a puppet? Once the transformation was complete, Shinya, now full of confidence, reached out and pulled the puppet off the bed. A ball of Amaterasu fire ignited on the puppet, and in an instant, it was reduced to ashes. Congratulations to this puppet for becoming the first to be burned to death by Amaterasu. You are no longer of any use. Remember not to stick your neck out in your next life. In the following days, something very strange happened. Both Shinya and Mina went missing, and no one knew where they had gone. A peculiar legend began to circulate in the ninja world, claiming that a small, moving wooden house would randomly appear in the ninja realm. This wooden house could appear in any corner of the ninja world, in desolate mountains, rivers, or bustling city areas. It seems like a mirage. People can see it, but cannot approach it, only vaguely hearing some sounds coming from within the house. The voice is both male and female. It can be easily harmonized if translated into Chinese, so I will provide the translation in English for reference. Oh yes. Oh no. Oh my god. During the days when Shinichi disappeared, Senju Tobarama was quite in a predicament. He is now hiding in the deep mountains, concealing his presence at all times, and occasionally uses shadow clones to disguise himself as others to gather information. When he is hungry, he hunts some wild game in the mountains to satisfy his hunger. At this moment, the dirty and disheveled Senju Tobarama is sitting in front of his older brother, Senju Hashirama, analyzing the situation. I previously suspected that the elderly Uchiha Madara had no connection to the younger Uchiha Madara, but it is clear that I was mistaken. The elderly Uchiha Madara should also have been created by Araki Shinichi. This guy is definitely a deeply hidden, ambitious person. Collecting tailed beasts must have some unspeakable secrets, and we cannot just sit back and wait. Senju Hashirama sighed and said, I think we should just let this matter go. According to the intelligence, that Araki Nabahiko did not use Uchiha Madara to act recklessly. After defeating the ninja allied forces, he did not kill the captives, but released all the ninjas, only signing a superfluous guarantee. From various actions, the other party also seems to be a person who loves peace. The previous conflict should have just been a misunderstanding. I think negotiating with such a person is the best choice. Senju Tobarama's expression darkened as he said, Brother, you are too naive. If he has no ulterior motives, why would he create so many Uchiha Madara? Moreover, he has yet to return the tailed beast to the 5 great nations. What does he really want? Hashirama scratched his cheek and said, Is it possible that he forgot? After all, those tailed beasts aren't very powerful. And for someone who has hundreds of thousands of Uchiha Madara, it might be possible to overlook these tailed beasts. Tobarama was speechless. Did his brother really think everyone was as naive as him? Just as the two were discussing, a sudden spatial fluctuation occurred in the cave where they were hiding. The Senju brothers instantly noticed the change in space and quickly jumped back, then warily looked at the location where the spatial fluctuation was coming from. Suddenly, a large crack opened horizontally in the void, and the space split open like a curtain, revealing an old man with a pale face and strange patterned eyes stepping out from the spatial rift. It was none other than the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Senju Tobarama tightly gripped his flying thunder god kunai and asked warily, Who are you? The Sage of 6 Paths, expressionless and floating in the void, replied in a detached tone, My name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and I am referred to as the Sage of 6 Paths by future generations. The two brothers were taken aback. They had certainly heard of the name Sage of 6 Paths, as it was said that their family, the Senju clan, was a descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths. However, this claim was merely a brief mention in the family records, and the brothers had never taken it seriously, though they had some understanding of the Sage of 6 Paths. The fact that the man claimed to be the Sage of 6 Paths made even the big-hearted Hashirama find it hard to believe, seeing the disbelief in their eyes. The Sage of 6 Paths waved his hand, and the entire space instantly changed. Then, the grudges of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Hamura, Indra, and Azura, as well as the roots of hatred between Senju and Uchiha, unfolded before the two. After a long while, the brothers opened their eyes, and their gazes towards the Sage of 6 Paths carried a hint of familiarity, though they still kept a certain distance. Senju Tobarama asked, Why are you showing us this? His tone was somewhat strange, as if the Sage of 6 Paths was indeed their ancestor, making him feel a bit awkward. Seeing that the Senju brothers' hostility towards him had diminished, the Sage of Six Paths calmly replied, "Because you two are the reincarnations of my two sons, Indra and Azura." Chapter 149. The Sage of Six Paths deceives Hashirama and Tobirama. Part 2. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama widen their eyes, looking at the Sage of Six Paths with expressions of disbelief. Hashirama pointed to his own face and asked in confusion, "Are you saying that Tobirama and I are the reincarnations of your sons, Indra and Azura?" The Sage of Six Paths thought for a moment and then added, "That is not entirely accurate. It should be said that you are the reincarnations of Indra and Azura's chakra." Senju Tobirama, skeptical, said, "Didn't you say that Indra and Azura are the ancestors of Senju and Uchiha? Logically, both of us are descendants of Azura. How could Indra's chakra be reincarnated in us?" The Sage of Six Paths maintained a composed expression, but in his heart, he had already concocted a whole set of lies. He said seriously, "Senju Tobirama, you are very special. In fact, your maternal grandmother has a faint Uchiha bloodline. This bloodline is very thin. So the Uchiha did not consider her part of the clan." Senju Tobirama frowned. He didn't remember his grandmother mentioning this. In fact, it was normal for him not to remember, as this matter was entirely fabricated by the Sage of Six Paths. Senju Tobirama's grandmother had no Uchiha bloodline at all. The reason for bringing her up was that she came from a commoner background, and the previous family history was impossible to verify, so he could make up anything he wanted. The Sage of Six Paths also felt a sense of helplessness. The pressure from Araki Nabahiko was simply too great, leaving him no choice but to resort to such underhanded tactics. About a month ago, when Uchiha resurrected the Ten Tails, he had awakened and had been observing the situation closely. The descendant of Indra has been quite influenced by Black Zetsu, but all of this is under his control, because Indra's chakra is still within the other party. No matter how strong he becomes, he can always control him. In the original work, the reason why Sage of Six Paths did not use this method to subdue Uchiha Madara, but instead chose to have Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke defeat him, is actually because Uchiha Madara was no longer the reincarnation of Indra's chakra at that time. The chakras of Indra and Ashura are like his two hands to the Sage of Six Paths. As long as these two powers reside in someone, he can say that he has absolute control over that person. This is also why he clearly knows about the existence of Kurizetsu, but has never taken action against him. How could someone who plays little tricks behind the scenes possibly be his opponent? Moreover, what Black Zetsu did was actually beneficial to him, stirring up the ninja world even more, allowing him to gain greater benefits from it. The ninjas have never realized that the chakra they cultivate is actually controlled through hidden means. Firstly, the source of chakra power comes from natural energy. Whether it is the sage techniques from the three great holy lands or the chakra fruit produced by the god tree absorbing the natural energy of this world, the essence of the power source is all derived from natural energy. Therefore, even the lowest quality, most diluted chakra would at least have the function of extending lifespan. Each sage from the three great holy lands has lived for thousands of years. It is known that the lifespan of animals is usually much shorter than that of humans. Even so, they possess lifespans far beyond what ordinary humans can reach, due to the sage techniques derived from natural energy. Logically, ninjas who cultivate chakra should also see an increase in their lifespan. However, the opposite is true, as ninjas typically have shorter lifespans than ordinary people. In the ninja world, excluding civilians, it is normal for those who are malnourished and living in poverty to have short lifespans. But the nobles, who eat well and live in comfort, have an average lifespan of around 80 years, which is comparable to modern human lifespans. Logically, ninjas who are also well-fed and possess great power should naturally have longer lifespans than those of nobles. Yet the results are surprising. The physical condition of ninjas begins to decline rapidly after the age of 50, and their combat ability drops significantly after 60. Aside from a few exceptionally strong ninjas, the lifespan of the vast majority of ninjas reaches its limit at 70. So, where did the lifespan of these people go? Answer: it was consumed through the use of ninjutsu. Question: in terms of energy conservation, did the chakra of these people vanish into nothing after they used their ninjutsu? Answer: no. That chakra transformed back into pure natural energy, returning to nature. Correct answer, plus 100 points. Thus, for 1,000 years, ninjas have used their lives to nurture the natural energy that sustains the ninja world for millennia. These natural energies are left in the ninja world, unmanaged and unused, because no one knows how to use them. As for the sages of the three great holy lands, they're naturally aware of the changes in the ninja world, But that is the garden of the Sage of Six Paths. They wouldn't dare to meddle. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths has been in a state of spiritual slumber, hoping to one day absorb all the natural energy accumulated over millennia in one go to reach the same level as his mother. For this reason, he has allowed Kagayas to stir up chaos in the ninja world for thousands of years. As the more chaotic the ninja world becomes, the more jutsu the ninja will unleash, which in turn generates more natural energy. When the natural energy accumulates to a limit, he will devour it all at once, allowing him to gain eternal life like his mother. Unfortunately, his plans did not account for fate, as he never expected that someone like Araki Nabahiko would appear in the ninja world. He had initially envisioned that once Uchiha Madara killed Araki Nabahiko and absorbed the remaining 1 tail and 8 tails to activate the infinite Tsukuyami, he would then harvest Uchiha Madara. However, the outcome of the battle surprised him. The human named Araki Nabahiko stood still and let Uchiha Madara attack him. Yet even after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and exerting all his strength, Madara couldn't harm the human at all. It is worth noting that at that time, Uchiha Madara's power was nearly on par with his own peak, and the fact that the opponent could stand still while Madara attacked freely indicated that he could also stand still and let him attack at will. What level of strength is this? Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother, wouldn't dare to say she could stand still and let herself be hit without taking any damage. If she were truly that strong, she and her brother wouldn't have been able to seal each other back then. Afterward, Uchiha Madara was defeated, and he risked his life to retrieve the 10 Tails. He then quietly observed the situation in the ninja world from the Pure Land, contemplating ways to break the deadlock. Later, an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded. There were actually 100,000 Uchiha Madara hidden in the Land of Rain. What a terrifying force that is. Then a bold idea was born. These Uchiha Madara were his opportunity to defeat Araki Yoshihiko. With this in mind, his confidence surged. The revised plan required the help of his brother, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and 2 executors. He originally wanted Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to take on this role, as these 2 were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, making them trustworthy allies. But unfortunately, Indra's soul had been destroyed by Yoshihiko back then, leaving him no choice but to change his plan and deceive Senju Tobarama into becoming his executor. Chapter 150. The Sage of Six Paths deceives Hashirama and Tobarama. Part 2. Under the Sage of Six Paths explanation, deception, the Senju brothers were somewhat convinced by his words. After all, this was the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the ninja clan and the ancestor of all ninjas, which naturally gave them a sense of closeness to him, seeing that the 2 had established trust in him. The Sage of Six Paths seized the opportunity to say, Araki Yoshihiko is a very terrifying, ambitious man. His goal is to use Uchiha Madara and the Tailed Beast to create the strongest weapon and dominate the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Hashirama immediately became vigilant. If it were someone else saying this, he might have hesitated, but this was said by his ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths. Would he really deceive his own descendant? However, Tobarama was much more cautious. He asked with suspicion, what is the relationship between Uchiha Madara and the Tailed Beasts? If he wants to dominate the ninja world, why go through the trouble of creating Uchiha Madara and collecting the Tailed Beasts? With his strength, he should be able to easily unify the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths explained, the human named Araki Yoshihiko is indeed powerful, but he also has a fatal flaw. He is ultimately just a mortal with a limited lifespan. No matter how strong he is, he will eventually turn to dust after 100 years. Therefore, for him, unifying the ninja world is just part of his plan. His ultimate goal is eternal life. Tobarama continued to ask, you said that using Uchiha Madara and the Tailed Beast can grant eternal life. What is the specific method? Tobarama was somewhat curious, not because he was interested in eternal life. Having been born in the Warring States era, he didn't place much importance on life and death. His question stemmed from a researcher's instinctual curiosity about a new topic. Seeing that Senju Tobarama was intrigued, the Sage of Six Paths pretended to sigh and said, do you remember the scene I showed you earlier, my mother Kagaya Otsutsuki? In fact, she is an immortal being, possessing endless lifespan, almost reaching the point of being unkillable. Because of this, my brother and I were unable to defeat her and could only seal her away. This ability of immortality actually comes from our bloodline. As long as one seals the 10 tails within themselves and becomes a perfect Jinchuriki with a pure bloodline, they can achieve a level of immortality similar to that of my mother. For Araki Yoshihiko, collecting the tailed beasts is very easy, but obtaining a pure bloodline is as difficult as reaching the sky. Moreover, he is neither a Senju nor an Uchiha, making it even more challenging. That's why he thought of creating Uchiha Madara. Once he obtains the 10 tails, he will sacrifice these Uchiha Madara to gain an extremely rich bloodline. And at that point, he will have all the conditions to achieve immortality, becoming an immortal being like my mother. The Sage of Six Paths spoke logically, and the Senju brothers felt their scalps tingle. If Yoshihiko were here, he might even applaud the Sage of Six Paths, saying, "You are incredibly good at spinning tails. I can't even think of using Uchiha Madara in such a way. Your imagination is greater than mine as a time traveler." Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, and then the belief in protecting the ninja world rose from deep within them. Hashirama immediately expressed to the Sage of Six Paths, "We are willing to become enemies of Araki Yoshihiko for the peace of the ninja world. Please tell us how to defeat him." Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths reached into his robe and pulled out a palm-sized orb. Hashirama and Tobirama curiously examined the orb, which contained a strange creature with 10 tails. The Sage of Six Paths explained, "This is the 10 tails that I risked my life to retrieve from Araki Yoshihiko. This power can only be perfectly controlled by you. Senju Hashirama, as long as you seal it within yourself, you can become the perfect Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, and then we will have a hope of defeating Araki Yoshihiko." Hashirama took the 10 tails from the Sage of Six Paths, and while lowering his head to play with it, he asked, "With this, can we defeat Araki Yoshihiko?" "Of course not. That human's power is extremely strong. A mere 10 tails Jinchuriki alone cannot possibly be his opponent. You still need to obtain another source of power to have a chance to defeat and seal him." After the Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, he raised both hands, each palm marked with the symbols of the sun and the moon. "This is the last remnant of my power. It was originally reserved in case my mother broke free from the seal, but given the current situation, I have to use it early. Place your hands on my palms, and I will help you unlock the hidden power within your bloodlines." The Senju brothers did not hesitate and immediately placed their hands on the Sage of Six Paths' palms. Instantly, two powerful forces surged into their bodies. Senju Hashirama's body, which had been reincarnated from the dirt, visibly regained vitality, fresh flesh gradually forming, and his momentum rapidly rising until he transformed into the Six Paths mode, radiating golden chakra. At this moment, 6 orbs of truth floated behind Senju Hashirama, making him look like a deity. On the other hand, Senju Tobirama underwent an even greater transformation. His eyes had turned into 6 Tomo Rinnegan, giving off an oppressive feeling that shook the soul. However, this pair of eyes gave Senju Tobirama some discomfort, as they felt slightly out of harmony, almost as if they were someone else's eyes. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, as he could sense the immense power contained within these eyes, and it was natural to feel some discomfort in comparison. The Sage of Six Paths nodded in satisfaction, remarking that his hand's speed hadn't diminished since the old days. These eyes are not the original eyes of Senju Tobirama, but rather the Rinnegan that Uchiha Madara awakened with great effort. Looking at these Rinnegan that he had catalyzed into 6 Tomo using the power of the Six Paths, the Sage of Six Paths was very satisfied. At the same time, he silently cursed Shinhira, the fool, for killing Uchiha Madara without taking away his eyes. After all, this was the second pair of Rinnegan born in the ninja world aside from his own. At that time, Uchiha Madara had exploded into pieces, and the sight of the scattered flesh was horrifying. The Sage of Six Paths vaguely saw Shinhira reaching out to search for something among the remains, which is why he decisively intervened to seize the 10 tails. After Shinhira left, he went back to clean up the battlefield, thinking there wouldn't be much to find. But unexpectedly, he found Uchiha Madara's pair of Rinnegan among the remains. He was stunned holding those Rinnegan and thought to himself that Araki Shinhira's corpse searching skills were simply terrible. The opponent did not notice such a large pair of Rinnegan. So what was Araki Nabahiko actually searching for among the remains of Uchiha Madara? No matter how hard the Sage of Six Paths thought, he would never guess that Nabahiko was actually after Uchiha Madara's big brother. Chapter 151. The Sage of Six Paths passes away. The Senju brothers looked at the changes in their bodies, silently feeling the immense power within them. Senju Hashirama felt a powerful life force boiling inside him, stronger than the sage body he had once prided himself on, even reaching the point of being able to bring the dead back to life. It can be said that as long as Senju Hashirama's soul is not directly erased, he can recover from any physical damage at an astonishing speed. At the same time, his wood release has received unprecedented enhancement. Now, he can freely use the true Thousand Hands even without entering Sage mode. Although he hasn't used it yet and doesn't know its exact power, he can be sure that its current strength is absolutely countless times stronger than before. When he activates Sage mode, the natural energy in a certain area will be instantly drained, turning it into a vacuum zone. He also sensed the true form of the ninja world. It turns out that the ninja world is a sphere, and everyone lives on a gigantic round ball. Beside him, Senju Tobarama was also quietly feeling the changes in his body. Although his aura was considerably weaker than Senju Hashirama's, he gave off a colder and sharper feeling, like a blade ready to strike down his enemies at any moment. Along with the power, some secrets about the ninja world were also transmitted into the bodies of the two brothers, one of which caught Senju Tobarama's attention. Infinite Tsukuyami, a genjutsu that indiscriminately covers the entire ninja world using the moon, unless one possesses the mental strength of the Sage of Six Paths. It is impossible to withstand the power of this jutsu. He estimated Uchiha Madara's mental strength and realized that this jutsu could easily take out all those 100,000 Uchiha Madara at once. Instantly, he became excited. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard, and he finally found a way to defeat those Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the two noticed that the Sage of Six Paths appeared somewhat ethereal, his body gradually becoming transparent as if he were about to disappear at any moment. Hashirama asked with concern, "Sage of Six Paths, what's happening to you?" The Sage of Six Paths' eyes dimmed a bit. Then he forced a smile and said to Hashirama and Tobarama, "Didn't I just say? This is the last of my strength, which I now entrust to you. It's time for me to completely fade away." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes turned red, and he hurriedly reached out, wanting to return his power to the Sage of Six Paths. However, his hand was pushed away by the sage, who gritted his teeth and said generously, "Now is not the time to cry. You must carry the hope of the ninja world and defeat Araki Nabahiko to bring true peace to the ninja world. Do not suffer because of our parting. I believe you can create a better tomorrow." After saying this, his body became increasingly transparent until he finally transformed into specks of starlight and vanished in the cave. Watching the disappearing Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama's tears streamed down his face as he clenched his fists and shouted at the place where the sage had vanished, "Don't worry, I will protect the peace of the ninja world." Meanwhile, Tobarama remained silent, seemingly pondering something. Hashirama insisted on erecting a tombstone for the sage, and Tobarama had no choice but to accompany his brother in searching for a suitable stone. Eventually, they found a massive stone several meters high, which they used water release to shape into a tombstone, and then they inscribed words on it, placing it in the wilderness. Watching his brother's sad expression in front of the tombstone, Tobarama felt quite displeased. He suspected that the Sage of Six Paths hadn't really died, but didn't know how to tell his brother. Although his brother was not very bright, he was quite stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, no one could persuade him otherwise, so it was better to keep this matter to himself. After paying their respects to the Sage of Six Paths, the two turned to leave. Hashirama hesitated, looking at the 10 tails in his hands, unsure whether to seal it within himself. Although the Sage of Six Paths had told him that to defeat Araki Nabahiko, he must become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he instinctively disliked this idea. No one liked the sudden emergence of another consciousness within themselves. At this moment, Tobarama looked at Hashirama and asked, "Brother, when the Sage of Six Paths granted you power just now, did he teach you a technique called Infinite Tsukuyami?" Hashirama furrowed his brow and replied, "Why are you asking about that jutsu?" Tobarama then expressed his thoughts, seeking his brother's approval to unleash Infinite Tsukuyami on the ninja world. However, Hashirama firmly rejected him and glared at Tobarama, saying, "Tobarama, I warn you not to use that jutsu." Perhaps influenced by the power of the 6th Tomo Rinnegan, Tobarama did not obey his brother as he usually would, but instead argued back, "Brother, don't be so naive. I know what you're worried about. You're just afraid that this jutsu will harm innocent people in the ninja world. But it's absolutely impossible to defeat that Araki Nabahiko with conventional methods. You know how terrifying those 100,000 Uchiha Madaras are. Even if we have greatly increased our strength now, do you really have confidence in winning against that 100,000 Uchiha Madara's assault? Don't even mention 100,000. Even if there were only 1,000, our chances would be close to zero. Even if we truly had the ability to defeat them, what if those Uchiha Madaras, in a desperate situation, unleashed their full power to destroy the ninja world? You have to understand that if those 100,000 Uchiha Madaras were to go all out, even this ninja world wouldn't be able to withstand their immense power. Hashirama seemed somewhat swayed but still shook his head and said, "No, I still disagree. This jutsu has too wide a range and too much destructive power. If we're not careful, it could cause significant casualties in the ninja world." Tobirama urged, "Brother, you don't need to worry at all. Once this jutsu is activated, the control will be in your hands. As long as you kill all the Uchiha Madaras, you can release it afterward, right? As long as you control it properly, there won't be any danger. This jutsu will only trap people in illusions without causing any harm." "Brother, what are you still hesitating about?" The Sage of Six Paths himself said before he died that Araki Nabahiko is definitely a huge threat to the ninja world. If we let him be, it will cause even greater damage. Tobirama even brought up the Sage of Six Paths to persuade him, but even so, Hashirama still hesitated. Finally, he sighed and said, "Let me think about it some more." Seeing his brother's hesitation, Tobirama knew that he would not agree. Once Hashirama made a decision, he would act on it immediately. If he hesitated, he would never come to a conclusion. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that he would have to increase the odds of victory himself. His brother was great in many ways, but this indecisive nature made him quite unlikable. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, this guy was his brother. Chapter 152, Orochimaru. The strange little cabin returned to its original position. After several days and nights of entanglement, Nobuhiko walked out of Mina's room, looking satisfied. Through the open door, he could see Mina still sound asleep on the bed. The two of them had a wonderful time exploring the mountains and waters these past few days. He had never realized how smooth Mina's waters were. It seemed he needed to help her clear the way more often, or else a flood would be bad. The passing maidens and guards bowed and greeted Nobuhiko upon seeing him, and he returned the greeting with a smile, leisurely walking out of the palace. He has been feeling quite stifled these days and is planning to go out for a stroll to relax. First, he wants to find a good place to have a nice meal. Although the Land of Rain is a small place, it has a rich variety of delicious food. Ever since the news about the 100,000 Uchiha Maras spread throughout the ninja world, the Land of Rain has become the most bustling place in the ninja world. Various factions from the ninja world are sending people to the Land of Rain, but their purpose is not to gather intelligence. Instead, they're looking for ways to settle here. It's important to know that this is a place without the existence of chakra, and the security here is managed by the 100,000 Uchiha Madaras. As long as one doesn't cause trouble, this is the safest place in the ninja world. Therefore, major factions in the ninja world are sending their descendants to this place, as such a safe environment is suitable for their growth. As for the dangers posed by Araki Yoshihiko and the 100,000 Uchiha Madaras, they simply do not care, or even if they did, it wouldn't matter. With such a vast difference in strength, what else can they do besides passively accept the other's rule? Thus, you can see people from various countries on the streets of the Land of Rain, a colorful mix of different individuals, with all sorts of unfamiliar foreigners wandering around. At that moment, someone on the street recognized Nobuyuki. He was a ninja from the Hidden Mist village, and when Nobuyuki had caused trouble in the Hidden Mist before, he had knocked this guy out, so he immediately recognized Nobuyuki's identity. The Mist-Hidden ninja was so frightened that he almost shouted, quickly covering his mouth and running towards the street. Yoshihiko also noticed this guy, but didn't take it to heart. After all, he was somewhat of a celebrity now, and it was normal for some people to recognize him. Although his name was well known, very few had actually seen his face, so he didn't mind being recognized by a few. Let those who recognized him do as they pleased. Just then, while wandering around the street, Yoshihiko suddenly saw a few familiar figures. 3 children, around 7 or 8 years old, 2 boys and a girl. The 2 boys had long hair, one black and one white, while the girl sported a golden ponytail. All 3 children were wearing kimonos and wandering aimlessly around the street. Yoshihiko immediately recognized them. These were the young Sannin. He saw the Sannin, and they also saw him. At the moment their eyes met, the 3 of them felt a chill run down their spines. Tsunade and the others never expected someone like Araki Yoshihiko would be wandering around the street, and it was incredibly unlucky for them to run into him. However, they quickly calmed down. Last time, they had observed from a distance without revealing their presence, and he didn't know their identities, so he shouldn't be looking for trouble with them. Just as this thought flashed through their minds, Yoshihiko approached the 3 with a swaggering gait. The 3 instinctively shivered and turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Yoshihiko appeared in front of them in an instant, cackling, "Little ones, I finally found you." Yoshihiko licked his lips with his strong tongue, staring directly at Orochimaru, making the 3 feel their scalps tingle. They were filled with fear. Was this guy some kind of pervert with a special preference for children? And what was with that gaze? Among the three, the only girl, Tsunade, did not even glance at the other two, fixating her gaze directly on Orochimaru. Was this a creepy uncle with a special preference for young boys? However, the three were excellent students from the Ninja Academy, and even the weakest among them, Jiraiya, had a powerful physique that made other students cry for their mothers. Their strength should not be underestimated. The three of them took a stance, ready to fight back at any moment. Although they knew it was futile, their pride as Konoha ninjas wouldn't allow them to just stand by and do nothing. But their struggles were destined to be in vain. With a simple raise of his hand, Yoshihiko pulled Orochimaru over from among them. Then, holding him by the collar, he lifted Orochimaru up in front of him and laughed. Long time no see, I finally caught you. Yoshihiko's previous action was so swift that Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't even react before Orochimaru was already in his grasp. Once they regained their senses, they didn't abandon Orochimaru to escape, but instead joined forces to punch and kick Yoshihiko's body. Yoshihiko didn't tense up his muscles but relaxed his body, allowing these two little brats to hit him. With his physical condition, if he tensed up, these two kids would definitely break their hands from hitting him. He was a kind-hearted person. How could he bear to see children get hurt? He then leered at Orochimaru, saying, Orochimaru, you really have some guts. You actually tricked me into coming to this world. I finally got a long-term meal ticket, and you messed it up? Now that you're in my hands, how do you think I should deal with you? Orochimaru, being held, did not resist. He remained calm, knowing that resistance would be futile. In response to Yoshihiko's question, he calmly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. My name is indeed Orochimaru, but I have never met you before. I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. Whether I've mistaken you or not, I know in my heart. And you have only one task today. Cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead as he gritted his teeth and asked, What task? Yoshihiko didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and pulled out a long bench from thin air. Without further ado, he laid Orochimaru across the bench and took a ruler, swinging it down on Orochimaru's backside. I'll let you mess with me. I'll let you bring me here. What grudge do I have against you? I ask you. In this way, Yoshihiko began spanking Orochimaru in the middle of the street, while Jiraiya and Tsunade stopped their punches and kicks, standing by with their mouths agape, watching the spectacular scene of Orochimaru being spanked. Usually, Orochimaru was a serious and extremely aloof person, whether at school or in life. This guy, with his excellent grades, is called a genius by those around him. He usually carries himself with an air of superiority. Who has ever seen Orochimaru being held down on a chair and spanked like this? Today, Orochimaru experienced a new sensation. As an orphan, he grew up in the Konoha orphanage, where the director and caregivers treated him well. He had never been held down and spanked before. Being publicly spanked on the street today made him feel extremely humiliated. He gritted his teeth and covered his face with his hair, trying to prevent others from seeing his expression. Chapter 153. Because you betrayed me 40 years later, Orochimaru clenched his teeth, even though his bottom was stinging from the spanking. He showed no signs of pleading or crying out. Previously, whether in the orphanage or at school, he had always received looks of admiration and longing from others. Being labeled a genius since childhood, he naturally developed an arrogant demeanor. The genius aura around him did not allow him to speak at this moment, even though his but really hurt. A strange noise came from behind, and Orochimaru strained to turn his head, only to see Tsunade and Jiraiya covering their mouths tightly, their faces long and red like balloons blown to their limits, ready to burst at any moment. He was so angry that his fists were clenched tightly. Today, he had truly lost face. He could already imagine the scene when he returned to Konoha, with the two of them spreading his embarrassing state. A picture so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it. He even considered not returning to Konoha and just finding a quiet and deserted place to end his life. In the end, Jiraiya couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Soon after, Tsunade beside him was also infected and laughed heartily, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. How did these two learn at the ninja school? A ninja must hide their emotions at all times, yet these two had such poor self-control, truly infuriating. After hitting Orochimaru several times, Shinichi threw away the ruler in his hand, and then picked up Orochimaru and placed him back on the ground. Looking at Orochimaru, whose legs were somewhat weak, Shinichi felt that some of his grievances had been vented, but at the same time, he also felt a bit of sympathy. Although this kid will be a pain when he grows up, at least he is a cute little boy now. Is it a bit cruel to do this? Orochimaru doesn't care whether he is cruel or not. His pale face is already flushed red. He instinctively reaches out to rub his butt, but fearing that the action would be too embarrassing, he stops his hand. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who have had enough laughter, also notice the strange atmosphere. Just now, Shinichi's action of hitting Orochimaru's but was not small, and logically speaking, the people around should have gathered to watch. It's human nature to love a spectacle. However, the passers-by around seemed to be oblivious to the situation, ignoring the noisy group and treating them as if they were air. At this moment, Yoshihiko clapped his hands and said to the three little kids, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal." After saying that, he prepared to take the three of them out for a feast, but unexpectedly, they didn't move at all and instead watched him warily. Orochimaru asked coldly, "Why did you hit me? I have no enmity with you, right? What did those words you just said mean?" Orochimaru was quite sure that Yoshihiko didn't hit him because of the last time he saw him fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only hit himself and not the other two. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also curious. They always felt that Yoshihiko's mind was a bit off, but then they thought it over and understood. Who in their right mind would create 100,000 Uchiha-Madaras? Yoshihiko said expressionlessly, "Because you have wronged me. So I'm taking revenge on you." Orochimaru asked in confusion, "How have I wronged you?" "Not yet, but probably in 40 years you will." Orochimaru confirmed, "This guy is definitely a neurotic. These are not the kind of people like Jiraiya, who are just a bit slow-witted, but rather completely mentally unstable individuals who ramble incoherently. It's truly despicable. How on earth did these mentally troubled people cultivate such strength? Could it be that there's a jutsu where the more issues one has, the stronger they become?" To some extent, Orochimaru's thoughts align with the essence of the ninja world. In this world, those with mental problems indeed tend to have greater power. Just look at Naruto, who can forgive the murderer of his own parents, Obito, who wants to destroy the world after losing his girlfriend, and Uchiha Madara, who thinks the ninja world is too chaotic and wants everyone to dream together. Are any of these people normal? Moreover, the more serious their problems, the stronger they become. The more issues they have mentally, the stronger they are. From this perspective, even without a special ability, Xinyan is a unique powerhouse in the ninja world. Because he embodies the first theorem of the ninja world. My thinking is different, and I am invincible. In a lavishly decorated private room of a Japanese restaurant, Xinyan and the small three ninjas sit at a square dining table waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes. The style here is very much like that of an island nation, with each person having a cushion to place on their legs while kneeling. Xinyan directly threw the cushion away, as kneeling was simply too uncomfortable for him. He made a small stool to sit on instead. Orochimaru felt quite ashamed of Xinyan's behavior, thinking it was disgraceful that he couldn't even kneel properly. He then tried to sit down on his legs, but ended up wincing in pain and leaning forward a bit, unable to bear the burning pain in his backside. He couldn't sit down fully and had to keep a slight distance from his legs, making it seem like he was sitting when in fact he wasn't. Tsunade, on the other hand, was in a standard kneeling position. As the little princess of the Senju clan, she hated this kind of formality, but had been forced to learn some of it. After all, they were facing a powerful figure capable of producing 100,000 Uchiha Madaras, and they had witnessed Xinyan's strength firsthand. Even if the other party didn't create 100,000 Uchiha Madaras, basic respect for such a strong person was necessary. Jiraiya, however, was less concerned with formalities than the other two. Seeing Xinyan casually make a small stool, he shamelessly asked Xinyan for one as well. This little stool is indeed comfortable to sit on. Once he sat down, he didn't want to get up, and he even wiggled his hips, saying to the two beside him, "You guys should get one too. Kneeling is so uncomfortable." The two ignored this guy. Did they really think everyone was as carefree as him? Before long, the waiter brought dish after dish of sumptuous food to the table. Seeing the dishes being served, Xinyan laughed and said to the three, "Come on, don't be polite. No need for pretentious phrases like 'I'm going to dig in now.' Just grab your chopsticks and start eating." He then broke apart his chopsticks and began to feast on the food. The three little ones prayed briefly over the food before starting to eat. The dishes were mainly seafood, as the Rainbow Country is an island nation and can't engage in livestock farming. So of course, seafood is the main focus. In just half an hour, the lavish feast on the table was wiped clean, and Xinyan was a bit impressed by the fighting capacity of the three little ones. Jiraiya and Tsunade were no exception. These two devoured their food like hungry tigers, completely contrasting their respectful demeanor during the prayer. Even Orochimaru, this handsome guy, didn't eat slowly. In comparison, Xinyan was actually the slowest eater. After filling their stomachs, Orochimaru asked Xinyan again why he wanted to fight him. Seeing the other party's persistence, Xinyan began to recount the grievances he had with him 40 years later. Chapter 154. Orochimaru is great, but unfortunately, I can't make use of him. Bang! Jiraiya slammed the table and shouted, "You say you came from 40 years in the future? You're kidding, right?" Orochimaru and Tsunade were equally stunned, but unlike Jiraiya, they didn't shout out loud. Instead, they bowed their heads and fell into deep thought. If such nonsense were said by Jiraiya, the fool, they would definitely dismiss it as the ramblings of the other. But what if the one saying this was Araki Sinyan? It seemed like nonsense as well, and even less credible than Jiraiya. This guy is quite eccentric, doing things completely out of the ordinary, and he could say all sorts of nonsensical things. But then again, considering his strength, it's quite possible that someone with such power could indeed cause strange occurrences like time travel. After all, this is the ninja world, where bizarre ninjutsu is as common as dirt, and having techniques that allow for time travel is not out of the question. Tsunade fell into deep thought, unsure of what she was contemplating, while Orochimaru's eyes were becoming increasingly bright. Previously, driven by curiosity, he had investigated some information about Araki Yoshihiko. However, the information he obtained was pitifully scarce. No birth details, no background, no past experiences. All he knew was that Araki first appeared in a small mountain village in the land of rice, where he had taken a villager hostage to inquire about some strange information. He recalled one of the inquiries was about what era it was in Konoha at that time, and he was puzzled as to why someone would ask for such commonly known information. Now, combining this with the self-detonation, Orochimaru finally deduced that this guy might indeed be from the future. It was likely that he had just arrived in the ninja world in the land of rice. And taking a villager hostage was merely because he was unfamiliar with everything in this timeline and wanted to gather information. How ridiculous! The intelligence ninjas of the ninja world were still investigating Araki Yoshihiko's past, but that was destined to be futile. How could someone from the future find any information in the present? Orochimaru seemed very interested in this, forgetting the pain in his backside, and hurriedly began asking Yoshihiko various questions. Seeing Orochimaru's scientific spirit come alive, Yoshihiko braced himself to explain his questions. Unfortunately, he was a complete academic underachiever. After studying for 20 years in the salted fish continent, he hadn't produced a single meaningful result, so explaining how he crossed over would be impossible. In fact, Yoshihiko really wanted to study time travel in detail with Orochimaru, and he could even reveal his identity as a traveler. After all, he was invincible. And what difference would it make if Orochimaru knew he was a time traveler? Unless he dreamed of becoming a time traveler himself while sleeping and went on a rampage, it wouldn't affect Yoshihiko at all. Just then, Tsunade, who had been silent, interrupted their conversation with a serious expression. "I don't care if you're from the future. I just want to ask one question. Does the Uchiha Madara who killed my grandmother have any relation to you?" After saying this, she stared intently at Yoshihiko, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, looking like an angry little puppy. Looking at Tsunade's current expression and recalling her rough voice from when he watched the anime years ago, Yoshihiko couldn't understand why anyone would want to be a fan of Tsunade. This guy has a princess syndrome, speaking in a commanding tone with a really unpleasant voice. Apart from having big breasts, she could be said to be worthless. It's hard for him to understand why someone would draw her in their works. When he noticed that Tsunade was ignoring him and was lost in thought, he slammed the table and angrily said, "You really are related to that Uchiha Madara. That guy was created by you, right?" Sinyan came back to his senses and helplessly replied, "That has nothing to do with me. He is a native who grew up with your grandfather. Don't blame everything on me. Moreover, that guy is already dead. His soul has been crushed by me and can't even enter the Pure Land. So don't think about seeking revenge on him." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was stunned, then slumped back in her seat, engulfed in sorrow. Seeing Tsunade like this made Sinyan feel even more disgusted. Not only does she have a princess syndrome, but she also has a fragile heart, making her an upgraded version of Sakura. When faced with a little setback, she falls into despair and self-abandonment, doing nothing but escaping and daydreaming about fate being kind to her. And beside her, Jiraiya, who pretends to understand everything but actually understands nothing, is also intellectually impaired. Just a few words from that toad sage can lead him to believe he is the destined child for a lifetime. If this guy were born in modern times, he would definitely be fooled by his boss into working 996 for a lifetime, and before dying, he would still hold the boss's hand saying, "I didn't follow the wrong person back then. In my next life, I want to work with you again." Why is Shinhiko so sure that the toad sage is just a con man? It's because this toad sage never accounted for his own existence. Whether in the timeline of Konoha's 63rd year or in this timeline, this butterfly, referring to himself, has nearly torn the world apart. Yet this guy didn't step up to correct the timeline. Moreover, This unreliable old toad in the original story also made inaccurate predictions. He prophesied that Naruto would battle a boy with red eyes, but when Sasuke fought Naruto, one of his eyes was the TMD Rinnegan. Are you telling me that this old toad was just old and confused, not seeing the colors clearly in his dream? How could he mistake an eternal Mangeki Sharingan and a Rinnegan for two red eyes? From this, it's clear that this old toad has no prophetic ability. His claim that Naruto must have a battle with Sasuke is merely due to the shared chakra of Indra and Ashura. Every generation of Indra and Ashura reincarnates will have a battle, and in Naruto's generation, it is evident that Sage of Six Paths wants to do something. It's likely that he communicated with the Toad Sage in advance, which is why this old toad foolishly sought out Jiraiya to find the Child of Destiny. Compared to these two easily deceived guys, Orochimaru has a more reliable personality. This guy is a true and proper disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he is also the most favored disciple of the other party. It's likely that the will of fire education has been thoroughly instilled in him. However, even so, this guy still hasn't been fooled, and has even started to use similar methods to fool others and build his own power. Moreover, in a distorted world where friendship, love, and bonds are commonly believed in, he has chosen to believe in science, which is what it truly means to have one's own thoughts. Thinking of this, Shinyan's gaze towards Orochimaru became increasingly friendly. This guy is indeed a person of great potential. It's just a pity that he is a dead fish and of no use to the other party. What a shame. What a pity. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, being watched, felt a faint pain in his backside. Why is this guy looking at me with that kind of gaze? Why does this gaze look so perverted? Chapter 155, Swimsuit. Before long, Tsunade and the others said their goodbyes and left. This time, they gathered too much intelligence, and they needed to report the information revealed by Araki Nabahiko back to Konoha. Before leaving, Orochimaru kept walking backward, afraid that showing his backside to Nabahiko would expose his vulnerability. Watching the flustered Orochimaru, Nobuhiko felt immensely satisfied. Unable to return to the year 63 of the wood industry for now, bullying the young Orochimaru here was a small way to vent his frustrations. After sending off the young Sannin, Nobuhiko continued his leisurely life. Every day was either spent playing games at home or shopping with Meina. Occasionally, he would use teleportation to take Meina to various scenic spots in the ninja world, leaving in the morning and returning home in the evening, and still making it back in time for dinner. After a month of such peaceful days, Nobuhiko noticed that something was increasingly amiss in the Land of Rain. This island nation, although large in area, is actually very remote in terms of geographical location. It is comparable to a small island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in modern times. Such places should logically have little foreign population settling here, as the geographical location is too remote. However, recently he has noticed that the number of foreign residents in the Rainbow Country is increasing, and these people come from all sorts of countries, which confuses Xinyan greatly. The fact that there are 100,000 Uchiha Madaras in the Rainbow Country is something everyone in the ninja world knows. Under such circumstances, he really doesn't understand why so many people are trying to get into the Rainbow Country. Once they arrive, they will be in trouble. This resource-scarce small island is already extremely reliant on imports for living supplies. Later, Xinyan produced another 100,000 Uchiha Madaras, and now there are inexplicably even more people. The island is about to burst from the crowd, thanks to the Uchiha clan for delivering supplies from the ninja continent these days. Otherwise, the Land of Rain would probably be facing an economic crisis. But this is not a long-term solution. We need to find a way to drive these people away and not let them all crowd in the Land of Rain. As for why Xinyan, this slacker, is so concerned about this matter, it's not just because he has a powerful father-in-law now. The agreement between the two was quite good before. He would serve as the protector of the Land of Rain. But plans can't keep up with changes, and who would have thought that their relationship has changed now? The original cooperative relationship has turned into a personal interest. The Land of Rain also has its own stake, so he can't be indifferent. He sat on the soft bed, scanning the influx of people into the Land of Rain with his mental power while contemplating countermeasures. He found that most of these locust-like people pouring into the Land of Rain are just some struggling lower-class citizens. These people are wearing tattered clothes. Their skin is dark and dry from being sunburned, and they clearly look like farmers who forage in the fields. These people came to the Land of Rain simply because life on the Ninja World continent was too difficult. The officials imposed taxes and levies that were numerous as the hairs on a cow, and these people couldn't even harvest enough food in a year to make ends meet. So they naturally sought a way out. Moreover, these ordinary people's household registrations were on record, and if they wanted to escape being farmers, their only fate was death. Don't think that escaping to other countries would make you safe. The nobles intermarry among themselves. You might think you've escaped to a foreign land, but in reality, you just fled to the home of someone else's second uncle. There's no difference. And if you choose to go up the mountain and become a bandit, it's even simpler. Countless ninjas in the ninja world are eyeing these valuable resources as experience points to farm. These ninjas would be more than happy for you to become a bandit quickly, so they can take on missions and exchange your head for money. Therefore, these lower-class citizens were living in unbearable hardship until one day, a miraculous place appeared. This place is in the middle of the ocean, and it is said that the people living there are protected by incredibly powerful ninjas. These ninjas also help the common folk with farming, healing, building houses, and even assisting with breeding livestock. However, the ninjas in this place are a bit strange. They all have the same face and wear identical clothing, making them look like they were produced from the same mold. But they do not mind this. Ninjas are inherently peculiar, and they are indifferent to such things. Thus, the reputation of a land of rainbow spread throughout the entire ninja world, and countless people secretly escaped from the ninja continent, heading towards the land of rainbow. This led to the situation we have today, and Sun Yan slapped his forehead and groaned. What should I do? As someone who has received 9 years of compulsory education and has a very positive worldview, I can't just drive away these struggling people, can I? These people are also forced to come here to try their luck. If they really had no other choice, who would risk their lives to go out to sea? Just as he was scanning around with his mental energy, a person who looked somewhat familiar appeared in his mental perception. This is a pink-haired girl about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a sexy swimsuit that showcases her graceful figure. However, this is not why Shinya is paying attention to her. Rather, he feels that this person looks very familiar, but he cannot find any memories of her. Moreover, he is quite sure that this woman sunbathing on the beach is a ninja, specifically a Sunagakure ninja, because there is a headband from a sand village placed in the box where she keeps her clothes. How annoying. Where on earth has he seen this person before? Pink hair. Could she be Sakura's grandmother? He then shook his head. With Sakura's build, how could she possibly have such a well-proportioned grandmother? He would rather believe that this is Tsunade's grandmother than Sakura's. Suddenly, he shivered, and an image of a swimsuit-clad old lady with age spots, a plump figure, and a face full of wrinkles appeared in his mind. Chiyo? Swimsuit Chiyo? This idea almost caused him to lose his composure and give up his position early. He quickly focused his mind and arrived at the hidden sand village, then carefully searched through the secret archives of ninja data. To his surprise, he actually found a photo of the woman he was looking for in a top-secret document. It was none other than Granny Chiyo, and, at that time, she was just known as Chiyo, without the granny added. Yoshihiko was almost caught off guard by this revelation. The disgusting old lady in the game, who wore a swimsuit, had indeed been a real beauty in her youth. This news was like a heavy bomb, leaving the image of the old lady in a swimsuit lingering in his mind. He hurriedly lifted the blanket, and Meina tilted her head, asking vaguely, "What happened?" Nabahiko covered the blanket again, feeling a bit better. Meina was still a sight for sore eyes. Without this girl, he probably would have dreamt of Chiyo's disgusting face in a swimsuit while sleeping at night. However, his sister's age was also a problem. If nothing unexpected happened, in the year 63 of the Konoha timeline, Meina would already be an old lady in her 60s. Just thinking about another version of Meina as Chiyo made Nabahiko shiver. Not long after, Meina crawled out from under the blanket, her face full of complaints. Nabahiko awkwardly smiled and said, "Just a little mistake." Chapter 156. Whose general is so brave? At midnight, unable to sleep, Nabahiko stood on the balcony, gazing at the full moon in the sky. Since the daytime, he had been thinking of ways to solve the issue of the foreign population in the land of Rainbow. But unfortunately, with his limited knowledge, he really didn't know how to resolve it. At this moment, he recalled the advice from Teacher Wong in his previous life, which was that solving problems should start from the root. Otherwise, everything is in vain. Sun Yan thought carefully. What is the root of these people coming to the land of rainbows? Is it the excellent environment of the land of rainbows? To be honest, the lives of the lower-class citizens in the land of rainbows could only be considered average in Sun Yan's eyes. In his previous life, he lived in an era of material abundance, and after crossing into this world, he had always lived as a ninja, so he didn't think that the lower-class citizens of the land of rainbows were living particularly well. However, when he compared it carefully with the general living standards of the common people in the ninja continent, these citizens of the land of rainbows were practically living like landlords. At least they didn't have to worry about what to eat for their next meal, which is many times better than the common people in the ninja continent. Thinking of this, he stroked his chin. It's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. Anyway, keeping so many Uchiha spots for himself is of no use. So why not spread them across the ninja world? Originally, his plan didn't require so many Uchiha spots for the Land of Rainbows. 200 or 300 would be enough for such a small country, and there was no need for as many as 100,000. The ninja world is so vast, and there must be many places where Uchiha spots would be useful. If he were to send the Uchiha spots to various corners of the ninja world, letting them engage in production, medical care, security, and other work for the ninja world, wouldn't the overall living standards of the ninja world improve? Once the living standards in those places improve, there will be no need for them to keep coming here, which will relieve the pressure on a land of rain. Right? That's right. Shin-Ei is exactly the kind of person who solves problems in a rough and thoughtless way. He could simply drive people away, but he insists on sending Uchiha Madara out to reform the ninja world. Shin-Ei is a person of strong initiative. When he decides to take it easy, not even 10 oxen can move him, but when he decides to do something, he can pull 100 oxen forward. The next day, he sent most of the Uchiha Madara out, leaving only about 1,000 people in the Land of Rain. This action instantly shocked the entire ninja world, and everyone speculated that Shinya was about to take action against them. 100,000 Uchiha Madara were divided into several teams, with 50,000 forming 5 large groups that grandly entered the territories of the 5 great nations, while the remaining 50,000 were scattered in small numbers across many smaller countries outside the 5 great nations. These people scurried around like ants, and even in remote and impoverished areas, their presence could be seen. The 5 great nations became vigilant, with some even preparing to disband their ninja villages for self-preservation. The target of the ninja villages was too large, making them easy to wipe out in one fell swoop by the enemy. However, if numerous small ninja clans were formed, it might still be possible to retain some viable forces. Strangely, Uchiha Madara, who entered the ninja continent, did not launch an attack on the 5 great ninja villages. Instead, he took on the role of a land deity in various towns and villages. Some of these guys build their own houses, while others rent a place. Then, they collect a small amount of protection fees from the towns or villages they are in, which is often less than 1/10 of what the officials collect. After that, these guys start to become the local land gods. If the farmers' fields need watering due to drought, they use water techniques to irrigate the crops. If wolves or leopards attack the villagers from the mountains, they go up to the mountains to deal with these threats and bring back food for the villagers. If there's a locust plague, they use a fireball technique to burn all the locusts. If heavy rain threatens to destroy the crops, they activate their Susanoo to cut apart the dark clouds in the sky. In short, there's nothing they won't do that you can think of. And when the tax officials try to impose harsh taxes on the people again, they are met with only one fate: being tied up by Uchiha Madara and thrown back to the government one by one. Uchiha Madara's actions angered the local officials, who exaggerated the situation when reporting it upward, ultimately reaching the daimyo. The daimyo of various countries decided to pressure the ninjas to quickly send someone to deal with the chaos caused by Uchiha Madara, restoring order to the ninja world. However, the 5 great ninja villages did not express any stance on this. They all hid in their villages and dared not come out. What a joke. How much wind must have blown through the minds of these famous figures to come up with the idea of having the 5 great ninja villages eliminate Uchiha Madara? If they had the strength to eliminate him, would they have signed that guarantee in fear back then? These ignorant mortals have no idea how terrifying Uchiha Madara is, let alone the horror of 100,000 Uchiha Madaras. They cannot comprehend that if these Uchiha Madaras joined forces, they could destroy the entire ninja world. These guys are solely focused on their own interests, lacking even a bit of common sense. Seeing that the ninjas are resolutely sitting by and doing nothing, they angrily cut off all resource supplies to the 5 great shinobi villages, hoping to force the other side to take action through this method. This tactic was still very effective. After being cut off for 3 months, the 5 major ninja villages could no longer bear it and collectively emerged from their villages to take action. The daimyos were very pleased, believing that these ninjas, who had been dragged down and pushed back, were finally scared. As long as these guys wiped out Uchiha Obito, they could return to their previous lives. However, after the 5 major ninja villages took action, they did not target Uchiha Obito. Instead, they launched a fierce attack on the daimyos of the 5 great countries. The daimyos were collectively stunned, followed by overwhelming condemnation, accusing these ninjas of betrayal. However, these protests were all in vain in the face of absolute power. The 5 major ninja villages had also realized that if they couldn't defeat Uchiha Obito, how could they not defeat a bunch of ordinary people? With just the territory controlled by the 5 villages, they could barely sustain their lives, and on top of that, by robbing the daimyos. It was not a problem to hold on temporarily. As for future matters, that would be considered later. After the system of accepting missions and receiving rewards collapsed, how to make a living would be something to ponder in the future. Although these ninjas completely tore their relationship with the feudal lords, they did not eliminate them out of nostalgia. They only took what they needed and left. However, this still caused heavy losses for the feudal lords, and, in the end, they decided to gather wandering ninjas and samurai to form their own teams to eliminate Uchiha Madara. They couldn't believe that they couldn't defeat Uchiha Madara after failing to conquer the 5 great nations. The reality proved them wrong. As soon as they left their stronghold, they encountered a few of Uchiha Madara's men and were completely wiped out. Subsequently, a few Uchiha Madara discussed among themselves and wiped out all the feudal lords. The feudal lords of the 5 great nations were completely annihilated, and the lords of the smaller nations were so frightened that they trembled, closing their doors and no longer daring to provoke the ninjas. Thus, the old system of the ninja world completely collapsed. Upon learning all this, Nobuhiko was almost in shock. He had only been lazing around at home for a few months. How had he single-handedly destroyed the feudal era? This feudal rule was too fragile. And why were these feudal lords so brave? The 5 great ninja villages didn't dare to provoke Uchiha Madara, yet these lords boldly charged in. Whose strategy was this that was so audacious? Chapter 157. Is Jiraiya a father? Looking at the ninja world that he had turned into a mess, Nobuhiko suddenly felt a headache. He had merely sent Uchiha Madara and the others to the ninja continent to improve the lives of the ninjas. And yet the damn feudal system had been changed by him. Now, the feudal lords and some old noble powers had become mere village chiefs, and outside their own villages, their decrees were useless. In this situation, the ninja task system had also completely collapsed, as their roles were perfectly replaced by Uchiha Madara and his men, at the cost of only paying a small protection fee to Uchiha Madara. In this case, who would still spend a fortune hiring ninjas to do their work? The ninjas of the ninja world also dared not seek revenge against Uchiha Madara. Those who were unaware of or did not believe in his power had already been completely eliminated. The situation forced the ninjas of the ninja world to reluctantly transform. They engaged in various industries, with some becoming chef ninjas, some becoming barber ninjas, some becoming construction site ninjas, and some becoming street vendor ninjas. At this moment, Shinai felt a sense of guilt for inadvertently ruining the ninja world. He only wanted to be a lazy person, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? However, after calming down and reflecting, he felt relieved. Although the ninja world was not very friendly towards ninjas now, the quality of life for ordinary people had improved. His journey to this world could be considered a good deed. At least they could enter the industrial age decades earlier without having to experience the 3 great ninja wars. Isn't that much better than the original plot? Thinking like this, his mood improved a lot, since the ninja world underwent a massive change. The influx of people to the Land of Rain had decreased significantly. Who would want to leave their hometown to make a living in the Land of Rain when they could live comfortably without worries? Looking at it this way, Teacher Wong was indeed right to teach me back then. To solve a problem, one must address it from the root. Not only did I solve the root issue, but I also pulled out the entire tree by the roots. After resolving the matters in the Land of Rainbows, Nobuhiko began his shameless and carefree life again. That day, Meina suddenly said to Xinyan, "Didn't you say you have a big orange cat? You even build a continent for him. Can you take me to see it?" After saying this, she looked at Xinyan with a face full of anticipation, as if there were stars shining in her eyes. Such a small request, of course, Xinyan wouldn't refuse. However, he was curious why Meina suddenly became interested in cats. He tilted his head and asked, "I haven't really heard you express interest in cats. Why did you suddenly want to meet Jiharu?" Meina, who was asked, felt her face slightly flush. She then tilted her head slightly and said, "Isn't it because I heard you say that Jiharu's baby is about to be born? I thought if the children could grow up together, they would have more companions." Xinyan nodded. Indeed, if the children grew up together, their bond would be stronger. Good friends who played together since childhood could trust each other more. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something was off, and then his body shook violently. His eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at Meina, stammering, "Do you mean you?" Meina gently nodded, and Shinhiko nearly gasped. Was he going to be a father? What should he do? He wasn't at all mentally prepared for this. After decades of being a child in his past, In this life, he was going to be a dad today. The enormous gap in identity made it hard for him to accept, and his body trembled. Seeing his unpromising demeanor, Meina rolled her eyes and said, "You call yourself an invincible powerhouse. Is becoming a dad really that scary for you?" Shinhiko forced himself to suppress his nervousness and replied, "It's my first time being a dad. That's normal, right?" Looking at his pathetic appearance, Meina couldn't help but laugh. She had changed a lot now. Although she still had a bad temper when alone, she no longer punished her subordinates like she used to. It seemed that the environment really could change a person, and Shinhiko's laid-back personality had influenced her somewhat. When faced with problems, solve them. When there are no problems, just lie in bed and relax. Why bother seeking discomfort like ordinary people? Thus, the two hurriedly said goodbye to Baiyuan Minji and arrived at the Cat God continent. As soon as they entered this land, Meina was captivated by the beautiful scenery in front of her. The wide plains were caressed by a gentle warm breeze. Butterflies danced around the flowers, and auspicious clouds drifted across the sky. Everything here is so peaceful and serene. Even the air seems sweetened as if it has been mixed with sugar. Meina, smelling the fragrance of the flowers, smiled at Nabuhiko and said, "I never expected you to create such a world. To create a world just for raising cats is truly extravagant." Nabuhiko yawned and replied, "It's not just for one cat. There are many cats on this continent. Orange Maru is merely the cat deity of this land." Meina sighed at his words, realizing that she couldn't be indirect when talking to Nabuhiko. He was a straightforward guy who wouldn't understand subtle hints. The two quickly arrived at the palace where Orange Maru lived, and the guard cats immediately recognized the terrifying human, Nabuhiko. A sharp-eyed black cat approached Nabuhiko, signaling to its subordinates with its tail while trying to calm Nabuhiko down. "It's been a long time, Lord Nabuhiko. The cat deity is currently a bit inconvenienced. Please follow me to the waiting room." Nabuhiko completely ignored the sharp-eyed black cat, holding Meina's hand and heading straight for Orange Maru's bedroom, saying as he walked, "What are we waiting for? I'm here to pick up my pet. Why go to waiting room? Let's just find him." The black cat hurriedly came to block him, but Nabuhiko knocked it out with a snap of his fingers. He could see that these little cats were deliberately trying to stop him, and the more they did, the more he wanted to see what was going on with Orange Maru. What could be so important that they had to hide it from him, the owner? Upon hearing the news of Nabuhiko's impending arrival, Orange Maru was taken aback. Beside him, a calico cat, roughly the same size as him, was lazily lying on the bed with 5 kittens nursing beneath her. Seeing her husband so agitated, the calico cat curiously asked, "Isn't a human named Araki Nabuhiko your owner? Why are you so afraid of him?" Orange Maru grimaced and replied, "There's no time to explain now. You quickly take the kids." Just then, the door was slammed open, and Nabuhiko, with a broad smile, walked in holding Meina's hand, saying as he entered, "Long time no see. Orange Maru, did you miss me?" Orange Maru was terrified. How could this guy come in so quickly? Nabuhiko also noticed the calico cat on the bed, and his gaze unconsciously shifted downwards. "Oh, Meina, what are you doing?" Meina let go of her grip on Nabuhiko's waist and, with a fierce expression, said, "Keep your eyes to yourself." Nabuhiko, with a pained expression, replied, "I wasn't looking around. I was looking at that." He then pointed to the 5 kittens lying on the calico cat's belly. Chapter 158. You truly are the cat of my dreams. Orange Maru's wife is a calico cat over 2 meters long, roughly the same size as Orange Maru. It is said that among cats, the more colors on the back, the more perfect the genes, and the more beautiful they are in the cat's aesthetic. Therefore, this over 2-meter-long calico cat is definitely considered a great beauty in the cat world, the kind that is stunningly beautiful. Moreover, even excluding the pattern factor, this calico cat has very 3-dimensional facial features, resembling a ragdoll cat. However, the suddenly intruding Nabuhiko and Meina did not pay attention to this stunning calico beauty, but instead focused their attention on the 5 kittens beside her. These 5 cubs are larger than some adult cats. Their parents are giant cats, so it is only natural for them to have such a size. In this litter of kittens, there are 2 orange cats, 1 white cat, 1 tabby cat, and most importantly, there is a little black cat, as black as a coal ball. The black cat was not the kind with upright ears that he had seen earlier, but rather a fold cat that looked like a lump of coal. Aside from its pair of eyes, its facial features were hardly distinguishable, resembling a piece of black cotton. Shinhiko's expression became increasingly enamored as he unconsciously walked towards the black kitten, muttering, "Hello, hello, can I touch you? Oh, you're really, really, really cute and so black. You're just my dream cat." Just as he was about to get close to the little black cat, a large paw, always wearing white gloves, slammed down in front of him with a bang. Shinhiko looked up to see a calico cat glaring at him with a predatory gaze. Seeing the protective mother cat, Shinhiko waved his hand and said, never mind, never mind. I'll come back to hold you when you grow up a bit more. Next to him, the startled orange cat, Ojimaru, stared at Shinhiko with wide eyes and a vigilant expression, asking, what are you doing here? Shinhiko smirked and smiled at Ojimaru, saying, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a dad yet. You're really inconsiderate, not even calling me when you became a father. Ojimaru pouted, thinking, what does my being a dad have to do with you? I actually hope you never come back. Then Shinhiko called over Minai and introduced her to the two cats, saying, this is my wife, Kasumi Minai. We're going to stay here for a while. I hope that's okay. Ojimaru wanted to say it wasn't convenient, but seeing the other's untrustworthy smile, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Do whatever you want, but while you're here, you can't disturb my wife and my kids. Deal. After that, Shinhiko and Minai settled down in the cat god continent, while Ojimaru's family only found out about Minai's pregnancy a few months later. At that time, Ojimaru cursed himself for being fooled, thinking that this guy had come to the cat god continent to have a child because he was eyeing his own kids, wanting his children to continue being pets for the other. What a despicable human, so hateful. While Shinhiko accompanied Minai in giving birth on the cat god continent, the Senju brothers quietly returned to the Hokage rock above Konoha. The two looked at the now drastically changed Konoha below, their hearts unsettled. Konoha no longer relied on missions for survival. The ninjas had almost all changed professions. The era of ninjas could be said to have completely passed. Although these ninjas could still use ninjutsu, their ways of living were entirely different. Just like the once exalted samurai who later had to take up hoes and work in the fields, they had lost the noble identity of ninjas and fallen from the clouds to the ground. After witnessing the changes in the ninja world, the Senju brothers were filled with rage. In the past few months, Senju Hashirama has not taken any action. He has been quietly waiting and observing the changes in the ninja world, wanting to see what Araki Nabahiko really intends to do. However, the developments have become increasingly unexpected for him. Initially, when the Uchiha clan members helped civilians around the world, he thought Nabahiko's approach was quite good. But as he witnessed the complete collapse of the order in the ninja world, with ninjas losing their sources of missions and ninja villages nearing collapse, and the daimyo rising in rebellion only to be ruthlessly suppressed, the little goodwill he had towards Nabahiko vanished completely. Although Senju Hashirama is a person who loves peace, his worldview first acknowledges that he is a ninja, and secondly, he wants to bring peace to the ninja world through his identity as a ninja. That is why he established the Hidden Leaf Village, connecting all the ninja clans in the Land of Fire, and then formed a partnership with the daimyo to establish a system of one nation and one village. However, Araki Nabahiko's actions have truly crossed his bottom line. Now, the identity of a ninja has become virtually non-existent in the ninja world, which fills him with immense sorrow. At this moment, Senju Tobarama spoke up and advised, brother, do you see? This is all that Araki Nabahiko has done. He has completely eradicated the ninja profession. With no ninjas left, there is no one in this world who can stop him. Ultimately, the ninja world will be under his control, and after he gains endless lifespan, this world will fall into eternal suffering. Senju Hashirama clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his teeth grinding. Finally, he made up his mind and said to Senju Tobarama, I must defeat Araki Nabahiko. This ninja world cannot fall into his hands. Seeing his brother's determination, Tobarama was pleased, but he still suggested, we can't act recklessly yet. Although we haven't fought that person named Araki Nabahiko, the information revealed by the Sage of Six Paths indicates that his strength is definitely not simple. To defeat him, it would be safer to visit the moon. Didn't the Sage of Six Paths say that his brother, Hagoromo, is on the moon? He is likely to become our ally and help us deal with Araki Nabahiko together. Hashirama thought for a moment and finally agreed to his brother's suggestion. The two then vanished from above Hokage Rock. They swiftly made their way to a cave in a valley. According to the information passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, the entrance to the moon is here. They had come here a few months ago, but they only looked at the entrance and did not enter. This time, the two once again arrived in front of the cave and entered without any hesitation. The entrance of the cave was very narrow, and the Senju brothers had to bend down to get in. After passing through a long and narrow corridor, the scene ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a pool that emitted a faint green glow. Senju Tobarama sent his chakra into the pool, but could not sense its depth at all. it seemed bottomless. The two exchanged glances and then jumped in together. After entering the pool, they swam downstream, and after a moment of spinning around, a bright light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the dark pool. With a splash, both of them emerged from the water's surface and sensed their surroundings. Indeed, the environment was completely different. They must be on the moon now. Chapter 159. Let us call it Black Zetsu. Just as the two surfaced, the second elder of the Otsutsuki clan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone has intruded. With a loud shout, the elder soared into the air, heading towards the Senju brothers. Shortly after, 3 more figures flew alongside him and quickly arrived in front of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The 4 looked at the Senju brothers' attire, and one of them exclaimed, "Are you the reincarnation of Ashura?" Hashirama was startled. The other party actually knew his identity as the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. He nodded and admitted, "That's right, the Sage of 6 Paths indeed said so. Since you recognize my identity, that's good. Let me introduce myself. My name is Senju Hashirama, and I am a ninja from Konohagakure. This is my younger brother Senju Tobarama. We came here, too." Before he could finish speaking, the elder of the Tsutsuki clan interrupted, saying, "Stop rambling. No one from the ninja world is allowed to enter this place. Those who trespass will be killed without question." After saying that, he immediately attacked, giving Senju Hashirama no chance to explain. Senju Hashirama could only fight back in a hurry, and the two sides instantly became entangled in battle. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon is very powerful, according to the standards of the ninja world. These individuals possess strength at the level of Kage. Although they're not as strong as figures like Hashirama and Madara, who stand at the pinnacle of Kage level, they are still a force to be reckoned with. However, this strength is like a mantis trying to stop a car when faced with the Senju brothers, who have gained the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. After understanding their fighting style, Hashirama did not rush to attack. Instead, he took the time to explain. "We are here to find the Sage of the Feather Village. A very terrifying enemy has emerged in the ninja world, and we need to find the Sage of the Feather Village and obtain his help to have a chance to defeat them." Upon hearing this, the 4 elders showed anger on their faces, and the elder roared, "What nonsense are you talking about? The ancestor of the Feather Village was a figure from 1,000 years ago. He has been dead for who knows how long. Moreover, the Sage of 6 Paths has also been dead for over 1,000 years. It's utterly ridiculous that you claim to have seen the Sage of 6 Paths. Although I don't know where you heard about Ashura's chakra, you have already committed a fatal mistake by intruding into the Otsutsuki clan, seeing that communication was impossible." Senju Hashirama no longer held back. This time, he did not activate Sage mode and use would release to push forward. Instead, he opened the 6 Paths mode to test his strength in this state. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and golden chakra enveloped Senju Hashirama's entire body. 6 truth-seeking balls floated behind him, ready for his control. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama also activated his own 6 Tomo Rinnegan, and the powerful ocular power put pressure on the bodies of the 4 elders, making them tense. Although the 4 were shocked, they showed no signs of retreat. At this moment, they were all enhanced by the giant Rinnegan and could use some 6 Paths level ocular techniques, such as gravitational and repulsive techniques. Although these were low-tier versions of 6 Paths level ocular techniques, the 4 of them believed they still had a good chance of winning when working together. So the 4 of them launched a joint attack, flew back together, landed on the ground together, created 4 large craters together, and then fainted together. Watching the defeated 4, Hashirama and Tobarama were at a loss for words. At this moment, other members of the Otsutsuki clan also rushed to the scene and were shocked to see the 4 elders knocked down to the ground. It should be known that these 4 elders could enhance themselves using the giant Rinnegan, and their power was far beyond that of ordinary clan members. The fact that such powerful elders were defeated so quickly by the opponent indicated that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for the enemy. In the end, they could only let the Senju brothers remain on the moon. After several days of searching, they finally met Otsutsuki Yumura, the brother sage of 6 Paths. Without any preamble, he went straight to the point after seeing the Senju brothers. "My brother informed me of the situation in the ninja world through a secret method before his death. It's hard to believe that such an enemy has appeared in the ninja world. Unfortunately, we are already on the brink of exhaustion and have no ability to defeat such a formidable foe. We can only rely on you." Senju Hashirama firmly replied, "Rest assured, I will defeat Araki Nabahiko and bring true peace to the ninja world." Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama observed silently, feeling that the 2 brothers of the Sage of 6 Paths had ulterior motives. Although he did not know what they were plotting, his instincts told him to be cautious of the 2. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yumura waved to Senju Tobarama and said, "You are Senju Tobarama, right? Come over here." Tobarama cautiously walked in front of him, appearing calm on the surface, but on high alert internally. Otsutsuki Yumura placed his hand on Senju Tobarama's head, and immediately a powerful mental force entered Tobarama's body, along with some methods for controlling the giant Rinnegan. After the transmission ended, Otsutsuki Yumura swayed slightly. Senju Hashirama wanted to help him, but was stopped by Otsutsuki Yumura. "Don't worry about me. I have transferred all my remaining strength to your brother. With this power, the chances of defeating that strong enemy will increase significantly. Next, you can go find the giant Rinnegan. My useless descendants will definitely not be able to stop you. At that time, one of you can seal the 10 tails within yourselves to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, while the other can seal the giant Rinnegan within themselves to become the Rinnegan Jinchuriki." After saying this, he coughed several times, and his form grew dimmer, just like the Sage of Six Paths did back then. Senju Hashirama, with tears in his eyes, said, "Yumura Sage, you can rest assured. We will never let you and the Sage of Six Paths down." Otsutsuki Yumura showed a kind smile, and then, under the watchful gaze of the brothers, his body grew dimmer and eventually disappeared. Looking at the empty space, Senju Hashirama was filled with sorrow, while Senju Tobarama was continuously probing his own body. After the other party infused chakra into him, he indeed felt his strength had increased significantly. However, this powerful yet fleeting force made him feel uneasy. One should not harbor malicious intentions, but one should also be cautious of others. Who knows what these two old fellows are really plotting? After that, he went alone to the Otsutsuki clan's territory. He felt it would be a hindrance for his brother to accompany him in this kind of theft, so it was better to do it alone. The process was also very easy. These weaklings were no match for the now vastly improved Senju Tobarama. He watched helplessly as the giant Rinnegan was taken away, unable to do anything about it. On the way back, he suddenly thought of an idea. Since he didn't know what these two old fellows were planning, it would be better to set up a safeguard for himself. In this way, he maintains his composure amidst all changes, and regardless of the opponent's schemes, he has countermeasures of his own. With this in mind, he activated his 6th Tomo Sharingan, and a pool of black substance emerged from his hand. He concealed this within himself and his brother, so that if something were to happen to his body, he could use this to regain control. What should he name this thing? Let's call it Black Absorption. Chapter 160, Araki Koyu. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Sinyan's child was born 2 years ago, and now at 2 years old, he is following in his father's footsteps, playing with cats at the Nikko Shrine in Tamamura. Sinyan named this little guy Araki Koyu. The father is a salted fish, and the son is a little fish, so the name is quite fitting. Manai strongly opposed this. She couldn't believe that such an unreliable father as Sinyan would give their son such a name, and she really didn't understand what he was thinking. However, the names she suggested for Koyu were not to his liking, and he would cry whenever she called him by them, leaving the couple a bit troubled. Eventually, when they called him Koyu, he seemed to settle down. Manai felt very frustrated. She had come up with so many nice names for her child, yet he only liked being called Koyu. He really took after his unreliable father, a pair of untrustworthy father and son. However, since the name had already been given, there was no need to change it, and besides, Koyu had a nice ring to it. Children in the ninja world grow very quickly. Just over 2 years old, Koyu can run and jump. Although he speaks with a bit of a lisp, he can communicate without much issue. This little guy has shown extraordinary talent from a young age, just like Sinyan, especially in his love for cats. Particularly with his little companions he grew up with: Big Orange, Second Orange, Little White, Big Raccoon, and finally the little coal ball that Sinyan carries around all day, unable to put down. These little guys grew rapidly, as if they were on hormones. In just 3 years, they grew to about 60 or 70 centimeters long, each full of energy and lively, running around everywhere. At first, the little fish played happily with them, holding on to these little guys and not letting go, as if they had found a beloved toy. But then the situation took a turn. These little guys got annoyed with the petting, teamed up to push the little fish over, and then began to be petted in return. These guys stuck out their tongues and licked the little fish all over, up and down, left and right, back and forth. After being ravaged, the little fish swayed but seemed like it wouldn't fall. However, despite being licked to the point of seeing stars, it wasn't angry. Instead, a sickly flush appeared on its face, making Sinyan's mouth twitch. What a little rascal, truly my own offspring. With this twisted energy, it's just like the way I was back in the day. I applaud you for inheriting your father's legacy. In recent years on Cat God Continent, Xinyan has been exceptionally relaxed, not having to do anything in the Cat God Palace. Whenever he wants to eat something, he just instructs the cat chef to prepare it. If he wants to watch a movie, he can visualize it in his mind and project it on the big screen. Whenever he wants to travel to other places on Cat God Continent, he can just teleport his entire family for a picnic in an instant. This carefree life is simply a divine existence, but one day, this heavenly life was suddenly disrupted. One day, Maina suddenly said to Nabahiko, "We have been here for 3 years. Before we leave, we only told my father that we were going out for a trip, but we didn't mention anything about having a little fish." Nabahiko stroked his chin and thought for a moment. It had been 3 years, and he had not seen his father-in-law, even though his child had been born for 2 years, which was indeed hard to justify. Moreover, the little fish should also integrate into the world of peers. If he kept staying in the Cat God Continent and interacting only with cats, he might start to question whether this guy would lick his own, but after a long time, it was indeed time to take the child back to the Rainbow Country for a visit. He needed more interaction with peers to grow up healthily. Plus, I also want to go back and see the changes in the ninja world. So, when shall we set off? Hearing Nabahiko's inquiry, Maina replied, "In 3 days." Nabahiko had no objections and began to pack his luggage in preparation to return to the ninja world. On the day of their departure, the big orange cat, the second orange cat, the little white cat, the big raccoon, and the little coal ball sat neatly in a row, watching little fish and the others leave. These guys pretended to look away and not care about Xiaoyu, but in reality, their eyes never left him. After all, they'd spent 3 years growing up together, and the thought of suddenly parting made them very reluctant. Xiaoyu was crying uncontrollably, wailing that he didn't want to leave and wanted to stay in the Cat God Continent. However, Xinyan and Mina were very firm. They said that he could come back to the Cat God Continent anytime, but if they let this kid grow up without interacting with peers, he would definitely have psychological problems in the future. In Xinyan's past life, if someone had psychological issues, they could just see a psychologist for some guidance. But in this world, having psychological issues could be life-threatening. In the ninja world, every problematic child had experienced severe trauma in childhood, either being the bottom of the class with poor grades or being a genius with exceptionally good grades. These guys either desperately want to prove themselves to others or completely disregard other people's feelings, doing whatever they please. In the end, these guys either become villains or are manipulated by others as tools. As a result, Xinyan plans to throw Xiaoyu into a group of peers, intending not to let him fall too far behind in grades, nor let him stand out too much, just to be an ordinary passerby. The Jimaru couple also bid farewell to Xinyan and the others. Although they initially disliked Xinyan, they found that he actually got along well with cats after spending some time together. They share the same laziness, the same curiosity, and the same love for play. After 3 years of getting along, Xinyan and Jimaru have become good friends, and Jimaru feels reluctant to see his friend leave. He watches Xinyan's back as he turns to leave and finally shouts, "I'll come visit you in the ninja world when I have time." Xinyan doesn't turn back. He just waves his hand with the back of his hand. The family of 3 passes through the light curtain and disappears, leaving Jimaru's family standing in place, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Finally, the calico cat sighs and says to Jimaru, father of the child, "After sending you off for 1,000 days, we must part ways. It's time for us to go back to our lives." Jimaru nods and then says to the children, "Little ones, it's time for us to go home and eat. What flavor of dried fish do you want today? I'll have Chef Cat make it for you." The 4 little kittens, hearing this, immediately dispel their sorrow and start chirping excitedly. After taking the opinions of the 4 kittens into account, Jimaru nods, just as he is about to take his family back to the palace, when he suddenly senses something is off. He blankly turns back and looks at his 4 children. If he remembers correctly, he should have 5 children. Why are there only 4 now? Where did little Cole go? At this moment, he shivered and thought, impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Nabahiko Araki had done some cat stealing in the past, the 2 families were on such good terms now that he wouldn't do something like that again, right? Little Cole Ball must be hiding in some corner of the Cat God Palace. It's normal that no one would notice him because he's so dark. Thinking of this made him feel a bit better, and he turned around to take his family back to the Cat God Sky to search for Little Cole Ball. Meanwhile, after returning to the ninja world, Nabahiko felt extremely refreshed. Just as he turned around to introduce Little Fish to the ninja world, he suddenly noticed that there was a shadow crouching behind this guy. Chapter 161. Current situation in the ninja world. Nabahiko's eyes drooped as he looked at his precious son, Araki Little Fish, who had a head full of black lines. He really didn't expect that at just 24 years old, he would start to have poor eyesight. How could Little Fish's shadow be so heavy? With such bright sunlight today, how could there be such a dark shadow? As he thought of this, his expression gradually relaxed. He actually doubted that his son stole a cat. He really didn't trust his son enough. This kid has been instilled with the right values since childhood. How could he possibly do something as ridiculous as stealing a cat? That little coal ball hanging on the little fish looks just like a big bear. Only a fool wouldn't see it. This kid, so young and not learning well, actually went out to steal a cat. I'm afraid he is going to end up on the path of crime in the future. He angrily picked up Xiao Yu and Xiao Meiqiu, one in each hand, holding them in front of him with a cold expression, and asked, "What is going on with you two? Xiao Yu, give me an explanation." Xiao Yu awkwardly smiled and then said, "Dad, I just didn't want Xiao Meiqiu to be lonely, so I brought him to the ninja world to play." Xin Yan cursed inwardly, thinking this kid is really as shameless as himself. Other people as parents are around, and there are 4 brothers. How is it your job to care about their loneliness? I think you're the one who is lonely, so you brought Xiao Meiqiu along, right? Feeling a bit embarrassed after being exposed, Xiao Yu was at a loss for words, and at that moment, Xiao Meiqiu also explained for him, "Uncle Xin Yan, it's not entirely Xiao Yu's idea. I actually wanted to see the ninja world too, so I came along. If you want to punish someone, punish me together with him." After saying that, Xiao Meiqiu gritted his teeth, looking heroic, which almost made Xin Yan and Mena laugh out loud. Xin Yan put on a serious face and pretended to be stern. "All right, since you're so loyal, then the punishment later will be split between you and Xiao Yu." Upon hearing this, Xiao Meiqiu's face changed drastically, and being grabbed by the nape of his neck, he immediately started kicking wildly and panically exclaimed, Hey, no, Uncle Xin Yan. In the stories you told us before, those people would basically be let go after saying this. Why aren't you following the script?" Xin Yan revealed a sinister expression, making Xiao Meiqiu tremble all over, "Because I'm a villain who doesn't play by the rules." Next began the painful learning time for Xiao Yu and Xiao Meiqiu, as Xiao Yu's individual study tasks were assigned to 2 people, and today they had to learn the most difficult math, nearly causing their CPUs to explode. The group didn't go straight back to the Land of Rain, but instead wandered around the ninja world. During this period, ninjas had nearly completed their transformation, shifting from those who were solely responsible for completing missions to functional ninjas. Those skilled in fire release became chefs, water release experts went fishing at sea, and of course, there were also lightning release ninjas who fished at sea. But these individuals were engaging in illegal activities and would be thrown into prison by Uchiha Bido if caught. Earth release ninjas helped with civil engineering. These guys were much more efficient than modern excavators, digging a trench in just a few minutes, fast and labor-saving. As a result, Earth release ninjas became a sought-after resource in the ninja world, with many contractors spending large sums to hire them. Their income not only did not decrease, but actually increased significantly in this new era. The most unfortunate were the wind release ninjas, who had little purpose in this new era. Some had considered using their ninjutsu for wind power generation, but this idea was quickly shattered by the lightning release ninjas, who could serve as mobile power banks. Why use wind release when they could do that? Fortunately, there were not many wind release ninjas in the ninja world, and at least they were still ninjas, physically stronger than ordinary people, so even if they worked hard, they wouldn't go hungry. Watching the flourishing ninja world, Nabahiko felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. It was his foresight back in the day that allowed for such rapid development in the ninja world. Although he still didn't fully understand how the ninja world had developed, it didn't stop him from taking all the credit for himself. After a tour of the ninja world, the family of 3 returned to the Land of Rain with their guest, the little coal ball. The current Land of Rain was filled with high-rise buildings. Looking nothing like the ninja world that had just emerged from the Warring States period over 20 years ago, it resembled a modern city instead. It must be said that once ninjas engaged in production, their productivity was terrifyingly powerful. These guys are not only hardworking, but also incredibly strong. In the past life, a construction team would be needed to complete such a project, but now 2 or 3 ninjas can finish it in just a few days. Meanwhile, other places in the ninja world are still using ordinary ninjas for construction. But here in the Land of Rain, there are thousands of Uchiha Madara, making the building process remarkably swift. In just 3 years, the Land of Rain has developed to the level of a developed country from the past life, giving Xin Yan the illusion that he has returned to the life of a worker from his previous life. He then shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind and moved towards the direction of the daimyo's residence that he sensed. The current daimyo's residence is completely different from the past. The traditional style remains, but the overall color leans towards modernity, resembling a modern villa. In the reception room of the daimyo's residence, Kitamoto Shizuo and Kitamoto Akine looked at the child held by Xinyan's Minai with shock on their faces. Kitamoto Shizuo, shocked, glanced at the little fish and then looked up at his sister. He originally thought that his sister and brother-in-law had just gone on a trip for a few years. But they even brought back a child. This pace is too fast. However, having officially taken over the daimyo position and becoming the leader of the Land of Rain, he naturally had to maintain his authority in front of his nephew. He straightened his chest, put on a stern face, and said to Minai, "It's good that you're back. But how can you have the same habits outside as at home? Is this your son? What's his name?" As he spoke, he walked towards the little fish. And looking at that delicate little face, he couldn't help but feel the urge to go over and give it a rub. The boy looks robust and has really tender skin. I wonder what it would feel like to pinch him. Is it the same as when Minai was little? Just as his wicked hand was about to touch the little fish's cheek, a figure in gray suddenly appeared beside him and then bumped into his waist, sending him flying. Seeing their lord being knocked away, the nearby guards all widened their eyes and hurried over to help him. However, no one dared to apprehend the person who attacked the lord, because the one who attacked Lord Baiyuanji's was none other than the former lord, Baiyuan Minji. Baiyuan Minji, who had just sent his son flying, bent down and rubbed the little fish's face, laughing as he said, "This feels just like when Minai was little. Come on, call me Grandpa. Grandpa will give you candy." The little fish, being pinched on the face, felt utterly hopeless. Although he had been bullied by others before, at least the ones who bullied him were the adorable little kittens like Zaimaiku. Now being bullied by his own grandfather, he felt a sense of discomfort all over. Chapter 162. The 3-year period is up. During dinner, the family was cheerful and harmonious. Minai's return turned the usually solemn lord's residence into a place filled with laughter. Everyone was toasting and chatting, except for Xinyan, who sat on the balcony with a grim face, gazing at the starry sky. To be honest, he really disliked this lively environment. The feeling of family is indeed nice, but it is also very noisy. He began to miss the carefree life he had when he was a bachelor. Besides, being married is really troublesome. Getting married is also a hassle. The life he once had of lying flat is truly hard to return to. At that moment, snow suddenly began to fall outside the window, dark clouds obscuring the moonlight as snowflakes danced down from the sky. The snow grew heavier, starting as a gentle drizzle and later turning into a heavy blanket. Inside the house, Mena noticed Xinyan, who was admiring the snow alone. She intended to stand up and bring him a coat, but then saw Xiaoyu rolling around with Zaimaiku and hurried over to scold the two mischievous kids. As he watched the snowflakes fall outside, a wonderful idea suddenly popped into Xinyan's mind. "I really want to go skiing." In Konoha village, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and several advisors were buried in documents, continuously reviewing them. The system of feudal lords in the 5 great nations had been completely abolished, and in its place, the 5 Kage had officially become the highest authorities in the nations. This is also unavoidable. The title of the great name of the Uchiha clan was almost wiped out by Uchiha Madara, and even the direct heirs were conveniently eliminated, leaving no heirs with close bloodlines. Moreover, Uchiha Madara's decisive actions frightened everyone. Some distant bloodline individuals who were qualified to inherit the title refused to step forward, fearing that by inheriting the title of the great name, they might provoke Uchiha Madara again. Ultimately, the 5 major nations, without a leader, decided to let the 5 Kage officially take over the country after some compromise. The current power of the 5 Kage is magnified countless times compared to before. They have military and political control within their own countries, akin to ancient emperors. However, those in power know their own business. These supreme rulers actually only dare to govern the country gently and often seek advice from Uchiha Madara, never daring to act recklessly. In the past, if there were financial issues in the country, they could directly impose taxes on farmers. Now, let alone increasing taxes, every time they hear farmers reporting situations to Uchiha Madara, their hearts tremble. They fear that if these farmers speak ill of them, Uchiha Madara might wipe them all out in anger. Under this model, the old noble class has been completely swept into the dustbin of history. Their role used to be to violently collect taxes for the country, directly dealing with those who refuse to pay taxes, leaving them destitute to show others what would happen if they disobeyed. However, everything has changed now. Even with 100 times their courage, they wouldn't dare to act against ordinary citizens. Just as the higher-ups of Konoha were buried in paperwork, the phone rang in the Hokage office. Since the ninja world entered modernization, ordinary people's technology has gradually made its way into the lives of ninjas. Even decades later, during Naruto's time as Hokage, There was no landline in the Hokage office, but it was installed ahead of time now. Hearing the phone ring, Mito Gateflame, Tsunade Kaharu, and Shimura Danzo, the three advisors, paid no attention and continued to review documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pen in his hand, then picked up the phone and said kindly, "Hello? This is the Hokage office." He answered the phone with a smile, but after listening for a while, he suddenly stood up with a bang and walked away. The documents on the desk were pushed to the floor, but he was oblivious to it. The other three noticed his unusual behavior and turned to see what was wrong with their companion. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen hung up the phone and said to the other three advisors with a twitching mouth, "Araki Nabahiko is back." Upon hearing this, the room was in an uproar. Mito Gateflame and Tsunade Koharu were flustered, while Shimura Danzo showed a murderous aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen then informed his three teammates of the information he received, and the more they listened, the more peculiar their expressions became. Finally, after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished, he took out a pipe and started smoking. The others in the room fell silent, and eventually Shimura Danzo spoke up, saying, "What on earth is Araki Nabahiko trying to do? He actually wants to hold the first ever skiing competition. What is he trying to achieve?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly and said, "No matter what the other party wants to do we in Konoha have any other choice but to participate?" The Hokage office fell silent again, although they were reluctant. They had to admit that the current ninja world was being led by the other side. The former glory of the Land of Fire no longer existed. A few years ago, Konoha's efforts to stand against the other four great nations had also faded away. Now, the five major nations had to rely on the other side's whims. If they wanted to hold the first ever skiing competition, would they dare to say they wouldn't participate? Even if Araki Nabahiko didn't care, wouldn't the other four nations seize the opportunity to make trouble? Indeed, even at this stage, the five major nations still maintained a fa ade of unity while harboring deep-seated animosity. If there was a chance to stab each other in the back, they would still do it. Aside from the advancements in technology and improvements in living conditions, the relationship between the five nations had not changed at all. It was just that now there was an emperor behind the scenes. The same news spread to several other great nations, and even some small countries in the ninja world received the message. Although everyone was puzzled, they tacitly chose to participate. It was not only out of fear of Araki Nabahiko, but also due to the allure of the rewards mentioned in the information. If they could win the championship in this first ever skiing competition, Araki Nabahiko promised to grant the champion a wish. In no time, news of the first ever skiing competition spread throughout the ninja world, and everyone began special training, eager to achieve a good ranking in this event. Although they were unsure whether the promise of fulfilling wishes was genuine, they instinctively believed Nabahiko's words. Strong individuals possess such credibility, no matter how outrageous their claims. As long as they are strong, people are willing to believe them. And this was indeed the case. Those who swore falsely and then reneged on their promises were few and far between. The majority of strong individuals still cared about their reputation. Meanwhile, on the moon, the Senju brothers gradually opened their eyes. A powerful chakra flowed around their bodies, and the terrifying aura made the Otsutsuki clan tremble. Senju Hashirama looked down at his hands and murmured, "Is this the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? It's so strong." Senju Tobarama also felt the same way. He looked up at the blue planet in the sky and said firmly, "The 3-year period has arrived. Brother, let us set off." Chapter 163. The first ever skiing competition. 3 days later, the first ever skiing competition was held in the Land of Lightning. The reason Nabahiko chose this location was that, firstly, the weather was just right, and secondly, the Land of Lightning had a large land area, with some snow-capped mountains perfectly meeting the requirements for the competition venue. In the northern part of the Land of Lightning, on a huge mountain range, at the top of a snow mountain called Maya, thousands of people dressed in thick snow gear, with skis on their feet and ski poles in hand, were waiting at the starting point. There are both old and young among these people, with some in their 60s and 70s, and some not yet 10 years old. Xin even saw the 3 ninjas in their youth among them, as well as the kages of the 5 great nations and some well-known wandering ninjas, such as Kakuzu. This guy is seeing it for the first time, but he doesn't feel much. After all, ninjas are gone now, and the other party doesn't dare to provoke Uchiha Madara, just honestly working to support themselves. Don't be fooled by how ragtag these people look. They are indeed significant figures in the ninja world. Most of them are elite ninjas from the 5 great nations and some powerful wandering ninjas, all here for the promise of Shinichi to fulfill their wishes. Nowadays, in the ninja world, Shinichi is truly the uncrowned king, a golden signboard. He promises to fulfill wishes, and it's highly likely he won't go back on his word. Thus, everyone is eager to compete for the championship and seize the opportunity to have their wishes granted. Once everyone was ready, Shinichi loudly explained the rules. First, no chakra is allowed in this competition, and he had sealed everyone's chakra before the exam started, so they could only rely on their skiing skills to compete, with no chance for any tricks. The requirement for victory is to ski from the top of the snowy mountain down to the finish line. If anyone falls midway, they will be immediately disqualified and teleported to the waiting hall. Therefore, this is a competition that demands extreme skill, with no room for mistakes. Otherwise, one will be eliminated right away. Such rules could result in a situation where everyone is disqualified. If everyone falls midway, then the one who is closest to the finish line at the time of falling wins. After explaining, Shinichi waited for everyone to understand the rules. And when there were no questions, the competition officially began. Shinichi floated in the sky and waved his hand, shouting, "Get ready. On your marks. Get set. Go." Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. A group of people at the front among the thousands slid down the slope, while those behind didn't sit idle, using their ski poles to chase forward. Everyone was very confident in their skills. After all, it was just skiing, right? What kind of storms have they not seen? Although not many had skied before. Could this sport really challenge this group of experienced ninjas? However, once the competition started, they began to realize the uniqueness of skiing. This is a sport that tests physical coordination, and sometimes it's difficult to adjust inertia from the start. As a result, many strong ninjas overestimate their physical coordination, giving their all to accelerate at the beginning, which leads to uncontrollable speed and ultimately causes them to fall and get eliminated. Those who are eliminated are instantly teleported to the waiting hall, looking regretful, as they were so close to the championship. Ninjas have this kind of confidence. Even if they're among the first to be eliminated, they still believe they are just a step away from the finish line. Soon, more people are teleported to the waiting hall, and the army of skiers begins to stop accelerating and instead maintains a steady sprint. At this point, there are still 2,000 to 3,000 people left in the competition, lining up and gliding down from the mountaintop, with their ski poles no longer daring to accelerate for fear of losing control and getting eliminated. At this moment, the second generation of the Water Shadow, Ghost Lantern Moonlight, saw the second generation of the Earth Shadow, Mu, approaching him, and an evil smile appeared on his face. He quietly pointed his ski pole towards Mu's backside with his left hand, and then suddenly thrust it, aiming to poke a hole in Mu's rear. However, Mu had long anticipated this move and extended his right hand to deflect the attack. The two then began a rapid exchange of blows. Although they had lost their chakra, they still retained their basic physical skills. Thus, while their battle couldn't be described as earth-shattering, it was still an incredibly exciting duel among ordinary people. Their actions seemed to have opened Pandora's box, as everyone suddenly realized they could attack those around them to increase their own chances of winning. Soon, chaos ensued. The ski poles in their hands swung like long swords, and for a moment, everyone was in a frenzy. Some enjoyed the fight, while others focused on skiing. When they saw someone deliberately approaching them, they utilized their superb skiing skills to evade the opponent, hoping to win with their exceptional techniques. Many were knocked down and subsequently teleported to the waiting hall. In the waiting hall, Nabahiko felt that the time was about right. So he instantly teleported to the finish line, ready to wait for the first lucky person to arrive. At that moment, a figure indeed slid down from the distant snow-capped mountain. Xianyin took a closer look and was surprised to see that it was a child. The child is wearing blue goggles, and his short black hair somewhat resembles Uchiha Obito. On his cheeks, which are covered by the goggles, 2 tear marks can be seen. On his back, there is an embroidered pattern of a ping-pong paddle, and he is clearly a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha boy swiftly crossed the finish line and then skidded out for over 100 meters before coming to a spectacular stop. The moment he crossed the finish line, everyone behind him was teleported back to the waiting hall. The crowd, who had just been in a frenzy, suddenly found themselves in the waiting hall, initially stunned, and then immediately ceased their fighting. Since the outcome was clear, there was no need for further battle. Moreover, they were curious about what kind of wish that Uchiha boy wanted to fulfill. Nabahiko stepped in front of the Uchiha boy, extended his hand for a handshake, and said, "Congratulations on winning the championship. We will present your reward when we return to the waiting hall. By the way, what's your name? I don't know how to address you yet." The Uchiha boy respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle to Nabahiko. "Hello, Lord Nabahiko. I am Uchiha Fugaku from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Please take care of me." Upon hearing this, Nabahiko took a closer look at the guy. Earlier, With the goggles on, he looked somewhat like a Beto, but without them, he really resembled Uchiha Itachi, or rather, it should be said that Uchiha Itachi looked like him. Chapter 164. Crippled by the CPU, he brought Uchiha Fugaku back to the waiting hall. The hall was very spacious, with thousands of people standing here without feeling crowded, leaving plenty of empty space. Standing at the front of the crowd, Xinyan addressed the thousands of participants. The competition is over. I declare that the first-place winner of the first World Skiing competition is Uchiha Fugaku. A few scattered applause came from below, while others looked either discontented or sneeringly at Uchiha Fugaku on stage. They were curious to see what this little kid would wish for. A wandering ninja laughed and said, "This kid is only 5 or 6 years old, right? What serious wish could such a little kid have? Probably just wants a lollipop or something, right?" Ha! The surrounding people burst into laughter, but most remained silent. What's there to laugh about? Are you proud to lose to a 5 or 6-year-old child? Amidst the expectant expressions of the crowd, Nobuhiko pressed his hand down to stop the laughter, then turned to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "As I promised before the match, I can grant you one wish, so please state your wish now." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fugaku felt incredibly anxious. He had prepared for this moment before the competition, and he had always had a thought in his mind that he dared not voice. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, every word and action he took represented the family, so he was afraid to express his views too openly, fearing they would be exploited by those with ill intentions. But today, the strongest and most powerful person in the ninja world was offering to fulfill his wish. So he had to summon the courage to speak it out loud in front of everyone. At this moment, he looked up at the Konoha ninja in the crowd, and his gaze met that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a ninja he deeply respects, one who firmly holds the will of fire in his heart. The greatest ninja of Konoha and even the Fire Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who noticed Uchiha Fugaku's gaze, also showed a kind smile, but his heart was already beating rapidly. No way. This kid can't really be that clueless, right? When he was instilling the will of fire in him, he only wanted him to forge ahead for Konoha and the Fire Country, to become his most loyal subordinate. He never expected that today the other party would get an opportunity to fulfill a wish. Could this guy be planning something? After confirming the look in his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku made up his mind and loudly said to Araki Nobuhiko, "I will now state my wish. I hope you can destroy all the Uchiha Madara you have created." Buzz. Everyone's minds buzzed, and the entire waiting hall fell silent in an instant. People shook their heads, thinking they must have heard wrong. This Uchiha kid can't really be that clueless, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen almost fainted from high blood pressure. Why is this kid so stunned? If I had known he would be this dazed, I wouldn't have said so much. What if Araki Nobuhiko gets angry and it affects me? Everyone is confused at the scene, but the most confused is Nobuhiko, who is standing beside Fugaku. He instinctively asked why. "Why do you want me to destroy Uchiha Madara?" Once Fugaku expressed his true feelings, it seemed like he had let go of his inner turmoil and spoke passionately. "I believe that peace between people should be achieved through mutual trust and understanding, not through violence like you do. Ever since those Uchihas appeared, the ninja world has become lifeless, and countless ninjas have had to give up their identities as ninjas because of Uchiha Madara's emergence and turn to do other things. This is a heavy blow to the ninja world, and it can be said that the ideals and beliefs of the ninjas have been completely destroyed. The ninja world has changed. He has lost his dreams and hopes, becoming a mere shell of himself. Therefore, my wish is to destroy all of the Uchiha Madara you created. Only then can the ninja world restore peace, and an era of mutual understanding can come." After Fayake finished speaking, he felt refreshed all over, perfectly expressing the will of fire he learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of everyone, feeling that he had no regrets in this life. The people present were all scared and sweating. Which little brat is this who is so bold to say in front of Araki Nobuhiko that he wants to destroy all Uchiha Madara, knowing that this is the very foundation of their existence? How much courage does this kid have to say such words? Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas were petrified on the spot, especially several high-ranking Konoha members, whose hearts were nearly frozen. Kurai Koharu quietly complained, "Hiruzen, it's all your fault for talking nonsense that caused this trouble. If we were just talking privately, that would be one thing. But you actually taught this little brat, especially an Uchiha little brat. This time you've really caused a big mess." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect this to happen. He thought that by telling Uchiha Fayake these things, he would wholeheartedly become his subordinate when he grew up, not to openly oppose Araki Nobuhiko. Now that this has happened, he is also very troubled, not knowing how far things will develop. Since the appearance of Uchiha Madara in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan has become a taboo among ninjas. These guys can't deal with Uchiha Bito, so how could they handle the Uchiha clan? Therefore, they isolated the Uchiha clan. Although they didn't dare to act directly, their intention to exclude was obvious. This is nothing for adult ninjas. They have seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Are they still afraid of these white eyes? However, children like Uchiha Fugaku cannot handle it, and it plants a seed of aversion in their young hearts. Yet, the Uchiha clan and even the entire ninja world are sick in this way. What he hates are not the Leaf ninjas who gave him the white eyes, but Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan. He believes that it is these people who are not sociable enough that made him despised by the people of the Leaf. Therefore, as the most powerful Hokage of the Fire Country, Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach and his installation of the Will of Fire lead him to believe it without doubt. In simple terms, he was manipulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happens when a psychologically underdeveloped child is PUA'd by a master of ideological indoctrination like Sarutobi Hiruzen is obvious. Uchiha Fugaku thus became a model for his son decades earlier, developing a complete dependency on Sarutobi Hiruzen, believing that everything in a ninja world is the fault of Uchiha Madara and his ilk. After passionately finishing his speech, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku with expectation, and Nobuhiko flashed a brilliant smile, saying, "Fugaku, although you are young, you are definitely a giant in thought. To have such profound thinking at your age, your future is bound to be limitless." He then turned to the crowd below and said, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and applaud Fugaku." After saying this, he took the lead in clapping, and the crowd below, not understanding the reason, followed suit and applauded. Chapter 165. Are you still maintaining world peace? Nobuhiko led the applause. And how could the others not show face, following him and clapping? In an instant, the waiting hall was filled with thunderous applause, although everyone had doubts in their hearts. Judging by Nobuhiko's expression, there shouldn't be any major issues. Some ninjas who usually like to flatter loudly echoed, "Fugaku is right. The root of the world's chaos is Uchiha Madara. Only by eliminating Uchiha Madara can the ninja world return to peace." The crowd cheers made Fugaku feel a bit elated. It was the first time he had received encouragement from people outside the Uchiha clan, which gave him an extreme sense of satisfaction. So many people support his ideas. His thoughts are indeed correct. At this moment, Nobuhiko pressed his hand to stop the applause and then bent down with a smiling face towards Fugaku, saying, "You spoke very well. Next, I will present you with a prize." Without waiting for Fugaku to react, he grabbed him by the collar and, in a pose similar to Orochimaru's, pinned him down on the bench, pulled down his pants, and gave him a spanking. However, this spanking was very different from the one with Orochimaru, as Orochimaru had used Jinjutsu to make those around them unable to see. This time, he not only wanted everyone in the waiting hall to see, but also used illusions to spread it throughout the ninja world, letting this bastard kid show his face all over the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku, who was being beaten, was confused and didn't understand what was happening. And then he felt a burning pain in his butt. Not only that, while being beaten, he also heard Shinjin shouting, "I told you not to go astray at such a young age. I told you to maintain world peace." Maintain what peace? Do you even understand anything? Are you still maintaining world peace? I ask you, are you still maintaining it? While hitting and mumbling, Fugaku felt more and more wronged, and eventually tears started to flow down his face. This guy is really shameless, actually bullying children because of his strong power. Is he really a top-tier warrior in the ninja world? For a moment, everyone had this doubt in their minds. Can someone with such a mindset really become strong? However, the people present didn't dare to voice it out loud, fearing that Araki Nobuhiko, this reckless person, might get carried away and start hitting them too. They're not 5-year-old kids. Getting pantsed and beaten in front of everyone is not something they would easily forget as they grow up. They are adults, and if they were beaten in front of everyone and didn't commit seppuku afterward, they would have no face to live in this world. At first, Uchiha Fugaku, who was being beaten, still held on to the thought that he was right and had done nothing wrong, but as his backside grew more painful, he could no longer help but start begging for mercy. "I know I was wrong. I won't uphold the peace of the ninja world anymore. I know I was wrong." Watching Uchiha Fugaku admit his mistakes, Nobuhiko turned off the Ninja World livestream and then let the kid go. Nobuhiko was indeed furious just now. These little ninjas knew nothing and were easily swayed, believing others wholeheartedly. It was really infuriating. After beating this kid, Nobuhiko felt somewhat relieved and figured that from now on, The other party would no longer take it upon themselves to promote the so-called will of fire everywhere. He then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the crowd. His eyes filled with killing intent. The ones being stared at, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, felt a chill run down their spines. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain, Shimura Danzo immediately turned to flee. Thinking a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, he would deal with future matters later. Nabahiko didn't let this guy off easily either. He directly pulled out a sweet stick and smashed it on this bastard's head. In the previous timeline, it was because of this guy's persecution that he was forced to leave Konoha. In this timeline, Shimura Danzo has no grudges against himself, but who cares? Better to strike first. Bang! With a loud explosion, Shimura Danzo was turned into a pile of minced meat, leaving the onlookers' scalps tingling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kamen, and Nara Shikamaru were startled, their souls almost leaving their bodies. This unpredictable guy really made his move, and they had to escape quickly. However, how could their speed match the palm of Nabahiko? In an instant, he appeared beside the three, and except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dodged 2 attacks, the other 2 were turned into meat paste without even having a chance to face him. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the monkey to transform into the Rui Jingu Bang for defense. But with one strike, the monkey was smashed to death, and the Rui Jingu Bang was shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Since he contracted the monkey, it had never faced an attack it couldn't withstand, yet now it couldn't even block one attack from a Rocky Nabahiko. The two sides were clearly not on the same level. Just as he was about to turn and leave, it was too late. Nabuhiko struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's back with the Rui Jingu Bang. The latter immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After finishing all this, Nabuhiko retracted the Rui Jingu Bang and let out a breath. The reason he is so angry this time is not because he is petty. It's because he is reminded of his disappointing son. In the ninja world, there are countless old silver coins that brainwash people with their love. What if his son encounters someone who enjoys brainwashing others and, in a moment of impulse, becomes an enemy? Although he believes his moral and ideological education has been decent, there is no guarantee that a brainwashing master won't suddenly appear and sway that little fish. Just thinking about that little fish standing on stage like Uchiha Fugaku, speaking passionately and leading everyone into a pit, ignites an unnamed fury within him. These guys who love to instill the will of fire in others are so detestable. It would be one thing if they were alone, but now that I have a son, and my son is just as clueless as I am, these guys must be completely eradicated. With this thought in mind, he was filled with killing intent. The people around him felt his murderous aura and trembled in fear. Even the other 4 shadows couldn't help but step back. This guy's momentum is terrifying, even surpassing that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. They initially thought the other party was just a shadow-level powerhouse, capable of creating Uchiha Madara, but it seems that the other party's hard power has long exceeded their imagination. Nabuhiko has made up his mind to wipe out the entire Konoha now, to prevent his son from being affected in the future. However, before that, he still needs to fulfill the wishes of Uchiha Fugaku. He doesn't care about those Uchiha Madara. Destroying them is fine, and if necessary, he can just create another batch of Senju Hashirama next time. Just as he was about to take action, 2 powerful auras came from above. Nabuhiko looked up in confusion. These 2 auras felt somewhat similar to those 2 guys. Chapter 166. This bunch is monkeys. That bunch is Danzo, along with En and Koharu. In the southern part of the Land of Thunder, 2 figures in white clothing flew towards a location where Nabuhiko was hosting a skiing competition like rockets. They were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who had disappeared from the ninja world for 3 years. At this point, Senju Hashirama, who had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, had undergone a tremendous transformation. He was wearing a white robe typical of a sage-level powerhouse, and this robe was not made of ordinary materials, but was a creation of pure chakra. Senju Tobarama was also wearing a white robe. The demeanor of the 2 now resembled that of immortals. Their return to the ninja world had only one purpose: to defeat Araki Nabuhiko and restore peace to the ninja world. However, Senju Tobarama evidently had his own views. He advised Senju Hashirama, "Brother, we have no need to seek him out. Now that you have become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, combined with my Rinnegan with 6 Tomo, we can directly launch Infinite Tsukuyomi together, which avoids the risk of unnecessary confrontation." Tobarama's approach was indeed the most rational. Absorbing the powers of the Uchiha Madara first before meeting the opponent would be safer. However, Senju Hashirama refused, saying, "Let's not engage in conflict just yet. I want to meet him and talk first." In fact, Hashirama initially wanted to strike directly, as the opponent's strength was unknown, and he was afraid of being defeated before he could take action, which would render his efforts futile. But the scenes he witnessed in the ninja world along the way changed his mind. In just 3 years, the ninja world had undergone such a drastic transformation, which caught him off guard. He had originally thought the ninja world had been devastated by the opponent, but unexpectedly, it was now even more prosperous than before. This sparked a strong interest in Araki Nabahiko, and he insisted on meeting him. He had a premonition that the other party was not as evil as he had imagined. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths had simply made a judgment error and wrongly accused Araki Nabahiko. After seeing his brother's firm attitude, Senju Tobarama stopped persuading him. He understood his brother's character well. Once he made a decision, persuasion was useless, so he had no choice but to follow him. Before long, the two arrived at the venue of the skiing competition hosted by Nabahiko. At the foot of the snow-capped mountain, they reached a large house. With a wave of Senju Tobarama's hand, the entire roof of the house was instantly blown off. The people inside, just recovering from the shock of Shinin eliminating the high-ranking officials of Konoha, were taken aback to find the house being overturned. They were somewhat at a loss, but soon, some recognized the two figures floating in the sky, and a Konoha ninja shouted excitedly, "Look, that's the first Hokage and the second Hokage." As everyone observed closely, they confirmed that the two figures in white in the sky were indeed the previous Hokages from 2 generations ago. Nabahiko, looking at Hashirama and Tobarama floating in the sky, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Couldn't these two just talk things out? Why do they need to blow off his roof? Senju Tobarama, floating in the sky, looked down at Nabahiko after blowing off the roof and said coldly, "Araki Nabahiko, your time of death is near today." Nabahiko twitched his mouth and replied, "That's negotiable. You blew off the roof of my new house. If you don't compensate me today, just wait and see how I deal with you." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama did not respond but instead scanned the crowd with his eyes, searching the ground. Soon, several mangled pieces of flesh came into view, and he sensed the presence of some of his disciples among the remains. This pile is made up of monkeys. That pile is of Danzo, and there are In and Koha. After realizing that his disciple had already died, his aura gradually swelled, rising with fury. These few people are his direct disciples, and the future backbone of Konoha has been killed by the opponent like this, which is truly unforgivable. When his momentum surged to the limit, he slightly bent his body and prepared to take action, but was unexpectedly stopped by Senju Hashirama, who raised a hand. "Brother, what are you doing? Monkey Danzo and the others have been killed. Doesn't that indicate something? What else is there to discuss with this guy?" Hashirama also released his momentum, suppressing Tobarama's, and then said, "I need to talk to him first." The two sides' auras clashed in the sky, creating sparks in the air, while the people below were pressed down and couldn't stand up, all lying on the ground. What terrifying power this is! Just the momentum alone is enough to keep a top-tier ninja from standing up. In the waiting hall, there is only one person still standing, and that is Xinyan. He slowly floats into the air and finally stands in front of the Senju brothers, saying, "Whether you want to talk or fight, I'm up for it. But let's change the location. There's still so many people here, and you wouldn't want to indiscriminately kill innocents, would you?" Senju Tobarama's face darkens as he coldly replies, "How can someone like you even mention the indiscriminate killing of innocents? It's truly laughable." Xinyan tilts his head, thinking that Senju Tobarama is the one who enjoys indiscriminate killing the most, isn't he? This guy's personality is like a kainu who hasn't eaten the magma fruit. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama holding him back, he might have even hung the absolute justice banner at the entrance of Konoha. Soon, the three left the scene, and the crowd that had been suppressed by their momentum quickly got back on their feet and fled from all directions. They understood that some things were not worth getting involved in, and that they shouldn't pry into matters that didn't concern them. It was best to hide far away. Uchiha Fugaku watched the panicked crowd fleeing and then looked at the bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others on the ground. Among the crowd were many Konoha ninjas, yet not a single one remained to collect the bodies of these high-ranking officials. He couldn't understand why they would abandon the Hokage and his advisors like this. Little did he know, the techniques of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others appeared as innocent as a baby in front of these veteran ninjas. These guys are just fooling the young people. But how could the old ninjas who survived the Warring States period fall for this? Let alone the fact that no one would collect their bodies. Just stepping on the ground a couple of times would already be giving these guys face. Moreover, now Konoha has gradually lost control over the ninjas. Everyone is just nominally under the Konoha banner, and they have to rely on themselves to make a living economically. How could they care about Konoha? Economic development determines the superstructure. Konoha can no longer control the economic lifeblood of the ninjas, so how could it possibly gain their loyalty? In the end, Uchiha Fugaku simply packed up the bodies of several high-ranking officials and, enduring the pain in his butt, headed towards Konoha. Chapter 167. Mouth escaped Senju brothers. After arriving at an uninhabited open area, Senju Hashirama introduced himself. My name is Senju Hashirama. I once established the Konoha ninja village with Uchiha Madara, and I am the first Hokage. Nabahiko also introduced himself, and after they exchanged introductions, they got straight to the point. Senju Hashirama asked, "Why did you create so many Uchiha Madaras? If the goal is to unify the ninja world, there is no need to create so many. 10 Uchiha Madaras would be an existence that the ninja world could not withstand. Also, why do you want to destroy the profession of ninja? Today's ninjas are more like commoners who can use ninjutsu than actual ninjas. The ninja class has completely disappeared. What is your true purpose?" Nabahiko was taken aback by the question. He didn't have any purpose at all. He just wanted to give the Uchiha Madaras something to do. He quickly replied, "You misunderstood. I have no purpose at all. Creating them was just a mistake. The reason for letting them leave the land of rain was just to give them something to do and to do something for the ordinary people of the ninja world. As for the ninjas or not, it has nothing to do with me. I never intended for them all to be unemployed, but they just can't compete with Uchiha Madara, and I have no way to help." Senju Tobarama twitched his mouth. Is this even a human conversation? Wanting these ordinary ninjas to compete with Uchiha Madara for missions. Aren't you pushing them toward a dead end? Senju Hashirama asked again. Then why did you kill the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Without the country of the Land of Dawn, it will inevitably fall into chaos and ultimately lead to its destruction. You didn't just kill the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but also the daimyos of the wind, water, earth, and lightning countries. This way, the ninja world will eventually fall into chaos. Upon hearing this, Shinyen almost couldn't wrap his head around it. He was somewhat curious if the other person lived in the same world as him. He tilted his head and asked Senju Hashirama, "Is the daimyo still alive?" Senku Hachiramari played. No. Shinyen asked again, "Is the ninja world chaotic now?" Senju Hashirama answered again, "No." Then what difference does it make whether there are daimyos or not? Does the chaos of a ninja world have anything to do with these country bumpkins? Now that they have all returned to the afterlife, tell me, is the ninja world chaotic or not? What difference does it make with or without them? Now Hashirama didn't know what to say. Indeed, after the fall of the daimyo, not only did the world not fall into chaos, but it became increasingly prosperous, and the lives of the people improved. Although he advocated for peace, he had also been raised with the idea of loyalty to the monarch and patriotism, believing that the order of the country relied on the daimyo and the official system. And without the daimyo, the country would inevitably descend into chaos. But reality slapped him hard in the face after the daimyo was gone. The world not only did not become chaotic, but actually got better, indicating that the existence of the daimyo was unnecessary. While he was in turmoil, Senju Tobarama interjected, questioning Shinyen. Those are trivial matters that don't need to be overly concerned about. The key issue is your impure intentions. Creating so many Uchiha Madaras is certainly not an accident. If you had only created 1 or 2 Uchiha Madaras, it could be explained as an accident. But you created a full 100,000. What kind of accident could lead to the creation of 100,000 Uchiha Madaras? This shows your lies. You must have an unspeakable secret. Now, it was Shinkai's turn to be at a loss for words. He wanted to say that he had forgotten to turn off the faucet before leaving, which led to today's disaster. But he figured that the other party wouldn't believe him if he said it. Seeing Shinkai stammering and unable to explain himself, Senju Tobarama, not one to let go of the argument, said, I guess your goal is to purify the Otsutsuki bloodline using Uchiha Madara, ultimately to achieve immortality, right? Your strength is formidable, but in the end, you are still an ordinary person, and after 100 years, you will still turn to dust. However, you accidentally learned of ancient secrets in the past of the Sage of Six Paths, so you want to refine the purest Otsutsuki bloodline, destined to become an eternal, immortal being. Answer me, Araki Shinkai. Am I right? Now Shinyan is really shocked. Taihiba can really talk nonsense. Can Uchiha Madara be used like this? To be honest, achieving immortality is actually quite simple. You just need to reduce your own consumption and store a large amount of energy. For example, Shinyan's physical life is only over 100,000 years, and at most he can live to 200,000 years before his body perishes. But if he wants to extend his lifespan, he only needs to weaken his physical body, And then he can rely on the nourishment of his spiritual power to keep this ordinary body in a low-consumption, yet surviving state. All of this is built on the boundless spiritual power of Xinyan, something ordinary people simply cannot achieve. However, he does not want to live like an old turtle, which is why he practices physical cultivation, aiming for both body and spirit to achieve longevity together. But if life truly reaches its limit, he is not afraid. As long as he creates a young body before dying, then his soul can descend, allowing him to live for another 100,000 years or so. This can also be considered a bug. As long as his mental ocean is not exhausted, he can endlessly create bodies and then drill into them for repeated rebirth. Because of this, he has no need to purify any Otsutsuki bloodline. Moreover, the life of the Otsutsuki clan is not eternal. They simply replenish faster than they consume, which is why they age more slowly. Once they reach the limits of their physical bodies, no matter how much energy they supplement with, they will ultimately perish. And even their bodies may not live as long as his current one, which can last over 100,000 years. However, these things cannot be explained to the Senju brothers. Even if he told them, they wouldn't understand, and even if they did, they wouldn't believe him. So it's better not to say anything. Shinkai stroked his chin, and then his eyes lit up as he said, "Even if I want to use Uchiha Madara for immortality, this has nothing to do with you. Uchiha Madara is my creation, so I can use him however I want. Can you stop me?" This statement even left Senju Tobarama at a loss for words. The other party was indeed correct. Uchiha Madara was created by him, and how he chooses to use it is none of his business. Seeing that the shameless guy, Senju Tobarama, was speechless, Xinyan seized the opportunity to continue questioning. "You oppose me merely because you fear I might wreak havoc after taking control of the ninja world. But I have already controlled the ninja world for 3 years now. During these 3 years, I haven't interfered with anything in the ninja world. They can do as they please as long as they don't disturb me, and I can't be bothered with them. I haven't caused any chaos. Does gaining eternal life mean I will become reckless? Can you change this mindset of yours that can't stand to see others do well? Even if you really manage to eliminate me, what good would it do for the ninja world? Would it revert to the previous state of you hitting me and me hitting you, with heads turn to mush? Is that what you want to see?" The Thousand Hands brothers fell completely silent, and even Senju Tobarama no longer spoke. They all kept their mouths shut and lowered their heads in deep thought. Chapter 168. The title of this chapter is giving me a headache. After his resurrection, Senju Hashirama also listened to Tobarama discussing matters of the ninja world on the moon. When he heard that war had quickly broken out again after his death, he felt inexplicably disappointed. He had hoped that after establishing Konoha and the ninja villages, the ninja world could achieve peace. Unexpectedly, the scale of the war was even greater than during his lifetime, and the number of deaths was larger than in any battle of the Warring States period, which made him feel somewhat dejected at that time. Since the beginning of recorded history, wars in the ninja world have never ceased. Regardless of the period or era, the footsteps of war have never stopped. Even during the Sage of Six Paths' time, it was only a brief peace. Before long, his two sons sparked new wars, and the world returned to square one. Ultimately, Senju Hashirama sighed and said with a somewhat melancholic tone, "Araki Nabahiko, you are right. Your existence is what guarantees the peace of the ninja world now. If you die now, the ninja world will return to the state of endless turmoil of the past." Senju Tobarama was shocked. Had his brother lost his fighting spirit? Just as he was about to persuade him, Senju Hashirama's body suddenly underwent drastic changes. He saw his body, draped in a white robe, begin to swell, writhing violently as if something were scurrying around inside him. At the same time, his power gradually went berserk and out of control. Senju Tobarama wanted to help, but didn't know how to intervene, so he could only watch helplessly as Senju Hashirama's body changed step by step. Eventually, when Senju Hashirama stopped changing and his body regained calm, he had seemingly transformed into another appearance. Senju Tobarama's eyes widened, and then he shouted in anger, "Sage of Six Paths, it really is you. What have you done to my brother?" At this moment, Senju Hashirama had completely taken on the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths, or rather, he was now the Sage of Six Paths, and Senju Hashirama's will had been sealed away. The Sage of Six Paths floated in midair, then looked down to inspect his body, muttering, "The reincarnation of Ashura is still as weak as ever." Araki Nabahiko managed to persuade him with just a few words. Such a mindset can never reach the end of the path of the sage. "I wanted to wait until you fought to a fever pitch before occupying his body. That way I could save more trouble and conserve more of my strength to suppress the reincarnation of Ashura. I didn't expect you to be persuaded by the other side. The descendants of Ashura are indeed so weak. Looking at the sage of six paths, who now wore a cold expression and was no longer the kind figure from years past, Senju Tobarama gradually calmed down and said with a cold tone, I guess correctly back then, you really did manipulate my brother. The sage of six paths replied expressionlessly, the reincarnation of Ashura is my descendant. He is the one whose bloodline is closest to me, and I can control him at any time. I don't need to manipulate him at all. Furthermore, as my descendant, he should offer his body when I need it. That is what a qualified descendant should do. I admit it. Ashura is indeed my most outstanding descendant. He has already surpassed Indra. Senju Tobarama coldly stated, you say, I am the reincarnation of Indra. That is also a lie, right? The sage of six paths generously admitted, that's right. The reincarnation of Indra can only appear among the Uchiha clan. How could it appear among the descendants of the Senju clan? Nabahiko looked at the sage of six paths, who was sitting cross-legged and floating in front of him, and felt a strange sensation. Why does this old wall lamp resemble Sarutobi Sasuke so much? No matter what bad things they do, they always have a nonchalant expression. When they're condemned by others, they come up with a line like, I can't help it. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, and they just spout a bunch of nonsense, but in the end, they don't change at all. The craftsmanship spirit of everyday life is fully reflected in these people, and they're truly more disgusting than one another. At this moment, Senju Tobarama sneered, Six Paths Sage. Aren't you a bit too pleased with yourself? When you found us 3 years ago, I already had my doubts about you. You don't think I've done nothing all these years, do you? I'm not as foolish as my brother. The Six Paths Sage frowned slightly, then gradually relaxed. He was well aware of the opponent's methods. Neither the Six Tomo Rinnegan nor the giant Rinnegan within him could pose a threat. Furthermore, the opponent had long been restrained, so there was nothing to fear. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt something was off. He had actually lost control of his body. What was going on? A mass of pitch-black substance surged out from his sleeve and soon covered his entire body, to the point where he couldn't even make a sound. The Six Paths Sage's eyes widened. This sensation was Kagaya's Black Zetsu. This guy had been hiding inside Ashura all along. How infuriating. To be outsmarted by this guy was truly a disgrace. What was even more maddening was that this Black Zetsu was pretending to be created by Senju Tobarama, as insidious as ever. If it were truly a substance created by Senju Tobarama using the Six Tomo Rinnegan, it would be impossible to bind the Six Path Sage. His power was far beyond that of the Six Tomo Rinnegan. He could never be restrained by a lower-level power. However, this Black Zetsu was made by his mother, and his mother was a being of bloodline limit caliber. At his peak, he wouldn't even dare to face her control directly, let alone this entity created by his mother before she was sealed, which consumed an enormous amount of chakra. At this moment, the voice of Black Zetsu entered the mind of the Sage of Six Paths' rebellious child. Let me introduce myself. I am your brother, Black Zetsu. The Sage of Six Paths, after trying in vain to break free, gave up struggling and spoke to Black Zetsu in his mind. I know you. Did you think you were hiding very well? You've actually been under my surveillance all along. Black Zetsu was shocked, but then he quickly calmed down. What if I've been discovered? In the end, aren't I still bound by myself? At this point, do you still not regret it? But it doesn't matter. You will soon pay the price for everything you've done. The Sage of Six Paths sneered and said, Is that so? At the same time, Hashirama Senju floated in front of the Sage of Six Paths, reaching out to insert himself into the sage's body to rescue his brother. Just then, his body suddenly became unable to move, rigidly stopping in place. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. You're still too young man. Do you think leaving a back door means you can control everything? We've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. These little tricks are nothing to us. Chapter 169. Enhanced version of the Six Paths Brothers. Hashirama Senju was astonished, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound. No need to search. I'm inside your body. At this moment, he realized that the voice actually came from his own mind. Before he could observe it closely, his consciousness fell into darkness. Meanwhile, his physical body in the outside world continued to twist and morph, just like his brother had, initially expanding and then gradually changing. When his body finally stabilized, what appeared before the Sage of Six Paths and Shinhiko was the elderly version of Otsutsuki Yumura. After gaining control of his body, Otsutsuki Yumura didn't even glance at Shinhiko, directly rushing towards the Sage of Six Paths. Upon reaching the sage, he extended his hand and grabbed Kagaya, then forcefully yanked him off the sage's body. After gaining his physical freedom, the Sage of Six Paths let out a long breath, then exchanged a glance with his brother Otsutsuki Yumura. both of them revealing knowing smiles. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths cautiously glanced at Shinhiko. He had been very tense from the beginning, fearing that Shinhiko would take advantage of his confinement to launch a sneak attack. But upon realizing that Shinhiko was standing still like a telephone pole, he immediately felt relieved. This guy is really arrogant. He is unwilling to launch a sneak attack even in this situation, which is incredibly foolish. Noticing his brother's vigilant gaze, Sutsuki Yumura slightly turned his head to look at Nabahiko. "Brother, is this the Araki Nabahiko you mentioned? He doesn't seem as terrifying as you said. Did you mistake him for someone else?" Sutsuki Yumura didn't realize just how formidable Nabahiko was. When the Sage of Six Paths talked about him, he praised him to the skies, but now this guy seemed rather ordinary, nothing exceptional at all. The Sage of Six Paths warned, "Yumura, don't be careless. This Araki Nabahiko is exceptionally powerful. We are definitely no match for him right now. Let's quickly implement our plan." Sutsuki Yumura wanted to spar with Nabahiko first, but hearing his brother's words, he suppressed his fighting spirit and prepared to carry out the plan they had discussed earlier. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths and Sutsuki Yumui simultaneously performed hand seals, and instantly a light brighter than the sun illuminated the sky. Nabahiko looked up, and the source of this light turned out to be the moon, which was normally hidden by the sun's rays, making it invisible to ordinary people. Now, its brightness was so intense that it overshadowed the sun, demonstrating just how bright the tower was at that moment. At the same time, the entire ninja world was shocked by this strange scene. The moon's light actually suppressed the sun. They had never even heard of such a bizarre occurrence. What was even stranger was that when these people looked up at the moon, they did not experience the blinding sensation that one usually feels when looking at the sun. This feeling is the pure white light emitted by the moon is not only not glaring, but instead gives a dreamlike sensation. In the next moment, their eyes gradually lost their brilliance. Their consciousness became increasingly blurred, and finally, their eyes displayed strange patterns and circles, transforming into the for everyone. This is not the state of the Rinnegan awakening, but rather a result of being controlled by the illusion of the Rinnegan. The light of infinite Tsukuyumi ignored the obstruction of the shinobi world sphere, covering the entire surface of the sphere, no matter where one was. Even hiding in an underground base hundreds of meters below, they were enveloped by the incoming light. The entire shinobi world had nowhere to hide. At the same moment, a massive vine shot up from the ground, spreading deep into the shinobi world, ultimately wrapping around it. Countless branches, resembling capillaries, extended densely from the main trunk of the vine, crisscrossing yet orderly, heading in all directions. At the end of each vine was a human from the shinobi world. Upon finding their target, they quickly wrapped it up, transforming into a cocoon encased in plants, hanging on the branch. The power of infinite Tsukuyumi was immensely strong, so much so that even the 100,000 Uchiha Madara's wandering in the shinobi world could not resist this illusion, being hung up as part of the vine. Everyone in the shinobi world was captured by infinite Tsukuyumi, with one exception, the Land of Rainbow, protected by a barrier. The light of infinite Tsukuyumi collapsed instantly upon reaching the barrier of the Land of Rainbow, and the massive vine disintegrated the moment it extended to the barrier. Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki furrowed their brows. This barrier was truly bizarre, even preventing infinite Tsukuyumi from penetrating it. It should be noted that infinite Tsukuyumi is a 6 paths level illusion, and the ability to withstand it indicates that this barrier is at least a 6 paths level barrier technique. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki became slightly wary of their beliefs. Being able to cast such a powerful barrier technique indicated that the opponent was not an ordinary person. However, there was no time to consider these things for now. The two brothers began to absorb the chakra of all ninjas in the ninja world by binding the entire ninja realm with their vines. In an instant, the surging chakra flowed through the vines, rushing towards the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Initially, the two who received this power showed joy on their faces, but as time went on, their expressions gradually became serious, and finally, they were shocked. What kind of powerful force is this? From childhood to adulthood, from ancient times to the present, they have never felt such a powerful force. Otsutsuki Kinshiki exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why is there such immense energy in the ninja world? Brother, what have you done in the ninja world?" Sage of Six Paths shook his head, trembling as he spoke. "This is not my doing. Have you noticed the 100,000 Uchiha Madaras captured by infinite Tsukuyumi?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki said, "How is this possible? These are just copies of Uchiha Madara. How could they possess the power of Uchiha Madara at his peak?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki found it hard to accept that these 100,000 Uchiha Madaras actually had equivalent power to the original Uchiha Madara. It should be noted that Uchiha Madara had pushed the Indra bloodline to its limit, and the gap between him and Sage of Six Paths was entirely due to the quality of chakra, not quantity. This means that under equal energy conditions, his chakra amount was only a few times higher than Uchiha Madara's, with no significant difference. If what his brother said was true, then these Uchiha Madaras all possess the original Uchiha Madara's power. With this thought in mind, he cautiously looked at Araki Nobuhiko, who stood nearby like a telephone pole. This guy can actually create so many Uchiha Madaras. How strong is the opponent really? Seeing Otsutsuki Yumura so vigilant, Sage of Six Paths smiled and comforted him. Yumura, you are too tense. I admit that Araki Nobuhiko is indeed very powerful. Even in front of him, our mother would likely seem as weak as an ant. But right now, we have absorbed all the chakra of 100,000 Uchiha Madaras. In this state, we will definitely not be weaker than him. Chapter 170. No way. There are still experts? The Sage of Six Paths was very confident. He didn't think that after creating 100,000 Uchiha Madaras, Nobuhiko would have much power left. Although the Sage of Six Paths had never been to college, he instinctively understood some basic physics knowledge. While he didn't understand the conservation of energy, he knew that in this world, power wouldn't appear out of thin air. The opponent must have paid a considerable price to create a single Uchiha Madara, which is also the source of his courage to challenge him. Creating such a large number of Uchiha Madaras must have consumed a lot of the opponent's energy. And now this power completely belongs to his brother. The opponent has already failed completely. The 100,000 Uchiha Madaras were evenly distributed between the two brothers, with each person receiving chakra equivalent to 50,000 Uchiha Madaras. How strong is this chakra? To put it in perspective, the combined chakra of the 10 Tails Hashirama Senju and all the chakra in the ninja world would only amount to the chakra of a few dozen Uchiha Madaras. Meanwhile, each of the Sage of Six Paths brothers has received the chakra equivalent to 50,000 Uchiha Madaras. What a terrifying power that is. It's important to note that they are Sage of Six Paths level powerhouses. Once this chakra enters their bodies, it is rapidly assimilated by their Sage level chakra, completely transforming into Sage level chakra. Now, they're very confident that with their current strength, even facing their mother in her prime would be a piece of cake. They could simply slap her to death. Tsunuki stroked his chin as he assessed the two brothers. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki have become overwhelmingly powerful. According to his estimates, the Otsutsuki ancestor, whom he has never met, might not even be a match for these two. However, this is only natural, as they are beings strengthened by the power of 100,000 Uchiha Madaras. The opponent's guess is correct. The power of Uchiha Madara cannot be created out of thin air. When he created the Uchiha Madara factory, it took a considerable amount of energy to succeed. Now, how much of his total power does this strength represent? Tsunuki began calculating while stroking his chin. Although the Uchiha Madara factory was operational for over 20 days before he shut it down, there was still a significant amount of energy left inside, probably around 10 to 20%. And how much energy did he expend from his own ocean of mental power to create the Uchiha Madara factory? It was roughly equivalent to 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 several drumsticks to recover from it. Having gained such terrifying power and receiving a boost from the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki gradually regained his confidence, and the feeling of superiority that came with the increase in power filled his entire being. Now, he looked at Tsunuki as if he were a mere stepping stone. The strength he and his brother possessed had reached a level where they could overwhelm anything. They no longer needed to regard their opponent as a threat. Thinking of this, he slightly raised his chin towards Tsunuki and said ominously, "Araki Tsunuki, you are indeed a capable junior. This thin Otsutsuki bloodline has surprisingly been cultivated to such strength. I acknowledge you. You may carry the name of the Otsutsuki and exist in this world." The Sage of Six Paths stroked his beard, looking at Tsunuki with approving eyes. In his view, given the current situation, the other party would definitely agree, as the gap in strength was evident. With the two brothers working together, even if the opponent retained some power, they would absolutely not be their match. It would be best for Tsunuki to obediently take their name and become their adopted son. However, Tsunuki just stared at the two old men in front of him with dead fish eyes. Are these two old wall lamps out of their minds? They absorbed Uchiha Madara, who used himself as cannon fodder and actually developed a sense of superiority. Are these two old guys really so inexperienced? And can these guys stop causing so much trouble? All I want is to hold a skiing competition to select the best skier in the ninja world, and then teach myself how to ski. These guys keep popping up one after another, first preaching to themselves, then taking over one after another. What are they doing? Just as the six-pad sage and Otsutsuki Yutsuin were confidently waiting for a response, Xinyan, with his dead fish eyes, said, "You are all old enough. Can't you just enjoy life, honestly? Why do you have to come out and stir up trouble? Do you have a serious illness?" The six-pad sage and Otsutsuki Yutsuin were taken aback, and then a surge of anger rose in their hearts. Now that they had gained such powerful strength, this guy still remained oblivious. The six-pad sage sighed and said, Forget it. Forget it. I originally wanted to spare him because of his difficult cultivation. But now it seems he is asking for his own demise, so let's send him on his way." Otsutsuki Yutsuin nodded and said, "What you say is true, brother. I've long found this little brat unpleasant. In that case, I will take action and eliminate this little ghost." After merging their powers, the two brothers had become so inflated with confidence that they had lost all sense of proportion. Otsutsuki Yutsuin decided to take down Xinyan alone, and the six-pads sage did not stop him, believing that his brother was enough. Seeing Otsutsuki Yutsuin about to attack him, Xinyan also twisted his neck. It had indeed been a while since he had fought, and now was a good opportunity. He would try to suppress his strength, keeping it on the same level as his opponent to enjoy the thrill of battle. Right now, the most troublesome issue for him in a fight was not defeating his opponent, but how to control his strength so that he wasn't too weak and constantly getting hit, nor too strong and accidentally killing the other party with one punch. Controlling one's power was quite difficult, much like fighting an ant where winning or losing doesn't matter. The key is not to accidentally crush it with too much strength. Xinyan was ready, and Otsutsuki Yutsuin indifferently merged the Tao-seeking jade behind him into a long spear that was entirely black. Just as he was about to strike, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed in the minds of both him and the six-path sage. "You two damn old bastards, my power is not so easy to absorb." The sound erupted in the minds of the two like a muffled thunder. In an instant, they felt their bodies lose control, standing dazed in place. Just as Xinyan had rushed forward a couple of steps, he suddenly hit the brakes, then spun around in midair like a pivot, returning to his original position. Fortunately, they had chosen the sky as their battlefield. Otherwise, that sudden stop would have sent them crashing to the ground. Steadying himself, Xinyan looked impatiently at Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, wondering what these two old geezers were up to. Were they still going to fight or not? From the very beginning, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama had been shouting for him to fight, but he wanted to resolve things peacefully, so he had negotiated with the other party. Just as the negotiations had concluded, these two brothers suddenly appeared and attempted to possess someone. What did this mean? Who was coming out this time? Chapter 171. When I wrote this chapter, the pigeon had not collapsed yet. Now the fetus is beautiful. The Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kinshiki paid no attention to Xinyan's complaints, as they were currently in a consciousness space, staring in horror at the person in front of them. How could it be you? You are already dead. Why are you resurrected? The person opposite them did not answer, but instead glared at Six Paths, causing the brother to suddenly become dazed. At the same time, Kagaya's black absolute, which they had sealed in the spatial crevice, suddenly broke free and split into two, attaching itself to the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. One could see that one side of the Sage of Six Paths' body was covered in black, while the other half of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body was also covered in black. The two, with blank expressions, walked toward each other and stood face to face under Xinyan's astonished gaze. Then, the Sage of Six Paths extended his left hand, covered in darkness, and plunged it into Otsutsuki Kinshiki's chest. Otsutsuki Kinshiki also reached out his right hand, covered in darkness, and punched the Sage of Six Paths in the abdomen. Xinyan watched, dumbfounded. Had these two old birds taken the wrong medicine? Why were they stabbing each other? As their hands, which had pierced each other's chests, began to merge together, a central point eventually absorbed both of them, and the white of their bodies gradually fused with the black of Kagaya's black absolute. The scene in front of Xinyan made him drool. The spiraling vortex of black and white looked so much like a lollipop. He reached out, merging the Tao gem and pink energy, and a sweet stick appeared in his hand. Looking at the patterns on the sweet stick, he glanced back at the patterns formed by the fusion of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. They were surprisingly similar. Too similar. However, the Sage of Six Paths and his companions were missing one thing. They lacked a stick. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Kagaya's Black Absolute gradually fused together, ultimately forming a person with half-black, half-white hair and clothing that was also half-black and half-white, with even the patterns on their face being half-black and half-white, appearing before Xinyan. As soon as this person appeared, he looked around and saw Xinyan, his eyes filled with rage. "You damn guy. Do you still remember me?" The half-black, half-white man shouted at Xinyan, leaving him confused. He felt like he had some impression of the man's face, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Seeing that Xinyan had forgotten him, the half-black, half-white man yelled, "You actually forgot me. Uchiha Madara. It was you who killed me back then. And now I've returned from hell to take my revenge." Xinyan's jaw dropped. It really fell. And he had to hold it up for a while before putting it back in place. What the hell? How could Uchiha Madara just pop up? Wasn't he crushed by him 3 years ago? Seeing Xinyan's confusion, Uchiha Madara revealed a sinister smile and said, "You're even dumber than Hashirama, but thanks to your stupidity. When you killed me, you didn't take my Rinnegan. I retained a small amount of chakra in the Rinnegan, which held a part of my soul. That suppression was very weak, and under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have had a chance to revive in this lifetime. But thanks to you, you foolish guy, you created 100,000 of my shadow clones." And the Sage of Six Paths and his brother actually used infinite Tsukuyami to absorb the power of those 100,000 clones. Initially, Mao was only sleeping in my Rinnegan, but I didn't expect that the chakra related to me would increase, and my consciousness gradually revived due to that chakra. In the end, I was completely resurrected. With my chakra volume, how could those two old guys compete with me for control of the body? Xinyan was at a loss for words. It's truly the kind of world where anyone can resurrect in the Naruto universe. The guy whose soul he had crushed still had a remnant soul alive until now. He was utterly speechless. Xinyan twitched his mouth and said, "Can we discuss something?" Uchiha Madara sneered. "It's too late to beg for mercy now?" Xinyan shook his head and said, "I'm not begging for mercy. I'm asking if you can prevent those things inside you from taking control again. If we're going to fight, let's just fight properly. Can you unify inside before fighting me, instead of one while popping up and then another?" Uchiha Madara was instantly ignited with anger. This bastard was even more detestable than Hashirama. As his thoughts turned, he quickly swung the pitch-black staff in his hand. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Xinyan, swinging the staff of the Seeking Truth towards him. Xinyan raised his candy stick to block it, and when their weapons clashed, a tremendous force erupted from the center, spreading throughout the entire ninja world. The impact was immense, and the snow-covered mountain beneath was instantly blown away by the terrifying force, revealing the magma firmly buried below. Looking at the destroyed mountain, Nabahiko stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Madara and said, "Can we change the place of the fight? At this rate, the ninja world will be gone with just a few attacks from us." Uchiha Madara heard the words, but if he were to take them to heart, he wouldn't be Uchiha Madara. At this moment, his anger was already boiling. How could he possibly stop just because of someone else's words? What if the ninja world was gone? He had already died once, and what he wanted most now was to take down that bastard Araki Nabahiko. Everything else was unimportant. Seeing that the other party was uncooperative, Nabahiko had no choice but to fly towards the outside of the ninja world. When Uchiha Madara fought, he completely disregarded everything. Despite being incredibly fragile, he stubbornly charged at his opponent like a berserker. It was impossible to make him stop, so Nabahiko had to use himself as bait to lure Uchiha Madara outside the ninja world. Seeing the other party trying to escape, a pair of black bat wings suddenly extended from Madara's back, and he took a step towards Nabahiko, his wings creating a loud blast of air. Watching the scene, Nabahiko thought to himself, what good is it to grow wings? His main body can already fly, yet he specifically grows wings. What the hell is that for besides decoration? Just because he likes wings? Fine, I'll grow some for you. With that thought, a pair of yellow chicken wings sprouted from his back. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara roared, "Araki Nabahiko, you despicable bastard! How dare you grow such wings? Are you insulting me, Uchiha Madara?" Nabahiko did not respond. He simply gathered chakra in his hand and threw a basketball towards Uchiha Madara. Chapter 172. Uchiha Madara exploded. Uchiha Madara slightly tilted to the side and dodged the basketball, then arrogantly shouted at Nabahiko, "Araki Nabahiko, is that all you've got?" Just as Uchiha Madara was still boasting, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from behind him. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the direction where the basketball had flown. The explosion unfolded in the air, and a massive shockwave even made Uchiha Madara stagger. The clouds in the sky were blown away. Looking at the exploding basketball behind him, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows. If he had taken that hit head-on, he would have been injured. Although with his current physical condition, even if his body was shattered, he could quickly regenerate. This still rang alarm bells for him. The opponent was Araki Nabahiko, the man who had once defeated and killed him. Even though his strength had increased now, he could not afford to be careless. A slight misstep could lead to him being instantly killed like last time. With this in mind, he slowed his pursuit, no longer relentlessly chasing after Nabahiko, but instead steadily following behind him. The two quickly flew out of the ninja world, and soon they were getting farther and farther away until they finally stopped after leaving the solar system. Looking back at the ninja world, which had become a small dot, Nabahiko halted and turned to face Uchiha Madara. Seeing Nabahiko stop, Uchiha Madara did not rush forward to attack as before, but stood alert in place. This was his first time having such a novel experience. He had never imagined that outside the ninja world would be such a pitch-black expanse. However, none of that mattered. What was most important now was to face the enemy before him. Araki Nabahiko's strength was indeed terrifying. The power that separated from him was enough to make him so strong, indicating how powerful his main body was. However, he was confident that as long as he was on the same level of strength as the other, with his rich combat experience, he could definitely surpass this rookie. Watching Uchiha Madara, who was not in a hurry to attack, Nabahiko waved the sweet stick in his hand and said, "Here, we can fight without holding back. Come at me. I want to see how the dance king of the ninja world moves in the universe." Uchiha Madara smiled, and suddenly Nabahiko saw a shadow of Uchiha Madara appear beside him. Outer Path, Limbo, Border Jail. The shadow of Uchiha Madara swung the six-path staff towards Nabahiko's neck. Seeing this, Nabahiko directly deflected the attack with his sweet stick, then swung it towards the head of the Limbo clone. Just as the sweet stick was about to hit the Limbo clone, another Limbo clone appeared, blocking Nabahiko's attack with the staff. Then one after another, 5 Limbo clones appeared along with Uchiha Madara's main body, surrounding Nabahiko tightly. The overwhelming attacks came from all directions, leaving Nabahiko overwhelmed. Nabahiko was thrown into chaos for a moment, but luckily he had trained against Uchiha Madara's clones, and although his basic taijutsu was not as good as Uchiha Madara's, he was still somewhat skilled, as he continued to engage in fast-paced battles with the 6 Uchiha Madara clones. His taijutsu gradually improved from the initial chaos to becoming more stable, eventually reaching a point where he could hold his own against the 6 Uchiha Madara clones in a balanced fight. Uchiha Madara was shocked. Araki Nabahiko's taijutsu, which had started off mediocre, had now completely caught up to him. What a terrifying learning speed. No, it couldn't go on like this. He still had no idea where Araki Nabahiko's limits were, and dragging it out was not a wise move. With this thought, Uchiha Madara gave up on taijutsu attacks, and all 6 Limbo clones activated Susanoo, launching various elemental ninjutsu and bloodline limits recklessly at Nabahiko. In the face of these overwhelming attacks, Nabahiko did not use ninjutsu to fight back. Instead, he used the sweet stick to knock each ninjutsu away. Every time a ninjutsu collided with the sweet stick, it would quickly change direction and fly back towards the user. Initially, Uchiha Madara thought the opponent was sending his ninjutsu back, but he later realized that as long as the ninjutsu touched that strange stick in the opponent's hand, it would immediately lose control, as if it had been cut off from its connection. Once or twice could still be considered coincidence, but after multiple occurrences, he sensed something was off. Is this really a weapon that can reverse the manipulation of ninjutsu? What kind of divine artifact is this that can achieve such a thing? If it were just conventional ninjutsu or bloodline limits, it would be one thing, but even the expanding truth-seeking ball he made using the truth-seeking ball was easily dissolved by the opponent, which made him feel incredibly troubled. With his taijutsu suppressed and ninjutsu ineffective, does he really have to resort to jinjutsu? Thinking of this, he shook his head again. Jinjutsu no longer has any effect in battles at this level. This method is only effective in conventional battles among ordinary ninjas. Strong individuals wouldn't rely on the 5 senses to observe this world. Just when he was at a loss, Nabahiko smashed a Susanoo with a single blow, shattering the clone inside as well, which then transformed into pure energy and dissipated into the dark void of the universe. The death of this Rinnegan clone is just the beginning. Soon the 2nd and 3rd will follow. Just as Shinya was about to shatter the last Rinnegan clone, the clone suddenly switched places with the real Uchiha Madara. This move startled Xinyan, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Uchihamadara concentrated most of his chakra into his staff and then struck forcefully at Xinyan's head. Boom! Xinyan's body was sent flying until it crashed into a planet, finally coming to a stop. The gray, rocky planet instantly cracked, spreading like shattered glass from the center, and ultimately the planet broke into 3 shattered semicircles, gradually collapsing. The magma at the core of the planet emitted a dazzling red light, splashing in all directions, and the planet was completely obliterated in that one blow. Seeing that his attack had finally worked, Uchihamadara was overjoyed, stepping forward to stand in front of Xinyan, launching a continuous barrage of attacks, like waves crashing one after another, relentlessly striking Xinyan. Xinyan, under attack, barely raised his sweet stick to block. But Uchihamadara was like a man possessed, his attacks coming in a dense flurry, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Xinyan sighed inwardly. Is this the end? Is this all he is capable of? He had hoped to defeat this big boss of the ninja world with the power he cultivated himself, but in the end, he still had to rely on his external abilities. Just when Uchihamadara thought victory was assured, suddenly his body felt an immense pressure, and then his black and white body exploded, turning into countless fragments floating in the universe. Chapter 173. Question: How to fight against someone with schizophrenia? Xinyan had intended to defeat Uchihamadara with his true strength, but in the end, he still had to rely on his ocean of spiritual power. This power is so incredibly strong that it's unreasonable. As long as I unleash it, there is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. Without the mental power from this ocean, my own strength is only slightly stronger than Uchihamadara's. But if I use the mental power from the ocean, Uchihamadara would be nothing more than an instant kill in front of me. Even if he absorbed the power of 100,000 of his own shadow clones, he would still be unable to withstand my external support. Looking at the fragments floating in the air, Xinyan sighed. This time he showed mercy and did not crush Uchihamadara's soul. After all, this guy still has several lives within him. The Sage of Six Paths brothers can be ignored. The hand-holding brothers are merely deceived and belong to a category that can still be salvaged. If he recklessly annihilated the opponent's soul and ended up destroying it, it would be a case of harming the innocent. Meanwhile, in a mysterious dark space, a few people were also engaged in a heated battle. These people are divided into 3 factions. The 2 brothers of the Sage of Six Paths are teaming up to battle the 2 Senju brothers. And now a third force has arrived, which is Uchihamadara. The 3 factions are unwilling to give way to each other, all wanting to seize control of the body. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother Otsutsuki Himura have a simple plan. Once they gain control of the body, they will erase the will of the other 3 and then divide the power equally into 2 parts, 1/2 for each brother. The situation is more complicated for the Senju brothers. Senju Hashirama only wants to escape from this body. He has realized he has been deceived and no longer wishes to be enemies with Araki Yoshihiko. Now, he only wants to return to the Pure Land and rest, not wanting to be involved in the affairs of the ninja world. He thinks that letting Yoshihiko mess around with the ninja world isn't so bad. At least the current ninja world is much better than in his era. At the same time, he is persuading Uchihamadara not to be stubborn and to return to the Pure Land with him to rest. Although Uchihamadara and Senju Tobarama are from different factions, their thoughts are surprisingly aligned. Apart from themselves and Hashirama, everyone else must die. Thus, the 3 factions refuse to yield, not wanting anyone else to occupy this body, leading to a fierce struggle unfolding within this small body. Just then, a suppressive force emanating from everyone's bloodlines appeared. Everyone widened their eyes and turned to look, only to see a woman dressed in wide-sleeved white robes with long white hair flowing behind her, suddenly appearing beside them in the pitch-black space. The woman has 2 sharp white horns on her head, a pale face that is both cold and beautiful, and her eyes are pure white. On her forehead, there is a blood-red Sharingan with 9 tomo. When Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchihamadara see this woman, they are surprised but not overly tense. After all, this body is mixed, and it is possible for anyone to appear. However, when the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya see this woman, they are filled with dread, their faces showing shock as if they have seen a ghost. Otsutsuki Kagaya exclaims, "Mother, how could it be you? Aren't you supposed to be on the moon? How could you be here?" The Sage of Six Paths is also in shock, and then he thinks of a possibility, his expression changing drastically. "Kagaya, could it be you?" After being revealed, Kagaya's true identity, Black Zetsu, opens its eyes from Kagaya's sleeve and mockingly says, "Yuhui, you realized too late. While you were fighting for control of the body, I took the opportunity to bring Mother's will into this body. Mother's bloodline has absolute suppressive power over you. From now on, as long as I use Mother's bloodline authority to suppress you, this body will belong to Mother. The Sage of Six Paths angrily retorts. You wicked old woman, isn't it better to sleep on the moon? How can you come out to harm your descendants? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchihara look at the Sage of Six Paths with disdain. This old turtle actually has the face to say that about others, when he is the most shameless one. Dadak Otsutsuki Yumura said to everyone, let's not fight amongst ourselves for now. First, let's join hands to seal our mother, and then. Before he could finish his sentence, a force of suppression from their bloodline surged, and soon several people found themselves unable to move. Kurizetsu crawled out from Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve and said to her, leave this to me, mother. You go control the body outside. Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya, still somewhat confused, nodded, and then her will left this dark space. In the cosmic space, Shinhiko stared at Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya with dead fish eyes, while she looked back at him with a blank expression. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became particularly awkward. Shinhiko tilted his head to the left, while Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya tilted hers to the right. Because they were facing each other, Shinhiko's left side was Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya's right side. From Shinhiko's perspective, the whole universe seemed to tilt, with only Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya still facing him. Then he turned his head to the other side, and Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya did the same. They continued to stare at each other without saying a word. In the end, Shinhiko emerged victorious. Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya straightened her head and asked expressionlessly, who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Shinhiko straightened his head, his eyelids twitching, and asked, could I trouble you to tell me how many wills are left in your body? Dadak Otsutsuki Kagaya was momentarily unsure how to respond. She had just been awakened by Kurizetsu from her slumber and hadn't had a chance to understand what was happening before being brought here. Upon arriving, she saw the two rebellious sons from years ago and several unfamiliar people fighting together. Then Kurizetsu used his bloodline to suppress those people, allowing himself to emerge and occupy the body, without informing her who this person outside was. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to ignore the guy in front of her. However, Shinhiko, feeling ignored, suddenly felt vulnerable. He was feeling very bad, extremely bad. These guys are just like they're schizophrenic. One moment this person comes out, and the next moment that person comes out. One moment it's the steady and composed old man. The next it's the irritable middle-aged man. And now even the mature Lady Kagaya Tsutsuki has appeared. Who knows what will pop out next? These guys should just fight quickly. Why are they dragging it out with a war of attrition? If this keeps up, I'll almost have a split personality myself. Chapter 174. Answer. Blend in and become a fusion monster. In his past life, when he read fan fiction, the majority of these stories would include the woman in front of him in their harem. Not only Otsutsuki Kagaya, but many would also include Hinata and some original Hyuga women in their harems. For these people's trust, he can only express his feelings with a simple heh. Although watching the anime made him feel that Hinata and Otsutsuki Kagaya had a lot of femininity, seeing such people in reality would definitely not elicit any response from him. The reason is simple. The Byakugan of these Hyuga clan members is truly terrifying. It's fine during the day, but if you really encounter someone without pupils standing in front of you at night, only a warrior wouldn't wet their pants. Moreover, this Otsutsuki Kagaya in front of him is even more horrifying than ordinary Hyuga clan members. Not only are her pupils pure white, but her face is also white, and she wears lipstick, looking just like a female ghost from a horror movie. With this image standing in front of you, if you can still handle it, I really have to give you a thumbs up. You're truly a warrior. And this person isn't any good either. She once used infinite Tsukuyami to wipe out most of the ninja world, definitely a big demon king. Such a guy. Letting Shinin take him into the harem, sorry. He doesn't have such a heavy taste. Considering this, Shinin said, Otsutsuki Kagaya, how about we make a deal? You can throw out the Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama inside you, and you can deal with the rest however you like. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked expressionlessly at this ordinary human in front of her. At this moment, she wasn't in the mood to negotiate with him, but was observing her own body. It was only after carefully examining her body that she was shocked by it. Such strong power, such terrifying power. This power is thousands of times stronger than when she was at her peak. Even the Otsutsuki god, whom she had met once, seems as weak as an ant shaking a tree in the face of this force. Where on earth did that guy, Black Duke, get this body? How could such a powerful person be taken over by her? Could it be a descendant of hers? To think her bloodline could produce such a powerful descendant. How come she didn't know her bloodline was this strong? Just as she was still in doubt, the black Zetsu inside her suddenly exclaimed, "Not good, mother. You need to be careful." Before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, his voice disappeared within Kagaya's body. Then, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a pulling force emanating from within her body, and her consciousness was instantly drawn back into the dark space. Meanwhile, the body left in the outside world began to squirm again, watching the writhing white body. Xinyan was already numb. Are you guys ever going to be done? Transforming again. And who is it this time? Don't tell me it's the Sage of Six Paths father. If it really is that guy, I would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood into the universe. Now this guy's body has turned into a family drama. He really can't imagine who else could emerge from within. Finally, the squirming came to an end, and what appeared before Xinyan was no longer anyone he had seen before, but a faceless person. This faceless person is completely white, very similar to white Zetsu, with no facial features, no gender, and no hair, resembling a white version of the Oscar statuette. At the same time, their power is very restrained. Previously, whether it was Hashirama Senju, Toburama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, or Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Although these people's auras are different, they all share a noticeable characteristic. Their chakra energy is exceptionally exuberant. The reason for this situation is also very simple. It is due to the inability to suppress the overwhelming power within, leading to a leakage of strength. However, the faceless person who appeared in front of Shinhiko showed none of the previous signs. His aura was exceptionally restrained, and there was no chakra leakage at all. This does not mean that the opponent's strength has weakened, but rather that it has reached a perfect state of saturation, controlled by him as if it were an extension of his own body. Yukihiro was truly astonished this time. One must understand that the power within the opponent's body has become unimaginably mixed, with various wills and forces from different factions converging together. In this situation, who exactly is this new consciousness that can still fully control its power? The faceless figure flew straight towards Xinyan at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. But Xinyan felt an overwhelming pressure like a mountain flood or a tsunami. Upon reaching Xinyan, the faceless figure directly extended its right hand, seemingly wanting to shake hands with Xinyan. Although feeling a bit nervous, Xinyan still extended his right hand to shake hands with the other party. At that moment, a calm voice entered Nabahiko's mind. "Hello, Araki Nabahiko. My name is Hikari Village Pillar Bambai. Nice to meet you." Aputh. Nabuhiko spat out a mouthful of blood into the universe, his gaze blank as he stared at the white faceless figure in front of him, his mind a complete blank. He understood, he fully understood. This guy in front of him was actually a fusion of those several wills. What the hell is this ridiculous plot? Although the Tsutsuki clan in this world is quite perverse, as they can directly refine their own kin into chakra fruits and then consume them, at least that involves one person devouring another. This is the first time he has heard of soul fusion in this world. This plot doesn't resemble Naruto at all. Isn't this the storyline of Ultraman? If a monster can't defeat Ultraman, then just call a few more and create a fusion monster. Then if Ultraman can't defeat the monster, just bring in another Ultraman to fuse with the previous one. Then you fuse, I fuse, everyone comes together to fuse back and forth, and in the universe, there's only one monster and one Ultraman left. In front of me is this Konoha village's Zhuban Fei. Wow, that's quite a tongue twister. So when 6 people fuse, do they each take one character from their names? Although it's somewhat hard to understand, this is indeed happening right in front of me. So Xinyan can only hold his nose and accept it. He let go of the hand he was holding and then asked, "I know you are the fusion of the wills of those 6 people. So what do you plan to do next?" Konoha village's Zhuban Fei lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After his will awakened, he inherited the memories of the previous 6 people. Among these people, some are ancient monsters who have lived for 1,000 years. Some are the behind-the-scenes masterminds hiding in the ninja world. And there are also those who genuinely dare to sacrifice themselves for the peace of the ninja world. Various memories and thoughts converged in his mind, leaving him unsure of what he wanted to do. Finally, Hawaii Village's Abito raised his head and firmly said to Nabahiko, "Since my existence itself is an accident, I must give meaning to my life. From today on, I will protect the peace of the ninja world. No matter who wants to interfere with the ninja world, I will fight them to the end." Nabuhiko nodded in satisfaction. It was a good thing that the other party had this idea. At least he wasn't a bad person, and neither was the ninja world. Bang! Hawaii Village's Abito punched Nabuhiko in the stomach, instantly sending him flying out, crashing through several planets before slowly coming to a stop. Nabahiko clutched his stomach, grimacing, when suddenly Hawaii Village's Obito's voice echoed in his mind. I must protect the peace of the ninja world. If that's the case, then eliminating you, the Dark Lord controlling the ninja world, is my responsibility. Nabahiko, Chapter 175. This is your father, finale. Nabuhiko slowly flew out from Shattered Planet, watching the merging monster approach in the distance, and sighed. He had originally thought he could resolve the issue peacefully with this guy, but it turned out he was also a brainless creature taking the world upon himself. He lost interest in messing around with such a person and decided to use the power of his golden finger to eliminate the opponent with his mental strength. He raised his right fist high and then swung it toward Hawaii Village's Obito. Hawaii Village's Obito did not dodge. From his perspective, the other party merely swung his fist without any chakra fluctuations, so he did not take it seriously and continued to approach Araki Nabahiko calmly. However, halfway through, he suddenly felt a powerful force impact him. The body, which merged the bloodlines of 100,000 Uchiha Obito and many Otsutsuki clan members, felt as fragile as paper under this impact. Boom! A loud explosion resonated in the air, and Hawaii Village's Obito's body shattered into hundreds and thousands of pieces, floating in the cosmic space. However, these pieces did not completely quiet down. After drifting in space for a moment, they gradually reformed and transformed back into Hawaii Village's Obito. Revived, he lost the calmness he had at first, and instead looked shocked at Araki Nabahiko, who raised his right fist once more. The other's power far exceeded his imagination. According to his calculations, he should now possess strength surpassing that of the opponent. Why did he still feel so weak in front of him? Before he could finish his thoughts, another punch came his way, and this punch was even more powerful than the last. Hawaii Village's Obito's body was completely obliterated by this punch, leaving not even a fragment of flesh. With the death of the merging monster Hawaii Village's Obito, the energy he had forcibly fused together erupted from his body, spreading in all directions throughout the universe. Seeing this, Nabuhiko waved his hand to directly imprison all the energy, then thought for a moment and tossed all the energy into the ninja world. This immense energy was directly infused into the ninja world, eventually merging with the natural energy. From this moment on, the energy in the ninja world became extraordinarily rich, and it is believed that hundreds of years later, this place will become a holy land for cultivation, filled with cultivators at the transformation stage. Sinyan, with his hands behind his back, looked at the ninja world and revealed a satisfied smile. After causing so much disruption and destruction in the ninja world for so long, giving some energy to the ninja world could be considered as compensation. Subsequently, he lifted the infinite Tsukuyami, and the entire ninja world returned to its original state. He was too lazy to erase everyone's memories, so the people of the ninja world knew the ins and outs of this event and who had saved them. From then on, Sinyan was revered by the people of the ninja world as a true god, and some even built statues of him at home to worship, leaving him both amused and baffled. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already worshipping me. Are you afraid I might die late or something? As the whole world returned to normal, he went back to being a lazy person at home. In the blink of an eye, several years passed, and one day, a voice from Jamaru suddenly echoed in the depths of his consciousness. This is the contact method he established with the other party back then. Whenever the other party has something to convey, they can communicate through this spiritual transmission. Jaharu urged him to quickly visit the cat god continent, as he had something to discuss. He scratched his ear and looked at the little coal ball beside him, which had grown to the size of a large dog. It seemed the other party was a bit nostalgic for his son. However, this kid had been playing in the ninja world for so many years. It was time to go back. He reached out and picked up the little coal ball, then opened a portal and stepped into the cat god continent. Upon entering the cat god continent, he wasted no time and instantly teleported to Jaharu's side, then tossed the little coal ball into Jaharu's arms, saying, "Here, the little coal ball back. Next time, keep an eye on him and don't let him run around." Jaharu was startled by this, but seeing the little coal ball in his arms brought a smile to his face. It had been several years since he last saw this kid, and he didn't expect him to have grown so big. Just as Shinhiko turned to leave, Jaharu called out to him, "Wait, I didn't just call you here for the little coal ball. Someone wants to see you." Shinhiko was somewhat puzzled about who wanted to see him and why he had to make a special trip. Just then, a person walked in from outside. This was a middle-aged man with long hair, his features sharp and serious-looking, with prominent tear grooves beside his nose, exuding the coldness and authority of a middle-aged man. When Shinhiko saw this person, he frowned. The man seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. The man remained silent upon seeing Shinhiko, staring at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to recognize his identity. After a moment, Shinhiko exclaimed, "Wait, you're Uchiha Itachi?" Upon being recognized, Uchiha Itachi slightly smirked and nodded. Shinhiko circled around him a few times, his eyes wide open as he said, "How did you end up here? Right? We're from different timelines. How'd you come here?" It was no wonder Shinhiko was surprised. The other party's timeline was about 40 years later, and he hadn't yet created a stable method to travel back to his original timeline. How could he not be astonished that the other party had arrived at his timeline first? Then Uchiha Itachi recounted the events. It turned out that when Shinhiko established the Cat God Continent, he left a teleportation passage leading to Uchiha Itachi's timeline, which happened to connect to the Land of Cats. This time, Uchiha Itachi was simply trying to see if he could find Shinyan's true body through that passage, and unexpectedly, he actually found him. Through Itachi's narration, Shinyan felt quite emotional. It turned out that his original time and space had already passed several decades. Not only did Uchiha Itachi not die from his serious illness, but he also lived to the era of Boruto and even met his niece, Sarada. It was largely thanks to the clone he left in the ninja world. Although he had only used a small portion of his energy for that clone, it possessed the cultivation level of the transformation stage. As long as that time and space did not have fusion monsters like Kagaya or Obito, he would be invincible. Thus, he swept through the ninja world, flattening the Akatsuki organization, and even healed Uchiha Itachi's internal injuries, allowing the ninja world to enter a complete era of peace. Recently, Tsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki also arrived in the ninja world, but before they could stir up trouble, they were slapped to death by Shinyan's clone. However, the powerful strength of the Tsutsuki clan deeply stimulated the ninjas of the ninja world, which is why Uchiha Itachi attempted to find Shinyan's true body, hoping he could return to the ninja world to help resist the invasion of the Tsutsuki clan. Shinyan was too lazy to help these foolish mortals. After thinking for a moment, he created a clone and said to Uchiha Itachi, "I won't go back in my true form. Just take this clone with you when you return to the original time and space. This clone is stronger than the one I left in your timeline. It doesn't matter if it's the Otsutsuki clan's invasion or the Scion invasion." Although Uchiha Itachi doesn't understand what a Scion is, he sees the expression on the other person's face and realizes they aren't talking, so he nods to express his gratitude. Just then, Naruto remembers something and chuckles. "Come with me, I'll take you to meet someone." After saying this, he doesn't wait for Uchiha Itachi's response and teleports to the Hidden Leaf Village. Then, he scans with his mind and arrives in front of a boy from the Uchiha clan who is about 8 or 9 years old. Uchiha Fugaka looks at Naruto in surprise. He recognizes him, but doesn't know who the handsome uncle beside him is. Nevertheless, he respectfully greets Lord Naruto. "It's an honor to have you here. May I ask what brings you?" At this moment, Uchiha Itachi has a bad feeling. While Naruto points at the young Fugaku and mischievously smiles at Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Let me introduce you, this is your dad." Ha ha ha. Synopsis: a carefree and desireless person travels to the Naruto world. Starting off invincible, he chooses to lay flat. Being a king, dominating, and becoming an immortal is too tiring. So Araki Naruto decides to lounge around in a corner as a slacker. Eating, drinking, and traveling are much better. Why bother with fighting and killing? But while he avoids trouble, others always come to provoke him.